series of hurried footsteps sounded. A man carrying a huge skull in his arms ran quickly towards the black river ahead, where countless mutated heads floated. Behind him, a headless skeleton limped close behind. The withered, stiff, bony legs clicked on the ground, making a clack-clack sound like a countdown to death. As Guja heard the approaching footsteps behind him, his fear intensified. He quickened his pace with all his might, rushed to the riverbank, and then hurled the skull in his hand into the air before kicking it hard into the dark river. With a plop, the moment the skull fell into the water, the headless skeleton that had been relentlessly pursuing it seemed to have its soul instantly drained, collapsing into a pile of bones. After confirming that he was out of danger, Guja collapsed to the ground, breathing heavily, sweat streaming down his forehead. This is a dangerous world, teeming with threats from races such as the undead, demons, dark elves, and vampires. He is currently in a game world that he once helped plan, a world entirely dominated by evil races. Guja was originally the game's planner, but a sudden accident transported him to the game's world, where he had to struggle to survive. Just as he was on the verge of collapse and felt utterly hopeless about his fate, a crisp electronic notification sounded in his mind. Ding, game design system activated. Immediately afterward, a series of information flashed through his mind. He could summon players into this world. As long as those players completed quests and killed monsters, he could gain experience at a certain percentage and even unlock special privileges and abilities. He had just breathed a sigh of relief when a series of messages suddenly appeared in his mind, as if some system had activated a new step. Information Skull Level G has been loaded into the Dungeon Alliance's original Blade Go database. Immediately following, a series of deployment requirements came into play, clearly presented in Guja's mind. Player data. Find a safe building to establish a player respawn point. Completed map data. Explore a 1 kilometer radius around the respawn point. Completed monster data. Kill 1 undead creature. Completed. The first game test can now begin. Would you like to start? Guja nodded almost without hesitation. Let's hurry up. Being alone in a place like this is too unbearable. As the confirmation command was issued, the mental system began to operate. Just seconds later, these complex system codes were transformed into more intuitive prompts. Game name, Dungeon Alliance. Original Blade Go official website generated. The first game test will receive a free recommendation service in the game Dungeon Alliance. Original Blade Geo will appear in the new game recommendation section of major platform stores. Looking at these prompts, only 2 words came to Guja's mind. Finally. Finally, there was some hope. If he couldn't meet the game's launch requirements soon, he really felt like he wouldn't last more than a few days. However, looking at the game's name, he frowned. With a game name like this, it's unlikely to attract players to sign up for the test, right? Although he had his doubts, the situation was urgent, and he couldn't dwell on such details. Guja glanced at the sky and realized it was getting late, so he immediately turned and ran towards the respawn point. The undead creatures in this world become exceptionally active at night, and if you don't get back in time, the consequences are unimaginable. If the game's planner dies right after the game launches, how are players supposed to play? No one will update events, no one will design dungeons, and the game will simply die. He ran all the way back to the dilapidated, drafty ruins. Although there were no windows, it was the only place he had found that could barely be called a safe house. It was here that he set the player's initial respawn point. Entering the ruins, Guja went straight back to the room he had already cleared. He locked the door, then blocked the entrance with various scrap materials until the only passage was sealed off. Only then did he finally breathe a sigh of relief. A month ago, he was just an ordinary game planner at a game company. Although he only worked on web games, the game's revenue was quite good by leveraging trending topics and organizing events. That day, he stayed up all night, working overtime, racking his brains to design new gameplay for the game. He was so tired that he dozed off on his desk for a while. But when he opened his eyes, he found himself transported to this dark and gloomy game world. After confirming that this was not a hallucination, Guja's mind almost went blank on the spot. He had been in this place for a whole month. He had seen all sorts of strange undead monsters and skeletal mutations, but he had never encountered any other humans. One day, he discovered the ruins and found a few remaining survival supplies, which allowed him to barely survive. It was at this moment that he finally understood the existence of the game design system in his mind. Only then did he realize that he was not without a way out. He can summon real players to this world through the game Dungeon Alliance. Original Blade Go. More importantly, those summoned players can continuously grow stronger and evolve according to the game settings. To put it bluntly, these players are practically walking warriors of the future, and Guja is the system god behind them. Every time a player becomes stronger, completes a quest, or kills a monster, Guja, as the planner, also receives corresponding system rewards. This is quite similar to his life before he traveled through time. Players think they're making a fortune, but in reality, the ones who make the most money are always the development team behind the game. Now, as long as he relies on this game design system, he can gain a foothold in this dangerous world. Next, we'll see how the game fares after it goes live. Guja slowly closed his eyes, leaned against the dilapidated corner of the wall, and murmured to himself, "I hope the future players can put in some effort." On Blue Star, in a neatly furnished room, a rugged-looking middle-aged man wearing a gaming helmet is immersed in a virtual reality game called League of Legends, which boasts a realism level of 65%. He was staring at the Hero Draw interface on the screen, which prominently displayed Nine-Tailed Fox, Ari, Draw Rate Up. This was the hero re-release banner he had been waiting for a full 10 years. Ari has finally been buffed and re-released. I can't possibly get the wrong character this time. He excitedly clicked the 10 pull button several times, and on the 100th pull, he finally triggered the pity system. Amidst a flash of golden light, a character's portrait appeared on the screen. However, it wasn't Ari, the character he had been dreaming of. Staring at the familiar yet unfamiliar gotcha notification, the middle-aged player nearly choked with anger. He couldn't help but swear, angrily quit the alliance, and clicked the uninstall button on the platform without hesitation. He had done this more than 20 times. Every time he angrily uninstalled the game, he would eventually obediently click download and reinstall it. After uninstalling League of Legends, he skillfully opened the new game recommendations page of the game platform. This had become a habit for him when he was frustrated. Whenever he failed to draw a card, he would browse the new game charts to find some alternatives to play. But after flipping through several pages, he found that most of the games he wanted to play had not yet been released. With a gaming drought looming, the middle-aged man slammed his fist on the table to encourage himself. Even if I have no games to play, I will never download League of Legends again. With a stubborn streak, he continued browsing the list of new games, page by page. He refused to believe that out of the hundreds of new games recommended on the platform, not a single one was one he wanted to play, and that would be available immediately. He kept flipping through the pages until he was almost at the bottom when a game with a bizarre art style and a strangely named title suddenly caught his eye. The game was called Dungeon Alliance, Original Blade Go. The cover features a striking contrast between beautifully drawn anime characters and realistically depicted, grotesque monsters. This stark difference immediately caught his attention. Keywords like enhancing furnace and mythical equipment are actually listed as game features. The elements are piled up so densely that it doesn't look like a regular game at all. To be honest, this was the most outrageous and bizarre game he had ever seen in all his time browsing the charts. But perhaps it was precisely this unique style that prevented him from swiping past it immediately. He was always someone who was fascinated by strange games. If this game were even slightly normal, it wouldn't have piqued his interest. At this moment, his curiosity was completely ignited. Without hesitation, he immediately clicked into the details page of Dungeon Alliance, Original Blade Go. The game description on the platform reads, "This game draws on the strengths of many popular games, making it an excellent culmination of their best features. It incorporates a brand new world setting, resulting in a qualitative leap in gameplay. Realism, 100%. After reading it, the middle-aged man's lips twitched. A culmination of all? Isn't that just a Frankenstein's monster? But then he was surprised. Your game company is quite honest, actually admitting it's a Frankenstein's monster? As he was marveling at the display, he suddenly noticed the Farness 100 column. This sentence stunned him. What? You actually dare to write 100% realism? For a veteran player, such false advertising only invites disaster. Once launched, the game will be shut down by the platform. There's no chance of survival. So he instinctively thought, if I don't play this game now, I might never be able to play it again. After thinking it over, he simply clicked the reservation button. The page originally showed 0 people reserved, but his action made the number jump to 1. There were a full 99 test slots available. He refused to believe that he couldn't secure a test qualification for such a niche and unusual game. The Void Realm, Resurrection. Point 1. As dawn broke, Guja, having survived another night, opened his eyes and cautiously peered through the broken window frame to observe the outside world. As usual, there was nothing unusual outside, only a few broken skeletons scattered on the ground. He opened the window, and sunlight streamed in. But whether it was due to the climate or his own mind, the warm sunlight brought no comfort. Instead, it made him feel a chill. He rubbed his arms and said in a low voice, "We don't have much food left at home. We need to stock up on some during the day." After quickly washing his face with muddy water, Guja left the ruins that had been set up as a player respawn point. Daytime was his best time to be active. Sunlight reduced the activity level of undead creatures to a near minimum, greatly increasing his chances of survival when he went out during the day. In the past month, he had only encountered one lost skeleton in the sunlight. The skeleton was deemed crippled by the system under the sunlight, greatly reducing its combat power, and thus became the tool for him to activate the system. Guja knew clearly that if he had encountered it on the night he first transmigrated, he would probably have been beaten to a pulp. It was precisely because he had adapted to the pace of the apocalypse, and because it was daytime, that he was able to kick the skeleton away and accidentally activate the system. Daytime was extremely precious, so precious that Guja didn't even want to waste a minute checking his game data after logging in. After leaving the respawn point, Guja headed towards the Black Ganges River, 500 meters away. He took out his homemade fishing tackle, skillfully cast it into the river, and then waited patiently. Guja gazed at the dark Ganges River, churning with murmur to himself. "I saw a pheasant that was over a meter tall before, but with its sharp claws, it was clear that I couldn't just confront it head-on. I'll have to find a way to make a trap to catch it." As for what kind of trap would be suitable for pheasants of that size, that required careful consideration, Guja wasn't entirely reckless in his choice of ingredients. He had also considered whether these otherworldly creatures might have adverse effects on his body. But reality was staring him in the face: either take the gamble and eat the strange meat, or starve to death in this desolate, barren land. Fortunately, a month had passed, and his body had not undergone any changes. Just as he was deep in thought, his homemade fishing rod began to shake violently. He immediately concentrated, gave a sharp jerk, and pulled the two-headed fish that was biting the bullfrog leg bait ashore. The fish had its jaws locked on the main hook with one end and the secondary hook with the other, so Guja wasn't worried about it escaping at all. It was perfectly secure. After putting the fish into the sack, he continued casting. He sat there for the entire morning. By afternoon, his burlap sack was almost overflowing with various kinds of fish, and Guja finally packed up his line. Looking at his heavy catch, he felt a little relieved. Thankfully, these skeletons didn't need food, otherwise he wouldn't even have been able to get a sip of soup. In fact, if we put aside those undead creatures, the environment Guja is currently in is basically a weird wilderness, and what is really being tested is his wilderness survival ability. Of course, it would be even better if those unreasonable monsters didn't show themselves at night. Shouldering the sack, Guja began his return journey. These fish needed to be cleaned and disposed of during the day. Otherwise, they would spoil overnight and might even cause unnecessary trouble. Back at the respawn point, Guja skillfully used heavy objects to block the breach door and curled up in the safest corner. Night fell, and the commotion outside returned. This time, however, he wasn't suffering as much as before. He could immerse his consciousness in the game design system, escaping this chilling darkness. Now, he finally had the chance to check his game status after logging in. The system is quite intelligent, allowing users to view future game platform data in real time and even leave messages on the official website. However, when he saw that the number of pre-registration for the first test was still stuck at 1, his eyebrows twitched involuntarily. However, as a competent game planner, Guja was well aware of the situation. It was already a miracle that a game with zero promotion, a haphazard art style, and an even more indescribable name could attract just one player to pre-register. However, even with only one player, he dared not let his guard down. As a veteran player and game planner, Guja knew all too well that if a player were summoned into this realistic alternate world and harbored ill intentions, it would be an extremely dangerous situation. Therefore, the questionnaire survey had to be conducted, and he couldn't let this hurdle pass him by, even if only one person made an appointment. Designing this kind of questionnaire was a piece of cake for Guja, who had extensive experience in project implementation. In less than an hour, he completed a sophisticated and highly targeted questionnaire and sent it to the only person who had made an appointment. Meanwhile, on Blue Star, a middle-aged man was idly closing the minigame interface when he suddenly received a player's survey from Dungeon Alliance. Original Blade Go. I'm the only one who pre-registered for this game, and they're even issuing a survey? This game company is pretty serious, he grumbled, curiously opening the survey. But after flipping through a few questions, he immediately noticed something unusual. Wait, are all these questions set around the survival status of NPCs? He quickly scanned the remaining questions and was shocked to find that all the questions in the entire questionnaire revolved around one core issue: whether players would actively attack NPCs. As expected, this investigation is screening for malicious players. The middle-aged man suddenly realized. The game company doesn't want players who specialize in causing trouble to infiltrate the test server. Those kinds of people would seriously disrupt the testing progress. However, he couldn't help but mutter, if that's the case, why not just set it in the mechanics so that players can attack NPCs? Could it really be to maintain that so-called 100% realism? Chapter 4. This can't be a game. Guja had just sent out the questionnaire when the other party quickly filled it out and returned it. Guja glanced at it, and the answers were almost exactly what he wanted to see, almost excessively standard. He frowned slightly, a question arising in his mind. Logically, what player would be so cooperative? It was as if they had specifically copied the answers. But then he thought again. His questionnaire was too obviously biased. Anyone with a quick mind could basically guess which answer was correct. Guja looked at the number of reservations, one message on the system interface, and gave a wry smile. Even if he had used a little trick, he had no other choice now. In the end, he used the game design system to grant this player the first closed beta test qualification and specified the server opening time, 12 o'clock noon on July 1st. Night fell, and the day finally arrived for the server to open. Guja had been waiting anxiously in the system chat, eagerly anticipating the players logging in, but no one came in for a long time. What's wrong with this guy? Did he oversleep? Guja muttered to himself as he observed the first respawn point. Meanwhile, the first middle-aged player to qualify was fast asleep. It was a day off. What gamer wouldn't be considered a true gamer if they slept until the afternoon? It wasn't until 3 p.m. that the middle-aged man lazily got up. After a quick wash, he made himself a bowl of instant noodles with ham and egg and opened a can of iced drink. After eating and drinking his fill, he put on his gaming helmet and skillfully logged into the steamed rice gaming platform. The moment he logged in, he saw the League of Legends on the homepage and cursed through gritted teeth. If I ever download it again, I'm a dog. After saying that, he started going through his game library. It contained a bunch of games he had bought on sale, none of which he had ever played. They were just items he had accumulated through impulse buying. The middle-aged man often joked, I paid for the game. I can't actually play it, can I? Scrolling through his phone, he finally saw Dungeon Fighter Online, Original Blade Go, which he had pre-registered for yesterday. All right, it opens at noon today. He scratched his head, a little apprehensive. With such exaggerated advertising, wouldn't this game survive more than a few days before being reported and taken down? He didn't have high hopes, but he still decided to give it a try quickly because he might really miss out on playing it if he waited too long. He clicked to start the game download. Strangely, the download took a full half hour. The long download time, ironically, piqued his interest. Half an hour to install? Could there be some trick to it? After downloading, he immediately clicked Start Game. The screen had no special effects. In a flash, he was transported to a pure white space. In front of him was a full-length mirror, reflecting his current appearance. He paused, stunned, using my real-life model directly, no other choice. Many games nowadays have automatic facial scanning and modeling functions, but they usually give players the option to choose between using the original data or a custom face. This game, however, doesn't give any choice at all. It just has a 100 realistic setting, forcing a realistic appearance onto the character. This setting is too rigid. Only real-life appearances are allowed in the game. He sighed and continued creating a character. The next step was to enter his ID. He entered his usual online name, a timid and humble boy, but said it was against the rules. IDs could only have a maximum of 5 characters. What kind of game is this? Even the name is so stingy. He finally simplified it to Humble Boy and managed to get through. Then a prompt appeared. Activate tutorial? He decisively chose no. As a veteran player, he didn't need a tutorial. It would be too embarrassing. After skipping the tutorial, a countdown timer appeared before his eyes, entering the virtual world in 10 seconds, Respawn point. He watched the countdown tick away, a smile spreading across his face. Finally, time to play. The screen went black, and when he opened his eyes again, he found himself standing in a dilapidated world. The scene was astonishingly realistic, far from being a typical virtual game. He looked around. The scene before him seemed utterly real. A cold wind blew by, carrying with it the stench of rotting corpses. He chuckled, thinking he'd seen through the game company's little trick. Isn't this just a live-action video to fool us? Making it look real. As he spoke, he approached a pile of skeletons and bent down to touch them. He thought to himself that he would surely pass through the mold with a single touch. But when he grabbed, he actually felt a bone and even picked up a rib. What? The middle-aged man's pupils contracted, utterly shocked. This wasn't the kind of tactile feedback from virtual sensors, but the real feel of bone. He took another breath, his nostrils filled with the strong smell of rotting corpse. A cold wind blew into his collar, making his hair stand on end. The visuals, smells, temperature, and sounds were all incredibly realistic, like entering another world. This isn't a game at all. He started to panic. Was I knocked over while playing with the helmet? Or was I kidnapped to some cult stronghold? His mind was filled with urban rumors. Some people were robbed while playing helmet games, and others were drugged and taken away. He stared at the skull in his hand, cold sweat pouring down his back. Could these bones be from a previous victim? Terror exploded within him. He stood frozen, surrounded by utter silence. Finally, he broke down, screaming, "Help! Is anyone there? I'm done playing." Chapter 5: The Old Man in the Beginner Village. The humble boy screamed, "Help!" while frantically spinning in circles, too panicked to even consider that he might be kidnapped. He had no idea that screaming and yelling in this eerie and terrifying environment would only hasten his death. A cold wind blew in from outside, and the scattered bones on the ground were chilling. It was hard not to panic in such an atmosphere. Suddenly, a somewhat irritated voice came from inside the house. "You shut up. If you attract any monsters, we'll both be done for." With a creak, a wooden door creaked open, and a figure stepped out. It was Guja. The humble boy was initially delighted to see someone, but the next second he became alert. He stammered, "Are you the one who kidnapped me? I can give you money, just don't hurt me." Guja was speechless for a moment, and couldn't help but think to himself, "You just clicked start game. Yourself? Why are you turning around and accusing me?" However, he couldn't explain it too clearly because the planning system had strict limitations. It couldn't reveal that this world actually existed. Once players realized that this place wasn't virtual, Guja's system would enter a forced cooldown, and its functions would be directly disabled. If the system crashes, players will be transferred and a new batch will log in. It's fair to say that the game feel between the world and the players must be maintained. Therefore, in the humble boy's eyes, Guja is currently just an ordinary NPC. To better immerse himself in the setting, Guja mentally rehearsed, "I am an NPC." He walked up to the humble boy, forcing himself to remain calm, and said in a standard game announcer-style tone, "Survivor, welcome to Vault 1." Upon hearing this, the humble boy froze, then stared at Guja's somewhat mechanical facial expression, and a crazy idea popped into his mind. He looked around, then lowered his head and picked up a skull rib, examining it closely, trying to find a trace of deception. Unfortunately, the visuals, textures, and smells were all frighteningly realistic, making it almost unrecognizable as a game. Wait, if this is a game, then there must be a character attribute interface. The humble boy slapped his forehead and hurriedly tried to bring up the panel. However, because he skipped the tutorial, after a series of haphazard attempts, he finally managed to bring up the attribute panel. ID, humble boy race, human level, 1 class, none constitution, 5 strength, 5 agility, 5 spirit, 5. Looking at the familiar game UI, the humble boy's eyes widened, completely dumbfounded. Holy crap, it really is a game? He excitedly spun around on the spot, shouting in disbelief, while starting to complain about how amazing this company was. They can even make 100% realistic games? This kind of cutting-edge technology isn't used for military applications, but for making games. Guja, who was standing to the side, watched him mutter to himself without interrupting, since he had nothing better to do anyway. A few minutes later, the humble boy finally calmed down from his shock and began to reevaluate Guja from a player's perspective. His eyes lit up, and he looked like he had discovered a treasure trove of NPCs, excitedly saying, "You're the old man from the newbie village, right? Are you about to give out newbie gift packs?" Guja almost choked on his breath. He really didn't want to accept this title. But in order to play the role of an NPC well, he could only bite the bullet and pretend to be confused. I don't understand what you're saying. Whenever the player mentioned the game or reality, Guja would immediately possess NPC mode, pretending to be completely ignorant to avoid triggering a system violation. The humble boy curled his lip. Tisk, they didn't even give out gift packs. The planners are really stingy. They might not even be able to live a normal life in the future. Faced with such complaints, Guja naturally couldn't respond and could only pretend not to hear. If you don't give out gift packs, there should at least be some quests, right? You should at least give me a main quest, right? Seeing that Guja still looked confused, the humble boy began to wonder if this game was a free sandbox type, like the open world of Minecraft. Actually, there are game quests, but Guja simply doesn't have enough planning points. All content main quests, events, and system unlocks requires planning points, but he's currently penniless, so he can't unlock any quests. To gain design points, players must complete the tasks he designed, creating a self-sustaining gameplay system. At that moment, the humble boy suddenly grabbed a skull and rushed out, shouting, "Let's chop down a tree." Guja immediately chased after him and stopped him. "Why are you cutting down trees? There's no workbench. How can you make anything?" The other man was taken aback, seemingly agreeing. "So what should I do now? Just wander around? Hey, why is there an exclamation mark above your head?" He pointed in surprise at the yellow exclamation mark above Guja's head, as if he had discovered a new continent. Guja was also a little confused. He hadn't started any missions at all. But the system quickly provided an explanation. There are 3 types of basic tasks that are open by default. The first type is the Resurrection Point Construction task, where players can upgrade and expand their shelters, and the system will issue rewards based on the construction progress. The second category is Map Exploration. As long as players continue to explore the map, the system will award experience or resources based on the progress. The third category is First Kills of Monsters. Killing a monster for the first time, especially a boss-level monster, will grant additional rewards. These 3 types of tasks are the core foundation of the early game and are also key to maintaining the Guja system's activation. Therefore, even though Guja did not initiate any tasks, the system automatically triggered these basic activities. Chapter 6 of this game is too hardcore. Guja discovered that as long as players complete 3 fixed tasks set by the system, he can obtain planning points from them. In addition, there is an extra 10 points as a planning salary, and he can get a share of whatever amount the players earn. If a player gains 100 experience points, Guja receives 10. If they gain 100 copper coins, he also receives 10. Even potions are proportionally allocated to him. Of course, equipment is an exception. However, the system will compensate him with 10% of the forging materials, which is better than nothing. This also means that the players are essentially Guja's laborers. The harder they work to complete tasks and earn rewards, the more money Guja makes. Even if Guja doesn't plan anything, he can still accumulate a lot of resources over time just by relying on these 3 system tasks. At this moment, the humble boy in front of Guja began to urge him. "Old man in the newbie village, hey, your exclamation point is lit up. Why don't you hurry up and give me a quest?" The young man even waved his hand in front of Guja's eyes, as if to say, "Are you stuck?" At this moment, Guja was still struggling with the system, trying to increase the percentage of the planner's salary. But no matter how much he pleaded, the system only gave him 10% with no room for negotiation. By the time he came to his senses, he realized that the little player was already confronting him. He tentatively asked, "Can I assign tasks myself?" The system immediately responded. 3 types of fixed tasks, which players can trigger themselves or have assigned by NPCs. Simply put, Guja can assign players to clear shelters, explore maps, or be the first to kill monsters. The reward system covers everything. Guja only needs to play the role of an NPC. Then let's assign a cleaning task. This guy in front of him is only level 1. Exploring the map or fighting monsters is just suicide. Guja opened the task list and browsed the available construction tasks. The panel was filled with a dazzling array of tasks, from sweeping and repairing doors and windows to expanding defenses. But considering the newcomer skill level, he ultimately chose only the simplest cleaning task. "You're new here and don't know your way around, so don't wander off." Guja acted naturally, his tone calm. "If you really want to do something, start by cleaning up this shelter." As soon as he finished speaking, the task, "Organize the Resurrection Point," appeared in the humble boy's task list. The young man clicked on it, but instead of saying anything, he nodded and muttered to himself, In an open world, a safe home is definitely the top priority for survival. He recalled that in other games, the first thing to do after acquiring resources was to build a base. This game was different. It didn't even require choosing a location. The system directly provided a base. The design was quite user-friendly. Without further ado, he rolled up his sleeves and got to work. They were busy carrying out the skeletal remains one by one, sweeping away dust and cleaning the place. The floor was covered in human bones. Just looking at them was unsettling, and it was impossible to live there without tidying it up. Guja stood to the side watching, with no intention of helping, silently reminding himself, I'm an NPC. I can't break the rules. Helping after a quest has been assigned, what kind of NPC would that be? He stood firmly in place, waiting for the player to turn in the quest. An hour later, the humble boy collapsed to the ground, panting heavily. Is this game designer crazy? Why make it so realistic? He muttered, his face utterly exhausted. I'm never this tired in real life. Can't this game turn off all this stamina feedback? What if it really hurts during battle? Who would play that? Guja fell silent. As a veteran game planner, he was tired of hearing players complain, but this time, he actually felt a bit of agreement. While the concept of 100% realism was impressive, the stamina and pain feedback were truly discouraging. A system notification immediately popped up. Activating the feedback adjustment function requires 1,000 planning points. Guja rolled his eyes. My game focuses on realism. What's the point of adjusting it? In a split second, he forgot his earlier sympathy. Meanwhile, the humble boy, who had rested for a while, rallied and continued moving bones. But this time, he stopped after less than 5 minutes. Not because he was tired, but because he was hungry. He instinctively checked his status bar. His health, sanity, stamina, and satiety levels were followed by 2 debuffs, fatigue and hunger. Strength and agility were both reduced by 1 point. No way. Just being a little hungry directly reduced my attributes. He shouted as he looked at Guja. Brother Ja, do you have any food? Guja pointed to the 2-headed fish basking in the sun. The smallest one, 10 copper coins. That expensive? The humble boy glanced at the reward for the task he was doing. It cost exactly 10 copper coins, meaning the fish had completely drained him of his money. Guja shrugged, too lazy to explain. Actually, the price was set by the system. If he could set it himself, the price could double. The boy, seeing his take it or leave it expression, felt his blood pressure spike. He now completely understood all the test questions in the questionnaire. He really wanted to pick up a bone and smash it at Guja. Just then, a system notification popped up in Guja's mind. Player's attack intent detected. Activate system protection. Once activated, player attacks will be ineffective, but monsters can still damage him for 1 hour, with a 1-day cooldown. Guja looked at the notification, then at the kid's angry little expression, and his expression instantly turned cold. Chapter 7. Do you still care about health? Guja gripped the bone knife tightly, his eyes sharpening. He wasn't a newbie, just entering the game. He'd survived a month in this apocalypse, and he hadn't been wasting his time. Even if a fight broke out, he couldn't possibly lose to this middle-aged player. Not to mention he had the trump card of system protection at his disposal. Sensing the tense atmosphere, the humble boy immediately cowered, dropping the bone in his hand and surrendering with his hands above his head. Don't get agitated, bro. I just wanted to steal some fish to eat, that's all. He said with a forced smile, inwardly cursing himself for being impulsive. This NPC is too sensitive. Is stealing a fish going to cause so much hatred? It wasn't that he was afraid to fight, but the thought of that questionnaire made him chicken out immediately. Who knew if attacking an NPC would get his account banned by the system? What if he was kicked out of the first test? Wouldn't that be a huge loss? Seeing that the other party had lost his hostility, Guja put away his bone knife and didn't pursue the matter further. He went back into the house and continued to block the door with furniture, giving himself some time to mentally prepare in case the guy really had any ulterior motives. After all, the system would warn players of their intentions in advance, and a door was the simplest means of isolation. Half an hour later, the humble boy went back to clean the shelter. Although he didn't say anything, he was quite diligent. Fortunately, the shelter wasn't large, just a 2-bedroom, 1 living room bungalow, limiting the scope of the mission. He moved the skeleton out of the living room, swept the floor, and dusted it off. The overall appearance was quite presentable. Another hour passed, and the task was finally completed. He was so hungry his face was pale. He rushed to Guja's door, knocking and shouting, Brother Ja, I finished the work. Open the door, I'm starving. During that hour, he worked for 5 minutes and rested for 5 minutes, managing to recover some of his stamina, but his satiety level dropped to 15. The status bar directly displayed severe hunger, with attributes reduced by 2 and mental points halved. If he didn't eat soon, he would die. Although he knew it was just a game, he really didn't want to experience a 100% realistic starvation death scenario. Hearing the shouts, Guja came out of his room. He could have submitted the quest remotely, but to create a realistic game experience, he decided to go through the proper procedures. He carefully surveyed the living room. The skeletons that had littered the floor had been cleared away, and the dust had been mostly wiped off. The ruins finally looked somewhat habitable. Well done. Guja nodded in approval. Of course, the humble boy chuckled. Although I'm a homebody, I'm particular about hygiene. Otherwise, how can I stay comfortably? Guja glanced at him with some surprise, not expecting this player to have such a cleanliness obsession. Then the cleanliness of the shelter will be your responsibility from now on. No problem, as long as there are mission rewards. Even without a reward, the humble boy would probably still have gone to settle things. But in a game, you always have to fight for some benefits, right? Guja had no objection to this. After all, the system was the one issuing the rewards, and he was just a nominal NPC. Guja helped submit the task, and the system immediately issued the rewards to both parties. The player received experience, copper coins, and bandages, while Guja received the planner's salary. 1 experience point, 1 copper coin, 1 planner point, and 1/10 of the bandages. The humble boy immediately used the copper coins he had just received to buy a 2-headed fish. His hunger was about to collapse if he didn't replenish it soon. The transaction was simple. With a mental confirmation, the copper coins were automatically deducted from his inventory, and the fish was transferred to him. However, when he looked at the 2-headed fish in his hand, he froze. Brother Zha, do you have a fire? It would be best to also provide some cooking utensils. Eating a deformed fish raw? He really couldn't do it. Guja thought for a moment, and finally took out his treasured fire starter and an old iron pot from the room. He had painstakingly collected these 2 things for a long time, and giving them away for free was definitely out of the question. Consider it after-sales service. There's a stove outside, and the bucket contains filtered river water. Go boil it yourself. Okay, Zhaji, you're awesome. Grabbing the pot and fire, the humble boy immediately got to work. Soon, the bubbling sound of boiling water filled the yard, and the 2-headed fish was added to the pot. Just as it was almost cooked, he became worried again. Not only were there no seasonings, but there wasn't even salt, and the fishy smell was so strong. He really didn't want to eat it. He cautiously turned his head and asked, Brother Zha, do you have any salt? Guja rolled his eyes. The Black Ganges River is 500 meters away. The water is salty. You could try steaming some coarse salt. But coarse salt isn't healthy. You have to add brine to refine it into fine salt. The humble boy analyzed seriously, looking like a professional salt maker. Guja looked at the boy's serious expression, his face full of bewilderment. It's the apocalypse, and you're still worried about health? You should be worried about whether eating this fish will cause you to mutate. The humble boy was speechless for a moment, unable to reply. Just then, a system notification popped up, making Guja's eyes light up. The host can consume 1 planning point to activate the salt-making task. Upon completion, a reward of 2 planning points will be given. The task details were also displayed. Salt production task. Evaporate 1 kilogram of crude salt using Black Ganges water. The task reward is a salt purification skill book, and the planner's reward is a skill book from level 1 to 10 plus 2 planning points. Guja's lips twitched slightly. Why didn't you say so earlier? I was just laughing at them for ages. But now he was in a bind, and had no choice but to bite the bullet and start the quest. No sooner had he clicked than the humble boy on the other end excitedly shouted, Hey, Zhaji! The exclamation mark above your head is lit up again. Chapter 8. The NPCs in the beginner village are just cowards. Guja glanced at the humble boy, inwardly cursing, What's with the fuss? But he calmly said, Want some fine salt? Sure, evaporate 1 kilogram of coarse salt from the Black Ganges River, and I'll teach you how to purify it. As soon as he finished speaking, the new quest salt making appeared on the humble boy's quest panel. Looking at this salt purification skill book in the mission rewards, the boy lowered his head and pondered. He muttered to himself, If I can learn it just by having a skill book, then I probably won't need to prepare the brine myself, right? If this were a real-life salt-making process, this game would be too outrageous. He decided not to rush and to replenish his stamina and hunger first. The fish soup was ready. He scooped up a piece of 2-headed fish, gently blew on it to cool it, and took a sip. His eyes lit up after that first sip. This fish soup is so delicious. No seasonings were added, and there's not a trace of fishiness. After finishing the soup, he stuffed a few more mouthfuls of fish, his expression growing increasingly satisfied, almost speechless. Once he'd finished the bowl of fish soup, he gave a thumbs up with a blissful expression. This two-headed fish is simply divine. He sighed, saying that if such fish existed in real life, he'd buy it for 200 yuan a pound, let alone 100. For this food, I'd be a die-hard fan of this game. Guja, listening to this, chuckled. To be honest, if it weren't for the somewhat comforting food in this world, he would have collapsed long ago, constantly battling wits with undead creatures, never getting a hot meal that would truly be unbearable. The humble boy quickly devoured the entire pot of fish soup, then leaned against the wall to savor it. Eating like this in a game is amazing, even better than eating out. After resting for a while, he opened his personal status interface to check his attributes. The status bar displayed: Health, 100, Spirit, 92, Stamina, 70, Satiety, 90. Seeing the overeating status, he was a little dumbfounded. So eating too much can reduce stats? This game is so detailed. He suddenly remembered that he had received experience points from turning in a quest. Opening his experience bar, he saw that the 10 experience points he received had increased his progress by 10. Leveling up only required 100 experience points, so it didn't seem too difficult. Just doing odd jobs gives me so much experience. If I went to kill monsters, I'd be on fire. He stretched, his energy instantly returning. After a quick tidy up, he prepared to explore the forest. He'd only taken 2 steps when Guja called out to him. Where are you going? To kill monsters, of course. Guja frowned. Didn't you notice the sky? It's almost dark. Nighttime is when the undead are most active. Going out now is suicide. But the humble boy clearly didn't listen, circling Guja and walking away. Guja watched his retreating figure and couldn't help but click his tongue. Players really can't stay still. A thought struck him, and he immediately asked the system, "Can I kick this guy out of the game?" The system replied, "Yes, but it's recommended to let him explore. You'll get planning points for completing the task." Hearing this, Guja immediately smiled. "Okay, then let him go courting death. Just don't lead the monsters to the respawn point." He opened the planner's map and saw the boy's location clearly marked. Once he's caught up with the monsters, I'll kick him offline, and everything will be fine, Guja thought to himself. Meanwhile, the humble boy was brimming with confidence, feeling he was fully equipped. His weapon was a skull rib. His armor consisted of cardboard stuffed into his clothes, along with bandages and a torch. The monsters in the starting village map are nothing more than skeletons and zombies. Haven't I killed enough of those? He smirked, looking confident. Sure enough, the NPCs are all cowardly and too conservative. Just then, a series of tap-tap-tap footsteps came from the depths of the forest. His expression changed, and he turned around, only to see complete darkness and nothing at all. This setting is pretty good, kind of like a horror game. Although he said it casually, his legs were a little unresponsive. He tried to reassure himself. It's just a game. What's there to be afraid of? But the next second, he heard footsteps behind him again. Tap, tap, tap. He whirled around, but still saw nothing. Before he could even compose himself, footsteps echoed from all directions. At that moment, he completely snapped. I'm not playing anymore. He frantically tried to exit the game, clicking frantically. But system notifications kept popping up. Unable to exit the game while in combat. Damn it, the monsters have their eyes on me. He was going crazy and sprinted toward the respawn point. He hadn't gone far when he crashed into something hard, falling to the ground along with his torch. He raised his torch and shone it, instantly stunned. It was a moving skeleton, leaning against the ground, staring at him, its mouth opening and closing with a cacophony sound. Faced with this 100% realistic scene, he was completely frozen in shock. Then, more and more skeletons surged out from all around, completely engulfing him. His final, piercing scream echoed through the forest. Chapter 9, First Death Summary. Guja suddenly heard a shrill scream outside and sat bolt upright in shock. He glanced out the window in the direction the humble boy had left and couldn't help but sigh. He should remember this lesson now. He casually opened the designer's exclusive map, and the icon that originally represented the humble boy had disappeared, leaving only a countdown timer. The player panel displayed, Humble Boy, Resurrection Time, 100 seconds. In the system settings, the higher the player's level, the longer the resurrection time. Level 1 is 100 seconds, Level 2 is 200 seconds, and so on. Later on, as physical strength increases, a single death might mean waiting several hours to resurrect. Dying once in the early stages is relatively easy, but later on, you really have to consider whether it's worth the risk. In those 100 seconds, Guja was already standing in the hall, holding a shovel, waiting for that suicidal player to return. He worried that after the man resurrected, he would scream in fright and attract the nearby skeletons. This shovel was there to prevent that earth-shattering scream. The countdown reached 0, and the humble boy's body gradually reshaped at the resurrection point. At the same time, Guja had already quietly raised the shovel, preparing to use a hammer to the back of the head to inflict the stun status on him. Surprisingly, the boy wasn't flustered at all this time. Instead, he calmly analyzed his recent death experience while talking to himself. Having a piece of flesh torn off definitely hurts, but the system only blocked pain exceeding the threshold for a second. Not bad. Guja looked at his calm expression and wondered, wasn't he just beaten to death by a group? How come he's acting like nothing happened? It turns out that in the resurrection waiting area, this guy was indeed screaming for the first 30 seconds, started to recover from 30 to 60 seconds, and then entered the summary phase for the last 40 seconds. After resurrecting, he immediately checked his equipment. Damn, I lost everything. The cardboard armor wasn't much, but the basic healing bandages were gone, which he had earned with real money from completing the quest. He immediately felt a pang of pain. The death penalty in this game is too harsh. I didn't even kill a single monster, and all my equipment is gone. Considering that other players might pick it up later, the boy realized the seriousness of the problem. In this game, the biggest threat probably isn't the monsters, it's other players. However, he wasn't the type to back down from a challenge. Instead, he chuckled, the more dangerous, the more exciting. That's the kind of game I like. After summarizing his experience of this death, he clarified a few points. First, the current resurrection time for level 1 is 100 seconds, and it might be longer in the future. Second, equipment and items are lost upon death, but experience points are not. Third, currency doesn't appear to drop at the moment, but this still needs verification. The conclusion was, bring some junk when you fight in the future, survival comes first. Just as he was lost in thought, he suddenly sensed someone behind him, immediately rolled and jumped, bouncing back several steps. He turned around and saw that Guja was holding a shovel and pointing it at him. Are you planning to attack me? Guja said with a serious face. I thought some undead had come in. You scare me. His calm tone was so convincing that if Guja weren't an NPC, no one would believe his acting skills. The humble boy sighed. You're right, it's no place for humans to stay outside. The dead are everywhere. Tap, 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 dash, footsteps sounded again outside, and the two immediately exchanged a glance, instantly falling silent. Guja gestured with his eyes for the boy to go inside. The two tiptoed into the inner room, blocked the door together, and then breathed a sigh of relief. Brotherja, can the monsters outside get into the shelter? The boy asked in a low voice. You think I piled up these broken pieces of furniture to train my strength? Guja rolled his eyes and pointed to the pile of heavy objects blocking the door. Upon hearing this, the boy's face changed drastically. So these monsters can really rush in and spawn camp us? He immediately realized the seriousness of the problem. We have to strengthen our defenses. If they get in, we're doomed. Also, don't let other players go out at night anymore. What if they attract the monsters back? Wouldn't that kill all the survivors? Guja didn't speak, but gave him a look that said, you make it sound so easy. If I could really stop you players, would I need to guard the gate with a shovel? The humble boy then realized that he had just been such a troll and touched his nose sheepishly. Brotherja, I've decided. I'll log off tonight. He added, but don't worry, I'll definitely bring back some helpers to rebuild the shelter. As soon as he finished speaking, his figure faded into the air, and he was completely offline. Once again, Guja was alone in the shelter, the air so quiet you could almost hear the wind. Chapter 10, What Are Men Called, If Not Brothers? Xia Chaochong had just quit the game, and when he took off his helmet, he still had a lingering smile on his face, clearly not satisfied. Who would have thought that a manufacturer would actually dare to advertise 100 realistic, even more outrageous? He actually became one of the first users to experience it. Anyone would feel incredibly lucky to have such an opportunity, like they've been personally chosen by the system as a chosen one. But then again, this game is of such high quality, why haven't I heard a single thing about it before he's been in over a dozen gaming groups for so long? and no one has ever mentioned this game. It's just bizarre. Once his imagination ran wild, he started a daydream. Could it be some kind of experiment conducted by a mysterious organization? Have I become a guinea pig? Although he felt that this conjecture was a bit childish, he just couldn't help but think in that direction. Just then, his phone vibrated. It was his best friend, Zhang Zoe, calling. As soon as he answered, the other end blurted out, "Old Xia, let's play FlexQ login." Xia Chaochong rolled his eyes. "I uninstalled the game, don't yell at me." Zhang Zoe immediately exploded. "Uninstalled again? Did you get frustrated playing again?" Xia Chaochong sighed. "This time it's not a loss. It's just that I drew the wrong card. I wanted to draw Ari, but I got a crab instead." Zhang Zi laughed like crazy on the other end. "Ha ha, you drew that crab that nobody uses? Your luck is amazing." Xia Chaochong looked helpless. "I'm starting to suspect that this game is biased against my account." As he was complaining, Xia Chaochong suddenly had a brilliant idea and decided not to return to the league. He wanted to see if he could get Zhang Zi and those sweet-voiced female players to join him in that 100% realistic new game. He said mysteriously, "I have a new game that's easier to pick up girls than playing ranked matches." Zhang Zoe immediately became interested. "Send me the link, I'll call them to join me." Xia Chaochong sent the link, which was the official website of a game called Dungeon Alliance, Original Blade Go. Zhang Zi stared at the game name with a puzzled look. This name is so lame, it sounds like it's about to go out of business. But when he saw the words 100% realistic, he became a little curious. "I don't think it'll last more than 2 days. It'll definitely be criticized to death." Xia Chaochong was quite calm. "Come in and try it. I guarantee you'll really like it within 2 days." He also gave a special reminder. "Pay attention to the questionnaire. Don't choose any overly outrageous options, or you won't be able to get in." Zhang Zai complained. "You have to do a questionnaire to play a game? Can you even test your character?" Xia Chaochong grinned mischievously. "The big data says you're not qualified." Zhang Zai, he gritted his teeth. "You still have the nerve to say that? Didn't you use my account to draw cards last time?" Despite their constant bickering, the friends still went to the official website to reserve their test qualifications. Soon, the official website showed 5 people had made reservations and all test qualifications had been issued. In other words, Xia Chaochong, Zhang Zui, and the 3 female players had all been successfully selected. Zhang Zi was overjoyed. "I got it too. Bro, wait for me to log on." But as soon as he clicked to start the download, the progress bar froze terribly, as if he were using an internet speed from 800 years ago. Xia Chaochong explained, "It's not that your internet is bad. It's that the game files are too big. I'll go in and wait for you. My ID is still Humble Boy. I missed a few words because of the character limit." As soon as the voice chat ended, Xia Chaochong logged back into the game, and his character immediately returned to Guja's room. Guja was sitting at the table when he saw him suddenly appear. He frowned, but his expression remained calm. After all, he was a veteran NPC actor. In a post-apocalyptic setting, even a fright had to be controlled in his acting. The humble boy leaned closer in a low voice. "Brother Zhe, I brought the people. For survivors are on their way." Guja nodded. "I received the signal on the radio too. It's good that they made it here alive." Humble Boy was about to nod in agreement when he suddenly paused. "You just said 4 brothers?" He looked embarrassed. "They're female college students. Why are you calling them brothers?" Guja was also stunned. The reservation information said 4 men, so what else should I call them, if not brothers? Chapter 11, Male-Looking Lolita Voice. "Brother Zhe, are you sure those 4 newcomers are really brothers, and not 1 man and 3 women?" The humble boy stared at Guja, and then asked him again with a serious expression. Guja smiled calmly and retorted, "How could I possibly get this wrong? How could I not distinguish between men and women? My God, isn't Zheng's current aesthetic taste a bit too extreme?" The image flashed through the humble boy's mind, almost shattering his worldview and leaving him feeling utterly devastated. Guja glanced at the system interface, which showed that a new player was creating a character. The newbies were setting up their IDs in a blank space, preparing to receive the guidance process. Soon, the first player officially appeared with the ID Pig Wings in the respawn lobby. "Wow, this game is amazing." As soon as Pig Wings logged in, he shouted loudly, so loudly that it shook the lobby. Guja frowned, and the humble boy broke out in a cold sweat. If this guy shouted a few more times, someone might get killed. "Brother Zhe, I know this guy. Let me handle it." The humble boy immediately recognized the voice. It was Zheng Zi's usual ID, no doubt about it. Seeing that Guja had already picked up a shovel, he quickly stopped him. I'll go and persuade him not to do it. The account Pig Wings is newly created and doesn't have many items, so I won't feel bad if it dies. But if Guja were to smash it down with a shovel, blood would probably splatter everywhere. The key point is that the humble boy had just finished wiping the floor and really didn't want to mop it again. He rushed out and grabbed Pig Wing. Can you keep your voice down? You're trying to get us killed. This ID, this model, Laosia, isn't that you? Pig Wings recognized the other person's face and immediately shouted with a smile, very excited. Let me tell you, this game is simply... I know. I've already experienced the shock you're feeling right now. The humble boy covered his mouth while warning him in a low voice. If you keep yelling, the NPC will immediately hit you with a shovel. Pigwing understood and nodded hurriedly. Only after the other party let go did he ask in a low voice, "Will NPCs attack me because I'm too loud?" The humble boy lowered his voice. "What do you think? This is the respawn point, and the NPC is the old man here. Your shout attracted the monster in, and it will naturally attack you to save its life. If it were me, I would have done the same." Pigwing thought for a moment and instantly became much more clear-headed. After all, missing out on the beginner quests, the main storyline, and the best starting equipment would be a huge loss. The two tiptoed back to the room, only to find Guja staring at them coldly, holding a shovel high in his hand. The NPC that Lao Xie was talking about, it's definitely different. The color of the health bar and the ID are different too. Grandpa Guja? Just as Pigwing was about to address him, he immediately noticed that Guja had narrowed his eyes, looking somewhat murderous. "Brothers, I'm new here. I was just too nervous. That's why my voice is a little loud, but I've calmed down now." Guja glanced at him and said calmly, "There are 3 more newcomers. The implication is, if anyone shouts again, the shovel will not hold back." Pigwings suddenly realized, oh no, those 3 little sisters will definitely yell when they arrive. He looked towards the living room and saw that the humble boy was already crouched down, ready to face any unexpected situation. "When they come online, you're in charge of holding one down, and I'll take care of the other 2. Don't let them make a sound." Pigwing whispered the tactics and even raised his chin to indicate, "Don't call me by my real name in the game, especially in a 100% realistic game like this." The humble boy lowered his voice to remind him. He paused, then asked, "Speaking of which, how did you 3 female college students meet?" Pigwing paused for a moment, then replied, "Don't you know that League of Legends has a message board for players to chat? We call it the talent market. Did you pick these people up at the job market?" "Yes." The humble boy, Pigwings proudly added, "I just exaggerated my rank a bit, and they took the initiative to add me." "Then how do you justify your boasting?" "They said this was my SMUF account, so I could carry them through lower-ranked games and improve their gaming experience." As they were talking, Pigwing suddenly frowned. "That's strange. Why haven't the 3 of them come in yet? Just typing the ID. No need to customize the character. How come it takes so long? Is it possible that they simply can't accept the fact that they can't pinch each other's cheeks?" "What?" Just as he was about to ask further questions, he saw a blurry phantom appear in the hall, rapidly taking shape. "ID. Milky Little Meow Meow." Pigwings was incredibly excited when he saw the ID, feeling that his chance had come. He stepped forward, intending to use the excuse of reminding him to be quiet to initiate some intimate interaction. As a result, when he tried to hug him, he ended up hugging a 1.9-meter tall, bearded man. "Oh." Startled, he dropped his grip and stumbled backward, repeatedly apologizing. "I'm sorry, I mistook you for someone else." To everyone's surprise, the other person said in a sweet, childlike voice, "Brother Zunk, didn't you just send me photos?" Puff dash. Pigwing hadn't even swallowed the breath he was choking on, and the humble boy peeking behind him burst out laughing. A burly man spoke in a voice so sweet it could kill. 100% realistic game. The contrast is too shocking. My brain can't keep up. "Old Xia, come and wake me up. I must be dreaming." Clang. Guja picked up the shovel, knocked Zhu Zi unconscious, and dragged him away swiftly and decisively. "You 2 hurry inside. The skeleton at the door is already banging on it." Guja reminded him expressionlessly, "But there are still 2 new players." "No need. They won't be coming in today." Guja glanced at the system interface, his tone calm. The interface shows that the other 2 players have already exited the game during the tutorial phase. Chapter 12 Main Job. Voice Acting, Side Job, Agent. After about half an hour of quiet waiting in the room, Pig Wing finally woke up. Fortunately, Guja was careful not to hurt him too badly. He only suffered a mild concussion and a bump on his forehead. Ouch, it hurts so much. Pig Wings rubbed the bleeding bump, hissing and complaining. He couldn't help but complain in his mind. How come the pain feedback in this game is so realistic? Is it trying to cultivate a group of tough guys? The humble boy leaned closer and asked, "Is there anything wrong with your status bar?" Pig Wing blinked, opened the interface, and glanced at it. There's a debuff called slight bleeding, which causes you to lose 0.1 HP per second. I guess it will disappear on its own after the scab forms. I have to say, this game is amazing. An NPC actually hit me with a shovel because I spoke loudly. No other game would dare to do that. As he spoke, he glanced around the room and asked in confusion, "Huh? Where are the other two female college students? Haven't they come in yet?" The humble boy rolled his eyes. "Wake up, this guy's already online, and you still haven't guessed? Brothers, you just said that your two younger sisters aren't coming." "Not coming? What do you mean?" Pig Wings stared at him blankly when the little kitten with milky scent spoke up leisurely from the side. "You mean those two? It seems like they can't choose female characters, and their voice changers are also blocked by the system. So they just quit the game." The humble boy and Pig Wing fell silent instantly, speechless as they looked at the 1.9-meter-tall man in front of them. Hearing his sickeningly sweet, lowly voice, all they wanted to do was yell, "Shut up, you transvestite." But he didn't dare say it out loud, because this guy's fists didn't look like they were a joke. "Your voice is such a stark contrast to your image." Guja finally spoke, unable to hold back any longer, and asking what everyone was thinking. The little kitten blinked, then suddenly seemed startled, its lowly voice instantly breaking down and transforming into a normal young man's voice. Cough! The original voice is back. Pig Wing muttered under his breath, wiping his sweat. "Why can't I speak properly, brother? You're so annoying, little one. Don't overthink it." The adorable little kitten switched between 3 different voices in one go, leaving everyone completely bewildered. Pig Wings plopped down, clutching his chest as if he was about to vomit blood. "Brother, are you playing with your life? Is this the sweet-voiced little sister you were talking about?" The humble boy couldn't help but sneer. "Would you like me to take a commemorative photo of you? I could take pictures if you want." The little kitten, with its milky scent, played even more enthusiastically and naturally chimed in. Pig Wing lay sprawled on the ground. "Big brother, can you please be normal? Stop messing with us." The shovel in Guja's hand made a soft sound, clearly indicating that it was nearing its limit. Okay, I won't change my voice anymore. I'll be serious." Upon seeing this, the little kitten immediately cowered, switched back to its normal voice, and sat obediently. "You two are new here. Tell us your basic information." Guja sat down, looking at Pig Wing and Milky Little Meow with a serious expression. "Basic information?" Pig Wing looked at the humble boy with a bewildered expression. "He asked me before, just to understand your skills in real life. Don't worry, he doesn't understand those game terms." After the humble boy finished explaining, Pig Wing took a deep breath and answered seriously. "I'm just an ordinary office worker who does data analysis. I have a lot of time to play games, and I'm best at shooting games." Guja waited a few seconds, and after confirming there was no more content, he gave a brief comment. "In other words, you're just as worthless as this lowly boy." Pig Wings, the humble boy. Both of them felt the harsh reality hit them hard, but they couldn't refute it. Real-world skills were indeed useless in the apocalypse. "And you?" Guja looked at the baby-smelling kitten. "I am a voice actor. I practice kickboxing in my spare time. I participated in leagues and won a gold belt. I also learned how to use small-caliber weapons at gun clubs abroad, including submachine guns, pistols, and even anti-material sniper rifles." Guja looked up. "You've even handled anti-material weapons?" "Yes, I've touched it a few times." Guja remained silent for a few seconds, looking at him with a complicated expression. "This guy's just making things up," Pig Wing muttered under his breath. "Professional voice actor, part-time agent. All he needs is an assassin wife to complete the look." "You tricked those 2 female college students into coming with you too?" Milky Little Meow shrugged. "No, I replied to their post on the forum, pointing out their misconceptions about firearms. They added me, and I recognized their voice immediately with the voice changer, so I just played along. But by some twist of fate, we ended up in the game together. Honestly, this game is so realistic that I can't even feel like I'm playing a game." Guja nodded slightly. This 1.9-meter tall man did not seem to be made up. His muscle lines were visible, indicating that he had really trained. Finally, a player who's actually useful has arrived. After the introductions were finished, the room fell into a brief silence. About 10 seconds later, the little kitten raised its hand and asked, "Are we going to accept the main quest now?" I remember that a typical game should include a main storyline. This game doesn't seem to have a main storyline, or maybe I just haven't triggered it yet. The humble boy sighed. I played for half the day and only completed one mission, cleaning up the shelter. At other times, the game is completely hands-off. You can do whatever you want. Open world. The adorable little kitten stood up, its face beaming with excitement. Then I'll go explore the map. He had only taken 2 steps when the humble boy pounced on him and grabbed his leg. Big brother, trust me, don't go out tonight. Chapter 13, Protecting the Resurrection Point. There are skeletons outside. Don't go out. You'll die if you do. The humble boy tugged at the little kitten's leg, trying his best to persuade it. Actually, it's okay for the little kitten with milk flavor to be sent out. The problem is that when he leaves the respawn point, he inevitably lets all the skeletons outside in. Then everything would be over. You guys are so strange. If there are skeletons all over the outside, wouldn't it be a good time to kill monsters and level up? Why would you be afraid of monsters while playing a game? The little kitten with the milky scent asked, somewhat puzzled. We wouldn't be afraid of other games, but this game is different. The humble boy recalled his previous experiences, and fear immediately appeared in his eyes. Getting attacked by monsters in this game hurts. It's just a game. How much pain can it cause? The little kitten with the milky scent was still puzzled. The pain is exactly the same as in real life. Pig Wing, rubbing his scalp, chimed in. If you don't believe me, you can ask an NPC to give you a shovel. The little kitten looked at Pig Wing, whose face was covered in a mask of pain. What he said is highly credible. So, are we just stuck here AFK now? The little kitten with a milky flavor muttered to itself. The game's early stages are incredibly boring. You can only move around during the day, and you have to hide at night, wasting such great graphics. Isn't it because we don't have enough players right now? The humble boy pondered. The official website states that there are a total of 99 slots available for the first test. If all 99 players are present, equip them with some more weapons and armor. Even in the darkness, these skeletons aren't invincible. Indeed, once there are more players, our gaming experience should be much better. Pigwing nodded in agreement. I see. The little kitten nodded and muttered. Then I'll invite a few friends to play this game tomorrow and help promote it for free. Could it be another bunch of voice actor monsters? Pig Wings said with lingering fear. I was surrounded by mature female voices and lowly voices, but when I turned around, all I saw were muscular, bearded men. The little kitten was also amused by the description of Pig Wings, and he smiled and replied, My CV colleagues are all very timid. How could they possibly dare to play such a highly realistic horror game? They wouldn't even dare to do voice acting for horror games. The friend I called was, of course, someone with fighting ability. Okay, I'm logging off now. It's really boring leaving this game running. The little kitten with the milky scent had barely finished speaking. A click-clack sound came from the respawn point lobby. Guja, who was sitting on the bed, suddenly stood up with a shovel in his hand. He observed from the game design map. The image that previously marked the respawn point gate was discovered. It's empty. Guja said it was boring to stay here tonight. Guja curled his lip and said, This night is about to get interesting. Brother Jaja, the exclamation mark above your head is lit up again. The humble boy was the first to notice the exclamation mark on Guja's head. Guja finally realized what was happening. This was an environmental factor that automatically triggered the player's guardian mission. I have some unfortunate news to tell you. After glancing at the mission information in his mind, Guja immediately spoke to the 3 players present at top speed. Those undead creatures outside have breached the gates of our shelter. We must hold out until dawn to escape this crisis. After Guja finished speaking, a new task appeared in the task list of the 3 players present. Protect the shelter. Mission objective: defend against the undead attacks until dawn, or kill all the undead creatures inside the shelter. Task difficulty E. Quest rewards: 30 experience points, 30 copper coins, and a 1-star weapon of your choice. Guja's perspective on planning rewards: 3 experience points, 3 copper coins, 3 planning points, 1 to 10 selectable 1-star weapon materials. It seems that we were too loud just now and attracted the skeletons to the respawn point. After reviewing the mission information, Pig Wing felt somewhat guilty. The game is designed so that undead creatures become active after dark. To complete this mission, you just need to stay awake until daytime. The humble boy took a deep breath and opened the settings page to check the time. It's only 9:20 p.m. now. We still have several hours to go before daylight. Wait a minute, is the time scale in this game 1:1 with reality? Pig Wings exclaimed in surprise. They say it's 100% realistic, so of course the time setting is synchronized with ours 24/7. The humble boy said helplessly. But we already sent it. How can it possibly last until daytime? Pigwing leaned closer to the window, peered into the hall by the moonlight, then swallowed hard and said, "There are at least 10 lively skeletons outside. I feel like it's only a matter of time before they break down this door or learn to climb in through the window." Good grief, this game just launched today. Are we going to be forced to roll back already? The humble boy took a deep breath and said. The pessimism of these players prompted Guja, who was standing nearby, to shake his head. Why can't you players figure out where your strengths lie? There are only 10 skeletons at the respawn point, but we can still fight them. Don't panic. I think we should be able to complete this guard mission. The little kitten reached out and pressed down on Pig Wing and the humble boy, signaling them to calm down. After their emotions calmed down a bit, the little kitten continued. Do you know what the player's greatest advantage is in a game world? The humble boy. Does leveling up increase attributes? Pig Wings. Can I change jobs and learn various skills? No, none of that is true. The NPCs in those game worlds can do that too. The little kitten sighed and rubbed its forehead, saying, the player's advantage is resurrection. Infinite resurrection. Where are we now? At the respawn point. This means that we're basically immortal at the respawn point. But death comes with its own punishment. The humble boy, who had experienced death, chimed in. What is the punishment for death? All we know for now is a 100-second respawn timer and that all equipment will be lost. Upon hearing this, the little kitten simply shrugged. The meaning is obvious. Death is the only punishment, so what's there to be afraid of? But being attacked hurts. Do we really have to experience death over and over again? Pig Wings said with some concern. Oh, about this. The humble boy paused, then said, actually, there's a threshold for pain. After reaching this threshold, our sense of pain will be directly blocked. Why didn't you say so earlier? Pigwing rolled his eyes and said, it'll only hurt for a moment, and then we'll be predators who don't feel pain. So what's there to be afraid of? Pigwing got more and more excited as he talked, and in the end he took the lead and jumped out of the window into the respawn point lobby. 3 seconds later, a system notification flashed across the player's public chat. Pigwing has been killed by the skeleton. Even if you can be resurrected, you can't play it like this. The little kitten shook its head, then reached into the room and found a simple stone axe. This is something Guja made himself for chopping firewood. NPC Zhiji, can I borrow your weapon? Don't lower my NPC favorability. The little kitten with the milky scent opened the door and slipped out, hugging the wall. Chapter 14. I watched Macapaka for over 10 minutes. The little kitten, with its milky scent, slid along the wall towards the most open area of the hall. The humble boy watched the little kitten's movements thoughtfully and said, this guy seems to be a hardcore gamer. They have experience. Faced with a situation where the enemy far outnumbers their own, finding an open area is especially important. Otherwise, there would be no space for him to pull or fly a kite. Once surrounded by these skeletons in a cramped space, there's only one way out, death. When the little kitten with the milky scent arrived at the right spot, the skeleton in the hall finally spotted him. The skeleton made a clattering sound as it charged towards the little kitten. The little kitten remained calm and collected, seized the opportunity, and swung its stone axe at the foremost skeleton. Click! The skeleton was flipped to the ground by the immense force of the stone axe. But 2 seconds later, he stood up unharmed. Why isn't the health bar decreasing? The little kitten glanced at the skeleton's health bar and frowned. If your weapon cannot damage the skeleton, even if he has the advantage of unlimited respawns compared to other players, they would also be absolutely unable to complete the task of guarding the resurrection point. Infinite resurrection. He's only tormenting himself. Use the unsharpened end of the stone axe. Guja reminded him from inside the room. To deal with skeletons, you must use a blunt instrument to smash their bones into powder. Otherwise, no matter how many sections you break them down into, they can also repair themselves. Or you could just crack their heads open. The little kitten, smelling of milk, nodded after hearing Gouge's prompting and turned the stone axe in its hand over. Then, he kept doing parkour in the hall to evade the skeleton's pursuit. These skeletons can dash at high speeds in a straight line. However, it couldn't break at all when turning. By constantly changing direction, the little kitten with a milky scent easily flew a kite. The milky kitten increased its speed to the maximum. Then a sudden stop and change of direction in a straight line. Among the skeletons following behind him, the 9 heads collided head-on. The milky little kitten used its own agility. It knocked over a whole bunch of skeletons. Now, only one skeleton remains standing in the Resurrection Point lobby. Gouge and the humble boy were both shocked when they saw this scene in the room. Changed direction without slowing down while rushing forward at high speed. Moreover, the timing of the change of direction was just right. Even a skeleton can be shaken. Is this guy a rugby player? A Super Bowl player? The humble boy couldn't help but sigh. He's starting to have some doubts now. This guy's talking about an amateur boxing gold belt. And the gun club members are real. After shaking the 9-headed skull down, the little kitten seized the opportunity and pounced on the lone skeleton. The lone skeleton was pinned to the ground by a 1.9-meter-tall, baby-smelling kitten. At this moment, the skeleton seemed to be the victim, while the 1.9-meter-tall, adorable kitten was the monster. Bang! 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 The little kitten, holding a stone axe in reverse, struck the skull again and again. The kitten only stopped when the skull was cracked. It really works. The skeleton's health bar is almost empty. I reckon just need to smash a hole in its skull to take care of a skeleton. The little kitten smiled and gave Gouge and the humble boy in the room an okay sign. It's a beginner's quest, after all, and there's even an NPC giving a walkthrough. From this perspective, this task shouldn't be too difficult to complete. Dude, that's awesome. The humble boy couldn't help but praise him. I never expected that pig wing would call over his sister. It was a thigh. I must add you as a friend later. With him around, the team will never lack a carry. The players were in a good mood. Gouge's expression, however, was still not very good. He smacked his lips and muttered to himself, "This guy's stamina and the durability of that stone axe probably won't last much longer." Sure enough, just as the milky little kitten finished off the skeleton with its health bar nearly depleted, it was preparing to repeat its old trick. His movement speed suddenly slowed down. Moreover, the stone axe in his hand was worn out and unusable. Has this guy run out of energy? The humble boy, seeing this situation, also considered this possibility. He had previously experienced the debuff effect caused by insufficient stamina. The way those thighs look probably means they've run out of energy. Damn it, when did my physical fitness become so bad? The little kitten clenched its fists and gritted its teeth. He can run for an hour on any day without feeling any discomfort. But now, I only had to deal with these skeletons for a little over 10 minutes. He was already panting heavily and couldn't run anymore. I roughly know what's going on. The humble boy called out to the baby-smelling kitten. Our appearance is based on real-world bodies. However, the initial attribute points are the same in the game. We both have a 5-point constitution and agility. What? My attributes are the same as yours. The little kitten almost blurted out, "I'm just as useless as you guys." The humble boy and the appearance of the pig wings make him look like the kind of nerdy guy who doesn't exercise much. Calling the little kitten a sports champion is an understatement. Now, the game has directly used the equality of all beings tactic. I really can't accept the milky flavor of the kitten. But at this point, he had no chance to complain anymore. Exhausted, he was soon surrounded by skeletons. Then in the eyes of Gouge and the humble boy, it was torn apart piece by the skeleton. Blood stained the entire respawn point lobby. Seeing the thigh I had chosen end up in such a miserable state, the humble boy involuntarily took a few steps back and almost fell. He was already considering quitting the game altogether. "How's the situation now?" A familiar voice came from inside. The humble boy turned his head and saw that pig wing had been resurrected. "Wait, our respawn time seems to be only 100 seconds. Why are you only logging in now?" Pigwing touched his face, somewhat embarrassed, and said, "I was really scared when we were surrounded and attacked by skeletons before. I closed the game and watched Macapaka for over 10 minutes before I recovered." The humble boy. "What is the current situation of the battle?" Pigwing glanced out the window, took a deep breath, and said, "No way, that guy was so strong, and he still died." The humble boy sighed and said, "Actually, the little sister you brought in is quite capable. They have the same attributes as us, but their movement skills are incredibly powerful. He pulled and tugged at the skeletons until they were numb. However, because his attributes were too low, his stamina was depleted after more than 10 minutes of fighting. Otherwise, he could have taken care of all the skeletons by himself. Pigwing glanced at his resurrected state and replied, "That's easy. They'll have full stamina after resurrection, so we can just use that to wear down these skeletons." But besides physical strength, we actually have another question. Chapter 15, Pig Master, Stop Scraping. Any more questions? Pigwing squinted, puzzled. We make good use of infinite resurrection. Doesn't that mean we can hit anyone we want? You'll just have to bear the pain. It's true that it can resurrect infinitely, but you also need to be able to damage the monsters. Endless resurrection, relentlessly scraping the skeleton. Huh? Hey, stop scraping, Mr. Pig. The humble boy smacked his lips. Why can't we damage the skeletons? Don't we have any weapons? Pigwings understood the key point. The only stone axe that can currently inflict significant damage on skeletons is now obsolete. We punch the skeleton with our bare hands. It's probably us who are losing blood. Well, that is indeed a problem. Pigwings took a deep breath and muttered, "This game is so unfriendly to newbies. They didn't give me any beginner equipment at all. We can't even handle the skeleton monsters. Let's see what the old man in the beginner village has to do." The humble boy glanced at Guja, who was not far away, and whispered, "He just gave that guy a hint on how to fight the skeletons. I think they might have other backup plans. I'll go ask them." Pigwing nodded and followed the humble boy to Guja. "Brothers, what do we do now?" Guja really wanted to reply to them. "I'd like to know too." But to the players, he is the old man in the starting village, a beginner's guide NPC. Therefore, he responded quite calmly, "Don't worry, there will be a way." After saying that, Guja rested his chin on his hand and began to think. In fact, it was within his expectations. Guarding the door inside the room, he and the 3 other players could hold out until dawn. But there are 2 prerequisites. The first rule is that the number of skeletons cannot be increased. Secondly, these players can actually help him stay up all night. Before he transmigrated, he often encountered situations where he ran out of teammates while playing games in dungeons. This is not a rare phenomenon. This is a situation that every player can encounter. Players who jump out midway through the game will be punished. But my own time was still wasted in the same way. This is what Guja is worried about now. He guarded this room. He kept watching, and when he turned around, he was all alone. What's the point of playing then? So, it's best to take advantage of the fact that all the players are online now. Moreover, given that his mental state was also quite good. Let's solve this task. While Guja was pondering a strategy in his mind, the milky little kitten has also come back to life. Damn it, the first bite from these skeletons really hurt. The little kitten complained in a rough voice. Fortunately, this game has a threshold setting. Otherwise, I would really have to experience all the attacks from those skeletons on me. I estimate the pain will be so intense it will cause a mental breakdown. The little kitten with the milky scent started to walk out. "Hey, big brother, are you going out again?" The humble boy called out to the little kitten that was trying to open the door. "Of course. I'm not going out to smash these skeletons to pieces. How do I complete the task?" The little kitten with a milky scent asked in return. "But you have no weapons." Hiss. Upon hearing this, the little kitten took a deep breath. He withdrew his hand from the doorknob. "That is a problem." "I knew it." The humble boy glanced at Pigwings and shrugged. "You have to smash the skeleton's bones to pieces or smash its skull to cause damage. You definitely can't do it with your fists." The little kitten with a milky scent lowered its head and pondered. "Then I'll grab a skeleton, press its head down, and smash it on the ground. That should also have a cracking effect, right? However, this will significantly increase the time and physical exertion required. I reckon I wouldn't have even managed to kill a skeleton before I was completely exhausted. I died once because I didn't have enough energy." The little kitten has already incorporated stamina calculations into its battle plan. "How about I just kill one skeleton, revive it, and then kill another one?" The little kitten smacked its lips and said, "It seems like this is the only way." The humble boy and Pigwing nodded. They are also prepared to use a life-or-death tactic to complete this mission. Oh no! Guja glanced at the resurrection point lobby outside the window and said in a deep voice, "You made too much noise dealing with the skeletons before. Now 2 more have been attracted. Now it's not 9 skulls, it's 11. Guja's words prompted the three players present to immediately turn around and check the situation in the respawn point lobby. After counting them, their eyes widened in astonishment. No way. The more we kill, the more there are. What am I going to do? I have to go to work tomorrow. I can't possibly stay up all night playing games. Pigwings frowned. I also have a meeting to attend early tomorrow morning, and according to my normal sleep schedule, I should be asleep now. The humble boy echoed. I don't have any voice acting work tomorrow, but I've already made plans to have lunch with some friends to recommend this game to them. I can't stay up all night either. The little kitten sighed and said, as expected, the situation Guja feared most came to pass. These players are going to jump ship. We have no choice but to take the risk and give it a try. Guja took a deep breath and dragged a box out from under the bed. Open the box, and inside is a complete set of armor. Stone helmet, armor, wrist guards, and leg guards made of multiple layers of fish skin. This is armor that Guja made entirely by hand during his month-long stay in the apocalypse. Wearing this set of equipment, even if surrounded by skeletons, it can hold out for quite a while. The only pity is, Guja's weapon has been ruined by the little kitten. Wow, I knew the old man in the newbie village was no ordinary person. Is this box of equipment for us? Pigwing looked at the box of equipment with a hint of excitement and asked, why do we only have defensive gear? Where are the weapons? We'll have a hard time fighting without weapons. The humble boy searched the box thoroughly, but still couldn't find the most important weapon. The little kitten remained calm and didn't say anything, waiting for Guja to continue. These equipment are not for you. As Guja put on the protective gear, he mentally complained. A bunch of guys who can resurrect. What do they need defensive gear for? After putting on his gear, Guja continued. I have a way that might quickly get rid of these skeletons. Upon hearing this, the three players immediately focused their attention. Are the NPCs in Chapter 16 really that powerful? The little kitten will go and attract these skeletons first. I'm not asking you to solve them, but you need to make sure their target is always you. Guja looked at the little kitten with a milky scent. I believe you can. Main tank draws aggro, easy. The little kitten with a milky scent made an okay sign. Guja nodded and looked at the remaining two players. The humble boy and the wings of a pig. Once you've attracted the skeleton's attention with a cute little kitten, they slip directly outside the shelter. Go out and turn right for 10 meters, there's a water tank. Bring it in. After moving in, they piled all the remaining old furniture on the shelter's door. Try to prevent more skeletons from getting in. The humble boy narrowed his eyes, raised his hand, and asked, Brother Ja, I can understand blocking the door with furniture, but why bring the water tank in? It's not the right time to clean up the floor. The water tank is filled with unfiltered black water, which might have a miraculous effect on these skeletons. Maybe. I'm not even sure if it will actually work on the skeletons, so I'll just have to take a gamble. The humble boy. After you move the water tank and block the door, you two go help the milky little kitten continue to attract the skeletons. I found an opportunity to twist their heads off and throw them into the water tank. After Guja finished speaking, he noticed that the three players were looking at him with surprise and suspicion. He couldn't help but laugh and say, Don't worry, I can manage that. Guja travels to the apocalypse with the game he designed. The game's functions will naturally affect him as well. In other words, he can level up just like the players. However, it lacks the function for players to exit the game, and it's unclear whether players can revive like other players. The main reason is that he doesn't dare to test whether he actually has the resurrection function. It's good if it's there. If not, then he really sent it. He survived in the apocalypse for a month. The number of mutated creatures killed is countless, although they are all small mutant creatures like two-headed fish and six-legged bullfrogs. However, there are also benefits to be gained from experience. I spent a month grinding monsters. His level has reached level 9. My personal attribute panel has improved significantly compared to when I first transmigrated here. His current personal attribute panel shows ID, Guja. Race, human. Level, 932. Occupation, none. Physical condition, 4-3 + 1. Strength, 12-5 + 7. Agility, 4-4. Spirit, 6-6. Because he was a transmigrator, Guja's attribute values were not the 5, 5, 5, 5 four-dimensional attributes that the system used to construct his body. Instead, it symbolizes the numbers 3, 5, 4, and 6 of office workers before they traveled through time. He's quite intelligent, but his physical fitness is really poor, even below the acceptable baseline. So I leveled up to level 9, which gave me an extra 8 attribute points. Without the slightest hesitation, Guja allocated all his points to physical attributes. His 4-dimensional attributes are 4, 12, 4, and 6. Guja did consider adding a few points to his agility attribute. After all, agility can increase one's survival rate. If he encounters a monster he can't defeat, he can choose to run away. However, after experiencing life in the apocalypse, he discovered that the power attribute had a wider range of applications. Hunting, transporting supplies, and even dissecting prey all require strength. With a higher strength attribute, the stamina consumed by performing these actions will be reduced. So Guja decided to first increase his strength to a level he felt was sufficient before considering adding other attribute points. This gave him twice the strength attribute of the player. With his current strength attributes, it wouldn't be difficult for him to dismantle a skeleton with his bare hands. The skull that was dismantled during the day also proves this point. However, at night, the skeletons move much faster. If Guja tries to forcibly dismantle a skeleton, he will inevitably be injured, and seriously so. He needs others to draw hatred to him before he makes his move. The battle strategy has been decided. As planned, the little kitten was the first to go out and attract the skeleton's aggro. As he opened the door and stepped outside, the first thing he saw was his own corpse torn to pieces by the skeleton. That's really tragic. Even someone as experienced as the little kitten couldn't help but swallow hard. There was no time for further reflection. The sound of the skull colliding rang out again. They spotted the milky-smelling kitten and ran towards him. The little kitten remained completely calm upon seeing this. He already had experience pulling on these skeletons. Simply run in a straight line, then change direction. The speed is not as fast as before, but the pulling effect is just as good. It's time. Guja glanced at the situation in the hall and waved to the humble boy and Pigwing. They glanced at each other, then cautiously left the room. Will these two even work? Guja looked at their legs, which were trembling, and asked with some doubt. The humble boy and Pigwing are just ordinary city workers. Faced with such a high-pressure and terrifying environment, their mentality was certainly not as stable as that of the little kitten. Fortunately, they still have a tool to hypnotize themselves. That is to keep telling yourself, this is just a game, this is just a game. Don't be a coward, this really is just a game. The humble boy and Pigwing walked out of the respawn point lobby, stopping and starting with each step, holding their breath. Guja, watching from inside the room, was a little worried that they might suffocate. Most importantly, these are skeletons, not zombies. You can breathe. Fortunately, these two were a bit cowardly. They didn't let us down at the crucial moment. In less than 2 minutes, they carried the vat filled with black water back from outside the respawn point. After bringing the water tank back, they began moving old furniture to block the shelter's entrance as planned. Their expressions and body language revealed their timidity and fear. However, its operational efficiency is at its maximum. Guja was somewhat surprised. These two guys didn't seem to be as useless as he had previously assessed them to be. Now that the players have finished their tasks, it's time for Guja, the game planner, to make his appearance. Guja touched his protective gear to make sure he was fully equipped before pushing open the door and walking out. At this moment, 3 players were running around in circles in the respawn point lobby with 11 skeletons. Guja walked to a spot near the water tank and tripped over a skeleton. Then he sat down on it and wrapped his arms around the skull. Then, twisted forcefully with both hands. Click! Guja twisted the skull off. The humble boy and Pigwing were both stunned. This NPC is actually this powerful. Chapter 17, The Mage is the Best. So the joints of these skeletons are so easy to break. The humble boy and Pigwings were still in shock. The little kitten then immediately tried to imitate it. Soon, he tripped over a skeleton and sat down on his butt. Then, following Guja's movements, he placed his hands on the skull's neck and twisted it. However, unlike Guja, he did not easily twist the skull off. Because of insufficient strength, his hands got stuck at the bone joints. He not only failed to twist the skull off, because his hands were too close to the skull's head, a chunk of flesh was bitten off. Hiss! As the kitten gasped in pain, it couldn't help but wonder. Just how high is Guja's strength attribute? Can you easily do the same thing you just did? The little kitten sighed and lamented. Sigh, why can't my real body enter this game? With my full strength, I could definitely twist this skull off. The little kitten gave up imitating and continued running laps with the skeleton. Guja, on the other hand, was still attracting the attention of the other two players. Brother Ja, the skull in your hand, and the skeleton below are still moving. The humble boy pulled at the other skeletons while giving them a warning. I know. That's why I had you crush their bones before. Simply dismantling it won't help. Guja hugged the skull in front of him tightly and responded. So what do we do now? We still don't have the weapons to do the crushing attack that Brother Ja mentioned. Jagu has already taken the skull off. He should have a better way to deal with it. That's right. You can even smash a skull against a hard object. Huh. What is Brother Ja doing? It looks like he's going to put the skull in the water tank. No way. Does he want to drown the skeleton? Thump. Amidst the discussion between the humble boy and Pig Wing, Guja threw the skull into a large water about a meter high. The skeleton that Guja had been sitting on the ground earlier seemed to have lost all its adhesive, and its bones instantly scattered all over the ground. What? This skeleton really did drown? The humble boy cried out in surprise. Keep your voice down. Guja made a should gesture at him. Then they scratched the skull out of the water tank. He stared intently at the scattered skeletons on the ground, and after a few seconds, when he realized they hadn't reassembled themselves, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. I don't know the principle behind it, but it seems that black constant water is indeed very effective against skeletons. Guja looked at the skull in his hand and said, as long as the skull is completely submerged in the black Ganges, the skull will completely lose its life force. I had tried it once before, and I didn't expect it to work so smoothly. Oh right, to prevent resurrection. As Guja spoke, he pushed the skull through the dilapidated window and threw it out. Even if the scattered skeleton can be glued back together, it will still take a lot of effort for it to find its head. The four people at the respawn point already knew the strategy for killing the monsters. The rest of the battle will be relatively easy. The three players continued running in circles with the skeletons. Guja seized the opportunity to reduce the number of skeletons. When the little kitten ran until it was exhausted and was killed by the skeleton, Guja finally dealt with the last skeleton in the respawn point. With a whoosh, a sound effect plays. In the player's view, a dazzling light appeared above Guja's head. Then two entries appeared, level up, and level 9 to 10. Can the NPCs in this game level up by killing monsters? The humble child looked completely bewildered. Not only did he level up, but it seems he also absorbed all the experience from those 10, no, to be precise, 11 skeletons. Pigwings took a deep breath and said, what? Are we going to end up working for NPCs? The humble boy sighed, rubbing his forehead. Working for a boss in real life and working for an NPC in a game is such a tough life. On the bright side, at least we accomplished our mission. Pigwings reminded the humble boy to check the quest panel. The mission to protect the shelter has been completed. A question mark appeared above Guja's head, indicating that he could submit a task to Guja. It's all right. Actually, without Jiji, who can tear a skull apart with his bare hands, we wouldn't have been able to complete this mission. The humble boy nodded slightly, and after careful consideration, he realized that this result was not bad. They may seem like they are helping NPCs kill monsters, but aren't the NPCs also helping them with their tasks? If it's a win-win situation, there's no need to worry about so much. The humble boy and Pigwings approached Guja and said, Brother Ja, we've held the shelter. Guja nodded, and after thinking for a while about what constituted standard NPC dialogue, he replied, Brave survivor, without you, our shelter would become a graveyard for the dead. This is the best weapon in the shelter. It will be most effective in your hands. Take it. Rewards, 30 experience points, 30 copper coins, and one selectable 1-star weapon box. Hey, the old man in the newbie village is really going to give us the best sword in the whole village. The humble boy looked at the mission reward and said with a smile, What best sword? This is a 1-star weapon selection case. Pigwings reminded him, What weapon are you planning to choose? The humble boy opened the 1-star weapon crate, browsing through it as he spoke. Although it's a 1-star weapon case, the variety is quite impressive. It wasn't just cold weapons like swords, spears, and halberds. They even have firearms like the USP, and even magic staves for sorcerers. This world starts with undead skeletons, so there's bound to be a mage class. I made up my mind, I'm going to play a mage. Mages are always the favorite class in any game. They're the most overpowered. Without much hesitation, Pigwing pulled a wooden magic staff directly from the 1-star weapon box. The mage is indeed awesome, but you've already chosen the mage, so I won't overlap with you. The humble boy pondered for a long time before finally pulling a USP pistol from the one-star weapon crate. I don't want to fight skeletons in close combat with melee weapons. Firearms are more suitable for me. The humble boy toyed with the USP pistol and laughed. Guja, standing in front of them, watched as they took out the weapons from the one-star weapon crate. I was completely stunned. Guja smacked his lips, finally unable to resist asking, "Are you planning to use a wooden staff to smash the skeleton? And what happens when a magazine in your pistol is full, even if it's empty?" Chapter 18, Level 10 Job Change. Upon hearing this, the humble boy and Pigwing froze on the spot. Why are mages considered powerful by players? It means you can use high-end magical attacks. Moreover, even if a mage's magic skills in any game aren't overpowered, they won't be too weak. The problem now is not whether the mage's skills are strong enough. The problem is that Pigwing doesn't have any skills available at all. Pigwing couldn't even conjure the most basic fireball spell. Then he could only use the staff in his hand to hit the skeleton. Pigwing thought of this. I suddenly felt my whole body go numb. Pigwings is numb. The poor boy next to him was in an even worse situation, under the premise that ammunition resupply cannot be guaranteed. He chose the gunner profession. That means, once he runs out of bullets, he's a gunman without a gun. Even a mage would be better. At least mages can use their staves as polearms. Have you all collected your mission rewards? At this moment, the milky-smelling kitten came back to life. He moved closer to the humble boy and Pigwings and asked with a smile, "What did you choose as your mission reward?" "A one-star weapon." The humble boy and Pigwing both gave awkward smiles. "Then send your weapon information to the player's public chat. USP pistol. Lethality, 35. Magazine capacity, 12 to 24. Durability, 15 to 15. Special, can be equipped with a silencer, damage reduced by 5. Equipment requirement, agility 5. The Magic Apprentice's staff. Lethality, 1. Varies depending on the user's strength attribute. Durability, 10 to 10. Special, spirit +1. Equipment requirements, spirit 5. These two pieces of equipment are pretty good as one-star equipment for beginners. The staff can increase attributes, and the USP pistol has extremely high damage. The humble boy and Pigwing were marveling at how talkative the little kitten was. The little kitten stroked its chin, took a deep breath, and said, "Only, while pistols deal high damage, using bullets on skeletons is a real waste. A bullet that pierces a skull's head is less effective than hitting it with a brick. The most important issue is still ammunition. Where are we supposed to find ammunition supplies in this godforsaken place? As for the staff, it can increase the spirit attribute. A +1 to the spirit attribute could mean an increase in either mana or spell power. But the key problem is that you don't seem to have any skills available right now." The humble boy, Pigwings. After the little kitten's heart-wrenching analysis, the two of them were completely heartbroken. They slowly sat down, leaning against the discarded furniture. The light in his eyes had already disappeared. An urge to quit the game arose spontaneously. The reason they haven't quit the game yet is, I just wanted to see what weapon the little kitten would choose. The little kitten with a milky scent walked up to Guja. After a cringe-worthy dialogue, the adorable little kitten received its mission reward. Thump! A muffled thud. The adorable kitten, holding a giant iron hammer, made intimate contact with the ground. You need a blunt weapon to kill skeletons, and this big iron hammer is perfect for that. Once I knock the skeleton down, one hammer blow should be enough to kill it instantly. The little kitten smiled and posted the equipment information for the big iron hammer. The novice blacksmith's hammer. Lethality, 15-18. Durability, 35 to 35. Equipment requirement, strength 5. The humble boy and Pigwing looked at the information about the great hammer. An envious expression immediately appeared on his face. This giant iron hammer is so powerful, yet it still has a full 35 points of durability. With the agility of a kitten combined with this giant iron hammer, wouldn't it be able to take on a whole group of skeletons by itself? I know what you're thinking. Don't you think I'm invincible in the early stages of the game? The little kitten with the milky scent shook its head and said, "If this game didn't have a stamina system, I would be invincible at this stage of the game. Don't be fooled by the impressive stats of this giant iron hammer. It drains my stamina incredibly fast when I use it. Just that one swing of my wrist cost me the same amount of energy as if I had run several laps around the lobby. so I still need to play it safe. Huh? So, using firearms to attack shouldn't consume much stamina, right? After all, it's just pulling the trigger. So, in the future, when I use skills, I should also consume mental energy, which is similar to mana. The humble boy and pig wing exchange a glance, and their expressions improved. Each of their chosen professions has its own advantages. The only problem is how to get through the initial clearing period. Once they get the ammunition and the mage's skills, they'll be fully recovered. How to get through the initial land reclamation period. Looking for a powerful figure to cling to. Thinking of this, the two of them looked intently at the little kitten. They've all been staring at the little kitten so intently, it's practically fuzzing over. Although I can use mature and lowly voices, I am completely straight, so don't get any funny ideas. The 1.9-meter tall, muscular man, Milky Little Meow, actually felt a slight sense of fear. Brother, you've misunderstood. The humble boy quickly explained. We just want to ride your coattails and team up with you to level up. That's right, that's right. Pigwing nodded repeatedly in agreement. I see. The little kitten with a milky scent took a deep breath and said, currently, only 5 people have the qualification to test this game. The other 2 ran away because they were afraid of dying if they were exposed to light. I can't seem to find any other teammates. Right, we have no other choice but to be here. The humble boy exclaimed excitedly. Pigwing sighed and rubbed his forehead. I don't feel happy about what you're saying. The humble boy, completely unconcerned, continued. Hey bro, let's add each other as friends on the gaming platform. Anyway, now all the friend information on the platforms of Zhongfan and Epigu is shared. Once it's online, we'll all be able to see it. After hesitating for 2 seconds, the little kitten with milky flavor still exchanged friend information with the two of them. It's getting late. I need to log off and rest now. The humble boy waved his hand and said, if my lousy boss finds out I was dozing off during tomorrow's morning meeting, we'll have to argue again. After the humble boy finished speaking, his figure gradually blurred and disappeared into the respawn point. Pigwing did the same. He said goodbye and then logged off. The little kitten looked at the spot where they disappeared and muttered, even if it's 100% realistic, it's still just a game. Your equipment and items will disappear when you log off. Each player should still have storage space. Guja, who was standing to the side, knew that this was all due to the system. The system allows players to have various game-like functions in this realistic post-apocalyptic world. Brother Ja, I heard from a humble boy that cleaning up the shelter is also a mission, and there are mission rewards. The little kitten with a milky scent turned to look at Guja and said, we'll clean up this mess in the lobby tomorrow. You don't need to lift a finger. Guja nodded slightly. He hadn't originally planned to clean up the place. Most importantly, his mind is not on the hygiene of the respawn point at all. When he reached level 10, a system notification made him so excited that he couldn't contain himself. That is him at level 10. You can change jobs now. Chapter 19, The Resurrection of the Skeletons. The job advancement level in Dungeon Alliance, Original Blade GO, is 10, and no prerequisite job change conditions are required. You can complete the job change without having to do any job change quests. In the world before Guja's transmigration, players who had played this game all said that the game truly began when they reached level 10. Because my combat strength before the job change was just too weak. After changing jobs, you will not only improve your 4 main attributes, but also gain access to the initial skills of your chosen class. Combat power has been directly boosted by a whole level. After all the players logged out of the game, Guja immediately returned to his room. He can't wait to choose his new career path. After confirming that he was in a safe environment, he opened the job change interface in his mind. The job change interface first displays 6 gameplay options: Warrior, Mage, Assassin, Tank, Marksman, Support. Below the 6 gameplay options are the specific job classes available for advancement. Warriors, Swordsman, Berserker Knight. Mage, Witch Spirit, Runemaster, Moonshadow. Assassins, Shadow, Hunter, Raider. Tanks, Titan, Giant, Lava. Archers, Scout, Gunner, Hunter. Support, Wind Spirit, Priest, Apocalypse. Because it's a patchwork game, players can choose from over 100 different classes. This leads to the distinction between which professions are considered bottom tier and which are considered T0 or T1 level. Typical sewer professions are Swordsman, Gunner, and Witch. Guja, the planner, had considered enhancing these professions. But upon closer examination, these professions need to be strengthened, not only by significantly increasing their numerical values, but also by drastically changing their skill mechanics. After making the changes, I'm sure I'll get a lot of flack from players of other professions. So Guja chose to simply give up. They don't pay attention to sewer jobs. Anyway, I'm used to being criticized by players who specialize in low-tier characters. As for his son's profession, the first choice is Holy Light Archer. It has mobility, damage output, and also healing and buffing abilities. It's practically a hexagonal warrior. The only downside is that it's too difficult to operate. Players with poor hand-eye coordination who dare to try this class will absolutely have no gaming experience whatsoever. This is a profession with an extremely high ceiling and an outrageously low floor. Guja stared at the Holy Light Archer icon, hesitating for a few seconds. In the end, he shook his head and decided not to make things harder for himself. By the way, I wonder if I still have any hidden classes left. Guja began to operate the system when he entered the job selection screen, then switched back and forth between the warrior and mage categories twice. Bite! A sound effect played in my mind, and a frame popped up asking me to enter a password. Nice! The hidden backdoor we left is still useful. Guja entered the password for the plan. The job selection screen changes instantly. All of the hundreds of job icons disappeared. Instead, icons for various monsters such as zombies, butchers, and corpse puppets have been added. This is a hidden class added to Dungeon Fighter Online, Original Blade Go, as part of a new gameplay feature several versions later. It's called a new way to play, but it's not really new. It allows players to choose a hidden class and join the evil faction. Then players simply gained another way to engage in PvP. In this apocalyptic world teeming with evil creatures, choosing these hidden professions will undoubtedly be more beneficial to your survival. Guja browsed through the evil job change options. He finally found the job he wanted. Necromancer. In the early stages, there are hordes of skeletons. In the later stages, bone dragons fill the sky. One person is a legion of professions. The most important point, necromancers, being summoning classes, don't need to fight themselves. Guja was still unsure if he could be resurrected like the players. This summoning class is a perfect fit for him. Without much hesitation, Guja chose to switch jobs to become a necromancer. After choosing to change jobs, the chilling atmosphere of the entire environment seemed to converge on him. His job change was completed in just a few seconds. After completing the job change, Guja immediately found a mirror to check his appearance and physical changes. After the inspection, Guja breathed a sigh of relief. Unlike many necromancers in games, he didn't become pale and emaciated. Although it has a physical form, it is no different from an undead creature. His appearance remains unchanged, radiating sunshine. However, the cold aura that occasionally emanated from him made people aware of his difference. However, this characteristic of necromancers has an absolutely positive influence on the environment in which Guja is currently in. Having been invaded by the chilling aura, he felt a chill run down his spine no matter what. To him, this chilling aura was like warm sunshine. I feel warm all over. Staying here really feels like coming home. Let's start with a necromancer to clear the area. If it simply doesn't fit into this world, later on, you can reset your skill points and change your class. Choose to switch to another profession. The only price to pay is starting all over again. Guja nodded slightly. Even if the necromancer class wasn't as powerful as it was in the game, he could also try changing to another profession. As the planner, he knows a lot of hidden content that players don't know about. Next, Guja opened his personal profile. After adding 1 point of freedom attribute to strength, view the changes in the values of each attribute. ID, Guja. Race, human. Level, 1032. Class, necromancer. Physical condition, 6'4 plus 2. Strength, 1512 plus 2 plus 1. Agility, 5'4 plus 1. Spirit, 16.6 plus 10. After changing jobs, your constitution and strength will increase by 2, agility by 1, and spirit by 10. The job change enhancement effect seems to be similar to that in the game. In that case, my professional skills should also be. Guja opened the skill bar, and it was finally not empty. Instead, a skull icon appeared with the words Skull Resurrection displayed on it. As expected, the necromancer's initial class skill is Skeleton Resurrection. Being able to summon skeletons to help you with quests will make the early game much easier. Chapter 20 sees a surge in pre-orders. To ensure everything went perfectly, Guja also checked the detailed skill information for skeleton resurrection. Skeleton resurrection LV1. A skeleton rises from a corpse to fight for itself. Skeleton level 1. Skeleton resurrection cap. 1. Increases with skill level. Mental energy consumption. 10. The higher the mental attribute, the less mental energy is consumed. After seeing that the skill descriptions were completely consistent with those in the game, Guja finally breathed a sigh of relief. He was a little worried that the game content would undergo adaptive changes once he entered this world. Looking back now, I realized that my worries were unnecessary. I'm summoning a skeleton to keep watch for me now. My personal safety will be much more secure. Thinking of this, Guja immediately came out of the room. His gaze shifted back and forth between the two corpses of the milky little Meow and the corpse of Pigwing. The flesh and blood of the resurrected skeleton will explode everywhere. Guja thought for a moment and then turned his gaze to the skeleton that had been drowned in water earlier. Let's try those bones that have already been dismantled first. If it succeeds, now we won't have to worry about running out of skeletons. Use the Resurrect Skeleton skill in your mind. The next moment, a chilling aura burst forth from Guja's body and landed on the target. Da-da-da-da-da. After being hit by the resurrected skeleton, the scattered skeleton began to regenerate itself. Even the skull that had been soaked in the black-hung water rolled over. A few seconds later, the skeleton then reassembled and returned to its original state, standing in front of Guja. Upon seeing this, Guja subconsciously took a half step back. He was genuinely afraid that the skeleton might attack him. But upon closer inspection, Guja was completely relieved to see his ID appear in the health bar above the skull. The follower option has also been added to his personal interface. Open the follower menu, click on the skull icon, and the skull's specific attributes will pop up. Skeleton LV1. Physical condition 2. Strength 2. Agility 2. Spirit 1. Belongs to Guja. Guja glanced at the skeleton's attribute values and narrowed his eyes. This skeleton's stats are pretty weak. Even the initial player's stats are 2.5 times that of my skeleton. However, based on the previous behavior of the local primitive skeletons, the strength shouldn't be this weak. Guja smacked his lips and pondered. It seems the skeletons I resurrected will be weakened to some extent. The strength of the local skeletons is gone. Fortunately, my skeleton can enjoy the game features, killing monsters and leveling up. As the skeleton's level increases, its strength naturally also increases. After reviewing the attributes, Guja arranged for the skeleton to stand guard less than 5 meters from his bed. If any undead creatures enter the room, with this skeleton acting as the first line of defense, Guja will surely wake up and react. In other words, he no longer has to live in fear. I'm constantly worried that I'll be eaten by some undead creature that breaks in while I'm asleep. After a month in the post-apocalyptic world, Guja can finally get a good night's sleep. The next day, in the morning, Xie Chaochong, a humble boy, attended the company's morning meeting with sleepy eyes. Despite his best efforts to fight off sleepiness, ultimately, due to his poor condition, he was sleepwalking and giving irrelevant answers throughout the morning meeting, which earned him a severe scolding from his boss. He was making coffee in the break room. My eyelids kept drooping. Old Xie, you didn't stay up all night playing games again on your day off, did you? A former colleague who had known Xie Chaochong for 6 years came over and asked. His old colleagues knew his lifestyle, and seeing his listless appearance, they were certain he hadn't slept all night. Xie Chaochong waved his hand helplessly and said, "It might have been possible a few years ago, but I could still manage back then. I don't have that kind of energy now. But what did you do last night? You look so weak." The old colleague looked puzzled. Then a possibility suddenly popped into his head. Could it be that I overdid the needlework? Xie Chaochong rolled his eyes and explained. I only played games for a few hours yesterday, but when I close my eyes in bed, my mind is filled with game images. I can't sleep at all. The old colleague took a deep breath and pondered. A game that can achieve this effect must be either an eroge or a horror game. You have this experience? You don't usually play games? Xie Chaochong muttered to himself. Although I don't play games, I do watch a lot of videos online. I'm a Bilibili level 15 veteran, a 10-year premium member. Wow, can armchair gamers be this proud now? It's not that I want to go to the cloud. A game that costs a few hundred yuan. Surely we working-class people in our 30s can afford it? I'm just too busy dealing with life right now to have that much time. A new game came out, but the quality was so so I watched the video uploader play it at double speed. I'm only willing to spend time slowly experiencing games that are of exceptionally high quality. Hearing his old colleague's words, Xie Chaochong remembered that he was supposed to help recruit players for Dungeon Alliance, Original Blade Go. Hey, the game I played yesterday. Your products will absolutely meet the highest quality standards. If this game were even slightly inferior in quality, I wouldn't have been unable to sleep all night. My old colleague became interested. Send me the game name. Xie Chaochong sent the official website link of Dungeon Alliance, Original Blade Go directly to his old colleague via WeChat. My old colleague only glanced at it, and his head tilted into a question mark shape. I know what you're thinking. Before his old colleague could even ask a question, Xie Chaochong raised his hand and said, "Your journey. Old Zunga ran a big shot, and I have all been through it. Don't ask any more questions right now. Just reserve games and fill out questionnaires. Once you enter the game, everything will be answered. Honestly, if I hadn't known you for so many years, I'd even assume you took on a side job. When paid online trolls start promoting this inexplicable game, I'm indeed a paid troll, but I am an organic fan. Also, I really want to help promote this game. The biggest problem right now is that there are too few players, and we can't even beat the monsters. You should book your test slot now. If all goes well, it should be issued before the end of the workday." Xie Chaochong sidled up to his old colleague and started operating the game on the official website for him. On this day, it wasn't just Xie Chaochong who was helping Guja promote his game. The other two players did the same. Around 1 o'clock in the afternoon, Guja, who had a good night's sleep, sat up in bed. He glanced at the skeleton not far away, smiled, and then stretched with great satisfaction. "I haven't slept this well in a long time." Guja yawned again and then checked his game reservation status in his mind. When you see the number of reservations, he was instantly wide awake. Number of reservations, 126. Chapter 21, The Internet Celebrity Mercenary? Number of reservations, 126. Guja looked at the number of reservations and instantly snapped to attention, his eyes widening in shock. "What's going on? Did my game get featured on the platform's main recommendation list?" Guja squinted and muttered to himself. "The game store on the platform opens in my mind. I can still only find my game at the very bottom of the new game recommendation list." Guja was a little confused about where all this traffic came from. Could it be those 3 players? Are they helping me promote this game? After some thought, Guja could only think of this one possibility. Even so, he was still somewhat surprised. The promotion by just 3 players had such a huge impact. This would probably require bombarding your WeChat moments, sending mass messages, and spamming group chats to achieve the same effect. I'm not going to think about it anymore. Having traffic is a good thing. Guja took a deep breath and muttered. The problem now is how to filter players. There are only 99 spots available for the first test, and this is only the second day. Even if Guja lacks assistance, he cannot possibly give away all the first test slots right now. Moreover, after yesterday's amazing performance by the little kitten, Milk Flavor, Guja understood the importance of player quality even more. The players from the first test are his foundation in this world, so they can't be too weak. Even without the individual combat power of the little kitten, you also need to have a skill for making a living. In short, players must be somewhat useful in the first test. It's impossible to actually let them in to play games. There is no other way but to issue more questionnaires to investigate their personal abilities. Guja stroked his chin and resumed his work as a game planner. After spending 2 hours, we finally added 2 more highly targeted questionnaires. Guja also made sure to highlight the questionnaire in bold capital letters. If it is found that the player's actual information does not match the questionnaire content, the official team will revoke the player's qualification for the first test. The text also includes a smaller print stating that the final interpretation right rests with the official authority. Only players who agree to the terms can continue filling out the questionnaire. After completing all these safeguards, Guja sent 3 questionnaires to the 126 players who had made reservations. After the questionnaire was distributed, it immediately drew a barrage of complaint from the players who had made reservations on the future planet Blue Star. I risked accessing an illegal website by opening the link. Then I went to the game's official website. I've pre-registered for the game. Do I have to fill out a questionnaire now? 3 more forms to fill out. Am I not supposed to kneel down and beg for a chance to play the game? Pooh, I am quitting. Let whoever want to play, play. An afternoon passed. Guja only received responses from 56 of the 126 players in the questionnaire. For half of them, All 3 questionnaires were clearly crossed out with a single stroke. For multiple-choice questions, I only choose one option. For short answer questions, I just randomly fill in A, B, C, or D. Players who fill out the questionnaire like this will be immediately blacklisted by Guja. From his perspective, he felt that if players found the questionnaire troublesome, they could simply choose not to fill it out. Filling in the information haphazardly only increases his workload. Block. You must block them. After eliminating questionnaires that only briefly touched on the topic, Guja could finally slowly analyze which players who had made reservations should receive the first test qualification. This is just like any other ordinary office worker, like that humble boy in Pigwing. It doesn't seem to be anything special about it. Your specialty is fishing. You never come back empty-handed? This is exactly the kind of talent we need. They must be qualified. One of the specialties of the civil engineering here is their expertise in plastering. Building a respawn point should come in handy. There are even online celebrities who can book test slots. Although I could piggyback on his traffic. But the fear is that this internet celebrity might be the kind who puts on airs and acts superior. He needs other players to act as his babysitter. This will greatly affect the gaming experience of other players. Most importantly, internet celebrities often engage in reckless behavior to attract attention. It's one thing if they kill other players, but they might also take me down with them. I can't afford to ride this wave of traffic. Just as Guja was about to discard this questionnaire, suddenly, I noticed that the main occupation listed by this internet celebrity was an international mercenary. International mercenaries have arrived? Guja looked completely bewildered. A minor internet celebrity dares to claim he's an international mercenary? That's an exaggeration. At that moment, a strange idea suddenly popped into Guja's mind. Why don't we give him a chance to try it out? If he really is an international mercenary, then the combat power of his team will be significantly enhanced. If it's just empty boasting, we can simply take back his test qualification later. After the final selection, Guja selected 7 players from those who filled out the questionnaire and issued them access to the first test of the game. Of these 7 people, 6 possess a special skill that guarantees they can contribute to the player's faction. There is also doubt about the identity of the online celebrity mercenary. The qualifications of the 2 previous female college students were revoked. After issuing another 7 test qualification slots, the first batch of players numbered exactly 10. It was already evening. Guja was eating some stored grain on the table. Suddenly, a figure slowly materialized in front of him. This 1.9-meter-tall giant was standing right in front of me. I didn't even need to look at his ID to know he was a cute little kitten. Skeletons. Has the respawn point been breached while we were gone? After the milky little meow was released, the first thing I saw was the skeleton follower guarding the room. He casually picked up a brick and prepared to start. However, it was discovered that there was no hostile red marker on the skeleton's health bar. If he attacks the skeleton, he will enter an allied attack mode. This skeleton is actually one of our own. The little kitten noticed the words Guja on the skull's health bar. In other words, Guja is the owner of this skeleton. The little kitten turned to look at Guja and found him calmly eating. Brother Guja, is this skeleton yours? It smells like milk, the little kitten asked. Guja slightly raised his hand and replied, My profession is necromancer. Guja felt there was no need to hide his profession as a necromancer. After all, players can tell he is an NPC. His health bar has a green indicator. They wouldn't mistake him for someone from the opposing camp. Brother Guja leveled up to level 10 yesterday and gained a new profession. That means you only need to reach level 10 to change jobs in this game. The little kitten nodded slightly. So, we got our goal for today. We'll go to the respawn point to kill monsters and level up. We'll keep going until we reach level 10 and can change our class. Hearing the little kitten say that, Guja looked up at him. Are you sure you want to go out tonight? After yesterday's battle, I feel confident that I can handle these skeletons. The little kitten with a milky scent bounced the 1-star iron hammer in its hand and said, But how many skeletons are there outside? Don't worry, Brother Guja. Our player's combat power will see a qualitative leap today. The little kitten raised an eyebrow and revealed a meaningful smile. Chapter 22 Biologists discover an enzyme. While Guja was having his meal, the remaining 9 players with test slots logged in one after another. They saw a skeleton in the room, just like a cute little kitten, and at first they were all terrified. But after all, they're all veteran gamers who enjoy playing games. Once you see the health bar above the skull, you know what's going on. This skeleton is one of our own. After just one day, brother has already become a necromancer? It really is a beginner's guide NPC. Their combat strength is definitely not weak. The humble boy sighed. At this moment, a player with the ID Chicken Too Beautiful was standing next to him. From the moment she entered the game, Chicken Beauty looked completely dumbfounded. After regaining his composure, he grabbed the humble boy's arm and exclaimed in surprise. Old Sia, this game's realism is ridiculously high. Are there really games that are 100% realistic? Now I understand where your insomnia comes from. Who could possibly sleep after playing a horror game made with this kind of realistic technology? Pigwings walked over and smiled. You'll have a unique experience when you get attacked by monsters or even die. The chicken is so beautiful, the voice sounds familiar. Turning around, I saw it was an old acquaintance I'd met a few times in person. Old Zung, you're here too. You might not see me at offline gatherings, but how could I possibly miss playing games? Pigwings laughed and said, the fact that you can't change the character models in this game does make it easier to recognize people. By the way, what's the meaning behind your ID? I can't seem to connect it to anything. Haven't you seen the recent news? Didn't see it. Chicken Too Beautiful took a deep breath and replied. Recently, biologists discovered an enzyme. The mimicry created using this enzyme can be fermented by a type of organism called guinea. This enzyme can even cause black leopards to extend their lower limbs, which is quite amazing. Finally, scientists defined this enzyme as Chicken Too Beautiful. This is a groundbreaking discovery in biology, a major milestone. So this chicken is really beautiful. It's quite amazing. Pigwing listened very attentively and nodded in agreement. Don't listen to his nonsense. He just randomly typed an ID by rolling his face across the keyboard. The humble boy waved his hand, then looked at Pigwing's side and asked in confusion. You didn't invite anyone to the game? That's impossible. I remember you join a lot of game groups. Sai, don't even mention it. I shared the game's official website link in the game group. The administrator immediately suspected my account had been hacked and was being used to post spam. Pigwing sighed. At first glance, I also thought this game was just spam advertising. Chicken Too Beautiful agreed. Pigwing shrugged. So I sent you the link to the game's official website. I was kicked out of 9 out of 10 gaming groups. I'll have to find new teams to play those games again. You don't need to worry about that. You probably won't be able to play any other games in the future. The humble boy smacked his lips and muttered. Just like you get used to watching ultra-high-definition Blu-ray videos. If I turn around and show you 360p or 480p, can you handle it? Unless the plot is incredibly good, you probably won't be able to resist watching it. In terms of image realism, this game is like Blu-ray dominating 360p compared to other games. Pigwing nodded in agreement. To be honest, after I logged off yesterday, I actually played some other games for a while, and I couldn't help but think that the graphics were too fake. This is only one day. The longer you stay in this game, the stronger this feeling will become. The humble boy took a deep breath and said, before other game developers create a 100% realistic game, this game will dominate all game platforms. But if this game company has such strong technology, why did they choose such a bizarre game name and not promote the game at all? Chicken Too Beautiful raised her own doubts. To be honest, we'd like to know that too. Pigwing looked at the humble boy. He found this game out of nowhere, and then he told me about it. I happened to be with a few teammates. If it weren't for him, this game would probably have been a ghost town from launch, with absolutely no players. The humble boy smiled and turned his gaze to the other players in the room. But things are getting better now. There are already 10 players, plus Brother Ja, the new player guide, NPC. If we encounter a situation like yesterday again, we won't need to kite those skeletons. We could just face them head on. Slap, slap, slap. As the 10 players chatted in groups, a clapping sound came from the room, attracting everyone's attention. Please look at me and gather around me. The one speaking is a cute, kitten-like creature. The players have been all here for about 10 minutes, and there is still no organizer. Originally thinking it was better to avoid trouble, the little kitten had no choice but to step forward. After all the players had gathered around her, the little kitten took a deep breath and said, everyone has been online for about 10 minutes now, and they should have been surprised by most of the things that were supposed to be surprising. Next, everyone should focus on how to play this game well. The little kitten pointed a finger at the humble boy and the pig's wings. The two of them and I went online a day earlier than you. I can share a little information with you. First, let's talk about the game genre. You can't tell anything from the strange game name. However, based on our experience yesterday, this is clearly a post-apocalyptic survival game. Because of where we are now, the NPCs refer to it as a refuge. By the way, Guja, who is sitting at the table, is the NPC who guides new players. We can accept tasks of varying difficulty from him and receive corresponding rewards. I also obtained new information from the NPC Guja. That means that once we reach level 10, we can change our job. Guja leveled up to level 10 yesterday. While logged on today, I found that he had already changed his class to Necromancer. The skeletons in the room were summoned by him. At this point, the little kitten took a deep breath and continued. The reason I'm sharing this information with you is not that I'm one of those great strategy guide players. Rather, it refers to the current progress of the game. Players need to unite. We, the players from the first test, were in a situation where we had nothing. The initial stage of development, when nothing was fully understood. Now is definitely not the time for one-on-one battles or PvP where internal conflict is at stake. To have a good gaming experience in the first test, we must assemble a team and develop together. The little kitten paused for a moment and looked at the players. I also believe that some of you do not believe. Some people are born to prefer playing games alone. Therefore, the team I organized was entirely based on voluntary participation. Those who don't join, as long as it doesn't affect us, we will absolutely not engage in PvP with you. The little kitten with the milky scent had barely finished speaking. The humble boy and pig wings pulling the chicken are too beautiful. They walked towards the little kitten with the milky scent. Being able to latch onto the coattails of this adorable little kitten is something I could only dream of. Guja rested his chin on his hand at the table, quietly observing the players' team formations. He couldn't help but sigh inwardly. Among the first batch of players were organizers like Milky Little Meow Meow, who dared to step forward. This is quite important for the development of the player faction. Chapter 23, this game, is quite interesting. The little kitten's remarks sparked a discussion among the players present. Fortunately, the 7 new players, they were all selected from 3 questionnaires conducted by Guja. There are no troublemakers who like to be alone. Even if it exists, it won't show up in the first test. After all, it was clearly stated in the questionnaire. The behavior was inconsistent with the questionnaire survey. The game's official team can forcibly revoke a player's qualification for the first closed beta test. Troublemaker wants to cause trouble. That will have to wait until the number of players increases and the game developers stop monitoring them. After the discussion, all players unanimously agreed to join the Milky Little Kitten organization. During the initial exploration phase, teaming up is undoubtedly a better option. I've already sent you the team invitations. Just choose to accept it in your mind. The little kitten with milky flavor sent out a team invitation while saying, I also looked into the team mode of this game yesterday. Player teams are divided into 3 modes: small teams, large groups, and guilds. A squad has a maximum of 10 members, and we've just formed a squad here. The large group has a limit of 100 people, presumably for pushing through more powerful bosses later on. Or it could be a team that needs to be organized to run high-level dungeons. The number of people in a guild team depends entirely on the number of people in the guild itself. It depends on the size of the guild. It's estimated that guild wars between players will be a common occurrence in this game in the future. There are currently no detailed instructions on how to create a guild. The first test probably hasn't been opened yet. Upon hearing this, the humble boy beside him stroked his chin and suggested, I think it would be best if we develop together from the perspective of the guild. There's a fixed team, and everyone knows each other. The loot dropped by monsters can be either rolled for or purchased with money, with the rest of the loot split equally among the players. This way, there's no need to worry about getting stolen equipment. The suggestion made by the humble boy is a classic equipment distribution model in many online games. Experienced players would generally agree. Pig Wings nodded and echoed. I think this is good. At least for now, we can guarantee fairness and impartiality. When the guild function is finally released in the future, we'll discuss using the DKP system later. Chicken 2 Beautiful chimed in. I don't know if the guild feature will be available in the second or third closed beta test. By then, we might not even have this regular team left. After G Time A finished speaking, the whole scene immediately fell silent. That's right, don't say it again. Pigwing patted Chicken 2 Beautiful on the shoulder. Then everyone should invite their friends on the gaming platform. Let's create another group. The baby-smelling kitten broke the awkward silence with its voice. Everyone was distracted and frantically interacting with the game platform. Soon, a gaming platform group with 10 people was created. First closed beta test player chat group, 10 to 2,000. Group owner. Milky little kitten. Member. Humble boy. Pig wings. Chicken is so beautiful. Faba Uzi. Zhang sent outside the law. Lisi, a Frenchman. Feilai Wangwu. Mat competition. Brother Jia don't. Milky little meow glanced at the IDs of the group members and nodded slightly. It's obvious that these three are the Three Blacks trio. It's a good thing to have players playing together in your team. They usually have a good working relationship and don't need much time to adjust. If it's just 10 random people in a group, not only is the chance of coordination errors high, but they could also start arguing at any time. Then people start cursing and others start giving up, and the team might not even last a day. Boss, didn't you say you were going to help recruit people? Who did you bring along? The humble boy approached the little kitten with its milky scent and asked curiously. He thought that if the little kitten was so powerful, his friend must be a strong one too. Upon hearing this, the little kitten looked embarrassed. My friends are all rather impatient. 3 questionnaires. They either filled it in randomly or simply gave up. In the end, only this guy qualified for the first test. The little kitten glanced at the man with the milky scent. The humble boy let out a soft ah. It seems that only Mattress Esports and Brother Jia are truly casual observers. Hey, boss, the friend you brought over looks kind of familiar. Pig Wings squinted at Uzi, trying hard to recall what he had just learned. Well, you might have seen him on short video apps. The little kitten with a milky scent reminded me. Could he be that internet celebrity mercenary with the off-the-charts KDA in real-life PUBG? Pig Wings' eyes widened in surprise. If it really is him, what are we afraid of in the game? With him leading the way, won't we be able to slaughter everyone? Wow. As expected, the friends of Big Shots are all big shots. The humble boy also realized what was happening and exclaimed in surprise. Have you all forgotten that our initial attributes are the same? The little kitten smacked its lips and said, if we could perfectly replicate our real-life bodies, the two of us, Faba and Uzi, should be able to take on dozens of skeletons without much trouble. But the key issue is that our bodies are very weak right now. They may lack physical strength, but they have skills, like marksmanship. As the humble boy spoke, he ran up to the Uzi and pulled out a USP pistol. His action instantly triggered a natural reaction from Faba Uzi. Faba Uzbekistan subdued him with a single grappling move. Ouch, that hurts. Big brother, be gentle. Let him go. He probably wants to give you this USP pistol. The little kitten sighed, rubbing its forehead. Remember, never do anything dangerous in front of this guy again. If he had a weapon, you'd already be in the respawn screen. It's because I lack experience, it's all my fault. The humble boy nodded repeatedly. A USP pistol. You just gave away such an important weapon like that? Pigwing asked, somewhat puzzled. When we team up now, the experience gained from killing monsters is split equally. If you encounter a high-level monster, it's safer to leave the USP pistol in this expert's hands. Is it safer to keep it in my hands? The humble boy responded. Pigwings took a deep breath. That makes sense. Then he looked at the little kitten and asked, hey bro, do you have any friends who are professional mages in real life? Milky little kitten. 2 click sounds. After the man next to him, Uzi, received the USP pistol. The bullets have been loaded and the gun is ready to be aimed. How are you feeling? The little kitten with the milky smell asked. This game is interesting. A smile crept across Uzbekistan's lips. The model, weight, and ammunition of this USP pistol. Everything is completely consistent with reality. I can't find a single flaw. I just don't know what will happen after the fire starts. Could it feel the same? Chapter 24 Combat Teams and Construction Teams. Wait a minute. Don't test the gun now. Watching Uzi's movements, the little kitten felt a sudden tightness in its chest. After the shot was fired, wouldn't that attract hundreds of skeletons and overrun the respawn point? He put away the Uzi and his USP pistol and smiled. Don't worry, I won't waste bullets. As he spoke, Faba pointed to the humble boy who had given him the UPS pistol. Brother, if you ever need anything, just let me know. In this game, I'll definitely help you if I can. No need, no need. I'm already very satisfied to be able to gain experience with you guys. The humble boy waved his hand, responding in a manner as humble as his ID. But in reality, he was ecstatic. A USP pistol is all it takes to get on the good side of a powerful figure. This deal was worth it. So, should we go out and kill monsters to level up next? Faba Uzi looked at the little kitten and asked. Not very bold. Those who want to level up first can follow me to the respawn point for a spin. The little kitten thought for a moment and said, those who don't want to go out, you can try talking to the NPC Jaga. It may trigger some life tasks. For details, ask the humble boy. He was the first player to actually play the game after it launched. I've completed one of my life tasks. After the little kitten finished speaking, all eyes turned to the humble boy. The humble boy was suddenly the center of attention, and he was stunned for a moment. After catching his breath, he said, my daily tasks were basically just cleaning the shelter. The quest reward is 10 experience points, 10 copper coins, and a basic healing bandage, as a task that can be completed without risking one's life. The reward is actually quite good. In addition, I currently have a salt-making task in my task list. It was triggered after Ja and I bought a two-headed fish. However, because it is too dangerous outside at night, the salt-making task cannot be completed in a short time. What I actually meant to express was, the humble boy paused, then continued. This game may trigger a lot of tasks in the daily life of clothing, food, housing, and transportation. Even if you're not out there fighting monsters in the wild every day, players can also progress through various life-related tasks. In other words, even if they don't participate in the battle, players who are just casually building at the respawn point, you can also level up by completing tasks and acquire a large amount of resources. Milk-flavored little kitten concluded. That's right. That's exactly what I meant. The humble boy nodded repeatedly. Therefore, it is not necessary for all of us to participate in the battle. Even staying to build the shelter can yield good returns. Then a few of us will stay. Zhang San, the lawless one, raised his hand and gestured. The three of us graduated with a degree in civil engineering. I've been working on the construction team for 5 years now. We can't build skyscrapers on our own. However, repairing such a single-story house shouldn't be a big problem. Li Si and Wang Wu nodded in agreement. Then you stay here and repair the shelter. While we're at it, let's see if we can improve the shelter security. The constant worry that skeletons might rush in is indeed quite unsettling. The little kitten with the milky scent said, looking at the others. This game has only been online for 2 days. We are now in the initial stage of development. We should make use of our own strengths. Once the land reclamation period is over, seek out more experiences that push your limits. Chicken 2, beautiful, slowly raised her hand. I can fish. Is that considered a special skill? Yes, of course it counts. Before the little kitten could speak, the humble boy interjected. How could I have forgotten about your special skill? Before we go to work during the day, we go fishing for two-headed fish by the lake. The two-headed fish has excellent meat quality. Even without any seasoning, it can be cooked into a delicious fish soup. It costs 10 copper coins to buy one from Brother Zhe. It would be great if we could fish ourselves. Before work? Do you really have to push yourself like that? Chicken is so beautiful. I'm a little confused. I'm an expert at raiding bird nests in the countryside. Would that count as a special skill? Matt Ball is raising its hand to ask. Yes, there must be birds nesting in the trees in this game too. When the time comes, we can collect a nest of bird eggs and have a taste. The humble boy immediately agreed. So that means I have a special skill too. Brother Jia also raised his hand. The players each spoke, their voices gradually growing louder. The little kitten quickly made a gesture, signaling everyone to quiet down. Okay, we'll collect everyone's information in the platform group later. Let's make another table to list everyone's special skills. What kind of teammates will be needed in the future? We can find it by following the information in the table. The players all nodded in agreement and left messages in the platform's group chat. The little kitten glanced at the message and couldn't help but sigh. Wow, all 7 new players have skills that are good for survival in the wild. Is this the standard that game companies are currently using to select players for the first test? Should I log off and contact Ed Stafford and Bear Grylls, the masters of wilderness survival? They're perfect for this game. After briefly glancing at the players' specialties, the adorable kitten clapped its hands, once again attracting all the players' attention. Raise your hand if you want to go out with us to kill monsters and level up tonight. The rest of you who stayed at the respawn point moved to Zhiji's side. After the little kitten finished speaking, the 10 players split into 2 groups. One group is a 6-person combat team preparing to leave the respawn point to kill monsters. One wave is a construction team of 4 people who are keeping the respawn point in check. Hey, aren't you coming out with us? Milky Little Meow discovered that besides the lawless group 3, 4, and 5, other members of the construction team, There was even a humble boy. He had always thought that humble boys were the type to fight. Before the humble boy could respond, his two friends spoke first. Pig Wing, let him stay here. Not letting him clean the shelter is worse than death for him. Chicken Too Beautiful. I just looked at the state of the hall, and that's the real reason you couldn't sleep last night. The humble boy. The humble boy smacked his lips and replied, I'll stay and help tidy up the shelter. We'll also assist them with the work of repairing the shelter. That's okay too. The adorable kitten led the combat team out of the room. The humble boy waved to the outlaws, Group 3, 4, and 5. He indicated that he should come with him to find Gu Zhe to trigger the quest. Chapter 25, Opening the Door to Slay Monsters. If you talk to Brother Zhe a few more times, you should be able to get life and construction-related tasks. Last time, I was talking to Zhe for a while, and suddenly I noticed an exclamation mark above his head. The humble boy brought the outlaws 3, 4, and 5 to Gu Zhe. He was just about to speak to try and trigger the task. Then I noticed Gu Zhe rolling his eyes. Then, in an impatient tone, he said, I have some things here that I'd like you to do. After Gu Zhe finished speaking, 2 mission messages popped up in their minds. Organize the respawn point. Mission objective. Clear all debris from the shelter without leaving a trace. Task difficulty, F. Quest rewards. 20 experience points, 20 copper coins, 1 basic healing potion. Planning rewards. Experience points X2, copper coins X2, planning points X2, basic healing potions X1-10. Repair the resurrection point. Mission objective. Repair all doors and windows in the shelter. Task difficulty, F. Quest rewards. 20 experience points, 20 copper coins, 1 repair tool selection pack. Planning rewards. Experience points X2, copper coins X2, planning points X2, repair tool selection pack materials X1-10. Huh, why did the mission trigger so quickly this time? The humble boy was greatly surprised, and they all happen to be tasks that are suitable for us. Zhang San, the outlaw, took a deep breath and speculated. I mean, is there a possibility? The NPC was listening to us earlier, and then you remembered what we said? Fanei Li Si shook his head and denied it. The behavior of NPCs is all programmed. We need to interact with him so that he can give the corresponding feedback according to the program settings. An NPC with independent memory, learning ability, and the ability to generate new feedback at any time. That would have to be a perfectly intelligent robot. We don't have such a product in reality. This game company has such strong technology to create a perfectly intelligent game. Just as Failai C was about to say, impossible, absolutely impossible. But upon closer inspection, one realizes that the game environment is 100% realistic. This game company's technology is already terrifyingly advanced. Is there anything they can't do? Just as Failai Wong Wu was about to reply. But upon seeing Gu Zhe's extremely impatient expression, he immediately knew better and shut up. Let's hurry up and finish the quest. If we keep talking, the NPCs might make a move. Failai Wong Wu reminded him via team voice chat. Upon hearing this, the others turned to look at Gu Zhe. Just then, he met Gu Zhe's murderous gaze. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go do a mission. The construction team immediately got up and left Gu Zhe's place. You absolutely mustn't mess with the old man in the beginner village. If the favorability rating drops too much, they won't let you do any more tasks. Does that mean their account is useless now? Gu Zhe pursed his lips as he watched the group leave. These players have been talking about him behind his back. He didn't know what to say. It's really hard to be a good NPC. After the construction team left, they began to carefully study the mission information. My cleanup mission has actually gotten more difficult this time, the humble boy said with some surprise. So, the difficulty of the task is dynamic. If the shelter could be even dirtier and more chaotic. Is it possible to upgrade the difficulty and rewards of the cleanup mission to E or even D level? I feel like I can sweep myself into the top tier of the entire server by cleaning. The best cleaner. I've heard that XP refers to all types of opposite sexes and even all kinds of resources. I never expected to run into XP, who's a cleaner, today. Zhang San, who is outside the law, he muttered to himself. You don't understand. Do you know the sense of accomplishment and pleasure you get from cleaning up a dirty and messy environment? A smile had already appeared on the humble boy's face. I really don't understand. Zhang San, the outlaw, shook his head and said, Our task is to repair the doors and windows of the shelter, and we can take this opportunity to draw some rough sketches of the shelter as a whole. The only problem now is that we don't have the tools. If we have the tools, we can use our hands-on skills. This task is quite easy. I do have a hammer, Milky Kitten, but it's probably not suitable for repairing doors and windows. The humble boy smacked his lips and said, "You'll have to find the carpenter's tools yourselves. You can tell the people who went out to kill monsters to keep an eye out for resources in the wild. It's possible that they might have a hammer, nails, or other tools." Zhang San, the lawless one, nodded. "Then all we can do now is find tools and draw diagrams." "Oh, right, that tall, burly man who came out to organize us. Why did you choose such a feminine ID?" Judging solely by her ID, Milky Kitty would definitely be mistaken for an adorable little girl. "You'll find out about this later." The humble boy recalled some scenes, and his face immediately wore a mask of pain. "There's something dirty. Something dirty. I'm going to clean up now. Mission accomplished." The humble boy tried his best to avoid the topic. For a moment, the combination of the 3, 4, and 5 outside the law was completely baffling. The construction team has begun their mission. The 6 members of the combat team were also poised in the hall, ready to step out of the shelter and confront the skeletons head-on. "Have you remembered all the information I shared with you before?" Before leaving the shelter, the little kitten gave one last reminder. The skeleton's straight-line speed is very fast. You must avoid their attacks. Try to use side-to-side swaying and directional changes of direction. Those who have knowledge of sports like basketball, soccer, and rugby, you should understand what I mean. Simply put, it's about feigning left and right, then changing direction to knock these skeletons down. Once the skeletons fall to the ground, dealing with them becomes much easier. There are 2 ways to kill them. One method is to use a blunt instrument to crush their skulls. Another method is to remove their skulls and throw them into the black Ganges. The principle behind it is currently unclear, but I've personally tested it, and it works. Everyone, did you remember that? If you remember, I'll open the sealed door. Pig Wings, boss, open the door. I can't wait any longer. Chicken too beautiful. I'm a bit inexperienced. I'll just follow you guys around. Maltarina. 100% realistic monster fighting. This game is pretty exciting. Brother Jia, let me see what's so scary. Faba Uzi. Interesting, I'm actually a little nervous. The other 5 members of the combat team responded immediately. The little kitten smiled and smashed open the door hidden by discarded furniture with a large iron hammer in its hand. Chapter 26, Fatal Blow. The discarded furniture covering the shelter door was smashed open by the little kitten with a hammer. The loud banging immediately attracted 2 skeletons. In 100% realism, 2 undead creatures charge straight at you. Anyone who sees this will feel a chill run down their spine. The 4 new players, including Faba Uzi, were all taken aback when they entered the game for the first time. Only Milky Little Meow Meow and Pig Wing, 2 veteran players who had experienced a major battle, remained relatively calm. The experienced little kitten and Pig Wing simultaneously performed a sidestep. They dodged the skeleton's charge. Then he kicked the skeletons from behind, knocking them down. "Don't be nervous. The fallen skeleton will have a hard time getting up with our interference." The little kitten with milky flavor explained as it operated the device. "At this point, all we need to do is smash their skulls with a blunt instrument. Their health bars will be depleted." Bang! Bang! The little kitten with a milky scent smashed 2 large iron hammers onto the skull's head. These 2 skeletons are instantly defeated. The other 4 new players also saw the skeleton's health bar disappear at that moment, and the system notified me that I had received experience points. With this game information, their previous tension finally eased. No matter how 100% realistic, it's just a game. Chicken 2, beautiful, wiped the cold sweat from her forehead and said, "Oh dear, I completely forgot this was a game. I was so scared just now." Matt Jet and Brother Jia laughed awkwardly twice. They were so frightened that they took several steps back. His actions were the complete opposite of his boastful words before opening the door. Although Faba Uzbekistan was also a little nervous, he remained calm and composed in his actions. He was already in position to dodge and counterattack, just waiting for the skeleton to charge at him. After the skeleton was dealt with, Uzi was the first to adjust his mindset. He had already stepped forward and was carefully examining the skeletons scattered on the ground. The bones of these skeletons are harder than human bones. To completely shatter these bones, only a blunt instrument like a hammer can be used. Bricks and the like are not very useful. Faba Uzi looked at the players behind him. This indicated that they could throw away the bricks. My suggestion is that we shouldn't think about killing monsters and leveling up as soon as we get out of here. It would be best if everyone found a blunt weapon capable of causing harm before proceeding. Otherwise, although we appear to be 6 people, only one of us actually has combat capabilities. The other 5 are basically useless. Chicken Beauty and the others all nodded. After reaching a consensus, the combat team moved much less loudly. Before you find a weapon, try not to provoke the skeletons outside. By the way, the humble boy shared some information with me before. There are many skeletons in the forest. There are at least 100 of them. He lost his virginity in the forest. We're going to walk around the forest later. It is best to proceed along the banks of the Black Ganges. Even if a large number of skeletons are attracted, as long as we jump into the river, they can't do anything to us. The little kitten with a milky scent led the way, saying as it went. The player's maps are not like Gouge's plan map, where the area within a kilometer of the respawn point is fully open. The player map currently only has 1 respawn point and 2 paths that players have already explored. Without any map view, they could only move forward slowly. An hour later, they finally found the Black Ganges that Gouge had mentioned. As the players walked along the Black Ganges, they became bolder. All 6 of them lit the torches that had been prepared beforehand. Finally, we no longer had to rely on the meager visibility of the moonlight to walk in the dark. With a wider field of view, the area where the icons on the map are displayed has also expanded. The little kitten glanced at the map and gave a reminder. Pay attention to the 1 o'clock position on the map. There is a monster marked in red. I saw it too. There's only 1 monster marked with a red icon. Pig Wings said with slight excitement. The other players nodded in agreement. What are we waiting for? Let's go for it. It's rare to find someone who's alone. Pig Wing, holding a torch, charged in that direction. The other players followed closely behind. 6 players arrived in front of the skeleton. Just as I was about to bully it. Clap, 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 clap. The sound of hurried footsteps rang out. The number of red monster markers on the map has also changed from only 1 to more than before. Increase the area of view to all red. A dense array of red icons. People with trypophobia will have an attack on the spot. What are you all standing there for? Run. After putting the big iron hammer into its backpack, the little kitten turned and ran away. The other players reacted quickly, without any hesitation. When the little kittens and their friends lit the torches, they then attracted the attention of a large number of skeletons. However, due to the formidable power of the Black Ganges, these skeletons did not rush over and engulf them directly. But now, they have moved away from the Black Ganges and come to a more distant riverbank. This instantly activated the horde of skeletons that had been eyeing them. Moreover, the stimulation was too great. At this point, the skeletons were no longer conscious of the Black Ganges' power. They followed them all the way to the shore. Jump! There's no other way. The little kitten waved to the other players, urging them on. But I can't swim. Brother Jeff frowned and said, let me help you hold off these skeletons. Rather than being killed by these skeletons, I don't want to experience the feeling of helplessness underwater. Before he could finish speaking, Brother Jia turned and charged into the horde of skeletons. In less than a few seconds, the player's chat then displayed a message. Brother Jia, don't get killed by the skeletons. He didn't even have a few seconds to move the other players. Seeing that Brother Jia was immediately cut into several pieces of meat, the other players dared not delay any longer. A few plop sounds, they all jumped into the Black Ganges. Fortunately, no matter how excited these skeletons are, they won't jump into the Black Ganges with the players to their deaths. The players have temporarily escaped a bit of trouble. Something is biting me. The chicken, Tai Mei, which was peering into the river, suddenly let out a shrill scream. I have some too. Mat competition is also a thrill. Uzi and the little kitten were quick-witted and nimble-fingered, grabbing towards the water. They caught a 2-headed fish in their hands. I've heard Lao Siem mention this thing before. It's called a 2-headed fish. It tastes amazing. Before Pig Wing could finish speaking, a mask of pain suddenly appeared on his face. Were you bitten too? Chicken 2 Beautiful asked in confusion. It hurts a lot to get bitten, but shouldn't be this bad. Pig Wing reached down and touched something. He pulled out a 2-headed fish. The chicken let out a loud hoof, as if it understood. The 2-headed fish delivered a fatal blow to Pig Wing. Ignore these fish. Even if they bite us, they won't pose a life-threatening danger. We have to get rid of these skeletons to survive. The little kitten with a milky scent waved its hand and said in a deep voice, Let's swim downstream and see if those skeletons will come after us. Chapter 27 Skull Cave. Enduring the torment of the two-headed fish, the 5 little kittens headed downstream. Soon, a fault line appeared before their eyes. It's a waterfall that's over 30 meters high. Pig Wing and Chicken 2 Beautiful glanced down at the waterfall and were instantly stunned. What do we do now? Pig Wings took a deep breath and muttered. Jumping down would mean certain death. The chicken smacked its lips and said, "How about we go ashore and check out the situation? I'm closer to the shore. I'll go and take a look." As he spoke, he swam ashore. But they hadn't even gone 10 meters. He immediately turned around and plunged into the river. Maddie Sports took a deep breath and said with a look of horror, "They're still there. My map's detection range just reaches that area. It's just a dense cluster of red dots. We're being watched. It seems the only way is to go down the waterfall. Only then can we get rid of these skeletons." Little Meow Meow said in a deep voice. Faba Yuzi observed the area around the waterfall and calmly began to analyze the situation. After about a minute, he spoke. "There are places to stay along the way, although the terrain is dangerous. But if we're careful, there shouldn't be any major problems." "Boss, you're not really telling us to jump down, are you?" Pig Wings couldn't believe it. "Don't worry. If he said so, then there must be no problem. The little kitten trusts Uzi a lot. It is indeed very dangerous." Uzi smiled and explained. "In reality, I certainly wouldn't let you take such a risk. One careless step and you slipped. Even if you don't die from the fall, you still need to get a disability certificate. But this is a game. Rather than engaging in a certain death battle with those skeletons, it's better to take the risk and try it here. Just follow my landing spot and jump." After finishing speaking, Faba Uzbekistan swam towards the shore. Then he reached the edge of the cliff and jumped, landing safely on a large rock below. "This foothold can stably support 3 people. I can help you get down too. Then I'll continue." Uzi's voice came from below. I glanced at the pig's wings and the chicken. There really was a huge rock where Fabi Uzi was located. During their previous observations, there was absolutely no rock to step on. Although they currently have the same physical attributes, their observation skills and wilderness survival skills are vastly different. Pig Wing and Chicken 2 Beautiful mustered their courage and jumped down as well. They all landed with staggers. Without Uzi's help, they might have slipped straight down. Matt Racing, however, was not so lucky. The Uzi landed at the next landing point. There are only pig wings and chickens on this boulder, and they had no experience in helping others find their whereabouts. In the end, all we could do was watch as the Matt athlete slipped and fell. Pig Wings. The chicken is so beautiful. After the death message for the Matt game popped up on the public screen, they both fell silent. It's impossible not to feel guilty. After all, it was their poor skills that killed the Matt Racing team. That's why I dare to take you guys on an adventure, since this is a game. Yuzi sighed and said, "You have no professional training and no experience. The probability of something going wrong is extremely high. Fortunately, the last one, the little kitten, is a master of agility. He leaped down and landed steadily on a boulder. This has finally eased the tension between Pig Wings and Chicken 2 Beautiful, perhaps influenced by Matt competitions. After Pig Wings and Chicken 2 Beautiful, every jump was extremely careful. Surprisingly, no further mistakes occurred along the way. The 4 of them were led by Fabi Yuzi. It gradually descended to the very bottom of the waterfall. "Boss, what do we do now?" Pig Wing couldn't help but ask. The team's core has now shifted to Uzi. Clearly, he has far more experience in wilderness survival than the little kitten. The skeletons that were following us earlier must have been shaken off by us. Fabi Yuzi looked around and pondered. "From now on, our movements should be small and gentle. If we provoke another batch of skeletons, we can't do anything tonight." They just ran for their lives. The little kittens all nodded in agreement. The purpose of this trip is to reach level 10 and change jobs. As a result, they've been on the run the whole way. They didn't even manage the most basic tasks of searching for supplies and weapons, not to mention killing monsters to gain experience. The group of Uzbekistan and his companions proceeded cautiously. Fortunately, there are significantly fewer skeletons in this area. If they occasionally encountered 1 or 2, the 4 of them could easily handle it. Once you're about a kilometer away from the waterfall, the number of ruins increases significantly. It seems that in ancient times, this was the main human settlement in this area. Faba Uzbekistan nodded slightly and said, "Let's go into the ruins and search slowly." Hopefully we'll find something. I'll do it. I'm good at searching, although I can't beat others in battle royale games. But I'm quick and good at searching for supplies. Pig Wings, realizing he could be of use, immediately spoke up. So you call yourself a PUBG deliverman, right? Chicken 2 Beautiful chimed in. Pig Wing paused, then retorted, I'm the best logistics personnel. The four began searching through the dilapidated ruins. However, they searched through the ruins one by one. There were no ideal results. There is some food that has been stored for who knows how many years. There were also some knives so rusted they were unrecognizable. They're all completely useless things. Uzbekis took a deep breath and said, It seems we'll have to risk our lives tonight to gain experience points from a few skeletons. Pig Wing raised his right hand and said, Actually, when we split up to search for supplies, I discovered a cave entrance. If I didn't dare go in, maybe we'll find what we need inside. But it's also possible that you'll be surrounded by monsters as soon as you enter. Lead the way. We have no other choice now. He gestured to Uzbekistan. Pig Wing nodded and led the three of them to the entrance of the cave. This is it. Without hesitation, the man behind him, Uzbekistan, walked toward the entrance. The others were about to follow, but were stopped by Fabiuzi. By the moonlight, he discovered two skeletons lying at the entrance of the cave. Something's not right with these two skeletons. They were wearing armor. He was still holding a battle sword in his hand. And they're all standardized. Fabiuzi narrowed his eyes and muttered, And based on previous experience, these two skeletons should be about to attack us already. Now we're practically face to face. They haven't made a sound yet. I'll try to see if I can strip them of their equipment. If they're activated, you should also figure out how to deal with them. This is my final purpose. Chicken 2, Beautiful, gritted her teeth and strode forward. Chapter 28, What are you doing? Chicken Beauty, with a death wish, walked up to the two skeletons. He took a deep breath and kicked the skeleton on the ground. After waiting for 5 seconds, the two skeletons did not react. These two skeletons appear to be dead. Chicken Beauty thought of this and said with a smile, If they are living monsters, a health bar will definitely appear above their heads after we make contact with them. Now, when I attack them, they don't even have any health bars left, which means they're completely dead. Chicken Beauty waited another minute, and once he was sure that the two skeletons in front of him were inanimate objects, his courage immediately grew. Chicken Beauty squatted down and stripped the skeleton of its equipment piece by piece. At the same time, the equipment attributes were also posted on the public chat. Skeleton Soldier's Sword. Lethality, 2130. Durability, 30 to 30. Equipment requirement, Strength 7. Skeleton Soldier's Helmet. Defense, 20. Durability, 35 to 35. Equipment requirement, Strength 6. Skeleton Soldier's Armor. Defense, 40. Durability, 50 to 50. Equipment requirement, Strength 7. We finally found some equipment, but it seems our stats aren't high enough to wear it. Pigwing glanced at the equipment information and frowned. The little kitten with a milky scent lowered its head and pondered. Since it's a 100% realistic game, there shouldn't be any equipment that you can't wear. I forced the armor onto my body. Surely it wouldn't clip through me and just pass right through. The little kitten picked up the 3-piece skeleton soldier set from the ground. He successfully grasped the sword and put on the helmet and armor. But he couldn't even last 10 seconds before he took off all 3 pieces of clothing. Wow, these pieces of equipment are damn heavy. The little kitten smacked its lips and muttered, I think I understand what equipment requirements really mean now. The attribute points required for equipment represent the abilities needed to fully utilize that equipment. For example, this skull sword requires 7 points of strength. I currently have 5 points of strength, which is enough to forcefully lift it. However, the damage from a slash is estimated to be less than 10. It's even less likely that it will reach the 21 to 30 rating marked on the equipment. Even if we force ourselves to wear helmets and protective gear, the protection level will definitely remain unchanged. However, our ability to act will be greatly affected. With my strength attribute, I can't move at all while wearing this armor. To move around normally while wearing these protective gears, you need matching attribute values. And based on my experience, to acquire and perfectly utilize this 3-piece set, it's not enough to simply meet the attribute values of a single piece. Instead, it requires the sum of the 3 attributes, which is 7 plus 6 plus 7. 20 points of strength are needed. 20 points of strength. If you can only gain 1 attribute point per level up, Then you need to change classes before you can use that 3-piece skeleton soldier set. Pig Wings muttered. Well, we're not in a hurry to put on our protective gear. The little kitten with a milky scent waved its hand and said, we can level up twice to get our strength to 7 points. As long as you can swing your sword smoothly, that's fine. If a fight breaks out, we should try to dodge using our movement skills. If you can't dodge it, just take the damage. If you can't hold on, then just die and be resurrected. So, should we ship the equipment back now, or? Chicken Too Beautiful turned her head to look at Milky Little Meow Meow and Hairy Oozy and asked, it's too dangerous to transport it back now. They'll likely be intercepted by hordes of skeletons halfway there. The little kitten stroked its chin and said, I think it's safer to transport the equipment during the daytime. The others nodded in agreement. Even if 2 of the 4 of them are highly capable, it would be impossible to carry such heavy equipment through the blockade of the skeletons. Let's call it a day then, and log off and wait until dawn. The milk-flavored kitten character selects Exit in the settings interface. However, a system notification popped up. You are currently in combat. Please leave the combat and exit the game. Huh? How'd I suddenly get into battle mode? The little kitten with a milky scent asked in confusion. Pig Wings. Me too. Chicken Too Beautiful. Me too. Fabiuzi looked directly towards the cave entrance and said, something is about to come out. Da-da-da. Footsteps echoed from inside the cave. This time, the skeletons weren't as chaotic and hurried as before. Instead, it was the sound of progressing steadily, step by step. As the sound drew closer, the target that made the footsteps appeared before the players. Another skeleton soldier. But this time, it was completely alive. What are you? The skeleton soldier's upper and lower jaws collided, making a crunching sound. But to the players, it sounded like human language that they could understand. This is, of course, the translation function that comes with the system. In this post-apocalyptic world, players of any race can communicate without barriers. However, this is on the premise that the species level is high enough, belonging to the type that can talk. Ordinary skeletons are so low level that they can't even communicate with their own kind. Therefore, players cannot hear anything from them at all. Skeleton soldiers represent a significant leap forward from ordinary skeletons, a qualitative improvement. Undead creatures at this level can communicate with their own kind and have their own language. With the system's translation, it becomes human language that players can understand. Wait, did I hear that right? Skeletons can talk? Pig Wings asked, looking completely bewildered. Did you hear it speak? The others nodded, indicating that Pig Wing was not hallucinating. Could a skeleton that can speak human language be a new NPC? Chicken Beauty took a deep breath and looked at the skeleton soldier, asking, do you have any missions for us to do? What exactly are you? The skeleton soldier's eye sockets glowed with ghostly fire, and it moved its jaws again, making a clanging sound. What is that? You've never even seen a human before. Chicken is too beautiful, she retorted. Humans. There are no humans in this world anymore. As the skeleton soldier spoke, he suddenly raised his sword and slashed at Chicken Too Beautiful. Chicken Too Beautiful couldn't dodge in time, and had one of her arms chopped off. Fortunately, his pain level reached the threshold instantly, and although his wound was bleeding profusely, he did not feel much discomfort. Ouch! What are you doing? Chicken Beauty quickly retreated, looking warily at the skeleton soldier. Look at the icon on the map and its health bar. This isn't an NPC, it's a hostile monster. The little kitten took a deep breath and reminded her. Chapter 29, this monster is too fierce. Wow, this game is a bit ridiculous. It's just a skeleton soldier, not even a boss, yet it can interact with players. Wouldn't even more advanced monsters possess even more exaggerated intelligence? Pigwings took a deep breath and said with a look of surprise. Chicken Beauty, supporting her injured arm, muttered, perhaps the intelligence of high-level monsters is directly at the level of AlphaGo and AlphaCat. I have a feeling that we might get outsmarted by those monsters and completely outmatched. You know what? The technology that can create 100% realistic games might actually be able to make the AI of high-level monsters that realistic. Pigwings nodded, agreeing wholeheartedly. In that case, the difficulty of this game will probably be far beyond our imagination. The first thing is that we can no longer memorize the levels to complete them. With AI learning capabilities at the level of alpha, each time we play, the difficulty will be different. Players with average skills shouldn't even think about taking on a boss. Just as the two were talking, the skeleton soldiers attacked again. Moreover, it seemed to become even more ferocious because these two strange creatures ignored it. The skeleton warrior swung his sword down fiercely. A spurt of blood erupted. This time, Chicken 2 Beautiful volunteered to take the knife. It's not that he's particularly brave. Rather, it was because his pain had reached a threshold. The health bar continued to decrease due to the constant bleeding. For Chicken 2 Beautiful, this was a doomed situation. He simply went ahead and offered himself up as a free kill. It can also buy some time for teammates. The skeleton soldiers landed directly on Chicken 2 Beautiful's carotid artery. The gushing blood smeared Pigwing's face all over the back of him. Pigwing looked at the bright red color and couldn't help but ponder. How exactly did this game pass the censorship in China? It's one thing that blood can spray out. Why is it still red? Shouldn't blood be green? Chicken Beauty has been killed by the skeleton soldiers. Chicken 2 Beautiful's health bar disappeared along with the spray blood. The message of Chicken 2 Beautiful's death also popped up on the public screen. This brought the remaining players back to their senses. Now is not the time to think about the future. Instead, we should think about how to overcome this current difficulty. Skeleton soldiers are an advanced form of skeletons, so their level must be quite high, and they're fully armed, making them difficult to deal with. The little kitten with a milky scent gripped the big iron hammer tightly in its hand. He wasn't confident he could smash the head of the helmeted skeleton soldier with a single blow. The skeleton soldier's sword, when it slashed at them, left them severely wounded, if not dead. The difference in combat power between the two sides in terms of static values is too great. Me and Fong Fei. I was just about to call Uzi by his real name, Little Meow Meow. After noticing the look in the eyes of the cuddly kitten, she changed her words. Milk, and I held off this skeleton soldier. Pig Wing, quickly leave the battlefield and then log off. We'll bring these two sets of equipment to the refuge during the day with the other players. Upon hearing this, Pigwing gave an okay sign and ran towards the outside. If you're going to sell out your teammates, then sell them decisively. After all, this is a team fight that you're bound to lose, and your teammates are risking their lives to buy you time. If you don't leave, you must come along to see them off. It's just a game, yet it's turned into a drama of life and death. That would be incredibly stupid. After the pig's wings moved away from the skeleton soldiers, waiting for the timer to determine when you were out of combat. At that moment, he glanced at the direction of the battlefield from afar. The little kitten and the hairy Uzi were already locked in combat with the skeleton soldiers. Stop watching, log off as soon as you can. We can't hold this guy off for long. Milky Little Meow noticed that the player icon for Pig Wings was still on the map. He quickly shouted in the team voice chat. 5 seconds later, Pig Wings' player icon finally disappeared, indicating that he had logged off. Bang, bang, bang. The sword struck the solid stone again and again, producing a series of ear-piercing sounds. With his agility and experience, Faba Uzi dodged all the attacks. Even so, his expression gradually fell. How strong is this skeleton soldier? The little kitten, who wasn't being chased by the skeleton soldiers, asked. These skeleton soldiers are clearly faster and stronger than the previous skeletons. Based on your previous analysis, this thing's strength attribute should be at least 20 points. Their agility attribute is estimated to be quite high as well. While dodging the attack, Uzi replied, most importantly, this thing is not unintelligent. If you use a feint to scare it once, it won't take the bait the second time. Otherwise, you could keep kiting it. Maybe you'd still have a chance. This guy is getting more and more familiar with my dodging techniques. I reckon it won't be long before it hits me. Is the situation that bad? The little kitten with a milky scent frowned. Uzi is a real-life international mercenary. Even he was chased and helpless. These skeleton soldiers are too fierce. Yes, the main problem is that this body is too weak. I wish I had real-world physical strength. I'll walk it until it dies. Uzbekistan was somewhat unconvinced. That's how I felt about the game yesterday. The little kitten sighed and said, it would be best to upgrade as soon as possible and bring the game characters to the same level of strength as our real-world counterparts. So what about now? Uzi, panting heavily, said, should we run or fight this thing? If we're going to run away, one of us should be able to log off and escape. Make a decision quickly. My stamina is running low. I want to give my all. The little kitten with a milky flavor picked up the big iron hammer and said, if you're this afraid of dying when playing a game, then it's too boring. All right, I'll use my body to create opportunities for you to attack. As he spoke, Fabayuzi charged head-on at the skeleton soldier. This time, he did not dodge. Instead, it leaped high into the air and clamped the skull of the skeleton soldier between its legs. Then I gave it a spinning scissor kick, throwing it to the ground. Now's the time. Do it now. Uzi shouted immediately. The already prepared little kitten raised its giant iron hammer and smashed it down on the skeleton warrior's helmet. With a click sound, the skeleton warrior's helmet is cracked. There's hope. One more hammer blow and it'll be done. The little kitten was about to add more flack. The skeleton soldier actually stood up, pulling Uzi's body along with it. This guy's strength attribute is probably more than 20 points. Before Fabayuzi could finish speaking, the skeleton soldier grabbed his ankle and threw him away heavily. His body crashed into a sharp rock face. The rock pierced through his body, and his health bar vanished instantly. The situation was even more dire for the little kitten. He remained in the position of raising the large iron hammer. Suddenly, his entire body split in two. Blood instantly stained the area red. When the little kitten returned to the resurrection screen, it never expected that it would die this way. The skeleton soldier, wielding a battle sword, sliced him in half at the waist. Chapter 30 Skill Point Allocation Strategy. The little kitten was stunned for a moment, and then found itself in a pure white resurrection space. It was completely bewildered. He really didn't expect that the skeleton warrior would kill him with just one strike. It seems we underestimated the strength of the skeleton soldiers. It's estimated that only after changing jobs and having all the necessary equipment will it be possible to defeat this skeleton soldier. After waiting 100 seconds for respawn, Milky Little Meow and F.A. brought Uzi back to the lobby of the shelter. The virtual world, Resurrection Point 1. Inside the shelter at this time, apart from Pigwing who had logged off, the other 9 players from the first test were still there. No way. Even Little Meow Meow and Fabayuzi couldn't hold out? Are those skeleton soldiers that strong? The humble boy looked surprised. The players inside the shelter have already obtained the relevant information from Chicken Too Beautiful. They all knew that the 3 little kittens had encountered a high-level monster called a skeleton soldier. Even high-level monsters harbored a sliver of hope. Perhaps the 2 big shots, Milky Little Meow and Fabayuzi, could take down this skeleton soldier. I never expected to see them come back to life. We shouldn't venture into that skull cave before we change our class. The little kitten with a milky scent took a deep breath and said, "The skeleton soldiers are far stronger than we imagined. One skeleton soldier alone would be enough to wipe out our entire 10-man squad. We're no match for them now. The strength of those skeleton soldiers is indeed a bit outrageous." I was thinking of stalling for time before drawing my USP pistol and firing. I never expected he would defeat us both so easily. Faba Uzbekistan pursed his lips and replied, "However, there's no need to be too discouraged. Although our entire team was wiped out on this mission, but it wasn't without its gains. Outside the skull cave, we discovered 2 skeleton soldiers laid dead, and they've already stripped them of their equipment. Once we bring these equipment back during the day, our combat strength will be significantly enhanced." Uzi's words did not boost morale as much as he had imagined. Chicken Too Beautiful has already informed the other players of this information. But the next moment, Guja, with a glowing question mark on his head, walked out of the room and into the shelter lobby, which really surprised the players. Has anyone completed the mission?" Upon seeing Guja, the little kitten instinctively asked. Then he felt something was amiss. Even if other players complete their personal tasks, he shouldn't be able to see the glowing question mark. Squad mission? They didn't accept any squad missions either. Just when the players were all puzzled, Guja waved to them, signaling them to come over. After the players gathered, Guja coughed twice. Then, he began to read his prepared lines aloud. "Brave survivors. In such a harsh environment, you still dare to explore this dilapidated world. You have shown me the future of humanity. I am offering you these meager supplies as a token of my encouragement." As soon as Guja finished speaking, all the players present received a notification that they had received a reward. World Exploration Rewards. Virtual Realm Exploration Progress, 0.01. Discovery of the important landmark Skull Cave. Exploration Rewards. Experience X500, Silver Coins, X5. After receiving the reward, the whoosh sound effect of leveling up echoed in the players' minds. The numbers LV1, LV3 appeared above the heads of all players. The 500 experience points allowed them to level up to level 3 on average, with an additional 67% or more of their experience points remaining. In addition to experience points, there is also a reward of 5 silver coins per person. Some new players don't know what silver coins are for, but having game currency in their inventory does give them a lot of peace of mind. Players received exploration rewards, and Guja, the game planner, naturally reaped a substantial reward as well. When a player receives an exploration reward, they will receive 50 experience points, 50 copper coins, and 5 planning points. With 10 players, that means all his rewards will be multiplied tenfold. Once Pigwings is released, I'll claim the exploration rewards as well. Guja's reward for planning is 500 experience points, 5 silver coins, and 50 planning points. Guja already understood the role of experience points and planning points. Guja also took this opportunity to find out from the system what role the game currency played for him as a game planner. Besides trading with other players, Guja can also use the in-game currency he acquires. You can also buy equipment, items, and skills from other NPCs. However, the only problem now is there are no merchant NPCs that can be used for consumption. To add more merchant NPCs, we'll need Guja, the game designer, to place them. It's like a merchant who sells 1-star weapons. Placing a 1-star weapon merchant NPC requires Guja to spend 100 planning points. He currently has 45 planning points, plus 5 planning points from Pigwings that haven't arrived yet, for a total of 50 planning points. To collect 100 planning points, these 10 players will probably have to explore another important landmark. Guja brought exploration rewards, which allowed all players to level up twice. This means they all have 2 free attribute points that could be added. The previously deathly atmosphere in the shelter's lobby instantly became lively. Mad Arena, I've maxed out all my points in agility. All I need is flexibility. Just wait, and I'll show you what true agility is. Brother Jed disagreed. I've chosen the Constitution trait, and I plan to go for a tanky build. From now on, I'll take care of absorbing all the damage. Zhang San, who is outside the law. In order to build better buildings in the future, I focus on a balance between strength and agility. Lisi, a Frenchman. Each player shared their own approach to allocating skill points. Faba, Uzi, and Milky Little Meow Meow exchanged a glance, their faces revealing helplessness. They were just about to offer their skill point allocation suggestions when these players acted faster than anyone else. Hey guys, how did you allocate your skill points? The only cautious and humble boy leaned over and asked a question. Strength. Uzi and the little kitten said in unison. I think in the early stages of exploration, we should put all our attribute points into strength. The little kitten took a deep breath and explained. First and foremost, daily life. Whether it's carrying goods, exercising, or running, everything is closely related to strength. If your strength attribute is high, the stamina consumption for these activities will be reduced accordingly. Secondly, there's the equipment. Any equipment that is heavy enough to affect us. Sufficient strength attribute is required to use it properly. For example, you plan to play the gunner class. Sending you a USP Uzi pistol won't have a significant impact on weight. Therefore, the equipment requirements do not include the strength attribute. But what if it's an AWP or a Barrett? If you're not strong enough, you wouldn't even be able to lift it, right? If you lack the strength, force it. The moment the shot was fired, the recoil sent him completely disoriented, leaving him utterly disoriented. And it's not just the gunslinger profession, even a mage. I also believe that future equipment will have a power requirement. Chapter 31 Other Ways to Improve Attributes. For example, high-level staffs. A staff made of high-grade materials can't possibly be as lightweight as the 1-star staff of Pigwing. A high-level staff must weigh at least 10 pounds. Moreover, based on the experience of other games, mages also have all sorts of fancy magical accessories. Even if a mage doesn't wear heavy armor, he can still wear all his equipment. They also need a certain strength attribute to maintain their mobility. You can't really play yourself as a fixed damage-dealing turret. The other players nodded in agreement after hearing Little Meow Meow's analysis. If strength has such a significant impact, what about constitution, agility, and spirit? The humble boy paused, then pressed for an answer. I actually made this deduction based on games I've played before. After all, the game has only been open for 2 days. Therefore, I can only offer a preliminary assessment and cannot guarantee that it will be correct. After shielding itself for its remarks, the little kitten continued. The first thing that is related to our physical attributes is our maximum health. Constitution equals health points. This is a common feature in almost all games. There shouldn't be any changes in this game. Secondly, I think physical constitution may also affect the speed at which our health points recover. That is, our self-healing ability. Then there's the maximum stamina and the stamina recovery rate. Given that this game is advertised as 100% realistic, I even think that physical constitution may be related to resistance to toxins or similar substances. As for the agility attribute, I think it's related to movement speed and flexibility. I can't think of anything else right now. Wait, then why did you say earlier that strength also affects movement speed? I'm going to go for an agility-based playstyle, said the Maddie sports player, raising his hand. Increasing agility is equivalent to increasing movement speed, but the strength is insufficient. If you can't bear the weight you're carrying, your movement speed will decrease. There is no conflict between the two. The little kitten responded. Understood. The mad athlete made an okay gesture. That spiritual attribute. The first thing affected will be the mage's mana bar and mana regeneration rate. The humble boy continued. In this game, is it possible that there will also be mental resistance or mental-related status buffs? That's the only way we can infer it. The little kitten nodded. If you ask me, the game's tutorial is still not very good. There are no detailed instructions on attribute point allocation. There are no recommended schools of thought. We have to figure it all out ourselves slowly. This really deserves a bad review. Chicken 2, beautiful, complained. Guja, listening from the side, couldn't help but roll his eyes. The predecessor of Dungeon Alliance, Original Blade Go, was a browser game. For a web game, you write such detailed skill point allocation guides, but do any players actually read them? Browser game players would love for everything to be fully automated. Why would they bother discussing skill point allocation and build with you? Are you kidding me? The humble boy thought for a moment and guessed. Perhaps there will be major adjustments in the second and third closed beta tests, so the game company did not make the tutorial for new players very detailed. Moreover, I feel that the game company deliberately set it up this way so that we would develop our own gameplay. This is much more reliable than some game designers forcing you to learn how to play the game. That's true. It's pretty disgusting to be taught how to play games by game designers. Chicken 2, beautiful, nodded. The little kitten clapped its hands and concluded. Therefore, for us players who are in the early stages of exploration, my suggestion is to guarantee at least 20 points of strength. 20 points of strength are extremely useful for both daily development and monster killing. And most importantly, 20 points of strength allow us to perfectly utilize the Skeleton Soldier's Helmet Armor Sword 3-piece set. This set is likely to be our strongest gear during the early stages of the game. Seeing the players' faces freeze, the adorable kitten added with a smile. Do you think that you can only get 20 points of strength by leveling up to level 15, which is too far away? Actually, I have another very important piece of information to share with you. That means increasing attribute points, not just leveling up. The little kitten shared its personal attributes in the public chat. ID, Milky Little Meow. Race, human. Level, 370. Occupation, none. Physical condition, 5. Strength, 8. Agility, 5. Spirit, 5. After the Milky Little Kitten's personal attributes were posted in the public chat, the players' frozen expressions turned into confusion. Isn't it strange that I only leveled up twice? Even with an additional 2 points of strength, it should only be 7 points. Why is it 8 o'clock? The little kitten with a milky scent explained with a smile. It's very simple. I gained 1 point of strength through training. Exercise? The players' expressions became even more bewildered. It's all about exercise. During the 2 days I was online, I tried to incorporate real-world strength training into the game. I never expected it to actually work. I haven't even leveled up yet, but my strength attribute has suddenly increased by a bit. Exercise strengthens the body. Wow, is this game really that realistic? The humble boy took a deep breath and exclaimed in surprise. In other words, even if we don't go out to kill monsters and level up, staying in the shelter every day and training can really boost your attribute stats. Zhang San, the outlaw, laughed and replied, "This is simply a godsend for us farming and development-oriented players. Moreover, this setting makes it extremely easy for players to play dumb and then surprise their opponents in PvP. Lisi nojid in agreement." Just imagine, I originally wanted to bully a low-level account. Then this alt account came up and instantly killed you with a single turn. Looking at the attribute values again, they are all dozens of times higher than yours. Who can withstand this? King Phalai raised his hand excitedly and said, I made up my mind. Every day after logging in, I do 100 push-ups, 100 sit-ups, 100 squats, and a 10-kilometer jog. I'm going to create a super miniature version. Since we've already gone this far, players who were bored while sitting in the shelter lobby, they all started finding their own ways to exercise. Guja was completely dumbfounded by the scene. This is his apocalyptic refuge. Is it a post-apocalyptic gym? However, it hadn't been more than half an hour. Players have discovered a problem. I'm running out of stamina. While stamina is insufficient, their satiety level also dropped below 60. Everyone was affected by fatigue and hunger debuffs. Don't panic, everyone. I have experience with this. We have money now, so we could just ask Brother Zha to buy food. The humble boy walked up to Guja and said, Brother Zha, can I have 10 of those 10 copper coins, two-headed fish from last time? And give me 5 of those 6-legged bullfrogs too? I've been wanting to try them. Guja raised an eyebrow and simply replied with 2 words, not for sale. Chapter 32, just tell me if you want it or not. Not selling? Why are you suddenly not selling? The humble boy was a little confused. Everything was fine before. Why has it changed now? Furthermore, why can NPC shops refuse to sell items to players? Is it possible that Brother Zha doesn't have that much stock left? Milk-flavored little kitten speculated. Insufficient inventory? But aren't the NPC's goods automatically generated? The humble boy muttered to himself. Judging from these handmade fishing tackle, they shouldn't have been refreshed. F.A. pointed to the tools placed at the door of the room and said, the dried fish and bullfrog drying outside are very likely caught by this NPC himself. If you buy so much food, he won't have anything to eat himself, so of course he won't sell it to you. Guja listened to what Faba Uzi said and couldn't help but nod in agreement. There are still some discerning people among these players. The food reserves in the shelter are definitely enough for Guja alone. But if there are 10 more mouths, the situation will be completely different. If these players are allowed to buy freely, the grain warehouses will be empty in less than 3 days. The key point is that players can log off directly when they run out of food. But Guja can't. He can only stay in the shelter and starve. Guja will absolutely not let this happen. Just as Guja was about to use harsher language to reject the player's purchase requests, a mechanical voice suddenly popped into his mind. That was the long-awaited system notification. The host can set daily food-related tasks to replenish the food in the shelter. Unlocking the food storage task requires 10 planning points. Daily life of grain storage. Mission objective. Replenish the shelter with 10 kilograms of food. Task difficulty, G. Quest rewards. 10 experience points, 10 copper coins. Planning rewards. 1 experience point, 1 copper coin, 1 planning point. Daily tasks. Refresh automatically at midnight every day, and players can accept them repeatedly. Guja looked at the prompts in his mind, took a deep breath, and began to ponder. Based on previous experience, it can be concluded that the player's task rewards are all given by the system. The items players use to complete quests will not be recycled by the system. In other words, he only needs to spend 10 planning points. You can then collect food, experience points, currency, and planning point from other players every day. This is a highly profitable business. Only a fool wouldn't do it. Thinking of this, Guja quickly asked in his mind, are there any other daily tasks? Activate them all. To unlock the next daily task, you need 50 daily active players and 50 planning points. Setting a second daily task immediately increases the demand 5-fold. Guja couldn't help but complain when he saw the system's reply in his mind. If this snowball effect continues, the 3rd daily routine, the 5th daily routine, the 10th daily routine, would I need to spend several thousand planning points to unlock it? Guja pursed his lips and said helplessly, forget it. Let's not worry about what happens later. Let's get through the initial development phase smoothly first. Guja chose to start the grain storage mission. Planning points, 45 to 35. At the same time that the daily grain storage task is activated, an exclamation point appeared above Guja's head. All the players present immediately looked at him. Even if this situation was predicted, Guja still looked down and rubbed his forehead, feeling somewhat uncomfortable. Regarding the food issue at the shelter, I might need your help. Before the players could even approach him and try to trigger the quest through dialogue, Guja spoke first. As soon as Guja finished speaking, a notification popped up on the task interface of all the players present. Daily task, food storage. Accept, reject. Players are so bored they're just exercising in place. So how could they possibly refuse a new quest? Without exception, they all chose to accept the task and quickly browse through the task information. You can complete the task by delivering 10 kilograms of food. This daily task is quite easy to do. The little kitten with a milky scent spoke up. We spent more than an hour in the Black Ganges today and saw dozens, if not hundreds, of two-headed fish. The smallest of these mutated fish weighs between 5 and 10 kilograms. The larger ones can weigh tens or even hundreds of kilograms. Maybe we'll get lucky and catch a two-headed fish, which would be enough for all of us to complete our daily tasks. In that case, we'll bring back the skeleton soldiers' equipment tomorrow during the day. Also, I went out into the wild to gather food and completed my daily tasks. Fabi Yuzi nodded and said to the humble boy, "By the way, since the NPC gave us the task of getting food, then he should be able to sell some of his stored grain. Try asking again." "Huh? The NPC trading system is updated all the time." The humble boy was somewhat incredulous, but seeing the fatigue and hunger debuff stuck on me, he had no choice but to try again. "Brotherja, could you sell us some food?" The humble boy feigned a pitiful appearance and said in a low, subservient voice, "The children are starving. Please save them." Guja. Upon hearing this, Guja gave a look of utter confusion. This game is designed to ensure that players' physical and mental health is not significantly affected in real life. The game has been forcibly set to be playable only by players aged 18 to 59. It's the kind of game where you can't even get in using someone else's identity. Where did the child come from? Save the children. Is your child in their 30s? Fine, I'll sell you 2 fish then. Guja walked to a spot where he was drying fish, picked out 2 of the freshest ones, and handed them to the humble boy. He relented not, because he was overly compassionate. The concern is that the various debuffs on these players will affect daytime missions. After all, who should we sympathize with? They won't sympathize with players who can resurrect indefinitely. 2 fish, 20 copper coins, I guess. The humble boy was about to pay the bill when he noticed Guja looking at him sideways. "Do you sell fish by the piece at your market? Don't you consider size? But before, I only gave you 10 copper coins because you were a new survivor in a relatively small two-headed fish. These 2 fish must weigh at least several tens of kilograms. Are you still charging me 10 copper coins per item? Is that fair?" Guja raised an eyebrow and asked in a cold voice. That's really not appropriate." The humble boy nodded and continued. "What is the price of these 2 fish? I'll give you a discount too. I'll charge you 10 copper coins per kilogram. Here are 50 kilograms, so I'll only charge you 5 silver coins. I only had 5 silver coins from the exploration reward. This is too obvious. Just tell me if you want it or not." Guja looked completely indifferent. "I'll buy it." The humble boy stared at the status bar in the team list, which was now filled with red entries. He gritted his teeth and emptied his inventory of game currency. Chapter 33 this game is bound to be a hit. After paying, the humble boy picked up the 2 fish and tossed them around in his hands. Guja said it was 50 kilograms, but he felt it should only be around 40 kilograms. However, this portion is definitely enough for the 9 people in the shelter. He didn't say anything more. Remove the pot from the heat and bring water to a boil. With the help of Uzbekistan, an international mercenary, the cooking process became much smoother. The humble boy, stirring with a spatula, said with a smile, "Don't be fooled by the fact that no seasonings or other treatments were added. I thought this fish would be very fishy and taste bad. Let me tell you, after cleaning it thoroughly, boil it in pure water. This two-headed fish tastes better than 90% of the fish restaurants in real life." The other 8 players remained silent upon hearing this, but you could easily tell from their expressions, "I don't believe you for a second. All right, it's almost cooked. Let's each have a bowl of fish soup. Drink a bowl of fish soup. Our fatigue and hunger debuffs will be gone soon." As the first player to join the game at launch, the humble boy subconsciously took on the role of host, entertaining the other guests. After serving the fish soup to all the players, he didn't drink any himself. Instead, he tilted his head and looked at them, waiting for their reaction. Gurgle, gurgle. The sound of swallowing could be heard. The player's eyes lit up after drinking the fish soup. "This is so delicious. Chicken is so beautiful. She shouted it out without any attempt to hide it. The little kitten nodded, echoing the praise. Not only is there no fishy smell, but the whole pot of fish soup is also very fresh and fragrant. It's unbelievable that boiling it in just water can produce such delicious results. Well, I've been to quite a few countries. I have tasted many kinds of fish, and the flavor under different cooking methods. Faba paused, then nodded and said, I can only talk about all the fish I've eaten in real life. None of them taste as good as this pot of boiled two-headed fish in pure water. In my case, this pot of two-headed fish is no longer a restaurant that surpasses reality by 90%. It's 100. Me too. You could say I'm ignorant, but this is truly the best fish soup I've ever had. Zhang San, who is outside the law, immediately echoed. Not just them. The same applies to the remaining players. They never expected that playing a game would lead to such delicious food. This surprise is like turning on a horror movie and getting ready to be scared. The result was a fan service anime, featuring various scenes of characters' clothes exploding and food-themed content. Listening to the players' comments, the humble boy could no longer suppress the smile on his face. He didn't say anything, but his expression already conveyed the message. What did I tell you? This is the satisfaction of successfully recommending something. Looks like I'll have to keep playing this game for the sake of this food. The little kitten took a deep breath and said, and right now, we only have two-headed fish as an ingredient. There are countless ingredients waiting for us to discover in this game world. If most ingredients could be used to make such delicious food, this game is a paradise for food lovers. Faba touched Uzbekistan's chin, looking somewhat worried, and said, I think everything has two sides. We ate such delicious food here. It's quite possible that in reality, people wouldn't have that much of an appetite for real food. The little kitten nodded in agreement. That is a problem. Everything in a game tastes so delicious. Real-world food tastes bland and tasteless. It could even be anorexia. Upon hearing this, the players exchanged glances, their faces showing hesitation. Only the chicken was so beautiful that it directly created a question mark face. Isn't this what we look like in real life? Now we finally have some delicious food to enjoy. You're still worried about this and that? If you ask me, we should enjoy this game while we can. What if this game shuts down someday? You wouldn't even have the chance to eat food like this at such a low cost. The fact that the chicken was so beautiful shocked the players. Yes, now we have the means to enjoy delicious food. However, they all consider the consequences after eating the delicious food. What else could this be but a serious illness? It's my fault. I thought so much about playing a game. I guess I'm just too stressed out in my daily life. A hint of apology appeared on Uzbekistan's face as he said, Mine. Just pretend I didn't say anything. Let's enjoy this pot of fish soup. Once everyone's thoughts were clear, no one said another unnecessary word. Everyone then got into a thoroughly enjoyable dining experience. A big pot of fish soup was completely devoured by 9 people. The fatigue and hunger debuffs have been successfully removed. But when they looked at the status bar, everyone actually developed an overeating debuff. Overeating, movement speed -30, risk of internal damage after strenuous exercise. Everyone looked at their status bar and couldn't help but burst out laughing. Good grief. Eating until your stuff can cause a harmful debuff to your body? This game is so realistic. We shouldn't panic about this debuff. It will disappear automatically after a while. The little kitten, with its milky scent, patted its bulging belly and said with a smile, Honestly, in order to maintain my figure, I haven't eaten this much in real life for a long time. You can enjoy food without any pressure in the game. This alone is enough to make this game a huge hit. The little kitten suddenly saw that Brother Jia had raised his hand to him. What's wrong? That milky-smelling big shot, why did you choose such a ID? Don't ask. Why did you choose such a feminine ID? Brother Jia, don't try to stop the humble boy as soon as you ask the question. But it was too late. The humble boy could only sigh and rub his forehead, awaiting the impending thunderous blow. Upon hearing this, the little kitten gave a meaningful smile, then cleared its throat and began to respond. Huh? You mean this ID? Lowly voice. It was just to fit my persona. A Thunder Girl. Because most of my voice acting work involves voicing female characters. Little one, do you have any opinions? Mature female voice. Of course, sometimes I can still play a little boy. A cute boy's voice. The little kitten's antics were so shocking that Brother Jia dropped the bowl he was holding. Apart from the humble boy and the 2 frightened individuals who showed no reaction. The other players all had their pupils dilated, looking as if they had seen a ghost. This is even more terrifying than a voice changer. Chapter 34: Building a Larger Shelter. Voice actors are truly monsters. This thought popped into the minds of all the players present at the same time. The voice-changing ability of the little kitten is just too outrageous. Sigh, I already told you not to ask. The humble boy rubbed his temples and muttered to himself, even if one already has some immunity. But looking at the adorable little kitten with the appearance of a 190-plus cm tall, bearded, muscular man, here you'll find all sorts of female voice impersonations. I still can't quite handle it. Fortunately, they had already finished the entire pot of fish soup in front of them. Otherwise, I would have been completely outshone by that adorable little kitten. The whole hall will be filled with scenes of soup spraying everywhere. I'll clean it up. Keeping the shelter clean is also part of my job. The humble boy rolled up his sleeves and began to clear the dishes. We've been gone for so long. Haven't you finished your mission yet? While helping to tidy up, the little kitten asked a question. The humble boy shook his head. The workload this time is greater than before, and there are still some finishing touches to be done. The main problem was that hunger and fatigue debuffs significantly reduced my work efficiency. Now that my stats are fully restored, I can complete this task very quickly. If we help you organize it, will you also be considered to have completed the task? It smells like milk, the little kitten asked. I'm not sure, but I guess it counts. The humble boy said uncertainly. Anyway, we don't have anything else to do right now. Let's help the humble boy and the outlaw Zhang San complete their mission first. It's a milky little kitten, suggested. The other players nodded, none of them objecting. After all, there are only 10 of them in this game right now, and it's a survival game. If these first batch of players don't help each other, that would simply increase the difficulty of the game for yourself. 9 players in good condition work together to clean up the shelter. It will be much faster. In less than half an hour, all the wreckage, abandoned bricks and tiles, and broken old furniture in the shelter were cleared out. Next, it's your job to repair the doors and windows. The little kitten looked at the group of 3, 4, and 5 inside the French box. The 3, 4, and 5 members of the French trio exchanged glances and then shook their heads. We have some plans in mind on how to repair these doors and windows. However, the current problem is that we lack tools and materials. Even if you knew how to fix it, it wouldn't help. The little kitten paused for a moment and asked, "What tools and materials do you need?" "Plug saws, drills, and so on." Zhang San, who was outside the law, thought for a moment and replied, "There are too many to list in a short time. I'll send a list of tools I wrote before to our group." After the tool list was sent to the group, all the players present couldn't help but show surprise. The list of tools provided by Zhang San, who was outside the law, actually included more than 20 different items. There are many types of planes, including long planes, short planes, round planes, large round planes, inner round planes, and small round planes. Not to mention other tools. These are all very traditional carpentry tools. You civil engineering students have to learn this. The more knowledgeable man, Uzbekistan, asked with some doubt. How could a civil engineering major possibly teach such a traditional craft? I learned all of this from my grandfather. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to call it a family heirloom. Zhang San, the lawless one, waved his hand and laughed. However, I'm only half-baked, and I'm nowhere near as good as my grandfather. The craftsmanship is a bit rough, but repairing doors and windows with which shouldn't be a problem. Don't listen to his modesty. This guy's carpentry skills are top-notch. Lisi interjected. He earned his tuition and living expenses for 4 years of university by selling handmade wooden products. If you ask me, he should just start a video account and upload videos of his woodworking process. He'd definitely go viral. As long as we have traffic, any way we monetize it is better than working alongside us on a construction site. My family doesn't agree. What can I do? Zhang San, who was outside the law, said helplessly. Let's say I really become famous online and become a 7-figure influencer. In my family's eyes, that wasn't a proper job either. Hey, Uzbekistan, I didn't mean to belittle you. Fabayuzi waved his hand and said, "It's okay, being an internet celebrity isn't my main job." Ahem, everyone, please don't focus your attention on me. We're now discussing how to play this game well. Zhang San, the outlaw, cleared his throat and continued. The tools I listed are not all necessary. Just a few of the main ones will suffice. If I really can't find it, I'll go back to my hometown and ask my grandfather how to make these tools. Making carpentry tools? My God, it's just a game. Does it have to be this hardcore? The humble boy couldn't help but sigh. Compared to these players who have a specific skill, he's absolutely useless. If we had the tools, it will take me at most 2 days. That way, we can repair these broken doors and windows. Zhang San, the outlaw, continued. Actually, our plan is to repair the doors and windows first and get through this period of time. At least it won't let those skeletons outside enter the shelter without any hindrance. Once things have settled down, we'll go collect materials like cement and cement bricks. Once we have enough materials, we can just tear down the entire shelter and rebuild it. Alternatively, find a safer location. Build a bigger shelter. Because, strictly speaking, even if we repair the doors and windows here, it is still considered a dilapidated building. We can't live like this forever. Listening to what Zhang San, the outlaw, the players couldn't help but look up and carefully observe the shelter. The walls have countless cracks. There is a 10-centimeter light leaking suspended ceiling in every square meter of ceiling. And there was a chilling wind creeping in from all directions. Players finally realized that, just standing in this house, they all face the risk of being crushed to death by buildings at any moment. Even Guja, this NPC, couldn't help but smack his lips and mutter. This place is definitely not a place to stay for long. Chapter 35 I'm invincible. If we calculate it this way, then we'll have 3 jobs during the day tomorrow. 1. Bring back the 2 sets of skeleton soldier outfits from the entrance of the skeleton cave. 2. Go and get enough food that all 10 of us can use to complete the food storage task, which is 100 kilograms of fish or other ingredients. 3. Find the tools and materials needed to repair the doors and windows. There seems to be a lot of work ahead of us tomorrow during the day. If possible, we'll try to be online early in the morning. The little kitten continued organizing his team. Don't you guys have to go to work or school during the day? The humble boy took a deep breath, narrowed his eyes, and said, Am I the only one who needs to go to work? Oh, I'm still here. As a humble boy's colleague in reality. The chicken is so beautiful, it feels like I'm being ignored. I also have to go to work, but I haven't taken a single day of annual leave this year. Things have been quiet at work these past few days, so I've used up all my annual leave for this year. The humble boy. By the way, it seems you don't have any annual leave left, and you don't have a valid reason for taking leave. You've used excuses like an elderly family member's 80th birthday celebration 3 times already. So you have no choice but to honestly go and do manual labor. The chicken was too beautiful, which silenced the humble boy. A few seconds later, the humble boy looked at the other players and spoke. And what about you? Milky Little Meow. Voice actor. I don't have any voice acting work lately, otherwise I wouldn't be so bored as to tease you guys. Faba Uzi. Main job. Mercenary, currently unemployed. Side job. Internet celebrity. Playing games is also a kind of work. Zhang San, an outsider. We just finished a project on the construction site and have a 3-day holiday. Matt Sports, currently unemployed at home, not going out to work. Brother Jia said, Why are you looking at me? I'm a college student, and I only have 1 elective class tomorrow. The humble boy seemed to have found his last kindred spirit, staring at Brother Jia and coldly saying, Elective course. Does that mean we shouldn't take them? I'm a terrible student. Just getting a diploma from university is a success. What does this have to do with whether you have class or not? Everyone says I'm a terrible student. I skip all the required courses and all the electives. The humble boy asked around and found out that he was the only one who wouldn't be able to log in during the day tomorrow. Now I'm completely withdrawn. Wait, isn't there also Zheng Zi's pig wings? Don't even think about it. He's already left a message in the group. Even if he's faking illness, he'll have to take the day off tomorrow. After all, it was only by having 2 powerful players, Milky Little Meow and Faba Uzi, dragging the skeleton soldiers away that he was able to log off and escape. How could he let us down at such a crucial moment? Chicken 2, beautiful, gestured for the humble boy to look at the messages in the group chat. Then I can invite you too. No, you can't. You have already had 2 severe colds, 2 severe allergies, and 1 suspected heart attack this year. If it weren't for the fact that no matter how many times you asked for leave, it wouldn't have affected your normal work. The boss fired you a long time ago. Chicken 2, beautiful, dealt the humble boy another blow, causing him to fall silent for 10 seconds. Am I really the only one who won't be able to log on during the day tomorrow? I'm still the first player to join the server when it launched. Oh, that's not fair. Redistribute. Grandpa's finished. The humble boy had barely finished speaking when a prompt popped into his mind, asking whether he wanted to delete his account. He quickly selected no, thinking it was just a casual remark and hoped they wouldn't actually take his account. Well, let's call it a day, so we'll have more energy for tomorrow. The little kitten waved to everyone and said, I'm logging off now. Faba, Uzi. I'm going to find someone to edit today's game replay. I'm leaving now. Zhang San, the outlaw. He's gone. Players like Dandasports and Jiega don't want to also chose to log off. Even the humble boy logged off after handing over the task of organizing the resurrection point to Guja. In the entire apocalypse, Guja was once again the only human left. After all the players logged off, Guja looked at his planning map. The areas that players have traversed are now clearly displayed on the map. And unlike players, as long as no player is standing in one area of the map, or a vision-enhancing item like a scout ward was placed, this area on the map will then be shrouded in fog of war, turning completely black. In Guja's planning map, there is no fog of war. Any map that players have run through, it's always on his planning map. Such a perspective, in MOBA games, this is generally referred to as being enabled. Since Guja has such an amazing map vision, he naturally can't let go to waste. He decided to go out for a nighttime adventure and take out a few lone skeletons. Upgrade yourself and your skeleton. There's a lone skeleton 200 meters southeast of the shelter. The nearest other skeleton was at least 500 meters away. I can easily solve it by making a little noise. Moreover, this direction leads to the Black Ganges. Even if something goes wrong, I can just jump into the Black Ganges. With a map that gives me full visibility, I'm sure I can get rid of these skeletons. After careful consideration and confirming that there would be no problems with this operation, Guja controlled his skeleton and left the shelter together. As for why he doesn't go out to level up with other players when there are other players around, the reason is simple. He's just afraid that players will cheat him. Players know they can revive, so they act without much thought and easily end up killing themselves. As it turned out, Guja's concerns were justified. The players went out in a team of 6 to level up. 5 are brought back. There's also the option to log off and disappear. Guja was truly glad he hadn't joined the other players. After all, he didn't know whether he had the same resurrection function as the players. He would only leave the shelter in the dark if he was absolutely sure he was safe. Guja led the skeleton stealthily southeast. Throughout the journey, he directed the skeleton to scout ahead within his maximum control range. This was also Guja's original intention in choosing to switch to the necromancer class. It's possible to have summoned creatures in front of you. His danger can be minimized. The actual situation is no different from what the map shows. We haven't found anything along the way that's not shown on the map. Guja breathed a sigh of relief. What if a monster that isn't shown on the map suddenly appears? Then his greatest guarantee would vanish in an instant. Thankfully, the map that was released is genuine. Now that he can confirm that there are no undead creatures in the vicinity that could threaten him, Guja was able to control the skeleton's movement speed to increase significantly. Not long after, he and his skeleton then arrived behind the lone skeleton. The two sides were less than 10 meters apart. Based on previous experience, this skeleton must have sensed my human scent and started riding a long time ago. He's still standing there, motionless. It seems my necromancer job changed. It also helps me hide. Guja took a deep breath and mentally commanded his skeleton to continue moving forward. 8 meters. 5 meters. 1 meter. His skeleton was practically right next to the undead skeleton. The undead skeleton hasn't reacted at all. Could it be? Guja mustered his courage and cautiously approached the undead skeleton step by step. He, like his own skeleton, also confronted the undead skeleton. The undead skeleton was to him. There has still been no hostile response. I'm invincible. Upon discovering this, Guja excitedly shouted it out. Chapter 36 Skeleton Upgrade. The skeleton did not attack them. There's only one possibility. That means treating them as one of our own. This means that Guja, this necromancer, can move freely in this area. There's absolutely no need to worry about being attacked by undead creatures. Thinking about this, Guja's mouth was practically crooked from smiling so much. I spent more than a month in the apocalypse. What worries him most is safety. Surprisingly, it was resolved just like that. Guja now has the urge to explore the entire map himself. Calm down. Before one's own strength truly becomes great, it's best not to act recklessly. Guja took a deep breath and muttered to himself. My necromancer profession is only useful against necromancers. What if there are other hostile races in this world? It's highly likely that it's something like a demon. There's even a possibility of encountering undead creatures that devour their own kind. Only when you are strong can you be truly safe. Guja paused, then shifted his gaze to the skeleton in front of him. It considers me to be one of its own kind. But I killed it. They should have some experience, right? He tilted his head, mentally commanding his skeleton to launch an attack. Smack! Bones collided with each other. The minion skeleton has an attack power of up to 2 points of strength. It did not deal much damage to the undead skeleton. This, on the contrary, triggered an instinctive counterattack from the undead skeleton. It seems that even if they consider us to be of the same kind, they won't just stand there and let us attack them. Guja watched from the side and muttered to himself. In that case, I only have one chance to launch a free attack. It must be a fatal blow. Don't inflict unnecessary casualties. Guja took out the repaired stone axe from his backpack. They slowly walked up to the 2 skeletons that were locked in combat. Mind control. Guja's skeleton follower clung tightly to the undead skeleton. Guja seized the opportunity and swung his stone axe, smashing it hard onto the head of the undead skull. With a click, a crack was smashed into the skull of the undead. Guja pressed his advantage, unleashing several more axe blows. Bang! Bang! Puff! Guja smashed right through the skull of the undead. Its health bar also disappeared instantly at that moment. Get close to the monster, let my skeleton control it, and then I'll deal damage. Killing them like that is actually quite simple. Guja exhaled a breath of stale air and laughed. He opened the follower interface, clicked on the skull's portrait, and checked the experience points gained. Killing a skeleton gives you 50 experience points. It takes 100 experience points to upgrade from level 1 to level 2. My skeleton's current experience bar is -1 level 50. It seems that even if I'm the one who kills them, I can still get the maximum experience from the skeletons. That would make leveling up summoned creatures much easier. Guja had previously worried that the skeleton followers would have to kill monsters themselves to gain experience. A level 1 skeleton with 4 stats of 2, 2, 2, and 1. Even cannon fodder finds it too fragile. How can I make it kill monsters on its own? Fortunately, the experience points for summoned followers are shared with their masters. In this way, I won't have to worry about low-level enemies in my undead army anymore. You can level up to a high level just by standing on the sidelines and gaining experience. After killing 1 skeleton, Guja continued to the location of the next lone skeleton. The same strategy applies. Get close to the skeleton, control it, and let Guja deal damage. That's the process. Guja and his skeleton easily dealt with the 9-headed undead skeleton again. After killing 10 skeletons that night, Guja decided to return to the shelter. One reason is that he can no longer find any completely lone skeletons on the map. He feared that attacking one of the skulls would provoke a collective counterattack. Even if his attributes increase significantly after changing jobs, and he has a skeleton follower, he still can't possibly withstand a group of them. Another reason was that the stone axe he was carrying was about to run out of durability, and he needed to go back to repair it. It's a weapon made from stones after all. It doesn't even reach the 1-star level. Its durability is only 8 points. It reaches its limit after killing 10 skeletons. On his way to the refuge, Guja couldn't help but mutter to himself. It would be great if players could trigger more quests that reward equipment. Ideally, it should be a personal mission or an exploration reward. That way I won't have to worry about equipment. Guja has now roughly figured out the rules for planning rewards. Each player who completes a personal task will receive a reward from the game planner, Guja. Team missions will be significantly more difficult, but the rewards will be extremely generous. Regardless of the number of players, Guja can only receive the developer's reward once. The exploration reward is that a group of players collectively discovered an important landmark, increasing the map's exploration progress. Every player who discovers a landmark can give Guja a planning reward. All that's missing now is the first kill reward for the boss. After players team up and obtain the first kill reward for the boss, I wonder if Guja will receive a reward, or all players in the squad can settle accounts for him once. We'll have to wait until the player kills the first boss-level monster to find out the result. After pondering these questions, Guja returns safely to the shelter. After all, there's a planning map with a full view. Even if there are undead creatures near the shelter, Guja will not encounter them. Killed 10 skeletons, totaling 500 experience points. My follower has now reached level 3, level 67. How should I allocate the 2 extra attribute points? Guja took a deep breath and stroked his chin as he considered the matter. It doesn't seem very practical to empower the skeletons to kill monsters. It doesn't know how much power it needs to add to have the ability to output damage. Agility and intelligence are even less necessary. Then the only option is to increase its constitution to make it more durable. My initial reason for choosing to switch to the Necromancer class was the original intention was to have summoned minions draw fire for me. The most important thing is that they can stand in front of us and withstand the damage. After much consideration, Guja decided to add 2 points to his skeleton follower's constitution. The skeleton minion's information was immediately updated on the interface. Skeleton LV3. Physical condition 4. Strength 2. Agility 2. Spirit 1. Belongs to Guja. After adding 2 points to constitution, the appearance of the follower's skeleton did not change significantly. However, from a game perspective, its health bar is a darker color. Guja, as the game designer, knew that. His skeleton minions did indeed have twice the health, because that's how the health bar design is in Dungeon Fighter Online Go. It starts as the lightest white and gradually deepens. The thicker the health bar, the darker the color. After allocating points to the skeleton follower, Guja also checked his experience points. He needs 1,000 experience points to level up from level 10 to level 11. After killing all 10 skeletons, his experience bar reached 50. Guja is now eagerly anticipating reaching level 11. After changing jobs at level 10, you will gain 1 more skill point for each level you gain. Reach level 11. This means his skeleton resurrection skill can be leveled up to level 2. You can summon 2 skeletons. Taking 2 skeletons with you to fight monsters is a completely different experience. Chapter 37. Are you guys really that addicted to the internet? Guja did not go out for the rest of the night. He randomly picked a 6-legged bullfrog for dinner in the shelter. Then he finished repairing the stone axe and rested. The next morning, just as dawn was breaking, a commotion arose inside the shelter. Guja was awakened by the noise and suddenly opened his eyes. He grabbed the stone axe from beside the bed and got up. He immediately commanded his skeleton followers to protect him. Oh no, could some undead creature have gotten in? Guja gripped the stone axe tightly and walked step by step to the door. As they drew closer, the sounds outside the door became clearer. Everyone, take advantage of the good lighting now and search the shelter again. You might find something useful. Stop. Don't touch those tools. Those belong to Brother Jia. Touching his things will lower our NPC's favorability. That abandoned stone table is fine. If we polish it, we should be able to make a stone axe. Let's use that material. Hearing the familiar voice, Guja opened the door. Sure enough, it was the same group of players from yesterday who were ransacking the shelter. Guja gritted his teeth. If it weren't for the fact that it would break the character design of my NPC, player character, persona, he really wanted to ask these players, are you guys really that addicted to the internet? The sky. In reality, it's probably only a little past 5. Playing games at around 5 a.m. Don't you guys ever get any sleep? Hey, good morning, Zhiji. At this moment, the little kitten noticed Guja standing at the door. He waved and greeted them. Brother Jia, are you up so early? Are you planning to go hunting? Guja. Guja clenched his fists but remained silent. Faba Uzi muttered to himself from the side. Is it possible that we woke him up? Did you wake him up? Aren't NPC's actions programmed? Was Zhiji set to wake up at this time? Milk-flavored little kitten speculated. Does his grumpy look when he wakes up make it seem like he woke up naturally? Forehead. The little kitten with the milky scent glanced at it. I saw Guja's murderous gaze and his clenched fists. Brother Jia, sorry. Let's keep our movements small. Guja took a deep breath and returned to his room. After leveling up last night, I returned to the shelter around 2 a.m. I was woken up after only 3 hours of sleep. He was in a good mood. Guja glanced at his skeleton attendant and gave the order. If anyone makes any more noise, beat them to a pulp. Guja wasn't worried that his skeleton minions wouldn't be able to defeat the players. He'd ban any player who dared to fight back. That's right, he's the privileged dog. The door was tightly shut, and Guja's attendant, Skeleton, stepped out. Chicken Beauty stepped forward and took a look, then suddenly felt that something was not quite right. Zhaji's skeleton seems a little different from yesterday's. Chicken Beauty muttered to herself, then gently patted the skeleton follower, bringing up its health bar. LV3. How come this skeleton leveled up twice in just one night? Chicken 2, beautiful, exclaimed in surprise. Zhiji is being unfair. He's secretly leveling up at night without taking us along, isn't he? Ouch, that hurts. Why is this skeleton attacking me? As the volume of chicken is too beautiful gradually increased. Guja's skeleton attendant hurled a bone at him. Although the minion skeleton only has 2 points of strength. However, it can still cause considerable harm to the human body. Chicken 2, beautiful, dared not retaliate against the skeleton follower. They had no choice but to run out of the shelter with the skeleton. The other players present were stunned by what they saw. I didn't know what to do for a moment. The little kitten with a milky scent spoke up. Never mind him. We have a lot of work to do today. Search the shelter discreetly, then begin your respective tasks. Faba Yuzi suggested. Let's just use the group voice chat function in the game group. That way, even if I die in the game, our communication won't be affected. The players joined a voice chat group. Half an hour passed. The players have cleaned up all the clutter inside the shelter. Chicken 2, beautiful, panting heavily, returned weakly to the shelter. That skeleton wouldn't stop chasing me until we reached the banks of the Black Ganges. Chicken 2, beautiful, took a few deep breaths and complained. A skeleton is a skeleton. It has no brain. If I'm using a diversionary tactic, wouldn't your master have already sent it? Huh? Why are you all staring at me without saying anything? Did you turn on in-team voice chat? Invite me to your team. Group voice chat. The little kitten with a milky scent whispered a reminder. Chicken Beauty had just opened the group voice chat when she heard Milky Little Meow Meow's loud question. I'm telling you, you don't know why you're being chased by skeletons, do you? Stop yelling like that. Do you want us all on Brothers' blacklist? Mina. After realizing what had happened, Chicken Beauty immediately apologized. I was mainly chased by that skeleton for half an hour, and I was so excited when I finally managed to get rid of it. Be careful next time. If you drag your teammates down, we won't play with you anymore. Uzbekistan continued. No, don't worry. There will definitely not be a next time. Chicken is so beautiful, she immediately assured. The other players nodded slightly, quite satisfied with Chicken 2 Beautiful's attitude. It's not a big deal to let your teammates down. Everyone has off days. The most disgusting thing is that those who clearly mess things up but still try to be stubborn. The world is destroyed, and only the mouths of people like this remain. We have sorted out the supplies that can be used in the shelter. The pigwing skin has also been released in the skull cave. Now we should get down to business. The little kitten with milky flavor immediately said in the group chat. According to yesterday's plan, we split into several groups to carry out the operation. The first group is to move the skeleton soldiers' suits. Faba and I are more familiar with the road conditions, so let's go and meet Pigwing. Furthermore, with our current strength of 7, we can directly wield the skeleton soldiers' swords. By the way, is it alright if we use these 2 pieces of equipment first? Of course, no problem. Please guide me, expert. It's getting irritating. The other players didn't say much either, but simply used emojis in the group chat to express their opinions. Even when people say they have inferior equipment, they're actually jokingly expressing their agreement. Then the second group is the wilderness team responsible for getting food. My advice is that neither the patter player nor Diego should go jungle. The little kitten continued. Because the third group was responsible for finding tools and materials. I think it would be best if the 3, 4, and 5 members of the French team found the tools themselves. After all, they are professionals. If we go, there's a high chance we'll look for the wrong things or miss out on anything useful. This is my grouping plan. If you agree, just type 1. If you disagree, we can discuss it further. 1. 1. 1. All players were marked with a 1. Since no one has any objections, let's split into groups and proceed. As the little kitten spoke, it waved to the other players in the game. All the players exchanged glances, then quietly left the shelter in their respective groups. Chapter 38, even mercenaries have their pride, right? After the little kitten and Yuzi left the shelter, head toward the skull cave, following the same route as before, because they were worried about a repeat of the last time when they were surrounded by a horde of skeletons. They would walk for a few minutes, then stop to observe carefully. Only after confirming there is no danger will we continue walking. However, they continued walking for an hour. Forget about hordes of skeletons. They didn't even see a moving half-skeleton. No wonder Brother suggested we act during the day. This feels like a relaxing picnic in the countryside. The little kitten smacked its lips and exclaimed, "Who would have thought that in such a lush green forest will swarms of skeletons appear at night? Who says it isn't? Just think about the oppressive feeling of those huge skeletons last night. It's almost like a real-life battlefield." F.A. smacked his lips and asked in confusion, "But if so many skeletons are all out at night, what if? Where did they go during the day? Surely we won't find a single one." Other games. I would assume these skeletons spawned at night. Then it was deleted by the system during the day. The little kitten thought for a moment and muttered, "But this game doesn't seem to have a monster spawning mechanic." The little kitten, after saying this, immediately realized what was going on and said, "Hey, is it even possible? Those skeletons. So they hid in the skull cave we discovered? If that's the case, couldn't we take advantage of the fact that they can't come out during the day? Go in, do some fighting, then come out to resupply." Uzbekis smiled and said, "It's theoretically feasible, but it would require a high level of skill from us to execute." The little kitten paused, then pondered. The skull cave, filled with skeletons. It's difficult to kill a few more and then come out to resupply. There's a high chance we won't get out once we go in. Let's give it a try then. If it can be done. This is the method that can be used to reduce their numbers. With an unlimited number of resurrections, we'll eventually exhaust them all. Knowing there was no threat from skeletons, the little kitten and the hairy Uzi quickened their pace. They even started chatting easily. Before long, they arrived at the location of the skull cave. Outside the skull cave, Pig Wing, guarding the skull set, had been waiting for quite some time. "How's the situation here?" The little kitten with a milky scent stepped forward and asked. "I was constantly on guard against skeletons rushing out from inside." Pig Wing glanced in the direction of the skull cave. "But there's been no activity inside since I logged in. It seems they are truly afraid of sunlight." "That's good. They'll make our daytime activities much easier." The little kitten nodded and stepped forward to put the equipment into its backpack. But he stopped after only touching it twice. A hammer I dropped yesterday and a skeleton soldier's sword. Why is my backpack almost full?" "I researched this before you came." Pig Wings chimed in. "These two weapons of yours take up the most weight in your backpack, especially your big iron hammer. Secondly, you shouldn't bring too much armor. The weight of the helmet is not a big deal. I did some calculations during this period. The total weight of the three of us. If we distribute it evenly, we can bring all the equipment back just right. Then there's no problem." The little kitten with a milky scent made an okay gesture. A space backpack is actually a 100% realistic game, so there shouldn't be such a thing. Uzi muttered to himself from his side. "I think the game description says it's 100% realistic. It's probably just a matter of image quality." Pig Wings paused for a moment, then replied, "If it's 100% realistic, it represents something exactly like reality, completely realistic. Then we probably won't even be able to level up. You cannot change jobs or learn new skills. Just like in reality, he is a completely ordinary person. In such an apocalyptic world, if the player is a 100% realistic ordinary person, that wouldn't be playing a game. It would be pure torture." F.A. Ba was paused for a moment, then agreed with Pig Wing's statement. 100% realism should mean playing the game in a world with 100% realistic graphics. If you completely remove the game's features and let players be just ordinary humans, it would be almost impossible to survive in that world. In that case, the maximum weight capacity of our backpacks should also be related to the strength attribute. The higher your strength attribute, the higher your backpack's maximum weight capacity. The little kitten looked at the two weapons in the backpack and speculated. Furthermore, there might be items like level 1 backpacks and level 2 backpacks to increase the carrying capacity. We should be able to explore these things later. Pig Wing nodded and began to bend down to distribute the equipment on the ground to Milky, Little Meow, and Hairy Uzi. Milk-flavored Bro wields a giant iron hammer and a battle knife. Yuzugo was carrying a USP pistol, a combat knife, and a helmet. "I'll put the rest here. The weight is just right." Faba Uzi looked at the equipment on the ground and hesitated. He took a deep breath and said, "I have a bold idea. I want to take advantage of the daytime to explore the skull cave. Even though I've provoked a lot of monsters, they don't dare to chase after me." Milky, Little Meow, and Pig Wing exchanged a glance upon hearing this. Then ignore the fact that they communicated with Uzbekistan. "How long is the resurrection time again?" The resurrection time for level 3 is 300 seconds or 5 minutes. And then you arrive here after being resurrected? At full speed, it would take about half an hour. So, it's okay if it takes 35 minutes. I can accept it. Uzbekistan's face immediately showed a confused expression. He's an international mercenary in real life. After all, he should have some dignity. Brother Uzi, I really don't mean to look down on you. Pig Wings took a deep breath and whispered. The main issue is that we've already seen the strength of these skeleton soldiers. One skeleton soldier could wipe us out. I really don't think you have much of a chance of surviving if you go to their lair. Damn it, if I had a real body, would I have been killed by that skeleton? Faba Uzi waved his hand, signaling Pig Wing and Milky Little Meow to move aside. You guys take the equipment and step back a bit. I'll go into the cave, take a look, and come right back out. After confirming that Uzi had nothing to drop, he entered the skull cave. How long do you think Uzbekistan can stay inside? Pig Wing looked at the milky little kitten and asked. If it were his real body, even if he couldn't defeat a group of skeletons, he could easily maneuver among them. However, given his weak physique in this game, he's guaranteed to die if 2 skeleton soldiers surround him. The little kitten thought for a moment and then answered. Really? It hadn't even been a minute since Faba Uzi entered the skull cave. His profile picture in the team went black. A 300-second countdown to respawn begins. Chapter 39, A Chicken Over a Meter Tall. It took less than a minute for Uzi to enter the skull cave. His profile picture went completely black. Milky Little Meow and Pig Wing were about to ask about the situation. Then they heard Uzi shout in the squad voice chat. I'm so damn stupid. The skull cave is teeming with monsters. In addition to regular skeletons and skeleton soldiers. There are also skeletons with bows and arrows, and skeletons holding staffs. I just realized something was wrong and tried to run out. 2 arrows pierced his knees. Then a fireball exploded above my head. My vision went black, and when I opened my eyes again, I was already in the resurrection space. They really didn't leave me any room to maneuver at all. Upon hearing this, the milky little kitten, a close friend, couldn't help but take a deep breath. He knew exactly how big Uzi's heart was. It's astonishing that international mercenaries like those from Uzbekistan could react like this. The situation inside the skull cave might be even more exaggerated than he described. Just the batch of skeletons I visually counted. There would need to be at least 1,000 players who have changed jobs. Moreover, you only have a chance to fight if you bring all your equipment. Going into the skull cave now would be suicide. They can't even reduce their numbers. Uzi said in a deep voice. Hey, I've got an idea. Pig Wings said with a hint of excitement. Is it possible that we diverted water from the Black Ganges River directly into the skull cave? Let's flood them and wipe them out. Water attack is indeed a feasible method. However, there's a potential problem. I asked Jiji about these undead creatures. The little kitten with the milky scent reminisced for a moment and said, Undead creatures fear sunlight. Forcing them to stay in the sun will greatly weaken their strength. But this does not mean that sunlight can kill them. In other words, if we use water to flood the skull cave, the undead creatures in the skull cave are highly unlikely to simply sit and wait to die. Instead, they mobilize their entire force. At that point, it won't be us who kill them. They washed away our shelter. Pig Wings fell silent. We must actually follow his method. Their only refuge could very well be overwhelmed by a massive army of skeletons. Even the only respawn point is gone. How can we continue playing the game? Let's not get our hands on the skull cave for now. The little kitten with a milky scent waved its hand and said, In post-apocalyptic survival games, the most important thing is to survive. We're living in ruins now, and food is scarce. A severe weather event or a food crisis could kill us. Let's get our food and lodging sorted out for now. Let's consider taking down these monsters then. The little kitten nodded. This game has only been online for a few days. His desire to wipe out the entire skull cavern was indeed a bit too hasty. We are currently in the land reclamation phase. Just making sure you survive is good enough. For the rest of the time, Milky Little Meow and Pig Wing did not do any further exploration. They waited for Uzi to resurrect so they could transport the equipment back. Their group's mission was then complete. On the other side, there was a team responsible for grain storage. Don't look at the completely still river surface, Matt's Esports, and Brother Gia. It felt like ants were crawling inside my heart. Another 10 minutes passed. Brother Gia, don't just toss your homemade fishing rod aside. He said impatiently, I'm not fishing anymore. It's been over an hour. Not a single small fish was seen. Matt Competition shook its head and smiled, saying, Little brother, you're not very patient. It's only been an hour. If you were asked to sit by the pond for a day, and then the Air Force would go back, won't you break the fishing rod? Brother Jia sighed and said, the main problem is that my expectations were too high. Last night, the two-headed fish in the Black Ganges seemed quite active. We hid from skeletons in the river. The average person was bitten more than 10 times. I think today is a good day for fishing. There should be a fish biting as soon as the fishing rod is cast. Now it's not biting at all. Matt Jet stroked his chin and muttered, actually, I have the same thought. Why are these two-headed fish not active anymore? Could it be that there's something wrong with our bait? How about we jump down and try it? Brother Jia, please don't keep shaking your head. The highest pain level before reaching the threshold. It's like hitting your toe on the corner of a table. That's really tough. And why do you call me little brother? You look younger than me, though. When I logged into the game, I had just shaved my beard, which made me look younger. I just turned 30 last week. He's older than you, a college student, isn't he? Matt Esports smiled and explained. As for the nickname Little Brother, it's just my personal habit. It has no other negative connotations, so don't overthink it. If you find it uncomfortable to hear, I won't shout anymore. I wouldn't say I feel uncomfortable. Hearing that the mat competition was so straightforward, Brother Jia also smiled and waved his hand, saying, hey bro, do you think we're really going to have to go back to base today? I heard that the guys who transported the equipment are already on their way back. The 3, 4, and 5 combinations of the French team have also found quite a few usable tools outside. Now all that's left is to complete our task. Mat competition frowned. It would be quite embarrassing if we went back empty-handed. Let's fish for a while longer. If all else fails, I'll jump into the river and become bait. We have to catch at least a few two-headed fish to take home. Brother Jia, please nod slightly. That's all we can do. Swish, swish, swish. Just as they made up their minds to get the fish, a sound came from the bushes that were more than a meter tall nearby. Both Mats and Brother Jia were startled. Brother Jia, don't look at the bushes, he said somewhat flusteredly. Are there any skeletons? The Mat athlete made a should gesture. It's daytime now. Even if there are skeletons, we don't need to be afraid. Let's go take a closer look. Matsi waved, signaling to Jia behind him not to follow. They approached the bushes step by step. Suddenly, a pair of large wings emerged from the bushes. Don't be scared and take a step back. Matt's Esports and Brother Jia. Wings? I knew it couldn't be a skull. Mat competition wants to get closer. A huge figure burst out from behind the wings. Bang! Even Jegu was knocked off balance by the impact, while Matt Esports reacted quickly and dodged it. After this enormous figure crashed into Brother Jia, he didn't want to go. He ran away without looking back. The Mat player immediately turned to observe. Look at the shape of this thing. It looks like a chicken. Brother Jia, don't look surprised. How could there be a chicken that's over a meter tall? The fish here have 2 heads, and the bullfrogs have 6 legs. What's so surprising about a chicken being over a meter tall? Yeah, right. Brother Jia, don't suddenly realize. Then now, what are you thinking about? Chase after them. Such a big chicken. This is more than enough to store food for 10 of us. Neither the pads nor Brother Jia immediately chased after the giant chicken. Chapter 40, The Chicken Feet Sprained. This thing can really run. I've been following for so long, but haven't caught up. I'm completely exhausted. Matsi Esports glanced at his status bar. His brows furrowed involuntarily. I'm also going to keep exhausting myself like this. Our speed will decrease. It's even more impossible to catch up now. Don't pant, Brother Jia said. Looks like the Air Force really has to go home today. Matt Sports scratched his head in frustration. Just when he was about to give up, he noticed something was wrong. Wait a minute. Do you see that the new footprints on the ground are slightly different? The Mat was pointing to the ground, signaling to Brother Jia not to look over. That's really true. It looks like this giant chicken has 1 leg that's not moving properly. It's not compacted as much as it used to be. Brother Jia observed for a while. He took a deep breath and said, could it be that this chicken has sprained its leg? How could I have sprained my ankle for no reason? I can't believe it, said Matt Jet, puzzled. Is it possible that? Brother Jia, don't be thoughtful, said. You sprained your ankle while playing basketball? Matt competition. Don't use memes at this time. Matt Sports paused for a moment, then waved as he walked away, saying, never mind what this chicken went through. We can be sure that its foot is injured. This chicken can't run very far now. We continued following the footprints. Well, I'll definitely catch up. Matt Sports and brother Jia should not follow in the footsteps. We walked for almost another kilometer. They finally found the giant chicken with the sprained ankle. Giggle, giggle. The giant chicken noticed humans approaching and let out a mournful cry. Neither Matsko nor Jiegu are the kind of people who think rabbits are so cute. They show no mercy when it comes to food. The moment I saw the giant chicken, they grabbed the stones around them and threw them at the giant chicken. One by one, the stones flew towards the giant chicken. They smashed it for a full 10 minutes before finally stunning the giant chicken. The giant chicken's foot was indeed injured. It looked like he had been caught in a trap. The Maddie sports team leaned closer to the giant chicken and took a look. They offered their own judgment. A trap? Could it have been placed by another human NPC? Don't mutter to yourself, brother Jia. That's possible. In such a big world, there shouldn't be only one NPC's refuge. Matze spoch nudet. So what do we do now? Let's finish it off first. Make sure this giant chicken is dead before we talk anything else. Then they called the people from the shelter to come and help move the chickens. We don't have the energy left to carry this chicken back. Brother Jia nodded. What followed was a bloody scene of slaughter. Bang, bang, bang. Mat competition and brother Jia, please don't keep hitting the giant chicken on the head with rocks. They didn't stop until they smashed the giant chicken's head to pieces. They can't be brought back to life like this, can they? Matt Jet glanced at the giant chicken and exhaled a deep breath. It's a bit of a shame. What if there's someone in our team who likes to eat chicken heads? Brother Jia chuckled, then laid down on the ground, exhausted. You should rest first. I'll find someone to come over in the group. Matt Esports has opened up a platform group. Matt Arena. Everyone, if you're free right now, come help me at these coordinates. Location coordinates shared. Milky Little Meow. It's 3.8 kilometers away. Didn't you guys go fishing? How did you end up so far? Matt Racing. We spotted a huge chicken and chased after it. I'll take a screenshot and show you. Giant chicken. Uzi. Wow, what breed is this chicken? It's so big. Pig wings. Judging from its size, this giant chicken must weigh at least 100 kilograms. You guys are awesome. Matt competition. That's why I'm calling you guys for help now, because the two of us can't lift this thing right now. Milky Little Kitten. No problem. We'll be there right away. Zhang San. Outlaw, let's go together too. We found most of the tools on this trip. We can fix the doors and windows tonight. Let's not waste the daytime exploration time. FANEILC. Yeah, it's pretty boring to just stay in the shelter doing carpentry all the time. I also want to explore this post-apocalyptic world. Fei Lai Wang Wu. Me too. The people in the shelter adopted a slow, energy-saving walking pace. It took an hour. We finally arrived at the coordinates provided by the Maddie Sports platform. They quickly found the mat competition, Brother Jia, and that giant chicken. The players immediately gathered around the giant chicken to study it. It doesn't look that impressive in the screenshot. You can only truly appreciate it when it's right in front of you. This thing is fucking huge. Pigwings took a deep breath and exclaimed in surprise. Honestly, you should be thankful that this is a chicken that doesn't attack humans unprovoked. The little kitten stroked the giant chicken's feathers, smacked its lips, and said, if it were any other carnivore, it has this size and such strong wings. You will all become this animal's food. That's really true. Matt Competition, still shaken, said, when we found this giant chicken, it brushed against us, and we almost fell over. Thinking about it now, if this thing were to collide with me head-on at full speed, the extent of the injuries would probably be no better than being thrown around by a car. You were able to catch it because its foot was injured, right? Faba Uzi looked at the wound on the giant chicken's foot. It's a bit like getting caught in a bear trap. Who would set an animal trap? Could there be other humans in this area? We had this suspicion before. It might be a human NPC like Zhiga. Brother Jia, don't hold your breath, suggest. Let's go back along the same path we took to get here. You might actually encounter a new NPC. 9 players carrying a giant chicken. Start walking back along the path indicated by Matt Competition, and Brother Jia, don't come over. Tsk. Even it's a bit difficult for the 9 of us to carry this giant chicken. Thank goodness you all made it. Otherwise, it would be really difficult to get this chicken back. Brother Jia said with a smile. This chicken should be enough for all of us to finish our grain storage tasks, right? That's more than enough. There are still dozens of kilograms left. Pig Wing said, we don't need to worry about not having enough food to eat in the short term. The little kitten chimed in. Then we can focus our energy on leveling up these next few days. Once we all reach level 10 and change jobs. Hunting should be much more convenient, too. The group chatted as they walked. The mat racer, leading the way, suddenly stopped. This is it. Locations where footprints change. This chicken. It's very likely that they stepped into a trap around here. Matt Ball is looking at the footprints on the ground, he said. Your judgment was correct. After taking a closer look at Uzbekistan, he crouched down. The idea of mat-based competition has been acknowledged. There's still plenty of time before it gets dark. I want to follow these footprints to find the location where the trap was buried. Perhaps we can find more clues about humanity. Chapter 41, Official Shelter. The players had no objection to the suggestion of giving out a Uzi. If someone is needed to do this kind of work of finding traces, that must be him. The moving team stopped where they were. Faba Woozy then followed the giant rooster's footprints and began walking northeast. An hour later, Uzi shouted in the team voice chat, "Hurry up and move the giant chicken back. Come to my place after you've finished moving." A major discovery has been made. The little kitten glanced at the coordinates of Uzi on the map. He frowned and said, "Your location is 8 kilometers from the shelter. Is there enough time left for us to make a round trip? Let me put it this way. Even if we all die outside today, it's definitely worth coming here to explore." Uzbekistan responded, "Actually, we don't need to worry too much about losing equipment after we die. After all, there are only 10 players like us in this test. No one else will be able to steal the equipment we dropped. We can just come back the next day to scavenging the loot that dropped." Upon hearing this, the other players guessed that Uzi had most likely discovered another important landmark. Discovering important landmarks means exploration rewards. It was indeed worth the risk for them. After making the decision, the little kittens and their friends carried the giant chicken back to the shelter as quickly as possible. Even if you've caught your prey, there's no need to be in such a hurry. Seeing their travel-worn appearance, Guja couldn't help but mutter. But then again, you guys are pretty impressive. I can't believe I managed to catch this big chicken. Why try to block it? It broke one of my ribs. That force is something most people simply cannot withstand. We were lucky. The giant chicken we encountered just happened to step into the trap. After catching her breath for a moment, the little kitten with the milky scent answered, "A trap? Where did this trap come from?" Guja narrowed his eyes upon hearing this. I had the same question as the player. Could it be? Are there any post-apocalyptic locals around here? We also want to know who set the trap. Pig Wing, standing to the side, raised his hand and asked Guja, "Brother Ja, we are located 8 kilometers northeast of the shelter. Are there any other survivors?" It seems the Uzbek leader has found an important landmark there. Guja paused for a moment, then reviewed the planning map in his mind. There really is a road that's been lit up on the map. Head straight to the location mentioned by Pig Wing. These guys really went far. Guja looked at it more carefully. This new area only has one player icon for Uzi. There was no NPC icon displayed like his. In other words, there are no apocalyptic natives there. Just as Guja was about to tell him these things, the Uzbek then extended his arm forward another 10 meters or so. More areas on the map have been highlighted. What? Guja glanced at it and almost couldn't help but shout out. The newly revealed area has a lot of red icons. Take Uzbekistan a few meters further ahead. You will be surrounded and killed by a large number of monsters. Guja's expression changed, and he took a deep breath and said, "You'd better not go to that area. That area is extremely dangerous, and I'm sure there won't be any other survivors there." Upon hearing Guja's words, all the players present were taken aback. It seems that Fabi Yuzi has really discovered something extraordinary. The little kitten with a milky scent took a deep breath and said, "Then we absolutely have to go and take a look today." Guja, I think so too. Putting aside whether there are resources there, at least it's certain that it's an important landmark. We're going to get the exploration rewards. Pig Wings said excitedly. I thought today's chicken moving was finally over. What an unexpected surprise. The 3-4-5 combination also got excited. The last major landmark was the Skull Cave. Then we encountered new monsters like skeleton soldiers. The situation will likely be similar this time, so we still need to be careful. Matt Ball Sports took a deep breath and reminded him, "Don't panic." According to what Uzi said, even if we die, no other players will steal our equipment. Just remember where you died, and you can come back the next day to collect your body. Brother Jia, don't respond. That's true. There's really no need to be so afraid of dying when playing a game. Matsis Spoch nudet. I was originally planning to cut some chicken off to taste. Seeing how enthusiastic you are, Let's set off once we've regained some of our strength. It's a milky little kitten suggested. Yay! Pigwings raised his hand and shouted. Listening to the players' conversation, Guja looked completely bewildered. No, did I not explain it clearly? That area is extremely dangerous. There's nothing in this sentence that needs translating, right? Are you sure you want to go to that area? Guja took a deep breath and asked. Brother Ja, don't worry about us. Don't worry, we won't die. The little kitten with the milky scent waved its hand. Guja was stunned for a moment. Yes. What is he worried about these players who can respawn indefinitely? What does it matter if they die? As long as players can bring back exploration points. Why not just let him get the planning reward too? This world is still too real for me. My immediate concern was for the lives of others. Guja smacked his lips and silently thought. These are the players. Players cannot die. Don't let your thinking get any more wrong. I organized the thoughts in my mind. Guja said very calmly. Then you should go early and come back early, and try not to stay out overnight. No problem. Don't worry. We promise we'll all take refuge in the shelter tonight. After recovering some stamina at the shelter, the players set off again. As for the giant chicken, they simply left it in the hall. When the humble boy came online that night, they completed the task of storing food together. The distance is 8 kilometers. It took the players an hour and a half to get there. It was already 3 p.m. This is exactly what the little kitten is worried about. If you spend too much time exploring this area, they had difficulty returning to the shelter before dark. It's highly likely that it will be like the night before last. They were all wiped out in the darkness. Did you find something? After the players met up with Faba Uzi, the little kitten went over and asked. To be precise, it's not a thing. Faba Uzi waved to the players, signaling them to follow him. Follow the path I've walked on. Don't wander off. There are many traps here. After passing through a grove of bushes, over a meter tall, the players arrived in front of a building. This, besides the Uzi, all the players were stunned into silence by the building before them. You didn't expect that, did you? There's even a relatively well-preserved official shelter here. F.A. raised Uzbekistan's chin and said with a smile. Chapter 42, The Perfect Home Location. I followed the giant chicken's footprints all the way here. Then they discovered that there were many traps that looked like they had been set up by humans. Uzbekistan took a breath and said, I had a feeling that there might be people living here. Unexpectedly, it turned out to be an official shelter, an official refuge. You mean, a refuge built by the ruling class? The little kitten with a milky scent asked instinctively. How were you able to deduce that? It's not my deduction, it's written here. Faba pointed to the mural carved at the entrance of a shelter. The little kitten with the milky scent followed the direction of the gaze. With the help of the system, the apocalyptic text carved on the murals, it was converted into text that players could recognize. Well Kingdom, Virtual Moon, Class C Shelter. The Kingdom of WL was founded 12 years after the Cataclysm. After glancing at the mural, the little kitten exclaimed in surprise. Therefore, we are currently in the Virtual Moon region of the Wild Kingdom. This Class C Shelter. It was established by official personnel of the WEL Kingdom. Nice. As expected of an important landmark. Exploration reward in hand. Upon hearing this, Pigwings excitedly shouted, What are we waiting for? Go find the other human NPCs now. It might even trigger some rewarding quests. But before we set off, didn't Jagus say he was sure there were no survivors here? Zhang San, the outlaw, pondered for a moment before replying. Doesn't that mean there won't be any other human NPCs here? Is it possible that we can't completely trust what Brother just says? Pigwings whispered. It can't be that bad. Zhiji is the initial NPC who guides us. Is it possible that he would turn evil? The little kitten stroked its chin and muttered to itself. Isn't this just right? We thought the old man in the beginner village was. The result was the villain's final boss. Isn't this kind of setup pretty cool? Pigwings smacked his lips. It's a shame they didn't hire you as the game's planner. The little kitten shook its head and looked at the silent Uzi beside it. Do you have any new leads? There are no new leads. I just remembered what that skeleton soldier said earlier. Uzi, as if reminiscing, mimicked the tone of the skeleton soldier. Humans. There are no humans in this world anymore. If what the skeleton soldier said is true, it is very possible that humanity in this world did not survive the Great Catastrophe. They were all wiped out in the Great Cataclysm. If that's the case, wouldn't there be a bug in the background setting? The little kitten with a milky scent waved its hand and said, "All humanity was destroyed in the great cataclysm. Then why is there a human NPC named Guja?" He referred to himself and us as survivors. Faber paused, pondering. Perhaps a small group of humans have survived in this world. I still think it's unreasonable if the overall environment is the complete destruction of human civilization. There's no reason why human survivors could comfortably remain on the vast land. There's no way they'd have a chance without finding a place to hide underground. The little kitten with the milky scent continued to shake its head. "Hey, I know what's going on." Pig Wings extended his index finger and pointed in the air. "Guja, this NPC, is actually a traveler who has traveled to another world. He might be trapped in this world for some reason. Or perhaps he must search for his lost sister in this world." After Pig Wing finished speaking, the way the surrounding players looked at him changed. "Have." Zhang San, who was outside the law, blurted out his name. "Pig Wings." Lucy raised an eyebrow and said, "You shouldn't stay here. You spent several 648 renminbi purchases a while ago for Ice God's 10th rerun. Have you forgotten? Everyone criticizes it. Everyone does. Don't call me out on this." Zhang San, the lawless one, he said with a sneer. "I think we should put aside whether there are bugs in the game's background for now. And is Guja a time traveler?" The adorable kitten waved to the players and said, "Now we need to make a decision." They directly avoided the difficult situation and went to Brotherja to ask for the exploration reward. "Let's go into this Class C shelter and see if there are any other human survivor NPCs. In this situation, I'm reminded of a famous saying from our country." Pig Wings raised his hand. Once all the players focused their attention on him again, he then said, "The famous saying is, since we're already here, we've arrived at the entrance of this Class C shelter. Is it appropriate not to go in? Will you be able to sleep at night? What you said makes so much sense." Even a little kitten with a milky flavor couldn't help but clap and agree. "I also think we should go in and explore." Zhang San, the outlaw, chimed in. "If something's not right in the shelter, we'll withdraw. If there are no problems with this shelter, this place is absolutely perfect for building our base during our early stages of development." After carefully examining the structure of the building, Fayez, who was standing next to him, said, "The main building is 3 stories high, and the total area is estimated to be at least 10,000 square meters. Furthermore, the possibility of underground levels cannot be ruled out. There were also many large tents around, which were probably used for outer defense. A shelter of this size could easily accommodate 99 players in a single test. During the second and third closed beta tests, the number of players surged. There's enough room for us here." Fei Lai Wang Wu also chimed in. "Indeed, don't be fooled by the many war marks and damage on the exterior walls of the main building. However, the overall structure was not damaged. Even without any repairs, it's much more stable than the ruins we were in before. We can move in with just our bags and have no problems at all. Do we have any other concerns now?" Pigwing nervously rubbed his hands together. He was so eager to go inside and find out what was going on. "Indeed, since we're already here, we have to go in and search." The little kitten glanced at the time wheel on the system interface. The sunset time is shown as 7 o'clock, but we try to find a result by 5 o'clock. If there are special circumstances that force one to die outside, just remember the locations where you get loot. So it'll be convenient to come and collect the body tomorrow. The other players all said they had no problem. "Yuzi, lead the way. You're quite familiar with this kind of military-style deployment." The little kitten looked at the Yuzi. Faba Yuzi nodded, then waved and said, "Let's start by searching the tents on the perimeter. After searching all the tents, we'll decide whether to enter the main building." Uzi led the way, guiding all the players into the Class C shelter. Chapter 43, Is This Really a Human? These guys actually dared to go in. Inside the shelter, Guja kept a close eye on the players' movements. When he noticed that the player icons on the planning map were moving towards the Class C shelter, he already had a bad feeling. I hope you can just search the tents on the outskirts. As long as you avoid the main building in the middle, there's still a chance of survival. But if they go inside, I'm afraid your equipment that you dropped inside. Don't even think about getting it back in a short time. Guja looked at the planning map, smacked his lips, and shook his head. A discarded standard-issue longsword. Old, standard-issue rifles. Discarded standard armor. Why is it all old, discarded equipment? Pigwings looked at the thing in his hand with disgust. He couldn't help but complain. They searched the entire tent, inside and out. That's it. That's all. These abandoned cold weapons have no star rating. Its attack power is actually comparable to his 1-star wooden staff. Post-Apocalyptic. It seems to be just as we predicted. The outer tents represent the military forces responsible for defense. Each tent was stockpiled with a large amount of standard-issue equipment. After examining the standard-issue weapon, Faba Uzi said, however, both the weapons and the armor were rusty and severely oxidized. The condition of this equipment is somewhat like that of artifacts I've seen buried for hundreds of years. An artifact buried for hundreds of years. The little kitten with the milky flavor asked with some confusion. Could be that. Humanity has been extinct in this world for so long. Doesn't this further illustrate? In the ruins of the vast plains, the appearance of an NPC like Brother Jia is highly unreasonable. I had no idea you cared so much about logic when playing games. Fabi Yuzi smiled and said, perhaps it's because this game is only in its first test, so there are bound to be some data bugs. It's also possible that, as Pigwing said, it's possible. Is Jigu a traveler who travels to another world? But regardless, now is not the time to delve into the background of this game world. Let's search all the tents on the outskirts as quickly as possible. The players nodded. They all sped up their search. Most of the military equipment stored inside the tent is placed on shelves or tables, making it easy to see at a glance. As long as players don't obsessively search every nook and cranny. Searching for items inside the tent is quite fast. The 9 people split up and searched all the tents around the Class C shelter, which took about half an hour. What were you found? After the players gathered, Faba Uzi looked at them and asked a question. The players shook their heads in frustration. Pigwing sighed and said, the equipment is all old and dilapidated, hundreds of years old. Needless to say, the food, after opening them, they were either empty cans or contained unidentified objects with a foul odor. It feels like we've made a wasted trip. It might be a wasted trip since we haven't even searched inside yet. Faba Uzbekistan turned his attention to the 3-story main building in the middle. We still have enough time. We can go in and take a look. The little kitten nodded and said, clearly, he didn't want to waste so much effort only to return empty-handed. After all the players reached a consensus, they arrived at the main building's gate. Uzi stepped forward and tried to open the door. But no matter how much force they used, they couldn't push the door open. The door is locked, so this is the only thing we can try. Uzbekistan muttered something under his breath. Then he took 2 wires out of his backpack and poked them into the keyhole. He pressed himself against the door, listening to the keyhole as he moved the wire. Then came 2 click-click sounds. The door opened right away. The players behind him were all shocked. Hey Uzi, where can I learn lockpicking skills? Pigwing immediately asked. It seems like the quest that rewards lockpicking skills can't be triggered at Jiji's place. Where can I learn lockpicking skills? Faba raised an eyebrow and smiled. You can check the locksmith number posted next to your door. Then call over a more skilled master craftsman. See how much it costs before he's willing to teach you. Pigwings was dumbfounded. Weren't you just using a game skill? No. Faba Yuzi waved his hand and said, the environments in which I go on missions in real life are quite complex. Learning a skill might just save your life. Lockpicking is one of them. Actually, my skill level in this area isn't that high. However, the lock cylinder was too simple. It opened with just a couple of twists. The players were all stunned. As expected of a pro player, they bring their own skills into the game. At the same time, they were also very fortunate. In the first test, 10 players formed a team. Various big names and technical professionals collaborate with each other. The difficulty of clearing land will be greatly reduced. I want to work completely on my own. I reckon I'll only play for a few days before I can't stand it anymore and quit. Let's go, let's hurry. Uzi led the way into the main building, followed closely by the other players. After entering through the main gate of the main building, there's a long corridor. There is a room at intervals on both sides of the corridor. Each room door is marked with apocalyptic symbols such as 101, 102, 103, etc. Wow, why do I feel like I'm back in my college dorm? Brother Jia felt a strong sense of deja vu. He walked to the front of dormitory 101. As he pushed open the door, he jokingly said to himself, "Hey classmate, dorm check." However, the door had just opened. Then a large number of flying insects, accompanied by a strong stench, rushed towards us. When Brother Jia heard this, his head suddenly went blank, and he lost his ability to think. The next moment, he leaned against the wall and started wildly moaning. The other players were also not happy to see this situation. Only the worldly wise Faba Uzbekistan remained relatively calm. Once the flying insects dispersed, Faba Woozy peered towards dormitory room 101 to observe. 16 beds were placed in a space of less than 20 square meters. There is no wash basin or private bathroom. The accommodation is really bad. But with the world on the verge of destruction, they can probably accept surviving here. As he spoke, Faba Yuzi walked into dormitory room 101. Those flying insects and the stench must have come from this person. Uzi waved to the players. He gestured for them all to come and take a look. Despite their nausea, the players, wearing pain masks on their faces, gathered around Uzi. What on earth is this thing? The little kitten followed the gaze of the person who had been watching Uzi. There lay the corpse of some unknown creature on the ground. Is this really a human being? The little kitten with the milky flavor frowned. I'm a little unsure. Let me take another look. Chapter 44, if it doesn't kill anyone, then it's a success. A deformed skull, severely rotting skin, bulging veins on the non-rotting areas, and limbs deformed like those of a wild animal. The little kitten took a deep breath and frowned, saying, "It's really hard to tell that this is a human being. Is it possible that this isn't even human?" Pig Wing muttered to himself. If he wasn't human, how could he have died in a human shelter? Faba Yuzi shook his head and waved his hand, saying, "Let's leave this corpse behind and go explore other places. Focus on finding where they store their supplies." Although several hundred years have passed in the timeline. But what if the game designer actually does something human? They might have given me some things that were still usable. What about the other dormitories? Should we search them too? Brother Jia, don't raise your hand and ask. I reckon the other rooms are probably in similar condition to this one. They just crammed a dozen or so people in there to survive. There were no supplies stored in the rooms. After thinking for a moment, Faba Uzbekistan said, "How about this? We'll send one person to search the rooms. The rest of you go find a large supply depot." As soon as F.A. Botsi finished speaking, the other 7 players suddenly took a step back. Only Brother Jia shouldn't stand there dumbfounded. Then this important task is entrusted to you. Faba patted Jiega's unwanted shoulder and said, "Keep communicating in the team voice chat at all times." After saying that, Faba Uzi led the other players deeper into the shelter. Before Brother Jia could react, they were already far away. Just thinking about having to open each door, only to be met with flying insects and a stench. Brother Jia, I'm getting goosebumps all over. Why can't you just step back? Because of his talkativeness and slow reaction, Brother Jia slapped his forehead in regret. Sigh, even if I don't want to, I still have to do this job. Brother Jia shook his head and walked out of dormitory 101. He maintained his good habit of closing the door properly when he left. Let's record the situation on the first floor first. If it really gets too much, we'll have someone else in the team take over for me. Brother Jia opened the door to dormitory room 102 while muttering to himself. Unlike dormitory 101, there was no sound when I opened dormitory 102. Dormitory 102 was completely empty. There were no flying insects, no corpses, nothing at all. On the way to 103, before deciding to explore a room, Brother Jia would record it in the group chat to avoid any memory lapses or omissions. Brother Jia, please don't. 101, 1 corpse, no supplies. 102, empty. 103, empty. 104, 2 bodies and 2 unopened cans. 105, empty. 106, 107. Brother Jia, don't just search for a room and send a message in the group. They searched all 80 dorm rooms on the first floor. After searching the first floor, Brother Jia followed his teammates' icons and found the shelter's canteen warehouse. Dude, that's pretty efficient. Seeing that Brother Jia wasn't coming any closer, the little kitten sincerely praised him. We are still studying which of these remaining ingredients are edible. You've searched every single dormitory room on the first floor? Brother Jia waved his hand and said, every room was crammed with beds, and you could see the whole thing from one end to the other. A room can be viewed in a glance, which is actually quite quick. What have you found here? There are sacks of salt, sugar, rice, and some beans. The little kitten with the milky scent pointed to a spot in the warehouse as it spoke. There are several large jars of wine inside. There's a lot of stuff in this warehouse, but we're really not sure which ones are still edible. After all, these things are hundreds of years old. How about we take a few bags back and try it? After thinking for a moment, Brother Jia said, if it doesn't kill anyone, then it's a success. I was afraid of making myself sick, but I didn't die. The little kitten with a milky scent waved its hand and said, "The stomach pain is below the pain threshold. It can't block out pain, yet won't die. That would be pure torture. Well, let's not be guinea pigs then." "Brother Gia, no." He quickly shook his head. "It's now clear that there's been no progress on the first floor. Should we go up and take a look?" "I suggest we do it," said Uzbekistan. "If we want to go up further, I'm afraid there won't be enough time." The little kitten with the milky scent said with some concern. After searching the tents surrounding the shelter and the first floor of the main shelter building, it was already 4:30. They had only half an hour left before their scheduled return time. If you continue searching the second floor of the main building, you'll be held back by some troublesome matter. They are unlikely to return to the shelter before dark. Wait, why are we in such a hurry to get back to the shelter before dark? Chicken Time May, who had been just observing the game, suddenly discovered the key point. Aren't we in a shelter right now? And it's only a C grade. It's so much better than that ruin we had before. If you ask me, let's just keep searching like this. Why not just stay in the shelter at night and not go out? Chicken Too Beautiful's words seemed to awaken everyone. All the players, even the one who had just given up, looked on with a sudden realization. We really haven't figured things out yet. Uzi chuckled self-deprecatingly. This is a shelter. Why we have to time our return to those ruins so precisely? The little kitten, standing to the side, seemed to be deep in thought. If it's a human refuge, that should be our player's respawn point. But on the map, this is still a question mark, indicating an unexplored area. Then let's explore this area completely. Does this mean we can unlock this respawn point? Pig Wings seemed to have thought of something and said excitedly. Then we won't need to run through the map anymore. Just hang up and respawn at another location. Are you setting up a teleportation point here? Zhang San, who was outside the law, couldn't help but chime in. And it's a death version teleportation anchor point. All right, let's not change the subject. After thinking for a moment, Faba Uzbekistan said, "Let's just vote. Raise your hand if you've decided to stay in this Class C shelter tonight." Those who didn't raise their hands indicated they would return directly to Vault 1. The players raised their hands one by one. After much hesitation, the little kitten decided to follow the crowd and stay in the Class C shelter tonight. Even though the outcome was already decided, the little kitten was still incredibly anxious. Guja said that this area is very dangerous. But this is indeed a refuge. Why is it dangerous inside a shelter? Chapter 45, it's 7 o'clock. After confirming that we didn't need to rush back before dark, players are now searching for items in a more detailed way. The main building has 80 dormitories on the first floor, in addition to the canteen and warehouse, even public bathhouses and toilets. They searched again, very carefully. Unfortunately, nothing of practical use was still not found. It seems we still need to go to the second floor. Let's all rest for a while and regain our strength. Faba Yuzi waved to everyone, signaling them to rest where they were. Then, he turned to look at the still somewhat restless, milky little kitten. "Don't overthink it. It's too late to go back now." Faba patted the little kitten's shoulder and said, "Since we're here, let's make the best of it. Let's explore this Class C shelter properly today. Go back to Brother Zhou when it gets light to collect your exploration rewards. If you explore this shelter, you can activate the respawn point. This will be our permanent base from now on." Faba paused, then muttered to himself, "Unfortunately, we haven't found the NPCs here yet. The absence of NPCs means that the quest cannot be triggered. You also cannot claim additional exploration rewards. If I have to go back to Vault 1 to get missions from Zhegu every time, that's just too much trouble. Do you think we have any way to get Zhegu to this Class C shelter?" Sending a message from Uzi successfully diverted the little kitten's attention. The little kitten is also starting to consider its future development in the Class C shelter. I played a lot of games and rarely heard of players being able to lure NPCs to another area. This situation can only occur if it's necessary for the plot, or if the player is exploiting a bug. Regarding the plot, we don't even know what the main storyline is yet. It's even more unclear whether Zhegu, the old man from the beginner village, will leave that shelter. If you want to exploit bugs, you need intelligent NPCs like Zhegu. It's almost impossible to exploit his bug and trap him in this Class C vault. That makes things more difficult. Fa smacked his lips and said, "We're not really going to use the respawn point as a teleportation anchor, are we? I don't think we need to worry too much about that. It's impossible for Zhegu to be the only NPC in a game. Perhaps there's a survivor NPC waiting for us to rescue on the second or third floor above. The little kitten with the milky scent waved its hand and said, 2. During the time that Uzi and the little kitten were chatting, the player's stamina has recovered considerably. They went straight to the stairwell leading to the second floor. What they didn't expect was that. They went up to the second floor, but couldn't get into the second floor. There's another large door here, completely separating the second floor from the first. This door is locked too. We're counting on you, Uzbekistan boss. Pig Wing, who was near the front, reached out and pushed the door open. Then he decisively turned to look at Faba Uzi. Fa pulled out his weapon and waved for Pig Wing to move aside. It's the same operation as before. But this time, Uzbekistan's brows furrowed tightly. This lock is much more complex than the one at the main gate. It will probably take a while. Unlike the main gate, which opens with 2 clicks, it took Faba a full 15 minutes to open the lock leading to the second floor. Call. After opening the door, Faba Uzi breathed a sigh of relief. The difficulty of opening this lock is almost comparable to that of a real security door. I thought all the locks in this world were as simple as they used to be. This is unreasonable. The lock cylinder on the main door was made in the most basic way. The lock cylinder leading to the second floor is comparable to that of a security door. Moreover, the materials used for the second floor gate are significantly of a higher grade. If the door on the first floor can't be unlocked, I can simply break it open with a hammer. I feel like I could smash the second floor gate all day and still not get anything out of it. The little kitten with the milky scent squinted its eyes and asked in confusion, "Don't you think this design is a bit strange?" I think I know what's going on. He pointed to the door of room 201. At this moment, the door to room 201 was wide open. Upon entering the second floor, one can immediately notice the furnishings at a glance. The room is about 50 square meters. Double room, private bathroom, 2 large wardrobes, table and chairs, and food cabinet. Compared to the dormitories below, this place is practically luxurious. So, the different locks here actually represent social class. The little kitten immediately realized what Uzi meant. The difference in status between those living on the first floor and those living on the second floor is significant, and their treatment is naturally different as well. The survivors on the upper levels didn't care at all about the lives of the survivors on the lower levels. Even if the main gate on the first floor is breached, it doesn't matter. Just make sure the second floor door is secure. The chicken standing nearby seemed to realize something and exclaimed in surprise. I think they designed it this way on purpose. As long as the mutated creatures are well fed on the first level, they won't even consider trying to get to the second level. The next day, they eliminated another batch of people. Upon hearing this, Pigwing took a deep breath and said, "Even if it's the end of the world, is it still this dark?" That's because it's the end of the world. With such a clear class distinction, the supplies on the second and third floors will be much more plentiful. Upon realizing this, Faba Uzbekistan immediately waved his hand and said, "Let's search separately." The 9 people split up and began searching the second floor. Every now and then, gasps of surprise echoed from the various rooms. Completely vacuum-sealed jerky. How does such technology exist in this day and age? There's specially engraved weapons here, my god. They're even star level. I also have star-piercing armor here. It also has special engravings on it. Could it be magical carvings from this world? After searching the second floor, everyone gathered together. Everyone had an irrepressible smile on their face. After searching the second floor, they all felt a thrill of suddenly becoming rich overnight. Usable equipment and edible food. There are just too many. After compiling the data from the group chat, the little kitten said, "Based on the records and statistics from everyone in the group, we found them on the second floor. 120 packs of fully vacuum-packed dried meat, 200 bags of fully vacuum-packed rice, more than 300 bags of whole grains, completely vacuum-packed. Then there's the equipment. 16 one-star weapons, 1-star helmets, 10 in total, 1-star armor, 20 sets. It is no exaggeration to say that. We've struck it rich this time. With these resources, we can easily get through the initial land reclamation period." Hearing the cute little kitten's words, the players couldn't help but burst out laughing. During the day, they're still out there struggling to make a living. By evening, they have become nouveau riche. Even if they were to lie flat in the shelter now, these supplies should last them a long time. Have you noticed? These supplies that were able to be preserved intact. Whether it's food or equipment, Everything is decorated with unique carvings. Faba, Uzbekistan, took a deep breath and said, "Given that a completely vacuum technology is impossible in this world, I have reason to suspect this is magic." It's not surprising that there's magic. We have a necromancer in Vault 1, don't we? Pig Wings muttered. What I mean is, the supplies on the second floor are already one-star magic items. What about the third floor? Uzi raised an eyebrow, a smile on his face, and said, "Able to live on the top floor of the shelter. They must be either millionaires or high-ranking officials in Wild Kingdom. What supplies would they be stockpiling? What equipment are you using?" The thought of sending out an Uzi made all the players present look forward to it. There probably won't be any 5-star divine equipment on the third floor. It was at this time that, with his snap, there was a sound of glass shattering. This gave the players, who were immersed in their imaginations, a sudden jolt. Don't panic. It's just 7 o'clock. It's normal for there to be some noise outside at night. Pigwing glanced at the time and waved his hand. Chicken is too beautiful, Brother Jia, and a few other players with a more oblivious attitude suddenly realized what was going on. Milky Little Meow and Harry Uzi's expressions instantly turned serious. They could tell. The sound of breaking glass. It came from inside the shelter. Chapter 46, This refuge is full of filth. After realizing the sound was coming from inside the shelter, at the same time, the little kitten and the hairy Uzi suddenly ran towards the second floor door. With a loud clang, after the second floor doors were tightly closed, they hurriedly urged the players to hide in room 220 at the far end of the corridor. "Guys, we're in the shelter right now. There's no need to panic so much about the dark." Pigwings was a little confused. How could such a small noise scare the two big shots like that? Have none of you ever played a shooting game? Can't you pinpoint the enemy's location by sound? The little kitten with the milky scent narrowed its eyes and asked in return, "Oh, you're right. When I play shooting games, I'm the type who can't find where anyone is shooting at me at all." Pigwings scratched his chin awkwardly. The other players also shook their heads. They were all complete beginners to shooting games and lacked the skill of sound positioning. The sound just now clearly came from inside the shelter and right under our feet. Faba, Uzbekistan, took a deep breath and replied, "Fortunately, it wasn't a particularly powerful monster. Otherwise, it would have already broken through the ceiling and wiped us all out. What happened to you guys? How did you end up there?" At that moment, a new voice suddenly appeared in the team voice chat. Upon closer inspection, it turned out to be the online character Humble Boy, a working-class individual. The Humble Boy got home from get off work, ate a few bites of bread, and hurriedly went online. He was afraid of delaying the progress too much. But when a Humble Boy saw the player icons on the map after logging in, he was dumbfounded. Your teammates are 8 kilometers away from the shelter. It's nighttime now. Traveling 8 kilometers on this apocalyptic night. You might not be able to do it even if you died more than 80 times. The incident started with Matt racing and the "don't chase a chicken with a sprained ankle" Brother J argument. In the team voice chat, Pigwing recounted how they found this Class C shelter. It was described simply once. After the Humble Boy listened, he then turned to Guja and inquired about some information about this Class C shelter. "I'd like you guys to figure out a way to come back quickly. I just asked Brother Ja. He didn't know much about this Class C shelter. But there was one thing he was absolutely certain of. There's something filthy in this shelter." The Humble Boy tried his best to persuade him. "Actually, before we set off for here, Jaji had already warned us. And now we're being targeted by this filthy thing." The kitten with a milky scent responded, "But we're playing a game after all. It would be too boring if we were afraid of dying and didn't dare to do anything. And guess what we found in this shelter?" The little kitten sent the supplies list from the second floor of the shelter to the Humble Boy. An excited voice immediately came from the other end of the team voice chat. "It's out. So many supplies and equipment. How many tasks would you have to complete to get this much reward?" It turns out that this trip was worthwhile. The little kitten with milky flavor took a deep breath and said, "The only problem now is, how do they manage to bring all these supplies and equipment back? The old method, go offline and then log back in during the day to move the items." The Humble Boy suggested, "We've thought of that solution too. I had just entered room 220 when I thought about logging off." The result indicated that the player was already in combat. Pigwings smacked his lips, somewhat puzzled, and said, "Even if there are monsters on the first floor, we didn't provoke any hatred towards it. Unexpectedly unable to log off while still in combat. Is there a bug in the game?" What about using the virtual reality headset's function to force close the game? The humble boy asked again. We've also tried forcibly closing the game and removing the helmet directly. But the game character doesn't disappear. They just stand there motionless, as if they've lost their soul. Pig Wings replied. The game character just hung outside like that, looking completely lost all day long. When I log in the next day, I should be immediately taken to the waiting to be resurrected screen. Then we'll have to kill the monster that forced you into combat mode. Then, take advantage of the time off combat to quickly log off. The humble boy muttered, This is also a headache for us right now. We can't find that monster anywhere. Chicken 2, beautiful sighed. As Chicken Beauty was speaking, she suddenly felt someone pull her close. Hey, even if you're scared, don't hug me. We're all grown men. Isn't it awkward to hug each other like this? Chicken is too beautiful, but she received no response. Those hands were still roaming over his body. Chicken Beauty was very disgusted and slapped those hands. A sharp pain shot through me. His pain reached its threshold in a second. The chicken was so beautiful that it lowered its head and took a closer look. The hand that was slapped downwards was pierced through the middle, leaving a large hole. Only then did he realize that. The hands that were roaming over his body did not belong to any other player. Those hands had sharp fingernails, shaped like animal claws. It was a corpse that was originally lying on the ground. Chicken 2, beautiful, shouted. The next moment, his heart was pierced and torn out by those hands. His health bar vanished instantly, and his avatar went completely black. Such a bloody scene unfolded before my eyes. The other players finally found out as well. What kind of monster pulled me into combat? The fastest reacting player, Faker, delivered a flying kick to the monster. After kicking the monster to the ground, he quickly took out the skeleton warrior's sword from his backpack. He swung the sword at the monster's head. With a puff, the monster's head fell to the floor, and its body remained motionless. I initially thought these were just corpses, but they turned out to be inactive monsters. Uzbekistan took a deep breath and said, This monster is called a ghoul, and its health bar is empty. They die as soon as their heads are cut off. They seem relatively easy to kill. Now that the ghoul is dead, can we log off and leave the battle? Pigwing realized this and immediately went offline in the system interface. No, it still says I'm in combat. It's probably because there are 1 or 2 ghouls in the rooms around us. The little kitten clenched its fist and said, Killing a ghoul will attract more people who want to escape the battle in this shelter. I'm afraid we'll have to kill all the ghouls. So what do we do now? Pigwing looked at Milky Little Meow and Hairy Uzi. There's no other way but to fight back. The little kitten and the hairy Uzi pulled out their respective battle knives. His gaze was fixed intently on the door. Chapter 47, These Corpses Have No Morality. Bang, bang, bang. The door to room 220 was being pounded on by the ghouls. Bulges began to appear on the iron gate. These ghouls are incredibly powerful. Even an iron gate couldn't withstand such a pounding attack. And even more deadly, it was the sound of them cutting the iron gate with their fingernails. A series of hissing sounds. Absolutely. I can't take it anymore. Let me die. Pigwing shouted and tried to open the door. What he couldn't stand most in his life was, it's that kind of pebbles hitting glass noise. The little kitten with a milky scent blocked his way with one hand and said in a deep voice, Don't worry. This door won't hold for much longer. Instead of opening the door and throwing your life away, you might as well wait for them to come in. We can seize the initiative and launch the first attack. Strike first? What's the point? We're destined to die here. Pigwings was on the verge of a mental breakdown from the loud noise. The significance? The significance is that for every ghoul we kill, we gain more experience points from that ghoul. The man standing to the side, Uzi, glared at Pigwing and said coldly, So can you calm down? Don't delay everyone's upgrade. I'm speechless that playing a game was ruined by this much noise. You really can't stand it. I can cut off your ear for you. It's just a brief pain. You'll reach your pain threshold very quickly. Hearing Uzi's threat, Pigwing took a half step back in fear. He was just an ordinary city worker. How could they withstand the full force of the murderous aura emanating from international mercenaries? However, they were also quite startled by Uzbekistan's actions. The sound of the ghoul slamming its nails against the door didn't seem so jarring anymore. The sound of pounding on the door continued. Although the iron gate cannot be breached in the short term, but the door frame was already in a precarious state. Get ready, they're coming in soon. Fabo Uzbekistan took a deep breath and said in a low voice, "It's a pity you allocated the attribute points to the wrong places. The one-star equipment I found. Because there wasn't enough strength, none of them were usable. Otherwise, our combat effectiveness would be much higher now." The players present all looked embarrassed upon hearing this. If someone else compared themselves to this, they'll definitely retort, "Dude, are you under a lot of pressure?" But facing the Uzbekistan, they could only feel awkward and silently pray to themselves. "Boss, stop cursing. Stop cursing. Bone. Ugh." At this point, the iron gate finally gave way to the relentless blows. It fell straight down to the ground. The ghouls instantly surged into the room. They didn't give the players a single chance to escape. Inside Shelter 1, the lowly boy had nowhere to go. A person is cleaning the shelter. Even though the shelter was so dirty that it didn't trigger the quest to clean up the respawn point, he still enjoyed it immensely. Guja watched from the side and nodded in satisfaction. If there were more players with such obsessive-compulsive disorder about cleanliness, from now on, there will be no need to worry about hygiene problems in the shelter. A humble boy wiping discarded furniture in the lobby suddenly uttered a phrase from a national treasure. Guja quickly turned his head to look in the direction of the gate, and he was distracted by checking his own planning map. There isn't a single undead creature within 500 meters of us. Why is he making such a fuss here? Guja narrowed his eyes and asked in confusion, "What happened?" Guja looked at the humble boy and asked, "They're losing health. They're all losing health. Their health bars are about to drop to 0. The humble boy took a deep breath and responded. Guja shook his head and didn't say anything more. He had anticipated this situation when they entered the Class C shelter. At that moment, a phantom appeared inside Vault 1. Gradually, the phantom transformed into a human form. The first chicken to die was too beautiful. He was resurrected after his 300-second resurrection timer expired. Damn it, these monsters have no sportsmanship. They're attacking from behind. Chicken Beauty had just been resurrected when she started cursing and complaining. What exactly happened to you in that Class C shelter? I am curious, the humble boy asked. It's not very complicated. Simply put, they were besieged by a group of ghouls. The chicken smacked its lips and replied. Inside the Class C shelter, there are ghouls lying in almost every few rooms. We initially thought these were just some deformed corpses. I never imagined they would be monsters. Then at night, they were all activated. I was ambushed by the ghoul lying in the corner of room 220. What about the rest? When the humble boy asked this question, the player avatars in the team list are all black. Only his and Chicken 2 Beautiful's profile pictures were still lit up. Oh, they're all dead, so it's all right. The humble boy waved his hand and said. They stared at the time and waited another 300 seconds. Those players did not revive. Upon closer inspection, after a bloody battle with the ghouls inside the Class C shelter, all 8 of them have reached level 4. The respawn time has also been increased from 300 seconds to 400 seconds. Obviously, teammates who are killed or too far away will not receive experience points. The humble boy and the beautiful chicken exchanged a glance. They all felt they had lost 100 million. So much experience wasn't shared at all. What a huge loss. Another 100 seconds have passed. All the players were finally resurrected in the lobby of Vault 1. Sorry, we got wiped out again this time. Pigwing scratched his head and muttered, Game companies won't be bothered by our poor performance. Are you not going to give us a spot in the second closed beta test? Chicken 2, Beautiful, smacked her lips and replied, I feel that we should continue like this. They'll kick us out after just one test and then bring in a new batch of players. The humble boy smiled, glancing at Guja as he said, So we should listen more to the guidance of the old man in the beginner village. Don't wander around aimlessly. It's better to stay outside and kill skeletons to level up. Now, all the equipment must have been looted from that C-grade vault. It's not so bad that the equipment dropped there. We can go and retrieve them during the day. The little kitten waved its paw, indicating that everyone should not worry. Guja, standing to the side, lightly spat and muttered to himself, You're probably not going to get those equipment back. Chapter 48, you want to get experience from NPCs too? Brother Ja, what did you just say? Chicken Time May, who was relatively close to Guja, asked, What do you mean, say what? Upon hearing this, Guja immediately pretended not to understand. As an NPC, always maintain your identity and have a strong sense of conviction. As for player resurrection, of course you have to pretend you don't know. Guja couldn't help but sigh inwardly, wishing he could travel back to Earth. Based on his experience in the apocalypse, working part-time as an NPC in a horror escape room shouldn't be a problem. As for why he said these players couldn't retrieve their equipment, naturally, he had learned some information that the players did not know. Just as the player killed the first ghoul, the complete information about the ghouls was then loaded into the monster database of Dungeon Fighter Online, Original Blade Go. In order to meet the requirements for the game's launch, Guja then killed a skeleton, adding the skeletons of this world to the monster database. Players who arrive in this post-apocalyptic world and kill new monsters will also experience the same effect. As the game planner, Guja has complete access to all the information in the monster database. The ghoul's information at this time is displayed as follows. Corpse Demon. Race. Undead are transformed from humans. Rank F. Attack methods. Biting, scratching. Weaknesses. Head, fire. Hostile relationship. Any non-undead creature. Special. Ghouls will automatically enter a hibernation state if they do not eat for a long time. Being in a dense, cold environment and being tempted by food will activate it. Once activated, the ghoul will enter a frenzied predatory phase. Depending on the ghoul's hunger level, the predation period can last from 1 week to 1 month. Guja glanced at the information about the corpse demon. I knew these players would never get their equipment back. Moreover, given the level of hunger the ghouls had endured for hundreds of years without food, their predation period is estimated to last a full month. Although we were wiped out again, and a lot of equipment was lost, but the gains will definitely outweigh the losses. The little kitten looked at the players in the lobby who seemed rather withdrawn. He stepped forward and encouraged others. We leveled up just by killing monsters. This is a real improvement. Furthermore, we still have exploration rewards that we haven't claimed. I received the exploration reward. We might get promoted 2 levels today if the entire team is wiped out once. That's how you can achieve such an improvement. I wish I could go out every day to find monsters and commit suicide. It won't take more than a few days. We can then reach level 10 and change jobs. Although we know the little kitten is trying to encourage the players. But Guja couldn't help but mentally complain as he listened. You think you're science, leveling up every time you die? But with an organizer like Little Kitten and a mood maker, the withdrawn atmosphere in the shelter lobby has finally lessened considerably. The players stood up one by one. Go to Guja to collect your exploration reward. World Exploration Rewards. Virtual Realm Exploration Progress. 0.02. Discovery of Important Landmark. Welland Class C Vault. Exploration Rewards. Experience X500. Silver Coins X5. Planning Rewards. 50 experience points, 50 copper coins, and 5 planning points. It seems that the landmark level of the Welland level shelter is the same as that of the Skull Cave. The exploration rewards are all exactly the same. The little kitten with the milky scent patted the ground and pondered. If we can find the location of a high-level boss, does that mean exploration rewards will also skyrocket? The little kitten with the milky scent thought of this. Looking at Uzi, he suggested, should we assign someone to run through the map specifically during the daytime? There are still too many dark areas on the map. Fabi Uzi shook his head and said, the first problem is that we don't have enough manpower right now. There are currently only 10 people. It's not even enough to build shelters. Secondly, the rewards for solo exploration are too low. The rewards for solo map exploration are too low? Why? The little kitten with a milky scent was a bit confused. F.A. pointed to the humble boy in the corner, who was even more withdrawn than before. He didn't come with us to that Class C shelter. Therefore, the exploration rewards cannot be claimed. Is this guy crying? The little kitten took a closer look and was immediately surprised. The humble boy, looking up at the sky, had tears streaming down his face. Why? Why do I have to go to work? The humble boy sniffed, utterly dejected, and said, 500 experience points. 5 silver coins. I didn't get any. Ah. Okay, it seems that in the future, it's best to set off in a small team when exploring the map. The little kitten glanced at the humble boy and took a deep breath. After claiming the exploration rewards, players also made sure to complete their daily food storage tasks. Another 10 experience points and 10 copper coins earned. It made the humble boy feel a little better. After cutting 100 kilograms of meat off the giant chicken, more than half was still left. After a long day of running around, the players naturally wanted to enjoy the taste of this giant chicken. Because there's no oil for baking, frying, or stir-frying. This giant chicken can only be boiled directly. Even a large pot of chicken soup with nothing added is still incredibly delicious. Players even suspect that the game has altered their taste system. Everything tastes good. After a hearty meal, Faba Uzi waved to the players and suggested, "Let's call it a day. From the first light of dawn until now, it's dark. We spent a day in the apocalypse. Even if your body isn't tired in real life, your mind is. By the way, my suggestion is that you guys do some activities after you log off, go around and explore. Muscles really do atrophy if not used for a long time." All the players nodded. No one would doubt a player offering an Uzi. As he spoke, Pig Wings proudly displayed another bowl of chicken soup. Once it's offline, it won't be so easy to find such delicious food. After finishing the chicken soup, Pig Wing raised his hand and said, "I also suggest everyone log off early. If the gaming headset detects that we've been playing games for too long, it could negatively impact our physical functions. The next day, all gaming platforms will force us to enter anti-addiction mode for a week. You can only play for 1 hour each day for a week. I feel like I'd die if I could only play this game for 1 hour a day. Thank goodness you reminded me. I almost forgot about this anti-addiction agreement." Zhang San, the outlaw, took a deep breath and said with lingering fear, "I was originally planning to repair the doors and windows of the shelter, since we had already found the tools. If I really stay here, I'll probably only be able to log on for an hour tomorrow." Upon hearing Pig Wings mention this, all the players logged off incredibly quickly. They spent a day in the apocalypse. It seems we've already reached the critical point where our physical condition will trigger the anti-addiction system. If they had logged off a few minutes later, they probably would have received a red email. In the apocalypse, only Guja and the humble boy who only logged on at night remained. The humble boy, knowing that he was the only one who could play for a long time, was no longer gloomy. He thought of something, and a smile immediately appeared on his face. Zhiji might go out to level up tonight. Then I won't log off and will stay with Brother Zhe. Can I learn experience from him? Guja. Upon hearing this, Guja gave a look of utter confusion. You want to steal the experience points from NPCs? Isn't that a bit too much? Chapter 49 Piles Sipiki. With players' relentless, reckless behavior, Guja really didn't want to act with the players. They went out twice, and both times they were wiped out. This further confirms his view. The key issue is that Guja is unsure whether he has the resurrection function. He goes out with other players, and who knows, one of them might just drag a big boss into his face. Then you have to say, "Brother Zhe, look what good stuff I brought you." If he cannot be resurrected, then he will truly be dead. Guja took a deep breath and wondered if he should just rest tonight. But upon closer reflection, if players log on at night, he won't be able to go out and level up. Wouldn't that be like throwing the baby out with the bathwater? Or should we just wait out and get this guy offline? Guja muttered to himself, glancing at the humble boy. She noticed that the humble boy was also staring intently at her. Judging from this, the humble boy is determined not to log off until he gets some experience point from him today. Guja frowned and muttered to himself, "Fine, let this guy come along if he wants. If he causes me trouble, I'll take direct action against him." Guja planned to keep a close eye on the humble boy's movements. As long as he does something wrong, Guja will take him out first. If the behavior is too egregious, Guja will also take back his qualification for the first test. Having authority means being able to do whatever you want. Guja glanced at the time. It was just before 10 p.m. There's still a long time until sunrise at 5:30 a.m. We can take our time tonight, no rush. The first step in preparing for going out is to get yourself in the right state of mind. Guja cut a portion from the 100 kilograms giant chicken meat that the players submitted for the grain storage task. The materials players submit for the quest belong to Guja. The players' task rewards are issued by the system. This was very comfortable for Guja. Guja also started cooking and boiling water, intending to boil the chicken. Looking at the chicken soup in the pot, Guja suddenly remembered that he had given a player a salt-making quest. And this player was the humble boy who was watching him from the side. "Where's the salt I asked you to get?" Guja turned to look at the humble boy and asked. The humble boy was stunned by the question. Why would an NPC actively urge you to complete quest? I don't have time during the day. At night, monsters roam the outside world. Moreover, there are no conditions for drying them. Therefore, the task of salt production is not yet complete. The humble boy answered honestly. Can you be of any use? Guja couldn't help but make a comment. Guja knew this guy wanted to steal his experience points. Without realizing it, My attitude towards him has become much worse. The humble boy remained completely bewildered. Did an NPC just criticize me? The task wasn't completed, and now I'm getting criticized by the NPC? This game is absolutely outrageous. Fortunately, the ingredients in this world don't need any seasoning and taste pretty good. Otherwise, even just the daily diet would be torture. Guja muttered to himself as he downed the chicken soup in one gulp. Satiety level 85, stamina level 97. This time, we even brought 3 stone axes. We can go out now. After tidying himself up, Guja walked out of the shelter. The humble boy immediately got up and followed behind. Ignoring the humble boy, Guja went straight to the spot where the skeletons were clustered together. Having a skeleton follower by your side makes you feel safe. Jiji doesn't need to worry about monsters in the wild. If it were us, we'd have to stop and observe every few steps. The humble boy couldn't help but quicken his pace to keep up with Guja's steps. After walking forward for 500 meters, the humble boy sensed something was wrong. With his keen observation skills, he could clearly see that there were skeletons ahead. Why is Guja still so casually continuing forward? Brother Zha, there's a monster ahead. The humble boy called out loudly. I know. Guja responded calmly. What I mean is, there are about a dozen skeletons ahead. Do you want to stop? The humble boy worried that Guja wouldn't understand what he meant. He added an explanation. Guja, however, showed a puzzled expression. It's just a skeleton, why stop? As Guja spoke, his pace quickened. They were about to reach the skeletons. Could it be that Brother Zha's combat power has reached a level where he can easily defeat dozens of skeletons? The humble boy, realizing this, followed after them with excitement. So many skeletons. He can always get experience from 1 or 2 skeletons. They all rushed up to the group of skeletons. Something unexpected happened to the humble boy. These dozen or so skeletons completely ignored Guja and his skeleton followers. They all rushed towards him. What's going on? The humble boy was completely dumbfounded. There's another person right in front of you. Go attack him. Why are you chasing me? The humble boy was so frightened that he turned and ran away. In the pitch-black wilderness, he was followed by more than a dozen skeletons. The humble boy's mentality collapsed. Guja could hear shouts of, "Don't chase me. I'm not playing around," from afar. A few minutes later, the noise subsided. In the player list, the avatar of the humble boy has also gone black. Guja shook his head and chuckled. Trying to fleece me won't be so easy. Next, it was my own time to level up. Guja opened the planning map to check the clustering of skeletons in this area. After the lowly boy led away a group of more than 10 skeletons. There's still groups of skeletons here with 3, 4, and 7 heads. These 4 groups of skeletons are all more than 100 meters apart. As long as I'm careful not to expand the battlefield, they probably won't be brought together. Guja organized his battle strategy in his mind. He then led his skeleton followers toward the location of the 3 skeletons. Upon arriving at the location, they approached the 3 skeletons. Same old method. The skeleton minion took the initiative to control the enemy, and Guja immediately attacked and killed one of them. Next up is the 2v2 duel. Guja was playing a one-on-one match against the skeleton. His skeleton minions were locked in combat with another undead skeleton. Although Guja is a necromancer, his strength is as high as 14 points. In a one-on-one situation, the skeleton is no match for him. In less than a minute, Guja had killed the second skeleton. Meanwhile, his skeleton minions were engaged in a fierce battle with the undead skeletons. Both of their bodies made a tap-tap-tap-tap sound, but after knocking for a long time, the health bar didn't drop at all. It seems I underestimated my own combat strength, as well as the tankiness of my skeletons. A battle between skeletons. Even if they fought until the sky darkened, it would be difficult to inflict a fatal wound. Guja stroked his chin and muttered, "In that case, I can have my skeletons attract a lot of aggro. As long as I'm not surrounded and killed by skeletons, I'll be fine." Knowing this, Guja took down the last skeleton in this wave. He then checked his personal status and found that his experience points were minus 610. I need 390 more experience points to reach level 11. In other words, he can level up by killing 8 more skeletons. Then he will be able to upgrade the skeleton revival skill to LV2. The skeleton's strength increases, and its number also increases by 1. Upgrade today. Guja smiled and walked towards the other groups of skeletons. Chapter 50 Activities not under the planning management. Next, Guja easily cleared out the 2 waves of 4 skeletons. When he killed the 8th skeleton, a sound effect that only he could hear rang out. At the same time, the text LV10, LV11 upgrade lit up above his head. You leveled up, gaining 1 attribute point and 1 skill point. Without hesitation, I allocated all attribute points to strength. Strength, 15 to 16. He currently lacks offensive skills. There's no need to add spirit attributes to increase spell power or reduce mana consumption. For now, I'll be a melee mage. After adding attributes, skills are the main event. His skeleton revival can be upgraded to LV2. After adding the skill points, Guja checked the upgraded skill descriptions. Skeleton Resurrection LV2. A skeleton rises from a corpse to fight for itself. Skeleton level 2. Skeleton Resurrection Cap 2. Increases with skill level. Mental energy consumption 10. The higher the mental attribute, the less mental energy is consumed. After reading the skill description, Guja immediately chose to use it. My mental energy was reduced by 10 points, and I feel a slight stinging pain in my temples. Fortunately, you might not need to use this skill even once every 10 days or 2 weeks. There's no need to consider improving your mental attributes for now. After using the skill, a second minion skeleton appeared beside him. A skull icon has also been added to the follower interface. Guja clicked on the avatar as usual to check the new skeleton's attributes. Skeleton LV2. Physical condition 3. Strength 3. Agility 3. Spirit 2. Belongs to Guja. The summoned creature will be a level 2 skeleton. All 4 attributes have increased by 1 point compared to before. The previous level 1 skeleton's 4-dimensional attributes were 2, 2, 2, 1. Now it's directly 3, 3, 3, 2. Doesn't that mean the newly summoned level 2 skeletons have 3 more attribute points than before? Guja thought of this. He turned his gaze to his first follower, a skeleton. He pondered, should we just dismantle this skeleton and revive a new one? Clearly, the attribute of reviving one head is even more superior. Wait, my skeleton seems to have leveled up too, and it's reached level 5, gaining 2 more attribute points. Killing so many skeletons gave Guja a huge amount of experience points, allowing him to level up once and his skeleton followers to level up twice. Having discovered this, Guja still decided not to dismantle the first skull. It is, after all, a level 5 skeleton. Then, Guja added all 2 extra attribute points to his constitution. This level 5 skeleton's 4 main attributes are 6, 2, 2, and 1. Guja planned to use this skeleton as a pure tank for tanking. No matter what kind of monster you encounter, just put it at the front and you'll be fine. With 2 skeletons, Guja's efficiency and safety in killing monsters have greatly improved. It's still early before dawn, so he should continue leveling up. But what gave Guja a bit of a toothache was all 3 stone axes he brought were damaged. Homemade weapons that don't reach star level have very low durability. Even if Guja has 15 points of strength now, it would still be quite difficult for him to kill the skeletons with his bare hands. His 2 skulls can completely ignore their attack power. The battle between skeletons is a Shakespearean drama. It seems we still need a weapon capable of penetrating stars. Even the durability of a 1-star weapon. That's enough for me to kill hundreds of skeletons without having to return. Guja smacked his lips and recalled. I asked the system, and it said that setting up a 1-star NPC merchant who sells equipment requires 100 planning points. Previously, the player received 9 exploration rewards and completed 10 daily tasks. I should have received quite a bit of the planning rewards as well. My current planning points are 95. I'm so upset. How come it's still 5 points short? There's a good amount of in-game currency. 14 silver coins and 60 copper coins. But there are no NPC shops now, so I have nowhere to spend my money. Where can I get 1-star equipment? Guja muttered to himself, then suddenly remembered what the players had said during their meal. They found a lot of 1-star equipment on the 2nd floor of the Class C shelter. They're all still there, untouched. If he could get his hands on that equipment, wouldn't that make them invincible in the early game? The hostility of ghouls is any non-undead creature. Guja immediately opened the monster data of the corpse demon. That shouldn't attack me like a skeleton. I went straight to the 2nd floor of the Class C shelter, grabbed the equipment, and left. No problem. Guja thought it was so easy, but he was actually panicking inside. What if these ghouls attack him? I learned from the players that there are at least 3 digits of ghouls in a Class C shelter. He wasn't confident he could defeat such a large horde of ghouls. Guja began to struggle internally. After much deliberation, he finally decided to venture into that Class C shelter. Although he is a game designer and has certain game privileges, but in this apocalyptic world, his identity as a planner is useless. In other words, when will this post-apocalyptic monster siege event begin? It's not up to him to decide what to do. He was slowly leveling up in the shelter when suddenly one day, monsters attacked his home. The players excitedly shouted, "The monster siege event has begun." Little did they know, the game designer of the game they were playing had already died. Deciding to take the risk, Guja moved northeast towards the Welland Class C shelter. He can perfectly avoid mutated creatures on the road, and undead skeletons will not attack him on their own initiative. It can be said that the journey was at full speed and without any obstacles. Guja covered the 8-kilometer distance in less than an hour. He entered the Class C shelter and took a deep breath as he looked at the 3-story building in front of him. Whether this trip will be fruitful or not depends on the outcome of the next step. Guja stayed at the furthest distance to control the situation, directing the 2 skeletons to push open the building's door. As soon as the door was opened, several ghouls sprang out of the building. These things are much more agile than skeletons. Guja glanced at the situation ahead and sighed. If a player encounters a ghoul in the wild, there's no way to escape by running away. We can only fight head-on, hoping for even the slightest chance of a comeback. Guja waited at a distance for several tens of seconds. The ghouls showed no signs of attacking the skeletons. This not only relieved him. At that moment, he shifted his body and stepped on some loose stones, making a slight sound. And it was this slight sound that startled the ghouls ahead. The wandering ghouls instantly changed direction and rushed toward him. Chapter 51, Unlocking the Third Layer. With the speed of a corpse demon, it only took a few seconds from spotting Guja to rushing to his side. Guja was stunned for a moment before he realized he was surrounded. He took a deep breath, unsure what to do next. Ironically, he had just been lamenting that being targeted by ghouls made escape difficult. Unexpectedly, he found himself in this predicament the next moment. The ghouls slowly gathered around Guja. Guja looked at these ugly, deformed faces. He clenched his fists, refraining from making the first move. When surrounded, if he makes a move, it will be a certain death situation. He could only gamble that these ghouls wouldn't attack him on their own. The ghouls approached Guja and sniffed the air. Guja was certain that. He saw a look of confusion on the faces of these ghouls. Could it be that they smelled human scent on me? Guja couldn't help but guess. Although he is a necromancer, he is still human at heart. It's perfectly normal to have a human touch. Thinking of this, Guja immediately took out a rotten 2-headed fish from his backpack. This was a spare food item he had kept in his backpack a long time ago. Because it hadn't been taken out for a long time, the 2-headed fish was marked as corrupted in the backpack. Guja pondered that perhaps the smell of this rotting 2-headed fish could mask the human smell on his body. Without hesitation, Guja took out the 2-headed fish and began to put it on his body. From head to toe, leave no place untouched. I've been in this apocalypse for over a month now. This was the first thing that made him feel so disgusted he wanted to vomit. Fortunately, this disgusting behavior of yours is still useful. Guja was doing this. The outermost ghouls began to gradually leave the area. Wait until he is completely immersed in the experience. The ghouls that had been lingering around him then all dispersed. After the ghoul left, Guja couldn't help but exhale a deep breath. In these few minutes, he almost forgot he could breathe. Guja couldn't help but laugh at himself. This is a ghoul, not a zombie. Why is it that my first reaction when they come over is to hold my breath? The ghouls almost discovered I was the traitor just because they had one more sense of smell than skeletons. If it were a higher-level undead creature, it would probably be able to recognize that I am actually human at a glance. It seems I'll have to be more careful from now on. Guja sighed with lingering fear. Having experienced being surrounded by ghouls, Guja was a little more composed than before. But now I'm certain I won't be attacked by ghouls. We still need to get the equipment from the second floor of the Class C shelter. There's a fully illuminated planning map. Guja didn't take any detours and went straight to the room where the players were collecting equipment. Looking at the pile of 1-star equipment on the ground, Guja's eyes lit up. His first thought was to move all the equipment back home. Unfortunately, the backpack's weight limit prevented him from doing so. He can only choose the equipment that suits him from this. The primary objective is weapons. First, take a look at the 16 1-star weapons on the ground. Of the 16 1-star weapons, 12 are standard longswords. It seems that the longsword is the standard weapon of the Welsh National Guard. The remaining 4 weapons are a spear, a one-handed axe, a two-handed greatsword, and a large hammer. Guja shifted his gaze to the sledgehammer, checked its attributes, and then shook his head. From the perspective of killing skeletons, a blunt weapon like a hammer is definitely the best choice. However, this 1-star hammer requires 10 points of strength to use. That means I only have 5 points of strength left to choose armor. There's practically no choice. Guja desperately needs weapons right now, that's for sure. However, with surplus equipment, he prefers a weapon plus a piece of armor. The skeleton's attacks aren't too threatening, but the ghoul's sharp limbs. Without any armor, a single scratch from him would tear off a chunk of flesh. If it hits the vital point, he will be instantly killed by the ghoul. Without defensive equipment, there is no margin for error. If it gets attacked, something terrible will happen. But if he has a 1-star weapon and 1-star armor, Guja can easily slaughter the zombies. After much deliberation, Guja finally chose a two-handed greatsword and a piece of defensive armor. These are a black iron greatsword and the standard plate armor of the WL Kingdom. Black iron greatsword. Lethality, 25-30. Durability, 25-50. Equipment requirement, strength 8. Special, engraved with a protective magic circle, making it more durable than ordinary equipment. Welsh standard plate armor. Defense, 60. Durability, 36-70. Equipment requirement, strength 7. Special, engraved with a protective magic circle, making it more durable than ordinary equipment. These are 2 magical items. No wonder they've been preserved for hundreds of years. Even though the durability is now only half left, it can last for a very long time. Guja immediately put on the weapons and armor. Feeling the weight on his body, his sense of security surged. Indeed, all fear stems from insufficient firepower. I will have these 2 pieces of equipment if I'm surrounded by ghouls. I'm afraid I wouldn't be able to resist taking action. Guja smiled and began to pack the remaining 1-star equipment on the ground into his backpack. Unfortunately, only 10 standard longswords were stuffed in. His backpack was already full. There are still 5 weapons and 29 pieces of armor on the ground that cannot be taken back. Gujajin was reluctant to leave this place. Forget it. I'll just come back tomorrow to transport the equipment. If we move a little bit every day, we can eventually empty this place. Guja nodded slightly, ready to leave with a full load, but when he reached the stairwell, I remembered what the player said. 3rd layer. There must be equipment of a higher star rating. They might even have 5-star equipment. How about we go check out the 3rd floor? Since we're already here, and he himself was not in danger. Like the players, Guja successfully convinced himself with a famous quote. I climbed the stairs and arrived at the 3rd floor door. Guja discovered that the door was locked. Moreover, the materials used for this door are of a higher grade than those used for the 2nd floor. Even with his black iron greatsword, Guja couldn't force his way through this place. Fortunately, Guja had a plan. The areas highlighted on the planning map will be loaded into the map data. As the planner, Guja was able to access the data. What he wanted was in the area highlighted on the map. He can immediately tell where he is. Well, country class, C vault. 3rd floor, main door key. Warehouse, desk, bottom drawer. Guja checked the data for the key to the 3rd floor gate. This string of words popped into my mind. Next, he obtained the key to the 3rd floor door without any hindrance, and it was successfully inserted into the keychain. And just as he turned the key, suddenly my heart started a race. The door was unlocked, but he dare not open it. A feeling arose in his heart. As long as he opens this door, he will die. Chapter 52 NPC leading the way. What's going on? Guja frowned deeply. This wasn't the first or second time he had faced a life-threatening crisis in the apocalypse. But none of them have made him this panicked. He truly feels like he's on the verge of death. Could it be that my senses have become more acute after becoming a necromancer? What exactly is on the 3rd floor? Guja immediately opened the planning map, wanting to see what was going on. But he had not yet stepped into the 3rd level. The map of the 3rd level was still black. Just as he was about to close the map, in the 3rd layer of the fog of war, a red skull appeared. Guja was all too familiar with this icon. This is an icon representing a boss monster. There's actually a boss on the 3rd floor? Well, dash. Just then a deep, timely sound came from the 3rd floor. Guja's eyes widened in shock upon hearing this. He quickly locked the door again. Then run downstairs as fast as you can. Guja didn't believe it. Boss-level creatures will not attack him because he is a necromancer. What high-level equipment? 5-star weapon. None of them are as important as his life. Guja sped all the way back to the shelter as quickly as possible. He was genuinely worried that the third-floor boss would take an unconventional approach. They jumped out from somewhere else to chase him. To survive, one must follow one's heart. Hey, Jiji, you're back. Upon seeing Guja, the humble boy waved and greeted him. Why are you running so fast? Sweating profusely, as if fleeing for their lives? Are you being chased by a high-ranking undead outside? You're half right. Guja leaned against the wall, panting heavily. There are high-level undead outside, but it doesn't seem to be chasing me. Why are you running so fast if I'm not chasing you? The humble boy asked instinctively. Guja really wanted to retort because he didn't know if he could be resurrected. I can't be like you players who get wiped out as soon as you go out, without any psychological pressure. It's strange why you still. Guja showed an impatient expression. He wanted to ask the humble boy why he was still there, not offline. But that would have broken his NPC identity. Thankfully, he shut up in time. Oh, you're asking me why I'm still cleaning here. The humble boy shrugged and replied. Because I have nowhere else to go, doing manual labor like cleaning can also improve my attributes. It's just much slower than pure exercise. As the humble boy spoke, he suddenly pointed behind Guja. Brothers, watch out. 2 skeletons have invaded our shelter. Guja glanced back and saw that it was a skeleton follower whose movement speed was slower than his, and it was only now catching up with him. Don't panic. Both of these skeletons are mine. Guja waved his hand in acknowledgement. You can summon 2 skeletons now? The humble boy exclaimed in surprise. You didn't level up again, did you? As an NPC, Guja certainly wouldn't respond with level up. He paused, then read aloud in the tone of reciting lines. I've recently gained new insights into necromancy. This allowed me to revive a second skeleton to fight for me. What new insights? I've clearly leveled up. Your health bar shows level 11. The humble boy curled his lip and asked, By the way, why didn't those skeletons attack you earlier, but instead went straight for me? Guja responded calmly. Due to the necromancer's class characteristics, skeletons will not attack me on their own initiative. Why didn't you say so earlier? Then you should have asked sooner. The humble boy inexplicably felt that Guja was targeting him. But clearly on the first day I played this game, Guja seems to treat him fairly well. Could it be that Guja knows he wants to use him to gain experience points? Then a lot of NPC favorability was deducted. Just an NPC. Is it really necessary to be this intelligent? Is there anything else? I'm going to rest now that there's nothing else. If you disturb me, my 2 skeletons will show you the consequences. Guja took the black water from the water tank to wash himself before going into his room. 8 Kilometer Sprint. It really exhausted him. His stamina was down to only 15. An icon for excessive fatigue has also appeared in the status bar. This was the first debuff he applied to himself after activating the game features. Guja lay on the bed, mentally reviewing the planning map. The red skull in the Class C vault did not move. That means the boss hasn't appeared yet. This is the best possible outcome. If he releases this boss, with his and the player's current combat power, they definitely can't stop them. This shelter will definitely be destroyed by this boss. To defeat this boss, I need to level up myself. You need to reach at least level 15 to learn the second skill, Skeleton Enhancement. Skeleton Enhancement can greatly increase the strength of skeletons. 5 enhanced skeletons. That might not be enough. Just to be on the safe side, we need to gather the player's strength. Guja muttered to himself. The current players are still too weak. Taking them to fight the boss might not help me, but rather have a negative impact. We should wait until they have a larger number of members and their levels are higher before trying to take on the boss. I should get a fair amount of planning points from the first kill reward for a boss. Perhaps due to excessive fatigue, Guja was thinking about how to defeat the boss. I fell asleep while thinking about it. The next day, it was still just sunrise. Players began logging in one after another in the shelter lobby. Chicken Beauty glanced at the 2 skeletons standing in the hall and muttered. Just as Lao Xie, the humble boy, said, Brother Zhe has leveled up again. Old Xie said Brother Zhe would go out to level up at night, and it seems he was right. Pigwings frowned and said, Is this what you call NPCs leading the way in grinding and rolling? Don't force me to stay up all night playing this game to level up. Actually, we've been working pretty hard. The little kitten chimed in from the side. I went online at 5:30 and played until almost nighttime when the anti-addiction system was about to be triggered before I logged off. It's just that we in GG are working in different directions. During the day, we focus on gathering survival resources and exploring the map. You can only kill monsters and grind levels at night. Chapter 53, we still need to chop down the tree first. I feel like we could try a different way of working out. After thinking for a moment, Faba, Uzbekistan said, during the day, I'll complete the daily tasks and the tasks triggered by Brothers, then set aside an hour specifically for running through the map. The rest of the time will be spent killing monsters and leveling up at night. I think it's feasible. The little kitten nodded and said, we spend all our time during the day, which ensures our survival resources, but it makes our combat capabilities improve too slowly. It's very likely that we won't be able to resist in the next mission to protect the shelter. The game will be sent directly then. What is the mission to protect the shelter? The people next to him, such as Matt Jing and Diego, all looked puzzled. They had never participated in this task before. You can think of it as a monster siege event in other games. Or it could be a base defense type of RPG map gameplay. We encountered it on our very first day in the game. The little kitten took a deep breath and recalled. It's all thanks to Brothers' help. Otherwise, our shelter would have been washed away on the very first day. What happens after the shelters are washed away? Brother Jia, don't ask out of curiosity. This is our only shelter right now. The only respawn point. If this only refuge falls. The little kitten paused for a moment, then replied, my guess is, the game has been rolled back. It will restart immediately. Possibly. They will also revoke the qualifications of those of us who are not qualified players. Is it that serious? Don't be alarmed, Brother Jia. No way. I finally found a 100% realistic game. If I were to play other games now, I wouldn't feel any sense of immersion at all. Matt Esports nodded in agreement. Indeed, I played the Plumber Mayhem mode yesterday, which I play a few rounds of every day. I just can't muster any enthusiasm for it. The image quality is too artificial. Therefore, we should play the game properly and not waste time recklessly. Faba, Uzbekistan, took a deep breath and said, let's make sure we get through the first test smoothly. Let the game companies see our super high level of skill. They will definitely retain our qualification for the second and third closed beta tests. Then I'll post an announcement in the group. The little kitten chimed in. Without triggering the anti-addiction protection measures, explore for 2 to 3 hours during the day. The rest of the time was spent leveling up at night. Everyone's situation is different, so it's not mandatory to act collectively. But personally, I hope that it would be best if everyone could schedule their time together. After all, everyone knows how difficult it is to play a game alone in a post-apocalyptic world. As the players chatted, they spontaneously went outside the shelter and split up to move around. They had already seen signs that the 2 skeletons Gu had left in the hall were about to make a move. Continuing to loudly plot in the hall will surely result in a heavy blow from the skeleton. That giant chicken is enough for 10 of us to complete our daily tasks. And there will be some leftover to eat. We don't need the food crew to go hunting today, right? The little kitten with milky flavor suggested. Let's go together and retrieve the equipment left on the second floor of the Class C shelter. One more person means one more backpack to carry. Zhang San, the outlaw, raised his hand and hesitated before saying, I think I'll stay. To be honest, I'm not very brave. Seeing skeletons was bearable, but encountering ghouls like yesterday was a different story. I was so scared I was trembling uncontrollably. I'll finish the task of repairing the resurrection point here first. Then let's see if there's any possibility of salvaging our shelter from its dilapidated state. No player had any objection to Zhang San's, a person outside the law, application. For skilled workers like him, staying in the shelter to do construction is definitely more valuable than being a porter. Zhang San, who was outside the law, stayed, while Li Si, who was inside the law, and Wang Wu, who was inside the law, also chose to stay and help. The 3 of them were used to hanging out together, so they tried to stay together as much as possible. Final decision. Milky Little Meow Meow, F.A. Ba, Uzi, Pig Wing, and 6 others went to move equipment. The 3, 4, and 5 members of the outlaw group stayed behind to repair the respawn point. As for the 1 player remaining out of the current 10, the humble boy, he doesn't have a holiday. He still has to get up and work later, so of course he's not online right now. After the 2 groups separated, the 3, 4, and 5 members of the group took the tools they found and went outside to start cutting down trees. Guja is resting now, and it's not convenient to carry out construction inside the shelter. Then let's just go and collect all the necessary repair materials first. For example, a large amount of timber. We've all played games that are 100% realistic. In the end, we still need to chop down trees to develop. Zhang San, who was outside the law, shook his head and smiled. Of the 10 survival games on the market, 9 require logging and chopping trees in the early stages. Surprisingly, even this game couldn't escape this format. However, the difficulty of chopping down trees in this game is significantly higher. Fanei Li Si touched the sturdy sapling, about the size of a bowl, in front of him. With our capabilities, we can probably only cut down this kind of tree. After taking it off, it requires a series of complicated processing steps before it can become a building material. This game is still a bit too hardcore for most players. There should be construction-related skills involved. Fei Lai Wang Wu thought for a moment and muttered, if building a house really can only rely on individual skills, do we have to hire a real construction team to build a shelter? What about ordinary players who want to create their own little home? That's right, this game should have construction-related secondary professions. Zhang San, the lawless one, nodded and said, once we finish the repair mission, we'll go talk to Brother Zhe a few more times. It might trigger a quest that rewards a building skill book. The 3, 4, and 5 groups from the French team began the work of felling trees. 1 hour later, the transport team also arrived at the Welland sea level shelter. Something's not right here. After observing the tents outside the main building, Faba, Uzbekistan, sensed something was amiss. Several tents were violently broken open. Many of the open cans had already lost their rotten flesh. Skeletons do not need to eat. What exactly ate the flesh of these hundreds of years-old zombies? The answer is obvious. Those ghouls came out last night. The little kitten with the milky scent also noticed something was wrong. However, judging from the traces, they shouldn't have left this shelter. You can move around, but you can't leave the shelter. Are they earthbound spirits or some kind of creature? Pig Wings muttered. The little kitten took a deep breath. Is it possible that the program sets their activity range? The setup of a fixed area with a fixed number of monsters is quite common. Hey, the AI in this game is ridiculously intelligent. Pig Wings suggested, it's best not to apply the thinking from other games to this game. That's right, Brother Zhe is just like a real player. If it weren't for the light shining from his head, I couldn't even tell he was an NPC. As the little kitten spoke, it led the way toward the main building. Let's go, move the equipment to the shelter, and then we'll take off. Chapter 54, Another Total Wipeout. Put this tree here. Zhang San, acting outside the law, waved his hand, directing Li Si and Wang Wu. This tree is quite sturdy. With a few minor modifications, it can be used as a roof beam above the main entrance. This at least ensures that the entire area won't collapse when the gate is impacted. It's strange that a section of the roof beam there is missing. Judging from the cut, it looks like it was forcibly ripped off. Da. As Zhang San muttered to himself, a series of disordered footsteps suddenly sounded from behind him. He suddenly jolted awake and turned around to look. It turns out to be teammates like Milky Little Meow and Uzi who were responsible for carrying the equipment. Are you all? Zhang San, who was outside the law, was a little confused. This game does not have a teleportation function. They suddenly appeared inside the shelter. There's only one possibility. That's right, we've been wiped out again. Pig Wings sighed. His expression at this moment was even more dejected than during the previous 2 team wipes. Mine. Too much focus on chopping down trees. I didn't even notice you guys entered the battle. Zhang San, seemingly apologetic, said, if we had discovered it earlier, we should have been able to provide timely support. From the moment we entered the battle until we were wiped out, it was only a few minutes. You didn't have time to react. Even if they managed to get there in time, it will only result in 3 more corpses. Uzi shook his head. What kind of monster is it? They can come out and kill us players during the day, right? I'm Bazol, Lisi asked. It's those ghouls from yesterday. Pig Wings' hands trembled slightly as he recalled the scene from before. The milk-flavored boss had just stepped into the building. This attracted the corpse demons hiding in the shadows. They charged straight out. They surrounded and attacked us outside the building. Do you know how horrifying their deformed faces are in the sunlight? Just looking at them terrified me so much I couldn't move. Zhang San, who is above the law, is right. The psychological impact of ghouls and skeletons is on a completely different level. I'm looking at skulls now. It all feels like watching an adorable creature. If you can't beat them, can't you just run away? Fei Lai Wong Wu asked subconsciously. I roughly estimated it by sight at the time. Faba, Uzbekistan, took a deep breath and continued. They move at least twice as fast as us. Every attack can severely injure us. There are more than 100 of these undead creatures. That period shouldn't even be called a battle. We were simply preyed upon by these ghouls. To them, we are nothing more than weak prey. But it's daytime now. Shouldn't ghouls be in a dormant state? Zhang San, who was above the law, thought of this. He immediately asked, "This is also why our entire team was wiped out this time." That explains why I'm in such a bad mood. Faba Uzi raised his hand and pressed the Qingming acupoint. During the day, these ghouls will not go into hibernation again. In other words, we want to get those equipment back. We need to deal with these 100-odd ghouls first. Upon hearing this, Zhang San, who was outside the law, also realized the seriousness of the matter. With the player's current combat strength, they definitely can't defeat this group of ghouls. That means all the equipment found inside the Class C shelter, and the equipment they drop when they die, they're all gone. Even if you come back and collect the exploration rewards, it's a good thing we went to Grandma's house. Don't panic. We're just giving ourselves a main quest. As the team's organizer, the little kitten knew that he shouldn't stand up and say something at this moment. The team might be in serious trouble. Our main task recently. Our goal is to take down this Class C shelter. As for that skull cave, or for now, leave other important landmarks that might be discovered undiscovered. As long as we take down this Class C shelter, we will then obtain 46 out of 51 items found through searching, plus 5 one-star items dropped by players. And we will have a 3-story building with more than 200 rooms. A Class C shelter with restrooms, a canteen, and protective capabilities. How about it? The rewards for this main quest are pretty good. It must be said, the little kitten with a milky flavor has a knack for boosting morale. With just a few words, he shifted the players' focus away from the emotions of losing their equipment. Furthermore, they were given a challenging yet rewarding goal. Let them focus their attention on how to achieve this goal. Goodness, if this were a comic book or game from the United States. Are you probably playing the role of Captain America, the leader of the United States? The familiar Uzi leaned close to the little kitten and joked. There's nothing I can do. All my equipment was destroyed, and I can't get it back. It's really discouraging. Milky took a deep breath and replied, If I don't say anything, I'm worried that some of them will quit the game. These teammates may not be the most skilled, but they are reliable enough. It's best not to return it. So, you're serious about the main quest you mentioned? Of course. 51 pieces of 1-star equipment plus a C-grade shelter. Aren't you envious? If it weren't for the resurgence of the ghouls, I also plan to clear out that Class C shelter first, so we can move in. The difficulty seems to have increased a little bit now. That's actually a tiny bit difficult. Faba Uzbekistan shook his head and smiled. Based on my experience of being tortured and killed today, I think we need a full squad of 99 players. Furthermore, only if everyone is equipped with 1-star gear can they possibly defeat this horde of ghouls. What if there are only 20 or 30 players? But what if they've all changed jobs? Barely enough. After all, changing jobs will increase your 4 main attributes and allow you to use skills. With proper equipment, one person should be able to hold off several ghouls. The problem is we only have 10 people right now. 2 days have passed, and it's quite strange that no new players have joined yet. This game works like this. Without players promoting it themselves, it will basically have no traffic. As the little kitten said this, it tilted its head and looked at the publisher, Uzi. I almost forgot you're an internet celebrity. Upload a few game videos to promote it. Won't that bring in traffic? Won't that increase the number of players? I have thought about it. However, the edited video footage didn't turn out very well. I didn't upload it. Faba raised an eyebrow and smiled. But things are different now. All I need to do is post the video of us being surrounded and killed by the ghouls. The audience will be absolutely terrified. Chapter 55, Creating NPCs. Wait a minute. If you scare the audience so much they wet themselves, won't that turn them away too? The little kitten with a milky scent narrowed its eyes and asked, Are you sure you want to help this game attract new players and not make it even less popular? Well, there's still an audience for horror games. Players who enjoy horror games will find these monsters incredibly realistic. Such a powerful psychological impact. You'll be hooked instantly. In comparison, horror games are still a niche genre. While such promotional videos may attract players who enjoy horror games, they will scare away mainstream players. We've lost more than we gained. But this is supposed to be a horror game. FA shrugged and said, if we are engaging in false advertising, it depicts this place as a beautiful, otherworldly realm. Guess what players will see when they come in? Skeletons and ghouls? Or what if there are even more terrifying undead creatures? They'll probably complain about this game until it's shut down. Isn't there a more moderate promotional plan? The little kitten smacked its lips and muttered something. While he was pondering, he glanced at Zhang San, who was not far away. Oh right, Zhang San, the outlaw, is a coward. He doesn't even want to go out and explore anymore. Refused to have contact with undead creatures. Why does he still keep playing this game? Filled with doubt, the milky little kitten walked up to Zhang San, the outlaw. You're asking about that? Upon hearing the question from the little kitten, Zhang San, who was outside the law, replied, at first I would play this game. I was completely lured in by the incredibly realistic game advertisements on my WeChat moments. Turn out, it seems I wasn't scammed. As for why they can keep playing, isn't that obvious? 100% realistic. There is a second game on the market. Is it possible to achieve this level of image quality and the sensory experience of the characters? The key is that in the future I can improve my physical strength and learn various skills in magic. Do you know what this means? This means I can truly experience extraordinary power. Experience what it's like to be Superman. In comparison, they're just some monsters. How could you possibly scare me away? Hearing Zhang San's reply, the little kitten looked at the man with the Uzi. Now you know where the advertising booths are, right? The fact that it can provide a 100% realistic experience of superhuman power alone is enough to attract a large number of players. Faba, Uzbekistan nodded. Indeed, very few people can resist possessing extraordinary power. But I still want to post the video of us being besieged by ghouls. Such exciting material. It would be a shame not to release it and scare people. The little kitten, with its milky scent, rubbed its forehead and sighed. What kind of twisted sense of humor is this? Don't worry, I'll upload the video of the ghouls surrounding and killing us. Fabiuzi waved his hand and laughed. But I will also make videos about the aspect of being able to actually experience being Superman. I'll contact a few online influencer friends to release promotional videos together, then spend money on the platform to buy more traffic. With this wave of promotion, I refuse to believe this game won't be a hit. As he finished speaking about Uzbekistan, he smacked his lips and said, this game company is really outrageous. They developed such an amazing game, but they didn't promote it? It's bizarre that he has to rely on word of mouth from players to attract new users. Is there a possibility that they really did spend all the money on games? No funds for marketing and promotion? The little kitten took a deep breath and guessed. It's not entirely impossible. Faba Uzi muttered. If that's the case, why is the game free and doesn't have any way to make money through in-game purchases? If there were a way to spend real money, I would have already spent dozens of 648 yuan each. If Guja heard the little kitten's voice, he would definitely respond. The predecessor of Dungeon Alliance, Original Blade Go, was a browser game. How could there be no way to make money through in-game purchases? It's just that his planner doesn't have enough planning points to unlock this feature yet. After suffering heavy losses in the sea-level shelter, players are hesitant to take risks for the time being. They all started playing games more conservatively. They simply fish, catch six-legged bullfrogs, or hunt large prey around the shelter. Even the exploration map involves lighting up completely dark areas around a shelter. Current players. The key word is stability. Guja finally woke up at 9 a.m. Following the habit he developed in the apocalypse, he opened his eyes and first checked his condition. The 10 sanity points lost from summoning the second skeleton have been restored. My physical strength has also recovered to 93%. I think I only slept for about 5 hours. It seems that after the significant increase in its four-dimensional attributes, its recovery ability has also improved considerably. Guja yawned and got up to stretch. Then comes the daily routine of washing up and eating. Restore the lost satiety level. During the meal, Guja glanced at the planning map. All the player icons were displayed outside the shelter. Guja nodded and muttered to himself. These players are much more sensible now. They didn't start fighting in a lobby at 5 a.m. If this continues every day, I'll really have to take some other measures. Brother Zha, are you done with your work here? At this moment, Pig Wing entered the shelter. He asked cautiously, In fact, the players already knew that Guja had gotten up. But because of the information shared by the humble boy, this game is very likely to have an NPC affinity system. When an NPC's favorability rating drops, their attitude will change drastically. It might even affect the triggering of the mission. If your relationship with an NPC is too low, they won't even let you trigger the quest. That would be a huge loss. After weighing the pros and cons, the players decided to avoid doing anything that would damage their NPC's favorability. For example, disturbing Guja's sleep or doing other things. This explains Pigwing's current attitude. Did you collect food? Guja also knew why the players came to him at this time. The only option left is to complete the daily task of storing grain. The players handed 90 kilograms of food to Guja. They didn't linger and went back out hunting. It's actually quite difficult to complete your daily tasks with 100 kilograms of food every day. After all, players can't guarantee that a giant chicken will sprain its leg every day. After helping the players complete their daily tasks, Guja's planning points reached 104. Without delay, he went straight back to his room. There was a very important task waiting for him to complete. Create an NPC that sells equipment. An NPC who can sell equipment to players and Guja. This will bring a leap in combat power to the entire human camp. Chapter 56 1-Star Equipment Merchant. Guja arranged for his 2 skeletons to guard the door. After confirming that there will be no undead creatures or players disturbing you, he focused all his attention on the planning system in his mind. The planning interface opened in my mind. Then select the NPC management option. Next, you can choose to create a new NPC. After creating a new NPC, the next step is to select the NPC's level. NPC level. Epics, legends, myths. When Guja saw the NPC level option, he couldn't help but smile. As the game designer, he immediately noticed it. The NPC system in Dungeon Alliance, Original Blade Geo, has been completely retained. In the NPC system of Dungeon Alliance, Original Blade Go, there are not only NPC shops selling equipment. There are also NPCs with combat, guard, and support functions to choose from. NPCs with combat functions. They don't even need to reach the level of epic or legendary. Not even 5 stars. Only 4 stars. A 4-star combat NPC can easily defeat all the monsters in this area. Unfortunately, Guja won't receive any reward from the other NPC's earnings. Guja felt it was unnecessary and that it was best not to focus the planning efforts on this, offering players these kinds of quests and events. Then, as the planner, he received all the planning rewards, making him the one with the highest profit. Guja clicked on the NPC's level. With only 104 planning points, he really had no other choice. After selecting the level, you will see a list of NPC functions. Guja naturally chose the store function. The shop's functions are further subdivided into branches such as equipment, alchemy, and enchanting. What players lack most right now is equipment. Guja naturally continued to choose the equipment branch. As for shops selling alchemy and enchanting, we'll make plans after we reach a higher level. The final step is to design the NPC's appearance. At this moment, 2 options popped into Guja's mind. Automatically generate NPC images. Customize NPC images. After much deliberation, Guja chose to customize the NPC's appearance. According to the logic of Dungeon Alliance, Original Blade Go, the system automatically generates NPC images. She must be fair-skinned, beautiful, and have long legs. A perfectly dressed woman who looks incredibly cool. After all, most online games on the market before Guja's Transmigration had this kind of NPC setting. What we want is a borderline effect. Only in foreign countries driven mad by political activism. Not only should outstanding women not appear in film and television. In the game I made, the female lead had to act like a gorilla, but in this game, the situation is a little different. Guja wouldn't be dressed like a supermodel with long legs and wearing revealing clothes to sell equipment here. Wouldn't that cause chaos among the players? I'm constantly thinking about how to win over this NPC, even if the game platform has built-in censorship settings. Players cannot perform certain actions in the game that will be censored. But that's under 100% simulation. A perfect woman with perfectly proportioned features and figure. The kind of result you can achieve even with plastic surgery in real life. Guja asked himself, even if you want to stay by the side of an NPC like that. So, to allow players to focus their energy on survival, Guja decided to design the NPC's appearance himself. After a series of operations, a 2-meter-tall, muscular man appeared in his mind. This won't attract male players, will it? Guja looked at the burly man and nodded with a smile. Finally, write down the NPC's name and resume. He then successfully created an equipment NPC. Should this NPC be moved to respawn point 1? After the NPC was created, the system sent a question. Guja did not hesitate at all and chose yes. The next moment, a system notification popped up on the public chat for all players. The game will undergo maintenance and updates in 15 minutes. The update details will be released on the official website. This system message appears as a notification on all players' public chat screen every minute. Even Guja was no exception. Is it really necessary to shut down the server for maintenance just to place an NPC? Can it be hot updated? Guja muttered to himself, but thinking about it carefully, the player is resting inside the shelter. A new NPC suddenly appeared beside me out of nowhere. It really does feel too out of place. After receiving a system notification, the players outside the shelter, everyone started discussing the upcoming game update. Could it be that the game companies think it's too difficult for us? How about we weaken the monsters a bit? Pigwing stroked his chin and speculated. The monster's strength isn't actually that high. Uzbekistan continued. Whether it's a skeleton or a ghoul, as long as we have weapons, we can kill them with a single blow. Of course, without any defensive gear, we're easily killed by them. If the update is meant to reduce the difficulty of our game, then that would likely involve focusing on how equipment is acquired. The little kitten thought for a moment and said, we currently only have 2 ways to acquire equipment: task rewards and map search resources. These are all highly dependent on luck and are very unstable. If you're a complete beginner, this isn't a problem. Quests that don't reward equipment can't be completed. I can't find any equipment on the map. The gaming experience is absolutely terrible. I reckon I won't be able to play for very long before I have to quit. Solving this problem is actually quite simple. Pigwings raised his hand and said, why not just give every new player a newbie gift pack when they log in? A weapon, a piece of armor, and a survival tool. Then the gaming experience will begin. Fabi Yuzi shook his head and said, I think it's unlikely. The game is advertised as 100% realistic. As soon as I logged in, there was a ding sound. You received a newbie gift pack. This is quite discouraging. The slightly higher difficulty and more hardcore nature of the game are part of its appeal. If the newbie gift pack doesn't work, then the only option I can think of is the merchant who sells equipment. Pigwings paused, then continued. Do some tasks that reward you with in-game currency. Then you can buy equipment from merchants. There's probably no more reliable way to acquire equipment. Stop talking. We don't have much time left. We quickly took the fish we caught and the resources we gathered outside to the shelter. The little kitten with a milky scent waved its hand and said, we'll find out the specifics on the official website later. Chapter 57, version 0.11 update. As soon as the maintenance time arrived, the system kicked all players out of the apocalypse on time. The player logged out in just a few seconds. A 2-meter-tall, muscular man appeared in the shelter's lobby. No, you can create an NPC and place it at the respawn point in just a short time. Is it necessary to perform a system shutdown update? Why not just let this guy sneak out? Guja looked at the burly man in front of him, narrowed his eyes, and asked in confusion. Game update details. Maintenance time 24 hours. Guja only remembered after the system replied. This is a design specific to Dungeon Fighter Online, Original Blade Go. As long as new content is added to the game, it doesn't matter how important it is. All games have to be shut down for updates. If the content is short, it will be 1 hour. If the content is too long, it will be 24 hours. The purpose of doing this is simple, to give players a sense of ritual. The server is down for maintenance, regardless of what was updated. Players will feel that there is something new in the game when they log in for the second time. After all, without shutting down the service, many players don't know you've updated. At the same time, this can also make players feel that the game company values this game. Tell players that we are constantly creating new content, and the game company will not run away. You guys should spend as much money as you want. Spend as much money as you want. Clearly, this game update model is not suitable for this situation. Players have stopped playing and logged out, but the monsters in the apocalypse won't rest along with them. If any update requires server downtime, The human camp in the apocalypse is likely to face a major problem. It seems I need to carefully consider when to update the game content. Guja took a deep breath and sighed. In case human players and alien races clash on the battlefield, he created something new in the system, causing the service to be shut down for updates. What do players do in the 15 minutes before they are kicked from the server? He didn't even dare to think about it. After the players exited the game, I immediately went to the official website of Dungeon Alliance, Original Blade Go. The official website still maintains the same minimalist style as it did a few days ago. However, at this time, there was an article titled Version 0.11 Update Announcement. It was placed in the very center of the official website, making it extremely eye-catching. After clicking to open, it displays as Version 0.11 Update Announcement. Dear survivors, the game Dungeon Alliance, Original Blade Go will undergo server-wide maintenance starting at 12 o'clock on July 4th, 2333. After maintenance, version 0.11 will be released. The downtime is from 12 to 1300 hours. Update content. New NPC added to Zhuang. NPC Introduction. Da Zhuang, one of the few blacksmiths among the survivors. As a one-star blacksmith, Da Zhuang crafted and accumulated many practical protective gear and weapons. He has now come to your refuge. If needed, you can buy equipment from him to improve your survivability. Version 0.11 has very few updates, only adding a new NPC, Da Zhuang. But this new NPC caused an uproar among players. Pig Wings, I guessed right. A new NPC selling equipment has indeed been added. Raises eyebrows and laughs wildly. Chicken Too Beautiful, I'll definitely kill you tonight. Milky Kitten, nice. If we could buy equipment, our combat power would increase by a whole level. Faba Uzi, how much in-game currency do we have? We should be able to afford equipment, right? Milky Little Meow, the 2 exploration rewards are 10 silver, and the 2 daily quests are 20 copper coins. We haven't spent any money, so we should have this much in-game currency. The Humble Boy, I only have 40 copper coins. Milky Little Kitten, oh right, I just remembered. You used the 5 silver from the first exploration reward to buy food, and the second exploration reward. The Humble Boy, so unlucky. Faba Uzi, don't worry, we're a team, and we'll definitely equip everyone. The Humble Boy, hands clasped together, hands clasped together, hands clasped together. Chicken is too beautiful. Speaking of which, Humble Boy, Lao Xia, don't you have to go to work? The Humble Boy, it's lunch break. Dude, what kind of capitalist are you? I just glanced at the official website and saw an update announcement, so I knew you guys were going to start talking. By the way, could you guys check if they have any USP ammo for sale after you log in? If the Uzi player has any new gear, I'll just go back to using a pistol. Send a Uzi, regarding this USP pistol, even if bullets are available for sale. Humble Boy, I've forgotten we've already been exposed. Just pick me any melee weapon for me then. I feel like firearms aren't very practical in this game. After reading the update announcement, players were already discussing in the group what kind of equipment they wanted to buy. The game maintenance will last only 1 hour. Time passed quickly. After lunch, the players immediately put on their gaming headsets and stared at the game start button to see if it would light up. Pig Wing and Zhang San shouted in the group chat voice, "Open the door! Open the door! Open the door!" Other players who hadn't played the original game were completely bewildered and asked where the door was. "It's lit up! It's lit up! Let's enter the game." After discovering that the Start Game button was clickable, the little kitten quickly reminded me. 9 people suddenly appeared in the lobby of the Post-Apocalyptic shelter. This startled Guja, who was studying the equipment next to Zhuang. Zhuang, on the other hand, is a pure NPC and doesn't react at all to the player's appearance. If players talk to him about real-world issues or things that break the game rules, it will cause problems. Zhuang, who is a pure NPC, will also be directly blocked. Zhuang, I need to buy equipment. Just a 1-star armor will do. As long as I'm alive, I can deal damage. Give me a 1-star katana, and I'll be invincible with a katana. I want a 1-star shield, so you can see the true value of a world-class tank. Perhaps seeing the equipment merchant so excited, the players couldn't help but start boasting. But when they saw the price of 1-star equipment, their excited expressions froze instantly. A 1-star piece of equipment is priced at 50 silver. It was like a bucket of ice water poured on their hearts. It cooled down instantly. Chapter 58, is your meteor hammer fun? 50 silver for a 1-star piece of equipment? That's way too expensive. You need to explore 5 key landmarks to obtain this in-game currency. Dazhuang could have just robbed us of our money, but he still gave us a piece of equipment. He really made me cry my eyes out. After learning the price of 1-star equipment, players were as excited as they were before, and they complained as much as they complained. That's not right. If it's to give new players a better gaming experience, the price shouldn't be this high. It's not easy for new players to get 50 silver. The little kitten took a deep breath and muttered to itself, I think I know what's going on. Try unchecking the star rating option. Uzi reminded him from his side. The little kitten with the milky scent nodded. Then, in the empty shopping menu, remove the symbol. After disabling 1-star equipment, the entire shopping menu has been refreshed. A large number of non-star level equipment came into view. These non-star level equipment items are quite cheap. The little kitten with the milky scent glanced at it. Equipment that doesn't reach the star level is generally priced below 5 silver. The cheapest sturdy wooden stick can be bought for as little as 10 copper coins. This is equipment that can be purchased by completing a daily task or a task like clearing a shelter. These items are truly designed specifically for novice players. I've looked at the attributes of all these non-star level equipment, although it is far inferior to 1-star equipment. But at least it's better than empty-handed. Fabai bought a hammer directly from Dazhuang's shop. A crude, unstarred, one-handed weapon. Although its damage is only 3 or 6, it's definitely enough to smash skulls. The key point is that using this equipment only requires 5 points of strength. New players can equip these items to achieve all 5 basic attributes. We now have 9 points of strength. This means we have 4 points left to equip a defensive item, 1 hammer and 1 set of armor. Can't you just kill skeletons whenever you want? After examining the non-star level equipment, the little kitten nodded in agreement. Although the equipment attributes are relatively weak, but it's more than enough to deal with ordinary skeletons. The most crucial factors are cheap and low equipment requirements. With the game currency in their hands, it's very easy to equip every player with a piece of gear. Led by the little kitten and the hairy Uzi, all players began checking the list of equipment that did not qualify for stars. In the early stages, we focused on killing skeletons. Therefore, blunt weapons are the best choice. For defensive gear, just buy the cheapest cloth armor. The little kitten, watching the players making their purchases, offered the following advice. Skeletons don't deal much individual damage. The main reason it was fatal was that after being surrounded and attacked, bones were smashed down one by one, and the number of attacks was too many. It's considered a form of gua sha that can cause damage, but if you do it too many times, it will change its nature. If we equip ourselves with cloth armor, their attacks won't be enough to make us unable to move due to the pain. If they can't break our composure, they won't be easily surrounded. Cloth armor is sufficient for our needs at this stage of the game. As the little kitten spoke, Uzi finally chose his defensive gear. He pulled out a small, round shield that he held in one hand. Simple round shield, defense power 15 points. With this in front of me, no ordinary skeleton will ever be able to break through my defenses. And I can use this to push the skeleton away before launching my attack. As he spoke, he demonstrated. Like this, swing the shield with your left hand, then smash down with the hammer in your right hand. If I don't make any mistakes, I should be able to kill a skeleton in 1 hit. That's good. How much power does the simple round shield require? The little kitten was tempted after watching the demonstration of the Uzi. Exactly 4 points. Mace plus round shield, a perfect match for our attributes. Uzi responded with a smile. Can this round shield withstand the attacks of the skeleton soldiers? Suddenly, the image of being cut in half at the waist by a skeleton soldier flashed into the little kitten's mind. If the round shield can withstand the damage from the skeleton soldiers, he really wanted to go to the skull cave immediately to get revenge. The skeleton soldier's attack is probably going to be tough. Fabi Uzi shook his head and muttered. The skeleton soldier's sword has a damage of 21 to 30, plus its own strength bonus. Our little round shield, which isn't even star level, probably couldn't withstand more than a few of its blows. Pity. The little kitten smacked its lips and sighed. It's all right. Our target isn't the skeleton soldiers right now. Dealing with ordinary skeletons is enough. Once we change jobs, our 4 main attributes will improve, along with skills and 1-star equipment. It's not too late to deal with those guys later. He waved to Uzbekistan. That's true. The little kitten took a deep breath and continued to offer advice to other players on purchasing equipment. After a big shopping spree, the first test had 10 players. Everyone has their own equipment. Milky Kitten, rough hammer plus simple round shield. A rough-hewn woozy, a spike hammer plus a simple round shield. Humble Boy, craftsman's roundhead hammer plus cloth armor. Pig Wings, inferior meteor hammer requires strength, 5. Chicken Too Beautiful, spiked boxing gloves require strength, 5. Zhang San, an outsider, required strength for a construction hammer, 5. Fanei Li Si, strength required for a construction long-handled hammer, 5. King Feilai 5, construction hammer strength required, 5. Matt Arena, simple round shield plus cloth armor. Brother Jihad doesn't want simple round shield plus cloth armor. Once everyone in the team had their equipment, they all shared the same thought. I just wish it would get dark soon. They're going to kill monsters. Humble Boy, you can keep his equipment here. Give it to him tonight. The little kitten with the milky smell looked at the chicken and said beautifully, "Hey, are you planning to log off right now?" Chicken is too beautiful, Chicken asked. Today's daily tasks have been submitted. They also caught quite a few fish and bullfrogs. Let's save the time to level up tonight. The little kitten nodded. Then I'll log off too and spend all my time grinding monsters at night. Let's see if we can reach level 10 and change jobs. Chicken 2, beautiful, waved her hand and said, "See you tonight, everyone. See you tonight." The other players greeted each other and then logged off as well. Humanity is dwindling again in the apocalypse. At this moment, Pigwing was still playing with his cheap meteor hammer outside the shelter. By the time he realized it, he was the only player left in the vicinity of the shelter. Huh, where did everyone go? Pigwings asked, puzzled. Seeing his bewildered expression as he swung the meteor hammer, Guja couldn't help but ask, "Is your meteor hammer fun to play with?" "It's fun. Never played this before. Have you?" "Never played it before. Be careful when using it at night." Chapter 59, the NPC is a shady merchant. Guja watched Zhu Zi's clumsy hammer-swinging movements. It's highly likely that he is. He would smash his own teammate on the head with a flail. Why didn't you choose a different weapon? They just had to choose a job that required technical skills. Isn't this just sabotaging your teammates? Hey, Zhiji, don't you need to buy any equipment? Pigwing noticed that Guja was still naked and subconsciously muttered, "Does that mean NPCs can't trade with other NPCs? I'm not buying equipment because I don't need it for the time being." Upon hearing this, Guja took out a black iron greatsword and a pair of standard plate armor from the WEL Kingdom from his backpack. "I knew you had more hidden treasures, Zhiji." Pigwings took a deep breath and said, "Judging by the quality of these equipment, they must all be star-rated. But why does it look so familiar? Ahem, don't you have anything else to do today?" Guja coughed twice and quickly changed the subject. "Other things?" Pigwing thought for a moment and replied, "I've already handed in my daily tasks and gotten a good amount of food. According to the plan, we're going to run through the map next. But the map exploration hasn't even started yet. Where did they all go?" Pigwing paused as he spoke, then suddenly exclaimed in surprise. An announcement was posted in the group. It turns out everyone's planning to save their time for leveling up tonight. "Well, I'm off too." Pigwings waved at Guja, and his entire body gradually became ethereal, disappearing into the apocalypse. Guja breathed a sigh of relief after Pigwings was taken offline. He didn't want the players to know that he could get equipment from sea-level shelters. After the players find out, they will definitely try their best to persuade and coax you in front of them. Let him take the rest of the equipment back. A huge skull is shining in the Well-class sea vault. Before you can guarantee your own safety, Guja would never go there again, even if it meant his life. What I hate most is when people keep trying to persuade me to do things I don't want to do. Fine, I'll use this equipment I found privately for now. Guja pondered that he really needed a few pieces of equipment as spares. 1-star equipment costs 50 silver coins. I currently have 14 silver and 69 copper. Looks like I'll have to buy those non-star level equipment items. Guja muttered to himself, "If you don't bring enough currency, you can also sell some in used equipment." The sudden sound startled Guja. This NPC actually started talking to me? Guja himself was surprised. Clearly, the NPCs created by the system have ridiculously high AI intelligence. Aside from not being able to access content that breaks the fourth wall, the NPCs created by the system are indistinguishable from real people. Would you accept a weapon like that? Guja took out a standard-issue longsword from his backpack. De Zhuang took the longsword, examined it, and said, "The materials and craftsmanship of this longsword are quite good. It meets the standards of a 1-star weapon. If I want it, I can offer 25 silver. That means even if it's halved, it's still acceptable." Guja nodded in satisfaction. However, before he could even feel happy for a second, De Zhuang uttered a but. "But the longsword is worn out too badly. The durability is less than half left, so it will be discounted to 12 silver. In addition, a 1-star weapon already has a maintenance magic mark engraved on it, so it cannot have another one engraved on it. This also diminishes its value. If I accept it, I'll give you 9 silver. You." Guja was about to unleash a torrent of curses. "You sell a 1-star weapon for 50 silver. You only give 9 silver for buying one? That's such a shrewd businessman. The key point is that we are all NPCs. If you want to scam people, go scam those players too. Why betray your own people? Hey, we're all NPCs. Can you give us some face and raise the price a bit?" Guja took a deep breath and tentatively asked, "Ignoring me? I'm coming clean. I'm a game designer. You should know that I can create you, and I can also delete you." Guja frowned, his tone turning colder. However, he mentioned the game's content, whether it's a discussion or not, or it could be a threat. Everything was blocked by Da Zhuang. Guja looked at De Zhuang, who still showed no reaction, and smacked his lips. He eventually compromised and could only continue trading normally. His threat was, in fact, real. He could indeed choose to delete a specific NPC in the NPC management section of the planning system. He just won't get any planning points back. In the end, he's the one who suffers the loss. These longswords cost 9 silver each. If I buy a large quantity, could you offer a higher price? Guja, somewhat dissatisfied with the price, asked again, "How many do you have?" After being asked the question normally, Da Zhuang finally responded, 10 of them. If it's the same quality, I can buy it for 10 silver coins. Can only increase by 1 silver coin? Believe me, this is the highest price you can get. Nobody around here will buy your weapons anymore. How could I not know that no one around here is buying weapons? Monopoly is awesome." Guja gritted his teeth and cursed inwardly. "You just wait. Once I have enough resources, I'll surround you with a whole bunch of equipment merchants. I'll rip you off." Guja himself didn't expect this. NPCs have independent personalities, and overly intelligent AI can be a real pain. In the end, Guja still sold the 10 standard-issue longswords of the Welsh Kingdom to the unscrupulous merchant De Zhuang. His current in-game currency is 114 silver and 69 copper. I could just buy 2 1-star pieces of equipment and alternate wearing them with the greatsword and plate armor I picked up earlier. The equipment menu in De Zhuang's shop was opened. Guja successfully navigated through the screening and categorization process and identified the equipment as 1-star magic-based equipment. He was, after all, a necromancer. Let's see if there are any magic-based equipment options that suit our needs first. I only have summoning magic right now. I don't need any magic-based equipment that increases spell power or enhances mental strength. Ideally, it should be equipment that increases the combat power of summon minions. With a goal in mind, Guja quickly found the equipment. It didn't take long for him to lock in 2 pieces of equipment that he liked. These are the Robe of the Dead and the Scepter of the Death Messenger. Robe of the Dead. Defense, 25. Durability, 30 to 30. All summon minions bonus. Constitution, plus 5. Equipment requirements. Strength, 3. Spirit, 8. Special. When summoning a minion that is undead, gain an additional Constitution, plus 5. Death Scepter. Lethality, 12-13. Durability, 25 to 25. All summon minions bonus. Strength, plus 5. Equipment requirements. Strength 5, Spirit 8. Special. When a summoned minion is an undead creature, gain an additional plus 5 strength. From the perspective of equipment attributes, these 2 pieces of equipment are exclusive to necromancers, and it's a summoner-based build. After buying the 2 pieces of equipment, Guja couldn't wait to put them on and check his skeleton attribute bonus. Chapter 60, this is the 4th calamity. After Guja put on these 2 pieces of equipment, 2 additional buffs immediately appeared below the health bars of the 2 skeletons he summoned. After enjoying the buff, the level 2 skeleton's 4-dimensional attributes have been improved from 3, 3, 3, 2 to 3.3, 3.3, 3, 2. The level 5 skeleton's 4 main attributes have been improved from 6, 2, 2, 1 to 6.6, 2.2, 2, 1. The improvement of 10 points in physique and strength is not obvious. The reason is that these two skeletons are too weak. If it were a skeletal dragon here, increase its constitution and strength by 10. Our combat strength will definitely see a significant improvement, although his summoned skeletons are currently quite weak. However, Guja is still very optimistic about the future development of the Necromancer summoning style. After all, he's only wearing 1-star equipment right now. 1-star equipment. This will give summoned minions a 10-stat bonus. Those 4-star and 5-star. Even epic, legendary, and mythical equipment. That would make Guja's summoned followers as powerful as if he had activated the Kaioken technique. Combat power increased by dozens or hundreds of times. Choosing the Necromancer class was definitely the right decision. After having aspirations, Guja then checked out the Necromancer's exclusive equipment into Zhuang's shop. Then he discovered a problem. His spirit attribute doesn't seem to be enough for him to equip his next magic-based item. The spirit attribute requirements for magic-based equipment are also a combination of factors. To fully utilize the effects of the Deathbringer's scepter and the Robe of the Dead. To meet their comprehensive equipment requirements. That means you need 16 points in the spirit attribute. Guja just happens to meet this requirement. But I want to wear the next piece of magic-based equipment. You need to increase your spirit attribute by at least 8 points to wear it. This is a big problem. After all, you only get 1 attribute point for each level up. Make sure you bring all your equipment. Even if all the equipment is 1-star, wouldn't it take dozens of levels to get there? Clearly, increasing attributes through leveling up is far from enough. If the merchants selling medicine and alchemy have completely preserved the data from Dungeon Fighter Online Go, there are indeed some medicines and items that can increase mental strength. But at least those would only be available for sale to Samsung businessmen. It's simply impossible to obtain at this stage. How can I increase my mental attribute? Guja pondered for a moment and suddenly remembered what the player had said. Improve your strength attribute through training. Could it be that in real-world relationships, attributes can be improved through this method? Strength comes from training. What about mental strength? Is it because you're constantly using your brain? Or should I search online for a few hundred college entrance exam math papers to work on? Forget it. That didn't improve my mental attributes. It was pure mental torture. Guja shook his head, deciding that he would explore ways to improve his mental state later. With the help of other players, there's plenty of food in the shelter. Guja no longer needed to go hunting. During the day, he stayed at home in the shelter. He had long been used to this kind of life. Fortunately, there is now a shrewd businessman he can talk to. It won't feel as empty as before. After Guja communicated with Zhuang for a while, I roughly know his background. Zhuang was born in a remote shelter. His father was a blacksmith. Blacksmithing is a profession passed down from father to son. One day, undead creatures invaded and flooded his sanctuary. He was the only survivor in the entire shelter. After hiding for decades, they finally found this place. How to put it? It is a classic story among classics. This was after Guja had given a certain character design. The system helped Zhuang complete his backstory. Although the story is cliched, it's hard for players to find any flaws. This design makes the NPCs feel more human. When Guja learned this, he couldn't help but laugh. He could totally change the game's name to the Breathing Apocalypse. The daytime flew by. The moment it got dark, the 10 test takers arrived on time. After G-time, A handed the craftsman's round-headed hammer and cloth armor to the humble boy. All players are equipped and ready to go. The little kitten glanced at all the players and said in a deep voice, "Chicken is 2, beautiful, pig's wing, and the 3-4-5 combination, you guys don't have any defensive gear. When the fight breaks out, wait in the back. We have defensive gear, so let's kite the skeletons first. You guys find an opportunity to go in and supplement the damage output." Pig Wing and the others nodded, indicating that there was no problem. "Hey, are you guys comfortable using such long weapons?" Pig Wing looked at the group of 3, 4, and 5 beside him and asked curiously. "That's a construction site hammer." Zhangsen paused for a moment, then replied, "For us, this is considered a specialized military force. You guys aren't going to choose this kind of profession when you switch jobs later, are you? Choosing a career where you have strengths will definitely make you more comfortable and successful. However, we'll have to see how things turn out in the end. Actually, I also wanted to ask you, is this meteor hammer really that effective?" "It works. I tried it out during the day. He threw it 9 times, but only hit himself 3 times. I had absolutely no prior experience. Such proficiency on the first try. This thing might be my signature weapon. Brother, I need your help with something. Go ahead and say it. When the fighting starts on the battlefield later, try to stay away from me. Hey, stop chatting over there. Milky Little Meow noticed the discussion on Pigwing's side. He loudly reminded them. Quickly check the satiety and stamina levels. If there are no problems, we'll set off. During the day, the players didn't engage in many stamina-consuming activities, and their condition remained good. After confirming that everything was in order, the players, now fully equipped, headed straight for the forest with the most skeletons. Guja was in his room, staring at the planning map. Upon seeing the direction the players were heading, I couldn't help but exclaim. Having equipment makes you brave, actually venturing into the forest. Walk another 200 meters forward. But we're about to encounter a horde of over 20 skeletons. Guja kept staring at the planning map. The player icon and the red dot representing the monster came into contact. However, it took less than 5 minutes. The red dots on the map began to disappear rapidly. Upon noticing this, Guja sat up abruptly. What's going on? Are players this powerful with the right equipment? A few more minutes passed. All 20-odd red dots disappeared from the map. This wave of skeletons, they couldn't even last 10 minutes. They were all wiped out by the players. Guja couldn't help but take a deep breath and sigh. The monster clearing speed is fast enough. This is the fourth calamity. However, there was a group of skeletons with more than 50 members. Because your commotion was so loud that it attracted their attention. This is 5 times your number. Can you still hold on? Chapter 61, Hundreds of Blue Flames. There are a lot of skeletons in this wave. Everyone, be careful to kite and fight. Don't get surrounded. The adorable kitten waved its hammer while giving on-the-spot instructions. Humble boy, mat competition, brother Jia doesn't want it. You have defensive gear, so you can help others absorb some damage. Break up the encirclement of skeletons. After they break free, then you can separate them. Pig wings. I beg you, stop throwing that damn meteor hammer. When fighting the first wave of skeletons, if I hadn't reacted quickly and blocked them with my shield, you cracked my skull open. Upon hearing this, Pigwings wore an embarrassed expression. He consciously moved his grip on the meteor hammer forward a few centimeters. While ensuring you don't drop your weapon, only attack the skeleton at close range. This makes it much harder to accidentally hurt teammates. Zhang San, who was outside the law, looked relieved from a distance. Fortunately, he had distanced himself from Pigwings early on. Otherwise, he would be the first player in the team to die. Moreover, it was because of friendship injury. Uzi, there are too many skeletons in this wave. We have to ignore the cost and do our best to clear out a portion of them. The little kitten observed the situation on the battlefield and shouted in the team voice chat. Then let's start the killing. Uzbekistan responded without the slightest hesitation. When facing the first wave of skeletons, both Milky Little Meow and Faba Uzi rely on their agile movement to first knock the skeleton to the ground before making their move. This ensures a fatal blow without excessive stamina depletion. But things are different now. There were too many skeletons in the second wave. There simply wasn't enough time for them to use their movement techniques. Using this method to kill monsters, their teammates might die even faster than the skeletons themselves. We must do our best to clear out some skeletons first to relieve the pressure on the overall team. The little kitten and the hairy Uzi stopped dodging and moving around. Instead, they charged straight at the skeleton, just like when we received the weapons and practiced beforehand. Use your left-hand round shield to parry and stun the skeleton. Then he took the hammer in his right hand and smashed it down hard on the skull's head. As long as the hammer can accurately hit the skull's head, that would be a one-hit kill, taking away a skeleton. With the judgment and control abilities of the little kitten and Uzi, how could there be a mistake? That's how they were. Facing the charging skeleton, a shield to block, a hammer to strike. They smashed open a pile of skull fragments. The other players witnessed this scene. They couldn't help but show expressions of surprise. Why are the baby-faced kittens and Uzi acting like gods of war, slaughtering everyone here? Do they have to constantly dodge the skeleton's attacks? Are we really playing the same game? However, although the little kitten and the hairy Uzi have real-world combat skills, their game character attributes are still weak. They are far from being like them in real life. Soon, their hands became weak from the continuous, intense attacks. If it were in other games, They will see an attack stamina bar in their field of vision, and it will quickly reach the bottom. After clearing the monsters, the little kitten and Uzi were immediately surrounded by skeletons. Bones kept hitting them. Their health bars started to drop too. Damn it, what's the point of this fuss? Let's just fight them. Seeing the two big shots being attacked, Pigwing immediately clenched his fists. He swung his meteor hammer and charged toward the positions of the little kitten and the hair-wielding Uzi. There are skeletons all around, so he doesn't have to worry about accidentally hurting his teammates. Feel free to swing around as much as you want. The other players, seeing the situation, they were also among the first to come and provide support. If those two big shots, Milky Little Meow and Faba Uzi, were to fall, what are they even doing? Humble boy, mat competition, Brother Jed doesn't want it. Wearing cloth armor, they jumped straight into the pile of skeletons. They fear nothing but the skeletons not attacking them. The 3, 4, and 5 members of the outside the law group then began to wield their specialized construction hammers. Such heavy two-handed weapons have an extremely slow attack speed. But as soon as they hit a skeleton, even if it didn't hit their heads, they can also be disassembled directly. It will take some time to reassemble the disassembled skeleton. It can relieve a lot of stress. Chicken Beauty also wanted to save the two big shots, but he was using spiked boxing gloves. Such equipment is only suitable for fighting monsters one-on-one. He could only find lone skeletons to fight in slightly remote locations on the battlefield. After a fierce battle, he also pierced several skulls with his boxing gloves. There was no slacking off or being a slacker. At this moment, all 10 players were completely bloodthirsty. They abandoned their kiting style of play, engaged the skeletons directly in a battle of attrition. The weapons players wield deal far more damage than the skeleton's bones. With this kind of playstyle, the advantage is obviously on the player's side. This second wave of skeletons took almost half an hour to defeat. It's finally all cleaned up. Their fighting style is characterized by direct confrontation and no drawn-out battles. They were all injured. Everyone got bruised and battered for being hit by the skull. Fortunately, although their health bars had dropped somewhat, none of them were in mortal danger. Resting in a shelter for a while will restore your health to full. After the battle, all 10 players collapsed on the ground, panting heavily. Their stamina levels have all dropped below 30. The debuff from excessive fatigue caused a significant drop in all 4 of their attributes. I'm so tired. The last time I was this tired was more than 10 years ago when I ran 1,500 meters at school. Pigwing took a deep breath and looked at the skeleton remains on the ground. It was tough, but we still won, right? Yes, we won. The little kitten with a milky scent responded with a smile. To be honest, the performance of these teammates was quite unexpected. He originally thought that only if he and Fabi Yuzi stepped up and carried their teammates could they win this battle. Unexpectedly, in the end, we still had to rely on them to come and rescue us, and a bloody battle ensued. These teammates are really great. The man standing nearby, Uzi, found a tree and slowly leaned against it. He reached into his pocket. The feeling of emptiness made him frown instantly. Looking for cigarettes, huh? Have you forgotten we're in a game right now? The little kitten immediately saw what he was going to do and called out with a smile. Damn, I feel restless if I don't have a cigarette right now. F.A. nudged the tree behind him with his elbow and sneered. I'll keep an eye out for that when I'm searching for supplies next time. As the little kitten spoke, it looked at its experience value panel. We killed 89 skeletons in these 2 waves. One skeleton costs 50 experience points, so the average experience point per person is 445. Except for the humble boy who missed out on 1 exploration reward. The rest of us have all reached level 6. If you keep swiping like this, reaching level 10 and changing jobs won't take more than a few days. So, have you decided which class to switch to at level 10? I have a general idea in mind. Faba turned Uzbekistan to the side and stood up. But it doesn't seem like the time for us to discuss this now. As he looked, hundreds of blue flames appeared. For players, this blue flame is all too familiar. This is the hellfire in the eyes of a skeleton. Chapter 62, 10 Tears, 9 Laughter. Inside the shelter, Guja looked at the planning map. He frowned and covered his face with a sigh. Haven't you considered one possibility? Kill skeletons in the forest. Will the killings only increase the number of enemies? On the planning map, hundreds of red dots have appeared near the player icon, and the number is still increasing. Based on Guja's experience of a month in the apocalypse, in a forest that stretches as far as the eye can see, There must be several more skull caves. This is also a map he designed with all maps revealed. The reason why they dared not approach that area at all. Are these guys going to be wiped out again? Guja took a deep breath and looked out the window. Is it true that every time we go out, we get wiped out? We knew there were a lot of skeletons here, but we didn't expect there to be this many. Looking at the blue flame in the darkness, Fabi Yuzi sighed and said, I feel like we're going to die out there again today. It's all my fault. The little kitten shook its head and replied, the location for monster spawning should not be chosen on the outskirts of the forest. We have absolutely no idea what's in the forest. Clearly, we can't control this area. Fortunately, this area is safe during the day. Even if we die, we can retrieve the equipment during the day, Uzbekistan said with some relief. At this time, the humble boy, the mat competition, and brother GS suddenly appeared beside them, and he took off all his equipment and gave it to them. What are you doing? The little kitten with a milky scent frowned. Milk flavor boss, Uzi boss. Could you please help us take our equipment back? We'll stay and lure these skeletons away. The humble boy said earnestly. It's just a game. Why are you making such a big deal out of loyalty and righteousness? So what if he's dead? We can just retrieve his equipment tomorrow. The little kitten with the milky scent squinted its eyes, somewhat speechless. It's not our loyalty, milk flavor boss. Look at our health bars. The humble boy paused, then replied. The three of us just took a lot of damage, and our health bars are the lowest in the team. We even have an extra internal bleeding debuff in our status bar. It will probably take quite a while to recover. Then we might as well just send it away. The little kitten with the milky scent suddenly realized. The injury was so severe that it would have been better to die and be resurrected than to wait for a slow recovery. At least after being resurrected, his health bar was full and he had no internal injuries. Especially when your game level is low, the resurrection time is only a few minutes. You can totally use this risking your life for experience method to kill monsters. Hey, that's a pretty good way to level up. The little kitten stroked its chin and said, we'll revive with full health after dying, as long as someone can take the equipment with them. Right, the early game resurrection penalty isn't too severe, so we can play like this. The humble boy smiled and replied, the respawn time has reached several hours in the later stages. Then we must cherish life and not die easily. Let's do it this way. Uzi, standing to the side, nodded in agreement. Those who are too badly injured should go and be sent to their deaths to delay the monsters. The rest of us took our gear to the shelter and recovered. Once all players reached a consensus, they immediately implemented the strategy of intentionally feeding kills to the enemy. Humble boy, mat competition, brother Jia, don't take off your gear. Then he ran into the dark forest. Although I know they're trying to revive and restore their health. But looking at their resolute backs, I was still somewhat moved. The chicken was so beautiful that it even let out an ah. This really brought tears to my eyes. I suggest we all share a tearful moment in the group chat, as a sign of respect. And then 9 out of 10 people are crying, right? Pig Wings curled his lip and urged, run. If you drop your gear here, you won't be able to play tonight. Although there are lowly boys who go to attract skeletons. But there were just too many skeletons. There were still many who slipped through the net and continued to chase after players returning to the shelter. I made a visual estimate. There are at least 70 or 80 skeletons behind us. The little kitten took a deep breath and said, with our physical strength, we absolutely cannot avoid it. Only one more person can stay behind to hold them off. While the players were still wondering who would stay, Milky Little Meow Meow tossed the equipment to the nearest Uzi and Pigwing. I'll go. My movement skills and monster pulling techniques are pretty good. I can hold them off for a long time by myself. After saying that, the little kitten turned around and rushed against the flow of people. Even the milk-flavored king, a term used to describe someone who is overly fond of milk. What does the beautiful chicken want to say next? It was interrupted directly by Pigwing. Run. If 4 people are dragging a monster, we won't be able to escape. Isn't that just pure free-for-all? The remaining players used all their strength to run towards the shelter. But there were still more than a dozen skeletons chasing them relentlessly. At this point, their stamina had dropped to only about 10. Their movement speed has dropped to even slower than that of a skeleton. The shelter is only about 500 meters away from here. Pigwings looked at the approaching skeleton and shook his head, saying, it's a pity that it actually became a fake. It's all right, actually. The equipment fell here, so it'll be easy to pick it up later. Chicken 2 Beautiful chimed in. If we collect equipment, wouldn't we have to fight these dozen or so skeletons with our bare hands? No, we could buy some more equipment for Dajwang. But this feels like such a loss. Pigwing muttered weakly. Buying too much non-star level equipment is really a waste. Hey, look, there are 2 skeletons coming from ahead. These skeletons actually knew to take a detour and overtake us to surround us. Chicken Beauty pointed forward with a slightly trembling hand and exclaimed in surprise. It's one thing that the NPCs have high AI, but it's a bit too overpowered for ordinary monsters to have such high AI. Pigwing followed Chicken 2 Beautiful's hand and looked over. When he saw the health bars of the 2 skeletons, a look of relief immediately appeared on his face. A smile involuntarily crept onto his lips. What are you laughing at? Have you lost your mind? No sooner had Chicken Taimei finished speaking than a familiar voice rang out from the direction of the skull. I said, "You people, why do you always seem to prefer going to dangerous places?" As Guja spoke, he slowly walked out from behind the 2 skeletons. Chapter 63, Old 6 Tricks. Brother Zhe? It's actually Brother Zhe. Zhe has come to our aid. This NPC design is really nice. They even proactively offered to help the players. Chicken Beauty exclaimed in surprise after seeing the person's appearance clearly. Keep your voice down. Do you want to attract more skeletons? Guja glared at Chicken 2 Beautiful with displeasure. Then they turned to look at the skeleton that had been chasing them all the way. 12 heads are all right. Not difficult to handle. Guja commanded his 2 skeletons to directly confront the horde of skeletons and take the initiative to attack immediately, attracting the aggro of these skeletons. The 2 skeleton followers were under Guja's command. The rain dew was applied evenly to each undead skeleton, delivering a basic attack. All 12 undead skeletons have been drawn into their aggro. Brothers' operation was so skillful. Upon seeing this, Chicken Beauty immediately spoke up. There are many summoner-focused players. Once your summoned minions have attacked, just leave them alone. Summoners can also use commands. Control the movement of summoned minions and redirect their attack targets. Even summoned minions can create synergies. Just like Brother Zhe, control the 2 skeletons and constantly switch their attack targets. You can easily draw the aggro of 12 monsters. So fine. It's incredibly fine. I shouldn't have told you that NPCs have a favorability system. Leave it here and lick it. Have you no shame? Upon hearing this, Pigwing rolled his eyes dramatically. Then he continued in a very loud voice. Zhe's move was amazing. The ability to control summoned minions. Simply the most outstanding necromancer I've ever seen. Chicken is too beautiful. This kind of superficial flattery is of course useless to Guja. After the skeleton attracts aggro, he slowly stepped forward and helped the exhausted players. How are you doing? We are all in good condition. It's just that I've used up too much energy. Faba took a few deep breaths and replied. If we still had more than 40 stamina points, we would have killed these dozen or so skeletons long ago. Guja nodded slightly. He did not doubt what Fabi Yuzi had said. That's Zhe. Can your 2 skeletons withstand attacks from so many monsters? Looking at the chaotic battlefield ahead, Pigwing couldn't help but ask. Given the skeletons' attack capabilities, let them knock on each other here all night. Even if no skeletons die, it's not guaranteed. Guja waved his hand and pondered. Of course, if someone could command them to only tap the skull, that would be possible. It'll be useful if you do it many times. Like this. After Guja finished speaking, his 2 skeletal minions grabbed the skull of one of the undead skeletons and began smashing it repeatedly. They remained unmoved no matter how the other 11 undead skeletons attacked them. This kind of attack method, which relentlessly targets a single enemy, is ruthless. Chicken 2 Beautiful took a deep breath and exclaimed in surprise. Hey, Brother Zhe, a skeleton is ignoring your minions and heading this way. I forgot to mention that this type of attack has a drawback. The problem is that it's difficult to guarantee they will consistently attract all targets. Guja, who had anticipated this, he gripped his death scepter and stepped forward. What is Brother Zhe planning to do? Isn't he a mage? And it's a summoner build. Can it really charge forward like this? Chicken Beauty saw Guja, the necromancer, actually walking forward. He immediately showed a confused expression. Could it be that Guja as an NPC, you don't even have this basic understanding of the game? Even the worst player, You know that mages who play a summoner build should hide behind their summon minions, right? Don't you know that Brother Zha has a very strong strength attribute? Pig Wings suddenly realized. And it's also because you weren't there that night I was guarding the shelter. Zhaji has a strong strength attribute. Isn't he a mage? You'll see for yourself. As the two were talking, Guja had already reached the skeleton. He grabbed a scepter and smashed it down on the skull's head. Click, click, click. Each strike was accompanied by a shattering sound. The skulls of these skeletons all had holes smashed into them. With its skull cracked open, the skeleton's health bar was instantly emptied, scattering across the ground. Although it's a magic-based weapon, but a damage rating of 12 or 13 is still sufficient for hitting skulls. After knocking down the 3 skulls, Guja nodded in satisfaction. Brother Zha, 2 more skeletons are coming from your side. Pig Wing, observing the battlefield, quickly spoke up to remind them. Upon hearing this, Guja took the scepter, turned around, and swung it away. With a bang, the skull was knocked several meters away by the scepter. A large hole was also made in the jawbone area. Damn it, Zhaji's attack seems to have a long recovery time. He's been attacked by another skeleton. Seeing this, Chicken Beauty felt a little uneasy. Mage, being a fragile class, would be in trouble if attacked at close range, right? However, Guja's next move made Jitai made doubt the fake game she had been playing for many years. Guja was too slow to swing the scepter again due to the after swing, but his other hand was free. Faced with the skeleton's attack, he reached out and grabbed at the skeleton's arm. Once you have a firm grip, pry it open with force. He broke off the entire skeletal arm. Since an arm has already been removed, Guja simply continued dismantling the skull. Faced with Guja's strength of 15 points, the skeleton had no ability to resist. There was nothing he could do but let him tear him to pieces. Of course, this should be avoided to prevent the skeleton from reassembling itself. Guja ultimately added a scepter to its head. The chickens in the background are so beautiful, I was completely stunned. Is this a monk? A mage who can tear skeletons apart? And it's a summoner-based build? Guja is way stronger than his 2 skeleton followers. Okay, I get it. This is a new tactic. Chicken Beauty pondered for a few seconds, then suddenly realized. A new tactic? Pig Wing narrowed his eyes and subconsciously asked, what kind of tactic? Old Lou's tricks. Chicken Too Beautiful said excitedly. If you were PK with a summoner mage, what would be your first thought? Should we bypass his summoned minions and go straight for him? But when you rush up to this summoner, you find that this summoner is several times stronger than the summoned minions. You're going to suffer a great loss because you underestimated your opponent. Listening to the description of the chicken being too beautiful, Pigwing couldn't help but take a deep breath. This way of playing is way too old-fashioned. How creepy. I've decided I'll switch to a magic-based class at level 10 and then train my melee skills like crazy. Chicken Beauty revealed a mischievous smile, her face full of longing as she said, I'll make every guy who tries to steal my gear regret it. Chapter 64, Multi-Profession Elemental Reaction. Chicken Too Beautiful thought of this old 6 trick. In my excitement, I forgot to control my volume. Guja, who was standing some distance away, was stunned by what he heard. Is the old trick of summoning minions even stronger than summoning summoners? He really didn't think that much about it. He added so much power. It was simply for the convenience of early-stage land clearing. And it's just about wearing equipment that requires high strength. Guja gave Chicken Too Beautiful a meaningful look. He really wanted to say, cherish your account. Don't ruin it by leveling it up. But when I think about my identity as an NPC, he still couldn't bring himself to remind her of that. I hope you can pull off this old trick. While Guja was clearing out the 12 pursuing skeletons, the humble boy and others who had been responsible for holding off the monster were gradually resurrected. The first thing they did after respawning was to find their teammates' coordinates and run over to help. Hey, Zhaji is here too. After the humble boy approached, he asked with some confusion. Given Zhaji's attitude toward his players, I find it hard to believe that he would come out to support us. Upon hearing this, Guja couldn't help but mentally complain. If I don't step in and stop you, you'll have to take the skeleton to the shelter. I finally have a reasonably comfortable living environment. Can you please stop causing trouble? Have you dealt with the skeletons chasing you? Matt Esports looked at the skeleton remains on the ground. Although the number is not large, given your current state, it should be difficult for you to retaliate. It wasn't us, it was Brother Zha. Chicken Too Beautiful said excitedly. You guys don't know, brothers as fighting power is absolutely terrifying. He also showed me a completely new way to play. This will definitely change the landscape of summoner mage builds. What new gameplay? The humble boy also became curious. Let's find a safe place first and talk about it in detail when we've rested and recovered our strength. Chicken 2, beautiful, raised an eyebrow and smiled. The 10 players returned to the shelter to rest. They immediately started cooking the food. It has been proven that eating helps to quickly restore physical strength. Even if they are not hungry, they will use food as a tool to restore their strength. At the dinner table, Chicken 2, beautiful, revealed the new tricks and strategies he had discovered. All other players gave the rating unplayable. Summoners are stronger than summoned minions, and it's possible to do that. But that's not what you need to guarantee. The little kitten with a milky scent waved its hand and said, "You need to make sure you're stronger than the assassin or warrior who comes to cut you down. You're wearing mage gear and have no melee skills. What are you going to use to fight against the assassins and warriors who cut you down?" Oh, that makes sense. Chicken 2, beautiful, isn't someone who can't think straight. After listening to the analysis from the little kitten with milky flavor, they immediately realized that this old trick was difficult to implement. Unless this game has a multi-class system. Once you reach a certain level, you can unlock another profession. Dual class, 1 magic-based summoner, and 1 melee class. You wear a full set of magic-based gear to pretend you have no melee abilities. That might achieve your desired effect. I still don't think it will work. Faba, Uzbekistan, shook his head and said, "If we could have a mix of different professions, why would I choose a summoner mage plus melee build? Wouldn't it be better to choose careers that complement each other? Complementary? I understand." Zhang San, the lawless one, immediately chimed in. "We can use a water-type class plus a fire-type class to evaporate, a lightning-type class plus a grass-type class to intensify, and more." All right. Li Si, who was quite familiar with him, interrupted directly. "This game doesn't have your elemental reaction mechanics. Your ideas simply can't be realized." Gu Zhe, who was listening to the players' conversation, revealed a meaningful expression. The content of Dungeon Alliance, Original Blade Go, has been stitched together. This real apocalypse certainly has no divine justice, no 7 gods, and no elemental reactions. But the game does have skill mechanics. He couldn't help but wonder if he should consider learning skills of different elements to try out elemental reactions. Some of the necromancer's skills deal chilling damage, which is considered ice-based. Then I'll choose a job that involves water or fire for my second job. Guja pondered for a moment. At the dining table, the players were eating fish, chicken, and bullfrog legs. As the organizer, and considered the captain by the players, little Meow Meow felt it was best not to waste the time. So he began to speak. "We can eat in the game, but we can't watch TV shows or look at our phones. How about we talk about our experience of going out to fight monsters for the first time today, especially in terms of playing style? Any suggestions are welcome." Pig Wing, holding a bullfrog leg, said while gnawing on it. "As it turns out, it's not advisable for us to confront them head-on. The energy consumption is too high, and we don't have the capacity for extended use. They could withstand dozens of skeletons. 100 or 200 skeletons came in waves. We'll all have to kneel down." The little kitten nodded in agreement. Battery life is indeed a big problem. Our current recovery items can only be obtained through very basic quests, and they are scarce. This problem probably won't be solved until an NPC selling medicine appears. The battery life is actually not bad. We went straight to our deaths after we were injured. Then you'll be fully healed. The humble boy continued. Just like our previous operations. As I said before, we can only play like this because we are at a low level now. At higher levels, respawn time increases significantly, which can be quite inconvenient. The little kitten with a milky scent shook its head and said, "It's best not to get used to playing this game this way. Level 1 lasts 100 seconds, level 2 lasts 200 seconds, and so on. Even if we reach level 100, the resurrection time was only 2 hours and 47 minutes. It may not seem long, but it's a crucial battle. For example, pushing the world's biggest boss. Or it could be a large-scale battlefield between humans and other alien races. What do you think will happen if you can't log in for 2 hours and 47 minutes? Let's try our best not to die." The humble boy thought about it, and his scalp tingled. When we start fighting monsters, we should first consider the issue of resources. Try your best not to push yourself into a corner. Milk-flavored little kitten concluded. Hey, I have a suggestion. Chicken 2, beautiful, suddenly raised her hand and said, there are actually many ways to avoid directly confronting the monster. We can go to the outskirts of the forest to dig traps and kill the skeletons. You can even drag the skeleton to a low-lying area. Then pour in the black constant water, wiping them out completely. Chapter 65, there will definitely be new players tomorrow. After Chicken Beauty finished speaking, the other players all looked thoughtful. His suggestion this time was different from Old Six routine. It seems that it might actually be feasible. The method is good, but you've overlooked one problem. The little kitten paused for a moment and then said, that means we only have 10 people now. The projects you described, such as digging traps and diverting the black Ganges to flood the skeletons, involve an enormous amount of engineering work. We are completely shorthanded. Oh, it seems that's really true. Upon hearing this, Chicken Beauty lowered her head and pondered. There are 10 of us, and we need to divide up the tasks to do daily work, such as organizing and building the shelter. Someone also needs to run around the map and light up the surrounding dark areas. I feel like I'm already too busy to keep up. The small number of players is indeed a problem. The humble boy took a deep breath and said, how about we do what we did before and give it a boost? Are you going to promote this game on our WeChat moments, group chats, and other platforms? Let's forget about it. We've already used this trick once. The second time will be much less effective. Pig Wings quickly waved his hand and said, and last time I sent a mass message to 10 game groups. 6 groups kicked me out of their groups, and 3 groups banned me from speaking for a month. The reason the other group is fine is because I am an administrator myself. Not to mention the number of people who have blocked me on WeChat moments. They all thought I was just trying to make easy money and promote trashy games. That's really true. When I first saw someone share this game link in the group, my first impression was that they were just paid to advertise. Zhang San, who was outside the law, nodded in agreement. So what do we do now? Relying solely on the game company's advertising. I reckon the first test is over and no new players have joined yet. Chicken 2 beautiful frowned and said, they're not really going to make us 10 people spend 6 months on this test, are they? It's not impossible. It's just that our progress will be very slow with 10 people. Faba Uzbekistan smiled and waved his hand, saying, don't worry about a lack of players. I guarantee there will be new players tomorrow. Oh, your video is already edited. Knowing the reason, the little kitten with the milky scent asked. The man gave Uzi an okay sign. The team's editor told me that the video was finished. After logging off, I went through it again. If it achieves the desired effect, I will post it first thing tomorrow morning. My videos might bring some traffic to this game, at least a little. The other players nodded excitedly upon hearing this. Although Faba Uzi is not a top-tier internet celebrity with tens or hundreds of millions of followers. However, he has more than 5 million followers across the internet. Players are certain that his videos will bring new players to the game. The players then spent the rest of the time discussing their understanding of the game while eating. After eating, they laid down and rested for more than an hour, until the health of Uzi and several other players who had not revived was restored to over 70. I was just about to go back to the wilderness to level up. We won't go to the outer edge of the forest this time. The more skeletons we kill there, the more we get. It's too risky. The little kitten took a deep breath and suggested. We circled around the shelter, one circle after another. Leveling up by defeating monsters also improves the safety of the shelter, a win-win situation. The players had no objections. They really approve of the organizer, Milky Little Meow Meow, even though they've been wiped out several times already. Just as the players were about to set off, they noticed that Guja had also packed his things and decided to go with him. Hey, Brotherja, are you coming with us? The humble boy asked instinctively. Guja nodded without saying anything more. He just felt that. Players these days are a bit more reliable than before. Take them to farm the lowest level skeletons. It shouldn't be a problem. Of course, if these guys want to court death again, what important landmark are you planning to visit? Guja would definitely sell them without looking back. Once players have weapons, their combat power is already quite strong. Guja, along with his skeleton followers, is currently attracting the hatred of a large number of monsters. They can kill monsters with absolutely no difficulty. I kept grinding monsters until around midnight. Most people have reached level 7. The humble boy, who missed out on one exploration reward, also leveled up to level 6. Each person has 2 free attribute points that can be allocated. Hey, Focus on increasing your strength first. Make sure you can equip your gear first. This time, the little kitten with the milky scent reminded me very quickly. Sorry everyone, I might have to log off. After adding points to Pig Wing, he raised his hand and hesitated. It's only 12 o'clock now. The little kitten asked in confusion. Didn't we agree to reach level 10 and change jobs today? We're just working people, what can we do? Pig Wing sighed and said, judging by the time, my cold should be better by tomorrow. If I were still leveling up and changing jobs in the game today. In real life, I might actually have to change jobs tomorrow. So I guess I should log off too. Chicken 2, beautiful, suddenly realized. I only took 3 days of annual leave, and I have to go back to working life tomorrow. Old Xia, you humble boy, don't laugh. We're in the same department. If you have to work overtime, you can't escape it. The humble boy. At this moment, the way the 3, 4, and 5 outside the law looked at each other, seemingly wanting to say something but holding back, caught the attention of the little kitten. By the way, you guys seem to have a 3-day holiday too? Zhang San, the lawless one, nodded. We have to go back to the engineering team, first thing tomorrow morning. Actually, we wanted to go offline an hour ago. I just don't know how to start the conversation. Just say what you need to say in the future, and everyone will understand. The milky little kitten patted Zhang San, the outlaw, on the shoulder. Actually, I also have class tomorrow morning. Brother Jia also raised his hand. Is the underachiever not running away this time? The humble boy continued. There's no escaping it. Brother Jia scratched his head and said, a required course, or rather, a required course where the teacher calls roll based on a photo. If you get caught skipping class, your final exam score will be sent directly to your school. I originally planned to cram for the exam tonight and then sleep in class tomorrow. If you're all leaving, then I'll leave too. 10 people were tested at a time. Finally, only the adorable little kitten, who doesn't have any voice acting work for the time being, remains. The internet celebrity who posted about Uzi and the 3 unemployed mad esports players can have freedom to go online. Seeing this, Guja, who was standing to the side, couldn't help but ponder. It seems they'll give us a chance to take the test later. We also need to consider how much time players can log in each day. Chapter 66, A Master? How masterful. After players quit the game one after another. The characters with freedom to log in, such as Milky Little Meow Meow, Faba Uzi, and Dummy Esports, have also decided to go offline. Stay in the game. 3 people fighting dozens of skeletons? Even if Guja were standing next to them, they wouldn't want to try. Moreover, they had a strange feeling. If I were to actually do something so dangerous, the NPC Guja will turn around and run away. I'm completely ignoring them. After the players logged off, Guja walked leisurely toward the shelter. This was the first time he had ever walked outside at night, without feeling nervous at all. The main reason is that the players made good decisions, circling around the shelter to farm monsters. There isn't a single skeleton within a kilometer of the shelter. My sense of security has increased dramatically. Experience points have reached 90. I've been grinding skeletons all night and haven't leveled up. Should I switch to a higher level monster to kill? Walking down the street, Guja glanced at his personal profile and muttered to himself. It takes 2,000 experience points to level up from level 11 to level 12. If it's 90, then it's 1,800 points. A normal skeleton grants 50 experience points when killed alone. That's 36 skeletons. Tonight, Guja killed a total of 36 skeletons in a single battle, but he still hasn't leveled up. This made him a little frustrated. How about we target the ghouls or the skeleton soldiers? The experience points should be much higher than those of a regular skeleton. Guja thought for a moment, then shook his head. These monsters offer high experience points. However, dealing with them will also become much more difficult. Maybe the cost of killing them would be enough for me to farm even more regular skeletons. Guja felt that although the level needed to be increased, it had to be done steadily. He can't risk his life for experience points like a player. Guja pondered for a moment before returning to the shelter. At this moment, a shadow completely blocked the moonlight, standing in front of Guja. Guja was so startled that he took a step back. There isn't a single monster red dot near the shelter. What on earth is this? Upon closer inspection, Guja realized it was the equipment NPC Dezhuang. Why aren't you selling your weapons? What are you doing blocking the gate? Guja asked irritably. That Zheji. Dezhuang addressed him in the same way the players used. Get to the point. Why are you being so hesitant? A 2-meter tall, bald, strong man. Guja looked at Dezhuang suspiciously and said warily, "You're not going to switch to a different voice and impersonate me next, are you?" "What is voice changing / voice reversing?" De Zhuang shook his head, rubbing his belly, and said, "I just wanted to buy some food from you." "Oh, you want to buy food from me?" Guja immediately smiled. "You unscrupulous merchant, you've finally met your match." Cough, cough. Gujichin coughed twice and began to quote the prices. Two-headed fish, 100 silver each is not right, 100 silver per kilogram. Six-legged bullfrog, 120 silver per kilogram. There's not much chicken left, so let's make it 200 silver per kilogram. After Guja finished stating the price, De Zhuang still hadn't reacted. The system then displayed a notification. It exceeds the intrinsic value of the product and cannot be priced. Guja was stunned for a moment. He had forgotten that his NPC shop was also controlled by the system. You can sell it cheaply, give it away for free, or even not sell it at all. However, the price cannot exceed the value of the product itself. Thinking of this, Guja couldn't help but ask the system, "What happens if an NPC I play starves to death? Can it be resurrected?" Reviving an NPC requires paying 50 planning points corresponding to the NPC's level. Guja. Two-headed fish, 10 copper kg. Six-legged bullfrog, 15 copper kg. Chicken, 30 copper kg. After Guja restored the prices, De Zhuang bought a lot of food and stocked it at his stall location. Guja glanced at De Zhuang and couldn't help but ask, "How much in-game currency does this thing have by default?" According to De Zhuang's backstory, as a one-star equipment merchant, he has accumulated 10 gold. Wow, this guy is so rich. Guja was shocked. He thought for a moment and asked again, "Logically speaking, this is my refuge. He sells equipment here. Is it reasonable for me to charge him some rent? Please negotiate with the NPC yourself." "Huh, it actually works." Guja looked at De Zhuang, and a smile immediately appeared on his face. "De Zhuang, there's something I need to talk to you about." July 5th, 2333. Chiba Company Building, 8th floor, tea room. Xia Chao Chong, a humble boy, and Chun Lu, a beautiful but listless chicken, were making coffee. Seeing this, a colleague passing by couldn't help but ask, "Where did you two go partying yesterday? You have such big dark circles under your eyes." Xia Chao Chong and Chun Lu smiled awkwardly and did not answer. They can't exactly say it's because they couldn't sleep because they wanted to play games so much, can they? "I really want to drink some delicious fish soup from the apocalypse, eat some chewy bullfrog legs, and eat some giant chicken with a sprained ankle." You're thinking about that food. Unlike you, I just want to level up and become a mage as soon as possible. The thought of being able to use magic in a 100% realistic way. I really can't sleep. Xia Chao Chong and Chun Lu exchanged a glance and then said in unison, "I really want to play games. I hope this game becomes a huge hit." Chun Lu took a deep breath and said, "Based on our experience from the first test, we can stream ourselves playing the game or create strategy videos as content creators. That should generate a considerable income. If we become popular, we'll become full-time streamers or full-time content creators." Xia Chao Chong was also somewhat tempted upon hearing this. "And even if we don't become popular, we can still become game merchants. With the advantage of being a game developer, the money they make as game merchants is surely more than our fixed salaries." Chun Lu's expression suddenly turned serious as he spoke. "We have almost no future in this industry. My salary is fixed. It won't increase much even if I work for another 10 years. Perhaps this game is an opportunity for us. How about we go to an internet cafe to play some games during our afternoon break?" Xia Chao Chong rubbed his hands together and smiled excitedly. "Go to an internet cafe? You, with your OCD, actually went to an internet cafe?" Chun Lu was shocked upon hearing this. "Are you sure you want to wear a gaming headset that so many people have worn before?" "I'm willing to take this opportunity." Xia Chao Chong nodded and said earnestly, "Then I'll take you there during your lunch break. I know an internet cafe that's pretty good." Chun Lu raised an eyebrow and said, "And the internet cafe owner is fair-skinned, beautiful, and a gaming expert. Should we bring her into the game and let her carry us?" "A female player? A pro? How proficient could she be?" "A retired professional player. That's high enough, isn't it?" Chapter 67. The child was just drawing for fun, not understanding anything. A retired professional gamer? Xia Chao Chong narrowed his eyes and subconsciously asked, "What games does she play? MOBA? FPS? Or RTS?" Chun Lu shook his head. "If it were those types of games, I wouldn't have thought of her. This female boss was a top 10 finisher in the Season 12 World Championship of PUBG Mobile. A professional player of PUBG Mobile? Upon hearing the game's name, Xie Chaochong immediately showed a surprised expression. He also played the game Survival Infinite for a while. Similar to Dungeon Alliance, Original Blade Go, it's a survival game labeled as highly realistic and hardcore. When casual players play, they choose a map and enter the game. The last one standing wins. In professional player matches, 5 survival maps are randomly selected. The map library contains deserted islands teeming with wild animals, cities overrun with zombies, and ancient western towns constantly hunted by vampires, among others. Then, points are calculated based on the player's survival time in each map, and the final ranking is determined. The retired professional player Chen Lu mentioned was able to enter the top 10 in the S12 World Championship, so his survival ability is definitely not low. Wow, this is a really amazing player. Xie Chaochong took a deep breath, then asked in confusion. Then why would she retire? She's such a strong player. Although Xie Chaochong had played this game, he had never followed professional competitions. He had absolutely no recollection of any retired players from this game. Back then, there were rumors that he had been scammed by the club. Chen Lu recalled, saying, "She made it in the top 10 in S12, but the club didn't increase her contract by a single penny." Meanwhile, her clubmate, who was ranked outside the top 70 in the World Championships, earned 20 times more than her. What would you think if you were in that situation? Then she can transfer. With that kind of skill, she could get a high-paying contract anywhere. Let me put it this way. Her club has a nickname, the God of Contracts. She only has 2 choices, continue playing on a minimum salary or retire immediately. Then she opened an internet cafe, planning to take a break for a while before returning to the competition. Well, I guess she won't be able to go back. Even after the contract ends, I can't go back. This club is too much. It has nothing to do with the contract. It's because we want him to play Dungeon Fighter Online, Original Blade Go. Let's quickly think of something to say. When we go to the internet cafe at noon, we absolutely have to trick her into joining our group. On the other side, inside the dormitory next to the construction site, Zhang Fan, Li Ling, and Wang Defa, a trio outside the law, were sketching and writing on more than 10 blueprints. However, the content of these drawings had absolutely nothing to do with their current project. We can't take over that Class C shelter for the time being. Then we can only reinforce our current shelter, Vault 1. Zhang Fan looked at the blueprints in front of him and pondered. But it is virtually impossible to salvage shelter number 1 from its dilapidated state. If only bad weather comes during the apocalypse, the bricks and tiles above our heads could crush us. Li Ling thought for a moment and then replied, "Then let's stick to our original plan. Just demolish Vault 1 and rebuild it. Reconstruction is undoubtedly the best option, but it also presents the most challenges." Zhang Fan smacked his lips. "The first thing to deal with is the NPCs. Will Brother Zhe let us demolish his shelter? With an NPC as skilled as Zhe, if we explain things to him properly, he should let us demolish it, right?" Wang Defa muttered to himself. "The second challenge is whether our respawn point can be preserved if we demolish Vault 1 and it is not rebuilt." Zhang Fan said with some concern. "If we demolish the shelter, we should also destroy the only respawn point. During this period, if we stay outside, we won't be able to play any games. After these 2 difficulties are resolved, the final construction issues will be addressed. With our manpower." Chirp! Just then, the sound of the door rubbing together suddenly rang out. A colleague who was quite familiar with him walked right in. "Oh my, are they planning to build a Western-style villa?" The colleague glanced at the drawings and immediately recognized the structure. "Wait a minute, this scale, you're not building a villa, you're building a castle." My colleague immediately gave me a look of utter confusion. What the hell? Where did this project come from? Someone actually wants to build this thing. Nobody wants to build it. We're just drawing it for fun. Zhang Fan immediately waved his hand and said, Yes, the child is just being silly and drawing whatever he wants." Li Ling immediately replied, "If it were really to be built, would it be possible?" Wang Defa asked tentatively. "Forget about it in China. It's impossible for it to be approved." My colleague thought for a moment and replied, "Abroad, if you have enough land, you can build a castle." My colleague chuckled and joked at this point. "What? You guys are taking on side jobs from foreigners now." However, I advise you that even if you could participate in such a project, it's best not to go. Given the infrastructure efficiency abroad, wouldn't this castle take at least 10 years to complete? Upon hearing this, the 3, 4, and 5 members of the outside the law group exchanged glances. Their colleagues' words served as a reminder to achieve rapid construction and development. That definitely wouldn't be possible without our Dasha's professional engineering team. Hey, is it possible to get those construction workers to play the game too? Zhang Fan couldn't help but ask. It's very difficult unless the rewards from playing the game are higher than in real life. And only if it's significantly higher will there be hope. It's just a game, after all. It's too unstable. Li Ling shook his head. In that case, it seems only whales who casually spend tens or hundreds of thousands of yuan on games can afford to hire a small-scale construction team. Moreover, such pay-to-win warriors will only build their own luxurious shelters. The only way to move in is to join their faction. Wang Defa took a deep breath and analyzed. Goodness, now that I hear you say that, I can already foresee the scene of whales, players who spend real money on in-game purchases, stealing players, territory, and resources. Zhang Fan took a deep breath and replied, Huh? Aren't you going to build a Western-style castle? How do we end up talking about playing games? The colleague next to him was completely bewildered as he listened. It's nothing. These drawings are just for fun. Don't worry about them. Inside the apartment, in the workspace, Uzi went through the edited video again. Once he was certain that the desired effect had been achieved, he began uploading the videos to various video platforms. A-Site, B-Site, P-Site, Douyin, Kuaishou, etc. He uploaded videos to every video website he had an account on, without missing a single one. And soon, 2 more videos that had passed the review appeared under his account. In a 100% realistic game, we were surrounded and killed by ghouls. Experiencing extraordinary power and becoming a necromancer is just so cool, right? Chapter 68 has 120,000 pre-registrations. With the sheer value of Uzbekistan's more than 5 million true fans across the entire internet. His video went viral, with views and comments skyrocketing as soon as it was released. However, most netizens who watched the video, I don't really believe that these 2 videos were recorded inside the game. In the game, 100 realistic games were surrounded and killed by ghouls. Comment section. Are international mercenaries this aggressive now? They're even taking on exorcism missions? These actors playing ghouls are so dedicated. How did they manage to contort their bodies like that? Even with the mosaic, you can tell that the special effects cost a lot of money, right? Why has Uzi suddenly started making special effects videos? Is he planning to enter the entertainment industry and act? Entering the entertainment industry is fine, but Uzi, be careful. Pay your taxes. And don't sleep with people you shouldn't. Experiencing extraordinary power and becoming a necromancer is just so cool, right? Comment section. Another necromancer? Summoning skeletons? I've seen this countless times in post-apocalyptic themes. Indeed, these days, post-apocalyptic themes focus more on the ability to hoard resources, and necromancers are a rather outdated cheat code. But I have to say, necromancers are indeed a pretty suitable class in the apocalypse. This is like my youth is back. Why are you all focusing on this? Didn't you see how dedicated the actors playing those 2 skeletons were? And the necromancer, so handsome. You have 1 minute. I need all the information about the actors playing the necromancer. I'll be back in 1 minute, or else. I looked at the comment section of those 2 videos. His face immediately turned black. I'm promoting this game. Why is your focus so off target? If this continues, besides receiving offers to star in horror films, he also gets invited to participate in other projects. It will not help the development of the game. Buzz. The phone on the table suddenly vibrated. He connected the Uzi to the video call, and the editor responsible for editing the video was suspended in the air. Boss, a lot of people in the industry have been asking me which team did the special effects. How am I supposed to answer that? The editor looked frustrated and said, I told them these were game recordings, and I cut out some parts that affected the quality, but nobody believed me. Don't explain anymore. I'll upload a video later to record the entire process of entering the game. Uzbekis took a deep breath and replied, It's not uncommon for Uzi to consider streaming the game directly. Once the audience watches the live stream, everything becomes clear. However, the entertainment industry rating system in 2333 is very strict. Games like Dungeon Alliance, Original Blade Go, with their extreme gore, are definitely 18+ games. To stream this kind of game, it requires multiple levels of approval and specifies the time period and the number of viewers allowed to watch the live stream. It's incredibly troublesome, to say the least. The only way to promote Uzi is through videos with pixelated images. He himself did not expect that the video, which was clearly very effective, would have had no effect on promoting the game. In his next video, he simply and directly recorded how to enter the game, and it uses bold, dark, and bright font to indicate. This is really a game. Constantly shaking on the video. This video was posted in conjunction with the excellent demonstrations in the first two videos. Finally, the publicity efforts paid off, even if many players don't believe it. But I still couldn't help but click on the link below the video, the official website of Dungeon Alliance, Original Blade Go. When they entered the official website, without exception, everyone's first reaction was, "This is actually a game." With the vigorous promotion of Uzbekistan, the number of pre-registrations for Dungeon Alliance, Original Blade Go has skyrocketed. The number of reservations has increased from an initial peak of 126. Quickly break through to 1,000, 5,000, 10,000, 50,000. When Guja checked the official website regularly, the number of reservations skyrocketed to 120,000, and the number is still increasing. Looking at this number, Guja was stunned for a few seconds before he came back to his senses. And his first words were, "System, are you experiencing some kind of bug? A game that was ignored just a day ago. How did it suddenly become so popular? Could it be that he helped me promote it?" Guja immediately thought of sending a Uzi. From the players' conversations, he learned that Faba Uzbekistan was a fairly well-known internet celebrity. If players can bring that much traffic to this game, that can only be him. If we could get a few more online celebrity players willing to promote their games on their own initiative, I won't need the system to recommend my game anymore. Guja couldn't help but sigh. However, Guja also knew this. It's already very fortunate that a big internet celebrity like Uzbekistan is willing to promote it voluntarily. If you want an influencer with millions of real followers to help promote your product, you'll need to spend a considerable amount of money. Guja simply can't afford the advertising costs right now, and even if he could, he doesn't have the means to deliver them. What followed was a time of both pain and pleasure for Guja. He has to select suitable players from the 120,000 players who have made reservations and grant them access to the first test. If I had to review each one individually, I'd probably be bettered in for at least half a year. I can only let the system filter it for me once. After some thought, Guja redid 5 questionnaires. Of these, 95 were multiple choice questions. If you get 10 multiple choice questions wrong, you'll be eliminated immediately. This was the first round of screening that Guja had the system do. After the system completes the filtering, Guja then looked at the subjective rating of 5 to determine whether to grant a test qualification. The focus of these 5 questionnaires is, of course, it still depends on whether the players will cause trouble. Do you have any survival skills in the wild? Furthermore, proof of this skill must be uploaded. 5 questionnaires plus proof of a skill. This could be said to have deterred a large number of players who had pre-registered. Fortunately, the number of reservations has increased, and many people are taking it seriously and genuinely want a chance to take the test. After the first round of screening by the system, of the 120,000 players who made reservations, 1,913 still met his requirements. The scoring of the subjective questions for the next 1913 people is entirely up to them. Chapter 69, You Can't Scare Me. This is not a job that one person can do alone. Guja quickly went through the questionnaire in his mind. Everyone was a little stunned, even if you only glance at a questionnaire in 1 minute. 1913 copies, which took nearly 32 hours. Moreover, this is under the condition of complete concentration and maximum brain speed, and it only takes 32 hours. Even a slight delay will add a 0 to the time it takes to finish reviewing the questionnaire. Why not just let the system randomly select people from these 1913 questionnaires and fill all 99 slots? Guja hesitated for a moment, then shook his head and rejected the idea. The players in the first test were the foundation of the human faction in the apocalypse. The choice of personnel is extremely important. The selection process can't just be conducted like this. After thinking for a moment, Guja instructed the system to directly sort the information of these 1,913 players by their playtime. The more you work hard, the more you qualify for the test, the greater your chances of getting a spot. After sorting the data, Guja once again activated his brain speed mode, meticulously examining the information of these players. After reviewing 200 documents, Guja felt his vision begin to blur. Even though he was going through the questionnaire in his head, He really felt like his eyes were blurry. Looking at my status again, my mental strength has dropped from 100 to 71. It cost him more sanity than he lost summoning 2 skeletons. Startled, Guja immediately exited the system interface and relaxed. Spirit is essentially the mana needed to use skills. However, it is also the sand value that affect a person's overall mental state. Guja had no desire to know what would happen if his sanity value was too low in this world. Fortunately, despite losing so many brain cells, Guja still gained something. He selected 10 players who met the requirements from the 200 questionnaires. As for the remaining 13 questionnaires, I can only wait until my mental state recovers before I can look at them. More than an hour later, Guja finally stopped feeling the stinging pain in his temples and the blurring of his vision. His sanity level also recovered to 90. He re-entered the system interface to review the selected 10-minute appointment questionnaire. If there are no problems, the 10 test qualification slots will be issued. As Guja reviewed the questionnaire, he silently recited in his mind. 5 of them have experience in farming, and their family farms cover about 200 mu, approximately 33 acres. Although everything was automated in that era, people were still very familiar with farm work. These types of players are essential for ensuring a stable food supply in the future. 2 war drill enthusiasts, skilled in strategic planning. Gold and silver medal winners in the sand table exercise competition. In the future, they should be able to sit and command on the major battlefields. A wilderness survival expert. Putting aside the undead creatures, coming to this desolate wilderness feels like coming home. Another internet cafe owner said that as long as the anti-addiction measures are not triggered, he will be available 24/7. While playtime is a plus, the identity of a retired professional survival game player is more important. The last one is quite special. She is a game streamer. My special skill is listed as I'm omnipotent. There's a lot of supporting documentation, but it's all somewhat dubious. Guja was very satisfied with the other 9 players and would not hesitate to grant them a spot in the first test. This game streamer was the only one that made Guja somewhat conflicted. Judging from the information, this game streamer does seem to have some skills, but not a lot. However, as a streamer, he has quite a few followers. Not top tier, but definitely mid-tier. I've experienced the influencer effect of posting and Uzi. Guja is still willing to give these players who bring their own audience some opportunities. Fine, let's go with him. Guja took a deep breath and sent out the 10 new first test qualifications. In less than 10 seconds, a new player logged in. Guja guessed that the person going online at this time was either the internet cafe owner or a game streamer. They're the only ones who might stay in the gaming helmet indefinitely. Yeah, this game is actually 100% realistic. I thought that promotional video was all special effects. Before he even saw the person, Guja first heard the sounds coming from the hall. He opened the player list and took a look. ID, Master Gang is that game streamer. Guja walked out of the room with 2 skeletons. Upon seeing this, Master was so frightened that he took several steps back. He appeared physically frightened, but remained defiant verbally. Ouch, Necromancer. A class that can summon skeletons looks pretty bloated. I'm telling you, you can't scare me. I'm not afraid. Guja. I think I made a wrong decision. Guja frowned. He wanted to kick this pretentious guy out of the game right now and revoke his first test qualification. Hey, wait a minute. You seem to be the NPC in the video, right? You know what? He's actually quite handsome. Can't we give him another chance and observe him further? Guja muttered to himself. Survivors, welcome to Vault 1. Guja stepped forward and began to read his NPC lines aloud again. After a brief introduction to the post-apocalyptic situation, Guja went straight back to his room without lingering in the lobby. He was a little hesitant to talk to this Master Gang for more than a few minutes. My blood pressure spiked, and I just flew off. Let's observe his other performances first before making a judgment. Master's next move did not disappoint Guja. He began to carefully observe the shelter, looking for something useful. He was stroking his chin, seemingly deep in thought. Clearly, Master was serious about playing the game. This game is 18+, and you need to apply for a bunch of things to play it live. What a pity. Otherwise, I'll show the viewers in the live chat what a top-tier post-apocalyptic survival expert looks like. Master had just found a seat when he sat down. Then, I opened a chat group with only 4 people on the game platform. Master Gang, everyone, I've already received my test access for the game. I asked you to pre-register for yesterday. Those of you who haven't filled out the questionnaire, please do so now. Hey, how's this game? Mastigan, hugely swollen. 100% realistic. No padding whatsoever. Teha, really? Master Gang. If I tell a lie, you could just criticize me. Hurry up and fill out the questionnaire. Tay, I'm filling it out. I've already filled it out. Let's fill it in easy. Hook, huh? Is this game a copy? I feel like it has elements of other games in it. Master Gang. Hook, don't talk nonsense. Do you want this game to die? Tay, the hook only brings a big rhythm. Lidio. Okay, I've filled out the questionnaire too. It's impossible that Master is eligible while we aren't. Mastigan. That's hard to say. Your level can't compare to mine. Tay, huh? Leiteu, huh? Hook, I just want to ask, why is there only one item on the counter behind you? Master Gang. Wait a minute, I'll talk to you guys later. A girl has joined the game. I'm going to say hello to her. Chapter 70, this girl must be open, right? After Master discovered that a shadowy figure had materialized in the Hall of Refuge, I immediately closed the chat page that was floating in the air. The health bar shows level 1. Sis, are you also a new player who just got access to the first closed beta test? Master just waved and greeted the female player whose ID was The Wind Rises. When the wind picked up, he looked at Mastigan with a cold gaze, his whole body exuding vigilance. This is the professionalism of former professional players of Infinite Survival. You could say it's an occupational hazard. In survival in the endless, all other players are enemies except yourself. In casual games, perhaps some cooperation is possible due to mutual benefit. In professional matches, any act of cooperation will be considered malicious teaming and result in a suspension of 3 or more matches. This also made Chiefing wary of Master Gang when he saw him, and even considered killing him himself. Master took a deep breath, turned his head away, and avoided Chiefing's gaze. He couldn't help but mutter to himself, "This girl is pretty and has a good figure. Unfortunately, he's a bit neurotic. Why be so tense about playing a game?" At this moment, Guja came out of his room again. He looked up and continued with the NPC's lines and world introduction. "Welcome, Survivor." Guja recited his lines expressionlessly. He was internally complaining. "Can you new players please stop logging one by one? 10 new players. Do I have to recite my lines 10 times? What about hundreds, thousands, or even tens of thousands of players in the future? Wouldn't that tie all my time to this? Then I really became like an NPC in other games, standing in the same place without moving every day. Become a tool that only talks to players, helps them trigger quests, and completes quests." Guja thought of this. I can't help but feel that it was absolutely necessary for him to spend some time on planning. Go and place a real beginner's guide NPC, and those NPCs that could trigger quests. What gave him a headache was that such NPCs are necessary for the plot. In other words, to place an NPC that can trigger a quest, you also need to create a storyline for him or her. Then the player follows this NPC through the story. It's really too difficult for him to be the planner. After a series of divergent thoughts, Guja finished reciting his lines. It was only then that he noticed something was off about the atmosphere in the hall. "You two knew each other before?" Guja asked subconsciously. He shook his head as the wind picked up. Masters simply shrugged. "Why do you look like you're about to fight if you don't know each other? I thought you had some kind of grudge before." Guja looked puzzled. "How was I supposed to know? I just greeted her. I never expected this to happen," Masto said with a hint of helplessness. Guja glanced at Mastigang upon hearing this, realizing that the guy could actually speak normally. "That's my fault. It's just some of my old gaming habits." He waved his hand and said, "By the way, I have a question. Are you really an NPC? Why would NPCs ask us such questions? Is this something a program could design?" When asked about this, Guja immediately pretended that he didn't understand. "It seems they weren't lying to me. The AI of the NPCs in this game really is that advanced." Slightly surprised that the wind had picked up, he then asked, "Guja, can I kill other survivors and plunder their supplies?" "No, human survivors must work together to survive." Guja immediately replied, sensing her hostility towards him. "This female player has fair skin, a pretty face, and delicate features. She doesn't look aggressive at all. Why do his words sound so murderous?" Fortunately, after the system's initial screening, players had a deep-seated impression of the rule that NPCs cannot be touched. Even if the wind picks up and you want to plunder other players' resources, you won't target NPCs. This girl's ideas are dangerous. I guess I'd better stay away from her. Masters took a deep breath and said. Having received an answer, Chiefing thought for a moment and continued to ask Guja questions. Is there a task I need to complete? Guja was stunned for a moment upon hearing this. My first reaction upon entering the game is to grab resources. If you don't have enough resources to fight over, just accept the mission. Is this female gamer so focused on efficiency? Guja checked the available tasks and cleared them out. Only the daily task of food storage can be assigned to her. After accepting the task, he pulled out a fishing rod and a sharpened wooden stick from a corner of the hall. Clearly, someone had told her in advance that these things were located at this spot. After grabbing his tools, he turned and headed out of the shelter when the wind picked up. Matos was left standing there awkwardly, unsure of what to do. Should I also be able to take on her daily task? Just as Master walked up to Guj, a message appeared asking whether to accept the grain storage task. I haven't said anything yet. Master was a little confused. Guja waved to him, indicating that he was free to do as he pleased. He said too many lines today, and I really don't want to talk anymore. After Gujo ignored him, Master just checked the mission details. The mission requires you to hand in 10 kilograms of food. That's easy. Masto just laughed dismissively. I can easily hunt a few pheasants and rabbits when I go out. Isn't the task now complete? However, before going out hunting, you need to find some handy tools. It would be best to have a bow and arrows. With my 100% accuracy in archery, what prey can escape? As soon as Master learned to read the wind, he began searching for tools inside the shelter. Unfortunately, he wasn't as lucky as Feng, who had free tools at his disposal. Master walked up to De Zhuang, who was setting up a stall. He looked at the equipment on the ground, wondering if he could grab a piece and run. The moment this thought crossed his mind, Guja's two skeletons walked up to him and stared intently at him. Since Guja has accepted De Zhuang's rent, he should still provide some protection as the owner of the shelter. Hey, what are you looking at me for? I'll tell you. Trying to scare me won't work. Master just pursed his lips, walked between the two skeletons, and headed straight out of the shelter. Even without tools, I can still catch my prey. Mastigan, who was out, happened to encounter the wind returning. The wind picked up at that moment, and each of their hands was dangling a half-meter-long two-headed fish. All 4 fish heads had a through wound. Master was stunned after just one glance. Is this girl open for business? Chapter 71 Catching Fish is really easy. How come he caught 2 fish so quickly after being out for so long? Master had just looked at the prey in his hand when the wind picked up. A thought immediately popped into my head. Is this girl working? However, he quickly rejected this idea. In 2333, the regulation of cheating in games is extremely strict. Whether they develop cheats or use them, they will all be sent directly to jail. No one is foolish enough to risk going to jail for a moment of pleasure. Most importantly, is it possible that a game company capable of creating 100% realistic games cannot prevent cheating? Can cheat developers really surpass the standards of the game companies? Just after Master Sto, the wind picked up and he returned to the shelter. A gust of wind picked up, and the two-headed fish were handed to Guja. These 2 fish weigh at least 60 kilograms. Can I submit all 6 days' worth of tasks at once? Guja shook his head. No matter how many materials you have for the quest, you still have to go through the process of accepting and completing the quest. That's a bit of a problem. Even if I can cut 10 kilograms of fish meat, I won't be able to carry the rest. The wind picked up, and he frowned. You can put in your backpack. This game has a backpack function. Just then, Masto, standing behind him, spoke up to remind him. He went through all the game interfaces before taking the next step. Do you have a backpack? The wind picked up, and I was stunned for a moment. The survival games I used to play had nothing. Aside from the slightly artificial image quality compared to this place, it's completely realistic. Just listening to you makes me feel like I can't play it. It's too difficult. Master just pursed his lips. At this moment, Guja handed over a small knife, indicating that since the wind had picked up, he would cut 10 kilograms of fish meat down himself. As the wind picked up, he took the knife and quickly found the makeshift kitchen the players had set up. Watching Chi Feng's skillful fish-scraping movements, Guja couldn't help but ask, how did you catch these 2 fish? It's very simple. Just poke them with that pointed stick. Once it pierces their bodies, you can lift them out of the river. The wind picked up and that was it. Guja and Masto just tilted their heads and looked puzzled. She then explained, I've done this kind of training. I have to use all sorts of tools to catch fish every day. We need to catch 1,000 before we can proceed to the next step. So poking fish with a stick is really easy for me. Guja raised an eyebrow upon hearing this. Is this the strength of the top 10 in the global PUBG mobile competition? Wow, another pro player has arrived. The wind picked up, and I handed in the 10 kilograms fish I had cleaned and gutted as part of my daily task. After receiving the mission rewards of 10 experience points and 10 copper coins, I immediately headed towards Dajuan. Then I bought the cheapest non-star level weapon, a sturdy wooden stick from Dajuan. After putting his belongings into his backpack, he walked out of the shelter when the wind picked up. That really doesn't waste any time at all. Guja took a deep breath and then turned to glance at Mastigan. Although he didn't say anything, his expression clearly conveyed 4 words. Look at them. Mastigan. By the way, I don't need this fishing rod. You can take it and use it for now. Just then, Chiefing came back and spoke to Mastigan. If Master hadn't just mentioned the backpack to her, she doesn't know how much longer she would have had to completely realistically write the story. This can be considered as repaying a favor. Although they said they were giving me the tool, I should still let them know. The wind picked up, and I stood still, opened my chat app, and sent a message. Hey sis, are you going fishing again? Can I come along? Master Gang realized that this was a big shot and quickly said. He shook his head as the wind picked up. I have enough food for now, and now I need to find a suitable place to build a house. This place doesn't seem suitable. Guja. Guja narrowed his eyes. Isn't it a bit inappropriate to say that in front of me? By the way, do you have any special personal items in the game? As the wind picked up, he seemed to remember something and asked aloud. What do you want to do? Master immediately became alert, recalling the earlier comments about looting supplies. You think I have no one to rely on, huh? It seems there isn't one. I thought this game would have features like backpacks and unique personal items. Never mind. I'd better not mess with other players. This game doesn't seem to have the same head-to-head competition as Survival Infinite. In Survival of the Fittest, only by fighting and plundering others' resources can one better survive. This game seems to encourage cooperation. The wind picked up. At this point, he looked at Master and frowned, saying, Also, please don't call me little sister. I don't like that nickname. If you keep doing that, I'll tear your mouth apart. I mean physically tear your mouth apart. Master was about to retort. Hey, tear my mouth apart? No good. The wind picked up, and they turned and left the shelter. Master was embarrassed for a few seconds, but after picking up his fishing rod, he resumed his previous state. I'll show you what a true fishing king is. A whole day has passed. Masto, sitting by the river, had not found anything. So, do I have to jump in before you guys take the bait? Masters had just shouted angrily. At this point, it gradually got dark. A figure suddenly appeared beside him. It's Pig Wing, which was previously logged out in this area. Finally, a new player. Pig Wing stepped forward and greeted them. Hey bro, how's the fishing going? Don't rush. It can be a little difficult for beginners to catch two-headed fish, especially if they can't quite get the timing right for setting the hook. But believe me, once you catch it and taste it, you'll feel it's all worth it. Let's cook together later. I figured out several ways to cook this fish, and I guarantee you one of them will be so delicious you'll be in heaven. Upon hearing this, Masto couldn't help but glance at Pigwing. Are you trying to subtly criticize me? Connotation? What connotation? As Pigwings was wondering, he realized that the person in front of him looked more and more familiar. Gongzi, so that's why you weren't streaming today. You were playing this game instead. What about the other 3 in your team? Did they not qualify for the first test? After a few seconds of silence, Master said weakly, If you're a fan of mine, then stop talking nonsense. Hurry up and teach me how to fish. My satiety level in the status bar is only 30. I'm starving. Wait, what's hanging on your hook? Pig Wings took Mastigan's fishing rod and examined it. Earthworms? The fish here don't eat those. Fish won't even eat earthworms? And these are earthworms that are a centimeter thick. We've tried many times, but the two-headed fish really doesn't eat earthworms, even if they're mutated. Currently, the popularity ranking of these two-headed fish baits is as follows. Human flesh, chicken, bullfrog meat, and then earthworms. Masto was a little confused. Do I have to cut my own flesh just to go fishing? No need to cut, just jump in. And then a shark shoots into the sky, right? If you really had that ability, you would be a god in this game, and we would never lack food. Pigwing smiled and waved his hand, indicating, It's getting dark soon. Let's take shelter first. We have plenty of food. We won't starve. Chapter 72, The Shelter, is full. Although the skeletons near the shelter had already been cleared once. However, skeletons from other areas will inevitably wander over. In order to prevent Master from giving up first blood so quickly, Pigwing quickly dragged him back to the shelter. At this point in time, new players and veteran players alike logged in. New players, in particular, are prioritized based on their online time. If we give them the qualification, they won't play the game. Guja really will take back their qualifications. At this moment, both new and veteran players were standing in the lobby of the shelter, making it appear extremely crowded. At the highest point of the hall steps, Guja was introducing this world to the new players at the loudest volume. The little kitten and the hairy Uzi observed quietly from the side. They were probably trying to gauge the quality of these new players. They speculated about who could be recruited. After Guja finished his work as the newbie guide NPC, the beautiful chicken and the humble boy immediately gathered around the milky little kitten. Milk Flavor Master, I've brought a pro player to our team. Chicken is so beautiful, she said excitedly. A master? Yeah, in this kind of survival game, she's definitely a pro. Chicken is too beautiful, she said with certainty. The teammate icon shows she's about to retreat to the refuge. Chicken Too Beautiful looked towards the gate and quickly waved. Master, we're here. With Chicken Too Beautiful's help, Chi-Fong was immediately surrounded by the attention of all the players as soon as he entered the room, and he was instantly speechless. It's also because she developed a good mindset while playing professionally. If it were any other female player here, they would probably have quit the game immediately. Don't call me a master, just call me by my ID. It's getting windy, she replied somewhat awkwardly. She was somewhat puzzled. Why are these players in their 30s behaving so inappropriately for their age? That's way too awesome. She's the amazing person I was talking about. Chicken Beauty showed no reaction to the awkwardness of the wind picking up and continued her introduction as if nothing had happened. This expert is a former professional player of PUBG Mobile. Best result, top 10 in the World Championships. That's amazing. Look at the confused expressions on the faces of the little kitten and Uzi. Chicken Too Beautiful added, the wind is rising. You might not recognize this ID. However, her professional ID was Vinny. The meaning of stroke in ancient Latin. Don't you remember? Why don't you imagine it? She cut her hair short and tied it into a single ponytail. Her hair grew out after she retired. Stop talking. The wind picked up and I felt my fists tighten. She began to feel that accepting the invitations from these two people was a mistake. Welcome to join us. The little kitten didn't say a word, but simply stretched out its hand to welcome the wind. Whether they are former professional players or not, they will all be an important member of our team. There's no need to dwell on these things. Uzi waved his hand and said with a smile. The milky kitten and the hair-shaping Uzi made the wind feel much more comfortable. She also let out a long breath. Fortunately, the organizers of this team seemed to be quite reliable. If they were as loud and boisterous as Chicken Too Beautiful, when the wind picks up, I really don't want to stay near them for even a second longer. It's your turn. Go up and talk to these new players. Faba patted the little kitten's shoulder and said, whether we join or not is not something we'll discuss for now. We need to first instill in them the awareness of not engaging in involution. I don't want to kill skeletons while also having to watch out for other players ambushing me. This game doesn't have PvP. Hearing what Uzi said, the wind rose slightly and muttered. As expected, this game encourages cooperation between players, unlike my previous games where it was a fight to the death. PvP certainly exists, but there's no need for it right now. After a pause, Faba Uzbekistan responded. There are 20 players in total now, and even we veteran players are not getting any star-level equipment. There are a few players and no good items. What's the point of getting a scroll? That's right, let's focus on developing our resources during the initial exploration phase. The little kitten chimed in. Wait until there are more players later. Random players are stealing monsters. Large guilds compete for resources and the first kill of bosses. You can't avoid fighting other players. At that stage, other players are a much greater threat than monsters. Chiefing nodded, abandoning the idea of opening the book right now. The milky little kitten walked up to the high platform in the hall, introduced its team, and repeated these remarks. All 10 new players agreed with this statement. This stage of the game is definitely not the time for PvP. Let's develop first. The new players have all expressed their willingness to join us. So, tonight we'll split into 2 teams and level up together. Milk-flavored Little Meow Meow suggested in the group. One. The suggestion from the milky little kitten received a unanimous response in the group. Humble boy, why don't you add them to the group? Milky little meow, I'll hold off for now and talk about it tonight. After communicating in the group, the teams were divided in the game. Milky little meow meow and Fabi Yuzi are the team leaders, each leading a 10-person squad. Today's monster spawn location is set at. Just as the little kitten was about to mark a point on the map, it noticed that Zhang San, the outlaw, had raised his hand. What's wrong? Should we go and clear out the ghouls in the Class C vault? Zhang San, an outsider, asked a question. Clearing Class C shelters is too difficult. We can't do it yet. We don't need to clear them all at once. We can just pull them out in waves and reduce their numbers. Zhang San, the outlaw, took a deep breath and said, I mainly feel that the shelter is already full. It gets crowded with just 20 people. With 30 people, they probably wouldn't be able to move. We need to quickly find a way to clear out a new shelter. Chapter 73, The First Pay-to-Win Warrior. After listening to what Zhang San, the outsider, had to say, the little kitten finally realized why it had been feeling unwell all day. It turns out there were too many people, and he couldn't move around much. The change in space was particularly noticeable to a strong man like him who was 1.9 meters tall. This place is indeed too small. Even if we can save it from its dilapidated state, it certainly can't accommodate 99 players. The little kitten took a deep breath and said, By the way, what you said before about tearing this place down and rebuilding it, it's theoretically feasible, but practically impossible. Zhang San, the outlaw, recalled the drawings he had made earlier and said in a deep voice, Leaving aside where we'll get the building materials, just building a shelter that can accommodate 99 players would take at least 6 months. Does it really take that long? The little kitten with a milky scent frowned. The main problem is that none of us players, except for the 3 of us, are professionals. There's a high chance that while building the wall, it will become crooked and collapse, requiring you to start over. Zhang San, the outlaw, sighed and said, To quickly build a large shelter, we probably have no choice but to hire a real construction team. A real construction team? The mat athlete, standing to the side, nodded slightly and said, Perhaps I can think of a way. You misunderstood me. Actually, contacting the construction team is simple. Upon hearing this, Zhang San, who was outside the law, quickly added, The main issue is how to convince them to play games. This price probably won't be low. You don't need to worry about that. Matt's Esports smiled and waved. Then let's prepare for both possibilities. Clean up a Class C shelter in the game. The map-playing team should contact the construction team. The little kitten chimed in. Try to get the new shelter ready before the number of players becomes too large to accommodate everyone. Wait a minute. I remember we went looking for a suitable place to build a house during the day because it got windy, right? Did you find a good spot? Something we can move into right now. Just as Masto remembered this, he turned his gaze toward the rising wind. There is no more suitable place to build a house in this area. Moreover, this shelter should be the only habitable place in this area. As he answered, an embarrassed expression appeared on his face. She had previously complained about how dilapidated the place was. After wandering around outside all day, I've discovered this is actually the best place. This is really a bit awkward. Guja, who was not far away, raised an eyebrow as he listened. He had to run himself ragged to find this drafty ruin. If there were more good locations to build a house, he shouldn't have taken a whole month to get the game online. Guys, since we're going to clear out the Class C shelter, shouldn't we discuss how to kill those ghouls? Chicken 2 Beautiful raised her hand, still shaken, and said, Ghouls are far more powerful than skeletons. One swipe of their claws could rip your heart out. Actually, you don't need to be so afraid of ghouls. Ghouls are much easier to kill than skeletons. After a pause, Faba Uzbekistan continued. Their heads aren't as sturdy as skulls. Even if limbs are cut off, they cannot be reassembled. Attacking the head, even without shattering the skull, can inflict fatal damage. The ghoul is an A-rank monster in both strength and speed, but it's incredibly fragile. The little kitten nodded and said, Yuzi is right, but we still need to be careful and not face too many ghouls at once. They can kill us faster than we can kill them. As the little kitten finished speaking, it walked up to Dazhuang. Then, one shovel after another was taken from Dazhuang's hands. You guys must still be carrying weight in your backpacks, right? Everyone take a shovel. The little kitten looked at the players and said with a smile, Aren't ghouls fast runners? We'll dig a bunch of holes to limit their speed. During the day, we also build some barricades, barbed wire, and other similar structures. These ghouls will come and deliver themselves to us. Players rushed over, picked up shovels, and put them into their backpacks. New players are even more glad that they didn't go it alone and chose to stick with a team. For a lone wolf player, leveling up by killing monsters will be very difficult in this game. Can I buy some in-game currency from you? Suddenly, a gust of wind rose, and the humble boy and the beautiful chicken approached and asked. The humble boy and the beautiful chicken were a little confused by the question. Buy in-game currency? I don't know how much gold is in this game either. In the early stages of exploration, when in-game currency is relatively scarce, it must be quite expensive, right? The wind picked up. He took a deep breath and tentatively asked, is it possible to equal 1 gold to 1,000 Chinese yuan? If it's not enough, I can add more. The humble boy and the beautiful chicken exchanged a glance. Good grief, it's only been a few days since the server opened, and they're already pay-to-win players? Why would a skilled player like you need to spend money to buy in-game currency? The humble boy asked, somewhat puzzled. With the strength of the wind rises, she shouldn't face any pressure in this apocalypse. Why are people starting to spend Chinese yuan, a virtual currency, to make in-game purchases? I saw a weapon at Dazhuang's place before. I want it. I want it right now. When the wind picked up, his eyes started to sparkle as he spoke. Is this what women's shopping desires are all about? Even former professional players can't avoid it. The humble boy paused for a moment, then muttered to himself. A weapon that catches her eye is probably only 1 star, and it costs 50 silver coins. Chicken 2, beautiful, smacked her lips and said, it's not a 1-star weapon, just an ordinary crossbow. You can buy it for only 3 silver coins. It's getting windy, he quickly explained. 3 silver coins? That's not expensive. The humble boy nodded at the beautiful chicken. Let's make a trade. I have 1 less exploration reward than you, so I'm going to give 3 silver to this expert. How am I supposed to get better equipment after that? Okay. Chicken 2, beautiful, traded 3 silver game currency to wind rising. 1 gold equals 100 silver equals 1,000 Chinese yuan. So 1 silver is 10 Chinese yuan. I'll transfer 30 to you. Chicken is so beautiful. I was just about to say that I'd forget about the 30 renminbi. The system interface directly notifies you that 30.00 has been credited to your WeChat Pay account. Looking up again, I saw that the wind had picked up and I had already run to Dazhuang's place to shop. He then pulled out a crossbow. The workmanship is really good. It's a pity that the materials are a bit poor. It's probably a blacksmith's practice piece. As the wind picked up, he looked at the scrap metal crossbow in his hand, unable to suppress the smile on his face. Can this thing really kill monsters? The humble boy stepped forward and muttered, and why not buy a bow and arrow? Shouldn't bows and arrows be more practical? You have to wind up a crossbow. That's such a hassle. Whether crossbows can kill monsters is currently unknown. But with our current strength, bows and arrows are absolutely insufficient. Uzbekis, drawn in by the attention, interjected. Chapter 74, What the hell are you doing? Hearing the sound of the wind blowing, Chi-Feng looked over in surprise. The damage from a crossbow comes from the force provided by the trigger mechanism, which is what you call the troublesome cocking. Uzbekistan continued to explain. As for bows and arrows, to achieve damage and accuracy, a certain amount of strength is absolutely necessary. On ancient battlefields, archers were much stronger than ordinary soldiers. It's not a squishy class in a game. The humble boy and the beautiful chicken nodded in sudden realization. No wonder there's an old saying that archers are often overpowered. Could I buy another 1 silver of in-game currency from you? The wind picked up, and looking at the chicken, she felt a little embarrassed. Are there any other pieces of equipment you'd like to see? Chicken 2, beautiful, asked instinctively. It's not that I forgot to calculate the cost of the crossbow bolts. The wind picked up, and he gave an awkward laugh. The cheapest simple crossbow bolt costs 10 copper coins each. I'll just buy 10. Buy it. I only have a little over 1 silver anyway. It's useless to me. Transfer notification arrives in 1 second. Chicken is so beautiful. I've just received 10 huaxia coins. You guys are selling in-game currency? You should have said so earlier. I would have bought it all. Matt Esports overheard their conversation and said with a look of regret, how do you calculate your gold price? A 1:1000. The wind is picking up, so answer honestly. 1:2000. Can you sell them all to me? The Matt competition was loud. Huh? Why am I moving by myself? As soon as the words Matt competition were spoken, he noticed that his character model was moving to one side. He turned around and found that it was a cute little kitten that had dragged him away. I already told you, don't get involved in the early stages. What the hell are you doing here? Get out of line if you roll again. The little kitten with a milky scent said irritably. And you guys, can you please stop spreading this trend? We don't even know if we can safely pass the test, yet we're already thinking about making money. What will you do when the game company classifies you as a studio and takes back your license? The humble boy and the beautiful chicken woke up instantly upon hearing this. They're already making money from games. It started to look like a game studio. Normal game companies absolutely refuse to work with game studios. Thinking of this, Chicken Beauty quickly sent the 40 huaxia coins back to Chiefing. The game currency was a gift from me. Don't transfer money to me. I don't want my account to be banned. As Ji Taimei spoke, she looked around, her head bobbing in all directions. Then he waved his hands in the air and said, I didn't sell any in-game currency. I'm not a studio. After the little incident of buying equipment due to the rising wind, the veteran players started cooking in the kitchen. This is a necessary preparation before going out to kill monsters. Enjoy a delicious meal to boost your satiety and energy levels. During the subsequent journey, the food in your stomach will still help restore your strength. How's the food here? It tastes pretty good, right? Pig Wings and Mastos just tried 4 ways to eat the two-headed fish. Master just shook his head with an exaggerated expression. All I can say is that this game's food system is a total rip-off. I swear, I've never eaten such delicious fish in my life. In real life, if this cost 500 yuan, I'd buy it without batting an eye. Actually, the taste wasn't this good before. The two-headed fish could only be cooked by boiling, and there were no seasonings. Pig Wings said with a smile. But then we caught a giant chicken and extracted some oil from its fat. Now you can make grilled fish, stir-fried fish, and the like. Moreover, the humble boy also managed to retrieve the salt-making skill book. With his skill, he can directly purify coarse salt. What you're eating now has been seasoned with fine salt, which enhances the flavor considerably. Huh? This game lets you directly refine coarse salt using skills. Masto asked in confusion. Isn't this game supposed to be 100% realistic? What we can confirm at the moment is that 100% realism refers to image quality. Pig Wings responded. Actually, the fact that the life skill section is not realistic deserves praise. It reduces the difficulty of our survival a lot. It would be great if there were similar skill books available for architecture, which could be used to directly synthesize planks. Stone walls can be crafted using stones. In that case, even if we don't hire a real construction team, we also have the capacity to build a small shelter. After a big meal, all the players' stats were restored. It was time to depart. Huh? Isn't Zhiji coming with us this time? The humble boy looked in Gu Zhi's direction and asked in confusion. I just sent an invitation to Brother Zhi. Guess what he said to me? The little kitten with a milky scent took a deep breath and said, If you encounter danger, please die outside. Do not bring undead creatures into the shelter. How could you be so heartless? Pig Wings paused for a moment, then said, I can understand why Zhiji has always been averse to that Class C shelter. Faba Uzi nodded and waved to the players beside him. Let's go, head to the Welland Class C shelter. The coordinates have been marked on the map, so don't fall behind. 2 teams, totaling 20 players, left the shelter and headed straight for the Welland Sea level shelter. After all, it was nighttime when undead creatures were most active. Skeletons soon appeared on the road, hindering the players' progress. Veteran players are fine. They're already used to seeing skeletons in a 100% realistic environment. New players might find it a bit difficult to adapt. Some of them were even completely stunned. The skeleton rushed up to them and punched them several times, but they didn't react at all. Seeing this, the little kitten quickly came over to help them out, and he specifically used a shovel to kill a few skeletons. See that? Don't be scared of these skeletons. If you smash one on the head with a shovel, it'll fall apart. What's there to be afraid of? And you should also be prepared. Ghouls are much more disgusting than this thing. Hey, there's a huge wave of skeletons ahead, about 30 or so. Pig Wing, who was at the front of the group, noticed the situation and immediately informed others. New players, step back. Let's get back into our original formation. Those with defensive gear, move up. Upon hearing this, the little kitten with a milky scent immediately began to give instructions. Everyone stay calm. Don't get surrounded by skeletons. Fight a kiting battle. Conserve your energy. Hey, there are skeletons behind us too. We're surrounded. The newbies in the back also sent out a distress call. Hold on for a bit. I'll be right there. It was at this time that the sound of crossbow bolts piercing the air rang out. Call out, call out, call out. Each crossbow bolt fired. A system notification will then appear on the public chat. The wind picked up and successfully killed Skeleton G. A few minutes later, the newbie who asked for help earlier said, "Hey, big boss, everything's all right here." Chapter 75, Who Will Pull the Monsters? There were only 15 skeletons flanking from the back. After the wind picked up, most of the skeletons were shot down with crossbow bolts. New players are becoming bolder. They used shovels to smash the remaining 5 skeletons to death, thus resolving the crisis in the back row. When the battle at the front ended and the Milky Kitten returned to the back row to provide support, the wind was already retrieving its crossbow bolts from a skull. Can crossbow bolts kill a skeleton instantly? The little kitten with the milky scent immediately stepped forward to inquire. Sure, the crossbow bolts have enough penetrating power to shatter a skeleton skull. As long as you hit their head, it'll be an instant kill. As he pulled an arrow from the skull, he replied, "It seems we need to equip each of us with a crossbow." Upon hearing this, the little kitten immediately suggested to the players. We fired all 20 crossbows at once, using long-range firepower to reduce the number of monsters first. When it comes to close-quarters combat, the pressure will be much less. The idea is good, but the cost is a bit high. Uzi, standing to the side, stroked his chin and calculated. A crossbow costs 3 silver, so 20 crossbows would cost 60 silver, enough to buy a 1-star weapon. And there were also crossbow bolts that cost 10 copper coins each. By the way, crossbow bolts can't really hit skulls many times, right? After these crossbow bolts kill the skeletons, their durability drops by about a third. A crossbow bolt that kills 3 skeletons is practically unusable. When a wind picked up and saw that Uzbekistan was looking at him, he immediately responded. When you calculate it this way, the cost is indeed quite high. Buying 20 crossbows and bolts will almost use up all the remaining game currency we have. The little kitten nodded and said, "Since the wind is picking up, let's use the crossbow, which has good accuracy. The rest of US shouldn't invest our in-game currency in this yet." After saying that, the little kitten and the fabulous Uzi continued to lead the team at the front. Humble boy, chicken too beautiful. What did this guy do before the wind picked up? On the way, the little kitten with a milky scent leaned close to Uzi and whispered a question. He seems to be a professional survival game player, a top 10 player in the world. After thinking for a moment, Faba Uzbekistan responded, "Did you notice where those crossbow bolts were stuck in the skulls just now? I saw that most of the crossbow bolts were stuck near the center of the forehead. If that position is considered a 10th ring, every single crossbow bolt she fired hit the bullseye. Even if I were to shoot with a gun, I couldn't be as accurate as her." The humble boy and his friends were right. They really did find a pro for our team. The little kitten with a milky flavor couldn't help but sigh. If we find a decent ranged weapon outside, we suggest giving it to her first. She will definitely be our team's most important damage dealer from now on. The distance from the shelter to the Welland Class C shelter is a full 8 kilometers. The long journey means a greater chance of encountering monsters along the way. After walking these 8 kilometers, the player team encountered nearly 100 skeletons, when there were only 10 players before. Even if we could take down those 100 skeletons, the cost would be enormous. But now, there are 10 new players. As new players gradually adapt to the post-apocalyptic environment, their assistance becomes apparent. 1 shovel, 1 skeleton. They were banging on and on with increasing enthusiasm. In addition, the wind enhances the output of this top marksman. Even with 100 skeletons, players clear them out very easily. Day. After we finish digging, we'll rest for a bit, recover our strength, and then go tackle the monsters in the C-rank shelter. Upon reaching the outer perimeter of the Class C shelter, the adorable kitten immediately began giving orders. A new player with the ID Wulong raised his hand and said, "Are you digging a horse trap? If so, it's best to bury spiked weapons like deer antler spears inside. Otherwise, they won't be lethal enough." Another new player with the ID Phoenix Chick immediately chimed in. "There are many hunting traps around here. If we can't find any spiked weapons for the time being, we can use hunting traps instead." These 2 new players, Sleeping Dragon and Young Phoenix, are the gold and silver medal winners of the war drill competition that Guja has his eye on. When these 2 players first logged in with these 2 IDs, Guja almost burst out laughing. Zhuge Liang and Pang Tong were from the era he traveled to. For some reason, It's no longer a good word to describe a person. They can come up with such an ID. It seems that the words 2333 have returned to their original meanings. If these ghouls are really incredibly fast, tripwires are actually more effective than horse traps. Wulong stroked his chin and suggested, "We can cause them great damage simply by fixing some steel wires across their path." I've thought about that too, but we don't have those materials on hand right now. The little kitten nodded in agreement. I plan to look for it during the day while I'm exploring the map. Right now, the only thing I can make is barricades. Barricades? Are they made from scratch using wood? Both Zhuge Liang and Feng Chu were somewhat surprised. They didn't see any modern tools while in the shelter. Zhang San, who works outside the law, is a traditional carpenter. It should be possible for him to make barricades out of wood, right? The little kitten looked at the lawless Zhang San with some uncertainty. It's troublesome, but not a big problem. Just prepare some food for me to help me regain my strength. As he spoke, Zhang San smacked his lips and muttered, "I need to think of a reason to ask for leave tomorrow." In the following time, there are 20 players, with 5 players acting as lookouts and 15 players digging the pits. Under the guidance of Zhuge Liang and Pang Tong, 3 standard horse traps, each 1.5 meters long, 0.3 meters wide, and 0.9 meters high, were quickly dug. Next, move the hunting traps outside the Class C shelter into the horse trap. Everything was ready. Will this really work on the ghouls? Pigwing looked at the 3 horse traps in front of him and couldn't help but feel puzzled. It feels like he could walk into any of these traps and nothing would happen to him. Wouldn't it be even less effective against monsters like ghouls, which have both high strength and speed? The horse trap only needs to slow down the ghouls somewhat. Don't expect it to do much damage to the ghouls. As the adorable kitten responded, it turned to look at the players. "We have already set the trap. The problem is that, who should pull the monster? If we don't pull enough monsters, our efficiency will be too low. If we pull too much, it could very well wipe out our entire team. Therefore, it's best to have experience in this area." "I'll do it." A player named Matt Racer in the crowd raised his hand and said, "My highest score in Plumber's Battle was 6,800 points, and I think my movement skills are pretty good. Furthermore, I'm the only one who allocated attribute points to agility, so my movement speed cap and agility are the highest." Chapter 76, The Feeling of Being Watched. After learning more about it, the little kitten learned that Plumber's Battle is a game where victory is purely based on movement skills. Furthermore, this game allows players to use other players as stepping stones or cushions for movement. That's how the ID pad competition came about. I just checked. A score of 6,800 is also among the highest in the world in Plumber's Battle. There's no doubt about the footwork in mat sports. Letting him pull the monsters is the least risky option. Uzbekistan added to the list. "Goodness, I see now. You all possess extraordinary skills." The little kitten took a deep breath and exclaimed, "Should I go pull the monsters?" The path of mat racing is somewhat uncertain. The little kitten nodded. "By the way, to be conservative, only pull about 10 at a time. This thing deals too much damage. If it pulls too many, we're likely to suffer casualties." The mat athlete made an okay gesture. Then he handed over all the equipment he was wearing and carrying in his backpack to other players for safekeeping. He was only wearing the birth 3-piece set, t-shirt, trousers, and cloth shoes, and his weight was reduced to the lightest possible state. "Get ready, I'll be right back." The mat competitors quietly crept inside through the main gate. At this time, there were already quite a few ghouls wandering around the various tents on the outskirts of the Class C shelter. The mat athlete crouches down to observe. He pondered which wave of ghouls would be the best to attract. Now he's worried that the commotion of attracting one wave of ghouls will alert another. Then, by endlessly snowballing, they summoned all the ghouls from the entire Class C vault. Then he became the engine of total annihilation. There are 8 ghouls in this area. The rest are quite far away. While observing, Matt Jet analyzed the situation in his mind. If we keep the noise down, it shouldn't be a big problem. Once the goal is set, Matt Racer picked up a pebble from the ground and threw it towards the direction of the 8 ghouls. Da-da-da. The sound of the pebbles rolling immediately attracted the attention of the ghouls. This monster is very sensitive to sound. We need to be extra careful. At the same time, the team also shared this information with their teammates via team chat. Tell them to try not to make a lot of noise when they're killing monsters. Some players got so excited that they could shout in a way that creatures hundreds of meters away could hear them. One by one, pebbles fell, drawing the ghouls forward. Slowly, The mat competition pulled them out of the Class C shelter. Having left the shelter, the movements in the mat-based competition became more exaggerated. He clapped his hands gently. With a smack, the ghouls all turned to look at him. Previously, they were slowly moving forward, following the sound of the pebbles. Now, seeing living, breathing humans appear before me. Movement speed explodes instantly. 8 ghouls charged toward the mat arena. The two sides have a large difference in movement speed. Even if the mat race starts 50 meters ahead, the ghouls quickly overtook him and caught up. The ghoul at the very front launched a pounce attack directly at the mat arena. The ghouls already have incredibly sharp claws, and now their speed is further enhanced. As long as they pounce on the mat, they can compete. The body of a mat athlete would definitely be torn apart on the spot. They were instantly killed. Fortunately, as he said, mat-based sports do have something in terms of movement techniques. Just as the ghoul launched its attack, in mat racing, he slid straight down on his knees. The attacking ghoul swept right over his head. When they passed each other, they even looked at each other for a second. It was as if time had stopped at that moment. After kneeling and sliding on the mat, he quickly got up and made a sideways movement. Another ghoul jumped to his previous spot. If he had been even a fraction slower, he would have been confronted with the pure, white landscape of the space awaiting resurrection. A tiny, milky kitten was observing the situation from a distance. Everyone couldn't help but feel a little worried for the mat competition. This is absolutely the limit. The little kitten with the milky scent thinks it has some agility and movement skills. But he was certain that, if he were to face the relentless pursuit of these ghouls, he would surely have died in their claws long ago. It's my fault for bringing this in. Get ready to fight. Get ready to fight. The mat racer slipped through the gaps between the 3 horse traps. Then I heard a series of thump sound behind me as I fell. All 8 ghouls chasing the mat were hit and fell into the horse trap. The moment these ghouls fell into the trap, all the waiting players rushed forward. No matter what weapons they had, they all swung them at the ghouls. How could a fragile monster like a ghoul withstand such a group attack? Their death announcements started flooding the chat within seconds. Ghouls give 200 experience points. Even if our numbers double, killing ghouls will still give more experience than killing skeletons. We'll just farm ghouls from now on. The little kitten glanced at the experience gained, nodded slightly, and smiled. By the way, how are our battle losses? After checking the player's status with a Uzi and compiling the statistics, he responded, basically no damage. Only one player lost 1/5 of their health bar. This is a bit strange. Logically, being attacked by a ghoul shouldn't have resulted in such minimal damage. I'm sorry, he lost blood. It seems I accidentally hit him. Pig Wings raised his hand, looking apologetic. Go back and replace your broken meteor hammer. The little kitten with the milky scent called out in an annoyed tone. And you, how's your supplies? Faba walked over to the mat and asked. I only used all my strength on the last stretch, so my stamina didn't drop much. I can rest for 5 minutes and then go back to pulling monsters. Mat Sports responded with a smile. Faba nodded to Uzbekistan and gave him a thumbs up. He never expected that Mat Sports, which are usually not very noticeable, could have such an ability. Chifeng, who was fiddling with the crossbow, suddenly turned his head to look towards the 3rd floor of the shelter. Master, what's wrong? I asked the humble boy. I have a feeling of being watched. He frowned and muttered to himself as the wind picked up. An early warning skill? Where did you get the skill book? I am curious, the humble boy asked. It's not a skill. It's just my intuition. He shook his head and said, in highly realistic games like Survival Infinite, I relied on this intuition to evade the hunt of dangerous creatures many times. As he spoke, he looked up and stared intently at the direction of the 3rd floor of the Class C shelter. This feeling of danger now, it was even more intense than my experience playing tens of thousands of games in endless survival. What kind of monster is there? Chapter 77. The skeleton gripped the spike club and stopped scraping. Even a master like him gets so nervous when the wind picks up. The humble boy and the beautiful chicken both panicked. An incredibly powerful creature? Could be a boss-level monster? These veteran players couldn't help but think in that direction. The experts said there might be powerful creatures in the shelter. Should we continue grinding here? The humble boy immediately posted the message in the group chat. Milky little meow. A powerful creature? You mean the boss? Humble boy. It's possible that it could make the great god Chifeng feel threatened. At the very least, it would be an elite monster. Milky little kitten. After typing a string of ellipses, the little kitten stopped responding. He didn't want to lead the team to total annihilation again, but he couldn't bear to give up the experience gained from these ghouls. Ghoul upgrade. Much faster than killing skeletons. Faba Uzi. What's there to be afraid of? At worst, we'll just die and revive. All our equipment is non-starred, so it's not worth much anyway. If we can defeat this elite monster, our experience points will skyrocket. Chicken too beautiful. In that case, why don't we just go farm the Skull Cave? Aren't there only high-level monsters in there? Faba Uzi, that's different. The Skull Cave has at least a battalion of undead creatures. A regular army. They're nothing like these ghouls. Killing the boss here is a gamble, a desperate attempt. Going to the Skull Cave is pure suicide. Milky little meow. Here's what I'll do. I'll start a poll. Should we stay here and farm ghouls, or play it safe and farm skeletons? You guys vote to decide. A vote was held among the 10 people in the group, and the results showed that most players still chose to stay and farm ghouls. In fact, upon learning that boss-level monsters might appear in Class C shelters, these players were more excited than fearful. As players, they had long wanted to see the game's boss. You can revive after dying, and equipment that doesn't reach the required star level is simply lost. But bosses are rare monsters that you rarely encounter. And based on my experience playing this game these past few days, they knew that monsters in this game wouldn't respawn after being killed. In other words, each boss is unique. Once you're killed by a player, you'll never see them again. If it weren't for the fact that there are too many ghouls restricting their movement, the most aggressive players have already rushed into the main building to see what the boss looks like. After the voting results in the group came out, the players continued clearing out the ghouls from the sea-level shelter. Moreover, unlike before, they now expect the boss inside the shelter to rush out with every ghoul they kill. Unfortunately, after grinding ghouls all night, even the top-tier players who had reached level 8 still hadn't seen a glimpse of the boss. It was getting late, and the players had no choice but to log off with regret. They planned to gather all the materials for the trap during the day and then unleash a major attack on the monsters in this Class C shelter. I don't believe the boss can stay hidden forever. Inside Vault 1, Guja noticed that the red skull icon in Vault C remained unresponsive. He then went off to grind monsters and level up on his own, feeling at ease. He took his 2 skulls and soloed the dungeon, finally maxing out the last 10 experience points and reaching level 12. Feeling that his strength was sufficient for the time being, Guja allocated his attribute points to his spirit during this upgrade. A level 20 necromancer will have the ability to actively cast skills. Given his current mental attributes, he'd probably feel a sharp, needle-like pain in his temples after using 1 or 2 active skills. If he doesn't improve his mental attribute, he'll really be limited to a pure summoner build and won't be able to use any active skills. After adding the points, his 4-dimensional attributes reached 7, 17, 6, and 18. All 4 attributes have improved slightly thanks to previous targeted training. The methods to improve physical fitness, strength, and agility are very simple. This is what players refer to as training. Guja was somewhat surprised when the attribute value actually increased. Exercise. So it really does increase physical strength? Guja, who has lived for more than 20 years, I never imagined that I would be able to exercise every day with self-discipline. As for methods to improve mental attributes, he finally found them after much difficulty. That means constantly consuming mental energy. Once you've reached your skeleton minion cap, using the skeleton revival skill won't create new skeletons to replace them, but it will still consume mana. Guja kept using his skills, consuming his mental energy, and then recovering, repeating this cycle over and over again. Suddenly, my mental attribute gained an extra point. After mastering these methods to improve attributes, Guja could say he wouldn't go out to level up. Even just staying in the shelter every day can improve your 4 main attributes. In addition to the improvement of Guja's own attributes, his follower skeleton also received a significant boost in combat power. First is the skeleton resurrection skill. After the skeleton revival skill is upgraded to LV3, the maximum number of skeletons that can be revived is 3, and the newly summoned skeleton is level 3. The new skeleton's 4-dimensional attributes were directly increased to 4, 4, 4, 3. Secondly, there were the 2 skulls that Guja had before. One of them leveled up to level 6, and the other leveled up to level 5. The level 6 skeleton continued with the tank build, adding all points to Constitution, bringing its stats to 7-2-2-1. The level 5 skeleton was trained as a warrior, and its attributes reached 3-6-3-2. The increase in combat power from attribute boosts may not be significant, but once a level 5 warrior skeleton reaches 6 points of strength and can equip gear, everything changes. The skeleton was clutching a spiked club. Then you can't do gua sha to avoid causing damage. This level 5 warrior skeleton, wielding a spiked club, can now easily take on 10 ordinary undead skeletons in a one-on-one fight. Other skeletons might try to scratch it, but it takes one of them down with a single blow. If you keep upgrading your skeleton followers like this, you won't be at a disadvantage when facing skeleton soldiers in the future. After leveling up to level 12, Guja returned to the shelter to continue his planning work, reviewing documents. There are still 1,713 questionnaires left to view, and the number of reservations on the official website is still rising. If he doesn't make time to review the papers every day, the pile will only keep growing. Just consider it as a way to boost my mental strength attribute. Despite his headache, Guja quickly scanned through the 713 questionnaires. Furthermore, 10 people were selected from the 713 questionnaires and given the opportunity to take the test. With his level of hard work, it won't be long before all 99 spots for the first test are filled. Chapter 78, A New Player with a Unique Style. The next day, Milky Little Meow, Faba, Uzi, and Zhang San, who were looking for trap materials, arrived at Vault 1 very early. They were immediately startled by Guja's third skeleton as soon as they logged on. Wow, Brothers has gained a skeleton in just 2 days. That's leveling up way too fast. Zhang San, who is above the law, couldn't help but sigh. This time, not only have the numbers increased, but they're also wearing equipment. Faba Uzi glanced at the spike club in the warrior skeleton's hand. If you can equip your followers, the necromancer has great potential. A skeleton equipped with weapons and armor might be stronger than a player who hasn't changed classes. If skeletons wear equipment, wouldn't they become regular soldiers like skeleton soldiers? Zhang San, the lawless one, he said, taking a deep breath. Uzbekistan nodded. I originally wanted to choose a range class, but now I'm thinking of switching to a necromancer. This class is definitely going to be a huge hit in this game. Then you've thought this through carefully. Equipping each follower with gear is essential for them to be combat ready, and that requires a huge investment. The little kitten with a milky flavor has a different attitude. A level 10 necromancer can only summon a normal skeleton. Other classes might not even need to use skills. A single basic attack would be enough to kill the skeleton. At higher levels, there are more skeletons. Other classes at the same level might only need one skill to defeat them. It seems that only whales who switch to necromancers can be strong. Moreover, spending the same amount of money on other professions might actually make them stronger. Uzbekistan paused, then sighed, and said, Good grief, I just had a clear goal for changing jobs, and you've already made me conflicted again. We're only 2 levels away from changing jobs. We'll see what jobs are available then. The little kitten with the milky scent waved and smiled. While the group was chatting, 10 level 1 players dressed in beginner outfits appeared one after another inside the shelter. 10 more new players. The little kitten looked on in surprise. Obviously, once the traffic increased, the game companies also sped up the process of issuing qualifications. After glancing at the game's official website in his mind, Faba Uzi continued. Currently, there are 150,000 pre-registrations for the game, and 30 people have qualified for the first test. It's estimated that all 99 spots will be filled within a few days. The power of the players has finally grown. Zhang San, who was outside the law, allowed a deep breath. For someone as timid as him, an increase in the number of players was extremely important. I'll go and say hello to them and see if they want to join our operation tonight. A cute, kitten-like creature approached, trying to attract new customers. As a result, the 10 new players completely ignored him and walked out of the shelter. It's not just the little kitten that's embarrassed. There was also Guja, who had just stepped out of the room to prepare for his newbie guidance work. The two of them were both frozen in awkward silence. Guja pursed his lips, turned around, and went back to his room. Then, with a fit of emotion, he slammed the door shut. The little kitten turned around and shrugged at Uzi and Zhang San, saying, It seems these new players prefer to play alone. Let's leave them be and go find materials to make traps. Milky Little Meow, Harry Uzi, and Zhang San the outlaw searched through the ruins and bought equipment from the Zhuang to modify. It took 5 hours. Finally, the trap that can be replicated is finished. This time, it wasn't just the horse traps that had been dubbed before. Instead, they were chevauda frisée, tripwires, barbed wire, and barbed wire. Everything is ready for the ghouls, although these traps were made with simple materials. But after testing, the results were quite good. It's more than enough for a fragile creature like a ghoul. As night fell, 2 teams of 20 players began setting traps outside the Class C shelter. The skeletons in the vicinity of this area had already been cleared away by them long ago. They can safely deal with the ghouls in the Class C shelter. How are the 10 new players doing? As the little kitten was fiddling with the barricades, it asked curiously. As the organizer, he still wanted to expand his team as much as possible and attract good new players. We don't know how good these newcomers are yet, but they all have strong personalities and are unwilling to join us. Uzi curled his lip, looking disgusted, and said, I sent Chicken Beauty and Pig Wings to negotiate with them. You know, those 2 guys usually talk the most. The result left these newcomers speechless. These new recruits said they didn't want to be our underlings and wanted to develop on their own. If we dare to covet their supplies, they will definitely fight us to the death in the future. So this time the game company chose a bunch of Chinibu, middle school syndrome, players. The little kitten with a milky scent frowned. How are they doing now, developing independently? The little kitten with milky flavor deliberately emphasized developing independently. When we arrived, I noticed that the average person on the public chat had been logged out about 10 times. I recall, Uzbekistan said, killed by skeletons more than 10 times? Surely he's not that weak. They're not weak at all. They're incredibly strong. On average, each player dies about 10 times, and nearly 10 of those deaths are caused by other players. Once you enter the game, the swiping starts and causes chaos. That's why they don't dare to lay a hand on us. Oh, and there's another fool who's trying to mess with Brother Zha. As a result, Zhaji's skull smashed his head open with a spike club. Furthermore, that player's qualification for the first test has been revoked. The official website has issued a notice stating that those who maliciously attacked NPCs of their own faction have had their test qualifications revoked. The current number of players in the first test is 29. Upon hearing this, the little kitten wiped the cold sweat from its forehead. To be honest, he had considered robbing Gouge's supplies, but he was worried about the testing qualification and never dared to do so. It seems that if players dare to touch NPCs, the game company is really willing to revoke their test qualifications. Gouge, on the other hand, was quite regretful after realizing that the new batch of players were behaving strangely. I regret browsing the questionnaire too quickly. 2 hours, 713 questionnaires. As a result, he failed to notice some obvious false information. It seems that in the future, when granting test qualifications, we will still need to carefully review them as before, going through the process several times. Boss, we've finished setting up all the traps. The humble boy then came over and called out. With these traps, even if 100 ghouls charged in, let alone 10, they would be nothing. Upon hearing this, the mat athlete squinted at the humble boy. Why don't you go and check out 100 ghouls? Well, I'm just describing the effects of these traps. The humble boy gave an awkward smile. Just do your best and prioritize your own safety. The little kitten patted the shoulder of the mat competitor and reminded him. Matsis nudet. To better utilize his movement skills, he allocated his attribute points to agility after reaching level 8. His current maximum speed and agility are 1.5 times that of other players. I'm leaving. Players controlling the traps, listen for my voice. Matsi took a deep breath and walked towards the direction with the most ghouls on the outskirts of the sea level shelter. Chapter 79, 20 humans versus 100 ghouls. I spent all night pulling monsters yesterday, and I've gained a lot of experience in attracting ghouls in the pad arena. At the start of tonight's event, he easily attracted more than 20 ghouls without sustaining any injuries. The player leading the ghoul rushed to the trap's location, and the player in charge of controlling the trap immediately began to operate it. What followed was a series of bloody scenes that unfolded before the player's eyes. These 20-odd ghouls, some of them were directly inserted into the barricades. Part of it was cut in half by the tripwire. Some of them had their legs severed by barbed wire. Some of their flesh was caught in the barbed wire, and they were completely unable to move. In contrast, falling into a horse trap and being killed by other players is actually the most liberating way to die. With the help of various traps, even if more than 20 ghouls attacked, the players were able to clear them out without taking any damage. Players watched their experience points rise rapidly without having to do anything. Suddenly I realized this game is actually quite simple. After the players cleared the ghouls hanging on the traps, the map-based arena continues to pull monsters. After repeating this process several times, all the ghouls surrounding the Class C shelter were cleared out. The next target is the ghouls hiding inside the main building. The difficulty increases significantly when dealing with the ghouls inside the main building. The space inside the building is too cramped. It's difficult to attract only 10 or 20 ghouls. One wrong move, and you'll pull up an entire floor full of ghouls. If there are too many ghouls, not only will the person pulling the monsters be in danger, but the traps behind them may not be able to withstand the attack. But now the top-tier players are almost at level 9. Most people are thinking of leveling up to level 10 and changing jobs today. Now, are we asking them to stop and log off? They need some special experience to do that. It's fair to say that the atmosphere has been built up to this point. Even if it's dangerous, the patter player still has to go into the main building to continue pulling monsters. As it turned out, this time pulling the monster really caused a problem. The map-based competition moved to the first floor of the main building. He only intended to make a tiny noise to attract the ghouls in the first few rooms. Suddenly, a loud banging came from dormitory 101. It was the ghoul locked up in dormitory 101 who sensed the human scent on him. Then he started banging on the door. The mat competition was completely stunned, who developed the good habit of closing the door behind them. Without the banging on the door of dormitory 101, he might have only attracted a portion of the ghouls out of the building. Now, as the knocking sounded, all the ghouls on the first floor were like they were having lunch in the cafeteria. He suddenly charged towards the direction of the mat competition. After the mat racer ran out of the building, a string of tails followed behind him. When the people at the trap location, including Little Meow Meow and Uzi, saw this, their scalps tingled. The number of ghouls that emerged from the mat-based competition was at least in the hundreds, thanks to the ghoul who banged on the door of room 101. The mat competition attracted all the ghouls from the first and second floors of the building at once, even if he has excellent agility and a movement speed 1.5 times higher than other players. Even they couldn't withstand the pursuit of hundreds of ghouls. Before the mat racer could even escape the Class C shelter, he was torn to shreds by the pursuing ghouls. Don't make a sound. We're far enough away they won't be able to spot us. After the mat game ended, the little kitten quickly signaled everyone to lie down quietly. All the players did as instructed, and the ghouls did not chase after them. Just as the players breathed a sigh of relief, footsteps sounded. A player with the ID Sword Like a Man walked over. Phew, I finally found you. Upon seeing players like the milky Little Meow Meow, Jin Ruren immediately smiled and waved. I've figured it out. This game can only be played with a team. It's too tough to play alone. I've chosen to join you. Aren't you happy? Aren't you surprised? Huh? Why are you all looking at me like that? What Jin Ruren saw were murderous gazes. Call out. The crossbow bolts pierced the air. The sword pierced the man's forehead, killing him instantly. The players immediately gave a thumbs up to Chifeng. Unfortunately, it's too late. The wind picked up, so I quickly aimed a crossbow at the Class C shelter. The commotion caused by the sword still attracted the corpse demon. The 100+ ghouls instantly changed direction and charged straight at them. The ghouls are faster than us. We can't dodge them. We have no choice but to fight. The little kitten with a milky scent immediately gave the order. First, use traps to wipe out a wave of enemies. Then gather everyone together and don't scatter. Remember, the ghoul's attack will have a pause followed by a recovery animation. If a teammate is attacked, you should take advantage of the ghoul's attack recovery time to finish them off. Even a 1-for-1 trade is acceptable. In short, never give anything away for nothing. Never give anything away for nothing. Never give anything away for nothing. The ghouls were incredibly fast. In the short time it took for the little kitten to say those few words, they had already rushed into the trap. Fortunately, the trap was still very effective. Many ghouls were either dealt with or trapped by traps. Unfortunately, there were simply too many ghouls. After using traps to restrain most of the ghouls, 30 ghouls still stepped over the corpses of their companions and continued forward. With the traps no longer effective, the players could only gather together and kill the monsters as previously planned. Next up is the battle between players and ghouls, a 20v30 head-on confrontation. Call out, call out, call out. A gust of wind rose, and crossbow bolts were fired in succession from among the players. Every crossbow bolt struck the ghoul's head with deadly accuracy, killing it instantly. Upon seeing this, the players instinctively began to protect Chiefing and help him retrieve the crossbow bolts from the ghoul's head. It's a perfect 18-to-1 formation. Of course, skilled players like Milky Little Meow Meow and Faba Uzi, who have good equipment and skills, will not only play a protective role. They also use their hammers to take down many ghouls. However, players can easily defeat the ghouls with their weapons. The ghouls can also instantly kill players with their claws. Especially for players who don't have any defensive gear, they'll be instantly killed if a ghoul gets close. This 20v30 battle can be described as a zero-sum game. Fortunately, the players knew to use players with defensive gear to absorb damage, which was a superior strategy. They ultimately won the battle with 5 survivors. They are Milky Little Meow Meow, Uzi with a fat, humble boy, brother Jia don't want, and a shooter who has always been protected. The wind rises. Of the 20 players, all those without defensive gear died, except when the wind picked up. Damn it, this battlefield is disgusting. The humble boy wiped the foul-smelling ghoul blood off his face with a look of disgust. You'll get used to it. Uzbekistan sighed. Remember that ID that just ran over and started yelling? I'm gonna beat that bastard to a pulp when I get back. I'm not playing this game anymore. The little kitten, who almost wiped out the team again, is now more interested in killing people than killing ghouls. I remember the ID. It was something like Jian Rurin. I feel like he could drop the Ru part. Brother Jia didn't respond. However, I think he just wants to join us, so let's not be too petty. Kill him 200 times, that should be enough. After the victory on the battlefield, the players could finally relax and chat for a while. He only looked tense when the wind picked up. Suddenly, with a loud boom, a loud bang came from the direction of the Class C shelter. The players were all startled. When the wind picks up, just shout it out. Run. Run fast. Chapter 80 True, Mental Attack. That's really strange. Why can this boss level up, even if it stays on the 3rd floor, without moving? Guja stared at the skull on the planning map, his mind filled with questions. Previously, the level marker on this skull was G-Boss. How did it become F-Boss? They skipped a whole section. Each letter level is divided into normal, elite, special, boss, etc. Guja recalled for a moment. It seems that after the player killed all the ghouls, this is when the boss's level changed. Was the underlying principle. Before Guja could think about it in detail, the changes on the planning map instantly made him perk up. The red skull on the 3rd floor of Vault C. It moved. After its level was restored to F-Boss, the monster blasted a large hole in the wall, breaking free from the 3 layers of restraint. After he landed on the ground, a blood-red skull appeared on the player's map. Milky Little Meow Meow, Faba Uzi, and the others exchanged glances. They could both guess what the other was thinking. Wow, there really is a boss here. Roar. A tremendous roar resounded. The next moment, this enormous 4-legged reptile fell from the sky. It fell right in front of the players. Lick Master. The humble boy glanced at the creature and immediately exclaimed in surprise. This thing isn't that big. It's over 3 meters tall. The little kitten frowned and said in a deep voice, "That boss just jumped nearly 100 meters. We probably can't escape now. Since we're going to die anyway, we might as well figure out this monster's attack patterns. Next time, memorize the board and come back for it." The others nodded in agreement. Why are players so good at taking down bosses? The reason is that you can figure out the boss's attack methods and weaknesses through infinite resurrection. After mastering the plates, expert players can kill bosses without taking damage with incredible ease. After deciding to confront the boss head-on, the players immediately took their positions. Call out. The first attack was launched by the wind. Logically, it should be the melee tank player who goes up first to draw aggro. But clearly, none of the melee players present could withstand a single attack from this behemoth. Only archers can launch attacks. The crossbow bolt struck the monster squarely between the eyebrows. After dealing damage, the health bar and monster information were displayed. Soul Eater. Level, F-Boss. Health, 97. An F-rank boss monster? It doesn't seem too difficult to deal with. 1 crossbow bolt took away 3 of its health. The little kitten with the milky scent muttered to itself. The Soul Eater was shot in a vital spot and roared in anger. Immediately afterwards, it pressed down on its 4 limbs, leaped up, and jumped in the direction where the wind was picking up. Upon seeing this, the humble boy immediately pushed the wind away. Boom! The Soul Eater fell. The wind was fine, but the humble boy suffered a dimensional reduction attack. His character model was directly compressed into 2D. Make a note of this. One of the ways this thing attacks is by jumping and slamming. The attack animation is characterized by the entire body pressing down. As soon as it makes that move, we immediately run away to avoid it. The little kitten, who had been observing, immediately offered a reminder. After receiving the information, the other players began to pay attention to the attack animation of the Soul Eater. They actually predicted the Soul Eater's next leaping slam and dodged it. It was during this period that the wind picked up and fired 2 crossbow bolts, reducing the Soul Eater's health to 89. Obviously, attacking the already injured area will result in increased damage. And it's not small. This realistic touch immediately won praise from players. After missing its target with another jump attack, the Soul Eater immediately changed its attack pattern. It accelerated and charged straight at Chiefing, delivering a simple, unadorned basic attack. This time, no one helped her. The wind picked up, and this basic attack deformed his entire body, killing him instantly. Faba Uzi quickly picked up the crossbow that had been launched and continued firing. Although he didn't have the incredible accuracy of the wind rises, he was still a professional shooter. They were still able to reliably shoot the crossbow bolts into the head of the Soul Eater. This single crossbow bolt reduced the Soul Eater's health to 86. If this boss only knows how to jump and smash, and then uses basic attacks, we can really grind it down if we play well. Uzbekistan took a deep breath and said. However, as soon as he finished speaking, something went wrong. The Soul Eater realized the threat these humans posed. Knowing that I can't hide my talents, I have to use some special abilities. It lowered its entire body, but did not jump or smash. Instead, strange sounds came from its deformed mouth parts. The sound was chaotic and completely arrhythmic. But when the players heard this, they instantly felt a splitting headache. Looking at the status bar again, my sanity has plummeted. 90, 60, 20, 5. In less than 3 seconds, his mental value dropped to single digits. The players were all dumbfounded. That's really true. After the sanity value drops to single digits, the world of Uzbekistan has been turned into black and white. Brother Jia, please don't see any animated paper figures. The little kitten even did a giant swing on the spot. With an even stronger will, Faba Yuzi escaped the black and white world after his mental strength recovered slightly. He opened his eyes and saw the Soul Eater nibbling on the body of the baby-smelling kitten. It's more like it's grabbing the body of a baby kitten and sucking on something than nibbling. After sucking on it for a while, the Soul Eater tossed the little milky kitten aside. Then, in Uzi's eyes, the little kitten's entire body gradually mutated. The skull began to deform, the skin began to ulcerate, and the limbs began to swell, transforming the body into a ferocious beast. Not long after, a brand new ghoul has appeared. Chapter 81, The Player's Inhuman Play. Uzbekistan discovers that the baby-smelling kitten has been transformed into a ghoul. I thought it was a hallucination caused by a decrease in mental energy, until the claws pierced his skin and the pain came. He was certain this little kitten with a milky flavor is really not human. Strange, why did it only scratch me this time, instead of piercing my internal organs like it did before? Faba looked at the little kitten that had transformed into a ghoul and was somewhat puzzled. But at this point, he didn't have time to think too much. Uzi stumbled and rolled away, creating distance between himself and the little kitten. Then he picked up the crossbow that had fallen to the ground and aimed it at the head of the little kitten. If one crossbow bolt can't kill the boss, surely it can kill you. Just as he was about to pull the trigger, in my friend list, a chat window started popping up messages like crazy. While several messages popped up, notifications and pop-up windows kept beeping. Just as Uzbekistan was about to use his lightning-fast reflexes to delete and block this friend, he would then refocus his attention on the battlefield. It turned out that these messages were sent by the adorable little kitten. He narrowed his eyes and opened the chat window. Milky little kitten, don't touch me. I'm still conscious. Milky little kitten, even though I've turned into a ghoul, I can still control it. Milky little meow kept scrolling through this kind of content until she sent him a reply with Uzi. Uzi, he's been transformed into a ghoul, so why does he still retain consciousness? Milky little meow, I'm not sure either, but I can still operate it. Milky little meow, the difficulty of operation is much higher than before. I have to resist the bloodthirsty and brutal instincts of the ghouls to act. Faba Uzi. If you were resurrected after death, would you be a ghoul or a human? Milky Little Kitten. I don't know either, forget it. You might as well try killing me. Milky Little Meow. I'm actually quite worried that once I'm turned into a ghoul, I'll be a ghoul forever. With the little kitten's permission, Fabiuzi didn't hesitate for a moment before sticking the crossbow bolt into its forehead. Milky Little Kitten. I've reached the resurrection screen. The system is asking me to choose between staying human or becoming a ghoul. Milky Little Kitten. This game actually has this kind of gameplay. Players can choose not to be human. Fabiuzi. If we become ghouls, wouldn't we be on the opposing side of humanity? Milky Little Meow. That's not important. Players have their own opinions and can help whichever faction they want. Faba Uzi. Why don't you just give up being a human being? Milky Little Meow. Although the ghouls have high base stats and strength and agility, their models are just too ugly. If I were to switch to another race, I'd have to choose one that looks better. Uzi, that's true, huh? I think I've been transformed by the Soul Eater too. During the conversation between the two parties, time did not stop in the apocalypse. While looking at the chat interface, Uzi was bitten by the Soul Eater and gradually transformed into a ghoul. Faba Uzi. This feels like I've been drinking fake alcohol. I'm conscious, but it's hard to control my body. After transforming Uzi into a ghoul, FA senses his own state and continues to communicate with the milky little cat. Uzi, especially the desire to eat people, it's too strong. Milky Little Meow. That's exactly the feeling. And did you notice just now? After this boss turned me into a ghoul, its level dropped. It went from F-boss to G-boss. Milky Little Meow. I suspect it consumes its own power to turn humans into ghouls. Milky Little Meow. It couldn't break out of the sea-level shelter before because it didn't have enough power, but after we killed all the ghouls, it recovered from a loss and broke through in one fell swoop. Faba Uzi. If that's the case, we can come and offer ourselves up as sacrifices, turning everyone into ghouls to weaken its power. Faba Uzi. Once we get to the battlefield, we'll switch sides and work with other players to kill this thing. Milky Little Meow. Great idea. We can keep the map lit up while we're near the Soul Eater, making it nowhere to hide. After finalizing the plan, the two of them immediately kept quiet about it from Jack, who had also been transformed into a ghoul. After learning the truth, Brother Jia joined in the act, portraying himself as a ghoul without human consciousness. Soul Eater could never have imagined. His last two subordinates turned out to be two traitors from among humans. 800 seconds later, the milky little kitten chose to revive in human form in shelter number 1. How's the boss doing? After the little kitten revived, the humble boy and other players immediately surrounded it to ask what happened. No problem. I found a way to deal with the boss. The little kitten with a milky scent said with a smile. Then he heard the sound of something being rummaged through. Turning my head, I saw Guja fiddling with something. What is Zhiji doing? The little kitten with the milky scent asked instinctively. It looks like they're packing their things, getting ready to run away. The humble boy offered his answer. Why would you run away? Guja couldn't help but purse his lips when he heard the player's voice. On the map, that Soul Eater came after you because it smelled you. If he doesn't run now, is he just waiting to get caught? And Guja had given careful consideration to the option of withdrawing from the plan. The shelter has been taken over by the boss, and the only resurrection point will become unusable. No more players will arrive. However, Guja, as the planner, does not need to live and die with the players. He could easily go to other areas and find another refuge where he can set up a respawn point. In other words, as long as Guja doesn't die, no matter how many shelters are destroyed by monsters, players all have hope of logging back in. Guja. It's like the main base or main crystal in this game. As long as he's alive, the game can continue. Don't panic, brothers. We have a way to kill this boss. As the little kitten spoke, it waved to the players. Then they began sharing the information they had gleaned from the Soul Eater. We currently know that this boss has 4 attack methods. The charging basic attack, the slam after jumping, the roaring mental attack, and the transformation of humans into ghouls. The dash attack has no wind-up animation, making it very difficult to dodge. You can only predict it or tank it. The jumping slam has a pre-animation animation where the whole body presses down. If you pay attention, you have a high chance of dodging it. The mental attack also has a pre-animation of pressing down on the whole body, but compared to the jumping slam, the amplitude is smaller and the duration is very short. The troublesome thing about this attack is that it's impossible to defend against. Perhaps maintaining a greater distance would be more effective. The final attack method is to turn humans into ghouls. This thing is just like a zombie or a vampire. If I suck your tongue, you'll soon be no longer human. Chapter 82, Did Brothers really run away? If the boss has this ability, doesn't our unlimited resurrection essentially give it unlimited conversion materials? The humble boy frowned and said, I thought I could use the number of resurrections to slowly whittle down this boss. The more times we die, the stronger they become. That's not the case. Soul Eaters consume their own power when they transform into humans. The little kitten with a milky scent waved its hand and said, The 200 or so ghouls in the Class C shelter are its limit. If it undergoes more transformations, its level will probably drop from G rank boss to H rank boss. Moreover, here's how I deal with it. That's its transformative power. After we were transformed into ghouls by it, they will retain consciousness. Such a thing exists. This question wasn't asked by any other player, but by Guja. Upon hearing the description of the little kitten, he couldn't help but ask directly. Yes, the little kitten nodded and replied, I don't know the principle behind it, but I can retain consciousness. He turned us into ghouls. Weakening one's own strength will not only fail to gain assistance, but will also attract a bunch of traitors. How do you think it can fight us? Wait a minute. If we players retain consciousness after transforming into ghouls, wouldn't we be able to farm experience indefinitely? Pigwings realized this and quickly said, Let's go find the Soul Eaters, turn them into ghouls, and then come back to deliver our heads. Leveling up several times a day is like playing a game, isn't it? I've thought about that too. The little kitten with the milky scent shook its head and said, When F.A. killed Uzi, he specifically told him to keep an eye out for any experience points gained. Unfortunately, killing players and turning them into ghouls will not yield any benefits. Otherwise, this boss wouldn't be a monster, but our lucky star. With this to transform into ghouls, we can easily reach the maximum level. The players were discussing it. Filled with doubt, Guja asked the system for relevant information. Why can players retain their self-awareness even after being transformed into ghouls? After a conversation with the system, Guja learned the reason. The character models of players in the post-apocalyptic world are all constructed by the system after scanning the players. Players enter a post-apocalyptic world through the game. In fact, it means your soul is transported into a character model. Soul Eaters transform humans into ghouls. It's not just about physical appearance, but also about the very essence of the soul that causes the mutation in humans. However, the player's soul transmigrates to a post-apocalyptic world. It is supported and maintained by a system. If the soul can completely mutate, when the player returns to reality, they will become neither human nor ghost. That's impossible. In the post-apocalyptic world, alien races can reduce a player's mental state to the point of madness, and can also cause the player's appearance to change into various races. But the player's own perception and soul are human and will never change. Even if the player doesn't want to be human anymore, want to play with other races, they will only belong to the human camp. After receiving the system's explanation, Guja breathed a sigh of relief. If a player transforms into another race, they switch factions. Then the fourth calamity he summoned will eventually turn against him. Good heavens, isn't this basically the system giving players a cheat code? Guja narrowed his eyes and muttered to himself. With system maintenance, players are directly immune to all transformation skills that can enslave them. Whether it transforms into a ghoul, a skeleton, or some other creature, the player's consciousness remains human. Looking back, just kill the monster that transformed them. What makes Guja feel at peace is that, as the system's host, he also has the ability to resist soul transformation. Following this topic, Guja also asked the same question he had asked the system many times before. That is, can he be resurrected like a player? The system's response was still just 4 words: insufficient permissions. The system didn't explain it clearly either. You do not have sufficient permissions to answer this question. The permissions are still insufficient, so it cannot be revived for the time being. This system, like a riddle, gave Guja a real headache. By the way, now that the Soul Eaters have appeared, does that mean there are no monsters left in the Class C shelter in Welland? Guja glanced at the planning map, packed his belongings into his backpack, and hurriedly walked out of the shelter. No way. Zhiji really ran away? The players were completely bewildered by this situation. Without Guja, The mission cannot be triggered, and the exploration rewards cannot be claimed. How can we continue playing this game then? The NPC has probably activated emergency evacuation mode. Once we take care of that boss, Zhiji should be back. The little kitten took a deep breath and speculated. I have a question. Can the ghouls transform from players defeat that boss? Chicken is too beautiful. Raise your hand and say. The little kitten thought for a moment and shook its head. It's difficult because the ghoul's body is too fragile. Once the boss realized we were the traitors, he could wipe out the whole group with a single basic attack. Then its consumption can be replenished. If a real fight breaks out, the ghouls can only play a supporting role. The real damage will come from us human players. At this point, the little kitten's gaze shifted to the rising wind. She previously used a useless, scrap metal crossbow to take away so much of the Soul Eater's health. What if we replace her with a 1-star crossbow and add special arrows? Transfer all your remaining game currency to me. The little kitten with a milky scent spoke up. To defeat this boss, we need to upgrade the equipment for our DPS characters first. During this phase, a large amount of in-game currency is held by the top 10 players. Aside from the humble boy, everyone else receives 10 silver from 2 exploration rewards. These 10 players were all longtime teammates, and they had no objections to Milky Little Meow's suggestion. The first 10 players quickly pooled together 65 silver coins. 65 silver coins are enough. The little kitten indicated that the wind was picking up and suggested they go with him to De Zhuang's place to pick out equipment. He nodded and began to carefully browse the equipment list. She didn't stand on ceremony. She just felt that after killing the boss, she could simply return the equipment to them. Just this crossbow and these bolts. 65 silver will be enough. The wind picked up and tapped twice on the equipment list, gesturing to the little kitten. Chapter 83, Anti-Material Crossbow. Welcome back next time. After accepting the 65 silver coins, De Zhuang took out a crossbow that glowed with an eerie light and handed it to the little kitten with 15 crossbow bolts that had special arrowheads. A 1-star crossbow costs 50 silver, and a special crossbow bolt costs 1 silver each. There are 15 bolts in total, for a total of 65 silver. The little kitten with a milky scent said. They then shared the information about these 2 pieces of equipment on the public chat. Ghostly Light Powerful Crossbow. Lethality, 28. Durability, 20 to 20. Special. The crossbow has 2 cocking levels, with the first level dealing 100 damage and the second level dealing 150 damage. Equipment requirements. Strength 9. Explosive crossbow bolts. Lethality plus 10. Burning damage, 25. Durability, 1-to-1 single-use ammunition. Special. Upon hitting a target, it creates an explosion effect and inflicts continuous burning damage on the target. After the equipment information was posted on the public chat, all the players expressed their surprise. A 1-star crossbow with special arrows. Its damage is just too high. What kind of monster could withstand a few special crossbow bolts from this crossbow? However, this combination of equipment still has one drawback. It's just expensive. The explosive crossbow bolt costs 1 silver and is a one-time consumable. It can only be used at this crucial moment when the boss is attacking the base. You should have listened to our advice and put all your attribute points into strength, right? The little kitten with a milky scent looked at the rising wind and asked, if your strength attribute isn't high enough, then we'll have to let FA bring Uzi back to life and let him take over as the marksman/damage dealer. After defeating so many ghouls, this group of players has also reached level 5. If you max out strength, you'll just meet the equipment requirements for using the ghostly powerful crossbow. Chiefing nodded and took the ghostly powerful crossbow, an explosive flame arrow from the milky Little Meow. The little kitten looked at the weapon in the wind's hand, paused, and muttered, should we try it outside to see how it goes? 1 silver coin for each crossbow bolt. If you don't test the feel of it first, what if you miss when shooting the boss? It will be much more difficult once the boss becomes alert. After thinking about it for a while, I realized it made sense, so I took my equipment and left the shelter. A string of players followed her out, all eager to see what would happen when the explosive flame arrow was fired. First gear, upwind, 5 seconds. The second gear wind-up takes almost 10 seconds, twice as long. Using second gear only works at very long distances. As the wind picked up, he operated the equipment while explaining the information he had gathered. Since we're already using explosive arrows, we don't need to worry about close-range shooting anymore. Let's just test it with second gear. Milk-flavored kitten suggested. He nodded, raised the fully drawn crossbow, and aimed a large tree 100 meters away. Call out. The crossbow bolts shot out with great force. It's visibly faster than before. Wait until the crossbow bolt hits the tree. With a loud boom, the tree was blasted in two by the explosive crossbow arrow, and both sections are still burning fiercely. The onlookers were dumbfounded. Are you sure this is a crossbow and not an RPG? A single crossbow bolt produced the effect of an anti-material weapon. 1 silver coin for each crossbow bolt. It's worth it. I don't believe that boss can withstand the damage from this thing. Upon seeing such outstanding equipment performance, the little kitten burst out laughing. Hey, someone come with me. Let's put out the fire first. The little kitten with a milky flavor immediately called out. If this affects the nearby forest, even if the boss doesn't come, we won't be able to stay in this shelter. After extinguishing the burning trees, the little kitten signaled to the humble boy and pig wing to escort the wind to a nearby high point. According to intelligence from an insider in Faba, Uzbekistan, that boss is coming this way. We'll be there in about half an hour. The chubby kitten waved its paw and gave instructions. They go to the high ground, and the rest of us go to be sacrificed and turned into ghouls. While weakening the boss, we'll switch sides and attack the boss at the crucial moment. As the little kitten spoke, it looked around at the players in the shelter and noticed something was wrong. Wait, we're the new batch of players. Why aren't any of them here? The little kitten with a milky scent asked in confusion. He was also planning to settle scores with that swordsman. As a result, not only was Swordman absent, but none of the other new players were there either. They rushed over there as soon as they heard that a boss had appeared. Chicken 2, Beautiful, pointed in one direction and replied. They said they wanted to steal the first kill of the boss. They even made some sarcastic remarks about whoever gets the first kill on the boss. Their progress could easily surpass ours. Upon hearing this, the little kitten with the milky scent raised an eyebrow and said, I was also thinking, since the boss is coming, should we cooperate to get through this difficult time? Let's get rid of that swordsman. They don't need to join us. We can work together to take down the boss first. But that's their attitude now. Then when we're almost done with the boss, let's take them out too. The little kitten really doesn't want to start competing with other players right now. But these players really love causing trouble. You like PvP, right? Then don't blame us for using our level and equipment advantages to crush you. After the battle plan was arranged, the team split into two groups. The wind is rising, the humble boy and pig wings are lying in ambush at a high point. The rest of the group went to find the boss and were transformed into ghouls. The wind picked up, and although they encountered some obstacles from ordinary skeletons, they still managed to reach the nearby high point smoothly. A rooftop ruin tens of meters high. Although it felt like the ruins could collapse at any moment, there were no other high points nearby to go to. The other team that intentionally fed kills didn't achieve their goal so easily. Just as they were about to reach the location of the Soul Eater, they were blocked by the Corpse Demon. But unlike the previous ghouls, these ghouls all have the player's ID on their health bars. It's the new batch of players who want to be the first to kill. What other players didn't expect was that, after being transformed into ghouls by the Soul Eaters, they immediately began attacking other human players, doing their job. The team that came to deliver themselves to their deaths was caught off guard because they were not equipped at all. The team of 15 people was reduced by 2 in an instant. Don't panic. We've killed so many ghouls, we already know their weaknesses. Even without equipment, we still have a chance of winning. The little kitten with the milky scent quickly reminded me. 13 players and 10 players transformed into ghouls engaged in battle. The little kitten glanced at the ghoul's ID in front of him and couldn't help but laugh. Oh my, what a coincidence. Chapter 84, the first player who didn't act like a human. Harlan the Night Demon King. Swordsman, I've been looking for you for ages. The little kitten looked at the ghoul in front of it and took a deep breath. Upon hearing this, Jin Rurin was visibly taken aback. He spoke up, wanting to refute that his ID was sword-like man and not swordman. But the sound it emitted was a low growl of hee-hee. Can't speak? Can't you type in the public chat? The little kitten with the milky scent sneered and said sarcastically, with your IQ, it seems that ghouls are your true race. When you resurrect, you'll continue being a ghoul. You might as well not be human. Jianru knew to type in the public chat, but due to censorship, it was all turned into accounts. You really lose your mind after becoming a ghoul? Have gaming platforms forgotten about censorship? You don't think you can do that in this 18-plus game, do you? The little kitten shook its head and said, "Sort of like, man, die, you bastard." After Jian Ruren typed his attack in the public chat, he pounced towards the cute little kitten. A full-force attack, without holding back. The little kitten with the milky flavor seemed to have known this would happen. With a sideways movement, he easily dodged it. Then, taking advantage of the moment when Jian Ruren was stunned after his all-out attack, she climbed directly onto his back, grabbed its neck tightly with both hands, and twist it forcefully. Click! He twisted the sword off the man's rotten and deformed head. Having dealt with the sword-like man, the little kitten let out a deep breath and muttered to itself. Trash talk does have an effect when you're in PvP with other players. If this guy plays it safe, their strength and agility are both above mine, so they're actually a bit difficult for me to deal with. But if you get carried away and resort to this kind of attack, then don't blame me for finding your weakness. Among the 10 ghoul players, some were impulsive, while others remained calm. Especially those skilled players who excel in PvP and engage in intense competition. Becoming a ghoul is like adding wings to a tiger. There is a ghoul player with the ID Harlan Knight Demon King. Less than 3 minutes into the match, he killed 2 players in a 1v2 situation. The little kitten was astonished by his actions. He still vividly remembers the dizziness he felt after becoming a ghoul, as if he had drunk fake alcohol. How can this guy control his body so well? After Harlan the Knight Demon King eliminated 2 players, it immediately rushed towards the milky-smelling kitten. He knew that the little kitten with milky flavor was the captain of this team. Once the little kitten is dealt with, the morale of the human players will definitely plummet. Harlan the Knight Demon King also used a pounce attack to reach the little kitten. The little kitten with the milky scent also dodged it, just as he was about to do the same thing and twist off Harlan Knight Demon King's head. Suddenly a sharp pain shot through me. He had 3 more scratches on one of his arms. It's so deep you can see the bone. Harlan Knight Demon King, didn't you ever consider that I used the pounce just to get to my destination? You think you can catch me during my recovery animation? Laughable. Harlan the Knight Demon King also started typing in the public chat. Milky Little Meow glanced at the public chat and frowned. Upon closer inspection of this sarcastic and unsettling word choice and sentence structure, I knew Harlan the Knight Demon King was a seasoned troll. What do you do when faced with a player who's even better at trash talking than you? Of course, you should just block it. Armed conflict is inherently difficult. If you lose the verbal battle, that would be a double blow. After Harlan Knight Demon King finished his public chat attack, he continued charging towards Milky Little Meow Meow. With its strength and agility both being slightly weaker, the little kitten can only passively defend itself. But he didn't have any defensive equipment. Despite the efforts to defend myself, I still kept getting deep, bone-revealing wounds all over my body. Just as he was on the verge of death, a ghoul descended from the sky. It pierced through Harlan Knight Demon King's stomach with a single claw. You finally arrived. Any later, and I wouldn't even have had the chance to transform into a ghoul. The little kitten glanced at the ghoul's ID and immediately breathed a sigh of relief. It took me some time to get used to controlling the ghouls, but now it's much more comfortable. Faba Yuzi twisted his neck and looked at Harlan Knight Demon King. The ghouls are stronger and more agile than I am in reality, so I can now fully utilize my close combat abilities. Oh, right, that soul eater is right behind us. Go find it and give it a bite. The milky little kitten nodded and walked towards the direction of the soul eater, its body covered in blood. After the little kitten left, Faba Yuzi stared warily at Harlan Knight Demon King, worried that he would give chase. Faba Uzi, stop looking. Your opponent is me. Harlan Knight Demon King, I don't understand. Since you chose to play as the ghoul race, why are you helping human players? We are the enemy of humans. Don't you understand? Uzi opposing? Then let me ask you, you just killed 2 human players. Did you gain experience points? Harlan the Knight Demon King. Huh? How can this be? Killing humans doesn't give me experience. How am I supposed to level up? Fa Ba Woozy. If players can gain experience and level up through PvP, then why would this game need monsters? Harlan Knight Demon King. So, I still have to kill other monsters to level up? Even though I'm a ghoul, I'm still in the same faction as other players? Uzi, play the game however you want. It's up to you. I've already stalled for time enough. Faba Yuzi glanced at the situation on the Soul Eater's side. Milky Little Meow and the other 5 surviving players were successfully bitten by the Soul Eater and began to transform into ghouls. After knowing that things were settled over there, Faba Uzi stopped typing on the public chat. Instead, they launched a direct attack on Harlan, the Night Demon King. Similarly, the pounce is used as a movement technique. Faba Yuzi rushed to Harlan Night Demon King's side, stopped, and immediately swung out a claw. Harlan Night Demon King, realizing this move, successfully dodged it. But this is a big move. His stomach, which had been punctured before. The sewage flowed directly onto the ground. Harlan Night Demon King. Oh well, I don't have any items to sustain me, so I guess I'll just have to accept my fate this time. After Harlan the Night Demon King typed this sentence in the public chat, it chopped its own head off with its claws. Uzi. This scene left both FA and Uzbekistan speechless. Where did this wolf extermination come from? After Harlan the Night Demon King arrived at the resurrection space, without the slightest hesitation, they chose to preserve the ghoul model for resurrection. The first player to not choose to be human has appeared. Harlan Night Demon King can only become human again in the apocalypse if he cancels his account and regains his game privileges. Have you got it sorted out on your end? A message came from the little kitten with a milky scent. If we manage to get the Soul Eater into the windy attack range, we can then attack the boss. Chapter 85, The Destructive Power of the Explosive Crossbow Bolt. The previously powerful ghoul player committed suicide. Although it's a game, the realism is so high that he dared to cut off his own head. I can only call him a wolf destroyer. Uzi saw the message from the cute little kitten and replied, "As for the other ghoul players who are blocking your way, you've already killed them all, so there shouldn't be any other problems. Milky little meow. Then I'll have Chicken Too Beautiful come over to lure the Soul Eaters. Once they're within the range of Rising Wind's attack, I'll have them go and transform themselves into ghouls. Then we'll coordinate with Rising Wind from the inside. Faba Uzi, what about those disruptive players? Should we have someone keep an eye on them? Milky little meow. If they dare to come any closer, just take them all down. They're still so weak even after turning into ghouls. There's really no need to worry too much. Faba Uzi. That's right. Only that guy with the ID Harlan Night Demon King is somewhat capable. He adapted to the ghoul's body incredibly quickly, and he's also extremely familiar with the monster's attack patterns. I wonder where he got that experience from. Milky little meow meow. He's already using this ID, so he's probably been acting like a jerk in other games for a long time. 15 minutes later, the game platform sent a group message. Chicken Too Beautiful. When the 9 of us arrive at the designated location, will the Soul Eater be able to sense our presence? Milky little meow. I'm already heading in your direction. How's the situation at the shelter? Chicken Too Beautiful. Some of those guys became much more obedient after we killed them once, but there are still some who want to steal the first kill of the boss and are following behind us. Uzi, it's okay. If they dare to come over, we'll just deal with them first. Chicken is Too Beautiful. Alright, there's one more thing that might give us a headache. Faba Uzi. You mean that Night Demon King Harlan, right? He probably chose to be resurrected as a ghoul. Chicken is Too Beautiful. How did you know that? I'm so confused. Send Uzi. I chatted with him for a bit and found out that this guy only joined the game to play other races. Milky little meow. It seems the game company made a mistake in selecting personnel this time. They've gathered a bunch of troublemakers and people who don't want to be human. Faba Uzi. Where is this guy now? If he comes to cause trouble, it will have some impact on us. Chicken Too Beautiful. After he revived, he muttered about why killing players didn't give him any experience, and then ran into the forest to kill skeletons to level up. Uzi, you want to level up, but you're not even trying to steal the first kill of the boss? Milky little meow. I guess they're still a bit wary of us. Faba Uzi glanced at the map and reminded them. We're only a kilometer away from your position. The wind's picking up, get ready to fire. We'll fire once Chicken Beauty and the others transform into ghouls. The wind is picking up. Okay. Humble boy, boss, come here quickly. The wind on the rooftop is too noisy. It's making me dizzy. Pig wings. The wind was actually not too bad, but I felt like I was about to collapse on these 10+ stories of ruins, which made me panic. Milky little kitten. Don't worry, we'll be there soon. Also, keep an eye on your surroundings and protect our archers. During the conversation among the players in the group, the Soul Eater was finally lured to the designated location. Milky little meow. Chicken is Too Beautiful. You guys go and let the Soul Eater suck a bite. We'll go and deal with the tails behind you. Milky little meow. The wind is picking up. After everyone on our side transforms into ghouls, fire directly. We'll provide support as needed. The chicken is so beautiful, one. The wind is picking up, one. The transformation into a ghoul greatly increased the combat power of Yuzi and a milky little cat. Dealing with disruptive players is a piece of cake for them. The difference in movement speed between the two sides was too great. These players didn't even have a chance to escape. To turn the tables is even more impossible. Let's talk about Uzi and Little Meow Meow, one an international mercenary and the other an amateur boxing champion. In terms of close combat skills, all these players combined are several ranks behind. It wouldn't be right to say that adults are bullying children. The tale that followed Chicken Too Beautiful was quickly wiped out by the two of them. Milky Little Meow. To be honest, if it weren't for the fact that the ghoul's model is so disgusting, I would also like to switch races and play as a ghoul. The speed and damage are really fun to play. Fabi Yuzi. I'm about to reach level 10 and change classes. If I'm still not satisfied with my strength after changing classes, then it's not too late to consider changing races. Faba Uzi. In such a massive apocalypse, there can't be only one type of monster that can transform humans, right? Milky Little Meow. That's true. I'm just one step away from changing jobs. While dealing with the tales of Uzi and the little kitten, the player on Chicken Beauty's side who is responsible for attracting the Soul Eaters has also successfully transformed into a corpse demon. The moment the wind picked up, and it was certain it wouldn't affect our own people. A crossbow bolt, set to the second setting, shot out from the rooftop, more than 10 meters high. Boom! Ugh. The flaming crossbow bolt struck the Soul Eater squarely on the head, causing a violent explosion. When did you guys get an RPG? Upon seeing this, Faba Uzi paused for a moment, then typed in the public chat. Why won't you let me use the RPG? I have more experience with these kinds of weapons than you guys. Milky Little Meow. It's not an RPG, it's a crossbow that uses special bolts. You've seen De Zhuang's one-star firearms, there's nothing like this. He recalled Uzbekistan. The only firearms available to Da Zhuang at the one-star level are small-caliber pistols like the USP and P2000. If they had a Desert Eagle, they would have already tried to buy an Uzi. Roar! The Soul Eater roared in agony after being hit by a flaming crossbow bolt. His health bar dropped from 90 after recovery to 58 in an instant. One arrow took away 32 of its health. Moreover, it is currently losing health due to the burning damage. Even the wind and the little kittens were a bit surprised by this damage value. After seeing the Soul Eater's health bar drop sharply, only one four-word adjective came to mind: terrifying. The Soul Eater howled and rolled several times on the ground before the flames on its body were extinguished. When the players looked over, they discovered that a third of the Soul Eater's charred head had been blown off. Fabi Yuzi narrowed his eyes, muttering to himself, blowing off a third of its head has already caused this much damage. Does this mean there's a decapitation killing effect when fighting a boss? If so, another arrow might be enough to finish off this boss. Call out. Once the 10-second cocking time was up, the second explosive crossbow bolt arrived as scheduled. But this time, the Soul Eater became alert and actually dodged it with a sideways movement. The explosive arrow exploded around it, only reducing its health by 1%. The Soul Eater dodged the attack and immediately looked towards the 10-meter-high rooftop. It has determined the location of the humans who attacked it, just as it was preparing to press down and leap with all its might to chase after the human. An unexpected scene unfolded. The ghouls it created by expending its power all launched an attack on it. Dozens of sharp claws pierced its limbs. A sharp, piercing pain struck instantly. Chapter 86, Soul Eater Phase 2. The ghouls he created by expending his own power are now attacking him instead. The shock in the Soul Eater's heart almost made it ignore the pain in its body. Players who are close enough can even see its expression contorted with shock. At this point, the Soul Eater no longer cared about the wind blowing on the rooftop. Enraged, it wanted to kill these traitors in front of it first. Pull, pull, quickly create some distance. We can't die. If we die, we'll help it regain its strength. Sensing the Soul Eater's attack intent, Fabi Yuzi immediately alerted the player in the public chat, although Uzi reminded them immediately. However, there were still a few players in the team who were not good at fighting and couldn't dodge in time. For example, players like Wulong and Fengchu excel at strategizing from the rear, while players like Weibi are more inclined towards farming. They heard the signal from Faba Uzi and knew they should run, but their actions were delayed. As a result, they were all knocked off by the Soul Eater's claw and sent to the resurrection space. The Soul Eater killed 6 traitorous players with a single claw attack. Its health bar instantly jumped from 58 back to 70. Even with a third of its head blown off, it is growing back at a visible rate. We can't keep attacking like this and let it keep killing us. Our health and mana will be fully restored. The little kitten, with a milky flavor, quickly gave instructions. The mat-wielding warrior will draw the Soul Eater's attention, while the rest of us retreat. As long as the rest of us survive and prevent him from reclaiming his power, we've succeeded. After seeing the text on the public chat, DNZ Esports immediately responded. Despite having one of the world's top scores in Plumber's Battle, he remains the player with the best movement skills in the entire server. The Mat Racer rushed to a spot not far from the Soul Eater, then picked up various bricks from the ruins and threw them at the Soul Eater in an attempt to attract its attention. He succeeded in attracting hatred with such a simple method. Unable to bear the humiliation, the Soul Eater chased after it. However, the footwork in mat racing is just too good. Whether it was Soul Eater's basic attack after dashing or its jumping slam, it was easily dodged by Paddy Sports. The increasingly agitated Soul Eater began to make those chaotic noises again, attempting to launch a mental attack on the mat arena. As soon as the mat racing team noticed this trend, they dashed over 100 meters away. The speed of the ghoul, combined with the agility and awareness of the mat race. If he doesn't want to die, the Soul Eater can't do anything to him. That is when the Soul Eater stands still and launches a mental attack. The second-level explosive crossbow bolts have arrived. The wind has picked up. Boom! Ugh. Another huge explosion rang out. The Soul Eater was blown to pieces and lay sprawled on the street. This time, the wind learned its lesson and didn't give the Soul Eater any breathing room. The Soul Eater was still in a state of shock after being attacked. When the wind picked up, I continued using the first setting of the Ghost Light powerful crossbow. Fire the explosive crossbow bolts quickly. Every 5 seconds, a flaming crossbow bolt explodes on the Soul Eater. The immense pressure made it impossible for it to get up. A raging inferno erupted near the Soul Eater. Even if the wind picks up and they don't continue their attack, this flame is enough to burn away the Soul Eater's last bit of health. Just as the Soul Eater's health dropped to single digits, gradually approaching 0, a ghoul descended from the sky and plunged into the sea of fire. Harlan Knight Demon King. This boss's first kill is mine. You guys didn't really think I wanted to kill skeletons, did you? Skeletons only give a few experience points. As Harlan Knight Demon King rushed in front of the Soul Eater, he didn't forget to type a sarcastic message. As a seasoned critic, he wouldn't be satisfied even if he got the first kill on the boss without typing out this line of text. Harlan the Knight Demon King spotted the Soul Eater's health bar and waited until the Soul Eater's health bar was down to 3. With his 2 sharp claws, one slashed towards the Soul Eater's head and the other plunged into the Soul Eater's heart. He refused to believe that such damage was insufficient to empty 3's health bar. As he wished, the Soul Eater's health bar dropped from 3 to 0 and was instantly empty. Where are my monster-killing experience points? Where's my first kill reward? However, the Soul Eater's health bar was emptied, which did not give Harlan Knight Demon King any benefit. Moreover, the fact that ghouls are weak to fire causes his own health bar to decrease rapidly. Harlan the Knight Demon King realized this and immediately rushed out of the sea of fire. If he had been any slower, he would have been roasted alive too. How so? Harlan, the Knight Demon King, was filled with confusion. Milky little meow. So, is it possible that this boss has 2 phases? If you're going to be the first to kill it, at least use your brain. Harlan Knight Demon King. This boss has 2 phases? How do you know? Milky little kitten. I guessed it, and I guessed it right. As the little kitten gazed upon the scene, a swollen Soul Eater emerged from the sea of fire. The Soul Eater, which was previously 3 meters tall, has now swelled to over 5 meters tall. This is clearly the second stage of the Soul Eater that the little kitten mentioned. Harlan the Knight Demon King. Really? I'm out of here. You guys have fun. Just as Harlan the Knight Demon King was about to escape, a thick, barbed tongue shot out from the mouth of the Soul Eater. The tongue pierced through Harlan Knight Demon King's head at an astonishing speed. Harlan Knight Demon King's head exploded instantly. This thing really became a liquor in its second phase? Or a gigantic version of a liquor? Seeing this, the humble boy panicked and asked in the public chat, "What do we do? Should we continue fighting? This gigantic liquor, this seems a bit difficult." Milky little kitten, hit it. Why don't you hit it? Didn't you realize this guy was just having a final burst of energy before death? Uzi, Look at its health bar. It was at 100 when it entered the second phase. No one attacked it, and now it's down to 96. It probably won't be long before its health bar drops to 0 on its own. We could just stand back and kite it. Chapter 87: Why do NPCs get kills? Hearing Uzbekistan say that, the humble boy immediately turned his attention to the Soul Eater's health bar. It's really true. No player attacked the Soul Eater. The Soul Eater's health bar was dropping rapidly. If this health bar continues to drop, the Soul Eater's health bar will definitely be depleted again within half an hour. Clearly, the Soul Eater wouldn't waste this time. After it killed Harland, the Night Demon King, immediately change target and flick out the tongue. The tongue pierced straight through the building where the humble boy was standing. Swish, swish, swish. The successive impacts on the tongue caused the entire dilapidated building to sway slightly. You three, get out of here first. The Soul Eater wants to take you down in the second phase. If you're buried down here, it'll be hard for us to dig out the crossbow in this one-star area. The little kitten with the milky scent quickly reminded me. The wind picked up, and even the humble boy and Pig Wing, not being stubborn, immediately retreated from the high point upon hearing this. But the Soul Eater didn't seem to intend to let them go. The tongue continued to traverse the walls of the building. The whole building is starting to sway and look like it's about to collapse. No, someone needs to draw the Soul Eater's aggro. Otherwise, they might not be able to escape once the wind picks up. The little kitten with the milky scent is about to speed up and rush over. Unexpectedly, a ghoul was one step ahead of him. This kind of work, of course, is mine. When the padding player reached the Soul Eater, it began to use various tactics to attract its aggro. However, a mistake occurred during this mat competition. The Soul Eater's tongue shot out and instantly pierced through his chest. Wow, that tongue's trajectory is a bit too fast. Do you believe me if I said I actually reacted, but my body didn't keep up with my mind? The Mad Esports player typed somewhat awkwardly in the public chat. His words had just appeared on the public screen. The Soul Eater's tongue then lashed out horizontally, shattering his body. The player with the best movement skills in the entire server was defeated by a single tongue. After the cushion died, the milky little kitten rushed forward and continued the Soul Eater's hatred. Throughout the entire process of drawing hatred, he moved at full speed. They didn't dare to be as arrogant as the Mac competitors, and stood still waiting for the Soul Eater to launch an attack. After dodging the tongue attacks at full speed for a minute, the little kitten's stamina was depleted and it was slowed down. After its movement speed was drastically reduced, the little kitten felt that it was about to kick the bucket. But at that moment, the Soul Eater suddenly stopped paying attention to him and ran away without looking back. Its attack just now caused its health bar to drop faster. This guy probably knows that he can't take us down in one go, and that dragging this out will only lead to his death. So he's trying to escape back to the Class C shelter. While sending a reminder to Uzi in the public chat, he chased after him. We can't let it go back into that building. The space is so cramped. We don't have any room to maneuver at all. We have to deal with it from the outside. Humble boy, Uzi, isn't it a bit too reckless of us to chase after it like this? What if its health bar is depleted and it goes into a third phase? Faba Uzi, a G-rank boss with 3 phases? Faba Uzi. If that's true, I'll have to find out the address of the monster designer in this game and send him some local specialties. After the Soul Eater escaped, Faba Uzi, along with the surviving corpse players and the Wind Rises, gave chase. The Soul Eater fled at the cost of its life force, and the players couldn't catch up with it at all. In just over 10 minutes, it escaped back to the gate of the Wellency level shelter. At this point, it had exhausted its life force and was on its last legs. There are less than 15 HP left on the health bar. Its size has also shrunk from over 5 meters tall when it had 100 health points to the same size as a ghoul. But none of that matters, as long as it can get back to the 3rd floor of the building. With that terrain that is easy to defend and difficult to attack, neither these traitorous ghouls nor humans can do anything about it. A jump that isn't very high. The Soul Eater fell with a plop into the horse trap that the player had dug earlier. Fortunately, it has thick skin and tough flesh, unlike the fragile skin of a ghoul. Even if it falls into the horse pit and triggers the trap, it will have no effect on it. Just as it was about to jump out, a huge spike club slammed down on its head. A muffled bang was heard. The Soul Eater was smashed into the horse trap again. Its health bar had dropped to 13 at this point. It will soon fall below double digits. The Soul Eater, who had been struck on the head with a club, looked up and saw. It turned out to be a skeleton wielding a spiked club, eyeing it menacingly. Damn it! A skeleton actually dared to bully it. If the Soul Eater hadn't wanted to avoid consuming any more of its blood energy, it would have crushed this skeleton into powder. The Soul Eater turned around, intending to jump out of the pit from the other side. Lower your body and jump. Bang! Another impact. Two skeletons fell from the sky and smashed it down again. Soul Eater. Next, it was time for the three-headed skeleton and the Soul Eater to tug at each other. The three-headed skull didn't actively pursue, but it prevented the Soul Eater from jumping out of the horse trap. The Soul Eater, whose mentality was already shattered, went completely insane after being subjected to this more than 10 times. It consumed its blood energy again and launched an attack on the skeletons. The Soul Eater kept swinging its claws and flicking out its tongue. They wouldn't stop until they completely dismantled those 3 skulls. Its health bar, due to continuous consumption, rapidly decreased once again. 9, 7, 5, 1. That's about it. When the health bar reached 1, a human voice came from outside the horse trap. At this moment, the soul-eating ghost knew. It's finished. A figure jumped down from the horse trap in his direction. Pfft. A flash of sword light. He cut off 2/3 of the Soul Eater's head. Now, the Soul Eater is practically dead. And this figure was none other than Guja, who had arrived at the Class C shelter earlier. He had changed into a black iron greatsword and the standard plate armor of the WEL Kingdom, and had been waiting here for a long time. Zhiji is stealing kills. We've lost all our monster killing experience points. Our first kill reward is gone. Why do NPCs get kills? After the three-headed skeleton and the Soul Eater had been locked in a standoff for so long, the players gradually arrived at the scene. The humble boy had just arrived when he witnessed a scene that was extremely cruel to them. Their first kill was stolen. He couldn't help but complain in the public chat. Guja glanced at the message on the public screen and couldn't help but roll his eyes. In Dungeon Fighter Online, Original Blade Go, the boss kill is not determined by the last drop of health. You think playing MOBA games? Just get one last stroke, okay? Sure enough, a system announcement immediately appeared under the humble boy's information. Congratulations to the Faba Uzi team for successfully defeating the Soul Eater and obtaining the boss first kill reward. Chapter 88 Boss First Kill Reward. Congratulations to the Faba Uzi team for successfully defeating the Soul Eater and obtaining the boss first kill reward. Congratulations to the Faba Uzi team. The system's first kill reward announcement, displayed in bold uppercase letters, was scrolled across the public chat several times before finally stopping. The players who participated in this boss battle were all a bit confused. The final kill. Isn't it Guja? How did it become the Uzi squad? I think I understand the boss battle mechanics of this game now. After thinking for a moment, the little kitten said in the group chat voice message, the team that deals the most damage to the boss will be credited with the kill. The wind undoubtedly deals the most damage to the boss. It's fair to say that the Soul Eater's 90 HP was all taken down by the explosive arrows fired by Chiefing. Come to think of it, I dealt 90 damage, but the boss wasn't killed by me. This game is so illogical. There's one more thing I didn't mention about Uzi's squad. I did get some experience from the boss, but not much. What about the rest of you who aren't in the group? Is this the same situation? I did receive some experience points. Only 50 points. I have 55 points. Huh, how come I only have 40 points? Hearing her teammate's response in the voice chat, the adorable little kitten nodded and said, it seems to be just as I thought. The team that deals the most damage is credited for defeating the boss. However, as long as you deal damage to the boss, you will receive experience points after the boss dies. Your experience points depend on how much damage you deal. Hey, this is a great feature. If we encounter a boss we can't kill first, we can still deal damage and get some experience, which will be pretty good. The humble boy exclaimed excitedly. You get experience points as long as you deal damage, and it won't affect the player who contributed the most getting the first kill reward. The humble boy nodded and replied, this setup does indeed promote player unity, but it's not very friendly to tank and support players. Those with low damage output need to find a good team to secure the first kill or cooperate with high damage players to maximize their own gains. Wait, how did your level skyrocket to 11? How many experience points did you get? The little kitten heard the sound of someone wielding a weapon and then glanced at its health bar. Previously, I was level 9 with my Falcon Uzi. After the boss was defeated, I jumped 2 levels to level 11. The boss's experience points were alright. I only got 689 points. The biggest reward is for the first kill. First kill reward. 1,000 experience points. Then choose one from the 2-star weapon selection box, the 2-star armor selection box, and the 2-star accessory selection box. Sigh. Why isn't the reward 3 2-star selectable boxes? The game designers are so stingy. Just 1,000 experience points and a choice of 3 treasure chests is enough to make me jealous. And you want 3? The little kitten with a milky scent asked in an annoyed tone. What did you choose for the 2-star crate? It has to be the 2-star weapon crate. For me, damage output is always the top priority. Uzi responded with a smile. And I've decided that I'll switch to a gun-wielding class at level 10. When it comes to defeating bosses in this game, you still need the ranged damage output of archers. As Fabi Uzi spoke, he opened the 2-star selectable weapon box. 2-star firearms. Desert Eagle, Nova Shotgun, SSG-08 Sniper Rifle, PP Bison Submachine Gun, P90 Submachine Gun, and P7 Submachine Gun. Faber looked at the firearms in the weapons case and began to ponder. If the goal is to grind monsters and level up, shotguns and submachine guns are undoubtedly better choices. But if the goal is to kill the boss, then the Desert Eagle with the largest caliber and the SSG-08 with the longest range would definitely be chosen. Stop pretending. In reality, you use a sniper rifle most often. What the hell are you thinking about here? Because the little kitten's teeth were a bit soft, it immediately exposed Uzi's pretense of thinking. Faba chuckled and then pulled an SSG-08 sniper rifle from the weapon case. They even gave me 100 rounds of ammunition. De Zhuang also sells 7.62mm bullets, so now I can output damage consistently. After acquiring the weapon, you can choose to change jobs at level 10. As he spoke, Fabi Uzi opened the job change interface. The available professions on the job change screen left him rooted to the spot. It's not that there are too many career options. It's not that there's enough. He has now changed jobs. You can only choose one corpse puppet. This is an advanced form of the ghoul. The next level up is the Soul Eater, which possesses all the abilities of the Soul Eater. Forget that I'm not human yet. F.A. walked Uzi up to the little kitten. He handed him the SSG-08 sniper rifle and 100 rounds of 7.62mm ammunition. Snipe me to death. I'm going back to my original class after I revive. Bang! A gunshot rang out. As a ghoul, Uzi had a hole in his head. Anyone else who reached level 10 and got the 2-star selection box, please share so I can keep a record. After typing in the public chat, Milky Little Meow quickly obtained the specific information about the Uzi squad. Send the Uzbekistan squad. Team leader. Send Uzi level 11. Team members. Humble Boy level 10. Pig Wings level 11. Mad Arena level 11. Brother Jia doesn't want level 11. The Wind picked up at level 8. Wulong level 8. Phoenix Chick level 8. Waby level 8. Mastigan level 8. When the 20 players were initially divided into groups, it was decided that 5 experienced players would lead 5 new players. Now that the boss has been defeated, the difference in combat power between the two teams has widened instantly. Members of the Milky Little Kitten squad. It's impossible to say that I don't care at all. Some even felt it was unfair, that the game was over, and that it needed to be played again. Fortunately, they are not a random team that disbands after playing one game. As a long-term team, they have time to close this gap. For example, regrouping players so that the player who got the first kill reward can help the player who didn't get the first kill reward. When you encounter the next boss, let those who didn't get the first kill reward do more damage. Even those who got the first kill reward only collect experience points and give up the selectable treasure chest. Long-term teams can always find a way to balance things out. When a game updates to include large groups of 100 people or a guild mode, the loot from the first kill of the boss is much easier to handle. Chapter 89, Job Change Options. After Uzi was shot and killed, all the surviving players entered the main building of the Class C shelter. I spent the whole night having fun with monsters outside. It's time to find a quiet place to rest. After recovering a little later, all the players turned their attention to the Humble Boy and the Pig's Wings. Why are you looking at me? The Humble Boy and Pig Wing asked in unison. I understand not being in a hurry to open the selection chest, but you're already level 10. You can change jobs now. Chicken 2 Beautiful said in a very fast voice. If I had already changed jobs by level 10 outside, you guys are really patient. Our team members, Dianzi and Jia, are both level 10. Why are they all paying attention to us? The Humble Boy turned his head to look for someone as he spoke. Then I remembered that the mat competition had already been reverted. If Brother Jia doesn't want it, then it'll still be the ghoul model. He and Pigwing are the only two who have reached level 10 and are currently eligible to change jobs. Oh well, never mind. The humble boy shrugged and smiled. I originally wanted to secretly change jobs and then amaze all of you. But look at the current situation. I will not choose a career and will tell you about the job change information. You're not going to let me leave. The humble boy spoke as he opened the job change interface. The smile on his face froze instantly. What's with that expression? You don't mean your available classes are as few as those of a ghoul, do you? Pigwing's asked, puzzled. You'll see for yourself. Pigwing opened the job change interface, and his expression, like that of the humble boy, froze. What's going on? Why are one or two of them like this? The little kitten with a milky scent frowned. There are far too many wives. Pigwing took a deep breath and muttered to himself. Too much. What's too much? The little kitten with a milky scent continued to ask. There are so many career options. How am I supposed to deal with this when I have trouble making choices? Pigwing really felt terrible. Currently, there are only about 10 games on the market with the most job classifications, so there's no difficulty in choosing one. Chicken 2 Beautiful said dismissively. A dozen or so? Let me put it this way. This game has more than 20 different job advancements just for the warrior class. I haven't even counted the total number of occupations across all categories yet. Pigwings responded. Is it really that exaggerated? Chicken 2 Beautiful squinted her eyes and said, designing a profession takes a lot of effort. If what you say is true, there are more than 20 different professions just for the warrior category. Are all the designers on this game incredibly brilliant? He wasn't exaggerating at all. The humble boy continued. Open the job change interface. You'll be asked to start with warrior, mage, assassin, tank, marksman, and support. Choose one of these 6 gameplay options. Then, for each gameplay role, there are several rows of classes for you to choose from. The total number of professions across the 6 gameplay modes must be at least 3 digits. However, I just checked the details of a few professions. Their skills are very similar. Aside from the differences in numerical values and skill effects, the gameplay is almost identical. For example, the 3 professions, swordsman, swordsman, and swordmaster. They're not extremely similar, but more like identical. It feels like they've stitched together the same type of class from 3 different games. These more than 100 professions overlap by at least 2/3. By the way, and balance. The game's classes are clearly poorly balanced. Both are close combat. The Berserker has a good skill mechanism and high damage. Sword Soul has flashy skills, but low damage and is also fragile. Comparing these 2 professions, it's the difference between T0 and the sewer. So choosing a job in this game is very important. If you choose a sewer-related profession, won't your entire account be gone? Chicken 2 Beautiful took a deep breath and said, it seems that the game companies have also taken this into consideration. Therefore, the job change interface also includes options to reselect a job or unlock a second job. If you really don't like the career you chose, you can change your career and start over. If you feel the game is too weak, you can also enable multi-class skill combinations. The humble boy paused, then continued. However, both of these options are currently unavailable. It's unclickable, and I don't know what the conditions are for enabling it. So what careers are you planning to switch to? Chicken 2 Beautiful asked again. Don't rush me. Let me think about it slowly. The humble boy waved his hand, then sat down against the wall and began to browse job information in his mind. The same applies to Pigwings. 10 minutes have passed. The two are still undecided. Fabayuzi told me that he chose to be a mech pilot. The little kitten with a milky scent said, use firearms in the early stages and switch to mechs in the later stages. Judging from the looks of it, this is a class that will consistently be strong. If you're really torn, just choose the mecha pilot with him. A mecha squadron appearing in the sky. That sounds pretty cool. What if we encounter a monster that can unleash skills like meteor shower? Pigwing muttered. One area of effect skill in the air, and the entire mech squad is wiped out. If that skill really existed, wouldn't you die no matter what profession you chose? The little kitten with a milky scent said irritably. Can you guys hurry up? I'm going to self-destruct and resurrect as human form after I see you choose your professions. Matt's Esports and Brother Jia are also waiting for you. They want to see what career you choose first, and then they'll consider their own. A team always needs a reasonable mix of professional roles. I actually have a job I'd like to switch to. The humble boy smacked his lips and muttered. But I browsed the job change interface several times and still couldn't find it. You've always wanted to play with guns, right? There should be a lot of professions that involve guns. Little Kitten with milky flavor chimed in. That was before. The team now has top-tier marksmen like Faba, Uzi, and Kaifengel. There's no need for me to get involved in ranged DPS classes. So what career do you want to switch to? A necromancer. Damn it. I searched for over 10 minutes, but I still couldn't find that profession. Jaji seems to be nearby. Do you want to go ask him? The little kitten pointed to the cafeteria on the first floor. Guja was wandering around the cafeteria on the first floor at that moment. After surveying the cafeteria for a while, he nodded in satisfaction and muttered to himself. Let's use this place. Even if all 99 players die at the same time and respawn simultaneously, there will still be plenty of space here. Just as he was about to ask the system to set a second respawn point, a familiar voice came from behind him. Brothers, please save the child. The child is so conflicted. When Guja looked in the direction of the sound and saw the humble boy, his fists hardened involuntarily. If you keep calling yourself a kid, I'll show you what it's like to beat up a little kid. Chapter 90, The Wind Type Geo Archon. No, please don't do it. I was just making a joke. Don't mind it. Don't mind it. The humble boy waved repeatedly. He was genuinely worried that Guja might lose his temper and beat him up. Guja has demonstrated this many times over time. He is the kind of person who will actually take action against players. There are currently no items that can restore battery life. Try to avoid getting injured if possible. Guja shook his head. He couldn't help but mentally complain when he recalled the humble boy's identity information. If we really want to address each other by age, he even started calling the humble boy brother. God, save the child in his 30s. The setting here is the apocalypse. High combat power. The seniority will also be multiplied, especially NPCs like Guja, who also have the identity of an old man in the beginner village. Even those older than Guja, people would also unconsciously call him brothers. Both the players and Guja gradually got used to this title. Speak, what do you want from me? Guja asked somewhat impatiently. It's about changing jobs. The humble boy searched for him for more than 10 minutes. She told Guja that she had not been able to find the necromancer class. Guja was stunned for a moment upon hearing this and muttered to himself, how could you possibly find a necromancer? You didn't plan any backdoor. After thinking for a moment, he could only make up an excuse. Not everyone can become a necromancer. This requires a talent that is 1 in a million. Only those with exceptional talent. Only then can one become a necromancer who works with the dead. Talent? Why is there a talent theory when playing a game? Didn't we all start with 4 5s and all beings being equal? The humble boy asked, somewhat puzzled. Is it possible that the necromancer is a hidden class? Can we unlock the job change option only after meeting certain conditions? Or perhaps the necromancer is not available in the current version. We'll have to wait for the game to be updated a few times. Will the necromancer be released as a new class? Pigwing speculated from the side. Should I switch jobs now or wait to become a necromancer? The humble boy hesitated. Of course we should spin it now. God knows when the necromancer class will be released. What if it takes several major versions to complete? Pigwing immediately advised. You didn't change your class before the necromancer came out? So you're playing this as a casual game? At least those casual players have basic skills from various professions to learn. For casual players in this game, you'll probably only be able to learn various secondary profession-related life skills. Then I'll turn around now. The humble boy browsed the job change interface, pondering. I'm not needed for ranged attacks, and I'm not very good at melee combat. Or should we just pick a lava or a titan and get beaten up? But that kind of gaming experience is relatively poor. I need to choose a class that I can get by with, but also that offers a good gaming experience. The humble boy scrolled through the job change interface for a few more minutes. He finally found the career he wanted in the auxiliary categories. This is it, Wind Spirit. After the humble boy decided to change jobs, a gentle breeze swept through the long corridor on the first floor. A gentle breeze caressed everyone's faces. Ultimately, it all came down to the humble boy. His personal information also added a new profession, Wind Spirit. Before other players could even ask questions, the humble boy took the initiative to introduce himself. Wind Spirit, a magic-based support class. It can gather wind element to attack, or it can gather wind element to form a protective shield. Wind Spirit's first skill, Wind Element Guardian. You can conjure a wind element shield for yourself or a teammate. The shield's defensive power is roughly equivalent to a piece of armor with 50 armor. Wind elemental protection lasts for 30 seconds, with a 30-second cooldown. Each release consumes 15 units of mental energy. The higher the mental attribute, the lower the proportion of mental energy consumed. That's all the basic information about the profession. Do you have any other questions? Your first skill is to shield yourself or a teammate. How do you unleash a wind elemental attack? It smells like milk, the little kitten asked. Like this. The humble boy raised his right hand, and the wind element slowly condensed into a wind ball in his hand. Then he threw the whirlwind ball at the little kitten. Smack! The whirlwind exploded on the little kitten, the impact causing him to stumble and almost fall. It has some impact, but the damage is basically negligible. My assessment is that this wind element attack is quite refreshing. The little kitten with a milky scent raised its rotting hand and gave the humble boy a thumbs up. A support class. Only level 10 right now. What kind of damage can it possibly do? The humble boy pursed his lips and said, "Pay attention to my shield skill. It's like putting on a 30-second, 1-star defensive set. With higher spirit stats, I can seamlessly chain it. It's simply amazing." He's practically a wind-type geo god. Zhang San, who is outside the law, immediately chimed in. What kind of description is this, wind-type geo god? The humble boy paused for a moment, then continued. In short, my wind spirit class is currently a shield support. In the rest of the battle, I'll just provide shields for you guys from the back. We'll see what other advanced support roles I can play when new skills are released later. After the humble boy changed jobs, players turned their attention to Pig Wings. If he chooses Wind Spirit, then I will. Don't tell me you're going to choose Moonshadow. It would be funny if some players thought we were selling cheats and reported us to the game company. There can't be a player that brainless, right? Could it be that they're not mindless, but simply trying to disgust us? There are quite a few players like that. Don't worry, I don't want to switch to Moonshadow. After your reminder, I think for players like us who aren't particularly skilled, switching to a support role is definitely a good option. As Pig Wings spoke, he completed the job change selection. A beam of holy light descended from the sky and struck him. Sunshine Shepherd. Ugh, disgusting. A player with the ID Mechanical and Magic witnessed this scene. He couldn't help but start cursing. Chapter 91 Version Answer. Why does this person have such a strong prejudice against the pastoral profession? Upon hearing this, Pigwing couldn't help but ask. A player with the ID technology and ruthless skills helped explain from the perspective of mechanics and magic. He used to be disgusted by the Sunshine Priest deck many times when he played card games. So now, seeing a priest radiating holy light makes me feel extremely uncomfortable. Is it the deck that says, "May the holy light protect you"? The humble boy asked. Upon hearing this, the fists of both mechanics and magic immediately tightened. Goodness, is it that it's so disgusted that it has a physical reaction? The humble boy waved his hand and said, "But this time the priest is your teammate, so he can't possibly annoy you. Moreover, he doesn't have those skills now." The humble boy spoke, turning to look at Pigwing. Should a priest's first skill be healing? In this respect, this game won't take a different approach, will it? Pigwings nodded. The priest's first skill, Holy Light. Skill effect. Shine holy light on the target, restoring 10 health points to them. Although it can restore health, it cannot remove negative status effects. For example, negative states such as poisoning, dizziness, freezing, and bleeding cannot be eliminated. It can only increase health points. If someone is afflicted with an incurable status effect, my holy heal can only prolong their life. That's not bad. If a level 10 recovery skill can also remove all negative status effects. This profession is way too much like being a supermodel. The little kitten nodded and then asked, "What about skill cost and cooldown time?" Pigwings continued reviewing the skill descriptions and replied, "Holy Heal consumes 8 mana and has a 10-second cooldown. Similarly, the higher the mental strength attribute, the lower the mental strength consumption." Wait a minute. I also have the special effect descriptions for these skills here. When using Holy Light on undead creatures, it will cause some damage depending on the intensity of the Holy Light. So, does that mean my lay on hands counts as an offensive skill? Upon hearing Pigwing's description, the humble boy looked utterly bewildered. It has healing, damage, low mana cost, and short cooldown. My Wind Spirit can only cast one shield. Its mana cost and cooldown are significantly higher than yours. The difference is just too big. Could it be that Is the priest the most powerful class in this game? You know what? From the perspective that the current monsters are all undead creatures, the priest really is the answer for this version. The little kitten with a milky scent took a deep breath and said, I guess we'll have to wait until other races of monsters are added to the game. The pastor's dominance will gradually wane. Pigwing shrugged, looking helpless. I randomly picked a support class. The result became the version answer. How am I supposed to explain this? Slap, slap, slap. Several whirlwinds exploded on Pigwing's body. He was forced to retreat repeatedly. The humble boy shouted as he attacked. Let me take 10% of your health and test your holy light effect. Stop. Using skills doesn't cost me mana, and I don't have any mana potions to drink right now. That's enough. Watch your backs. The little kitten gestured with its eyes and quickly reminded everyone in the team voice chat. Behind them stood Guja, wielding a black iron greatsword and staring intently at them. Under Guja's gaze, the two of them started to panic a little. However, Guja did not make a move this time. I only warned them, if you damage anything inside the shelter, I'll tear it down. After Guja finished speaking, he went to the third floor of the shelter. He still has a lot of information to process. The great sword and armor on Brother's body. Is this the one we found here before? Pigwing narrowed his eyes and finally realized what was happening. I noticed it when Brotherja killed that soul eater. The first thing I did upon entering the shelter was go to the room where we had gathered all this equipment. The item was nowhere to be found. I don't know where Brotherja put it. The little kitten with a milky scent took a deep breath and said, 46 pieces of 1-star equipment. And the ones we dropped before. I'm thinking, should we try to communicate with Brotherja? Or perhaps we could demonstrate our combat power. We won't attack him, but we'll let him know we're not pushovers. They took our things. They have to return them. Even if they only return half, we can accept it. As soon as the little kitten finished speaking, a new system announcement popped up on the public screen. The Void Realm, Resurrection Point 2 has been set, and players can choose Resurrection Point 2 as their resurrection location. The biology section is now open. Players can visit the game's official website to view information on the explored creatures. Based on in-game performance, players exhibiting phrases like, men want to fight and one-hit kills 999 do not match the descriptions in the questionnaire. Their first closed beta test qualifications have been revoked, and they will not participate in subsequent game tests. The detailed list has been published on the game's official website in the announcement of revocation of first closed beta test qualifications. These 3 system announcements popped up. This immediately sparked heated discussions among all players. The opening of the sea-level resurrection point in Welland, Resurrection Point 2, will save players at least 8 kilometers of travel. The introduction of the biology section also allowed players to learn about the special information and weaknesses of ordinary skeletons, ghouls, and soul-devouring ghosts. It's like an official strategy guide channel. After browsing through the information about the ghouls, the little kittens and the others finally understood why they had activated this thing, and why they wouldn't sleep after activation. Of the 3 announcements, the last one, announcement on the revocation of first closed beta test qualification, attracted the most attention from players. This means they won't even let us play games anymore. Once the announcement was released, several players suddenly disappeared during the apocalypse. The little kitten glanced at the number of people online. The number of online players plummeted from 29 to 23. That means 6 more players' accounts have been banned. Hey, Milk Flavor Boss, you just said you were going to show off your fighting prowess to Brotherja? The humble boy tilted his head and looked at the baby-smelling kitten, asking a question. Forehead. What I mean is to show Jeji our fighting strength. Let him know that we're capable. He can confidently entrust us with any task he has. The little kitten quickly changed its tune. Is that so? How could it be fake? You guys should quickly check the official website for the account ban announcement. All those who got banned were the ones who were making the biggest fuss before. Pigwing smiled and reminded him. Now that's bad. Not only have their first test qualification been revoked, but they can forget about touching the game in the subsequent tests. I don't need to see their disgusting faces. They're so superficial. The reason for their ban was that their in-game performance did not match the information they provided in the questionnaire. The little kitten glanced at the official website announcement and said with a smile, multiple choice questions in the questionnaire. The goal is to filter out those who like to maliciously attack other players and those who like to cause trouble. It's really unbelievable that these guys were selected for the game. I suspect they must have gotten hold of the standard answer and filled it in here. Then they'll boast about how amazing their survival skills are in the wild and provide some fake proof. Then the qualification was mistakenly granted by a careless reviewer. This is only the first testing phase, with just over 100,000 reservations, yet the reviewers still made mistakes. If you ask me, the game company should just fire this kind of incompetent employee. Chapter 92, Everyone's in a Panic. Everyone's in a panic. My God, you were absolutely right. The humble boy said, slightly agitated. I just searched Jingbao and Taobao stores related to this game. There are actually people selling questionnaire services on there, and some even offer fake credentials. It's normal for there to be sellers if there's demand. However, players who purchase the service are going to run into big trouble. The little kitten couldn't help but laugh. If the information found is inconsistent with the questionnaire, it's not just the test qualification that's being taken back. Instead, they won't be able to participate in any subsequent tests. All gaming platforms are completely linked to personal information, so you can't play on other people's accounts at all. Those who are currently banned will have to wait until the game is fully open for public beta before they can play. That'll be ages before we know it. Look at the comments under the account ban announcement. They're panicking. They're all panicking. Pigwings reminded him with a smile. Dungeon Alliance. Original Blade Go official website. Announcement regarding the revocation of first closed beta test qualification. Comments section. A friend of mine wants to know if a questionnaire he filled out earlier can be modified. I just filled in a little extra online time. It shouldn't be a problem, right? I uploaded the wrong proof of competence before. The proof I uploaded was of my brother. I want to apply to withdraw it. I participated in children's summer camps, which I guess counts as wilderness survival experience. Comments like these flooded the comment section. Clearly, the players who cheated on the questionnaire were all frightened. Accounts that do not match the questionnaire will be banned, and no further testing opportunities will be given. This game company is ruthless. Milky Little Meow and others glanced at the comment section and couldn't help but sigh. It's astonishing how many people would falsify information when filling out a questionnaire. It's a pity, but the game company let them off the hook. They added a cancel reservation option next to the reservation application module. The little kitten with the milky scent shook its head and said, I remember there wasn't this clickable module before. The little kitten is mistaken about this. Guja wasn't letting these people off the hook. He simply didn't want to waste any more time vetting this false information. He, the reviewer, was truly disgusted. After the module for canceling appointments was released, the number of reservations, which was originally close to 180,000, dropped by half in just 1 hour. The number of people has dropped to just over 80,000. Guja himself couldn't help but feel fortunate that the function to cancel appointments had been released. Otherwise, he would have to review at least 1,000 more fake questionnaires. That's strange. How come Harlan Knight Demon King, the most troublesome troublemaker, hasn't been banned? The little kitten looked at the list of banned accounts and noticed that one person was missing. She looked puzzled and asked, could it be that the answers he filled out on the questionnaire matched his performance? If Guja needs to act as a staff member to answer, he really can only say, yes, Harlan the Knight Demon King's behavior is completely consistent with the questionnaire survey. When Guja put Harlan Knight Demon King into the game, he knew that he might kill other human players and cause trouble. But he did it anyway, just because of the description of Harlan the Knight Demon King's special abilities. A player who has been a human for 10 years, he understands the abilities of various alien races and enjoys killing them. The number of aliens he has killed could circle the Earth several times. While the Night Demon King of Harlan does kill human players, it kills far more other alien races. The future may require this kind of unorthodox player to turn the tide. Putting him in the game would definitely be more beneficial than harmful. Of course, Guja was also afraid that this double-edged sword would backfire on him. So from the moment Harlan the Night Demon King entered the game, Guja had been observing his tendency to attack him. The system has actually been detecting the player's tendency to attack Guja all along. When a player's aggressive tendencies reach a certain level, the system will issue a warning indicating that the player is likely to launch an attack on Guja. The first player to receive this warning was the player who launched the game, Humble Boy. When he tried to steal Guja's two-headed fish, the system issued its first warning. The second player was the one who had previously tried to attack Guja and plunder his supplies. Then Guja's skeleton smashed his head open with a spike club and revoked his test qualification. The system passively monitors, but Guja, the host, can also actively use this function to view the attack tendencies of all players. When he checked, he found that most players were envious of his resources. Even a baby-flavored kitten wouldn't be an exaggeration. However, their tendency to attack is very low, and the probability of them actually attacking is negligible. Harlan the Night Demon King's aggression tendency is even lower. He may not have had much interest in human NPCs to begin with, or he may be worried about being banned. In summary, after examining the attack tendencies, the chances of this group of players, nicknamed Milky Little Meow, rebelling are greater than if Harlan the Night Demon King attacked him. Certainly, people's thoughts can change. If Harlan the Night Demon King were to completely turn evil one day, he might just wipe out all the human players, including him, the NPC. So, Guja also changed the system protection mechanism to passive. This feature will automatically activate when a player's attack is about to cause significant damage to Guja. After the system protection was activated, Guja was immune to all player attacks for a full hour. In that long period of time, he could kick all the players off the server 60 times and ban their accounts 60 times. There is system detection and system passive protection. Guja felt that even if he were to die, he would never die at the hands of the players he had summoned. After respawn point 2 is activated, many players teleported over by self-hanging. The only challenge is dealing with the NPC De Zhuang, who has to walk to the Relentlessly level shelter. Fortunately, some players who wanted to increase their favorability with NPCs escorted him throughout the process. He was lucky to escape unharmed. As for keeping Resurrection Point 1, it will remain as long as that shelter is not overrun and occupied by monsters. Respawn Point 1 will remain indefinitely. At this moment, in the canteen on the first floor of the Relentlessly level shelter, the 22 human players and 1 ghoul player sat together. After so many people were banned, even the Night Demon King Harlan became much more obedient. The little kitten and Harlan the Night Demon King stared at each other for a few seconds. Unable to hold back, I said, "You weren't banned. That's outrageous." Chapter 93. Everyone became teammates. "Don't call me that. Please call me handsome." Harlan the Night Demon King snorted coldly and typed in the public chat. Also, why was I banned? My performance in the game was exactly the same as the information I provided in the questionnaire. Give me a reason for banning me? When you filled out the questionnaire, did you indicate that you would kill other players and steal their resources? The little kitten with a milky scent narrowed its eyes and questioned. Yes. Harlan, the Night Demon King, nodded in response. This silenced all the other players. Then why don't you go and mess with Brother Zha? The humble boy had an idea and asked aloud. Any normal person would be envious of the supplies that Brother Zha has, right? Do you think I'm stupid? Brother Dongzha, my account is gone. Harlan Night Demon King revealed a disdainful look in his eyes. Let me put it this way. Even if I killed you 1,000 times, I wouldn't lay a finger on Brother Zha. I see. As long as it doesn't affect the NPCs in the human faction, the game company will turn a blind eye to a little bit of player competition. The humble boy suddenly realized. It's probably not just that reason. Some of the banned players thought the same thing, but their accounts still got banned. The little kitten smacked its lips, looked at Harlan the Night Demon King, and muttered. Could it be that there's something special about this that the game company values so much? I told you not to call me. Harlan the Night Demon King opened his rotting mouth and warned. Ugh. The little kitten with the milky scent continued expressionlessly. And could you please move away from me? The stench of your rotting body is driving me crazy. I had no choice but to transform into a different race, which inevitably brought some stench to me in the early stages. Harlan the Night Demon King shrugged and said, once you reach a higher rank, everything will be fine. Your decaying body will be completely repaired, and your physical body will be 100 times healthier than a normal person's. So you're saying you have a lot of experience being inhuman? The little kitten with the milky scent asked, glancing sideways. My experience of being inhuman is far beyond your imagination. When Harlan Night Demon King typed this text in the public chat, the entire ghost became confident. So, are you planning to join us now? Or? Pig Wings asked from the side. Killing you won't give me any experience or loot your equipment. It's better to use my own claws. Harlan Night Demon King said with a helpless expression. We can only cooperate for now. Look how wronged you look. The little kitten rolled its eyes, just about to refuse Harlan Knight Demon King's invitation, when it received a private message from Yuzi. A necromancer teammate can still be useful as long as they don't cause trouble. From the perspective of team development, I think it's worth keeping them. After receiving the private message, the little kitten turned to look at the Yuzi. Uzbekistan nodded, confirming his judgment. In that case, I can only welcome them to join. The little kitten with a milky scent clapped reluctantly. You. After saying that, little Meow Meow ignored Harlan Knight Demon King's rebuttal and turned to look at another new batch of players. Me too, let me join. Before the little kitten could even speak, the player had already assumed it was him. Milky little kitten. Don't think that just because you said that, I won't hold you accountable. I really came here to join you guys. I never expected this. The speaker was none other than Jian Ruren, who had almost caused the annihilation of the Milky Little Kitten team. The little kitten with milky flavor not only didn't want Jian Ruren to join its team, he wanted to block Jian Ruren and kill him 100 times to vent his anger. But the thought that this guy was involved in causing trouble, yet managed to stay on and not have his account banned, made me realize, could it be that he has some extraordinary talent? Just to be on the safe side, let's ask first, what do you do in real life? The little kitten looked at Jian Ruren and asked, a blacksmith. A blacksmith. To be precise, he is a swordsmith. Swordsmith? No wonder you chose such an ID. How good are your swordsmithing skills? Can your swords even reach 1-star quality? In reality, sword forging usually produces only handicrafts. That's not good. But once those artifacts are sharpened, they should be much better than Zhuang's 1-star weapons. The weapon you forged is actually above 1 star. The little kitten squinted its eyes, somewhat doubtful. It should be true. After all, the various composite materials in reality are much better than the post-apocalyptic setting of ancient Western times. Send Uzi via private message, leaving aside the magical element and focusing solely on the metal material. Compared to the apocalypse, reality is a complete disaster, a case of being reduced to a lower dimension. So, how would you fare this sword, crafted to the level of its creator in the apocalypse? Milky Little Kitten replied via private message. He can easily make weapons that don't enter the stars, but it's difficult for him to make weapons that do enter the stars, since he doesn't understand the magical materials of this world. However, given his real-world skills, he is very likely to trigger the blacksmith sub-profession skill. He is very likely to become the first blacksmith among our players. If he can use secondary profession skills to craft equipment, then anything is possible. Who knows, this guy might even be able to craft god-tier equipment in the future. All right, let's prioritize team development and bring this guy into the team too. The little kitten sighed, the target of revenge. They all became my teammates. This made him feel a little heartbroken. That last one. The little kitten turned its gaze to the last new player who remained. To his surprise, the player was a quiet-looking woman with the ID very blue. She wasn't among the players causing trouble, and in the player versus player combat information, she was the one who kept getting killed. He sent a private message to Uzbekistan to remind him. Your turn. Tell us your dream and your profession in real life. I am a student. Gray Blue answered softly. Are you from Fujian? I didn't look at your ID. I just assumed you had an accent. Pig Wing, standing to the side, interjected thoughtfully. So this time it really is a female college student. As he spoke, he couldn't help but look in the direction of the little kitten with the milky scent. What did you study? Milky Little Meow glanced at Pig Wing and continued to ask Gray Blue. Clinical medicine, currently a senior. It's impossible for medical students to have time to play games. Their major is like the college entrance exam every year. Brother Jia shook his head repeatedly and said, besides, you should be preparing for the postgraduate entrance examination. For medical students who don't take the postgraduate entrance examination, graduation is equivalent to unemployment. I got accepted into a graduate program, so things are relatively relaxed for me right now. Grayish Blue responded somewhat embarrassedly. And I play this game because it's 100% realistic. I can easily find many cadavers to learn from. Brother Jia. I'm such a useless piece of trash. I'm going to the window to get some fresh air and calm down. Brother Jia got up and walked away without looking back. Chapter 94 Next Steps for Development. Playing this game is actually to make it easier to find cadavers. Hearing what Gray Blue said, the other players' gazes towards her changed. This seemingly quiet female gamer is actually quite ruthless. The ghouls, swordsmiths, and medical students left behind by the third batch of players. As expected, The players who filled out the questionnaire truthfully and were then given access to the first test all received rewards. The little kitten nodded, thinking to itself. Only on the day the server opened, the requirements were relatively low. As long as you didn't show any intention to attack NPCs, you could qualify. Fong Feifeng, now that we've confirmed their teammates, let them add each other to the group chat. Send a private message to Uzi's milk-flavored Little Meow Meow and suggest it. Milky Little Meow nodded, and, as the group leader, he sent invitations to the new players present. Soon, the number of players in the first test server launch chat group increased from 10 to 2,000 to 23 to 2,000. With so many new members added, should we update the group member information? I asked the humble boy. Update it. After adding the information of new members, also add the skill information of veterans who have changed jobs so that teammates know their skills. This will help with future teamwork. The little kitten nodded. After saying that, Milky Little Meow Meow started sending her professional information in the group. As the deputy group leader, he planned to set an example first. Uzi, occupation, mech pilot. Level 10 skill, basic mech manufacturing. Basic mecha manufacturing involves creating small, humanoid mechas, much like Iron Man's in the United States. The combat power of basic mechas is certainly not comparable to that of the Iron Man suit, but it should be sufficient for killing skeletons. Materials required. Primary energy core, 50 kilograms of any metal, 2 heavy firearms. The only thing I don't know how to get is the primary energy core. The others are easy to obtain. Please keep an eye out for them while you're exploring the map. By the way, my current 4-dimensional attributes are Constitution 8, Strength 17, Agility 8, and Spirit 6. The attributes given by the mech pilot job change are very average. If you have these materials, how will you build a mecha? Pig Wing asked curiously. It should be the same as how I make fine salt, directly using skills to synthesize it. The humble boy continued. That's what I suspected too. Otherwise, even if I had the materials, I wouldn't be able to build a mecha by hand. Fabi Yuzi nodded and said, Before I, the mecha engineer, built the mecha. For now, I'll act as a long-range sniper to deal damage. If anyone else has changed jobs, please share the information in the group. It's a milky little kitten suggested. Humble boy. Occupation, wind spirit. Level 10 skill, wind element guardian. Wind element guardian, simply put, can give you a shield for 30 seconds, with defense at the level of a 1-star defensive gear. 4-dimensional attributes, 6, 15, 6, 15. Pig wings, class, priest. Level 10 skill, holy light. Holy light, when aimed at a player, heals them for 10 health. When aimed at an undead creature, it deals damage based on the creature's strength. 4-dimensional attributes, 7, 14, 6, 12. Malt Arena, Profehun, Phantom. Level 10 skill, Shadow follows. Activating Shadow Step increases movement speed by 200 for 10 seconds. Attacking during this time will terminate the Shadow Step effect, but the damage of that attack will be increased by 150. 4-dimensional attributes, 6, 6, 26. I know that. Swift Step, then Shadow Strike. Pigwing looked at the group messages and laughed. Whirlwind Step makes you invisible, but I can't. Mad Esports shook its head and said, But the experience of increasing movement speed by 200 is really awesome. I could easily break the Olympic sprint record. With 20 points of agility, you could break the Olympic record without even using Shadow Step. The little kitten couldn't help but mutter to itself. Brother Jia, please don't. Profession, lava. Level 10 skill, lava power. Lava power is a passive skill. When attacked, my surface will be covered with lava to block the damage. I noticed that nobody plays the tank class right now, so I chose that one. 4-dimensional attributes, 25, 15, 6, 6. Your profession is impressive. Such high physique and strength, and a passive damage reduction skill. Doesn't that mean you're incredibly tanky while also dealing high damage? The little kitten with a milky scent exclaimed in surprise. Don't forget, you also need my shield and pig wings healing. You can tank in the front line for 10,000 years without any problem. The humble boy smiled and replied, I have to say, the boost to combat power from job changes in this game is truly significant. Faba using nodded and muttered, If we get another 30 players, 53 of them will be fully upgraded. Then we should be able to tackle the Skull Cave. So you still can't forget the grudge of taking 2 arrows to the knee? The little kitten shook its head. We have to get our revenge. Fabo Uzbekistan took a deep breath and nodded very seriously. So what do we do next? The humble boy looked at the little kitten and asked. Now the ghouls are all gone, and the sea level shelter has been taken over. This is where we'll determine the next direction for development. This time, the little kitten didn't respond, but instead turned to look at the crouching dragon and the young phoenix. With these two professional players who have experience in war drills present, he doesn't need to worry about what happens next. The crouching dragon and the young phoenix exchanged a glance. They said 4 words in unison. Farming and animal husbandry. Farming and animal husbandry. The other players looked puzzled upon hearing this. That's right. Nothing is more of a priority right now. Wulong took a deep breath and said, without a stable food source, any war will inevitably be lost. Your previous food came from fishing and hunting. Have you ever thought about what to do when the season ends, the river freezes over, and the animals hibernate? There's definitely going to be a big problem with the food, even if we're just playing a game. So what if we can respawn infinitely? Resurrected, then starving to death, then resurrected again, then starving to death again, an endless cycle. As long as the fundamental problem of food is not solved, the day when we can roll back and restart is not far off. Chapter 95, Don't Make a Move, It's Me. After listening to Wulong's description, the players all nodded in agreement. Without a stable food source, it's like having a knife hanging over your neck. It could be cut down at any moment. Would it work if we dismantled all the tents outside the building and then brought over some soil? The little kitten seemed to ponder. Farming is best done near the shelter. The outside world is too dangerous. We can't just set up a farm there. Upon hearing this, both Zhuge Liang and Pang Tong showed embarrassed expressions. They know how to plan and execute the overall strategy. When it comes to the details of how to farm, they know absolutely nothing. It shouldn't be a big problem. Weibi chimed in from the side. On the way here from Vault 1, I noticed the soil along the roadside. It looks a lot like sandy loam in real life and could be used for farming. Now that you mention it, I've also noticed a patch of land that looks a bit like leaf mold, which is also good soil. Machinery and magic echoed the Tao. I also found a patch of black soil. The soil quality is excellent, and it can be transported over. The red soil I picked up along the way should be good for farming. Me too. When it came to farming, 5 players present actively share their experiences. The little kitten glanced at the information statistics in the group. These 5 players are actually engaged in the planting industry in real life. The little kitten couldn't help but marvel at how good game companies were at selecting talent. They even managed to get farming geniuses on board. With them around, growing grain is no longer a problem. So, the grain planting is now in your hands? The little kitten with a milky flavor reminded me. Before you go farming, it's best to talk to brothers a few times. It might trigger a task related to that. It would be even better if we could obtain the relevant skill book. Weibi nodded and said, I understand. There's an extra reward. Why not take it? Excuse me, may I ask what kind of food you plan to grow? The humble boy raised his hand and asked with some curiosity. Potatoes, of course. The 5 players involved in planting unanimously agreed. There's nothing more cost-effective than growing potatoes. Weibi said with a smile. Take a sprouted potato, cut it into several pieces, making sure each piece has a sprout, and bury it in the soil, and you're done. Of course, routine care is still necessary, but compared to other foods, growing potatoes is incredibly simple. It seems that's really true. In movies and TV shows, whether you're transported to ancient times or stranded on Mars, potatoes are always the first food crop you grow. Pigwing recalled and said, I've even heard a saying that if you could really bring potatoes back to ancient times and popularize them, the emperor would have to build a temple for you and have you worshipped by thousands of people. This is just for fun. Weibi shook his head and laughed. I've really traveled back to ancient times. Moreover, the planting process is easy and the harvest is convenient. They definitely won't survive 2 episodes. Fortunately, in this game world, we are in control, so we don't have to worry about other factors. Machinery and magic chimed in. Once the soil is transported and the seedlings are found, the problem of grain planting is basically solved. Then there's food preservation. I heard there are magic markings that can vacuum seal packaging. Those who switch to a magic-based class should try researching it. Take it slow. Let's plant the land first, then study the preserved magic marks. The little kitten with a milky scent waved its hand and said, Farming is up to you. And then there are farmed animals. It seems we don't have the talent in this area right now. What's so difficult about raising animals? If you encounter a chicken with a sprained ankle, you can just catch it alive and keep it in a pen. Brother Jia said with a smile. With my current four-dimensional attributes, catching a chicken that's over a meter tall is a piece of cake. I'll keep an eye on it every day and make it lay eggs for us. Then, for those creatures that can be farmed, let's try to capture them alive in the future. The little kitten nodded and continued. The future food source should follow this approach. Then there's the protection of the shelter. My personal suggestion is to set up traps, such as horse traps, around the shelter. Ideally, a moat should be dug directly around the shelter. The river was full of black, foul water. We players use bridges to enter and exit when a large number of undead creatures invade. Just raise the bridge. It'll be incredibly easy to defend and difficult to attack. That's great. Protect the shelter like a fortified city. Although this city only has one 3-story building. The humble boy touched his chin and replied, "By the way, I wonder if this game has a tower defense system. If so, build a bunch of tower defenses in the shelter that can attack automatically. That would be even safer. Given the game's unique blend of different elements, there might actually be a tower defense feature that we'll be able to build once we reach a certain level." The little kitten with the milky scent nodded slightly. The direction of development has been set. There is one more important point we haven't decided yet. That's the new monster spawn location. Now that the ghouls are gone and the experience from regular skeletons is too low, we can't fool the regular undead army in the Skull Cave. Where should we level up tomorrow? How about we just go straight into the forest? Brother Jia advised against it. We've only opened up a small part of the outer perimeter of the forest map. We have no idea what it's like inside. Moreover, there are a lot of ordinary skeletons in the forest. Even with limited individual experience, a large quantity can lead to a qualitative change. We can get a lot of experience points from killing regular skeletons. Then it's decided. Tomorrow, we'll head straight to the forest to level up. The little kitten took a deep breath and said, "That's all for today's summary. If we stay any longer, we'll probably trigger the anti-addiction measures." The other players all nodded. After the debriefing meeting, players logged off one after another. By dawn, there were no human players left in the post-apocalyptic world. Only one person remains online, Harlan Knight, Demon King. As a ghoul player, Harlan Knight, Demon King's time to shine is at night. During the day, he will have to move around with the debuff active. We have to make the most of every minute of the evening. Harlan the Knight, Demon King, left the sanctuary. A figure was spotted outside, waving and muttering. What a pity! All the skeletons that leveled up were destroyed by the Soul Eater. Fortunately, the materials for reviving skeletons are everywhere. The sound of bones cracking and popping rang out. 3 skeletons rose from the pile of ghoul corpses. Relieving a skeleton now consumes 7 units of mental energy, and I've lost 21 units of mental energy, but I can still hold on. The newly resurrected skeleton is level 3, with 4 stats of 4, 4, 4, and 3. From this perspective, reviving the skeletons isn't such a bad deal. Harlan the Knight Demon King was secretly watching from the side. The next moment, he suddenly found himself surrounded by the 3-headed skeleton. "Brother Zhe, don't do it. It's me." Harlan the Knight Demon King shouted immediately. However, all Guja heard was a muffled growl. Chapter 96, No one understands the alien races better than him. If Harlan the Knight Demon King's level is high enough, his rotting body will be restored to its original state. His words can be translated by the system. But now, because the inside of the mouth is either rotten or missing parts. To Guja's ears, it sounded only like the low growl of a monster. Harlan, the Night Demon King, is also frustrated with his current situation. Given the strength of these skeletons, he could easily kill 3 of them with a single swipe of his claw, but that would undoubtedly be considered an attack on an NPC. His account retired gloriously with this triple kill. Harlan the Night Demon decided to skip attacking the skeletons and just make a run for it. As a result, each of the 3 skeletons was standing in a different position. They completely blocked his movement. The biggest problem is that with the ghoul's fragile body, it's hard to withstand the continuous blows from the 3-headed skeleton. Harlan the Night Demon King didn't want to die like this, so he had to use all his strength to speak clearly. "Brother Zhe, don't do it. I'm one of our own. No, I'm one of our own zombies." This time, Guja finally heard something other than a monster's growl. But what Harlan the Night Demon King said, it's basically the same as ABA, 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 and completely incomprehensible. You want me to stop attacking you, right? Guja asked tentatively. Harlan the Night Demon King nodded vigorously. Actually, I didn't command these skeletons to attack you. They're automatic guards, so I immediately gave them the order to move away. As soon as Guja finished speaking, the three-headed skeletons surrounding Harlan Knight Demon King moved away from him and went to other positions to be on guard. Seeing this, Harlan the Knight Demon King couldn't help but feel puzzled. Can this NPC even understand what I'm saying? If you can't understand, how did he determine that I belong to the human camp? Why didn't he just stop attacking me? Can understand. He doesn't seem to understand at all. Are you wondering why I didn't attack you? Do you know you're on our side? Guja smiled and said in a deliberately profound tone, I naturally have my own methods of judgment. If you're hostile towards me, you were already dead while you were in the shelter. Harlan the Night Demon King exclaimed, oh, in sudden realization, at the same time felt somewhat relieved. It seems that the beginner's guide NPC really did hide something. Even if the game company doesn't ban me, I doubt I could beat this NPC either. Fortunately, the numerous questionnaire options reminded me that I absolutely must not attack NPCs. Otherwise, by the way, what are you planning to do so late at night? Guja looked at Harlan Knight Demon King and asked, ABA, kill monsters and level up. Harlan Knight Demon King responded earnestly, enunciating each word clearly. Guja, should I tell him that I can actually see the player's public chat? Guja sighed and shook his head. Forget it. Let's keep him as an NPC and not let the players realize that this is a real world. After thinking for a while, Guja simply took the initiative to invite him. I'm planning to go to the forest to clear out some skeletons. Do you want to come with me? He kept Harlan, the Night Demon King, in the game. What they valued most was his ability to kill alien races. Such a perfect tool should definitely be made good use of. After Guja finished speaking, a message popped up on Harlan Knight Demon King's side, asking if he wanted Guja to join the team. Harlan, the Night Demon King, was completely dumbfounded. Can NPCs proactively invite players to team up? Isn't the NPC intelligence in this game a bit too outrageous? In fact, Guja has always been able to team up with other players. The reason I didn't join Milky Little Meow Meow's team before is simple. There are just too many people, so there's a lot of experience to share. His solo leveling speed is much faster than when he teams up with other players. But the situation is different now. There's only one player right now, Harlan Knight Demon King, and he's a highly efficient monster-killing machine. Guja is definitely in a favorable position. Without hesitation, Harlan Knight Demon King accepted Guja's invitation. I learned from other players that Guja is currently the highest level human in the entire server. Individual combat power is at the top of the entire server. When invited to team up by someone like this, Harlan the Night Demon King couldn't find a reason to refuse. After receiving feedback that the team has been successfully formed, Guja waved his hand and said, I'll control the skeleton to lure the monsters in later. While they're attacking my skeleton, you can strike from the sidelines. Abba, no problem. Harlan, the Night Demon King, nodded in response. With Guja's skeleton minions drawing aggro for him, even a squishy character like him can deal damage more safely. A necromancer, 3 skeletons, and a ghoul headed towards the forest. Because physically this squad all belong to the undead creature faction. As long as they don't attack first, the undead creatures on the road won't attack them either. The 4 undead arrived at the edge of the forest unharmed. At this moment, a large number of skeletons were wandering around them. It looks like there are over 100, almost 200. Is that feasible? Guja asked casually. Harlan the Night Demon King raised his hands and gave himself a thumbs up. He actually meant to say that he was alone and should pay attention to his positioning. Killing these ordinary skeletons is a piece of cake. If there are no problems, let's begin. Guja commanded his skeletons to launch an attack. The moment the 3-headed skull struck its first blow, it immediately provoked a monster's counterattack. More than 100 undead skeletons surged towards the 3-headed follower skeleton like a tidal wave. They completely ignored Harlan Knight Demon King and Guja, who were standing still. Harlan the Night Demon King moved quickly to find a good spot and began to reap the rewards. Guja then went directly to the outermost area, where there were the fewest skeletons, and used his scepter to strike the monsters. This reveals the difference in melee performance between mages and assassins. When Guja steadily and surely killed the 3-headed skull, Harlan the Night Demon King has already crushed more than a dozen skulls with his claws. After observing Harlan Knight Demon King's battle, Guja was truly surprised by his attack efficiency. Every time Harlan the Knight Demon King launches an attack, he will definitely take away more than one skeleton. After killing the skeleton, he will quickly reposition himself. While ensuring you are not attacked, you can accurately hit the skull's head with your next attack. Not a single unnecessary movement. Harlan the Knight Demon King's understanding of ghouls and his various detailed operations. This made Guja suspicious. Is this guy not human in real life? He felt that there couldn't possibly be a second player who understood the alien races better than Harlan the Knight Demon King. Chapter 97, I Know You're in a Hurry. Wow, that's a player who's been playing like a monster for 10 years. Impressive. Guja watched Harlan Knight Demon King's various skillful maneuvers and sincerely praised him in his heart. Next, it's time for simple monster hunting and leveling up session. In other games, grinding monsters and leveling up would be incredibly tedious. But this game is different. The 100% realism brings an incredibly stimulating sensory experience. The impact of the attacks is maximized throughout. Even if you keep farming the lowest level skeletons in the post-apocalyptic world, you won't get tired of it at all. This group of 5 pseudo-necromancers continued to grind monsters. I pushed myself to the limit several times, playing until 5 a.m. before finally stopping to rest. Looking at the skeletons scattered all over the ground, Guja suddenly understood. What did Harlan Knight Demon King mean when he wrote, "The number of alien races he killed could circle the Earth several times," in a questionnaire? Killing alien races like this every day. Killing for 10 years. Just imagining the scene of corpses strewn across the land sent chills down Guja's spine. After clearing away the surrounding skeletons, Guja found a tree to lean against and sat down to rest. While recovering his strength, he checked his personal attributes. His level has increased from 12.15 to 13.70. After a night, he and Harlan Knight Demon King gained several thousand experience points. After the upgrade, his skeleton resurrection skill also reached level 4. With a simple gesture, one can revive a level 4 skeleton. Furthermore, the maximum number of skeletons has been increased to 4. Level up 2 more times to level 15, and you'll be able to learn skeleton enhancement. Guja took a deep breath and muttered to himself. At that time, we will combine the 5 skeletons with the skeleton enhancement, and then equip each of them with a weapon. I can easily clear out the monsters on the outskirts of the forest by myself, even with 5 skeletons. Thinking of this, Guja couldn't help but smile. It feels like everything is getting better. Huh, this guy's reached level 8 too. Guja turned his head to look at Harlan Knight Demon King's health bar and said in surprise, "Players who know how to play different races have a huge advantage. Not only are its basic 4-dimensional attributes several times that of humans, but it also comes with claws comparable to a 1-star weapon. It's easier to get started than for other players. I spent the whole night scrolling through it. Harlan the Knight Demon King, as a member of the 3rd batch of players, has almost reached the level of the 1st batch." Guja couldn't help but ponder. If it were transformed into a ghoul, it would be somewhat presentable. It's not so disgusting as to cause physical discomfort. Currently, out of the 23 players, at least half of the players must have chosen not to be human. Guja checked the time. The monster would be returning in only half an hour. Even if your stamina recovers, there are no monsters left to fight. He felt that this was the end of the day, and it was time to rest at the refuge. Guja spoke to Harlan Knight Demon King. Harlan the Knight Demon King gestured, "You go back. I'll go wander around the forest some more." In order to have better communication with his teammates, Harlan the Knight Demon was forced to create his own ghoul sign language. Guja didn't care whether these players who could resurrect infinitely lived or died. He waved and left without saying another word. Harlan the Knight Demon King charged headlong into the forest. Harlan the Knight Demon King has been inhuman for 10 years, and this is the first time he's had this much fun. Sunrise in half an hour. He was still not satisfied. Of course, we should make the most of every minute of the night. More than 10 minutes later, Guja returned to the shelter. As soon as the shelter door opened, approaching them was Harlan, the Night Demon King, heading towards the forest. Guja. If it weren't for maintaining his NPC persona, Guja wanted to ask him, "What are you doing? It hung up so fast." ABA, ABA, ABA. There's something dirty in the forest. ABA, ABA. I'm so scared. As soon as Harlan the Night Demon King saw Guja, He began to describe him with great enthusiasm, gesturing wildly. I know you're in a hurry, but please don't rush. Guja extended his hand, signaling Harlan Knight, Demon King, to calm down. So, you encountered a powerful monster in the forest. Did I scare you back? Upon hearing this, Harlan the Knight, Demon King, nodded repeatedly. Guja took a deep breath and looked at the ground beside him, saying, Can you draw what that monster looks like on the ground? Upon hearing this, Harlan the Knight, Demon King, was stunned for several seconds. He had forgotten that he could actually express himself through writing and drawing. That self-created sign language was a complete waste. Harlan the Knight, Demon King, crouched on the ground and began to trace with his sharp claws. After finishing the drawing, Harlan the Knight, Demon King, slammed his fist into the ground, signaling Guja to take a look. Your drawing skills are barely enough to make it look like a wolf. Guja looked at the painting on the ground, narrowed his eyes, and said, But why is the wolf missing pieces with a third of its body gone? Could it be a mutated undead creature like you? Harlan the Knight, Demon King, waved his hand. He was certain this thing wasn't an undead creature. He can sense if it's an undead creature. Harlan the Knight Demon then drew pictures of a trash can and trash can being emptied on the ground. Guja was speechless. Are you trying to play Pictionary with me? Did this monster come out of the trash can and attack you? Guja tried to guess. Harlan, the Knight Demon King, waved his hand. Did this monster mutate after eating the filth from the trash can? Upon hearing this, Harlan the Knight Demon King pointed his finger in the air. Abba, that's about enough. You mean this monster is some kind of filthy thing that came out of trash can? Harlan the Knight Demon King nodded vigorously. You filthy thing, didn't you say this monster wasn't an undead? Harlan the Knight Demon King looked troubled. Then he started drawing 2 more diagrams on the ground. On one side are skeletons. There was a trash can on one side. There's a checkmark / cross next to the picture. It's not a ghost, but it's something unclean. So what exactly is it? Guja was a little confused. Harlan Knight Demon King let out a heavy sigh. He didn't know how to describe it. All he remembered was the way into the forest. A wolf slowly appeared before him. He was just about to launch an attack. The wolf vanished in a flash. Then the wolf slowly appeared from another location. After repeating this several times, a wolf's claw slashed directly at his head. With a single blow, he was sent back to the space where he awaited resurrection. Harlan the Knight Demon King was certain that this wolf was not one of his kind. But the wolf's elusive behavior was just too bizarre. Harlan the Knight Demon King thought for a long time. It can only be defined as dirty stuff. Chapter 98. This is where people should be. After another drawing exchange with Harlan the Knight Demon King, Guja roughly guessed what the dirty thing he was talking about was. If it's an alchemical product, that probably means there's a blood-sucking dog or something similar inside, but placed in a post-apocalyptic setting filled with skeletons. It's very likely a ghost wolf. But shouldn't ghost wolves also be considered undead creatures? Could it be that this guy's senses are malfunctioning? Thinking of this, Guja waved his hand at Harlan Knight Demon King and said, Let's not worry about this wolf. We'll just stay away from the interior of the forest for now. This ghost wolf must be at least F rank, maybe even an elite F rank monster. You can't use creatures of this level as experience points to farm right now. At that moment, Harlan Knight Demon King suddenly let out a low growl. Guja looked up and saw him dash into the shelter. While running, he kept growling, It's so hot, so hot, so hot. Sunlight shone through the clouds and fell on Guja's face. Guja let out a whoosh. It was dawn. However, Guja was somewhat surprised that the human players did not log in during the daytime. It seems these guys were mentally exhausted from last night's boss battle. Guja led his 4 skeletons straight to the 3rd floor of the shelter. On his way up the stairs, he didn't forget to glance at the number of players. Current online users, 0. After sunrise, feeling the debuff, Harlan Knight Demon King chose to log off. At this moment, the entire Class C shelter contained only Guja de Zhuang and Guja's several skeletons. Good morning, Zhiji. When Guja arrived on the 3rd floor, he bumped into de Zhuang, who was setting up his stall. You chose a room on the 3rd floor? Guja waved his hand and asked. The accommodations on the 3rd floor are the best. The survivors haven't chosen their rooms yet. I'll take advantage of this opportunity to snag a bargain. Da Zhuang Grine. This NPC certainly knows how to enjoy life. Guja muttered to himself and said, Now that the accommodation environment is better, let's raise the rent too. Previously, it cost 1 gold coin per month. I won't make things difficult for you. Just add 50. 1.5 gold coins per month. Okay, no problem. Guja. Dazhuang readily agreed. Guja couldn't help but wonder if he had added too little. Guja shook his head and didn't say anything more. The respawn point is in the cafeteria on the first floor. I live on the third floor, so these players can't bother me, right? Guja chose the best room on the third floor to stay in, with 4 skeletons guarding the door. He looked at the accommodations before him and nodded with great satisfaction. A simple Western-style apartment, 125 square meters, with 2 bedrooms, 1 living room, and a separate bathroom. Each room has a large, soft bed measuring 2.5 m x 2.5 m. Apart from the fact that there's a lot of dust and a drafty open-air balcony next door, there's nothing wrong with it. This is the kind of place a human should be. This is what a shelter should look like. Guja, who had lived in the ruins for more than a month, sighed with heartfelt emotion. After a quick cleaning and then a simple rinse with filtered black water, I finally got to work. Guja lay down on the large, soft bed, which was 2.5 meters wide. Oh, that feels so good. Guja stared at the ceiling and exhaled a deep breath. Unfortunately, the development level of ancient Western countries is that of the WL Kingdom. No running water, no electricity. If the water and electricity problems can be solved, our quality of life can be improved to a whole new level. Guja pondered whether to include this in the next player selection. Select some water conservancy projects and power projects. But upon closer reflection, even if their expertise is top tier, but to bring hydropower to a practical level in this world, we need to start from scratch. It's estimated that it will take several years to achieve this. Wait, in a world with magic, I shouldn't always be thinking about modern technology. Guja stroked his chin and pondered. Water and electricity are inconvenient. Then place water and lightning mage NPCs. They don't need to fight. We can just stay in the shelter and generate electricity from the water every day. Guja laughed at his own extravagant idea. To realize this idea, we'll have to wait until he has so many plans that he can't use them all. Now, after the first kill reward for the boss, he only had 125 planning points left. Everything is a struggle. Regarding the planned rewards for the first kill of the boss, Guja finally felt that the system had been kind for once. The rewards for the first kill of the boss, as planned, are exactly the same as those for the players. It's not 10. It's not 10. It's not 10. And there are also extra planning points rewards. A G-rank boss rewards you with 1,000 experience points, a 2-star selectable treasure chest, and 100 planning points. Rank F boss, 5,000 experience points, 2 2-star selectable treasure chests, 200 planning points. E-level boss. The Soul Eater was an F-rank boss at its peak, but it was a G-rank boss when it was defeated. The system calculates the first kill reward based on the G-level boss. Guja highly praised the fact that the first kill reward for the boss did not deduct 90% of the planner's profits. But upon closer examination, it actually makes a lot of sense. The reward for the first kill of a boss are much harder to obtain than the rewards from completing quests. Putting aside whether or not we could defeat the boss, the first kill of a boss is only rewarded if it is the first time a boss is defeated, even if there is a second or third Soul Eater in the apocalypse. The level displayed on the health bar is also boss level. But no matter how many kills you make, you won't get the first kill bonus anymore. In this world, the first kill reward is a limited and rare resource. Kill one, and there will be one less. If such harsh conditions are followed by a 90% deduction of Guja's reward, then that's really unreasonable. Guja chose the armor box from the 2-star selection chest reward for the first kill of a G-level boss. In order to survive, his first consideration was naturally his protective gear. But Guja was also somewhat conflicted. Should I choose warrior or mage defensive gear? In terms of defense, warrior armor is definitely far superior to mage armor. However, wearing such equipment would require Guja to expend more energy to boost his strength attribute. The strength requirements for 2-star warrior series defensive gear are extremely high. Secondly, the warrior armor set does not provide any special bonuses for his necromancer role. For example, summoning minions is enhanced, and the rate of mental energy regeneration is increased. But, while warrior armor has its drawbacks. However, once the defense reaches a certain level, and it can easily smooth out these shortcomings. This is a guarantee of life. Guja kept going back and forth in this dilemma. As a result, I still haven't opened the 2-star selectable armor chest. No need to rush to farm regular skeletons. My current equipment is sufficient. Guja lay on the bed and muttered to himself. I'll open the 2-star treasure chest later, depending on my needs. As for now, let's spend the 125 planning points first. Chapter 99, How to Get Stronger Without Spending Money? Guja's system in his mind. Start browsing the interfaces for events, quests, NPCs, etc. He kept turning the pages. After flipping through for a few minutes, one conclusion was drawn: he was truly poor. 125 planning points. Organize an event, or assign a few ordinary tasks. Or perhaps placing just one NPC will basically deplete your funds. They can't do much. Sigh, even if we're poor, we still have to spend money. Only by consuming can we accelerate our growth. Guja muttered to himself, suddenly feeling like he was playing a pay-to-win game. No consumption. How to become stronger. He took a deep breath and, while marking his desired spending items, analyzed. Regarding events, with 100 planning points, you can launch a double experience event. You can set it so that all human factions get double the experience from killing monsters within any 2-hour period. As the planner, I will receive 10% of the experience points players gain from killing monsters. This also makes up for the fact that there is no experience bonus and the leveling up is too slow. Unfortunately, the double experience event can only be activated once a week. Otherwise, I'll lead the players to level up tonight. If the event has a cooldown period, we'll have to wait until we have more players or when there are elite monsters or boss monsters before launching this event. Guja highlighted the double experience event. This is the key to leveling up in the future. As for missions, there's one with a pretty good reward. You can get the mission reward simply by upgrading your shelter to 1 level. This task also requires 100 planning points to unlock. The reward for upgrading the shelter is Grade GF, 100 planning points. Grade FE, 200 planning points. Grade ED, 500 planning points. Grade DC, 2,000 planning points. Grade CB, 5,000 planning points. Grade BA, 15,000 planning points. After A rank, there are S rank, Epic rank, Legendary rank, and Mythical rank. As the shelter is upgraded, I can gain a huge amount of planning points. If I could upgrade my current Class C shelter to Class B right now, I will receive 5,000 planning points. 100 planning points. That's a 50-fold increase. Guja immediately checked the mission details. My excitement vanished instantly. The Class C shelter he is currently in has a completeness rating of only 65%. To upgrade, the Class C shelter must first be fully repaired. Then, by comprehensively upgrading the shelter, it can be promoted to Grade B. The basic requirements for upgrading a shelter to Class B are already specified in the mission details. 1. It has a building that can accommodate 999 people. 2. It has a stable food source that can feed 999 people. 3. It has Class B protection capability. The shelter's defensive capabilities are determined by a combination of the shelter's defensive facilities and the player's combat strength. Currently, the protective capability of this Class C shelter is F level. Obviously, upgrading a Class C shelter to Class B is not something that can be done in a single test. If Guja issues this task now, it's hard to say when it will be completed. As for the refuge, where Guja initially stayed, it has no rating. It's not even a G grade. Vaults that don't even reach G level are not eligible to participate in this mission. Although this task definitely cannot be released now. But Guja still marked this task as important. This is the most cost-effective task among those that can be posted with 100 planning points, bar none. Guja spent a long time looking at the consumer items. Ultimately, the only way to spend planning points is through NPCs. Fortunately, there are NPCs that can be used to place shops. It has also had a significant effect on comprehensively enhancing the strength of the human camp. While Guja may not gain any short-term benefit from spending planning points on NPCs, in the long run, it is beneficial to the entire human faction. Guja is willing to call this kind of consumption a matter of perspective. These players are always complaining that they have no endurance, and that if they get injured, the only way to recover is to die and respawn. Guja recalled this point and nodded slightly, saying, "In that case, let's place a medicine merchant here. I myself actually need this kind of assurance. I've just been lucky these past few days and haven't gotten injured." After deciding to place a 1-star medicine merchant, it was time for Guja to create the NPC. There's nothing particularly special about the background setting. Just like all of us, a survivor of the apocalypse. However, his identity is that of a doctor. After setting the background, Guja paused. He originally wanted to make the medicine merchant NPC look like Dezhuang. But after observing these past few days, he discovered that some male players are paying special attention to Dezhuang. This was something he never expected. This time, Guja did not portray the image of a pharmaceutical businessman in an extreme way. I simply chose a guy with an average face who wore glasses, and whose overall demeanor was refined and gentle. It fits the typical image of a doctor. After setting the NPC's appearance, an update announcement was published on the official website. Then just wait for the game update. 2 hours later, a new NPC, Sean, appeared inside the Class C shelter. Without any guidance, Sean found a room on the 3rd floor and settled down, and happened to be neighbors with Dezhuang. After Sean appeared, Guja didn't hesitate to use his game currency to buy a bunch of recovery items from him. Seeing the various healing medicines in his backpack, Guja felt much more at ease. After buying the medicine with Sean, Guja didn't forget to collect rent from him either. After learning that Sean's initial capital was also 10 gold, Guja treated everyone equally and extorted 1.5 gold coins from him. Not only did they get back the 1 gold they spent on medicine, I even made a profit of 50 silver. The survivors are probably arriving soon. If you want to set up a stall, do it on the lower level, not on the 3rd floor. The 3rd floor is for us to rest. Guja waved his hand, reminding him. By the way, the best spot to set up a stall is the cafeteria on the 1st floor. Trust me, that's where the foot traffic is absolutely the highest. After arranging for Sean's placement, Guja was finally able to rest. He had been killing monsters all night, and his nerves were constantly on edge. At this point, his mental state had dropped to the point where he was experiencing debuffs, such as confusion and slight dizziness. I simply don't have the energy to continue with other planning work. Around 1 o'clock in the afternoon, 6 players who were free to log in, milk-flavored Little Meow Meow, F.A. Ba Uzi, The Wind Rises, Patty Competition, Brother Jed Doesn't Want, and Master Gang, appeared one after another at the shelter. They had clearly all slept until noon. I grabbed a quick bite and immediately logged into the game. An update notification popped up in the game interface. The game has been updated again. The little kitten with the milky scent asked in surprise. Does anyone know what new content have been updated? Look, this shot in front of you is the new content. F.A. pointed to the new NPC ahead and said, Chapter 100, version 0.12 update. The update adds the new NPC. What does this NPC do? The little kitten with the milky scent asked instinctively. According to the official announcement, he seems to be a doctor. Uzbekistan responded. Upon hearing this, the little kitten paused for a moment, then opened the game's official website to check the update announcement. Version 0.12 update announcement. Dear survivors, Dungeon Alliance. Original Blade Go will undergo server-wide maintenance starting at 8 a.m. on July 6th, 2333. Version 0.12 will be released after maintenance. The downtime is from 8 to 10 o'clock. Update content. New NPC added, Sean. NPC Introduction. Sean, a renowned doctor who travels to various shelters. Patients treated by him often recover from critical conditions. He not only possessed superb medical skills, but also had a large quantity of medicines that could cure injuries. His arrival will greatly improve your chances of survival. We take the recent feedback from players regarding the issue of insufficient battery life very seriously. Based on the comprehensive analysis of the planning team, we added the NPC Sean as quickly as possible. Sean can not only help players heal their injuries, but also provides a large number of medical supplies for purchase. Players no longer need to worry about being able to heal their injuries by resurrecting. Finally, I wish all the survivors a pleasant journey through the post-apocalyptic world. This update announcement even includes a comment from the game company. These guys are really watching our every word and action. The little kitten with a milky scent took a deep breath and said, We mentioned the battery life issue, but we didn't discuss it many times. They've assigned us medicine NPCs. There were only so few players in the first test. What we said is something they can easily find out. Yuzi shrugged indifferently, then walked over to Sean to check the packing list. The medicines are the same as the equipment Dezhuang has. Medicines are also divided into 1-star medicines and non-star medicines. Non-star drugs. There are bandages, energy drinks, hemostatic powder, antiviral oral liquids, etc. I checked the effects, and for non-star level medicines, just buy bandages and energy drinks. Bandages have hemostatic, analgesic, and healing effects, but their therapeutic efficacy is limited. Energy drinks, on the other hand, can quickly restore our physical strength. I think this is the essential item for us. Whether it's exploring the map or grinding monsters, having a few cans of energy drinks in your backpack is very important. What about the one-star medicine? Little Kitten with milky flavor chimed in. Even one-star medicines are very gamified. The first choice is a basic life potion and a basic spirit potion. In other games, they would be the red bottle and the blue bottle. I don't need to elaborate on the effects of this product. Other one-star medicines. There are various resistance agents, such as cold-resistant agents, heat-resistant agents, anti-toxic agents, and anti-petrochemical agents. There are also enhancement pills that temporarily boost attributes such as physique, strength, and agility. There are many types of medicines, mostly things we don't usually need when fighting monsters. The little kitten, after hearing Uzi's description, came over to take a look and then nodded slightly. Indeed, bandages and energy drinks are enough to help us level up and grind monsters. We'll use the one-star medicine when we're ready to take on the boss. Using one-star recovery items at other times is such a waste. You just said, this NPC can help heal injuries, right? Can you take a look at this for me? At this moment, Matt Esports came over and asked. After I changed jobs yesterday, I was practicing my movement skills with the shadow, follow skill, and accidentally hit my ribs. They're still aching slightly. Are you sure you want him to help you? The wind picked up beside him, and he said with some concern, didn't you notice his ID? What's wrong with his ID? The mat competition was incomprehensible. A doctor with the ID, Sean. Would you dare let him treat your illness? The wind picked up, and he took a deep breath, saying, it's as dangerous as going on a trip with a primary school detective. The mad-up esports player looked confused, not quite understanding what the wind is blowing was talking about. The little kitten, who is familiar with many TV series, burst out laughing. Aren't you a professional gamer? How come you have so much time to watch dramas? The wind picked up, and he scratched his neck, a little embarrassed, and said, after retiring, I'll open an internet cafe, and then I'll have plenty of time. I watched a lot of random shows while staying up all night. It's okay if you don't understand what she's saying, just let Sean take a look for you. The little kitten with a milky scent smiled and waved towards the mat competition area. Matt Jet nodded, walked up to Sean, and indicated that he needed treatment. Then, following Sean's instructions, he laid down on the table. Sean patted the mat a few times and said casually, 4 ribs are broken. After surgery, you'll be treated with a life potion and it will be healed in half an hour. The fee is 1 silver coin. 1 silver coin. I might as well find a place to smash my head against a wall and die. Matt Competition immediately stood up and said, a basic life potion costs 10 silver, but he only charges 1 silver to treat you, which seems quite reasonable. Uzi said from the side, but I'll forget about the 1 silver coin. I'll just use a bandage instead. A roll of bandage costs 10 copper coins and has pain-relieving and wound-healing effects. Seeing how stingy the mat was, the little kitten waved its hand and said, even if you die and are resurrected, you won't be at full health, and there might still be problems somewhere. I'll pay you this 1 silver. Get treatment quickly. Now that we're cured, let's go for a walk in the forest. Let's light up the map, where we'll be leveling up tonight first. After saying that, Milky Little Meow immediately transferred 1 silver to Sean, not giving Pad Arena a chance to refuse. That's strange. Didn't we use all our game currency to buy crossbows and explosive bolts for chiefing? Where did you get that 1 silver coin? I can't believe it, Uzbekistan asked, puzzled. Didn't I clear out the corpses around the shelter before I logged off yesterday? I chopped off the Soul Eater's claws. Sold to Dazhuang. Guess what? Those claws were worth 5 silver. The little kitten with a milky scent took a deep breath and said, I was thinking that such sharp claws could be used to make weapons. Since it's weapon material, it must have value. Then I chopped off the Soul Eater's claws, asked Zhuang about it, and to my surprise, it could actually be sold for money. Why didn't you notice sooner? Uzi said irritably. We had completely forgotten about this way of earning in-game currency. So many monster corpses. It feels like I missed out on a fortune. Chapter 101, this bald man is a shrewd businessman. We didn't discover it earlier. It's mainly due to my old gaming habits. In the past, when playing games after killing monsters, materials that can be sold for money, materials that can be used to craft equipment, they will jump directly out of the monster's corpse. Even if they don't jump out, These materials will also appear as highlights on a monster's corpse. Where would you find a place where there's absolutely no notification? The little kitten smacked its lips and said, "The part about monster-killing materials is so realistic, it's really affecting the gaming experience. In the future, we'll determine which parts of a monster's corpse are valuable and which are not. We have to figure it out entirely on our own. That's really causing a lot of trouble. In the future, when new monsters appear, we can just kill them and take the corpses to the NPC shop. Let the NPCs pick materials from the corpses themselves. Surely they won't miss out on anything useful." After a pause, Faba Uzbekistan continued. "By the way, besides selling the Soul Eater's claws for 5 silver yesterday, did you have anything else of value?" The little kitten with a milky scent shook its head. "After cleaning up the monster corpses yesterday, it was really too late. After I sold the Soul Eater's claws to the Zhuang, I logged off and fell asleep. I only remembered it now that we're talking about in-game currency." As the little kitten spoke, it shared the information in the game group. Remind other players not to miss the materials dropped by monsters. That's all pure white in-game currency. After receiving the message, the group members responded excitedly. Humble Boy, Pig Wing, Chicken Too Beautiful, and other office workers all want to find an excuse to take leave to play the game and loot corpses. The thought of so many monster corpses lying outside made them feel restless and itchy. Harlanite Demon King, who was still staying up all night, saw this group message. His first thought was whether his claws were worth anything, if it's valuable. So he found a bug in the game that allows you to farm money. Of course, this is on the premise that his claws are valuable enough. If it's only worth a few copper coins, then his efforts to commit suicide to obtain the materials would be a bit of a loss. Half an hour later, the mat, which had been treated with Sean's life potion, jumped up from the table. That's right, it jumped really high. Woohoo! After landing on the mat, his eyes widened, his face filled with excitement. Is this what it feels like to be fully recharged? This is so awesome. Is something added to this life-saving potion? Fabiuzi narrowed his eyes and said, "Just a tiny dose of the life-saving potion, and it's making him this excited?" Probably not. Games containing gambling or drug-related elements wouldn't pass the review by gaming platforms, especially our Chinese. This game company dares to do these things. Everyone in their company probably wants to go inside and operate the sewing machines. The little kitten with the milky scent waved its hand and said, listening to the conversation between the two, Brother Jia, who was standing to the side, seemed to be pondering something and said, "I feel like you're missing a part." "Oh, you mean playing dirty tricks?" The little kitten shrugged and said, "Excessive exposure is pixelated. Excessive contact is covered by an air wall. This is a feature of gaming helmets. Even if the game is 100% realistic, you can't avoid it. I can't be scared. Unless you can get your hands on a hacked gaming headset, the kind that lets you access Pornhub without any technology." Cough, cough, cough. Uzi coughed lightly twice, reminding him, "We have female players here, so let's not discuss these things." He waved his hand dismissively, saying, "The wind is picking up. I used the helmet you're talking about when I went abroad to compete in the World Championships. Indeed, you can access any website. There are no restrictions." As soon as she said that the wind was rising, all the players present couldn't help but look at her. "Why are you looking at me? Go find your own channels to buy it." "The wind's picking up," he said irritably. "Actually, if you have enough game currency, I really suggest you let Sean get treatment too. Mat competitions try to bring the topic back. He not only fully restore my health, but also restore my stamina and spirit to over 90. Feeling fully energized is absolutely amazing. You were at full health the first time you log into the game. Why weren't you this excited then?" The little kitten squinted its eyes and muttered something. How can that be the same? The four-dimensional attributes were so weak back then. Even at his peak, he's still just an ordinary person. Now, it's time to fully experience extraordinary power. No need, we're both in pretty good shape. There's no need to waste this game currency. As he spoke, Faba Uzi looked at the little kitten and said, "I suggest you use the 4 silver you have left to buy bandages and energy drinks for better value." The little kitten nodded. He and Faba Uzbekistan share the same idea. The little kitten walked up to Sean and selected 10 rolls of bandages at 10 copper coins each from the shopping list, plus 15 cans of energy drinks at 20 copper coins each. "I've just collected 4 silver coins. With these bandages and energy drinks, the chances of us getting killed during the day are not high, as long as we don't go too reckless." The chubby kitten smiled and distributed the recovery items. Especially avoid doing anything as reckless as charging straight into a monster's lair. Why do I feel like you're subtly criticizing me? Faba Uzbekistan raised an eyebrow. It's different. What you did was gathering information. The little kitten with a milky scent responded with a smile. Without you, we wouldn't have known that there was a battalion of regular undead soldiers inside the skull cave. Then why do you laugh so loudly every time you bring this up? Yuzi tilted his head and asked, About this. Oh, right. For the monsters we've already killed, we can just ask the NPCs if they buy the materials they need. The little kitten with a milky scent quickly walked up to Dazhuang and asked, Do you buy materials from those skeletons and ghouls? Skull bones are worthless. They're everywhere. As for the ghoul, if its claws are perfectly preserved, I'm willing to pay 10 copper coins for them. Dazhuang thought for a moment before responding. Only 10 copper coins? The little kitten with the milky flavor frowned. Even though they both have claws, the difference between a ghoul and a soul-devouring demon is truly enormous. What if we sell a large quantity? Master just asked from the side. If the quantity is large, then 8 copper coins will suffice. That's too much, so I'll give you 5 copper coins. Huh, why are there fewer and fewer of them? Dazhuang shrugged, looking indifferent, and said, What would I need so many ghoul claws for? That's enough for now. Yar, this bald guy isn't a swindler, so just criticize me. Masto just settled in Bungbu. Chapter 102. This corpse demon looks familiar. The milky little kitten and the hare pulled Yuzi away, and the emotionally agitated Mastigan. If we really let him continue communicating with Dazhuang, this game is probably going to lose another player. The group quickly left the shelter. The little kitten patted Master Gang on the shoulder, indicating that he didn't need to worry about it. Even if we know Dazhuang is a shrewd businessman, there's nothing we can do. After all, he's the only equipment NPC right now. If even one other NPC were buying the corpse claw, he wouldn't dare to drive the price down like that. I understand the logic, but I just feel so damn angry. Master just smirked and said, What's most annoying is that I can't do anything about it. Why can't we attack NPCs in this game? It's a little uncomfortable, but it's precisely because of these NPCs that they feel like people, that they have humanity. The little kitten with a milky scent said with a smile. If we're like NPCs in other games, and all we get when we meet are those few pre-programmed, fixed lines of dialogue, what's the point? That's true. Masters just took a deep breath and said, But what if we want to create some NPCs that have a human touch? They could have made it more noble and player-friendly. Don't always try to take advantage of us. Is it possible that in a post-apocalyptic setting, all those friendly NPCs would have died out long ago? After thinking for a moment, Faba Uzbekistan replied, Only a shrewd businessman like Dazhuang, who values his own interests, can survive. When Masto heard this, he was stunned for a moment. He was somewhat unable to refute the point that the NPC's character design was appropriate for the background. There's nothing to discuss. Once there are more merchant NPCs in the future, and we can compare prices, Dazhuang won't be able to rip us off anymore. The little kitten with a milky scent waved its hand and said in a deep voice, Let's focus on our next move. My suggestion is that we split into 2 groups. A group went to explore the forest and use the daytime to light up the area. When leveling up at night, you won't be completely unaware of the terrain. Another group went to collect the ghoul's claws. While you're at it, look for the foods that Wabi and the others mentioned can be grown. Potatoes would be best. Seeing that everyone was silent and waiting for her to continue, the little kitten continued. My grouping suggestion is for those who have changed jobs to explore the forest map. Although it is daytime, the forest is still fraught with danger. There's a high chance that mutated wild beasts will appear inside. A chicken mutated and grew to be over a meter tall. What if there's a large wild animal like a bear inside, and it's mutated? That would be terrible. Do you have any questions? The little kitten noticed that brother Jie didn't want to raise his hand. After that bear mutates, will it be able to steal the cassock? Forehead. The little kitten raised an eyebrow and said, Not only can it steal robes, but it can also act as a lightning king, with lightning striking with every basic attack. Wow, really? I don't know. Don't interrupt. The little kitten glared at Brother Jia and continued. After changing jobs, regardless of the profession, all 4 attributes will be improved. Their overall strength is significantly higher than that of players who haven't changed jobs. Exploring the forest is such a dangerous task that it's more suitable for players who have changed jobs. The remaining group, naturally, went to loot the corpses and scavenge for trash. There were 6 players present. Milky Little Meow Meow, Uzi, The Wind Rises, Matt Competition, Brother Jia Don't Want Masto Gang. It just so happens that Uzi, DNZ Esports, and Jiega are the 3 who have already changed jobs. They split into 2 teams of 3. After the players reached a consensus, the 6 people quickly split into 2 teams. On the way to the forest, Brother Jia glanced at his teammates and said with a smile, "Tank, assassin, marksman, our team composition is quite reasonable. If we encounter a monster later, I'll go in first." The Uzi boss was right behind me, attacking like crazy. Mop Guy seized the opportunity and delivered a fatal blow at close range. Even if we encounter another Soul Eater, we can still put up a fight. Uzbekistan nodded slightly. He even somewhat agreed with Brother Jia's advice not to get arrogant. The increase in combat power after changing jobs is truly enormous. It was so large that it used to take a whole group of people to kill the Soul Eater. Now, the 3-person job change team has a chance to win. I thought about it all night last night, and I finally know what to choose for my 2-star selection chest. Brother Jia, don't say this as you walk. I just opened the treasure chest. I'll take it out when we encounter a monster and give you all a big surprise. By the way, Uzi got a sniper rifle from his 2-star chest. Hey, Cushion Guy, did you open your 2-star chest? What did you choose? Mad Esports responded with a smile. I've already opened it, but I'm worried about the durability dropping, so I haven't equipped it yet. Wait until you encounter a tough monster before putting it on. So, the 3 of us will get 3 2-star equipment after our class changes. Brother Jia was even more excited than he had imagined. This trip is a sure thing. The materials we get from killing the mutated beasts might even be more valuable than what they get from looting the corpses. I suggest you set up fewer trees. The things in the forest might not be so easy to deal with. As he spoke, Faba Yuzi suddenly stopped in his tracks. He pointed ahead, indicating that Brother Jia should not follow the line of sight of the mat competition. What's going on with all this skeleton remains on ground? Brother Jia glanced at it and was instantly shocked by the scene of white bones before him. Only the skulls were attacked, and all of them were killed by creatures that shattered the skulls with a single blow. That's incredibly powerful. After observing the mat for a while, he took a deep breath and said, "A blunt weapon, and also marks of a sharp weapon with 3 blades." Faba Yuzi squatted down and flipped over the skeleton. Such a large number of skeletons were killed by 2 people, or rather, 2 other monsters. There were virtually no signs of impact on the skeleton. In other words, every move these 2 monsters make is deadly. Even if we've changed jobs and have 2-star equipment, encountering these 2 monsters is still very dangerous. I suggest we use the trees for cover as we advance, and not walk openly in the middle of the road. Brother Jia, don't compete with the mat. He nodded repeatedly. They were all somewhat frightened by the large expanse of scattered bones. Now, we can only rely on the most daring person to hold Uzbekistan up here. If it weren't daytime, they're all planning to evacuate from the shelter immediately. There's a path on the map that's been lit up. It must be that another player went into the forest. Let's follow the path he took. Faba Uzbekistan took a deep breath and said, "At least it's safe until the end of this road." With Uzi leading the way, they cautiously made their way into the heart of the forest. As you gradually reach the end of the map that has been lit up, Uzi immediately raised his hand, signaling to Jiga not to squat down and compete with the mat. It is highly likely that the person who entered the forest before them died ahead of them. He bent down to observe. After scanning the area several times, no human bodies were found. Ahead, there was only a highly decomposed ghoul. Why does this ghoul's shape look so familiar? Chapter 103, A Good Head is a Good Head. Faba Yuzi bent down and slowly approached the remains of the ghoul in front of him. How could it be this guy? After turning over the remains of the ghouls, one could barely make out that it was Harlan, the Night Demon King, from his split-open head. I don't quite understand why Uzi is being criticized, especially considering Harlan's Night Demon King skill level. How could they die here so easily? He pondered for a moment, then opened the group chat. Uzi, Harlan Night Demon King, we found your body in the forest. What killed you? Harlan Night Demon King, who was already quite sleepy, immediately perked up after seeing his message in the group chat. Harlan the Night Demon, be careful. It might be a wolf, or it might not. I advise you to get out of there immediately. That monster is very sinister. Startled, looking at Harlan Night Demon King's reply, Uzbekistan became even more puzzled. What could possibly make Harlan Knight Demon King, who has been inhuman for 10 years, adopt this attitude? Uzbekistan boss, watch out behind you. Brother Jia, don't suddenly notice that half a wolf's body is slowly appearing behind Uzi. He immediately reminded them loudly. Upon hearing the reminder, Faba Uzbekistan turned around. A huge wolf claw lunged straight at him. If that wolf's claw strike lands squarely, he too could not escape the same fate as Harlan the Night Demon King. It was at this time that a figure attacks. The half-wolf was about to swing its claws down. He was knocked away by the figure with a bang. And this figure is none other than the Phantom Mat Competition. Brother Jia, who witnessed all of this, must have had his eyes wide open. What kind of speed is that? 10 meters is a distance that can be covered in the blink of an eye. Even 20 points of agility isn't that exaggerated. After widening the distance between himself and Half-Wolf, Matt Race responded excitedly. The Follow Me skill increases movement speed by 200, and then there's the bonus from these shoes. My choice for the 2-star treasure chest was the Predator's Boots, which increases movement speed by 25. It possesses a special active effect for hunting. 10 seconds after hunting is activated, movement speed is increased by 25. In other words, with my professional skills activated and the movement speed bonus from the active effect of my shoes, I have a movement speed of 250. This sense of speed, this is so awesome. If you equip your character with 5-star gear in the late game, won't you just turn into Quicksilver? Don't be surprised, Brother Jia, he said. That's not quite right. Quicksilver's maximum speed is 800,000 kilometers per hour. My agility would have to be increased to an astronomical level to achieve that effect. Matt Ballerina shook his head. Stop chatting. Prepare for battle. Fabiuzi looked ahead warily and spoke up to warn him. After being hit by the mat, the half-wolf has revealed its full body. The wolf was entirely bluish-purple. It has a shoulder height of 1.2 meters and a body length of 3 meters. Its size is comparable to that of an adult tiger. At this moment, it revealed a ferocious expression and bared its fangs at Faba and the others. Just as Faba, Uzbekistan, and others were preparing to be attacked by it, the blue wolf gradually disappeared from their sight. This thing can become invisible. There really aren't any normal creatures in this post-apocalyptic world. Without saying a word, Brother Jia pulled a giant shield out of his backpack. You all stand behind me. I'll take the damage. Oh, right, this shield is the one I chose from the 2-star weapon crate. That's pretty awesome equipment. I'll send you the equipment stats to take a look. What time is it? And you're still posting equipment stats. Was Frovnet. Public chat, Gardien les shield. Uzi instinctively opened the Guardian's shield information, took a deep breath, and said, This equipment is pretty good. Guardian's shield. Defense, 200. Durability, 150 to 150. Equipment requirement, strength 25. Special. Counterattack with the shield the instant the enemy attacks, dealing damage to the enemy and inflicting an additional stun effect. The shield effect requires a high level of skill to use effectively. The player, nicknamed Patty Sports, glanced at the equipment information, took a deep breath, and said, To achieve the additional effect, you have to counterattack the instant the enemy attacks, and the timing is very difficult to grasp. Don't worry, I'm quite skilled at shield parrying, otherwise I wouldn't have chosen a tank class that's at the front line. Don't laugh, Brother Jia, he said. However, the next moment, his expression turned serious. He quickly shifted to the side, blocking Uzi's path. The cloaked wolf launched its attack. With a loud bang, Brother Jia, don't feel the heavy force coming from the shield. But thankfully he blocked it. To withstand such a heavy attack with one's bare body would surely result in severe injury, if not death. After taking this hit, Brother Jia glanced at the attributes of the Guardian shield again. Durability 145 to 150. This attack from a blue wolf cost 5 points of durability. Now Brother Jia doesn't want to live in Bungbu anymore. We can't let it keep attacking. If its durability drops too much, we'll have to go to Zhuang for repairs, and he'll definitely beat us up. Brother Jia, who's worried about wasting his in-game currency, doesn't want that. Your focus will be instantly maximized. He held his breath, observing his surroundings as he pondered. Even if this blue wolf can become invisible, when they reveal themselves and launch an attack, it will definitely cause changes in the environment. Suddenly, a gentle breeze came. The weeds beside the mat were rustled by the wind. Now, without hesitation, Brother Jia dashed towards a mat-like arena. This time, He did not simply adopt a passive defense. Instead, he raised the shield with both hands and slammed it into the air. Where the shield struck, a wolf's head appeared. Then came a clang, and the blue wolf was sent flying several meters away by the shield. Good head. Good head is a good head, Brother Jie said fiercely. Damn it, if I knew that I only had 5 points of durability, I would have been ripped off by the Zhuang if I had asked him to repair it. With a shield counterattack, Brother Jie knocked the blue wolf unconscious. The marksman/damage dealer Uzi played without the slightest hesitation. He raised the SSG-08 sniper rifle and shoved it into the wolf's mouth. Clap, clap, clap. After several gunshots, the blue wolf's health bar was instantly emptied. This thing is called the Shadow Wolf, an F-level mutated creature. It's a higher level than ordinary skeletons and ghouls. No wonder it has special abilities. He sent a message to Uzi, who had passed the Shadow Wolf's eye, saying, "How much experience did you get?" 166. Madball Sports replied. Brother Jie said no. Me too. So this Shadow Wolf should have 500 experience points. Fabi Uzi nodded slightly and said, "It seems we can decide to level up in the forest from now on. Not only are there undead, but also powerful mutated creatures for us to level up. As long as you control the number of monsters and don't attract a large group at once, there shouldn't be a big problem." However, before the Uzbek had finished speaking, several sounds, similar to wolf howls, came from not far away. Upon hearing this, Brother Jie immediately tensed up. Oh no, wolves are social animals. We can handle a shadow wolf. A large pack of shadow wolves. We probably won't even be able to retaliate. Chapter 104, A Litter of Wolf Cubs. Brother Jie's worries are not unfounded. Wolves are indeed social animals. But those wolf howls just now shouldn't have come from other shadow wolves. Or rather, not some other adult shadow wolf. Faba waved to Uzi, signaling to Jiega not to compete with the mat and not to be nervous for the time being. He then led the way in the direction from which the sound came. After walking a distance of more than 10 meters, they came to the bottom of a tree hole. Inside the tree hole, the previous howling sound became increasingly clear. Remove the covering used to conceal the tree hole. A litter of wolf cubs appeared before them. No wonder they attacked us directly. It turns out its nest was nearby, and she was a female wolf who had recently given birth. Maddie Sports took a deep breath and asked, "What should we do now?" "Carry that wolf's carcass back. Wolf skin, wolf claws, wolf meat. These materials can't be worthless, can they?" Brother Jie smacked his lips and replied, "The repair cost of 5 points of durability on my shield should be made up for by these materials. We certainly need the materials for the shadow wolves. What I really want to ask is, what should we do with these wolf cubs?" Matt Competition frowned and said, "If we kill the mother wolf, these wolf cubs probably won't survive here. Wolves are social animals, and other wolves will take care of them. Brother Jie, don't let him feel at ease. But there don't seem to be any other wolves around here. What if the wolves in this post-apocalyptic world have mutated and no longer live in packs?" Madball Sports chimed in. "Then why don't we just take these wolf cubs along too?" Brother Jie, don't say that. He made a throat-slitting gesture. Matt Competition. Upon seeing this, even Uzi couldn't help but touch his forehead. Even I, who have real-world data, think you've gone a bit too far. But this is a monster. Killing it might give you 500 experience points. Brother Jie pouted and said, "It's a post-apocalyptic game. Don't be a saint. You said it's a game. It's just a game, not a real apocalypse. There's no need to make yourself so heartless." Matt Ball is muttering to himself. "Then what do you suggest we do? These 6 wolf cubs, 1, 2, 3, and 6 in total. Are we just going to take them back and raise them?" "Don't worry, Brother Jie," he said, shrugging. "Why can't we take it home and raise it?" Maddie Sports seemed to realize something, took a deep breath, and said, "We'll take these cubs back and raise them. What if they recognize a new owner? We all have a follower interface. It doesn't mean that only classes with summoning skills can have followers. Let these wolf pups recognize their master. They might just become our followers. When these cubs reach adulthood, that's like having a shadow wolf as an ally." This seems somewhat feasible. Brother Jie nodded in agreement, finding the idea somewhat reasonable. The biggest advantage of this group of players is that they don't talk back. "What do you think, Uzbekistan boss?" Pad Racer turned to look at Uzi and asked. After thinking for a moment, Faba Uzbekistan responded, "You're the fastest mover, So take these 6 wolf cubs to the shelter first. Brother Jia and I are not going to dissect the mother wolf's carcass. Given its massive size, it can only be dissected and reassembled piece by piece. No problem. I'll come pick you up as soon as I bring the wolf cubs back. The map-playing team bent down and took away the wolf den in the tree hole in one go. As night approached, Guja opened his eyes to the system alarm. Stamina 95, mental strength 99. After a day of sleep, I've recovered quite well. I'm not full. I only have 30 left to eat. Although I didn't have much of an appetite when I first woke up, I still needed to eat something to fill my stomach. After waking up, Guja, as usual, checked his status bar immediately. And whether the system has any new prompts. Has the monster database been updated? Has a player killed a new monster in this world? After Guja received the updated information, I immediately opened the monster database to check. Shadow Wolf. Race. The Fell Beast Orc race originated from Fell energy, and all descendants of Fell Beasts are also Fell Beasts. Rank, F rank Elite. Attack methods, scrambling, pouncing, and biting. Weaknesses, fire, sound waves, limbs. Hostile relationship, any creature other than the Shadow Wolves. Special, Shadow Wolves can hide in various environments, attack and be attacked, or throw special dust to reveal themselves. It seems that this is what killed Harlan, the Night Demon King. Guja smacked his lips and muttered. Although it is an F-rank elite monster, it is still quite easy to deal with as long as you can figure out its hidden attack methods. The Shadow Wolf has 500 experience points. Killing these mutated creatures is quite profitable. Perhaps I really should venture into the heart of the forest. After Guja finished browsing the new monster information, he got up and walked toward the shelter warehouse. Guja locked away all the food items marked with magical symbols, as well as the standard 1-star equipment from before. Of course, he also had the key. Even if it weren't locked, none of the 23 players would dare to touch his things. Nobody wants to loot some supplies, but they end up losing their account. He opened the warehouse and took out a bowl of rice, 2 potatoes, and a few pieces of dried meat from a vacuum-sealed grain bag. Then they went to the cafeteria to cook. Fortunately, the ghouls didn't know how to break the magical seal. Otherwise, they would have already dazzled the food. Guja muttered to himself as he walked to the entrance of the cafeteria on the first floor. As soon as he arrived in the area, he heard a commotion coming from the cafeteria. It's time for players to log in as well. Luckily, I had the foresight to set the respawn point here. Otherwise, I'd be driven crazy by the noise every day. Guja smacked his lips and walked into the cafeteria. He noticed the players huddled together discussing something. It would be best to hand over this litter of wolf cubs to someone who is willing to raise them and who spend a lot of time online. Even though we've logged off, the game continues as usual. These wolf cubs still need someone to look after them. Faba pointed to the wolf den on the table and said. Guja walked over upon hearing this, somewhat surprised, and said, "You actually brought the Shadow Wolves cubs to the sanctuary? Aren't you afraid their parents will come looking for them?" Chicken 2, Beautiful, waved her hand and said, "Don't worry, Brother Ja. They've already taken care of the mother of these wolf cubs." At this point, Chicken Beauty gestured to the other players to cover the wolf cubs' ears. Then, she whispered in Guja's ear, "The mother of these wolf cubs has been killed, so don't worry." Chapter 105, 3 Fire Green Wolf. Even though you killed the mother wolf, there's still the male. Keep your voice down, Gigi. Upon hearing this, Chicken Beauty immediately made a gesture to Guja. Then he glanced at the wolf cub beside him. This is a way of saying not to say such things in front of wolf cubs. Guja couldn't help but roll his eyes. Can this wolf cub, which looks to be only a month old, possibly understand human speech? The female wolf kicked the bucket, so what about the male wolf? Guja continued, somewhat annoyed. And wolves are social animals, aren't they? You raided this wolf's den. Aren't you afraid of attracting their entire family? I don't think so. When Uzi and his team were dissecting the area, they thoroughly examined it and found no trace of other wolves. Chicken Beauty sighed as she finished speaking. Perhaps the mother wolf got separated from the pack and gave birth to her cubs alone. Then, out of luck, we ran into them. I must raise these 6 wolf cubs well. Guja was stunned for a moment, a little confused as to why this guy was so empathetic to the mutated beast. If a player encounters the Shadow Wolf and is even slightly weak, they'll become the Shadow Wolf's meal. Guja couldn't help but mutter to himself. Fortunately, Chicken is a player and can revive infinitely. If it really is the end of the world, with his mindset, he'd have to send himself on the very first day the apocalypse begins. I just did a count, and out of our 23 players, only Night Demon King Harlan is unwilling to raise wolf cubs. Continue with the adoption of the wolf cubs in Uzbekistan. It's a good thing that everyone is willing to raise them, but these wolf cubs are too young and need to be looked after at all times. Too little online time will definitely cause problems. Moreover, you can't stay with them all the time, as it will affect their dependence on you. It's highly unlikely that we'll be able to raise them into your followers as we anticipate. Hearing what Faba Uzi said, many players present started to back down. Why would they want to raise these wolf cubs? Isn't it all so that we can have another mutated beast to help us in the future? The purpose of raising wolf cubs is purely to increase combat power. If it's just for entertainment and you simply want to keep cute pets, you can't possibly keep them all in real life. Why keep an electronic pet? After Uzi gave his prediction, most players gave up on adopting the wolf cub. After a few more minutes of communication, only 5 players remained. Milky Little Meow Meow, F8 Ba Uzi, Pad Competition, The Wind Rises, and Chicken is Too Beautiful. They adopted the shadow wolf cub. Of the 6 wolf cubs, 1 remains unclaimed. Chicken is too beautiful, but she doesn't have time to go online often, so she has to be forced to claim the account. After much pleading and cajoling, Faba Uzi finally agreed to let him take 1 wolf cub, but it was impossible for him to take the remaining one as well. Give me the last one. Guja thought for a moment and then interjected. He figured being alone was pretty boring, so raising a wolf cub would be a way to spice things up. If Brotherja wants it. Faba Uzbekistan stroked his chin and said, "How about 10 silver? Guja." Guja frowned. Wasn't adoption? Why do I have to pay him? Seeing Guja hesitate, Faba Uzi immediately added, "The shadow wolf reaches F-rank strength after adulthood. An F-rank pet is definitely not expensive at 10 silver. 10 silver coins it is." Guja raised an eyebrow and agreed. Anyway, there will be plenty of opportunities to get revenge on them later. Brotherja really does use money to buy it. And it's 10 silver coins. Pig Wing, standing to the side, exclaimed in surprise. From now on, let's bring back all the cubs of mutated beasts we encounter. This is way faster to make money than looting corpses. That's enough. This is a shelter, not a zoo. Guja pursed his lips and reminded him in an annoyed tone. After transferring 10 silver coins, Guja picked up the last wolf cub. Upon closer inspection, it was discovered that the wolf cub had 3 flame-shaped white stripes on its head. With 3 flames on its head, is this really a wolf or a bluish-purple husky? Guja then realized why this wolf had been left over. Other players are worried that this thing will destroy their base. From now on, your name will be Manhwa. Guja didn't bother to think too much and simply named the wolf cub Manhwa based on its 3 fiery characteristics. Oh, Manhwa barked a few times, as if expressing a different opinion. Guja raised an eyebrow and muttered, "I've already been lenient by not calling you Blue Wolf. You have a problem with that." As Guja spoke, he handed Manhwa to his skeleton attendant and instructed the skeleton to take Manhwa back to his room. However, something happened that Guja never expected. As soon as Manhwa got into the skeleton's arms, he grabbed one of the skeleton's arms and started biting it fiercely. "This is a necromancer skeleton, not your food. Are you starving?" Guja grabbed Manhwa by the back of the neck and lifted him up. "If he doesn't do anything, won't this wolf cub devour his skeleton? These wolf cubs are indeed hungry." Matt Sports reminisced, saying, "When we caught them, they were howling with hunger. If they had just kept quiet, they wouldn't have fallen into our hands. Is that so?" Guja took a deep breath and handed the 3 fires to the skeleton attendant. "Then you can keep eating the skeleton for now. I'm still hungry. I'll finish eating first, and then I'll go get some food to feed you." After the skeleton led Manhwa upstairs, Guja headed towards the cafeteria's kitchen. When he got to the stove, he took out the ingredients he had prepared from his backpack. Is Brotherja going to cook? The players curiously gathered around. Rice, potatoes, and dried meat? Where did all these ingredients come from? It should be the batch of food that was sealed with a magical mark in this Class C shelter. The little kitten took a deep breath and said, "It seems that Brotherja really did put away the food and equipment. Wait a minute. What did I just see? Potatoes. It's potatoes." Waby suddenly shouted, "Potatoes! We've been looking for them all afternoon and haven't found them." Technology and Ruthless Work also excitedly shouted, "I never expected to find it inside a shelter. It's like finding a needle in a haystack." The 5 players who were involved in farmland-related industries in real life got excited. "It's a potato, what's wrong?" Guja was completely baffled by the players' reactions. He'd been in the apocalypse for over a month, and he'd never been this excited to see potatoes before. Why are you making such a big reaction when you can eat whatever you want in real life? The little kitten with milky flavor stepped forward and explained the recent plans of the players. You're planning to grow crops? You've already brought back a huge plot of land, and now you're just short potatoes? Guja was stunned for a moment, then asked in return, Don't you know there are several sacks of potatoes in the warehouse? The little kitten with a milky scent shook its head. At first, we only opened a few vacuum bags with magical seals, and we didn't know what was inside many of the other vacuum bags. I see. Guja nodded slightly, just as he was wondering whether he should try to get back the 10 silver coins he had spent on buying the 3 fires. A system notification appeared in my mind. Task. Food is the foundation of the people. Chapter 106, I also have dreams. Food is the most important thing for people. Mission requirement. Replenish the shelter with 10 kilograms of plant seeds. Task difficulty, F. Task rewards. 20 experience points, 20 copper coins, 100 quick plant seedlings. Planning rewards. Planning points, X2, copper coins, X2, quick planting seedlings, X10. Guja went through the mission information once. After completing the task, the player will receive 10 kilograms of plant seeds, and the developer will also return double the points. Guja couldn't find any reason to refuse to assign tasks to players. He looked at the 5 agriculture players: Waby, mechanical and magical, technology and hard work, 2 pieces of yam, and give you a hemp claw. After spending 5 planning points, I sent a copy of the food is the foundation of the people task to all of them. 3 sentences were enough to get players to earn 50 kilograms of plants for me, plus 5 planning points. Being an NPC is really quite enjoyable. After these 5 players received the receive reject message from Shiwai Minchin, without the slightest hesitation, they chose to accept. Growing grain? This task was practically tailor-made for them. Wait a minute, isn't the difficulty of this task a little off? After reading the mission information, Waby asked with some doubt. The harvest of 10 kilograms of plants is not much, but it takes a long time. Even potatoes take anywhere from 1 month to several months to fully grow. Is this all the time it took for a mere F-rank mission? Take a look at the backpack. It seems we each have an extra 10 seedlings of fast-growing plants. Technology and ruthlessness remind us. I have 10 portions of corn seedlings here. The above also shows the planting and harvesting time. 3 days. Am I seeing things? From planting to harvest in just 3 days. Doesn't this game have any basic farming rules? I told you long ago that this game only has 100% realistic graphics. It wouldn't be surprising if anything else was wrong. Little kitten with milky flavor chimed in. I also have 10 more cabbage seedlings in my backpack. The planting and harvesting time is also 3 days. This should be the quick planting seedling from the mission rewards. Technology and ruthless work took a deep breath and interjected. In farming, a batch of crops can be harvested in 3 days. I feel like I'm back in my childhood playing Farmville. Mechanical Magic smacked his lips and opened his backpack to check. I have the same 10 cabbage seedlings as you. 2 pieces of yam. Mine is eggplant. Here's a piece of meat. I also have corn here. It seems that the quick planting seedlings we were given in our backpacks were all random. In that case, the task reward includes 100 quick planting seedlings. This should be the crop we randomly selected. Waby nodded slightly. Why doesn't anyone randomly generate crops like potatoes or rice when there are 20 portions of corn, 20 portions of cabbage, and 10 portions of eggplant? He smacked his lips and muttered. As a southerner, I feel really uncomfortable if I don't eat rice every day. Then next time you log on, show off 2 bowls of rice first. Pig Wings, standing to the side, said with a smile. Here's a crutches for you. You're the only one with a mouth. The milky little kitten glanced at Pig Wing. When there are more players in the future, you'll eventually get targeted for talking too much and have all your equipment stolen. Pig Wing chuckled. Isn't it because I have you big shots protecting me? Which player who comes later would dare to mess with me? Well, you guys keep chatting. I won't interrupt you. I'm going out to farm. Waby waved and walked out of the shelter. Complete this task and get more fast-growing plants as soon as possible. Then let's see if we can divide them. If the effect is the same after division. Our food supply is now completely secure. Even if we test 99 people initially, or even 9,999 or 99,999 people subsequently, there will be absolutely no shortage of food Weibi left the shelter, followed closely by Tech, Manhwa, and the other 4 players who had taken food from the Food for the People event. Guja watched their retreating figures, smacked his lips, and muttered to himself, "Damn it, I was hoping to get my 10 silver back, but now I don't have the chance." Unexpectedly, this planting task even comes with planting materials. We miscalculated. They should have bought a few sacks of potatoes first before issuing the task. After the 5 members of the farmland group left, new and old players alike began to whisper among themselves. Their conversations mostly revolved around one point. That is, so talking to Guja more often really does trigger quests. Many players are eager to try it out. "Don't talk to me now. This is my meal time." Guja saw through the players' thoughts and warned them before they could speak. "I really want to say something. Go talk to my skeletons. Trust me, they're the best listeners in the world." Seeing Guja's attitude, the players wisely left. Forcing the conversation won't trigger the quest and might even lower your NPC's favorability, which would be a loss. After a simple cooking process, Guja started eating shredded potatoes and stir-fried dried meat with his rice. The taste of these ingredients is nowhere near as good as those mutated 2-headed fish and bullfrogs. It seems that the ingredients that were sealed away by magic hundreds of years ago are normal. Sigh, mutated things still taste better. After finishing the normal food with a look of disgust, Guja got up and left. At that moment, a figure blocked his way. Guja was stunned for a moment, wondering to himself, "Who is this? He's really bold." Looking up, I saw that it was the Outlaws 3, 4, and 5 group. "Brothers, wait a minute. I have a dream too. No, I also have something important to report to you." Zhang San, who was outside the law, took a breath and said, "No rush, take your time." Guja nodded slightly. Judging from the renovation work at shelter number 1, the combination of the 3, 4, and 5 outside the law is quite reliable. Guja's attitude towards them was much better. "That's how it is." After carefully considering his words, Zhang San, the outlaw, said, "This Class C shelter is not a ruin or a dangerous building like Vault 1. However, due to years of disrepair and lack of maintenance, it has many damaged parts. In particular, the huge hole created by the Soul Eater on the 3rd level could be clearly seen even from hundreds of meters away from the shelter. Suppose, and I mean suppose, this shelter collapses one day. These damaged areas are all foreshadowing. I want to do everything I can to repair all the damaged parts of this shelter." At this point, Zhang San, the outlaw, took a deep breath and said somewhat nervously, "If possible, after the shelter is repaired, I would also like to build a 10-meter-high wall around the Class C shelter." Inside the high walls, several watchtowers rose. We play as survivors guarding our shelter from the watchtower with ranged weapons. This is to ensure the maximum safety of the shelter. Chapter 107 Our World. Zhang San's words left Guja completely stunned. Building a 10-meter-high wall wasn't the end of it. They also want to build watchtowers taller than the 10-meter-high wall for defense. This is not something that 23 players can currently handle, is it? I've heard you mention this plan before. The man next to him leaned in and said, "But didn't you say that it would only be possible if large real-world construction teams were to be involved in the game?" I did think that way before, but with the recent emergence of fast-growing plants, this makes me wonder if there might be such fast products in the field of construction as well. As Zhang San spoke, he looked at Guja, hoping to get an answer from him. Guja met the gaze of the outlaw Zhang San and couldn't help but smack his lips. Surprisingly, he was right. After Zhang San, who was outside the law, finished introducing his dream, a system notification popped up in his mind. You can issue a task to synthesize stone bricks. Stone brick synthesis. Task requirements. Roughly make 10 bricks using clay, rock, and fly ash. Task difficulty, F. Quest reward, stone brick synthesis skill book. Planning rewards, planning points X2, stone brick synthesis skill book X1-10. Similar to the salt making task, the stone brick crafting task is a life skill book task. It didn't bring Guja much personal benefit, but it played a significant role in the development of the human camp. Guja didn't hesitate much and immediately assigned a stone brick synthesis task to each member of the Outlaws 3, 4, and 5 groups. The task requires rough stone bricks. We've already made them. After glancing at the mission information, Zhang San, the outlaw, exclaimed with delight. In the past few days, they have been thinking about rebuilding Vault 1 on their own. They collected materials such as clay and rocks in the wilderness and then used traditional methods to fire bricks. They fired more than 30 bricks. Unexpectedly, it was just the right amount of material to complete the stone brick synthesis task that was triggered today. The group of 3, 4, and 5 outside the law continued their conversation with Guja and chose to complete the mission amidst Guja's surprised expression. The task rewards have been distributed. The virtual skill books, synthesized from stone bricks, went directly into their backpacks. After learning the skill book, they immediately used the stone brick crafting skill to combine the remaining clay, rock, and fly ash materials in their backpacks. One after another, standard-sized stone bricks, 240 millimeters, 240 millimeters, and 90 millimeters in diameter, appeared in their backpacks. Next comes the most tense time for the outside the law 3, 4, and 5 group. They wanted to know, do these stone bricks, synthesized using skills, have their own unique characteristics, just like the rapid planting of plants? Zhang San, an outlaw, took out several synthetic stone bricks from his backpack. He took a deep breath. Slowly, one of the stone bricks was placed onto the other. Immediately afterwards, his slightly trembling hand lifted upwards. The 2 stone bricks miraculously merged into one. He picked them all up. Zhang San, who was outside the law, immediately burst out laughing. I guess right. Stone bricks, crafted using game skills, possess game-like properties. Just like our world, no cement is needed for stabilization. 2 synthetic stone bricks can be joined together seamlessly. If I were to slam this stone brick onto the ground, it would definitely stick firmly to the surface. At this point, Zhang San, the outlaw, picked up a piece of synthetic stone brick and slammed it on ground. When I reached out to grab it again, I realized I really couldn't lift it at all. See, I told you so. Use the stone bricks synthesized with this skill to build high walls and shelters. You won't have to worry about them leaning or collapsing. Even if it's just the 3 of us, we can build him a 10-meter-high wall. As Zhang San, the lawless one, spoke, his smile grew increasingly unrestrained. If you don't pry this stone brick off the ground, I'll slam you against the wall until I can't pry it off. Guja's casual remark froze the smile on Zhang San's face. The extra brick on the cafeteria floor does look rather out of place. What really annoyed Zhang San even more was, he can see the durability of the stone bricks. There are a full 100 points. It will take a lot of effort to reduce the durability to 100 points. While warning the outlaws 3, 4, and 5, Guja also assigned them the task of repairing the shelter. Since they're going to complete this task anyway, why not have a win-win situation and take both the task rewards and the planning rewards? After issuing the task, Guja turned and walked towards the 3rd floor. As he walked along the road, Guja couldn't help but nod in satisfaction. We still have to rely on these 3 guys. With them around, we can be confident about the future construction of shelters. Upgrading the shelter also means having them bring more players to expand it. After Guja left, the sound of hammers striking each other could soon be heard in the cafeteria. It took 5 players who had changed their class more than a minute to smash a stone brick with a durability of 100 points off the ground. The durability of these stone bricks, synthesized using skills, is ridiculously high. Brother Jia took a deep breath and said, "The bricks scattered outside the shelter shattered into pieces with a single blow of my shield. I wouldn't even dare try using this thing with my shield. If I destroyed my shield's durability, I'd be at a huge loss. It's good that the durability has been improved. If we build a 10-meter-high wall with these synthetic stone bricks, we won't have to worry about skeletons invading at all." The humble boy stroked his chin and smiled. Even a skeleton soldier as powerful as him, once his sword is dulled from cutting, won't be able to break through. The outside the law group couldn't help but laugh when they heard this. In the apocalypse, you can build a truly safe shelter. The sense of accomplishment is even stronger than when they complete a large project in real life. If we're building a wall, I think 2 or 3 meters high is enough for now. After thinking for a moment, Faba Uzbekistan said, "After all, what we need to guard against right now isn't giants. My suggestion is to build a 2 to 3 meter high protective wall first. Then, raise 4 watchtowers in the 4 corners of the east, west, south, and north to allow our range players to take advantage of their range. Then, based on the strength of the monsters we encounter, we'll increase the height and thickness of the protective walls." Chapter 108, If You Can Tame It, Cook It. What I really wanted to express was, it's a question of the returns from resource allocation. Seeing that Zhang San and the others all looked thoughtful, Uzi added, "Protective walls and watchtowers, without a doubt, are what we will build later. However, for the time being, the protective wall does not need to reach a height of 10 meters. Investing all your resources in the defensive wall now won't yield great returns. We could build a 3 to 4 meter high defensive wall first, then focus our resources on the watchtowers. That would be the most effective in the short term. Indeed, even if we can build it with synthetic bricks, the resources required to build a 10-meter high wall are enormous. Upon hearing this, Zhang San, who was outside the law, nodded and said, "The specifications of that watchtower. To what extent do you think it is? Things like height and floor area. As for the height, it should be a little higher than the protective wall we are currently building, just enough to provide a good view. When the protective wall is increased in height in the future, the watchtowers will be raised accordingly. As for the footprint, try to make it as large as possible. I hope the watchtower can accommodate as many marksman players as possible, so that even 10 or so marksman players won't feel crowded." Upon hearing this, Zhang San, who was outside the law, took a deep breath and said, "That's not a watchtower. That's a fortress." Uzbekistan gave an awkward laugh. "I was just saying it offhand. The specific arrangements will have to be left to you professionals. Okay, I'll make sure there are 4 marksman positions on each watchtower. When monsters invade, at least there won't be any blind spots." Zhang San, who was outside the law, thought for a moment and said, "However, before we build the outer defenses, we need to complete the task of repairing the shelter first. The building structure of this Class C shelter isn't actually that good in terms of protection. Even the soul-eating demon can create a large hole on the 3rd floor. If an even stronger monster comes, won't it just raise this shelter to the ground? If you can, we build a building using our own synthetic bricks. That kind of protection is the most reliable." At this point, Zhang San, who was outside the law, couldn't help but feel a bit of a headache. Protective walls, watchtowers, and self-built shelters all require a lot of resources. Where did those 3 get so many resources? Please send the materials needed to craft the bricks to the group. The little kitten guessed what was troubling Zhang San and suggested, "All of our players can bring back some materials when they go out. Moreover, building shelters is a shared task for all of us players. How could I let the 3 of you do it all by yourself?" Zhang San, the lawless one, nodded. This was a common development for the human camp, and he knew he didn't need to be polite. Soon, a pinned announcement appeared in the group. The composite materials of stone bricks are clay, rock, and fly ash. Any items that fall under this category can be brought back. We need to use synthetic stone bricks to reinforce the shelter's protection. Players had no objections to the content of the announcement. Even though they received no reward for carrying materials to the refuge, they were still willing to help. As night fell, the players in the cafeteria began to split up and take action. The 5 people who previously worked on the farmland are still farming. Zhang San, who was outside the law, and Li Si, who was inside the law, finished combining the remaining stone bricks in their backpacks and then repaired the shelter. Fei Lai Wangwu then began circling the shelter, drawing diagrams. He first roughly designed the locations for the future protective high walls and watchtowers. The remaining players then replenished their stats and prepared for the night's monster hunting time. Back in his room, Guja found Manhwa still gnawing on the skull's arm. He went up, grabbed it by the scruff of its neck, and lifted it up. Looking again at the skull's arm, there were some teeth marks, but no damage. A wolf cub that's only a month old has such a weak bite. Guja muttered to himself. "Oh." Manhwa was lifted into the air, its 4 claws still thrashing towards the skeleton. "Still want to bite? Aren't you afraid of breaking your teeth?" Guja shook his head and put Manhwa on the ground. Then he took out the remaining fried jerky from his backpack. The moment the stir-fried dried meat was placed in front of Manhwa, it began its frenzied eating spree, a truly spectacular display. Guja watched Manhwa eat and couldn't help but smack his lips. Is it a cub or something that's inherently cute? He couldn't resist wanting to pat Manhwa's head. No sooner had he reached out than Manhwa raised his head and bit his hand. Manhwa, not giving up after failing to bite, watched Guja warily. Then it bared its teeth and let out a low growl. This thing is possessive of its food. Guja frowned and muttered to himself, "I brought this jerky out for you. As a mutated creature, don't you have even this much intelligence?" In reality, Guja might also consult some dog trainers on how to correct this dog's food guarding habit. But this is the end times. Guja doesn't have that much time to train dogs. If you can raise it, then raise it. If you really can't, then cook it. Guja reached his hand towards Manhwa's head again. This time, it still triggered Sanhwa's food-protecting reaction. Just as Sanhwa was about to bite Guja's hand, Guja suddenly pulled, and with a sharp turn, sent Sanhu flying more than a meter away. My health only dropped by 2, so I can still attack it 50 more times. Guja grabbed the jerky and tossed it at Sanhwa. Come on, have some jerky. Sanhwa came running over excitedly and started munching. Guja reached out again, and Sanhwa protected the food once more. With a snap, Sanhwa was sent flying again. This was repeated 5 times. Finally, when Sanhwa was eating jerky, Guja was able to pat his head. This guy still remembers being beaten. Guja touched his chin, feeling that this was still not quite enough. Canines possess a sense of alpha wolf-like behavior. Guja wants Sanhwa to not only stop being possessive of his food, but also to recognize him as the boss. Guja made another trip to the warehouse, this time preparing 2-headed fish, 6-horned bullfrogs, and a little chicken left. It could be said that he brought out the most luxurious food he had. Returning to Sanhwa, Sanhwa has finished eating the dried meat, but they were still screaming from hunger. You know not to gnaw on skulls, so you come to me for food? You're not stupid. Guja looked at the 3 fires in front of him and nodded slightly. But now I'm going to teach you. You can only eat when I tell you to. It was another simple and unpretentious wolf training process. This time, Sanhwa's health dropped to 80, barely meeting Guja's requirements. Now, Sanhwa will only eat the food in front of him if Guja agrees. Guja felt that if this guy hadn't been so hungry, he wouldn't have needed to train his health to 80 to meet the standard. After Sanhwa finished eating, Guja didn't forget to give it a few doses of basic life potion to replenish its health bar. Just after Sanhwa had eaten and drunk his fill and his health bar was fully restored, a system notification appeared in Guja's mind. Congratulations on successfully taming the shadow wolf. At the same time, Sanhwa's avatar and information also appeared in Guja's follower interface. Guja was genuinely a little surprised when he saw the system notification. He originally intended to raise Sanhwa slowly and cultivate a good relationship with him. Only then will it become your follower. Unexpectedly, by combining force and food, it worked immediately. Chapter 109 Ancient Martial Arts Master. After Sanhwa became his follower, Guja immediately opened the follower interface to check Sanhwa's attributes. 3 fires H. Physical condition, 3. Strength, 1. Agility, 1. Spirit, 1. Belongs to Guja. Loyalty, 80. After glancing at the attributes of the 3 fires, Guja took a deep breath and pondered. Because they are native creatures of the apocalypse, their levels are still classified using letters. Wolf cubs are H rank and can reach F rank, elite upon adulthood. I just don't know if it's possible to continue improving after F rank to elite. If it cannot be improved further, these 3 fires will probably only be used as gatekeepers and mascots after this. Besides the level of the 3 fires, Guja also noticed something else. That's the 3 fires, which have loyalty. Unlike the absolute loyalty of skeletons, the loyalty of the 3 fire creatures, as mutated beings, can change. It is possible that it will be further increased to 100. It is also possible that they will decline until they rebel against the Lord. This thing weighs about 10 pounds when I hold it, but I didn't expect it to have a full 2 pounds of rebellious bones. Guja muttered to himself. Canines generally don't betray their owners once they've chosen one. Forget it. In the future, I'll focus on which behaviors increase loyalty and which behaviors decrease it. If I keep things under control, there's no chance of any followers rebelling. Guja pondered for a moment, then looked at Sanhwa. Now that Sanhwa had eaten and drunk his fill, he began to tear apart the tables and chairs in the room. The wooden tables and chairs, which were already somewhat rotten, had a layer of wood bitten off by Sanhwa with a few crackling sounds. You really do live up to the 3 white stripes on your head. Guja took a deep breath, strung together the clothes in the room into a long rope, and then put it around Sanhwa's neck. Then they hung the other end on the skeleton. With a command, Guja sent Skeleton and Sanhwa down for a stroll. We finally have a decent living environment. We can't let this wolf cub destroy it. After letting Sanhwa go, Guja lay down on the bed to rest. He's not in a hurry to go out and level up. After the players have explored the map in the forest, he's using a full map cheat, and he's going to go down there. It is undoubtedly much more stable. During this time, Guja finally got to work on his planning tasks, screening players and granting them access to the first test. Following the announcement of first test qualification revocation, The information on the reservation questionnaire underwent a complete overhaul. Players who want to play this game all change their questionnaires to be as realistic as possible. I'm terrified of getting a message while playing a game saying your in-game performance does not match the survey results, and then my account gets banned immediately. Forget about participating in the subsequent tests. Guja flipped through the questionnaires one by one. Because it's too real. All of this made him feel somewhat bored. The previous batch of questionnaires were full of exaggerated claims, and the abilities they fabricated were all over the place. After flipping through the questionnaires for half an hour, he finally found one that piqued his interest. An ancient martial arts practitioner, he has been studying ancient breathing techniques and ancient boxing methods since childhood, and has achieved some minor success in more than 20 years. Guja looked at the questionnaire and couldn't help but sigh. If this isn't fake news, then the person who filled out this questionnaire must be a legendary martial arts master. Guja wondered, could this be one of those charlatans who knows how to use a lightning whip? But after watching several pieces of supporting material and several videos of ancient martial arts duels, Guja was dumbfounded. They used all the techniques shown in TV dramas, lightness skill, fist wind, and sword energy, in their duel. Special effects. There must have been special effects added. This was Guja's first thought. But considering that I've already traveled through time, it can also bring future players into this world. Don't say that it's just a martial arts expert who has suddenly appeared. You are a reborn heavenly emperor who jumps out and says, I have no need to explain my actions to anyone. That makes perfect sense. Guja ultimately granted this ancient martial arts expert a test qualification. Whether he's a martial arts master or a con artist, you'll find out once you get to the game. After the ancient martial arts masters, the subsequent questionnaires became unremarkable again. It was only the title of retired special agent that stirred something within Guja. But there are international mercenaries ahead and ancient martial arts masters behind. Nowadays, retired special agents don't seem so special anymore. There were just too many questionnaires. Guja simply had the system reclassify the questionnaires according to ability type. One is a combat type, and the other is a survival type. The combat type is very simple. You don't need to know anything else, just how to kill alien races. Just like the Night Demon King Harlan before. He's not a good person and likes to cause trouble, but his status as a nemesis of other races is enough to make up for these shortcomings. For survival-oriented players, the focus is on basic necessities like food, clothing, shelter, and transportation. There must be a capability that can help humanity survive in the apocalypse and continuously improve its quality of life. After the system reclassifies, many questionnaires that were considered ineffective abilities in the post-apocalyptic world were also filtered out. 1 hour later, according to the official website's reservation information, the number of players who have obtained the qualification for the first test has been increased to 30. Meanwhile, Guja also gathered information on the 7 new players. Chen Mo, a master of ancient martial arts. Feng Chun, a retired special agent who claims to know a little bit about everything. Feng Pula, an animal trainer. Li Lunju is a veteran mechanic with 30 years of experience in the automotive industry. Dong Nunyu, a top chef. Lu Meili, manager of a tailor shop. Zhang Yili is an ordinary construction worker. These 7 new players were selected by Guja based on the current situation. In short, they're all players who are useful to the human faction. As for when the next batch of players will be selected, Guja is not in a hurry. Having learned from past mistakes, he felt it best to release a new batch of qualifications only after confirming that the new players were safe. The most important thing is the initial team of 99 people. As long as this group can be developed, when the second and third tests are held, he simply let the system filter the results. We could release all the qualifications in a single day without any problem. Chapter 110, a big monster with abundant experience. Guja was doing planning work. Players who went out of the shelter to level up have gone on a killing spree in the forest. Facing the large number of skeletons that appear at night, Brother Jit doesn't need to hold up the guardian shield and stand in front without any pressure. In addition, the humble boy cast a wind shield on him, and the pig's wings helped him recover health. Brother Jia, don't keep running in and out of a group of over 100 skeletons, and your health bar will still be full. If he can only endure, that's nothing special. The key point is that he's incredibly tanky while also dealing high damage. Brother Jia, don't just swing your shield and do a sweeping attack. It can sweep away all the ordinary skeletons around you. Even if a fatal blow isn't possible, It will take a considerable amount of time to piece the broken skeleton back together. Aside from Brother Jia not stepping out to get a lot of kills, another character with a high kill count is Harlan the Night Demon King. His exceptional strength and agility, combined with his skillful maneuvering. Aaron the Night Demon King plays a hack-and-slash game where he goes on a rampage. Guja, who had teamed up with Harlan Night Demon King, deeply understood this point. With Jay and Harlan, those two big carries running rampant here, don't let them run rampant. Other players can also easily deal with these ordinary skeletons. It's fair to say that ordinary skeletons are now simply experience points for players. After an hour of grinding, none of the players got hurt. Furthermore, players now have energy drinks to help restore their stamina. With the extended battery life, they became more and more enthusiastic about running the app. They spawned over 500 skeletons in a row. They only stopped to rest after they had almost wiped out all the ordinary skeletons on the outskirts of the forest. Half an hour later, the players had recovered their health. They then decided to venture deeper into the forest. The experience gained from ordinary skeletons is no longer enough for them. They're going to kill big monsters and gain a lot of experience. They walked about 200 meters into the forest. They finally encountered a large monster with great experience. To be precise, they're a group of huge monsters, mutated giant birds. It looks like a sparrow, but its size is comparable to that of a giant eagle, with a wingspan of almost 5 meters. The little kitten observed these strange birds and couldn't help but frown. Mutant raptor. They're not so easy to deal with. Tighten your formation. Cover me and the wind. Uzi shouted immediately. Right now, only the two of them have anti-air capabilities. Only by ensuring their output can we have a chance to win this battle. The scattered players immediately gathered into a circle, protecting Uzi and Chiefing in the middle. Don't skimp, just use the explosive flame crossbow. When Faba noticed that Uzi was still loading regular crossbow bolts despite the wind picking up, he quickly reminded him. These mutated raptor materials can't possibly be cheap. If you shoot one down with a blasting crossbow bolt, you definitely won't lose money. Chiefing nodded and replaced the ordinary crossbow bolts with explosive flame crossbow bolts, which cost 1 silver each. Faba also took out his SSG-08 sniper rifle from his backpack and aimed it. A 2-star sniper rifle and a 1-star crossbow with special bolts. Surely we can't even shoot down a bird. Just as they were about to pull the trigger, a sharp sound suddenly came from the air and pierced their brains. My head hurt so much. Me too. Not only do I have a headache, but my vision is also starting to blur. That sound is coming from those strange birds. Quickly cover your ears. I tried it. Cover my ears didn't work. This sound has penetrating power and can even attack the mind. Damn it, do all the monsters in this apocalypse that can make a sound inflict mental damage. The strange birds' sonic attacks prevented players from maintaining their formation. They seized their opportunity, swooping down straight for the player's location. The sound of slicing echoed. The strange bird and the players only made one encounter before the player team suffered heavy losses. Some players were cut into several pieces by the monster bird's sharp claws. One player had their head pecked open by the strange bird's beak. Their protective gear was not star level. They were as fragile as paper in front of these strange birds. It provides absolutely no effective defense. Of the 15 players who came out to level up, only 9 remained after the monster bird attack. Cover me. Buy me some time. I'm changing my gear. He suddenly shouted, the wind is picking up. It's no use. If you can't find a way to counter the mental attacks of these strange birds, you can't aim properly at all. The little kitten with a milky scent took a deep breath and said, I'll use my body as bait. When they attack me, you can shoot directly at me. I'll shout to let you know my approximate location. I don't think it's necessary to go to the point of fire at me yet. As the wind picked up, he exhaled a long breath of stale air. Found it. The spirit helmet with mental defense capabilities. I have a 1-star crossbow now, and I chose the armor chest as the reward for the first kill of the previous boss. Unexpectedly, keeping the selectable treasure chest unopened had a surprising effect. Upon hearing this, Faba, Uzi, and Milky Little Meow looked towards the rising wind. She had already put on the Spirit Ascension headband. The Ascended headband is silver-white overall, with a green gemstone at the center and some small diamonds as decoration. With her already striking good looks, the addition of the Ascended helm made other players feel that she had the air of an ancient Western noblewoman. If she hadn't been holding a crossbow at that moment, her aristocratic air will definitely become even stronger. The wind picked up, and the crossbow was raised. The sharp sound from the sky returned once more. The players clutched their heads in anguish, but the wind seemed to have no effect, and they held their crossbows steadily. Call out, "Bone!" Ugh. The explosive crossbow bolt was fired, creating a small mushroom cloud in the sky. The strange bird that was hit by the arrow fell straight down from the high school. 1/3 of its body was blasted away by the explosive flame crossbow bolt. It lay on the ground, still burning, emitting a pungent, burnt aroma. This explosive crossbow bolt also interrupted the strange bird's shrieking attack. The players' headaches eased a little. Would it be too much for me to say now that I want to try this roasted monster bird? Chicken Beauty sniffed the aroma of meat filling the air and couldn't help but say something. "Let's talk about other things after this battle is over," Uzbekistan said irritably. "Damn, this weird bird smells pretty good when it's roasted over a fire." Although they were trying to distract each other, they all knew that at this moment, they needed to protect the only reliable source of damage, Chiefing. Faba and the others immediately moved closer to Chiefing. If these strange birds launch another attack, if anyone's going to die, it should be them first. Is your Spirit Ascension helmet really that effective? It's completely unaffected by the mental attacks of these strange birds. When the little kitten with a milky scent stood in front of the wind, it subconsciously asked, "It's not that it's completely unaffected, but it's not enough to give me such a headache that I can't even aim." He took a deep breath and replied, "Make room for me to fire. I'm going to lower the gear and fire quickly. These strange birds are actually quite fragile." Chapter 111. The number of players changing classes increases significantly. The ghostly crossbow's 100 damage per level, combined with the bonus from the blazing arrows, is enough to instantly kill these strange birds. When the wind picked up, I simply switched to the highest speed mode. Bone! 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 The explosive crossbow bolt was fired. Small mushroom clouds kept exploding in the sky. Some of the strange birds that got too close were even taken out by a single blast of fire bolt. Seeing their companion blown to pieces, the strange birds panicked and didn't even launch another mental attack. This is also the time for the Uzi sniper rifle to come in handy. The bolt was pulled back with a click, followed by a bang of gunfire. As the gunshot rang out, a strange bird plummeted straight down from the sky. Players who were relatively close examined the strange bird's corpse on the ground. You can clearly see that the strange bird's head was pierced directly by a bullet. And this scene of a single bullet taking down a strange bird continues to unfold. With each bullet fired by the Uzi, there will surely be a strange bird's carcass on the ground. The other players were stunned. Is it really that accurate? Is this some kind of cheat code? Even a top marksman like Chiefing was greatly shocked. She spent thousands of hours shooting crossbows in the highly realistic game, Endless Survival, to achieve her current accuracy. How come the Uzi can achieve this level of skill when using firearms? It is important to understand that this is done in order to maintain stability. Most shooting games featuring firearms on the market have extremely low realism. No matter how much training you do, you will never truly master real-world firearm shooting. Where did he learn such accuracy? Amidst the rising wind and doubts, the Uzi continues to pull the bolt and fires. After repeating this more than 10 times, the flock of strange birds in the sky finally got scared. They felt that if they didn't escape, they would all likely die here. The shriek rang out again, but this time it wasn't a psychological attack on the players. It was a signal that the strange birds had fled. The strange birds scattered and fled, quickly disappearing from the players' sight. They ran away already? I thought they could hold out a little longer. Pig Wings curled his lip and said, "At least let us kill a few more and gain more experience points. Don't set them up. What if they return with more of their kind? We'll just send them away." Upon hearing this, the humble boy couldn't help but complain. "Actually, we should be thankful that they are just mutated organisms." Faba Uzbekistan took a deep breath and said, "Mutant creatures are still afraid of death. If these birds of prey were undead creatures, completely unafraid of death and charging at us, we would have been wiped out by them long ago." Indeed, the fact that undead creatures are not afraid of death is quite troublesome. But if it's a flying undead creature, it would be much more than that. After glancing at the system feedback message on the public chat, Milky Little Meow replied, "This mutated creature is called the Screaming Sparrow, an F-rank common monster. I calculated that it gives about 350 experience points per kill. Wow, this thing is really called Sparrow. Have you ever seen a sparrow bigger than an eagle? Pigwing muttered to himself. There were chickens that were almost as tall as you before, so what's so surprising about this? As the humble boy responded, he noticed that one person was missing from the line. Huh, what about Chicken Beauty? He's dead too. He didn't hang up. It seems he went to get some materials. The little kitten pointed in a direction and said, he was putting out the fire for the still-burning, whistling sparrows. I can understand taking materials to put out the fire, but why did he start eating right there after putting out the fire? The humble boy looked in the direction of the beautiful chicken, tilted his head, and asked in confusion, Woohoo, this sparrow meat is delicious. Chicken Beauty pulled out a roasted sparrow leg and looked at everyone. Everyone should try it. This poultry tastes much better than free-range chicken. Faba Yuzi stepped forward, picked up a piece of medium-rare sparrow meat, and began to chew. It really tastes good. Huh, even the Uzbek bigwigs are here. The humble boy was somewhat bewildered. Don't worry, after that battle, there's no way any mutated creatures could possibly remain in this area. Fa waved to Uzbekistan and said, we don't even care if ordinary skeletons come. What if by some chance, an even more powerful undead creature arrives? Then we'll just lie down and wait to be sent to a shelter for free. That's right. Even if we lose our equipment here, we can retrieve it tomorrow. The humble boy nodded and joined the line of diners. The 9 players who survived their leveling up immediately went into midnight snack mode. It's a shame these energy drinks are iced. As he ate the roasted sparrow meat, Faba Uzbekistan smacked his lips and said, iced energy drinks plus roasted sparrow meat. This game is so comfortable. You guys keep eating. Let me summarize our gains and losses from this trip. The little kitten looked at its statistics form and said, after some players changed their class, our monster-killing efficiency improved significantly. The 500-plus skeletons I killed tonight, plus these shrieking sparrows. The first batch of 10 players. Except for the Outlaws groups 3, 4, and 5 who are building shelters, all of them have reached level 10. Let's compensate them for the experience they missed out on by converting it into resources later. I suggest we do Uzbekistan, Uzbekistan suggested. That's what I think too. The little kitten nodded. They sacrificed their leveling time for the collective development of the human faction. Even if they don't mind, we should still show our appreciation. As for the 12 of us after him, only Mastagang, Kaifengel, Wulong, and Fengshu, who got the first kill reward from the boss, have leveled up to level 10. The little kitten looked at the form and continued. The rest of the players, especially the 5 Weibi who are still farming in the fields and did not participate in today's leveling up, are only level 6 now. There were 7 of us in the first batch, and 4 more in the last batch, which means there are now 11 players who have changed jobs. Faba Yuzi nodded slightly and said, after that, let the class that has changed jobs help others level up. It won't be difficult to catch up with their level progress. Hey, did you guys miss one? Suddenly, a very unfamiliar voice rang out from the side. The other players were startled. Harlan Knight, Demon King? How dare you speak? The little kitten looked surprised and said, and why does it seem like the rotten parts of your body have recovered? If you even consider me a human being, you'd notice that I've already reached level 10 and completed my job advancement. Harlan Knight, Demon King, curled his lip. Chapter 112, focusing on image quality, maintaining balance. Upon hearing this, the little kitten glanced at the team information. To my surprise, Harlan Knight, Demon King's level was indeed displayed as LV.10. You're really level 10? That's not right. You haven't gotten the first kill reward for the boss. They never leveled up with us. Where'd you get so much experience? Why can't I do it solo? With my combat strength. Killing these skeletons is child's play, isn't it? Harlan the Knight, Demon King, gave him an expression that said, don't look down on ghouls. We can't treat you like a normal person either. The little kitten nodded. Harlan Knight, Stalker. What class can a level 10 corpse demon switch to? The humble boy asked curiously. After my race levels up, it shouldn't be called a job change, but rather an advancement. Harlan the Knight, Demon King, thought for a moment and said, after level 10, my job change interface only has one option. That is, advancing from a ghoul to a ghoul puppet. Although you can't choose other professions, becoming a corpse puppet still has many advantages. For example, the rotting flesh on my body. After being restored to its former state as a corpse puppet, it is now mostly recovered and looks somewhat human. And most importantly, I can speak now. No need to type text with your mind in the public chat. It can immediately refute the nonsense some people are spouting. This is really important. The humble boy, oblivious to Harlan Knight, Demon King's implied meaning, continued to ask, What skills can one learn after advancing to the level of a corpse puppet? There are no new skills, but the four main attributes have increased significantly. Harlan the Night Demon King looked at his personal status bar and replied, "My current attributes: Constitution 40, Strength 60, Agility 55, Spirit 20. As soon as Harlan Knight, Demon King, finished speaking, the players around him immediately looked at him with eyes that seemed to have seen a ghost. Level 10? This four-dimensional attribute. Isn't your profession a bit too much, like being a supermodel? Pigwing couldn't help but ask loudly. Impressive, right? You're inhuman. Harlan the Knight, Demon King, raised his chin and chuckled. In the games I've played before, other races usually have a greater physical advantage in the early stages. That's why I specialize in inhuman gameplay. Because in the early stages, you can then enjoy the exhilarating feeling of explosive physical abilities. To have such high stats at level 10, and to be able to restore one's appearance to a human form. The humble boy took a deep breath and said, I'm starting to not want to be human anymore. I've thought it through. He himself said that the physical advantage of the alien race is only in the early stages. In the mid to late game, human players will definitely find other ways to compensate for the physical disadvantage. The little kitten smacked its lips and said, unless the game doesn't do any class balance at all, strong professions are stuck to the ceiling, while weak professions remain in the sewers. A game company capable of creating 100% realistic games wouldn't make such a basic mistake. That's not necessarily true. What if they put their heart into image quality and just use their feet to maintain balance? Harlan the Night Demon King replied with a smile. The little kitten glanced at Harlan the Night Demon King and continued speaking to the humble boy. Don't be fooled by his current appearance. Think about what his next advancement might be like. It's not a soul eater. It also closely resembles the appearance of a soul eater. You want to transform into a soul eater? The humble boy recalled the hideous appearance of the soul eater and shook his head repeatedly. Can't you just give me another teammate like you? Seeing that the humble boy had changed his mind, Harlan, the Night Demon King, said irritably, what if I have different advanced options later? Then you can consider it helping us explore the unethical career path first. The little kitten with milky flavor shrugged. Harlan Night Stalker. Watching the two, one human and one ghost, bickering, the other players could only shake their heads and smile. These are all consequences left over from previous hostility. Even though they're teammates for now, their relationship isn't very good. Did they become friends after a fight? That's complete nonsense. After having their fill of midnight snack, the milky little kitten signaled to the players that it was time to escape the trouble. Collect the materials from these whistling sparrows. The claws and feathers are of good quality. De Zhuang should be able to buy them. As for the sparrow meat, let's keep it for ourselves. Such good ingredients, it's such a waste to use them for daily tasks. The little kitten pondered for a moment and said, continue to complete daily tasks by collecting those two-headed fish and bullfrogs. Once the fast-growing grains are ready, we'll just need to deliver potatoes every day. Good ingredients should, of course, be safe for us to enjoy ourselves. If Brother hears you say that, won't he deduct dozens of points of your NPC favorability? The humble boy muttered, it shouldn't be that bad. The little kitten took a deep breath and said uncertainly, at worst, we can invite Gigi along when we go out for a big meal in the future. Chicken is so beautiful. She raised both hands in agreement. I agree. You want me to exchange 10 kilograms of sparrow meat for 10 experience points and 10 copper coins? I absolutely refuse. This most basic daily task simply involves handing in some potatoes. But what if there's an extra reward for submitting good ingredients? The humble boy was still speaking up for Guja. We'll talk about it later. Let's pack up the materials and head to the shelter. The little kitten with a milky scent waved its hand and said, oh, and you can pick up the weapons they drop after they die, but there's no need to keep the armor. Those non-star level defensive armor pieces have already been damaged by the Screaming Sparrow. Even the basic F-rank monster armor, which doesn't even reach star level, is already as flimsy as paper. At this point, the little kitten sighed and said, the problem is that we don't have enough silver coins to exchange for all one-star defensive gear right now. To level up quickly, you need to kill monsters of rank F or higher. However, without one-star defensive gear, it's too easy to die when facing monsters of F rank or higher. I'm stuck on this point. It's a real headache. Upon hearing this, Faba Uzbekistan seemed to be deep in thought and said, Should we try to go to the skeleton cave and recruit a wave of undead regulars such as skeleton soldiers and skeleton archers? Experience doesn't matter. What matters is their equipment. Based on my previous observations, all regular undead soldiers are equipped with standard weapons and standard armor. As long as we take down one regular undead army, you can reliably get one one-star weapon and one one-star armor piece. What kind of monster could yield such rewards? But didn't you say that was a battalion of regular undead troops? Let alone our current 12 job change players. Even if all 23 players changed classes, wouldn't that be enough to kill them all? The little kitten with a milky scent frowned. That's why I said let's go to the Skull Cave and recruit some regular undead troops. No more. F.A. raised Uzbekistan's chin and smiled. Kill them, or even just kill them. All we need to do is strip them of their equipment. Strip them of their equipment, and we'll run away immediately. Chapter 113, The Honest Newcomer. Upon hearing the description of the Uzi, the other players froze in place, deep in thought. Defeating a skeleton soldier guarantees a one-star battle sword, one-star armor, and one-star helmet set. Even if you don't wear them yourself, you can still earn tens of silver coins by selling them to Dajwang. You can earn tens of silver by killing a skeleton soldier. What if you wiped out a squad of skeleton soldiers? Such a large profit for players who currently lack in-game currency and equipment. It's impossible not to be tempted. The more the players thought about it, the more they felt this deal was feasible. As a result, perceptions of the Skull Cave have changed. The Unstoppable Undead Army. A player's equipment library that allows them to take whatever they want. Go back and gather the players who have changed jobs. Let's have a meeting to discuss it. The little kitten took a deep breath and said, Finally, we'll decide by vote whether or not to risk going to the Skull Cave to steal the equipment from the regular skeleton army. The little kitten who said this actually already had plans to go to the Skull Cave. But since it's a collective action, we still need to listen to other people's opinions. The group, having leveled up, returned to the shelter laden with materials. The players who had died earlier were already waiting for them in the shelter. Alas, it's a pity I died too young. If I could get more experience from the later, shrieking sparrows, I should be able to reach level 8. Jian Ruren stepped forward with a regretful expression and said. The little kitten looked at the sword-like figure, took a deep breath, and said, Although you disgusted us once before, you are the first to step forward and block the screaming sparrow's attack with your own body today, so we will let bygones be bygones. Huh? I thought I had already been forgiven. Jian Ruren was stunned for a moment. You almost wiped us out with just a few words. How can we let you off so easily? The little kitten with a milky scent snorted coldly and said, However, your performance today was truly outstanding. Not only did you kill a lot of skeletons, but you were also willing to sacrifice yourself for your teammates. I admit that you are a qualified teammate. It's all right. Jian Ruren scratched the back of his head and laughed. As a swordsmith, I have some experience in swordsmanship, but I never expected it to be useful in a post-apocalyptic game. Your swordsmanship is not bad. When you reach level 10, choose a swordsman-type class for your job advancement. Don't waste your talent. Yuzi waved to the person standing to the side. He gestured for the resurrected Jian Ruren, Wulong, Fengchu, and others to come and help organize the materials. After organizing the materials, I want to talk to Dajwang again to try and sell more game currency. While organizing materials, the milky little kitten suddenly noticed two new faces in the shelter. One ID is Guyan. Another ID is called Mr. Spectator. They've released new test slots again. The little kitten muttered to itself, glancing at the official website. The number of people eligible to receive the qualification has indeed returned to 30. The questionnaire information for those players who made reservations has been mostly revised, and the game company should reissue the qualifications. The humble boy took a deep breath and said, I anticipated that new players would be online at this time, but I didn't expect that the qualification would be issued. It must be one of those players who can log in freely. I'm so envious. They started building walls and cleaning the shelter as soon as they logged into the game. Uzi, after observing the new players' movements, said with some surprise. He helped build the shelter as soon as he logged in. It's rare to see such an honest player. What honesty? It's just that brothers who assigned them the task of repairing and tidying up the shelters. Jian Ruren explained. Without a mission, these two newbies might just run off somewhere and do something reckless. Reorganize the shelter. I haven't received this assignment for 2 days. The humble boy clenched his teeth as he spoke. Actually, You can still do cleaning even if you don't have a task. Pig Wings reminded him from the side. Then I'll go. The humble boy looked at the crowd and asked, Go on, go on. I haven't asked you to stay and clean the shelter these past 2 days, and you've been looking like you're constipated. The little kitten waved its hand, as if to shoo it away. Woohoo! We can start cleaning now. The humble boy rushed up to Guyan, his face beaming with excitement. Dude, your room cleaning process is wrong. You should first get rid of the unwanted items, then the ceiling, windows, and furniture. Lastly, clean the floor. Who mops the floor right from the start? Good. Guyan was momentarily puzzled as to why this person could be so excited about cleaning, but he still replied with a simple okay. I'll also go talk to another newcomer and see if it's necessary to bring him into our team. As the little kitten spoke, it walked towards Mr. Onlooker. As soon as he approached the onlooker exclaimed in surprise. Oh my God, what on earth happened to this man? The little kitten, with its milky scent, paused for a moment, looked down at itself, and replied, Some of these bloodstains are from our own people, and some are from the shrieking sparrows. Washing them with black water shouldn't be a big problem. Sir, I suggest you wash yourself right now. The smell on you is absolutely terrible. It was just like the soybean pie made by Granny Jenny in the countryside, utterly disgusting. The little kitten squinted its eyes and tilted its head to look at the outlaw Zhang Sen not far away. What's wrong with this guy? Talking to him feels like I'm watching a dubbed movie. As Zhang San, an outlaw, was laying composite bricks on the wall, he replied, This guy said he was a retired foreign agent who is now unemployed and just came here to play games because he was really bored. A Chinese face, a foreign agent? Even foreign spies wouldn't talk like that, would they? Hey, we didn't learn Chinese from watching dub movies, did you? The little kitten couldn't help but ask. Dear Mr. Milky Little Meow, I don't understand what you mean. Mr. Onlooker shook his head and said, I learned my Chinese from Mr. Tony. He spent 5 years in China. I swear, he's the best Mandarin teacher in our town. Chapter 114, Seeking a Breakthrough in Martial Arts. My old buddy, I guarantee you if you talk like that again, I'll kick your ass with my shoe. The little kitten, mimicking the tone of a dubbed film, said something to Mr. Onlooker. Then, he winked at Zhang San, who was outside the law, and said, You guys repair the shelter yourselves. Don't take him with you. I have a feeling there's something wrong with this guy. This may affect your progress. Hey, wait a minute. Are veteran players in this game really this unfriendly to newbies? Upon hearing this, Mr. Onlooker immediately chimed in. Huh, so you can speak normally after all? The little kitten with a milky scent frowned. Although I've lived abroad for a long time, I'm a native Chinese, and of course I can communicate normally. Mr. Onlooker responded. So, you were just teasing me, weren't you? The little kitten, with its milky scent, squinted at the onlooker. I swear, that's how Mr. Tony in my town teaches Chinese. I just like to imitate him. Mr. Onlooker waved his hands repeatedly. Then let me ask you, are you really a retired special agent? Yes. What for? I can't go into details. So, what are your skills? Are you good at fighting? Or do you have other skills? Well, I know a little bit of everything. I still think you're a bit unreliable. The little kitten took a deep breath and muttered to itself. Let me join the team first. I can prove my worth. Let's give it a try, Milk Flavor Master. It's quite rare to see a new player willing to join the team. Zhang San, the outlaw standing to the side, chimed in. The previous batch, let alone joining us, they practically wanted to steal all our resources. And then their accounts disappeared. Mr. Onlooker said with a smile. I did my research before entering the game. At least at this stage of the game company encourages players to team up and develop together. Players who like to cause trouble, unless they have a special role like Harlan the Night Demon King, will definitely be kicked out of the game. Furthermore, I learned that the game difficulty for lone wolf players is hellish. At this stage, it's simply not feasible for one person to develop their own business. I've faced enough challenges in real life. Now I just want to relax and play some games. So let me join you. I swear on Aunt Jenny's pumpkin patch, I'm useful to the team. You did so much research before playing the game. I didn't know you were a strategy guide enthusiast. Zhang San, who is outside the law, said with some surprise. It's part of my job to do some research before taking action. Actually, you could call me a strategy guide enthusiast. Mr. Onlooker nodded. Having a teammate who is good at gathering information seems like a good idea. The little kitten with the milky scent muttered softly. Milk Flavor Master, we've already divided the ingredients. At this moment, the humble boy walked over and said, We'll sell the claws and feathers to Dajwang later, and we'll keep the sparrow meat for ourselves. However, we still have one problem to solve. That's because there's just too much sparrow meat. Even if we ate sparrow meat every day, we might not be able to finish it all before it's spoiled. Should we allocate some time to complete daily tasks? Even if some of it is used for daily tasks, the sparrow meat will just rot in Brothers' warehouse. The little kitten smacked its lips and said, "We still need to find a way to learn the magic of vacuum sealing. Otherwise, how to preserve food will still be a big problem." "You mean a magical seal that can be preserved for hundreds of years?" "I've heard of it, but we don't need to preserve it for that long. We could just make jerky out of the leftover sparrow meat." Mr. Onlooker chimed in from the side. "We should be able to finish it before the jerky goes bad." Making meat into jerky can indeed extend its shelf life. The little kitten nodded slightly, then looked at the humble boy and the others. "Does any of you know how?" The humble boy and the others looked at each other. Clearly none of them had the skill of making jerky. "Watch me. I can do it." Mr. Onlooker raised his hand and said, "Huh, you special agents train people in this kind of thing?" The little kitten with the milky scent asked in confusion, "Didn't I say I can do a little bit of everything?" The onlooker walked over to the humble boy and gestured. "Come on, I'll teach you the steps for making dried meat." After Mr. Onlooker and the other players left with the sparrow meat, Zhang San, the outlaw, stood up, exhaled a deep breath, and said, "Phew, it's all taken care of here." Once the damaged section of the first layer has been repaired, the next step is to wait for all the materials to arrive before repairing the second and third layers. I have to say, the skill synthesis blocks are awesome. No need to think about anything, just take them out and stick them on, that's it. As Zhang San, the outlaw, spoke, a smile appeared on his face. It was quite an accomplishment to repair all the damage on the first floor in just one night. What? Still considering whether or not to recruit him into the team? Zhang San, an outsider, noticed the little kitten with a milky scent standing still, deep in thought, and couldn't help but go over and ask, "What do you think of these two new players?" The little kitten with the milky scent turned around and asked, "I only had contact with them 2 hours earlier than you, so I can't tell anything." Zhang San, the outlaw, paused for a moment and then replied, "However, their identities are both more outrageous than the other." The onlooker who just left said he was a retired special agent. Another ID is called Guyan. He claimed to be a master of ancient martial arts. Playing games is a way to seek breakthroughs in martial arts. Playing games to seek breakthroughs in martial arts. The little kitten with the milky smell immediately tilted its head and looked confused. Yes, he said that he can't go all out in real-life duels, which prevents him from making further progress in martial arts. And this game is 100% realistic, so he can do whatever he wants without worrying about hurting anyone. At this point, what did Zhang San, the outlaw, remember? Oh, right. He said he wanted to find the strongest among us to have a showdown. They even added a cringe-worthy line. It's not just about winning or losing. It's also about life and death. It's a PK battle to the very end. Who will go? You or the Uzbek leader? Let's get his attributes up first. With our current stats, fighting him is no different from an adult bullying a child. The little kitten waved its hand, then gestured for Zhang San to go with it to find their teammates. The players took the materials to the third floor and found Dazhuang, who was resting. After a pointless bargaining session that nearly angered Dazhuang. Ultimately, a pair of claws of a screaming sparrow were priced at 1 silver, and a set of wings at 2 silver. Players pieced together 11 pairs of claws and 6 sets of wings from the incomplete carcass of the screaming sparrow. The total income from this training trip was 23 silver. Even after deducting the cost of equipment, the players still managed to make a small profit. After the materials are disposed of, Milky Little Meow called a meeting in the group chat for all the players who had changed jobs. As for those who haven't changed jobs, they don't need to come for now. In the Skull Cave, players who haven't changed their class might not be able to help and could even slow down the team. After all, the purpose of going to the Skull Cave is to loot the equipment of the regular skeleton army. Once the equipment is removed, the immediate priority is to retreat. Players who haven't changed jobs will definitely fall behind the team in speed. Soon, the players who had changed jobs gathered in the cafeteria on the first floor. As is customary, newly promoted players should share their class information and skills. This gives your teammates a clear understanding of how to coordinate with you on a battlefield. The little kitten looked at the players and made a suggestion. Chapter 115 Masto just got a cheat code. While we were in the forest, I did a quick count of the names. 7 people reached level 10 tonight. Aside from Harlan the Night Demon King, who directly advanced to a corpse puppet, the other 6 characters have a wide range of professions to choose from. Let me start by talking about my own career choice. The little kitten with milky flavor was the first to introduce. I see that only Jia doesn't want to be a tank in the team, which feels a bit insufficient. So I switched to the tank class, Titan. Titan's level 10 ability is Titan's Might. After use, the body doubles in size. Furthermore, physical fitness and strength are increased by 200. The duration is 3 minutes. My current 4-dimensional attributes are Constitution 20, Strength 20, Agility 7, and Spirit 6, which are roughly the same as the combined attributes that Brother Jia didn't want. The stats are about the same, but your skills are much more powerful than mine. Brother Jia took a deep breath and said, after activating the Titan's power, I can be the Hulk for 3 minutes straight. You think it's powerful because I didn't tell you about the cost of this skill. Milky Little Meow added, this skill doesn't consume mental energy, it consumes physical energy. After the 3-minute Titan power ends, you will immediately enter a state of weakened health. All attributes are reduced by 75, and this effect lasts for 1 hour. This 1-hour period is also the skill's cooldown time. Titan's Might is a skill that's entirely for risking your life. It should absolutely not be used unless absolutely necessary. Like the humble boy in Pig Wing, I switched to a support class. Chicken 2 Beautiful chimed in. For those of us who can't handle the controls, support roles are more suitable. I see they have a tank/support and a healer. I chose a priest who provides buffs. The priest's level 10 skill, Blessing of Fury. The skill effect is to select yourself or a teammate and help them activate Berserk mode. After activating Berserk, increase strength by 20 and agility by 20. The skill lasts for 1 minute, has a 5-minute cooldown, and costs 15 spirit. If I can keep using blue potions, I should be able to replenish the depleted mental energy during the cooldown period. By the way, my current 4-dimensional attributes are 9, 15, 7, and 13. Wow, that's pretty good. Matt Esports said with a smile. After I activate my speed boost, give me a Berserk buff, and I'll easily wipe out the enemy's backline. The little kitten nodded in agreement. Having a support character who can provide buffs is a great help to the team. Then, he looked at one of the team's key damage dealers, and the wind picked up. I didn't bother researching other professions with names I couldn't understand. I just chose Hunter. A breeze picked up, and the kitten's eyes met the soft, milky gaze, responding. The Hunter has 2 skills at level 10, Crossbow Mastery and Bow Mastery. I can choose to allocate points to either of these 2 skills. Considering my current equipment, I've allocated my skill points to Crossbow Mastery. Crossbow Mastery is a passive skill whose effect is crossbow damage plus 10, draw time minus 5. After you max out your Crossbow Mastery, will you be able to fire it instantly? The little kitten with the milky scent asked instinctively. It should be possible, but I don't know how to wind it up in a second. It's too unreasonable. As the wind picked up, he pondered before answering. When it comes to skills, don't worry about whether it's reasonable or not. Zhang San, the outlaw standing nearby, reminded him. If the skills were even slightly more reasonable, I wouldn't have been able to finish building this shelter. At this moment, Zhuge Liang and Peng Tong raised their hands simultaneously. Wulong paused for a moment, then spoke. We both chose the Formation Masterclass, which should be considered a support class. The level 10 skill is the basic Gathering Yuan Array. Players within the formation experience reduced mental energy consumption when using skills, and their mental energy recovery is accelerated. The level 1 basic Gathering Array has a radius of 5 meters, a duration of 10 minutes, and a cooldown time of 30 minutes. The mental energy consumption was not high, only 10. Our 4-dimensional attributes are currently 8, 13, 7, and 15 respectively. You chose this profession because you want to be able to use large-scale formations that can change the entire course of a battle, right? The little kitten took a deep breath and pondered. Upon hearing this, Zhuge Liang and Fengshu couldn't help but smile. Their thoughts were actually guessed by the little kitten. As a winner of a war exercise competition, one's focus should naturally be on the big battlefield. They don't care about minor buff skills. We need skills that can directly change the entire battlefield situation. For example, a top-tier formation capable of reclaiming land from the sea and creating mountains, or summoning wind and rain. The information for the 5 new job changes has been registered in the information sheet in the group file. As he took notes, Faba Uzbekistan said, Wait, Weren't there supposed to be 6 human players who changed jobs? Where's the last one? There's another one. I think it's Mastigan. As the wind picked up, he glanced around at the players in the cafeteria and shook his head. He's not here. Where are the others? The little kitten with milky flavor took a deep breath and said, Are you offline? No. His profile picture is still lit up. The humble boy shook his head and said, Speaking of which, I haven't seen him since we were resurrected in the shelter. I thought he was with you guys and hadn't hung up yet. Open the map, then click on Master Gang's avatar, and then select Teammate Location Sharing. Uzi, who was standing nearby, spoke up to remind him. The players present all exclaimed in surprise after following the instructions given by the guide. How did this guy end up inside the forest? And he keeps moving toward the core area. Didn't any of you notice that his icon's movement speed is off? That movement speed is something you'd have to achieve to run at full speed with your skills active in a competitive match. Could this guy be cheating behind our backs? Did he go to the heart of the forest to kill monsters all by himself? Stop guessing. Just ask him in private. The little kitten immediately sent a voice message to Master. Master Gang, why is your icon in the heart of the forest? Is there a bug in the game? After a long while, Master finally replied with a text message. Master Gang, I've been captured by a whistling bird. I have no idea where this guy is taking me. Chapter 116, The Strange Adventures of Mastigan. Upon seeing Master Gang's text reply, Milky Little Meow was stunned for several seconds before speaking to the other players in the lobby. Master said he was caught by a whistling bird. Upon hearing this, several people in the cafeteria hall immediately appeared with puzzled expressions. I thought he switched to some weird profession to make him move so fast. Turns out he's using a flying mount. Pig Wings smacked his lips. How is he now? Faba looked at the little kitten and said, Let him communicate directly via voice in the group. The little kitten nodded. After sending a few messages, a text message from Mastigan appeared in the group. Master Gang, it's not that I don't want to communicate via microphone. I'm still stuck in the claws of this whistling sparrow. If I make the slightest movement, its claws tighten, so I'm pretending to be unconscious. Milky Little Kitten, strange, why doesn't it just kill you and take you back? Mastigan, is it possible that it wants to eat fresh food? Humble Boy, if you ask me, since you can't escape anyway, just fight it. If you succeed in trading 1 for 1, you'll also get 500 experience points. Master Gang, I did think about it, but when I looked at the map, there was a path that lit up from the edge of the forest to the inside. This thing is like a cheat code for traversing the map. I wish it could carry me around all day long. His idea is good, but I've noticed that his icon has stopped moving. I've been watching the Mastigan icon closely, said Fabi Yuzi. 1 minute later, Master Gang, oh no. This bird abandoned me in its nest. I'm dealing with its chicks right now. I can't talk to you guys anymore. Upon seeing Master Gang's message, the players in the lobby fell silent for several seconds. Master just showed us this far on the map. Let's follow it into the forest tomorrow. Pig Wing, who is always quite talkative, broke the silence. It's just a straight road, and we don't know what's around it. This map is almost the same as not having one. Uzbekistan shook his head. Should we have him scout out the area around this straight road as well? Pig Wing said instinctively. If he can control where the whistling bird flies, he can explore the map like this. Fabi Yuzi shrugged and said, Right now, he's just a reserve food for the whistling sparrow. Ignore him. He's already doomed. Let him play alone in the whistling sparrow's nest. It probably won't be long before it's back up and running again. The little kitten with a milky scent waved its hand and said, I've called you all here for this meeting to ask for your opinions. Should we take action against the undead regulars in the Skull Cave? Let me explain the pros and cons to you first. After some discussion, the players' meeting concluded that it was possible to target the Skull Cave. However, thorough pre-battle preparations must be made. First, there are 2 fundamental points that need to be guaranteed. First, we cannot lose money. After the inability to act ended, I discovered that the value of the equipment I consumed was higher than the value of the equipment I looted. For example, the Guardian Shield that Brother Jiet didn't want. If you get destroyed by the regular skeleton army during the operation, how many 1-star equipment pieces would it take to make up for the loss? Secondly, we must not provoke this battalion of regular skeleton soldiers. If they were to swarm out and happen to discover the players' sea-level shelter, the consequences would be unimaginable. With these 2 points ensured, the players began to discuss the specific arrangements to be made during the daytime. It was 1 a.m. All human players in the shelter have logged off. Only Harlan the Night Demon King remained, waiting in the lobby on the first floor. Sure enough, The human players logged off not long after. After finishing his planning work, Guja took his skeleton downstairs, ready to leave the shelter to level up. Brother Ja, I'm here. Where are we going to clear out the monsters today? Harlan, the Night Demon King, greeted him with a smile. Let's continue into the forest. Hey, why can you talk now? Guja realized what was happening and looked at Harlan Night Demon King to ask. I've advanced to become a corpse puppet. Guja let out a whoosh, nodded, and looked enlightened. The player said to pretend he didn't understand when it came to leveling up and allocating skill points. If monsters advance, it would actually fit the rules of this apocalyptic world. Follow me and don't wander off. I have some information and know where the mutated creatures are easier to deal with. As Guja spoke, he opened the fully lit planning map and began marking the lone mutated creatures. Why is this map set up like this? Guja noticed a lit straight path on the map, leading directly into the forest. The key point is that this straight road is also unusually long. What kind of player could travel such a long distance inside the forest and still survive? Shrink the planning map and drag it. Guja discovered that at the end of this straight road was a player with the ID Mastigang. Guja was completely stunned. His mind was filled with doubt. While reviewing the pre-registration questionnaires, what exactly happened to these players? Urema, wait till I fly away. I'll make sure you're dead. Master looked at the three-headed, whistling sparrow chick pecking at him and said fiercely. It turns out that the whistling sparrow didn't capture him to use as its own food supply. It was to feed these three screeching sparrow chicks. Fortunately, this whistling finches were only recently hatched and were not much bigger than a small dog. The not-so-sharp beak pecked at Mastigan, causing some pain, but not enough to tear flesh from his body. However, Master hadn't had a moment of peace for long. The whistling bird then began to make a move. Since the baby bird couldn't eat, the parent bird naturally had to help. With a swing of its claws, just as the shrieking sparrow was about to tear Mastigan apart, the grass not far away made a rustling sound. The whistling bird froze, its feathers bristling, as if facing a formidable enemy. It ignored Mastigan in the nest and flew straight towards the meadow. Haha, you guys old man's flown away, huh? Now it's my turn to unleash my power. Masto gave a disdainful smile, stood up, and started fighting with the three whistling sparrow chicks. Masto and a three-headed whistling finch chick wrestled for a minute. The match ended in a 50-50 split. This thing is already this strong, right after it was born. This is going to be a bit tricky. Master frowned. We should deal with these three baby birds soon and get them out of the nest. The baby bird's father is about to fly back. There's no reason for this. I'm level 10. How come I can't even beat three baby birds? Master just smacked his lips. He was jolted awake 2 seconds later. Oh no, I forgot to change my class. As soon as Master realized what was happening, he immediately opened the job change interface and started searching. This is it. Without much thought, Master saw a job that seemed alright and decided to switch careers. Chapter 117, The Strange Adventures of Mastigan 2. In order to defeat these three screeching sparrow chicks in close combat, Masters has just chosen the Executioner class from the Warrior class's job advancement options. Executioner level 10 skill, Execution. Execution, passive skill. Skill effect. When attacking the target's weak point, the damage is increased by 10. When the target's health is below 1, it will cause an execution effect. The level 1 execution skill doesn't offer a significant improvement. What Master was really interested in was the boost to his 4 main attributes after becoming a warrior. After changing jobs, his 4 main attributes became Constitution 15, Strength 18, Agility 10, and Spirit 6. Close combat abilities have greatly increased. After changing his class, he could easily defeat these three screeching sparrow chicks. It was another 1v3 hand-to-hand combat battle. The slaying sound effect, which only Master could hear, rang out 3 times in a row. Master just completed a triple kill. Only 25 experience points per creature? If it's not necessary, it's better not to kill the mutated creature's cub. Master sighed as he looked at the dead baby bird. If only this bird's nest were on the outskirts of the forest. He simply carried the 3 fledgling screech birds to a refuge and raised them. Having a bird as a follower in the future would be 1,000,000 times cooler than having a shadow wolf, wouldn't it? While other players rode wolves on the ground, he grabbed a bird's claw and took off. What a pity. After killing the 3 fledglings, Master opened the map and began planning his escape route. It was fine before opening the map, but once the map was opened, Masto was immediately shocked. His current location is a full 125 kilometers away from the Welland-class sea vault. They flew this far in less than an hour. It really is almost like taking a taxi. There's no going back. I can only die out there. Masto took a deep breath and, after thinking for a while, decided to continue deeper into the forest. I'm exhausted from running through the map all day. Just as Masto was about to jump out of the nest, a hissing sound came from behind him. He suddenly turned his head to look. It turned out to be a mutated giant python with a head almost as big as its body. Could it be that the whistling bird is wary of this thing? Masters had just taken a deep breath and muttered to himself. If this thing has reached the bird's nest, does that mean the whistling sparrow is all ready? It seems that even if I weren't here today, these fledgling screech birds wouldn't have escaped their fate. Master stared intently at the mutated giant python before him. Then one hand slowly scooped up the already cold whistling sparrow chick. Want some? I'll give you some. With a snap, as soon as Master picked up the baby bird, he smashed it down on the head of the mutated giant python. After throwing the 3 baby birds, Masto immediately climbed down from the tree. Fortunately, I switched to the warrior class, which greatly increased my strength and agility attributes. Before changing jobs, or if he switched to a legal profession, he would have to climb down from a 10-meter high tree so quickly. Breaking a leg is considered mild. After landing, Master ran as fast as he could towards the heart of the forest. At first, he could vaguely hear the sound of the mutated giant python chasing him from behind. After running for another 500 meters or so, the mutated giant python stopped moving. Masto didn't pay much attention to it. He naively assumed that the mutated giant python had simply given up. Master continued walking towards the heart of the forest. After walking for 10 minutes, he finally realized something was wrong. While he was in the bird's nest, he could still hear some insect chirping and bird calls. But after running more than 500 meters and walking for 10 minutes, there was no sound around. It was eerily quiet. All he could hear now was his own clearly audible breathing. Strange. Shouldn't there be more monsters closer to the heart of the forest? Why are there no insects or birds here? Master was somewhat puzzled. It was at this time that a soft, sobbing sound suddenly came from his 9 o'clock position. As soon as Master heard the noise, he panicked. What the hell? Don't spawn a whole thing for me. Master had just followed the sound. He discovered a little girl squatting on the ground, crying. Even though it's not her, if a little girl appeared in this spot, anyone would yell at me. Masters raised an eyebrow. This little girl is a monster. If it were a plot device from a horror movie, he should go up and ask the little girl if she needs help, and then do something drastic. But Mastigan just wouldn't have it. He simply walked past the little girl and ran off in the direction of 3 o'clock. The little girl's whimpering stopped abruptly. Humans, whom we haven't seen for hundreds of years, are still so cunning. The little girl muttered to herself in a low voice. The next moment, her figure disappeared and appeared directly on the road where Master had just fled. Master saw the little girl again and knew he couldn't escape. So he took a deep breath, stepped forward, and, trying to appear calm, asked, "Little sister, do you need help?" The little girl frowned and glared at Mastigan. Isn't it a bit hypocritical of you to ask this question now? Upon getting closer, Masto also got a clear look at the little girl's appearance. With her flowing blonde hair, a pure white dress, and delicate features, she looked exactly like a child star from an advertisement. Moreover, this little girl is without makeup and camera filters, making her naturally cute and pure. Is the game designer seriously ill? How can players bring themselves to fight a monster made to look like this? Masto smacked his lips and mentally complained. Are you human? The little girl didn't want to beat around the bush with Master and asked him directly. Anyway, I'm more likely to be human than you. Master Gang dropped the pretense and answered with nonchalance. Humans I haven't seen for centuries are no longer afraid of me? Interesting. The little girl smiled, showing interest in Master. Why should I be afraid of you? Master asked in confusion. Even if he killed the little girl 100 times because of her appearance, he wouldn't be able to bring himself to do it. Why would I be afraid? Because I will bring suffering to humanity. The little girl paused for a moment, then responded. Chapter 118, The Strange Adventures of Mastigan 3. Bringing suffering to humans? Upon hearing this, Mastigan couldn't help but ponder. Is it a curse-type skill? You really want to know? Then give it a try. A faint smile appeared on the little girl's lips. As she spoke, A slight flush appeared in her eyes. The next moment, Master's eyes widened suddenly. The excruciating pain. It attacked violently from head to toe. Less than a second, his pain level reached the threshold. My body instantly lost all feeling. Master was just thinking that he couldn't let the little girl in front of him discover that he could block out pain. So he covered his head with one hand. He roared, "It hurts! It hurts so much!" The little girl looked at Master Gang's exaggerated performance with a puzzled expression on her face. "There are humans who can't feel pain? You've piqued my interest even more. Are you? How could you see right through my acting skills?" Master looked surprised. The little girl frowned. She thought to herself, have all the surviving humans become as unintelligent as they are now? Forget it. I'll take it back and study it carefully. The little girl paused for a moment, then put on a pitiful look. "Human, I'm lost. Will you take me home?" "Hey." Master chuckled softly and replied, "I'll give you a whole acre of cattle." As soon as Masto finished speaking, he turned and ran away. As a result, with a plop, he fell flat on his face. When Master looked down, he realized that his legs had been cut off at some point. Sometimes, having your pain receptors blocked isn't a good thing. Master was cursing inwardly. "You'd better come back with me honestly. If you cooperate with my research, I might be willing to turn you into my zombie servant." The little girl spoke slowly and deliberately from the side. "If I didn't want to be human, I wouldn't be human anymore." As Master shouted, he reached out and grabbed his broken leg, then slammed it down on the little girl. "I'll fight you to the death. You think you could just kneel down and fight me?" Master had barely finished speaking. The sight of the blood bar on the little girl's head made him stop talking in shock. The little girl's health bar indicates Witch of Pain, S-rank boss. Upon seeing this level, Mastigan was completely stunned. This seemingly harmless little girl. It's actually an S-rank boss monster. "You want to study me, huh? I'm quitting now." Master had just realized that he had no chance of winning against an S-class boss. With a heavy heart, I used the game helmet's forced offline function to exit Dungeon Alliance. Original Blade Go. I stayed in reality for 5 minutes. Master vaguely recalled that after the game was forcibly disconnected, the characters in the game did not disappear directly. Instead, they will become mindless zombies. In other words, as long as the Witch of Pain doesn't kill her own character. The next time he logs in, he'll still be by the Witch of Pain's side, not resurrected in the sanctuary. I really need to find a way to make this Witch of Pain kill me. Master just pursed his lips and had no choice but to log back into the game. Sure enough, upon regaining his vision of the post-apocalyptic world, Master found himself still behind the Witch of Pain. At this moment, he was being dragged by an invisible force, drifting towards the heart of the forest. "Yeah, huh? Go ahead and kill me if you dare." Master had been trying to provoke the Witch of Pain into killing him, but they discovered that he couldn't make a sound at all. Not only could he not open his mouth, but he was also completely unable to move his entire body. He was clearly completely bound by that invisible force. Masto couldn't help but mutter to himself. Having just been arrested by the Screaming Sparrow, he has now been arrested by an S-rank boss. If he had known this would happen, he would have been better off staying and becoming food for that mutated giant python. The little girl was dragging Masto along. Her pace seemed very slow, but on Mastergan's map, it is moving at a speed of 200 meters per second. And so, they traveled another 500 kilometers. The little girl dragged Masto to the cemetery full of tombstones. We walked through the cemetery and came to a magnificent gray castle. The little girl led Mastigan straight into the main hall of the castle. "Once you get here, even if your legs grow back, you can forget about running away." The little girl's voice rang out. At the same time, the force that had bound Mastigan had dissipated. Master Gang was already able to move, but the information prompts in his mind still left him stunned in place. Discovery of an important landmark, a cemetery. Discover an important landmark, the Dark Castle. Discovery of an important landmark, the Hall of the Dead. These 3 consecutive discoveries of important landmarks made Mastigan realize. This is not just the home of the Witch of Pain. Rather, it is the main base and main crystal of the entire necromancer race. To destroy the undead race. All we need to do is demolish this area of the cemetery, the gloomy castle, and the necropolis. By the way, I heard from the first batch of players, including Milky Little Meow Meow, that there are exploration rewards for discovering important landmarks. A skull cave and a Class C shelter together gave them 1,000 experience points and 10 silver coins. If I discover the Undead's lair now, The exploration rewards will be insane. As soon as Masto thought of this, he couldn't help but burst out laughing. There's something wrong with you, human. The Witch of Pain frowned as she watched Master grinning foolishly and said, I'm going to cut your head open and see if the inside is structured like the most stupid little devil. Come on, I can't wait. Cut my head open already. Masto didn't back down at all and confronted them head on. Oh, you want to die, huh? The Witch of Pain guessed Mastergon's thoughts and smiled disdainfully. Don't rush. I'll peel away your skin bit by bit and slowly study why you can't feel pain. And I'll keep you alive for at least 100 years. Yeah, you bastard. Go ahead and kill me if you dare. Masters just started cursing again. The Witch of Pain shrugged, completely unconcerned. Having lived for so long, what vicious curses hasn't she heard? Master Gang's few swear words sounded like heavenly music to her. Just then, the sound of clattering footsteps rang out. Just as Master looked in the direction of the sound, he saw a skeleton more than 3 meters tall walk into the Hall of the Dead. I've chosen you. Master immediately turned around and crawled to the skeleton's thighs with both hands. Then he slammed his head hard into the skeleton. Bang! With a crash. The 3-meter-tall skull's health bar was also knocked out by Master. Skeleton King, S-rank boss. Chapter 119, The Strange Adventure of Mastigan. End. Great. Another S-rank boss. Master was overjoyed when he saw the information on the Skeleton King's health bar. My blood has stained your noble S-grade ribs. Shouldn't you be angry? Hurry up and stomp on me. You're asking for it, but you've picked the wrong target. The Witch of Pain behind Masterin shook her head and said, This brainless skeleton only obeys the Holy Lord's orders. Don't even mention wiping your blood on it. Even if you bite into its bone, it won't attack you unless commanded by the Holy Lord. What kind of monster is the Holy Lord? Master asked instinctively. The strongest of each race is called the Holy Lord. A sound came from outside the Hall of the Dead. Immediately afterwards, a blond, blue-eyed young man walked in. Masto just glanced at the young man. With a face this handsome, arrogant look, there's no doubt he's another S-class boss. He forced himself to crawl over, just as he had done before. He grabbed the young man's thigh with his bloodied hands and then smashed him in with his head. Bang! The youth's health bar pops up, Immortal Corpse King, S-rank boss. Really? Master looked up at the magnificent attire of the Immortal Corpse King. I was thinking this guy who loves to dress up so much, he'll probably kill me now because I got his clothes dirty. Unexpectedly, the Immortal Corpse King also let out a contemptuous laugh. I won't kill you. You're a toy brought back by suffering. If I were to destroy you, she would nag about it for decades. Moreover, my current form is merely that of a human I devoured 500 years ago. To me, it's just a toy. Yeah, what kind of pay-to-win skill is this, with one-click skin changing, huh? Master had just given up and immediately started his rant. And that so-called Holy Lord, since he's supposed to be the strongest in every clan, wouldn't calling him Clan Chief be more appropriate? Calling him Holy Lord? Are you just trying to elevate your status? Patriarch? I think I've heard that title before among humans. But those human patriarchs were wiped out by the combined might of the various races' holy lords. The Immortal Corpse King spoke, looking at the Witch of Pain. Pain, you should really mind your toys. If the Holy Lord hears what he said, you'll be in big trouble. The Witch of Pain smiled and waved her hand, saying, Don't worry. Whatever he says in front of the Holy Lord won't blame me, simply because he is a human. Humans. The Immortal Corpse King let out a hearty laugh. I haven't heard such a funny joke in over 100 years. 500 years ago, our Holy Lord, together with the Holy Lords of various races, such as the Abyss Demons, Dark Domain Demons, and Underground Insects, annihilated all of humanity's high-level forces. For the next 200 years, various races launched a campaign to exterminate all humans across the entire realm. After more than 200 years of slaughter, humanity has long been wiped out. At this point, you're telling me that humans have appeared? Or are they humans who can communicate with us smoothly? What a huge joke! The Immortal Corpse King laughed and bent down to touch Mastigan's severed limb. Then he put his blood-stained hand to his nose and sniffed it. It's strange, it really does feel a bit like human blood that I haven't touched in 500 years. It's really a bit unfamiliar. Then he put his hand in front of his mouth and licked it with his tongue. The Immortal Corpse King's expression immediately changed. Damn it, this is actually a human? The siege of several races for more than 200 years. Why are there still humans who survived? And yet, humans today can even understand our language? How so? Seeing the immortal Corpse King's stunned expression, Master could only cup his hands in a respectful gesture and say, "Thanks for the explanation of the world background. Finally, I have some understanding of what's happening in this world." It turns out that all of us players are survivors of a racial annihilation. Our existence is destined to avenge the blood feud that led to the extermination of humanity. Masters became increasingly excited as he spoke, and finally raised his arm and said, "To restore humanity's glory, it is our inescapable duty." Is this human? The immortal Corpse King looked at the Witch of Pain. That's how it was when I met him. The Witch of Pain tapped her temple and replied, "I also think there might be something wrong with him. Let's find a time to have his brain opened." "Human, where are the rest of your kind?" The immortal Corpse King crouched down and looked at the half-destroyed Mastigan, asking a question. "I'm all alone. I don't have any of your kind." Master Gang didn't get excited and reveal his own information. He was also relieved that it was a close call. If these S-Class bosses were to set their sights on us now, how can I play this game then? If an S-Class boss comes knocking, wouldn't that wipe them all out? Then the game was reset, and all the players from the first test were eliminated. Seeing that Master was stubborn, the immortal Corpse King helplessly began to rub his wound repeatedly. Mastigan's entire lower limbs were severely deformed for being rubbed, but his expression didn't change at all. It seems that physical pain is useless to him. No wonder he's not afraid of you at all. The Witch of Pain snorted coldly. "I will definitely restore his sense of pain." Upon hearing this, Masto couldn't help but mutter to himself, "How can such an adorable monster model have masochistic tendencies? Is there any other way to get him to reveal the whereabouts of the humans?" The immortal Corpse King pondered. "From what we know so far, neither physical nor mental suffering has any effect on him." The Witch of Pain thought for a moment and replied, "Then we can only start with the soul." The immortal Corpse King nodded. "I'll summon the evil thought and have it extract a part of my soul." Not long after, the immortal Corpse King, accompanied by a cloud of black mist, stepped back into the Hall of the Dead. There's no need to ask any more questions. Just extract the soul of this creature, and you'll know the answer yourself. The immortal Corpse King pointed at Mastigan and said. The faint, ethereal figure in the black mist nodded. Then a few wisps of mist drifted out and clung to Mastigan's body. The fog dissipated after a few seconds. The phantom in the black mist let out a frustrated sound. His soul is protected by a powerful force, and my evil intentions cannot extract it. I'm truly sorry. Upon hearing this, Master looked at the phantom in the black mist and laughed tauntingly. Sweating now, little brother. Try pulling my soul out again. As soon as Mastigan finished speaking, with a poof sound, his head exploded like a watermelon, and blood splattered all over the ground. Chapter 1, 20 the player with the highest level in the entire server. Damn it, look what you've done. The Witch of Pain stared at the headless Mastigan, clenching her fists and shouting angrily. The moment the agonizing scream rang out, the phantom in the black mist began to contort its entire body. The phantom gasped for breath, pleading with the Witch of Pain. Forget it. You know that once evil thought gets emotional, it loses control of the oppressive force of this black mist. The immortal Corpse King paused, then shook his head and said, This human has finally chosen the right target to provoke. You know perfectly well that evil thoughts is easily angered, so why did you bring him along? The Witch of Pain still looked rather unwell. Didn't you already agree? The immortal Lich King knew the Witch of Pain's temperament, so he could only helplessly continue. If this human soul is successfully extracted by evil thoughts, he will not only fall into a coma. After waking up, he will be completely demented, and he won't be able to talk nonsense anymore. Unexpected. At this point, the immortal Corpse King looked at evil thought with some confusion. A mere wisp of black mist could blow this guy's head off. How could you not extract the soul from such a weak human? I don't know either. The malice, recovering from the excruciating pain, responded breathlessly. When my evil thoughts observe his soul, I can feel that his soul is as weak as his body. But just as I was about to extract his soul, a force far more powerful than I could comprehend separated me from it. If I continue, not only will I fail to extract his soul, but I will also be devoured by this power. Is it really that exaggerated? The immortal Corpse King squinted and asked, And now, use your evil thoughts to take another look. The phantom in the black mist nodded. The mist around him swirled and enveloped Mastigan's corpse. that power dissipated along with his soul. In other words, this power only protects his soul. No matter how much his body is damaged, it will have no effect. Thinking about immortality, he became even more puzzled. If they're powerful survivors, they possess this kind of protective ability. Shouldn't this frail body be protected, instead of the most vulnerable soul? In the entire realm, apart from the shadow demon race, which feeds on souls, there are very few creatures capable of directly attacking souls. In the entire void realm, where the undead race resides, only the malevolent being known as evil thought possesses such an ability. This powerful human being does not protect the fragile body, but instead protects the soul, which has almost no biological capacity. This truly baffled the immortal corpse king. Regardless, let's report the situation here to the Holy Lord first. The news of the appearance of humans in our illusory realm must be brought to the Holy Lord's attention as soon as possible. Sensing the seriousness of the situation, the immortal corpse king couldn't help but speed up his speech. The Holy Lord is currently in the outer realms. He has given instructions that until he returns, I will temporarily take charge of the affairs of the void realm, and the sole imprint of the Hall of the Dead is also with me. The skeleton king, who had been silent all along, finally spoke. Now the humans have appeared in the virtual world. What are your plans? The immortal corpse king frowned and looked at the skeleton king, asking a question. Wait. Wait for what? Wait for the Holy Lord to return. The mortal corpse king. The Witch of Pain snorted and walked straight out of the necropolis. Pain, where are you going now? Upon seeing this, the immortal corpse king hurriedly asked, if we don't find a way to inform the Holy Lord about the situation here, it could cause serious problems. What's the point of talking to this brainless idiot? The Witch of Pain looked at the skeleton king and curled her lip, saying, I really don't understand why the Holy Lord would entrust the soul seal of the necropolis to you for safekeeping. The Holy Lord said it's because I have no brains. The skeleton king moved its head and answered honestly. Skeleton king, can't we really use the soul imprint to send out a few bone dragons to bring the Holy Lord back? That's all. No other arrangements are needed. Immortal Corpse King asked, unwilling to give up. The skeleton king answered with a single word, wait. The Witch of Pain spread her hands toward the undying corpse king, as if to say, take a look. By the way, you just asked me where I was going? The Witch of Pain answered as she walked out of the necropolis. I finally found a new toy, but it was destroyed by evil thoughts. Of course I'm going to go find more toys now. Otherwise, how many more years will I be bored? Do you know where those humans are? The Immortal Corpse King pressed for an answer. I don't know, but I encountered this human in the forest southeast of Burial Ridge. I'll try my luck again. With that, the Witch of Pain vanished. Are you? How come it's already dawn? After Masters was resurrected and returned to the Class C shelter, he discovered that light was already shining into the dining hall through the windows. He never expected that he would be arrested for so long. Suddenly, very hurried and heavy footsteps sounded outside the building. Masto just listened. It seemed like something was rushing toward the shelter. Not long after, a loud bang was heard. The building doors were pushed open. A figure ran into the cafeteria like a madman. How did it advance to a corpse puppet? The sunlight is still so hot. Harlan the Night, Demon King, entered the cafeteria and began his search. Where are Dazhuang and Sean? Aren't they up yet? I need to sell materials and buy medicine. Give me some red potions to heal me. Huh, Mastigan. Harlan the Night, Demon King, finally spotted Mastigan. You're online so early. You're really dedicated. Is it possible that I didn't sleep all night and just hung up the phone? Master smacked his lips in response. No way. Those screeching sparrow chicks waited all night before eating you. Do mutated creatures not eat at night? Are you that self-disciplined? Harlan Knight Demon King was somewhat surprised. Your way of thinking is so bad that you shouldn't even be considered human. Huh, we were talking fine. Why did you suddenly start cursing ghosts? Harlan the Night, Demon King, said with a serious expression. You better not spend too much time with that cute little kitten. You might catch his bad breath. May I ask, where's Brotherja located? Master took a deep breath and got straight to the point. I know his icon is in the shelter, but I don't want to search room by room. He came back after reaching level 15, and he should be resting in his room now. Harlan the Night, Demon King replied. Just go straight to the 3rd floor and find a room in the middle. Okay, got it. Just as Master was about to leave, he found that Harlan the Night, Demon King, blocked his way. What's up? Aren't you surprised by my level? Harlan the Night Demon King pointed to the health bar above his head. Level 13, not bad. Master Gang dismissed it. Wrong. Not level 13. It's level 13 with an experience bar of 50. Harlan Night Demon King wore a smug expression. In just one night, I surpassed the first group. I am now the highest level player on the entire server. The player with the highest level in the entire server? Masto just chuckled softly. You won't be like that for long. Chapter 1:21 Special Landmark Exploration Rewards. Will I soon no longer be the highest level? Upon hearing this, Harlan the Night Demon King burst out laughing. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Do you know why I was able to level up so quickly? It's all thanks to Brother Just coattails. He seems to have a special skill for finding monsters. One night, almost all the mutated creatures we encountered were alone. No more than 2. He controlled 4 skeletons to draw aggro, and then I flanked them from behind, easily taking down a mutated creature. Other players would need at least 2 teams and multiple players with different job classes to achieve this level of monster-killing efficiency. However, that would distribute too much experience among oneself. There are only 2 of us sharing the experience. You know, and I spent the whole night leveling up. How many experience points did you get? 32 F-level mutated creatures, and we each got 8,000 experience points. It was awesome. Are you done talking? After saying that, I'm going to find Brother to collect my reward. Master just pursed his lips and calmly replied. Claim a reward? What reward? Harlan the Night Demon King pondered for a moment and said, By the way, that whistling bird carried you so far. You must have discovered an important landmark. An important landmark can reward 500 experience points and 5 silver coins, which is not bad. However, I advise you to try and get on Jiji's good side. With him around, it's like having a full map cheat code. Precisely pinpoint the coordinates of each easily manageable monster. Masto rolled his eyes, enduring Harlan Night Demon King's constant boasting, and finally arrived at the door of Guja's room on the 3rd floor. He glanced at the 5 level 10 skeletons at the door and couldn't help but swallow hard. Your stats are higher than mine. Could you knock on the door for me? Master turned to Harlan, the Night Demon King, beside him and said, These skeletons shouldn't be able to do much damage to you. If I had let these 5 skeletons gang up on me for 10 minutes before, I might not have died. Harlan the Night Demon King took a deep breath and said, But after Jiji reached level 15, it seems he learned a skill that can enhance skeletons. These level 10 skeletons are twice as powerful. Even I couldn't withstand being ganged up on and beaten up by them. If you can't even hold on, what if I try to force my way in and get killed by these skeletons? Master frowned. Did he have to wait until evening, during Brothers' activity time, to collect the exploration reward? So many hours left. How am I going to get through this? The reward was right in front of him, but he couldn't get it. It felt like ants were crawling all over his heart. Squeak. The door, which had been in disrepair for many years, made a scraping sound. Guja opened the door and looked at Mastigan with a smile on his face. Clearly, he knew why Master had come to see him at this time. Come to think of it, he hadn't felt that players looked so pleasing to the eye in a long time. With a thought, Guja moved the 5 skeletons guarding the gate to the side. Come in, let's talk slowly, there's no rush. Guja waved his hand, signaling for Masto to enter the house. Harlan Night Demon King wanted to go in with them, but Guja stopped him. I'll invite you to visit when you no longer smell of decay. I don't want the bedding and other things I've finally cleaned to smell like rotting corpses. You understand, right? Although Harlan the Night Demon King felt a pang of heartache, he still nodded in understanding. 2 nights of flawless teamwork couldn't overcome a single human player who came to collect their reward. Harlan the Night Demon King sighed and looked at his skeletal follower beside him. Hey, skeleton bro, do you think we Inhumans don't deserve true friendship? The skeleton merely glanced at Harlan the Night Demon King, offering no further comment. Inside the room, Guja poured Masto a glass of black Ganges water and said with a smile, Don't worry, it's been filtered many times and it's been boiled and cooled down. It won't kill you. Master just nodded and said while drinking, Brotherja, I've been out and about and discovered a very important landmark. Guja, finish your drink first before you speak, don't rush. Upon discovering that the exploration reward had not been claimed, Guja patiently reminded him, What I want to say is that I've discovered an important landmark. Master had just put down his water glass and clearly stated, There is a forest to the northwest of our shelter. There is a cemetery about 700 kilometers northwest of the edge of the forest. The cemetery is teeming with undead creatures. As soon as Masters finished speaking, a system notification sounded in his and Guja's minds. World Exploration Rewards. Virtual Realm Exploration Progress. 0.52. Discovery of a cemetery of special importance. Exploration Rewards. Experience X 25,000, Gold X 2.5. Planning Rewards. 2,500 experience points, 25 silver coins, and 250 planning points. After collecting the exploration rewards from the cemetery, the upgrade sound effects that only Master could hear began to play incessantly. Level 11, Level 12, Level 13. He kept leveling up until he reached Level 16, Level 57 before stopping. And this is just the exploration reward for the cemetery. Master Gang still has 2 exploration rewards to claim. Master was grinning from ear to ear as he watched his level change. According to Little Meow Meow and the others, the exploration progress of the Skull Cave and the Wellensee level shelter only increased by 0.01. I've now jumped 0.5 points to a single cemetery. It increased 50 times. This is truly the boss's lair, the necromancer's stronghold. The exploration rewards are way too high. Ahem. Any other discoveries? Keep going. Guja, who was standing to the side, coughed twice and urged them on. Chapter 122, Is Your Health Bar Photoshopped? Upon hearing Guja's reminder, Masto let out a whoosh and nodded. That's true. It's not too late to sigh after you've claimed all the rewards. He's celebrating too soon. Brother Ja, I've made another discovery. Masters took a deep breath and continued. Pass through the cemetery full of graves and continue walking 500 meters due north. There stands a gloomy castle over 20 meters tall. The entire castle was covered by a thick aura of death. Just by getting close to it, my status bar showed a new debuff, Death Aura Corrosion. My guess is that this dark castle is the main base of the entire undead race. Once this gloomy castle is destroyed, the undead race will be wiped out. Then there's the first floor of the Grey Castle, where there's a necromancer's hall. The kind that seems to stretch as far as the eye can see. The most powerful forces of the undead race have gathered here, although I only saw 3 heads. Oh, and their so-called Holy Lord. Their Holy Lord must have issued his orders right here in this Hall of the Dead. Holy Lord. Guja looked puzzled upon hearing this. What exactly is this Holy Lord? At this moment, Master Gang did not notice Guja, the local NPC, and was unaware of what the Holy Lord was. He was focused solely on a newly popped-up exploration reward information in his mind. 2 more unique sound effects rang in Mastigan's mind. The exploration progress of the Void Realm has increased from 0.52 to 1.52. The 2 special landmarks, the Grey Castle and the Necropolis, also gave Mastergun an exploration reward of 0.5. He gained another 50,000 experience points and 5 gold coins. Guja, who was in charge of the planning, also received 5,000 experience points, 50 silver coins, and 500 planning points. Master has just learned from this experience. The level is starting to climb again. Level 17, Level 18, Level 19. He went from Level 16 with 57 points to Level 20 with 75 points before stopping. Guja also gained experience and leveled up to Level 16. It's a pity the exploration rewards are calculated per person. If a whole squad of 10 players explores these landmarks together, my rewards will be exactly the same as the other players. Guja sighed and said, currently, only 1 player has a reward of 10. However, this was a completely unexpected bonus. Having it at all is already a good thing. Although Guja felt it was a pity, he was not greedy. If he's greedy for these exploration rewards and encourages players to go find the boss's lair, he might not even know how he died. After being upgraded, Masto was stunned for a minute, then suddenly stood up and burst into laughter. I got 10 extra skill points, which instantly boosted my combat power. I'm invincible now. Master had just opened his skill bar and was browsing it with great interest. Executioner's level 20 skill, Decapitation Strike. Decapitation /LV 1 skill effect. Jump to a target within a 3-meter radius and deal 200 damage as a decapitation attack. Depending on the target's strength, there is a certain chance to kill the target. Executioner level 15 skill, Crippling Strike. Crippling Strike LV 1 skill effect. The attack inflicts a crippling debuff on the target, reducing movement speed by 25 and attack speed by 10 for 10 seconds. Crippling Strike LV5 skill effect. The attack inflicts a crippling debuff on the target, reducing movement speed by 50 and attack speed by 15 for 15 seconds. In addition to the 2 new skills he learned, Mastigan also leveled up the 10-level skill Execution to LV5. When attacking a weak point, damage is increased by 10. When attacking a weak point, damage is increased by 50. When the target's health is below 1, it will cause an execute effect. When the target's health is below 5, it will cause an execute effect. Master had considered leveling up the execution skill to level 10 and maxing it out. However, the execution rank requires level 23 to reach LV6, which is a level restriction. Otherwise, his kill threshold would be 10 right now. 1 skill that applies a debuff, and 2 skills with execute effects. Who can beat me in a fight? Master just smiled and muttered to himself. Don't even think you can beat me. If you run into me, you won't be able to escape even if you want to. Guja nodded slightly from his side. As a game designer, he has a deep understanding of the executioner profession. Executioners are a profession with extremely strong one-on-one combat abilities. One-on-one head-on confrontation, a decisive victory, definitely belongs to the T0 level. However, this class has a clear weakness. It lacks mobility or speed-up skills. If the other party doesn't confront you head-on, you can say there's nothing you can do. Moreover, if you encounter a skilled player with high movement speed, you'll be treated like a dog being walked. In the browser game Dungeon Alliance, Original Blade Go, the Executioner is known as the easiest class to catch in the entire game. They won't give you a 1v1 chance at all. After Masters had just finished collecting his exploration rewards, Guja thought it was time to see him off. But then he suddenly came out carrying a treasure chest. There are also treasure chest rewards? Guja was stunned. Why is there no prompt here? This time, Masto noticed Guja's puzzled expression. He explained with a smile. This is a personal achievement reward. I successfully gained 1 exploration point in the virtual world, which rewarded me with a random 3-star treasure chest. If it's not a randomly selected treasure chest, then I'll open it now. The treasure chest was opened, and Master pulled out a long sword surrounded by black mist. The sword is 1.1 meters long, with a dark blade surrounded by a corrosive black mist. Corrupted longsword. Lethality, 112-130. Durability, 80 to 80. Equipment requirements, Strength 20, Spirit 15, One-Handed Sword Mastery LV3. Special, One-Handed Sword Mastery +1, Corrosive Poison. Corrosive Poison. After being attacked, the target will suffer a corrosive poison effect that deals 22 to 26 damage per second for 10 seconds. Up to 10 layers can be stacked. R. How did I find a swordsman-type class's exclusive weapon? Masto couldn't help but complain. I'm an executioner. What kind of executioner carries a one-handed sword? Master just pursed his lips and immediately put the corrosive poison longsword back into his backpack. Even before you've finished holding it, you'll be poisoned and numb by the putrid toxins on it. It's estimated that only those who meet the equipment requirements can wield this sword without being affected. Master sighed, then said goodbye to Guja and left the room. On the third-floor corridor, players such as Milky, Little Meow Meow, Faba Uzi, and the Wind Rises, who were online freely, had already gathered. They had already logged in by the time Masto had just claimed his exploration rewards. When Guja opened the door, the little kitten with a milky scent looked over. LV20? The little kitten rubbed its eyes. It's because I didn't sleep well, which affected my vision in the game. Or did you Photoshop a number onto your health bar? Chapter 123 Preparations for the Skull Cave. I also think your health bar looks fake. How could it be level 20 already? You want to edit the health bar. Level 12 or 13 is about right. Uzbekistan echoed this sentiment. Do you guys think my health bar looks fake? Masto retorted. Check the group messages. I posted a video for my status bar. Is it still fake? As everyone knows, videos can't be photoshopped, so it's real. It's getting windy, he reminded them from the side. No way, you're really level 20. Farv Uzbekistan, who rarely gets so excited as to lose his composure, now had an expression of disbelief on his face. Leveled up 10 levels in one night. The little kitten with a milky scent squinted and said, You really opened it? And then went to kill the top-tier boss. Speaking of top-tier bosses, you know what? I've actually encountered a few. Master paused for a moment, then thought of his words. He recounted the entire process of encountering the Witch of Pain and being taken to the necropolis by her. After listening, all the players fell silent. Finally, all the players gave Master Gang a suggestion. That is, eat and drink while these days, and hurry up and fulfill any wishes you have. After hearing Mastigan's story, the players were all puzzled. What incredible, godlike luck. How can you encounter an S-rank boss during the early stages of the game? And this S-class boss won't kill you. And they even took you back to their lair, so you could get exploration rewards. Absolutely outrageous. Doesn't even begin to describe it. Hearing the players' blessings, Master Gang's smile widened even more. He paid no attention to such advice. He used to have terrible luck in games. I wish I could receive such blessings one day. Masters had just managed to control his emotions and took a breath before saying, my 4 main attributes at level 20 are 15, 28, 17, and 6. I leveled up 10 times and put half of my attribute points into strength and the other half into agility. My attributes aren't great, but my skills are really powerful. I've also posted screenshots of the skill information in the group. You can check them out yourselves. After taking a look at Master Gang's skills, the players, including Milky, Little Meow, and Wind Rises, were stunned again. At the same level and with the same equipment, your class is practically invincible in a one-on-one fight. The little kitten with milky flavor gave its own evaluation. If such an enemy gets close to me, I will surely die. He nodded and said, it's getting windy. You've all forgotten to add a prerequisite. Both sides are melee fighters. Uzi, standing to the side, pondered for a moment and said, if you encounter someone with high movement speed, you can kite them. They simply can't do anything about it, for example, in map-based combat. Matt Sports shrugged and said, if it really comes down to a fight, I guarantee he won't be able to touch me, while I can whittle him down with ranged weapons. That's PvP/PV. Monsters don't know how to kite. The little kitten waved its hand and looked at Master Gang, saying, why don't you stop logging off and come with us to the Skull Cave to test the waters? Masto paused for a moment, then replied, I don't feel tired at all. I could stay up all day and night without any problems. The main problem is that the gaming platform won't let me continue playing. I also kept him up all night, and he's about to trigger the anti-addiction measures. Uzbekistan nodded and suggested, then log off. If you don't move the game helmet for 8 hours, the anti-addiction system will reset. It's 5:30 now, and it will only be 1:30 in 8 hours. By then, we should have finished setting up the Skull Cave. Let's take advantage of the daytime to wipe out a wave of regular undead troops. By the way, although the anti-addiction system will be reset after 8 hours of not using the game helmet, you'd better take a break in real life. If the gaming helmet detects an abnormal heart rate, it will force you offline. Little Kitten with milky flavor chimed in. I know all of that. After all, I'm a veteran game streamer. Mastigan shook his head and said, Sigh, because of all these restrictions, I can't even enjoy playing games. We're just worried that we'll get too engrossed in the game and stay still for days and end up killing ourselves. The little kitten with a milky scent shrugged and said, after the death, the family members still have to sue the gaming helmet manufacturer for failing to take proper protective measures. Such cases have occurred several times over the past few decades. Ultimately, this forced gaming helmet manufacturers to collaborate with all gaming platforms to implement this anti-addiction system. When the adorable kitten started talking about the history of the game, the players immediately started chatting. There are many complaints about the various one-size-fits-all measures. But there's nothing they can do. They're just players, and they can only passively adapt to the environment. Half an hour passed as we chatted. Finally, Masto logged off at 5:59 p.m., just 1 minute before the anti-addiction warning. All the players exclaimed in relief. Thank goodness! Harlan the Night Demon King also logged off. Even though he has advanced to the level of a corpse puppet and his 4-dimensional attributes are frighteningly high, daytime is still not his main battlefield. Currently, there are only 4 players in the apocalypse. Milky Little Meow Meow, F.A. Ba Uzi, The Wind Rises, and Patty Arena. Among the 30 players in the first test, there were actually some who had freedom to log in, but they did not log into the game before dawn. After Mastigan and Harlan the Night Demon King went offline, the 4 members of the Milky Little Kitten group first tried to talk to the NPC. Hopefully, this will trigger a few daily tasks. But no matter how many times they tried, DeJuang and Sean just couldn't trigger the mission here. They figured that the merchant NPCs selling things probably didn't have this function. It is estimated that only NPCs like Guja, who provide plot guidance, can trigger more quests. After De Zhuang and Sean, whose patience had been exhausted, drove them away, the 4 little kittens arrived on the land surrounding the shelter. The crops planted by the 5 people yesterday have already sprouted overnight. They were all surprised. It really was a rapid planting method that could produce grain in just 3 days. Next, the 4 split up to carry out activities such as hunting, map exploration, and resource collection. Wait until 9 o'clock, when the sunlight starts to dazzle your eyes. They gathered in front of the skull cave to get down to business. I carefully examined the terrain here this time, and it's actually quite easy to dig traps. Uzbekis took a deep breath and said, "Moreover, this place is relatively close to the Ganges River. Dig several pools and fill them with black-hung water. Then lure those skeletons in, no problem." Chapter 124, even the dialect was scared out of its wits. If we're going to dig a pool, shouldn't we call Zhang San and his gang online? The mat competitor muttered to himself. It would be best to use their skills to synthesize bricks to pave the pool. If we were to do it all by hand, it wouldn't be a job that could be finished in a day. They're already working on the project, and they can only squeeze in time to go online at night. The little kitten with a milky flavor pondered and said, "However, Zhang San, who is outside the law, told me that he has already combined all the materials into bricks and stored them in the warehouse. I'll send him a message to see if I can use it to pave the pool." While speaking, the little kitten with milky flavor had already sent a private message to Zhang San, who was outside the law. A few seconds later, he received a reply. He said it was no problem and that these synthetic bricks were stored in the warehouse for everyone to use, and people could take them if they needed them. The little kitten with a milky scent said with a smile, "Then there's no problem." Faba Uzi pulled 4 shovels out of his backpack. "We'll dig a hole here first, and then have the players in the shelter bring over the crafting blocks. Brother Jia don't. Guyan and Mr. Observer are all online. Guyan and Mr. Onlooker." Matt Sports showed a nostalgic expression. "These are new players who logged in late last night. It seems they're the kind who have complete freedom to log in." "It's a little kitten with a milky flavor," the kitten suggested. "Oh, I remember now." Matt Esports pointed its finger in midair and said, "A martial arts master and a retired special agent, right? That said, given their absurd identities in reality, why did you let them join? Why don't we observe first?" Even when the wind picked up, she was only allowed to join the group after the boss was defeated. Upon hearing this, Qifeng, who was standing to the side, narrowed her large, beautiful eyes. "So, she also went through trials before joining the team?" The little kitten with the milky scent smiled awkwardly and explained, "You've seen how disgusting those troublemakers were before. Before joining us, you should at least check if the person is a good person, right?" The wind picked up, and she nodded slightly. "Indeed, if those guys who were kicked out of the game were to join our team, I'd probably start playing as a lone wolf right away. Actually, the reason for having Guyan and Mr. Kank join this operation was to test their abilities. If they pass, we'll bring them along in the future." As the little kitten spoke, it picked up the shovel on the ground and began to look for a place to dig a pool. "They're already on their way. Let's hurry up here too." An hour later, Brother Jia, Guyan, and Mr. Spectator arrived at the Skull Cave with the synthesized bricks. At this moment, the 4 little kittens were already sitting on the ground, waiting for a long time. "You guys are moving way too slowly." The little kitten with a milky scent frowned as it looked at Brother Jia and said, "Don't wait for anyone. The map shows that it's only 20 kilometers from the Class C shelter to here, less than a half marathon. Given your current physical attributes, will it take you an hour? I can make an energy drink at full speed by myself, and it only takes me less than 30 minutes, but I'm not alone." Brother Jia shrugged helplessly, then pointed to Guyan and Mr. Onlooker beside him. "Aren't there still 2 level 1 newbies?" "Actually, if you speed up, I can find a way to keep up." Mr. Onlooker interjected. "Me too." Gu Yin echoed this sentiment. "All right, let's not waste any more time. Take out the synthetic bricks and start laying them." F.A. pointed to the large pit next to him, indicating. "The pool is 5 meters long, 5 meters wide, and 2 meters high. Are there enough synthetic bricks you brought to cover it?" "Maybe not enough." After thinking for a moment, Matt Competition shook his head. "It's not a possibility. It's absolutely not enough." Mr. Onlooker said confidently, "It would take 65 square meters of bricks to fill this pool. The synthetic bricks we have can only cover 0.0576 square meters. That is to say, at least 1129 crafted bricks are needed. We only brought 1,000 yuan when we left, which is definitely not enough. You're pretty quick at mental calculations. Don't be alarmed, Brother Jia. You can trim the length and width, but don't trim the height. You have to keep their heads submerged in water for it to be effective. The little kitten thought for a moment and said, Anyway, we're only pulling a small wave of monsters, so reducing the length and width will be enough. The 7 players then added some more soil to the pool. After laying the bricks, there were 166 bricks left over. Next comes the process of filling the pool with black constant water. Filling the pond with water is much more painful than digging one. Even though the Black Ganges is only 100 meters away, it still took a long time to fill the entire pool with water. By the time the trap, which was filled with black water, was completed, it was already past 2 a.m. At this time, several more players logged on, including Mastigan, who had already reset his anti-addiction time. Master Gang, along with the newly added characters Wulong, Feng Shu, Jin Ruren, and Hui Changlan, arrived at the Skull Cave to meet up with the milky little Meow Meow and the others. Master was astonished when he saw the pool in front of him. Wow, that's amazing. They built a swimming pool in just a few hours. Hey, is it possible to build one near the shelter? We could swim in it all the time. Swimming in blackened, constant water. The little kitten frowned and said, Aren't you afraid of turning yourself into the periodic table? It's okay for game characters to absorb more trace elements. And guess what the possibility is? Master just raised an eyebrow and smiled. This Black Ganges water is much cleaner than a real swimming pool. As soon as Master finished speaking, the little kitten's face immediately darkened. Stop talking. This guy's hobbies are the gym and the swimming pool. Otherwise, what do you think all that muscle came from? Fabayuzi gave Masto a wink as a reminder. Well, we've set up the traps now. Should we start pulling the monsters? Master quickly changed the subject. When it comes to pulling monsters, Podzy Esports doesn't even need anyone to ask him. He just steps up on his own. After the players further disguised the pool, the Mat Racer charged straight into the Skull Cave. 30 seconds later, Mat Racer sprang out of the Skull Cave again. Moreover, he charged out at top speed with all his skills and active shoe effects activated. Then, they heard Dummy Esports panting and cursing in the team voice chat. I'm so angry. There's probably a whole battalion of undead skeletons in there. In that short time, I lost count of how many arrows and fireballs I dodged. Goodness, he's even using his dialect because he's scared. The little kitten was stunned for a moment, then muttered to itself. Chapter 125, that's it? That's it. See, I told you so. There are hundreds of regular skeletons in the Skull Cave. When Faba Uzbekistan heard about the mat competition, he also got excited. Archer skeletons, mage skeletons, shield-bearing skeletons, all kinds of units. Now you believe me, right? Well, nobody suspects you. The little kitten with the milky scent shrugged. Strange, the mat race has gone so far. Why is there still no movement from the Skull Cave? Mastigan, the highest-ranking member, mustered his courage and headed towards the Skull Cave. After observing the cave entrance for a while, he confirmed, These skeletons won't even chase us. How are we supposed to pull the monsters? Is it because it's daytime that the skeletons aren't coming out? Or is it because the player in the padding arena is running too fast and has pulled away the aggro? The little kitten took a deep breath and pondered. Then, he looked at the mat racer who had walked over after the acceleration effect was removed. Why don't you slow down and try going in again? Boss, if I had been even a fraction slower just now, I would be dead. Mat Competition, still shaken, said, If you don't believe me, you can go in and try it out to see what it feels like to be targeted by concentrated fire. Going in is too dangerous, and we can't just pull the monster out directly. A bystander raised his hand and suggested, Should we try diverting the black water from the pool directly into the cave and flooding it to force them out? We had considered directly pouring black water into the Skull Cave before. The little kitten took a deep breath and replied, I'm not worried about them not coming out. I'm worried about too many of them coming out, and we won't be able to handle it. But it's daytime now. Mr. Onlooker recalled, According to the information I have reviewed, the strength of a skeleton is reduced by more than 50% when exposed to sunlight. Moreover, they absolutely do not want to stay in the sunlight for long. Even if we can't defeat the skeletons that have been weakened by 50, they won't relentlessly pursue us. Instead, they will try their best to find other shadowy places to hide. Is that so? Shall we give it a try? The little kitten was somewhat persuaded. He looked to players like Faba and Uzi for their opinions. If all players agree, then let's just pour black water into the Skull Cave. To the surprise of the little kitten, After asking around, surprisingly, not a single person raised any objections. Obviously, as players, deep down, I still prefer more exciting gameplay. After all, for them, no matter how many times they court death, they will never truly die. If you're not worried about failing the game, your test qualification will be revoked after resetting. They've been living the high life for ages. Actually, with the amount of water in our one pool, there's no need to worry about too much overflowing. Faba waved to Uzi, indicating that the little kitten didn't need to worry too much. The black water in this pool can only reach the skeletons at the very bottom of the skull cave. Furthermore, we need to thoroughly incite their hatred before they might even come after us. To be honest, I even think it is highly likely that the black water in this pool will be poured in. There is not a sound from inside the skull cave. Since you've said so, what am I still hesitating for? Let's start bottling. The little kitten with the milky scent took a deep breath and reminded him. However, there is one premise that we must all remember. We can't stop the regular skeleton army coming out of the skull cave, even if you die outside, and absolutely do not lead them to Class C shelters. If your equipment falls outside, you can retrieve it. Our shelter has been flooded. Then it's truly gone. All the players nodded. They weren't the kind of players who like to cause trouble on purpose, so there was no way they would lead the monsters to the shelter. Once the strategy of using blackwater to lure monsters into the skull cave was decided, all the players started looking for their positions. I took the Uzi, and when the wind picked up, I got to a high point and set up the sniper rifle and crossbow. Milky Little Meow and Brother Jia don't need two tanks. They are responsible for filling the black Hongshui tank while blocking the first wave of damage from the skeleton army. The remaining people were basically positioned with the squishy characters in the back row and the warriors pushing forward. After confirming that the positions were correct, Little Meow Meow and Brother Jia took the water tanks and began filling them with black constant water, one tank at a time, into the skull cave. The pool was less than 10 meters away from the skull cave, and they were filling it with water very quickly. In no time at all, half the pool of water had been filled. At this moment, commotion also arose inside the skull cave. A sudden burst of hurried footsteps. A huge wave of skeleton soldiers rushed out of the skull cave. Main tank, you started the fight. Don't just stand there. Get your DPS going. The little kitten, with its milky scent, took a non-star level tower shield and charged forward. The skeleton soldiers in the front row raised their swords and slashed at him. The little kitten was a little worried that its shield wouldn't be able to block the attack. However, it turned out that after the skeleton soldier finished the slash, he almost stumbled and fell due to the recoil. Huh? Are these skeleton soldiers really that weak? This isn't a 50% reduction. It's a 150% reduction. The little kitten squinted its eyes, and its left hand struck the skeleton soldier with its hammer as the soldier stumbled. With a clang, the hammer, which did not reach the star level, failed to penetrate the protection of a one-star helmet. But the skeleton soldier was knocked to the ground with a single blow from the hammer. Looking at the health bar again, even with the protection of a one-star helmet, the skeleton soldier's health bar also dropped by a third. What? This is the regular skeleton army that you've always been afraid of. It's only rated F, and it was also weakened by sunlight. That's it. That's it. Bang, bang, bang. Meanwhile, Brother G on the side was already going berserk with the Guardian's shield. He smashed several skeleton soldiers to pieces with his shield. The little kitten awkwardly touched its face. Looking at it now, it's not that these skeleton soldiers are particularly strong. It's just that they were too weak back then. During the beginner phase, you encounter a monster of a higher level than yourself and get instantly killed. So this strange and incredibly powerful impression was left in my mind. As a result, after working hard and leveling up diligently, I returned only to find this monster was actually this weak. Uzi, who had been holding a grudge for a long time. At that moment, a single shot killed the skeleton soldier. The killing was too easy, which made his revenge unsatisfying. More monsters have emerged from the skull cave, and they look like skeleton archers and skeleton mages. As he looked at the monster through the sniper scope, his eyes lit up. Chapter 126 Executioners Specialized Martial Arts. Skeleton archers. Skeleton mages. Isn't this the very person who stabbed him in the knee twice and then smeared his face with fireballs? Now I could finally get my revenge. He was so excited that he wanted to pull the trigger. Just then, a figure rushed in front of the skeletons, completely blocking his view. The job of cutting off the back row, of course, is mine. The sounds of Matt playing competition came through the team voice chat. He activated his shadow step speed boost and quickly rushed to the skeleton archers and skeleton mages, preparing for his assassin's backline attack. I was almost killed instantly by your concentrated fire inside the cave. Now that we're outside, they've let me get close. This is the time when you will suffer greatly. Matt, wielding a small mace, began to furiously strike the skeleton archer and skeleton mage. A small, low-star hammer is unlikely to penetrate the defense of a one-star helmet. But the sheer number of attacks was overwhelming. If you do gua sha more frequently, if you scrape it, it won't be sha anymore. Clang, clang, clang. A constant knocking sound came from the helmet. The kill information for Pad Esports quickly appeared on the public chat. The skeleton archer has been killed by the padding arena. The skeleton mage has been killed by the padding arena. Skeleton archer. The pad was used to unleash a barrage of attacks from the back row of the skeleton team. His incredible speed, combined with world-class movement skills from Plumber Brawl. These skeletons in the back row didn't even touch him. The map-based competition not only made the skeletons in the back row feel hopeless, but also made it difficult for the sniper Uzi who was aiming with a sniper rifle on the high point. No matter how the Uzi sniper rifle is swung, the back of the contestant's head will occasionally appear in the scope. This shot will most likely send the Matt Esports team to the shelter. Hey, move aside. You're blocking my line of fire. Uzi quickly shouted in the team voice chat. Uzbekistan boss, I have a personal grudge against them. Let me kill a few of them first. Pad Esports replied in the team voice chat. Uzbekistan was about to say that he also had personal grudges. I heard it in the team voice chat. With a duong sound, the mat was sent flying several meters away. You're trying to ambush me while I'm talking to my teammates, aren't you? The mat athlete half stood up and looked up towards the direction of the skeletons in the back row. It turned out that a skeleton guard holding a shield had knocked him away. Clearly, the rear ranks of the regular skeleton army were also protected by skeletons, only they appeared a little later. Bang! A gunshot rang out from the high point. After being knocked away by the skeleton guardian, Uzi immediately pulled the trigger. The bullet pierced the skull guardian's helmet and created a large hole in its skull. The skeleton guardian who had previously knocked the mat away instantly collapsed. Wow, a headshot from this angle? That's incredible. The Mad Esports players stared wide-eyed at the fallen skeleton guard. Pad Arena, throw me the skeleton guardian's shield. Hurry, I can't hold on much longer. A soft, babyish meowing sound came from inside. Matt Jet looked in the direction of the little kitten, who was already being beaten up by the skeleton soldiers. Although the skeleton soldiers are only F rank, and their strength is reduced by at least half due to sunlight, their sheer number makes up for it. Countless swords slashed at the little kitten's tower shield, and the tower shield, which was not even starred, quickly ran out of durability. If we don't get a new shield for the little kitten soon, he'll activate Titan's power and become the Hulk for 3 minutes. Seeing this, Motzi immediately activated the active acceleration effect of Predator Boots. Engage in the hunting arena, easily navigating through a few arrows and fireballs to reach the skeleton guardian's shield. Then he picked up the shield and swung it at the little kitten. Although he can't use the shield properly due to his attributes, he can still pick it up and throw it. At the same time, the milky little kitten was also rushing towards him. After running a few steps, the milky little kitten picked up the skeleton guardian's 1-star shield. After getting the shield, he immediately turned around and blocked the skeleton soldiers chasing him. Clang, clang, clang. Several swords slashed at the 1-star shield. The little kitten was pleasantly surprised to find that the pressure he felt was much less than before. He couldn't help but sigh. This is the difference between non-star and 1-star equipment. The adorable little kitten, having just acquired a 1-star shield, found facing these skeleton soldiers much easier once again. In addition, Brother Jia should not cover for him from the sidelines. With just their 2 frontline tanks, they managed to hold off the first wave of over 30 skeleton soldiers. With the frontline tanks holding their ground, the rear-line marksmen can unleash their full damage potential. The Uzi still maintains its efficiency of taking down a skeleton with a single sniper bullet. As the wind picked up, and since ordinary crossbow bolts couldn't penetrate a 1-star helmet, she simply switched to using the blazing crossbow bolts. She figured that since a skeleton could reliably drop a 1-star weapon and a 1-star armor, she wouldn't lose money no matter how she used the flame arrows. Boom, boom, boom. Explosions kept happening. The explosive crossbow bolts sent bones flying everywhere from the pile of skeletons. The tanks and archers of this team alone are enough to deal with this wave of more than 50 skeletons. Furthermore, the addition of high-level, well-equipped warrior players like Master Gang to the battlefield further enhances the experience. The situation became somewhat one-sided. Basic attack followed by a crippling strike, then another basic attack, and then, how come you're all falling apart after just a few axe blows? I didn't even chop off your head. Master Gang was wielding a huge one-star axe, hacking away at the skeleton. He was also thinking of trying out his skill combos. As a result, the skeleton soldiers couldn't withstand more than a few hits and all scattered. Even the one-star armor on the skeleton soldier couldn't withstand a few blows from his axe. This weapon is too powerful. It's ruining my gaming experience. It's so boring. Masters had just said this very loudly in the team voice chat. Master Gang, who earned 7.5 gold as an exploration reward, had upgraded all his weapons and armor to 1 star before coming here. In terms of weaponry, he even switched to his class-specific weapon, the Executioner's Axe. In addition to its standard 1-star damage and durability, the Executioner's Axe also possesses class-specific effects. When Master uses this weapon to attack a target, it can cause a bleeding effect that is difficult to heal, increasing the target's bleeding. Keep attacking and keep stacking the bleeding effect. If the target is hit a few times and no special healing items are available, they will bleed to death. In addition, wielding the Executioner's Axe grants extra damage when using decapitation on targets with bleeding effects, and also increases the chance of a kill. The most common 1-star equipment sells for 50 silver coins each at a Zhuang's place, but the Executioner's Axe, being a special weapon, is priced as high as 5 gold coins. When Master bought this weapon, his heart was bleeding. But looking at the effects of the exclusive weapon, indeed, the only downside of expensive things is that they are expensive. Chapter 127. Innate Skills Enter the Game. Master Gang verbally complained that the weapons are too powerful. It's not a good gaming experience. But when he started killing, he was more frenzied than anyone else. A single blow to the head instantly kills the skeleton. He split his body in two, and both fell apart. Mastigan went on a rampage, slaughtering everyone in sight. His smug expression practically screamed, "I'm so happy." The battlefield comes quickly and goes quickly. This wave of regular skeletons was brought out, and within half an hour, they were dealt with by the players. After the battle ended, the players began to tally their scores. This wave of regular skeletons that charged out totaled 52. 32 skeleton soldiers, 8 skeleton archers, 7 skeleton mages, and 5 skeleton guards. One of the 2 archers, Faba Uzi, used a sniper rifle to kill 4 skeleton soldiers, 3 skeleton archers, 3 skeleton mages, and 2 skeleton guards. Logically speaking, given his efficiency in killing monsters by headshots, he shouldn't have killed so few. The main problem was that his teammates rushed too far forward, blocking his line of fire. He was worried about accidentally injuring his teammates, but they were killing too fast. He didn't even get to use his full strength before his teammates were wiped out. The same thing happened here when the wind picked up. She only fired 5 explosive bolts into the pile of skeletons, and then did absolutely no damage output. Of all the players, Mastigan was the one who killed the most. He entered the arena carrying the Executioner's Axe, like a god of war. But thinking about it, it makes sense. A level 20 player with a unique weapon. Kill F-rank monsters. If you can't just go on a rampage and wipe out everything, then you might as well quit the game. After a thorough inventory, it was found that Master had single-handedly wiped out almost half of the regular skeleton army. The remaining half was divided among the other players. Is this the regular skeleton army you've been worried about? They seem much easier to kill than those shrieking sparrows. Master looked at the skull remains scattered on the ground and said with some lingering interest, "They're weakened under the sunlight. Although their health bars show F rank, their combat power has definitely been reduced to G rank. At their peak, they're not so easy to deal with." The little kitten smacked its lips and replied, "When we encountered skeleton soldiers, we had neither level nor equipment, so it's normal that we thought they were very powerful. Does no level, no equipment refer to people like them?" Master turned to look at Mr. Onlooker and Guyan. 2 skeletons lay in front of them. Clearly, even at level 1 and without any equipment, they managed to kill 2 skeleton soldiers. How'd you guys do that?" The little kitten was truly surprised. Attributes: 5, 5-5. Not equipped yet. Can you defeat an F-rank skeleton soldier equipped with 3 one-star gear pieces? Are we playing the same game? These monsters are a bit difficult to deal with. The onlooker wiped the cold sweat from his brow, took a deep breath, and said, "Their speed of action far exceeded mine, making it impossible for me to confront them head-on. Fortunately, the terrain here wasn't very flat, so I used it to my advantage and made them hit our own people instead. Although not fatal, it did impair their mobility, thus preserving their lives. Using the terrain to make them kill each other." The little kitten with the milky scent squinted its eyes and said, "How could you describe such a difficult operation so casually?" "Is it difficult? It's not too bad." As Mr. Onlooker spoke, he looked at Guyan beside him. "In the end, we still had to rely on him to deal with those 2 skeletons. The guy is really something." The little kitten looked at Guyan, who was unarmed and had no weapons, and its face showed even more confusion. "How did you kill him?" "Dodge the attack, go around to the back, and turn your head down." Guyan described it succinctly. Impossible. How could 5 points of strength possibly be enough to twist off a skeleton soldier's head? The little kitten shook its head repeatedly. Guyan's next sentence instantly made all the players present stare at him with wide eyes. "My strength isn't 5 points, it's 30 points. Master, the highest level player on the entire server, shouted it out directly. "Impossible. I'm level 20 and only have 28 strength. You're a level 1 human player with 30 strength. Are you kidding me?" Knowing that no one would believe him no matter what he said, Guyan posted all his panels on the public chat. ID, lonely words. Race, human. Level, 50. Occupation, none. Physical condition, 20. Strength, 30. Agility, 15. Spirit, 10. Remaining attribute points, 4. Health, 91. Spirit value, 90. Stamina, 65. Satiety level, 50. Status, none. Skills: Ancient Fist Technique LV1. Ancient Breathing Technique LV1. You're really a master of ancient martial arts. After Master looked at Guyan's panel, he was so flustered that he could hardly speak. So you brought real-world ancient martial arts into the game and then used them to enhance your physical attributes? Faba stroked Uzbekistan's chin and muttered, "But that's not to the extent. Did you really increase your 4 main attributes several times over after just 1 day of training? Ancient martial arts and ancient breathing techniques enhance physical fitness, but the effect is extremely slow after the first time." Guyan thought for a moment and said, "The most important thing is that the body in the game is completely free of impurities and all the meridians are as perfect as they were at the beginning. Such a body is used to practice ancient martial arts and ancient breathing techniques. Even achieving twice the result with half the effort is not enough to describe it. 1 day of practice is roughly equivalent to half a year of real-world practice. If my body were the same in reality, I would have already broken through to the level of a grandmaster of martial arts. Our game characters haven't undergone any technological and grueling training, so of course they have a good physical foundation." Master took a deep breath and said, "In the parlance of cultivation dramas, all the characters in our game are born with spiritual bodies, the chosen ones of heaven. So here's the question." Jian Ruren, standing to the side, raised his hand and asked, "Master Guyan, can we learn your ancient boxing and breathing techniques? If we can learn it, our combat power will increase significantly even without changing jobs." "Can." Guyan nodded and replied, "Go to our Chuan family to register as an outer disciple. The outer disciple assessment is held every 3 years. Those who pass will become inner disciples, at which point we will be able to teach you ancient fist techniques and ancient breathing methods. Then let's forget about it." Jian Ruren paused for a moment, then muttered, "In 3 years, I don't even know how many levels I've reached." By then, ancient martial arts were no longer of any use. Chapter 128, What is her identity? Hearing Jian Ruren say that, Guyan waved his hand and retorted, "Even if you don't need it in the game, learning ancient martial arts and breathing techniques in real life is extremely beneficial. The benefits of just getting started can extend your life by several years. Only," Guyan paused here and looked at everyone, "it's just that you are of a different age and have been through a lot in real life. They probably won't even pass the physical examination and assessment to enter the outer gate, not to mention the chance to enter the inner sect and learn ancient martial arts and breathing techniques." "Hey boss, please stop cursing. Please stop cursing. Upon hearing this, Jianruren took a step back and reluctantly shut his mouth. Hey, I've got an idea. It can greatly reduce the difficulty of our initial exploration. The little kitten looked at Guyan and said with a smile, We can't learn ancient martial arts, but we can let people from your ancient martial arts families play the game. Everyone comes in with ancient martial arts skills, without changing classes, and their attribute points are several times that of other players. What difficulties could there be in this initial stage of development? Absolutely not. Guyan shook his head decisively. Why? If I say anything to my family, they'll break my legs. Guyan took a deep breath and said, The elders in our family are quite traditional. Is it possible to only bring in those who are your generation of ancient martial arts practitioners? The little kitten thought for a moment and said, The kind of thing that bypasses your elders and prevents them from knowing. None of my generation in the family have any talent for martial arts. Guyan shook his head again. Among my generation, only I have fully mastered the first stage of the ancient martial arts breathing technique. The rest of us have only scratched the surface at best. Moreover, they've all gone into business and started their own companies. They simply don't have time to play games. By the way, there's someone who might be able to. Guyan seemed to remember something and nodded to himself. There's a talented junior sister who just passed the entrance exam from the outer sect to the inner sect. Breathing techniques are easy to learn. Maybe we can let her try it out in the game. Speaking of my junior sister, I'm no longer sleepy. Upon hearing this, Master immediately came over. My junior sister has some status in reality, so don't overthink it. Guyan reminded him in a deep voice. Have an identity? What is her identity? I laughed and tried to make a move on her. Do you think I'd get investigated? Master just pursed his lips and chuckled. Guyan didn't speak, but just silently looked at Mastigan. That look in his eyes made Master Gang feel uneasy. I hope I don't actually get investigated. It's best not to try it. After saying this, Guyan didn't respond to the player's questions and started stripping the skeleton of its equipment. Stop asking all these gossipy questions. We still have a lot of work to do. The little kitten with the milky scent waved and greeted everyone. All regular skeleton soldiers have a standard configuration of 1 weapon and 2 pieces of armor. 52 regular skeleton soldiers, with a total of 156 one-star equipment. Bringing back all the equipment from 52 skeletons won't be an easy task. Even with a strength rating of 30, Guyan can only fit 10 one-star equipment pieces in his backpack. They only have 12 people now, and it will take them at least 3 round trips to carry all the equipment. Boss Milk Flavor, are we going to take back a lot of equipment that's completely damaged? Jianruren asked in the team voice chat while rummaging through the equipment. I also have quite a few that are completely damaged. Looking at the several swords on the ground that have been cut in two, Fabi Yuzi felt a pang of heartache. These are all pure white silver coins. I'm sorry, I was a little too heavy-handed earlier. Master quickly apologized in the team voice chat. Use the Uzi to kill monsters. 1 bullet takes away a skeleton. The 3-piece skull set only has a small hole in the helmet, resulting in some loss of durability. Master had just slain the monster when the executioner's axe came down, and the skeleton's weapon and 2 pieces of armor were about to be smashed to pieces. It's rare for a skeleton that died at the hands of Mastigan to leave behind a complete piece of equipment. It's fair to say that most of the completely damaged equipment was destroyed by him. Let's take all the equipment off and do a count. Milk-flavored Little Meow Meow responded in the team voice chat. After nearly half an hour of dismantling equipment, all the good and bad 1-star equipment were gathered together and piled up into an equipment heap. I've calculated all 156 1-star equipment pieces, and 72 of them are completely damaged. Faba Uzbekistan looked at his statistics table and said, aside from the damage to armor, the weapons that suffered the most damage were swords, which were all cleaved in 2 by a single axe blow. The bows, staffs, and shields that fell in the back row were all relatively intact. My bad. I promise I'll be gentler next time. Master continued to apologize. That means we have 84 pieces of 1-star equipment that we can continue to use. The little kitten with milky flavor took a deep breath and said, if we sell them all to Dazhuang, what price can we get? I also consulted Dazhuang about the prices he charges for buying equipment. Uzbekistan recalled. He previously acquired a batch of standard 1-star longswords for Brother Zha. Because they were damaged and had magical markings, he bought them at a discounted price of 9 silver each. Wow, he's so dark-skinned. Master squinted and exclaimed in surprise. I buy equipment from him. 1-star defensive gear starts at 50 silver. Better gear with special effects costs 1 gold or more. My signature weapon costs a whopping 5 gold. He ended up buying 1-star equipment for only 9 silver. That's how monopolistic businesses work. Don't, said Brother Jia, shrugging. If he buys all of our equipment, the price will definitely be even lower. The little kitten paused, then pondered. Let's sell it to him for the lowest price of 5 silver coins each. 84 pieces, which is 420 silver and 4.2 gold. The time cost is nearly 3 hours. The manpower cost is 12 people, plus equipment consumption. For 0.2 gold, doesn't seem like a very profitable deal. You forgot about experience points. Uzi reminded him. Apart from the 2 skeletons that Gu Yin killed single-handedly, our 10-person team shared the experience points from 50 F-level skeletons, averaging 2,500 experience points per person. With experience points added, the gains are quite good. When the speaker mentioned Uzi, the little kitten suddenly remembered that Guyan and Mr. Spectator were not in the team. In other words, Gu Yin killed 2 skeletons by himself, gaining 1,000 experience points and leveling up from level 1 to level 5. Mr. Spectator, on the other hand, has been busy for so long but has gained nothing. The chubby little kitten walked up to them, scratched the back of its neck, and said somewhat awkwardly, "You've been invited to join the group. I'll get you a full set of equipment when I get back." Chapter 129, version 0.13 update. For PM. After recovering from staying up all night and having done some planning work, Guzhou went downstairs. As soon as Guzhou reached the stairs from the 2nd floor to the 1st floor, he heard a noisy, almost fighting-like sound coming from the direction of the cafeteria. Guzhou narrowed his eyes, somewhat bewildered. Didn't the system set up a safe zone around the respawn point? Players shouldn't be able to PK in the safe zone. Guzhou walked quickly to the cafeteria and found that the players in Zhuang were arguing heatedly. You're going way too far. I can understand why you only spend 6 silver to buy armor and helmets with severely damaged durability. But these almost intact bows, staffs, and shields. You only offered 6 silver? Do you think we're fools? The little kitten frowned and cried out. I'll say it again. I don't need these goods at all. Take it or leave it. De Zhuang also started shouting. How can I do business like this? Don't you understand the importance of offering some concessions for better future cooperation? The little kitten clenched its fists, resisting the urge to make a move. Do you only do one-off transactions? The problem is, I really don't need your equipment. I spent money to buy a bunch of unused items. Do you all think I'm stupid? De Zhuang retorted, maintaining his take-it-or-leave-it attitude. I'll fuck you. You, an equipment merchant, are saying that the equipment you buy isn't used? You have no shame at all. The person standing next to him called out to Uzbekistan as well. Unfortunately, De Zhuang has a monopoly advantage, and no matter how much the players plead, they can't get a satisfactory price. Seeing this, Guzhou shook his head. It turns out that this isn't the first time players have been negotiating prices with De Zhuang. Fine, let's place the new NPC now. He originally planned to place the new NPCs after all the players logged off at night. This way, even if there's an update time, it won't cause any delays. Now, we need to get Da Zhuang to behave himself. Guzhou confirmed the placement of the new NPC in the NPC management section of his mind. The update notification immediately appeared on the public chat. The game will undergo maintenance and updates in 15 minutes. The update details will be released on the official website. The game will undergo maintenance and updates in 15 minutes. The update details will be released on the official website. Game. Strange. What's there to update at this time? The little kitten looked at the system message and asked with some confusion. Yeah, a new NPC named Sean was released yesterday. What new content has been updated today? Matt Competition muttered. They can't possibly be releasing new NPCs, can they? I think it's possible. Faba Uzi pondered. Such a large Class C shelter only has 2 functional NPCs, a shady merchant and a cold doctor, which is far from enough. Now that this is a stable and safe refuge, logically, more survivors should be coming to join them. Everyone, put all your equipment in your backpacks. If you don't have enough weight capacity, leave it in your room for safekeeping. The little kitten with a milky flavor reminded me. 15 minutes should be enough time to clean up. What about the scrapped equipment we brought back? Matt Ballerina asked. I originally wanted to try my luck and see if I could make some money, but Da Zhuang, that shrewd businessman, wouldn't even spend a single copper coin. The little kitten smacked its lips and said, "Let's just leave it where it is for now, and we'll come back up and clean it up after the update is finished." 15 minutes passed, and all the players, whether they logged out or not, left the apocalypse. At the same time, the player goes offline. Inside the Class C shelter, 3 NPCs were created by the system. All 3 NPCs' personalities were randomly generated by the system. After Guja learned that he could set it to avoid the Korean online game style, he started to take a shortcut. The NPCs, randomly generated by the system, cannot have the kind of faces that internet celebrities have had plastic surgery on, unrealistically hot figures, or dressed very scantily. The first one is Emily, a chef NPC who sells special foods, can process food, and specializes in fast Western cuisine. Emily, female, 40 years old. She has long, wavy blonde hair that reaches her shoulders, regular facial features, and a voluptuous figure. She usually wears a chef's uniform. Although she's a female NPC, her age is unlikely to arouse much interest among players. The second is the alchemy NPC, Rain, who can engrave vacuum magic marks and enhance weapons by engraving magic marks. Rain, male, age 58. She was bald in the middle with long hair on the sides and was petite at 1.56 meters tall. She was carrying an unidentified cane and wearing a gray-brown cloak. The last one is Super Strong, another equipment NPC specially created by Guja to break the Zhuang's monopoly. The ID, originally generated randomly by the system, was Bead. However, due to Guja's perverse sense of humor, he changed the ID of this equipment NPC to Super Strong. Why is he super strong? Because he's a 2-star equipment merchant. Extremely muscular, male, age 30. He has a buzz cut, is 1.9 meters tall, of medium build, and has a muscular build. Now that he has a decent Class C shelter to live in, Guja's first thought is to complete the functional NPCs within the shelter. This is something that Faba Uzbekistan actually guessed. And just then, Guja received 750 planning points from Masters. With his daily accumulation, he has 790 planning points remaining. After he woke up, he spent the money he had planned. 3 new NPCs, 2 1-star NPCs with 200 planning points each, and 1 2-star NPC with 500 planning points each. He currently has 90 planning points remaining. Guja set the update time to at least 1 hour and chose to place the NPC. At this time, the official website of Dungeon Alliance, Original Blade Go, also posted a new version update announcement. Version 0.13 update announcement. Dear survivors, the game Dungeon Alliance, Original Blade Go will undergo server-wide maintenance starting at 16:20 on July 7th, 2333. Version 0.13 will be released after maintenance. The downtime is from 16:20 to 17:20. Update content. Added NPC Emily. New NPC added Ketchalane. New NPC added Super Strong. Congratulations to the players for successfully capturing the important landmark, the Welland Class C Vault. To provide players with a more perfect gaming experience, 3 new functional NPCs have been added. Once they arrive at the shelter, you will have better food to replenish your energy. You will have better equipment to deal with the monsters you encounter. Along with the introduction of the Super Strong character, the new version also unlocks the weapon refinement function. Players, give it a try. Finally, I wish all the survivors a pleasant journey through the post-apocalyptic world. An hour later, at 5:20 p.m., the players arrived at the Class C shelter. This time, even office workers like Humble Boy, Chicken Too Beautiful, and Pig Wings have joined the online community. Just as Guja had predicted, the first thing many players did upon logging in was to interact with Super Strong, the 2-star equipment merchant. Only Pig Wing, with a smile, ran up to Emily and, pretending to be a gentleman, said, "Welcome, my dear lady." The onlooker was completely bewildered. Why did these lines sound so familiar? Chapter 130, I Can Become an Alchemist. My dear lady, you must have experienced many setbacks outside. I swear to God, as long as you stay by my side, I will protect you with my life. It will free you from all suffering. Pig Wings grasped Emily's hand, wanting to offer a very generous hand gesture. However, due to the game helmet's censorship rules, he ended up kissing the invisible wall. This damn harmony. Pig Wing looked up at the sky and began to complain. Seeing this, a bystander couldn't help but ask, "They've all gone to Super Strong's place to look at 2-star equipment. Why are you still here chatting them up?" At this point, Mr. Onlooker lowered his voice and continued in a volume only Pig Wing could hear. And isn't this person a bit too old? Upon hearing this, Pigwings revealed a contemptuous smile. You young people are really something. You only like 18-year-old girls. You don't understand. What is it? Chicken Tai Mei, who was not far away, also came over. That's a foreign way of saying it. Mr. Onlooker responded hesitantly. A literal translation is not easy, but this word describes a very attractive and mature woman. At this moment, Emily had already withdrawn her hand. She replied with a smile. If you're interested in doing some business with me, I'd like to talk to you a little longer. If we don't do business. As she spoke, Emily's face instantly turned cold. If you're not doing business, then get the hell out of here. Pigwings and the others were stunned by the shout. Are chefs this irritable, even in the apocalypse? Chicken 2 Beautiful paused for a moment and muttered to herself. I think this fits the background. How could someone with a gentle and kind personality have survived until now? Pigwings said with a smile. It's okay. I can tolerate this little temper tantrum. I have a question. Mr. Onlooker raised his hand and asked. Even if you manage to win this lady's favor, there's nothing you can do about it. This isn't like those butter desserts from overseas that have no invisible walls. I don't care. Pigwings waved his hand. Has your friend experienced some kind of trauma in real life? Mr. Onlooker turned to Chicken Beauty and asked. No, he's always had this teddy bear personality. Chicken 2 Beautiful shook her head in response. If it weren't for his personality, he wouldn't have been able to seduce the cute and powerful guy into the game. Even the most milky boss. Mr. Onlooker's pupils suddenly dilated. That was an accident. Please stop spreading this around. Pigwing waved his hand as if to shoo them away, signaling to Chicken Beauty and Mr. Onlooker not to disturb him. After they left, Pigwing opened Emily's shop's inventory list. Cheese mashed potatoes, 1 silver for a serving of fried carrots and meat, 2 silver for a serving of fried steak, 5 silver for a serving of. Pigwings took a deep breath and whispered. They're all a bit pricey. You get what you pay for, and everything is worth a price. Emily glanced sideways at Pigwing. Isn't food just for replenishing satiety? What other value can it have? Pigwing carefully examined the attributes of these foods and immediately exclaimed in surprise. Foods that increase health regeneration rate, increase mental energy regeneration rate, and even increase movement speed? Can this even be considered food? It's almost as good as Sean's medicine and props. Pigwings looked at the game currency in his backpack and was puzzled. Unfortunately, I don't have much game currency left. Only the small amount of money I got from selling the whistling sparrow's claws and feathers last time. You wait for me. I'll go and loot the skeleton army's gear to feed you right now. Emily currently only has Pigwings here. The area around the alchemy NPC, Turian, is noticeably more lively. In addition to the 5-person agriculture group, including Weibi, Mechanical, and Magical, there are also several new players such as Phoenix Nirvana, Cold Diamond Block, and I'm the God of Cookery. Can you carve vacuum seal magic marks here? Wabi recalled the NPC descriptions in the announcement and asked Ketchalainen. Turain nodded, his husky voice speaking slowly. Comes with rune inlay, 1 silver per time. Vacuum-sealed runes have a 70% success rate when inlaying. Failure incurs a 50% charge. Why do I have to pay if I fail? Mechanics and Magic frowned. That's not the key point. He just said he'd bring his own rune sockets. Where are we supposed to find runes? The question arose between technology and ruthless work. No need to rush. I have everything here. Turain slowly introduced. Basic Space Rune, 50 copper coins each. Basic Constitution Rune, 80 copper coins each. Basic Strength Rune, 80 copper coins each. You can tell me what runes you want. There shouldn't be a shortage. Upon hearing what Turain said, Weibi immediately opened the items and began to clear and examine them. Good heavens, not only are there runes for the 4 main attributes, but also runes for attack speed, movement speed, skill cooldown, and some enhancement. You can basically enhance any aspect you want. Unfortunately, the runes are all basic, and their enhancement effects aren't very strong. Don't have too high expectations for a 1-star alchemy NPC. Mechanical and Magic smacked their lips and continued. In other words, we buy runes and have him inlay them. Each inlay costs 1 silver. Can we learn alchemy ourselves? You can just buy the runes from him. Having him socket them doesn't seem like a very cost-effective option. I remember that in the support class list for level 10 job advancement, there were chef, alchemist, and blacksmith professions to choose from. But in other games, these are usually secondary professions. Who would choose these when changing jobs at level 10? Weibi muttered to himself. I can learn alchemy. I enjoy tinkering with strange and unusual things in real life. The aloof diamond block overheard their conversation and interjected. A new player? Weibi glanced at the aloof diamond block and asked, May I ask what your job is in real life? Me? The aloof diamond block revealed a very sunny smile. I am just an ordinary, unremarkable construction worker. Mechanical Magic narrowed his eyes and said, I can't sense your ordinariness at all. Forget about all that, brother. Hurry up and level up. Reach level 10 and become an alchemist. Weibi patted the aloof diamond block on the shoulder and laughed. As long as you can learn how to embed runes, we'll entrust the task of embedding runes to you from now on. I don't care about the price, as long as it's lower than this old man's. Hey, is it really appropriate for us to say this in front of him? Technology and harsh words served as a reminder. It's just an NPC. What's wrong with saying it? Weibi waved his hand, indicating that it was nothing to worry about. Then why do I see that the prices of his product have all increased by 50? Chapter 131, Weapon Refinement. The 2-star equipment merchant is super strong. After a brief exchange, the players surrounding him all wore pleasant smiles. Guja could tell at a glance that they had reached a satisfactory price, because Guja had already made a deal with Chao Zhuang before the player logged in. He had a head start in understanding the scale of a 2-star equipment merchant. Guja found 10 helmets and 20 sets of armor in the Class C shelter. Chao Zhuang offered to buy them for 18 silver each, which was exactly twice the price that Zhuang offered. 2 stars is more impressive than 1 star. After earning 5.4 gold, Guja used another 5 gold to buy a 2-star necromancer's signature weapon, Death Touch, from Chao Zhuang. Touch of Death. Lethality, 3240. Cold damage, 10-15. Durability, 35-35. All summoned minions bonus. Strength, plus 10. Agility, plus 10. Equipment requirements. Strength, 8. Spirit, 16. Special. Skeleton enhancement, plus 1. When a summoned minion is an undead creature, gain an additional strength, plus 15, and agility, plus 15. Death Touch can increase the level of Guja's skeleton enhancement skill, and the skeletons he summons also enjoy a bonus of 25 to strength and agility. The enhanced skeleton skill effect is Skeleton Enhancement LV1. Skeletons 4 main attributes x 200. Skeleton Enhancement LV2. Skeletons 4 main attributes x 250. Skeleton Enhancement LV3. Skeletons 4 main attributes x 300. Skeleton Enhancement LV10. Max level. Equipment can be further upgraded. Skeletons 4 main attributes x 650. Now, Guja's Skeleton Enhancement LV3 plus equipment effect can give his 5 skeletons a 325 increase in strength and agility. After the skeleton was killed several times, Guja stopped adjusting the skeleton's attributes according to the direction. His 5-headed skeleton is now level 10, and he's maxed out all his attribute points in strength. The 5 level 10 skeletons have the same attributes, 6, 11, 6, and 3. After further enhancement, the attributes are minus 18, 35.75, 19.5, and 9. Guja has 5 skeletons with these 4-dimensional attributes. If Guja had enough money right now, he could even equip all 5 of his skeletons with 1-star gear. That would raise our combat power to another level. It can be said that Guja, the necromancer, has become completely powerful after learning the level 15 skill skeleton enhancement. Of course, there also needs to be a shrewd 2-star equipment merchant like Chao Zhuang, who can sell him a 2-star exclusive weapon for 5 gold. Otherwise, his strength wouldn't be so high right now. What a pity, the equipment is completely unusable. Super Strong won't take it here. The little kitten sighed as it looked at the numerous broken swords, tattered armor, and helmets on the ground. We went through so much trouble to bring these things back, but they were completely useless. Perhaps you could try weapon refinement. Chao Zhuang spoke up at this moment. Refining weapons with materials can increase their lethality. If the materials are special, they may even add special effects to the weapons. What materials are needed to refine weapons? It smells like milk, the little kitten asked. The metal obtained from dismantling 1-star equipment is acceptable. However, the quality of the refined product depends entirely on the materials themselves. The improvement in metal stats for 1-star equipment is unlikely to be significant. I can only help you refine the same piece of equipment twice at most. Whether or not to refine weapons requires careful consideration. It doesn't matter if you only refine it twice. Equipment from the early stages will be obsolete sooner or later anyway. The little kitten took a deep breath and asked, "What is the cost of refining the weapons?" Disassemble a 1-star equipment for 25 silver. Refine a 1-star weapon for 25 silver. That means it costs 50 silver coins to refine it once. The little kitten with a milky scent frowned. They just sold 84 1-star equipment pieces for 20 silver each, earning 16.8 gold. After each person received 1 gold medal, the remaining 4.8 gold medals were designated as a construction fund by Zhang San and Wei Bai. Even though they each had 1 gold, they still felt that the price of 50 silver for each refining was too expensive. "Why are you all hesitating? Let me do it. I'm the richest." Masters had just stepped forward, holding the executioner's axe. He received 7.5 gold from the exploration rewards, and after buying equipment, he still had 1.5 gold left. With the current share, he has 2.5 gold. As he said, he is currently the richest player. "You going to refine your signature weapon? Aren't you afraid it will break if you fail?" The little kitten with a milky scent reminded me. "Huh, refining can fail, and the weapon will shatter if it fails." Master was stunned. "You, a streamer of competitive games, haven't played enough online games." The little kitten with the milky scent shook its head and said, "Enhancing equipment usually involves a probability factor. There will also be corresponding penalties if the enhancement fails. I've seen plenty of examples of weapons being enhanced to the point of being useless." Upon hearing this, Masto immediately looked at Chao Zhuang and asked, "What is the success rate of weapon refinement? If it's not 100%, what happens to the refined weapon if it fails?" "Don't worry, refining a 1-star weapon isn't that difficult." Super Strong waved his hand and laughed. "The same weapon. The success rate of the first refinement is as high as 95%. The success rate of the second refinement is also 90%. What if it still fails?" Master said with concern. "The first 2 refinement failures will only reduce the equipment's durability." Hearing Chao Zhuang say this, Masto breathed a sigh of relief and said, "Then let's begin. Help me refine this executioner's axe." Chao Zhuang took a broken battle sword and Mastigan's executioner's axe and placed them into the furnace. After Masto handed over 1 gold medal, Chao Zhuang immediately started operating the smelting furnace. NPCs are all constructed by the system, and their skills are all game skills. Therefore, the operation of refining weapons. With the help of game skills, it was done in just 5 seconds. An upward-sounding sound effect emanated from the smelting furnace. Master Gun's executioner's axe successfully +1. Chapter 132. The planner finally did some human touch. Masters had just received the executioner's axe +1 and checked its attributes. Based on the data, I remembered, after doing some calculations, I said, after refining +1. The lethality has increased by 8. Durability increased by 10 points. Is an upgrade that costs 50 silver worth it? After all, 50 silver can buy a decent 1-star piece of equipment. You can kill mobs in 1 hit, so these improvements aren't noticeable. The little kitten with milky flavor analyzed from his side. But when dealing with a boss, this improvement in lethality and durability is very important. After all, you can't repair weapons in the wild. If the boss is low on health and your weapon's durability is depleted, you'll be in real trouble. Speaking of other 50 silver 1-star weapons, even if you carry 10 weapons in your backpack, none of them are as useful as your signature weapon. That's right, this is my signature weapon. 50 silver to enhance 8 damage and 10 durability. It's not a bad deal. Master nodded and handed the executioner's axe +1 back to Super Strong, along with a broken skull sword as a material. His meaning was quite clear. Keep refining it. +2. Master had previously given 1 gold, and this time, after Super Strong received the weapons and materials, he immediately began to operate. The weapons and materials spun around in the furnace a few more times. The sound of refining being completed rang out again from inside the furnace. But this time, it was a very deep voice. "No way. A 90% success rate can fail." Master was completely dumbfounded. His face shouldn't be that dark. Super Strong awkwardly took out his weapon. "I'm sorry. There might have been a problem with my operation, which resulted in the refining result not being ideal." Although Chao Zhuang said that he would never return the money he had already received. Master had just retrieved his weapon and glanced at it. The refining failed, but the weapon's damage remained unchanged. Only the 10 points of durability that had been added were deducted back. It's still acceptable, I guess. As he spoke, Masto transferred another 50 silver coins to Chao Zhuang. Keep refining. He refused to believe that he could have failed twice with a 90% success rate. A few seconds later, an upward-sounding sound was heard coming from the smelting furnace. Master had just breathed a sigh of relief. If he fails to refine it again, he'll probably have a major mental breakdown. The improvement from the second refinement is even greater. Master, having just retrieved his weapon, said with some surprise. Second refinement. Damage increased by 10. Durability increased by 15 points. If the refining process fails twice, the damage will increase by 18. The durability will increase by 25 points. From this perspective, refined flowers are quite valuable in the game. It's super strong. Can it be refined to +3? +3 should mean an even greater improvement. Super Strong shook his head and replied, with my abilities, refining a weapon twice is already the limit. Oh, that's right, you're a 2-star. Master just realized what was happening and nodded, saying, to get +3, you'd probably need a 3-star equipment merchant, but I doubt there will be any more equipment merchant NPCs coming out anytime soon. Seeing the significant improvement that Master Gun's Executioner's Axe received after being upgraded to +2, the other players were quite tempted. Guja was the same, but unfortunately he had already asked Chao Zhuang before. Refining weapons to enhance the summoned followers' effect requires extremely precious materials. This is to enhance the weapon's special effects, not simply to increase its damage and durability. This material can only be obtained by killing rare bosses or by dismantling class-specific weapons. If such material were available, Guja would also consider increasing his death touch by 2. Seeing the players so excited about refining their weapons, the little kitten coughed twice and said, if you want to refine weapons, you should at least get a class-specific weapon before refining it. Refining a low-star hammer is just foolish and wasteful. The players only realized what was happening after hearing the reminder from the little kitten. They don't even have a 1-star weapon, let alone a 1-star class-specific weapon. Thinking too far ahead about refining weapons is really wishful thinking. As for why players didn't just use the 3-piece skull set, that was a decision made after a vote by all players. The stats of the Skeleton Soldier 3-piece set aren't very impressive. It would be better to convert it into in-game currency and distribute it to the players. Players can then purchase equipment that suits them. I've looked at the super strong item list. It's all 2-star equipment. As he took notes, Uzbekistan said, the cheapest 2-star equipment costs 80 silver. 2-star equipment with special effect costs 1 to 3 gold, and exclusive weapons cost around 5 gold. The prices of 2-star equipment are generally acceptable. Mastigan. He spent 5 gold to buy a 1-star exclusive weapon and felt like he was a complete traitor. By the way, before coming Chao Zhuang, I also checked out Da Zhuang's prices. Although he's still the only one selling non-star and 1-star equipment, the overall price has been reduced by 20. Even the starting price for 1-star equipment has dropped to 40 silver. Uzi continued, he won't lower the price. We just added money to buy the 2-star version. Who would still patronize his place? Masto just pursed his lips and said, damn it, I should have asked him if there was any price guarantee before buying the equipment. I bought a 1-star exclusive weapon, enjoyed it for a few hours, and then the price dropped. I can't accept this. Seeing Master's speechless, expressionless face, Fabi Uzi couldn't help but burst out laughing. In short, the emergence of Super Strong broke the monopoly of Big Strong and brought equipment prices back to normal levels. It's fair to say that the game designers have finally started to do some human touches, which deserves praise. Also, don't let the bad experience with Da Zhuang prevent you from buying equipment from him. You should still buy the transitional equipment that doesn't require star upgrades or has a 1-star rating. But now you can go to his face and call him a swindler. He definitely won't dare raise prices then. After players learn about the new NPC's functions, it's time for them to replenish their supplies. Emily's special food, Clayton's rune engraving, and super powerful 2-star equipment and weapon refinement. These are not the areas where players tend to spend a lot of money. After thinking for a while, the players bought some medicine from Sean and replenished their 1-star equipment at a reduced price from Zhuang. Uzbekistan is right. Even if a merchant is unscrupulous, you still need to buy transitional clothing if necessary. Guja, who was observing from the entrance of the cafeteria, looked utterly bewildered. He created 3 new NPCs, enriching the shelter's functions while breaking De Zhuang's monopoly. How come Da Zhuang is the one who ended up making all the money? The time it takes for players to resupply their equipment. The little kitten and the hairy Uzi stood together, their eyes occasionally glancing at Phoenix, Nirvana, the aloof Diamond Block, and the others. The last 5 new players out of the 30 have also logged in. What do you think? The little kitten with the milky scent raised its chin and asked. Chapter 133, The 3 of Us. I chatted with them for a bit and learned some basic information from them. Fazb shook his head, looking at the phoenix rising from the ashes. This strong young man is an animal trainer in real life. Not zookeepers, but animal trainers who have actually trained wild animals. We had just acquired a few shadow wolves when the game company issued beta test qualifications to beast tamer players. The intention behind this is self-evident. The little kitten nodded and continued. We'll talk to him later and see if we should hand over all the shadow wolves to him. Animal training is best left to professionals. The other 4 are common professions in reality, but they are all useful in the post-apocalyptic world. Faba Uzbekistan turned to look at the others and continued. I haven't gotten on the bus yet. Old mechanic from the car dealership. If we switch to the mechanic class, we might be able to create something that surprises us. I am the god of cookery, the head chef of a grand hotel. If players could become chefs in the game, the special foods they made would likely be even better than Emily's. After all, he's a Chinese chef, so his culinary skills are beyond question. Mimi the tailor, just like her ID, runs a tailor shop in real life. After learning skills in the game, you might be able to craft your own equipment. The last one is a cold, aloof Diamond Block and an ordinary construction worker. Just let him hang out with the Outlaws 3, 4, and 5. This aloof Diamond Block doesn't seem like an ordinary construction worker to me. The little kitten with the milky scent squinted its eyes and said, There shouldn't be any problems, right? After thinking for a moment, Faba Uzbekistan said, Even if you lied on the pre-arranged survey, you wouldn't write that you're an ordinary construction worker. Moreover, after the incident where 7 out of 10 people were banned in the previous batch, no player will dare to defy the rules and cheat. What do you think? Do we need to probe these people further? No. The little kitten with the milky scent shook its head and said, People at game companies wouldn't make the same mistake twice. Those who can now qualify for the first test are probably quite reliable. Let's just invite them all in. After some discussion, the number of people in the first test game discussion group expanded to 30. These new players are guided by experienced players, so they pick it up very quickly. In addition, there is the world background that Masto just brought back. New players won't be as confused as previous players. After the player teams gather, as the organizer, the adorable little kitten stepped forward and said, According to the information brought by Master Gang, the humans of this world were wiped out by a coalition of various alien races. Our role as players is roughly that of surviving humans in a war of genocide. It appears to be an open-world game without a main storyline, where you can do whatever you want. It's actually still a pure survival game. To us, all other races in this world are enemies. We don't know when they will launch another extermination operation. Moreover, I think there's a high probability. The final stage of the first test was an attack by an alien race arranged by the game company. If we make it through, we'll pass and qualify for the next test. If we get shut down, then we'll just have to wait patiently for the game to be released. So that we can still play games later. My sincere suggestion is that players unite and stop competing amongst themselves. Especially for new players, never try to steal other people's supplies. 7 people who did this have already been kicked out. Next, I'll explain how I understand this gameplay. Those with differing opinions are welcome to discuss them freely. First, to be able to live a normal life. Food, clothing, and shelter. Make sure these 3 are taken care of first. We don't want a large number of our players to freeze or starve to death during extreme weather. We don't even need other races to destroy us. We'll destroy them ourselves. Second, level up. I don't need to explain why you need to level up. Third, build shelters. By building up the overall defensive capabilities of a shelter, we can defend our respawn point with its defenses in the event of an alien invasion in the future. Fourth, map exploration. There are many benefits to exploring the map. The resources, important landmarks, and shelters built by pre-humans on the map are all very important to us. Especially the last point. More shelters mean more respawn points, which means more room for error. If one respawn point is destroyed, we can still choose another respawn point to revive. Furthermore, based on our speculation, The game's failure will most likely be determined by the complete fall of our shelter respawn points. Then all of us players were wiped out. If there's no respawn point for us, then the game is over. If we face the challenge of an alien invasion, we must do well in these 4 areas to get through it safely. As the little kitten finished speaking, it looked at the man with the hairpin not far away and asked in a low voice, "Is it finished recording? I don't want to have to repeat it every time there are new people." Fa made an okay gesture to the little kitten. Guja, sitting in the corner of the cafeteria, watched the adorable little kitten speaking at the player conference and couldn't help but raise his hands in approval. Having such an organizer among the players saves him a lot of trouble. It's getting dark soon. The little kitten cleared its throat and continued. Undead creatures are most active after dark, so it is not recommended to explore the map. At this point, you can either farm and build within the shelter, or choose a safe spot to grind monsters and level up. At this point, the milky little kitten looked at Mastigan, who was playing with the executioner's axe. "Mastigan, do you want to come with me and take the new players to farm regular skeletons later? Let them get used to the environment first." "No problem. I'm a pro at mentoring newbies." Master responded with a smile. "That's settled then. The rest of you are free to do as you please, but it's best to avoid the dark areas on the map." The little kitten with a milky flavor reminded me, "If you really want to go wild, please just die outside. Don't bring the monsters to the shelter." After saying that, the little kitten paused for a moment. Why does this sentence sound so familiar? Like I've heard it somewhere before. After the players were free to roam, Pigwing immediately brought over 2 familiar faces, Humble Boy and Chicken Too Beautiful. "I want to go to the Skull Cave to get equipment to sell for money. Anyone want to come?" Pigwings raised an eyebrow at the other 2. "You're trying to get money to buy Emily's special food to boost your relationship with her, aren't you?" Chicken is too beautiful to be true. She directly exposed it. "Now that we're in the game, can we please stop being so sycophantic?" Pigwings didn't deny it, but instead asked in return. "A regular skeleton army with only an F rank can drop equipment worth 60 silver. Do you want it or not? You may want it, but have you thought about our careers?" As the Humble Boy spoke, a wind shield was cast over Pigwing. Chapter 134, we also have mages. Pigwing felt the wind shield on its body and then realized what it was trying to say. The 3 of them. A wind spirit that provides a shield to others. A priest who can heal people. There's also a priest who can give people berserk buff. 3 support classes. How can you play a team that's all support with no frontliners and no damage dealers? It's not that we can't fight it. Pigwing thought for a moment and said, "Although we switched to a support class, all 4 of our attributes have been improved. After allocating all attribute points to strength, the strength attribute will have 14 or 15 points. Put on a shield and then add a berserk buff, so you won't be unable to kill even F-rank monsters. Shall we give it a try? If we find we can't win, we'll just retreat." The Humble Boy paused for a moment, then continued. He saw that many people in the hall had equipped themselves with 1-star gear. He was still holding a small, unsharpened hammer, and he was getting a little anxious. "We can't fall too far behind. Why don't you sell the 2-star scepter you got from the 2-star treasure chest and get us 3 better weapons before we go kill skeletons?" Chicken Too Beautiful looked at Pigwing and suggested, "Anyway, the weapon you chose isn't a professional weapon, so you'll have to change it sooner or later." It's not that I didn't want to choose a weapon, but that there weren't any unique weapons available in the 2-star selection chest. Pigwing smacked his lips and said, "That's true. My 2-star scepter can only help me speed up the recovery of my mental energy and reduce the cooldown of my skills by 5. It's not as useful as a 1-star melee weapon." Pigwing took a deep breath, made up his mind, and sold the 2-star scepter to Super Strong. "Since I haven't used the 2-star scepter to hit any monsters, its durability is still full." The brand new 2-star scepter sold for 1 gold at Super Strong's place. Then he went to Dezhuang and bought 2 1-star iron hammers for 40 silver each and 1 unstarred iron hammer for 20 silver each. With their average strength attribute of 14.6, they are more than capable of using these 3 hammers. The 3 of them, each carrying a large iron sledgehammer, walked out of the shelter. New players, seeing this, all assumed that the 3 frontline warriors had gone out to level up. Who would have thought that these were 3 support heroes? It took Pigwing and his 2 companions nearly an hour and a half to reach the Skull Cave. After all, it's nighttime, so we need to be careful when we move around. They didn't dare to run the map at full speed. We've arrived at our destination. So here's the question. Who among the three of us can pull the monster? The pig's wings seem to have raised a global problem. All three of them look troubled. We lack both movement speed and agility, and pulling monsters could easily result in us getting killed. The humble boy took a deep breath and said, "Let's go together. If there are too many monsters, we can just run away. If there are only a few, we can try to fight them." The other two nodded. The three of them walked towards the entrance of the skull cave, stopping frequently along the way. At night, players no longer need to pour black water into the skull cave, as skeleton soldiers are already lingering at the entrance. A skeleton soldier quickly spotted the sneaky pig wings and his companions. "We're engaging. Shield me and give me the berserk buff." Pig Wing charged toward the skeleton soldier, wielding a giant iron hammer. At the same time, the wind element condensed into a barrier around him, and a strange energy made him feel full of power. With a clang, the skeleton soldier slashed at the Pig Wing's wind shield, but failed to break through its defenses. Pig Wing charged forward with a giant iron hammer, smashing the skeleton soldier to the ground. This is the advantage of having a shield. You don't get stunned when attacked, which is equivalent to having super armor. After the skeleton soldier fell, Pig Wing continued to finish him off with hammer blows. They didn't stop until they smashed the skeleton soldier's helmet and completely cracked its skull. The skeleton soldiers have been killed by the Pig Wings. The system information popped up on the public screen. Pig Wing paused in place, turned around and smiled at the humble boy and Chicken Too Beautiful. "See, who says support characters can't kill monsters?" Pig Wing crouched down and began to collect the spoils of war. "What a pity about this helmet. I've completely destroyed it. We only made 40 silver from this skeleton." Just as Pig Wing was about to put the skeleton soldier's armor and sword into his backpack, a fireball shot out from the entrance of the skull cave and slammed straight into him. Boom! The fireball exploded. The wind shield, which had already been hit, was completely shattered. Even Pig Wing, who wasn't equipped with star defense gear, lost 16 HP to the fireball. The next moment, the three of them looked towards the entrance of the skull cave at the same time. It turned out that a skeleton mage and a skeleton shield bearer had emerged from the cave. "Oh no, this is going to be tough." The humble boy frowned and said, "Without an assassin, we can't reach the skeleton mage. Without archers and warriors, we can't get past the skeleton shield guards. Should we just grab the sledgehammer and charge in? See if we can smash the skeleton shield guard shields?" Chicken Too Beautiful took a deep breath and said, "We're pushing ourselves too hard. We've been taking a few fireballs while we're smashing the skeleton shield guards." The humble boy shook his head. Suddenly, a white light appeared. The humble boy and the beautiful chicken looked over and realized that Pig Wing was using the priest's healing touch skill to heal himself. "Wait, Pig Wing's holy light can damage undead creatures. We have mages here too." Chicken Beauty realized this and immediately reminded her. "Use lay on hands to attack? Then we need to dodge the fireballs first. My skill has a 20-second cooldown." After Pig Wing restored his health, he and the other two players began to move around. Fortunately, the fireball's trajectory wasn't very fast. They actually managed to dodge a fireball by maneuvering. After the 20-second skill cooldown was over, Pig Wing cast Holy Light on the opposing skeleton mage. Holy Light surrounded the skeleton mage's entire body. Splash! The skeleton mage was instantly disintegrated, turning into several pieces of bone that scattered all over the ground. "Your Holy Heal skill is that powerful? It can one-shot an F-rank skeleton?" The humble boy exclaimed in surprise. "If it doesn't kill you instantly and you still have a third of your health left, it should heal itself back up if left unattended." Pig Wing glanced at the skeleton mage's health bar and shook his head in response. "That's enough. Without the threat of the skeleton mage, we can slowly hack this skeleton shield guard away with our hammers." Chicken Too Beautiful raised the hammer and shouted excitedly. However, before he could even take a step, the skeleton shield guard suddenly spoke. The disgusting aura of holy light must be eradicated from the Holy Light Church. No sooner had the skeleton shield guard finished speaking than a deafening roar echoed from within the skeleton cave. The humble boy and his companions felt as if an earthquake had struck. Not long after, a large number of skeleton soldiers poured out from the direction of the skull cave, and the number is increasing. Chapter 135 Version Answers Version Traps. What's going on? How did so many skeletons suddenly appear? Pigwing was dumbfounded as he watched the endless stream of skeleton soldiers pouring out. What on earth triggered these skeleton regulars? You've provoked me. Chicken 2, Beautiful replied in a very fast voice. Didn't you hear what that skeleton shield guard said? The Holy Light Church must die. As a pastor, aren't you from the Holy Light Church? Am I from the Holy Light Church? Pigwings was a little confused. What are you all standing there for? Get out of here! Upon seeing the skeleton soldiers emerge, the humble boy immediately turned and moved away from the area. Too many. There's no way they can escape. Pigwings took a deep breath and said, Since my holy light is so stimulating to them, I'll stay and attract them. As he spoke, Pigwing threw his one-star hammer to Chicken 2 Beautiful. Take my gear to a higher point, then log off and disappear once we're out of combat. Chicken 2 Beautiful nodded and chased after the humble boy in the direction he had fled. After the two left, Pigwing used holy healing on himself. The holy light shone brightly, instantly attracting a large number of skeletons. The moment the holy light dissipated, he was overwhelmed by the skeletons that had been attracted to him. Soon, his death message appeared on the public chat. The delay was caused by Pigwings. The humble boy and the beautiful chicken successfully reached the high sniping point before the Uzi was fired. Successfully out of combat. Log off now. Chicken 2 Beautiful quickly reminded her. Wait, let's see what's going on down there first. The humble boy gestured. The two of them lay prone at a high point, observing quietly. Fortunately, these regular skeleton soldiers did not continue to pursue them after they came out. Otherwise, their failure to log off and observe would be tantamount to courting disaster. Good heavens, I did a rough count. There are at least 400 skeletons here. The humble boy looked at the situation below, took a deep breath, and said, If these 400 regular skeletons attack our shelter tonight, we won't be able to hold them off, will we? I reckon they just swept through the competition. Chicken 2 Beautiful swallowed hard. Fortunately, our Class C shelter is a full 20 kilometers away from here, so these skeletons can't possibly get there. The humble boy took a breath and said, Look at the skeletons below. They seem to be lined up according to the unit types. Soldiers, archers, mages, and shield bearers. Chicken 2 Beautiful said with a surprised look. My God, they're practically the regular army of the undead. If that's the case, then those with taller frames and better equipment must be their superiors. The humble boy squinted and began to search. Now that we have the superior, we should have found another commander. It's heading towards the pile of bones that were dismantled by Boss Milk Flavor and his group during the day. From the perspective of the humble boy, a skeleton nearly 3 meters tall, fully equipped with a dark set of gear from head to toe, was muttering something to a pile of bones. Several tens of seconds later, the pile of bones, which had already been dismantled, began to piece together into headless skulls. This scene left the humble boy completely stunned. This thing also has a skeleton resurrection skill? Are there necromancers among skeletons? Chicken 2 Beautiful was also somewhat frightened. The main point isn't actually the resurrection of skeletons, but that they're all headless skeletons that are being resurrected. Skulls have no heads, which means they have no weaknesses. How are we supposed to kill them? These headless skeletons can't exist forever, right? Otherwise, the necromancer inside would be way too overpowered. The humble boy, having said this, suddenly noticed that G-Time had a thoughtful expression on her face. You don't mean you want to turn into a skeleton and play a skeleton necromancer, do you? I have this idea, but I don't know how to implement it. Chicken 2 Beautiful nodded honestly and replied, There needs to be a monster that can turn players into skeletons without the players being considered dead. That's a very difficult condition to meet. Then you'll probably have to wait a while. You might not even see the test end. The humble boy smacked his lips. After reviving the headless skeleton, the skeleton leader began to lecture the other skeletons. Looking at the scene below, Chicken Beauty continued. They've moved. These skeletons are rearranging themselves into squads. After regrouping, they're starting to head in different directions. They're running around the map, searching for us. Oh no, what if these guys find our shelter? The humble boy immediately realized that things were in serious trouble. Take my equipment and log off. Then I'll attract them in the opposite direction. This is all I can do with this last bit of effort. By the way, after you log off, send a message about what's happening here to the group. Let them prepare themselves mentally. After saying this, the humble boy ran in the opposite direction from the shelter. Along the way, He made as much noise as possible to attract more regular skeleton soldiers to chase him. 20 minutes later, 29 players gathered in the cafeteria hall. The humble boy and pig wings, who have apologized countless times, stand at the forefront of the players. Everything that Chicken 2 Beautiful said in the group is true, and there is no exaggeration at all. Pig wings sighed and said, "The reason for this is that I wanted to kill some regular skeleton soldiers and get some equipment to sell for money. We originally thought that even if we pulled too many monsters, our deaths outside wouldn't affect this place. Result, stimulated by my holy light, they swarmed out and began searching the entire map. I should have thought of that. In any game, the necromancers and the church, where the priests reside, are mortal enemies. It's understandable that my appearance would elicit such a strong reaction from them." The little kitten took a deep breath and replied, "So the priest class, which was originally thought to be the answer to the current version, is actually a trap? Even professions belonging to the papacy's faction are prime targets in the necromancer territory. More or less." Pigwing nodded. "It seems that on this map, no matter what class you switch to, you can't switch to one with holy light. Players who haven't changed jobs yet immediately share this consensus. The Skull Cave is 20 kilometers away from here. It shouldn't be easy for the skeletons we're searching the map to find this way." Uzi muttered to himself, "No matter what, we must be prepared to face the enemy." The milky little kitten waved its hand. "Let's go out now and set up all the defenses and traps we can. Every second counts." The adorable kitten led the players out of the building. They happened to run into Guja, who was returning from walking manhwa. Seeing the tense expressions on the players' faces, Guja had a bad feeling. He narrowed his eyes and asked, "Tell me, what have you done this time?" Chapter 136, Intercepting the Skeleton Squad. Upon hearing Guja's question, the players were collectively stunned. They looked at each other, but no one answered. Even the little kitten who was the organizer. I don't know how to phrase it. Only then can the statement, "We've brought you over 400 F-level skeletons," be presented in a way that doesn't sound so misleading. Seeing that the players were all silent, Guja directly opened the fully lit map of the game's developers and checked it himself. Upon seeing this, he almost decided to stay in Bungbu. There are a large number of F-rank skeletons wandering around the map. These skeletons seemed determined to find all the hidden humans. Guja glanced at the system icon count again. There are a total of 435 icons symbolizing the F-class skull. Guja was completely dumbfounded. He couldn't quite understand what these guys had done to blast all the skeletons out of the Skull Cave. Furthermore, they began searching for people all over the map. Damn it, a small squad of skeletons is coming this way. Should I get rid of them again? Guja frowned deeply. This Class C shelter was just starting to show signs of improvement. Such great living conditions. Are they going to be gone after just a few days of comfort? Most importantly, I don't know where to find a decent shelter. Even if they find one, there will definitely be something in the new shelter that needs to be cleared out before people can move in. I really don't want to give up on this Class C shelter. Guja looked at the planning map with resentment, and he suddenly realized that the distance between these separate search teams of skeletons was getting farther and farther. He thought of something and quickly asked the system. "System, these undead creatures shouldn't have long-distance communication tools or the ability to do so, right? The soul imprint of the necropolis can sense the dissipation of the soul flames of elite and boss-level dead beings from a distance, but it has no communication capabilities." The system provided an answer after analyzing the data already loaded in the post-apocalyptic world. That makes things easier. Guja breathed a sigh of relief. If the necromancer had long-distance communication capabilities, if he takes down a few of the skeletons, he might attract the entire regular skeleton army. However, it lacks long-distance communication capabilities. That means he could easily devour the skeleton squad heading towards the shelter. As long as the commotion isn't too loud, the other regular skeleton troops won't know there are humans here. Hey, why is Jaji standing there in a daze? The humble boy looked at the motionless Guja with a puzzled expression. Is it possible that he was so angry with us that his program crashed? Pig Wings muttered. Thinking about it, it makes sense. They're happily walking the wolves outside. When I got back, I found that my house was about to be gone. Who could stand that? Master just smacked his lips and said. At this moment, Guja finally snapped out of his conversation with the system. He looked at the players, took a deep breath, and said, "A group of skeletons is heading towards our shelter. You have to arrange for someone to come with me to intercept them. They should be allowed to die at least 1 kilometer away from the shelter. Fighting cannot be done in the shelter. As Guja spoke, he turned to look at the few players in the team who hadn't yet changed their class. Survivors without special abilities should not go. Stay in the shelter and guard it well. Except for you. The player who was excluded was Gu Yan, who had not changed jobs but had the highest attribute values among human players. While resupplying in the lobby, Guyan even spent 1 gold to buy a 1-star gauntlet with special effects, the Lanfeng Gauntlet. Storm Wind Gauntlets, Storm Wind set 1 to 5. Lethality, 26-37. Durability, 35 to 35. Equipment requirements, Strength 10, Agility 10. Special effects, each punch generates a gust of wind. Fist blows through the wind. Each attack increases attack speed by 15, stacking up to 5 times, lasting 30 seconds, and can be triggered once every 5 minutes. Set bonus, attack speed increased by 30, movement speed increased by 25, skill cooldown reduced by 15. This effect applies when the player is equipped with the Stormwind Helmet, Stormwind Armor, Stormwind Shawl, Stormwind Gauntlets, or Stormwind Boots. The Stormwind Gauntlets are not only a signature weapon for the Boxer class, but also part of the set. A complete set of Stormwind equipment provides very high buffs. Unfortunately, the Zhuang shop only had 1 set of Lanfeng Gauntlets. To get other Stormwind outfits, you'll probably have to wait for the Zhuang shop to refresh, or obtain them through other means. Guja, as the game planner, has been paying close attention to the changes in Gu Yan's attributes and equipment. Guja knew that even if Gu Yan hadn't changed jobs, his individual combat strength is also among the top 3 in the entire server. After gesturing for most of the players who hadn't changed jobs to stay in the shelter, Guja looked at Pig Wing, Faba Uzi, and the Wind Rises. By the way, the priest can't go either. If your holy light shines, the undead will come looking for you. Pig Wings. Pig Wings almost wanted to reply, "Why didn't you say so sooner?" But as the biggest troublemaker, he obediently kept quiet. Shooting is also not allowed. The noise is too loud. Send a Uzi. If we need to use those explosive crossbow bolts, you stay here too. The wind picked up. I bought a lot of piercing crossbow bolts when I was resupplying. I'll try to be as quiet as possible when the fighting starts. Okay then. Guja nodded slightly and continued. I signaled to those who stayed in the shelter not to wander around, or they would have to bear the consequences. Guja gave the players a warning look. At the same time, he muttered to himself, "At this critical juncture, if you still cause trouble for me, don't blame me for using my authority to kick you out." Guja led the players to the path the skeleton was about to take as quickly as possible. The group of skeletons will arrive in about 3 minutes. There will be 15 of them. Guja said, while looking at the planning map. 5 skeleton soldiers, 3 skeleton archers, 1 skeleton shield bearer, and 6 other things that I don't know what they are. Since no player has killed this monster yet, the system has no data on it, and the icon on the map only shows a question mark. So Guja didn't know what the question mark icon was either. What the hell is this thing? The humble boy asked, somewhat puzzled. Is it possible that it's the headless skeleton you mentioned, or a superior of a skeleton? Little Kitten with milky flavor chimed in. Aren't you all curious about how Brother Zha found out about this information? Pigwing narrowed his eyes and muttered to himself. I already asked Brother Zha about that. Harlan the Night Demon said in the team voice chat. Zhiji said, this is his special ability. It should be similar to our skills. This is the same ability as unlocking maps. Can we learn it? The little kitten with milky flavor took a deep breath and said, these are the skills of a true supermodel. I'm not sure if talking to Brothers a few more times will trigger the quest to learn this skill. Harlan the Night Demon King smacked his lips and replied, but when you're looking for Brothers to do quests, never do it during his rest time, or you'll easily get your head smashed open by a skeleton. The players chatted amongst themselves, but they didn't feel the same psychological pressure as Guja while playing the game. Soon, the 3 minutes were up. A series of clattering, sounds of bones colliding rang out from afar. Chapter 137 Guja is playing an RTS game. They're here. There really are 15 skeletons. No more, no less. The wind picked up as Gao Jian aimed his crossbow, and he immediately reported his discovery. Just like Brother just said, 5 skeleton soldiers, 3 skeleton archers, and 1 skeleton guard. The other 6 are headless skulls and tall, special skulls. This special skeleton must be the superior one they were talking about. An elite monster? Should I fire a crossbow bolt at this elite monster first? Don't rush. Wait for them to come over and reach our ambush point before we make our move. As per Brothers' request, we should remain still. If they move, clean them up as quickly as possible. Milk-flavored Little Meow Meow responded in the team voice chat. The clanging sound of bones colliding continued. The skeleton squad is getting closer and closer to the player's ambush point. When a skeleton squad was less than 10 meters away from the player's ambush point, they suddenly all stopped. It has a different feel to it. The leading elite skeleton suddenly turned its head and stared at Mastigan, who was hiding in the front row. Damn it, I've been discovered. Move, move. Master had just raised the executioner's axe when he swung it toward the elite skeleton. With a clang, the executioner's axe explodes on Mars. The elite skeleton actually raised its broadsword and blocked Mastigan's executioner's axe. Humanity must die. Soul fire burst forth in the eyes of the elite skeleton. It increased the force in its hand, directly sending Mastigan flying. Even with my 28 points of strength, I can't beat this thing. Master hurriedly stood up and distanced himself from the elite skeleton. Call out. At that moment, a crossbow bolt shot out with tremendous force. It pierced straight into the elite skeleton's head. It's done. The wind picked up at the higher point, he shouted excitedly. However, after glancing at the elite skeleton's health bar again, her excitement immediately vanished. The elite skeleton's health bar wasn't completely depleted by the headshot. It only dropped by 11 points. It seems the crossbow bolts weren't powerful enough to completely pierce its head, but one arrow can take away 11 of its health, which means this elite monster isn't too difficult to deal with. He exhaled a breath of stale air as the wind picked up and continued to cock his crossbow. After the elite skeleton was shot with an arrow, its health bar was fully exposed to the player's view. Skeleton Warrior, rank F, Elite, 89. Master Gang, Gyan, Harlanite, Demon King. You guys go deal with this elite monster. The rest of us will clear out the smaller monsters first. As the little kitten gave the order, it led its people toward the skeleton soldiers. When they arrived at the location, they discovered that Guja's 5 skulls had already started fighting with them. Aren't the strength and agility of these 5 skeleton minions a bit off? The little kitten glanced at the battle, and its eyes widened in surprise. Guja's skeleton followers completely overwhelmed the skeleton soldiers in both strength and agility. In a 5v5 situation, the minion skeleton can practically rub the skeleton soldier into the ground. The key point is that the follower skeleton human only has a small, non-starred mace in its hand. Skeleton soldiers have standard weapons and a 3-piece set of armor. With such a huge equipment gap, how could they be completely crushed? Upon seeing this battle, not only was the little kitten shocked, but the other players were also dumbfounded. They were all thinking, what are the exact 4-dimensional attributes of Zhiji's follower, the skeleton? Isn't this a bit too much? The battle situation can be so one-sided. It wasn't just the overwhelming stat advantage of those 5 skeleton minions. Most importantly, they worked together. The little kitten with the milky scent squinted its eyes and observed carefully. Look closely at their attacks and positioning. This is practically 5 players operating here. Is the AI of the skeleton minion really that advanced? Is it possible that Brother Zhe is manipulating them? Brother Zhe pointed to Guja, who was standing motionless behind him. In fact, Guja was indeed looking at his planning map and controlling his skeleton minions. Actually, it's not difficult at all. It's about arranging your own skeleton, standing in which position, when to attack, when does the S stop moving. For Guja, who had played games like StarCraft, Warcraft, and Red Alert before his time travel, this operation is really simple. It was just some ordinary micromanagement. When his undead army grows larger in the future, he can do the same, directly commanding from the fully illuminated planning map. Other players are playing a post-apocalyptic survival game. Guja directly took charge of the shelter and played an RTS game. When you have overwhelming force, control your undead army, and unleash a devastating attack. The skeleton soldiers have been dealt with by Zhiga's minions. Let's go take care of the archers in the back. The little kitten continued to give instructions. No need, I've taken care of the archers too. The sound of mat competition suddenly rang out from the team voice chat. The humble boy gave me a shield, and I activated all my skills and the active effects of my shoes, then went and took them down. The skeleton shield guard was also killed by a crossbow bolt fired by the wind. Now only the headless skeleton and the skeleton warrior remain to be dealt with. The headless skeletons have no weaknesses. They can be put back together even if they're disassembled. Fortunately, you can remove the weapons from their hands. The headless skeleton has no weapons, so it can only hit people with its bones. Brother Jia can use the Guardian's shield to block it. They could keep banging on it until dawn and still not reduce your shield's durability by even a few points. Okay, I'll go then. Brother Jia nodded, raised his Guardian shield, and walked towards the headless skull. Then came a series of bang 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 sounds coming from the shield. The sound has a certain force. However, this damage is negligible against a 2-star Guardian's shield. After Jay stops holding off the headless skeleton, all the players gathered around the skeleton warrior. Now, only this big guy remains to be dealt with. Chapter 138, Euler. At this moment, Harlan Knight, Demon King, Mastigan, and Guyan, the 2 strongest warriors and 1 ghost, are locked in a fierce battle with the skeleton warrior. The battle was intense, with both sides trading blows. In reality, the skeleton warriors are being ravaged by them. Although the skeleton warrior is large and fully equipped, it looks quite intimidating. But it was just an F-rank elite monster. Harlan Knight, Demon King, and Guyan, 2 players with top-tier attributes and skills, can completely wear down its armor without taking any damage. They're the ones who attack the skeleton warriors, while the skeleton warriors can't even touch them. Although Master Gang skills are average, he has a high level and a unique weapon. Every now and then, a basic attack followed by a crippling strike will land nearby. Reduces the movement speed and attack speed of the skeleton warrior. This makes the skeleton warriors even more passive. After several minutes of this, Master finally spoke. This guy's armor isn't holding up. Let's go all out and kill him. As Masters made his suggestion, he prepared to unleash his level 20 skill, Decapitation, to finish off the skeleton warrior. But at that moment, something completely unexpected happened. Knowing that he would surely lose if he continued fighting, the skeleton warrior turned around and ran away without looking back. It kept muttering as it ran. The leader must be informed of the appearance of humans. The players were completely taken aback by this turn of events, and they stood frozen in place for a few seconds before realizing that the monster had actually escaped. Stop it! Don't let it escape. If it gets away, we'll send it. After realizing what was happening, the little kitten quickly reminded her. Before the players could react, 5 figures blocked their way to the skeleton warrior. Upon closer inspection, they turned out to be Gu's 5 skeleton followers. After dealing with the skeleton soldiers, the skeleton minions remained guarding the perimeter. The moment he discovered the skeleton warrior was escaping, Guja immediately summoned his skeleton followers and caught him red-handed. Guja's 5 skeleton followers were now wearing the 3-piece skeleton soldier outfit. Even the skeleton warriors didn't recognize that this wasn't one of their own. Please help me hold off the humans. No sooner had the skeleton warrior given the order than the 5 swords of his attendant skeletons slashed into its armor with astonishing force. Skeleton warrior. The skeleton warrior was clearly stunned. If only he could have expressions. You must be absolutely stunned. The skeletal warrior, its eyes blazing with soul fire, swung its broadsword at its skeletal followers. However, the skeleton minions had already retreated under Gu's micromanagement, and the skeleton warrior's attack completely missed. During the aftercast of the skeleton warrior's attack, Guyan, who had been pursuing him, quickly rushed forward. He got close to the skeleton warrior and delivered a powerful uppercut that slammed into the skeleton warrior's chin. Although it didn't smash its head directly, it still managed to knock it back a few steps uncontrollably. The skeleton warrior was stunned by the attack, and Guyan continued to pursue, punching the skeleton warrior again and again. The Stormwind Gauntlet's 5-layer special effect. Every punch generates a gust of wind, can be stacked instantly. Within 30 seconds, Guyan's attack speed increases by 75. His fist was already blurry in the player's eyes. Several players even added aura, 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 aura voice lines to him. Quiet down, everyone. Guja glared at the players who were shouting Eurasian. The nearest other Skull Squad was 5 kilometers away. However, for safety reasons, these players should be prevented from shouting. Guyan's 30-second attack time has ended. The skeleton warrior was lying on the ground, completely unable to move, even though his health bar still had 70% remaining. Decapitation strike. Mastigan, who arrived later, immediately leaped and slashed off the skeleton warrior's head. The remaining players then focused their fire on the skull's head, quickly depleting the skeleton warrior's health bar. My stamina is dropping quite fast. It seems that the rate at which my stamina is being consumed has also increased after my attack speed was increased. As Guyan wiped his sweat from his brow, he checked his own condition, thinking that even if the attack speed increases in the future, I can't use it at full power like this. I have to save some tricks up my sleeve. Suddenly, a can was thrown at him, which Guyan caught steadily. This is an energy drink, a supply item that can quickly restore stamina. The milky little kitten explained. I see you bought all the equipment with 1 gold, but you probably didn't buy any supplies. Use ours first. Guyan nodded. Thanks. No need to thank me. With a teammate as good as you, we definitely need plenty of supplies. The little kitten with a milky scent said with a smile. By the way, why didn't you retaliate even once after letting this skeleton warrior beat you up for a full 30 seconds? It's not that he didn't fight back, it's that he couldn't. After taking a sip of his energy drink with a glug-glug sound, Guyan explained. Whenever it tried to slash me with its sword, my fist would slam into my forearm joint, interrupting its movement. During those 30 seconds, all my attacks were like that. Once I increase my attack speed, I can keep him taking hits without him being able to fight back. Upon hearing this, the little kitten with the milky scent asked in surprise, Doesn't this mean? As long as you get close enough to attack. For 30 seconds, you will be in a state of being stunned and attacked. You'll kill me with your combo attacks. It's not that exaggerated. Guyan shook his head and said, It has to be a humanoid monster, and the target has to be someone with a physical strength similar to mine. If the target isn't a person, I can't even find the location of the joints. Even with my superior physical strength, my boxing techniques couldn't be as effective against those stronger than me. Is this stiff, punching style the ancient martial arts you learned in real life? The little kitten with a milky scent continued to ask. Yes, the first phase targets the joints of the human body. Guyan took a deep breath and replied. The elders in the second stage will strike your acupoints with a single punch that can completely incapacitate you. I can remember the acupoints, but my attacks don't produce the effects described by my elders at all. I'm stuck at this bottleneck right now, and I can't seem to break through it. Your first stage of ancient martial arts is already this strong, so you have a second stage? What you said makes me really want to apply to your family as an outer disciple. Your real body. I know. It's because I'm old and have too many impurities. The little kitten with a milky scent waved its hand and said, But I'm someone who works out regularly, so what if I have a chance? Send me your address. I'll see if I can register. Bringing me one of your ancient boxing techniques has really piqued my interest. Uzbekistan, who was standing nearby, also chimed in. Guyan nodded. Then I sent them the online registration link for the outer disciples of the Chun family. Milky Little Meow and Fabi Yuzi were stunned when they saw the website. I never expected that ancient martial arts families would be so progressive. While players are chatting, looting corpses, and collecting loot, Guja was nervously checking the plans on the map to see the movements of the other skeleton squads. Is it moist or not? It all depends on where these skeleton squads go next. Chapter 139, Blowing Up the Entrance to the Skull Cave. Guja stared at the planning map for a full 5 minutes. After confirming that the other skeleton squads showed no intention of changing their route, they finally breathed a sigh of relief. No matter how many skeletons they kill, it won't affect the skeleton squads in other locations. In that case, I won't need to use any more water. I can just kill these skeletons one squad at a time. Guja looked at the players and waved his hand in greeting. Everyone, rest where you are and recover your strength. There was also a group of skeletons about 5 kilometers away from us. It's possible they might come this way. If necessary, we should also go and intercept them. We must not let them near our shelter. Guja's words elicited a strong response from the players. Where else can you find such a good deal? An NPC with full map cheat to help them grind monsters. I thought the shelter would be destroyed after the incident. Unexpectedly, it became a shortcut for them to level up. Hey, can someone take my place? These headless skeletons are knocking my neck out. Suddenly, a voice from afar said, Brother Jin, you didn't lose any health. Did your shield lose too much durability? The humble boy glanced at the health bar that Brother Jie didn't want and asked in confusion. The shield's durability only dropped by 1 point, but the constant clanging and banging is so annoying. Don't be like that, Brother Jie, Jay replied with a smirk. Just carry these headless skeletons and throw them into the Black Ganges. Guja waved his hand, indicating, let's change our ambush location closer to the Black Ganges and take advantage of the terrain. Inside the Hall of Death. At the same moment, the skeleton warrior was about to be focused down and killed by the players. The soul imprint within the skeleton king glowed. After sensing the information transmitted from the soul imprint, the skeleton king slowly spoke. We have lost a skeleton warrior. Upon hearing this, the immortal corpse king, who was not far away, suddenly stood up. We haven't suffered any losses in a long time. So how come a skeleton warrior died out of nowhere? Could it be the humans that Pain found in the forest who did it? No. The skeleton king responded simply. Seeing that the skeleton king still didn't seem to care, the immortal corpse king stepped forward, grabbed its armor, and said sternly, I advise you to send the bone dragon out to find the Holy Lord right now. This could very well be a sign of humanity's return. You should know that modern humans have such control over the power of the soul that even evil thoughts cannot resist it. If we don't bring the Holy Lord back soon, the entire Void Realm will be in danger. You're making a big fuss over nothing. The Skeleton King said dismissively. He's just a weak skeleton commander. It was most likely eaten by a creature like Cerberus, which has a penchant for gnawing on bones. It is not human. Cerberus is in the Abyss Realm. We're in the Void Realm. Are you out of your mind? The Immortal Corpse King, upon hearing the Skeleton King's description, became so angry that his voice rose. Yes. The Skeleton King answered honestly. The Immortal Corpse King clenched his fists. He had a real urge to tear down the skeleton in front of him. He took several deep breaths to calm himself down before walking out of the Hall of the Dead. In the cemetery, he opened his arms. A large amount of cold, eerie aura emanated from him. A moment later, the earth began to shake. Countless undead creatures, including ghouls, corpse puppets, soul-devouring ghosts, gluttons, and devourers, gathered toward his location. These are all undead creatures that belong to him. It can be activated without a soul imprint. Start from Burial Ridge and search the forest southeast. Find the humans who are hiding. As soon as the Immortal Corpse King gave the order, hordes of undead creatures surged toward Burial Ridge like locusts. At this moment, Guja's attention was focused on the Skull Squad. If he just zoomed in or out on the map, or moved the map 650 kilometers to the northwest, he will then find a dense cluster of red icons. However, a large portion of these red icons disappeared into the darkness before the map was even displayed. Only a small number will appear along the path that Masto was taken along. Those things no longer attracted Guja's attention. After killing the second wave of wandering skeleton squads, and after waiting for another 2 hours with absolutely no response, Guja was left with only 6 players who were completely free to log in. Milky Little Meow Meow, The Wind Rises, Lonely Words, Master Gang, Harlan Knight Demon King, and Patty Arena. With too much free time and no monsters to kill, many players couldn't stand it and logged off. Fortunately, the strongest fighters are still around. Another squad of skeletons is getting closer and closer. Once we kill them, we'll be safe tonight. Guja looked at the planning map and said, by the time we finished dealing with this group of skeletons, it was almost dawn. Thanks to Guja's full map cheat, they successfully intercepted the skeleton squad. Having already taken down 2 squads of skeletons, experienced players find dealing with them much easier. When collecting the spoils, the little kitten checked the time. 4:30. There is only 1 hour left until dawn. In that hour, the regular skeleton army would not be able to gather together to launch an attack. Even within this 1 hour, all the regular skeleton troops have to rush back to the skeleton cave. There was no time to escape, so they could only find nearby ruins to hide from the sunlight. The little kitten's eyes lit up instantly at the thought. He turned to look at the rising wind and asked in rapid succession, did you buy explosive crossbow bolts when you resupplied in the lobby? You fired 10 more rounds. What's wrong? The wind picked up, came the reply. Quick, before dawn. We need to blow up the entrance to the skull cave. The little kitten, with a milky scent, explained excitedly. They will be greatly weakened during the day and will definitely disperse and hide in various ruins. We'll clear away the rubble one by one. They have absolutely no chance of resisting. As Little Meow Meow finished speaking, she noticed that all the players' attention had shifted to Guja, and they all wanted to hear his opinion. Guja wanted to stop it, feeling that blowing up the entrance to the skull cave was too risky. But upon closer reflection, the skeletons in this skull cave if not removed sooner, could become a hidden danger. Today, they split up to search, but tomorrow they'll all come together again? Who knows? One night, they might all gather outside their shelter and besiege the city. Guja thought for a moment and finally nodded. Go, blow up the entrance to the Skull Cave. Chapter 140, even more outrageous players. If you're sure you want to do this, you'd better hurry. Guja glanced at the movement of the skeletons on the planning map and reminded him. Those skeletons are already showing signs of shrinking back. Any later, and you'll have to blow up their house right in front of them. At that time, you'll probably have a hard time getting away from this. As he spoke, Guja quickly drew a rough route map and handed it to Chiefing. Follow this route map, and I marked the points where you might encounter skeletons. He nodded, took the map, and left. Blowing up the Skull Cave is a chore if there are too many people involved. If the wind picks up, one person can go alone. Moreover, she also had Guja, her full map assistant, to help her plan her route. As long as she doesn't run around recklessly, there should be absolutely no problem arriving safely at the Skull Cave. The wind picked up. Let's go blow up the Skull Cave. Guja then led the other players, including the milky little kitten, back to the shelter. After a whole night, the players in the shelter had long since logged off. Now only the Uzi and the high-cold diamond block remain guarding the shelter. How are things on your end? The little kitten looked at Uzi and asked. The sea was calm, and not even a single ordinary skeleton was seen. Uzi replied, Wouldn't you be incredibly bored staying in the shelter? Masters just finished speaking. Not really. Faba Uzbekistan shook his head. There's still a lot of miscellaneous tasks, such as farm work, building repairs, and cleaning of shelters. Unfortunately, Nojagu issued any tasks, so there were no extra task rewards. This still bothers me a bit. Let's get to this point with Uzbekistan. He turned around and pointed to Emily, Clayton, and several other NPCs. By the way, we've made another important discovery during this time. If your NPC's favorability is high enough, NPCs are willing to teach you the skills they know. For example, Chef Emily. I am the god of cookery, the player who is the head chef of a big hotel in real life. She and Emily exchanged cooking tips and had a very pleasant conversation. As they chatted, Emily taught her a special dish, pan-fried steak. A skillfully prepared steak can not only replenish satiety, it can also increase health regeneration speed by 100 and stamina regeneration speed by 100. The effects of this food are comparable to those of a one-star medicine. According to you, wouldn't that mean to Zhuang and Chao Zhuang would be crafting and refining equipment? Sean's manufactured medicines. Clayton's alchemy. Can we all learn? The little kitten paused for a moment, then continued. We should be able to learn as long as they are willing to teach. Fabi Yuzi smiled and said, Even if we don't switch to lifestyle-related jobs, we can still acquire these professional skills. But that's probably just the most basic secondary job skill. Advanced version. The NPCs want to teach us, but we probably can't learn it. The little kitten stroked its chin and analyzed. Otherwise, there would be no point in setting up job changes for these types of professions. That's true. Now, besides me being the god of cookery, who else has learned a secondary profession skill? The high-end diamond block should be ready soon. I saw him chatting quite enthusiastically with Turlin. What could he possibly talk about with that strange old man? Some rather mystical things. The aloof diamond block beside him responded. I didn't expect him to be so interested in these things. By the way, didn't you claim to be an ordinary construction worker? The adorable kitten looked at the aloof diamond block and asked in confusion. Don't you have to go to work tomorrow? You've been keeping watch here all night. If you're going to go, then if you suddenly don't want to go, then you don't have to go. The aloof diamond block shrugged and said, It's just casual work anyway, so I might as well forego my wages for the next 2 days. Could you be the legendary Sanha god? Matt Ball Arena asked aloud. Master Sanha? Oh, is it the one where you work 1 day and rest 3 days, just getting paid daily and smoking casual cigarettes? No, I do have a stable side job. The aloof diamond block waved its hand. What's your side hustle? To act as a charlatan and deceive people. The aloof diamond block, feigning mystery, raised an eyebrow and replied, I can do everything from feng shui consultations to exorcising ghosts and demons. If you need these services in real-world situations, feel free to contact me. Goodness, your main job is moving bricks, and your side job is catching ghosts, huh? Even more outrageous players are coming. The little kitten sighed, rubbing its forehead. No way, it's 2333 already, and people still believe in this. Uzi frowned. Some people believe it. Because of me, I use scientific methods to exorcise ghosts. The aloof diamond block responded. If you can exorcise ghosts and demons, dealing with these undead skeletons shouldn't be a problem, right? Uzbekistan then asked. These undead skeletons don't learn from the same system as me. After careful consideration, the aloof diamond block replied. When a monster similar to a ghost appears, I might give it a try. I can see that. You're quite the smooth talker. The little kitten looked at the aloof diamond with such seriousness. I almost believed he could actually catch ghosts. While the players were chatting, Guja kept his attention on the map being designed. The wind picked up, and following the route he gave us, we drank energy drinks, sped up, and rushed all the way to the Skull Cave. After her icon arrived at the Skull Cave, the terrain of the Skull Cave changed quickly. Guja zoomed in on the map several times to take a look. The entrance to the Skull Cave was indeed blown down by the wind. After completing the task, Chiefing also logged off immediately. She encountered the gathered skeletons less than 3 minutes apart. Guja continued to observe. These returning skeletons. They were clearly frozen in front of the entrance to the Skull Cave. They probably didn't expect that. I went for a run. When I got back, I can't get into my house. Chapter 141. Do I need to buy a ticket to go home? After the entrance to the Skull Cave was destroyed, there were less than 20 minutes left until dawn. The largest skeleton commander stepped forward and issued the order. All the skeletons scattered instantly. They all began to look for sheltered spots to escape the sun. The ruins near the Skull Cave were quickly filled with debris. Many skeletons who hadn't yet managed to hide in the ruins even dug holes on the spot and jumped in. All the undead skeletons were doing everything they could to avoid being exposed to sunlight. Guja, who saw the scene on the planning map, nodded slightly. That would make it much easier to clean up these skeletons during the day. Everyone get some rest. When the sun is blazing outside at noon, we'll go and drag out the hiding skeleton. Guja gestured to the players. Okay, Jaji, we'll rest right away. The little kitten with a milky scent waved in response. After saying that, the little kitten immediately looked at the other players and said, Did you hear that? Brother Zhu will take us to clear out the skeleton army at noon. It's 5 o'clock now. We have to log off until 1 p.m. for the anti-addiction time to refresh. Everyone log off now. Don't miss this great opportunity to level up. As soon as the little kitten finished speaking, his figure disappeared into the hall. In a second, the person was gone. The other players did the same after they realized what was happening. Only Harlan, the Night Demon King, rested his chin on his hand, looking utterly helpless. During the day, his strength is greatly reduced, and he feels uncomfortable all over under the sun. It seems he won't be able to participate in this operation to clear out the regular skeleton army. Sai, is there any alien race that isn't afraid of sunlight that I can transform into? Harlan the Night Demon King muttered to himself. My corpse puppet has advanced to a certain level, so it should be unaffected by sunlight, right? It's unlikely that even the top-tier undead would be afraid of sunlight and unable to move during the day. Players need to log in at 1 p.m. It took us about half an hour to get to that area at full speed. That means the monsters will start spawning at 1:30. They must evacuate before 7 p.m., the time of sunset. So let's say it's from 1:30 to 6:30. It took a full 5 hours. For such a long time, I was the one leading the way to find monsters. At least we can take down 2/3 of their skeletons. On his way back to his room, Guja was already thinking about how to clean up the skeletons that afternoon. Without a doubt, we should start with their skeleton commanders and skeleton warriors. First, take out the superior who is responsible for giving orders to the other skeletons. Without a human commander, these skeletons cannot exert the cohesive offensive power of a regular army. They're just like the soul eaters that players killed before. It's just a simple wild monster. Guja lay on the bed, his mind replaying the day's events. After defeating 3 waves of skeleton squads with the other players, he leveled up to level 17. After undergoing special training and leveling up, his 4 main attributes reached 8, 18, 7, and 25 respectively. Although he can't compare to special players like Harlan Night Demon King or Gaian, his attribute values are still enough to easily protect him from F-level creatures. Moreover, he is a summoning-style necromancer. If a monster that he feels threatened appears, he will stay far away and direct operations from the planning map. After reaching level 17, the skeleton revival skill was upgraded to LV6. The new skeleton he summoned is now level 6, with 4 stats of 7, 7, 7, and 4, and the maximum number of skeletons he can revive has reached 6. Combined with skeleton enhancements, equipment effects, and basic spirit potions, Guja can continuously summon skeleton minions with attribute values of 21, 22.75, 22.75, and 12. If you can't win in one wave, just launch 2 or 3 waves. I'll wear you down. I'll wear you down. The Necromancer's characteristic of having a continuous stream of troops is finally starting to show. After allocating the new attribute and skill points, Guja, as usual, planned to go through the planning map before going to sleep. Something always happens around this time of year. I'm already exhausted today. Let me get a good night's sleep. As Guja opened the planning map, he looked forward to it in his heart. I observed the area surrounding the skull cave. All the skeletons remained hidden in their dark spots, avoiding the sunlight, and nothing seemed amiss. This made him breathe a sigh of relief. Just as he was about to close the planning map, he vaguely sensed a skull moving in the forest. Dragged the map to the depths of the forest in the northwest. There really is a bright red skull here, representing a boss creature. The location of this skull is exactly where Master had just encountered the Witch of Pain. And this crimson-purple skull is none other than the S-Class boss, the Witch of Pain. This guy keeps moving around in this area, as if he's looking for something. Could they be looking for other humans? Guja had a bad feeling. That forest is 125 kilometers away from here. I feel like it was only a matter of time before they came looking for us. Damn it, looks like I'm not going to be able to sleep. Guja immediately took out a basic mental potion and an energy drink from his backpack. Ton 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 ton. After using 2 bottles of each of the 2 items, his mental and physical stats both returned to 90. At this point, he felt no fatigue whatsoever and was wide awake. Guja felt it was necessary to speed up his planning work. Judging from the performance of the high-end Diamond Blah players, the players who have made reservations now are much more reliable. Even if they wanted to cause trouble, they would never dare to do so during the first test. If there's no need to worry about players playing dirty tricks, Guja can feel much more at ease distributing the qualifications. Next, Guja immediately switched to full-speed grading mode. One test slot after another was distributed. In reality, it's July 8th, 2333. As the sun rose, Chun Mogian arrived at a mountain forest. He ventured deep into the mountains and forests, climbed steep cliffs, and with tremendous effort, finally arrived at his family's home. As soon as he stepped onto the flat ground, a figure blocked his way. Buy a ticket. I noticed you on the security camera a while ago, trying to sneak in without a ticket. Chun Mo looked up and saw a security guard uncle in a security uniform. The security guard's warning left Chun Mo completely bewildered. Why do I need to buy a ticket to go home? What do you mean? Don't you need to buy tickets to visit tourist attractions? Speaking of which, you're pretty ruthless. They even dare to climb such a steep mountain. Are they willing to risk their lives just to avoid paying the fare? The gatekeeper frowned as he spoke. Chun Mo paused for a moment and looked at the sign at the gate. Ancient Martial Arts Family Tourist Attraction. Long queues of tourists had already formed at the ticket counter. How do they get up here? Chun Mo turned to look at the path the tourists had taken. The once steep hillside has been transformed into a staircase with railings. There are even cable cars traveling through the air. What's going on? I've only been away for half a year. How did my home turn into a tourist attraction? Chun Mo was instantly confused. I'm sorry, Uncle Lou. He's one of our staff members, but he forgot to bring his name tag today. A person strolled over and whispered a reminder. Chapter 142, hurry up and pre-register for the game. Me? A staff member? Chun Mo turned his head in confusion. Unexpectedly, the one who spoke was the very person he had come back to target, his junior sister. The junior sister's name is Yun Danqing, and her parents originally planned to give her a 4-character name, Yunma Danqing. But to make writing her name less of a hassle during her student years, the character Voa was removed. Yun Danqing is 1.62 meters tall with a beautiful face. She has received high-end care since childhood, and even when she is exposed to the sun and wind while practicing martial arts, her skin is as delicate and smooth as a baby's. Her shapely figure, honed by years of exercise, was accentuated by the slightly tight workout clothes, making her quite eye-catching. Tourists passing by would occasionally turn their heads to glance at it. Fortunately, the railings along the steps are high and sturdy enough, Otherwise, the sheer number of people who witnessed Yun Danqing falling off the cliff would have forced the place to close down. At this moment, Yun Danqing, with her hair tied in a neat ponytail, looked at Chen Mo with a radiant smile. "Senior brother Chen Mo, it's been a long time." "It's only been about 6 months. That's not a long time." Chen Mo waved and greeted him with a smile. "What a coincidence. I came back specifically to look for you. I didn't expect to run into you as soon as I got back. To find me?" Yun Danqing was stunned for a moment, her face showing a shy, girlish expression. "Although I also have feelings for my senior brother, before I went up the mountain, my family repeatedly told me that I couldn't do this because of this. Let's not talk about anything else for now. You should pre-register for the game." "Pre-register for the game?" "That's right. The sooner we make a reservation, the sooner we'll get access to the game." Chen Mo took out his phone and sent a website address to Yun Danqing. "After you reserve the game company will send you several questionnaires. I'll teach you how to fill it out. With your skills, even if you filled out everything truthfully, you could easily crush all the other pre-registered players." Yun Danqing checked her phone and realized that Chen Mo was telling the truth and wasn't joking. "So you came all this way just to get me to play this game? Otherwise what? Why would I come to you if I didn't have something important to do?" Chen Mo responded as if it were the most natural thing in the world. Yun Danqing took a deep breath, clenched her fist slightly, and asked, "Senior brother, will you die if you fall from here? If you fall straight down, you will definitely die. But if I slide down the mountainside, I can find something to hold on to. I'll probably only get seriously injured." After thinking about it carefully, Chen Mo replied, "Yun Danqing, never mind, come inside with me. Didn't you receive the address card the courier sent you? After I entered the world, I traveled everywhere. How could I possibly receive the packages you sent me?" Chen Mo walked beside Yun Danqing, observing their surroundings. Many of the original decorations have become rest areas for tourists. There are also new souvenir shops. It's only been half a year since I left, but it already feels a bit unfamiliar. How did our place become a tourist attraction? Chen Mo finally spoke and asked. It was a joint effort by Senior Brother Chen Guang, Senior Brother Chen Hui, and Senior Brother Chen Luo. They said it was to help our ancient martial arts family better integrate with modern times and not fall behind the times. Yun Danqing replied, "My cousins who have started their own companies?" Chen Montak paused. "They previously recruited outer disciples online, and now they've turned their family residence into a tourist attraction. He dare not think about what the future would hold." "Hey, it's Xiao Mo. You're back." A familiar voice rang out. Upon hearing the sound, Chen Mo couldn't help but clench his teeth. He turned around and forced out a voice through clenched teeth, replying, "Senior Brother Chen Guang, you're here too? Isn't this just an opportunity to examine our family business? Also, please don't call me Senior Brother inside the scenic area. Just call me Brother." Chen Guang straightened his suit and tie and said with a smile, "Of course, you can just call me President Chen." As he spoke, Chen Guang introduced the group of tourists, who were also dressed in suits, to the group of people beside him. "This handsome guy is my cousin. Despite his young age, he is the most talented inheritor of ancient martial arts in our generation. Judging from your expressions, you don't believe me, do you? Xiao Montak, come on, show them a set of punches, let them see what you've got." Chen Montak. "Boxing, right? That's fine too." Chen Mo took a deep breath and replied, "But if one person is boxing, it's all just fancy moves. You need to practice with someone to see their true skill level. Cousin Chen, would you like to practice with me?" Upon hearing this, Chen Guang's smile vanished instantly. "Ahem, your master heard you're back and wants you to go see him. Don't linger here." Chen Guang immediately waved his hand to drive them away. Chen Mo snorted coldly and ignored him. Chen Mo and Yun Danqing arrived at the inner courtyard, an area where tourists are prohibited. Inside the inner courtyard, many outer disciples were already practicing their basic skills. 6 months ago, these outer disciples were not allowed to enter. "Senior Brother Chen Mo, you're back." The inner disciples who were teaching the outer disciples basic skills also turned around and greeted Chen Mo as soon as they saw him. "You're here, but is anyone with the master?" Chen Mo narrowed his eyes. "The person in front of me is one of the disciples who are responsible for serving Master Chen Mo." "Why is service necessary?" "Because Chen Anshin, Chen Mo's master, had his tendons severed in a private duel with other members of ancient martial arts families, leaving him with a lifelong disability. But this is a society governed by the rule of law, and even signing a death contract in a martial arts duel is useless. Chun Anshin lost the fight and ended up in a wheelchair, while the one who won and fulfilled his obligations was sentenced to 10 years in prison. This is also why Chun Anshin has always prevented Chun Mo from using ancient martial arts in reality. Whether it's an ordinary person or a descendant of another ancient martial arts family, both winning and losing come at a great cost. Chun Mo, you still have a mind to come back? A deep, resonant sound came from the inner courtyard room. An electric wheelchair, controlled by brainwaves, pushed Chun Anshin out. Chun Anshin also has 2 mechanical arms attached to her body, which can also be controlled by brainwaves. At this moment, Chun Anshin was watching Chun Mo while controlling the robotic arm to drink tea. Master, you've spilled your tea. Chun Mo pointed to Chun Anshin's shirt, which was soaked with tea. I know. Chun Anshin responded irritably. If these things were that effective, I would have stood up long ago. Chapter 143, Diarrhea-Style Issuance of Qualifications. After catching his breath, Chun Anshin continued. When you enter the world, they said they would only return once they found a way to break through to the second stage. Judging from your breathing, it's clear you haven't broken through yet. Why have I come back now? I missed home. I just came back to visit. Chun Mo had rehearsed this question in his mind many times, and he told a lie very smoothly. Chun Anshin shook her head and smiled. I'll watch you grow up. Do you think I don't know what little tricks you'll use if you're hiding something? Tell me, did you get into trouble outside? Oh, no. Confess honestly. Chun Mo thought about it. Although Chun Anshin was usually very strict with him, she always favored him when things happened. So he answered truthfully. I came back to play games with my junior sister. It's true that I miss home and want to come back and visit. Please don't tell anyone else about this, Master. They're young after all. Chun Anshin gave him an I understand look and nodded, saying, However, given your junior sister's background, I'm afraid your chances are slim. You young people should handle this yourselves. It's just a game. Why do I need to look at the background? Chun Mo was stunned for a moment, then asked in confusion. And my junior sister has already agreed. I even filled out the game reservation questionnaire for her on the way here. Which game are you referring to? Upon hearing this, Chun Anshin narrowed her eyes, somewhat uncertainly. Online games and the gaming headset, what else? That's what I meant to. Master, would you like to try it together? This game is 100% realistic. It can make you feel it again. As Chun Mo spoke, he glanced at Chun Anshin's immobile limbs. The words were not finished, but the meaning was conveyed. Did you join a pyramid scheme after China entered the WDO? You actually believe in a 100% realistic game? Chun Anshin frowned and asked, Before you leave here, have you looked at the anti-fraud cases we were shown? Have you downloaded the National Anti-Fraud app? I've read the case several times, and I downloaded the anti-fraud app a long time ago. Then how could you be fooled? Are you out of your mind? I wasn't scammed. I've been playing the game for 2 days now. It's 100% realistic. As Chun Mo spoke, he reached for his phone to search for videos to send to Chun Anshin. I don't need your phone. I have one. Tell me the game's name. Chun Anshin controlled the robotic arm and took out a smartphone for the elderly from his pocket. The game is called Dungeon Alliance. Original Blade Goat. Chen Montak replied, What kind of ridiculous game name is this? I played a lot of video games when I was young, and I've never seen such an unreliable game name. You've definitely been scammed. Although Chun Anshin said that, he still shouted into his smartphone. Siri, search for Dungeon Alliance. Original Blade Goat. You have now opened the relevant content for Dungeon Alliance. Original Blade Go. The elderly-friendly smartphone emitted a response that sounded amplified by a loudspeaker. Chun Anshin glanced at the screen and took a deep breath. I can't believe this game actually exists. And judging from the number of views and discussions, this game is quite popular. Siri, play the first video. Just as Chun Anshin finished speaking, Mastagang's voice suddenly came from the phone. Look how I slaughter these skeletons. One swing of my axe, and I'm a skeleton. I'm the god of the apocalypse. The person in this video is completely unskilled with an axe. Using such great special effects for a video, yet hiring such terrible actors. What are the capitalists thinking these days? Chun Anshin shook her head as she watched Mastagang's video. I know the person in the video. He's my teammate. We haven't practiced together in real life, so he naturally behaves like an ordinary person in the game. Chun Mo explained from the side. I know what you're thinking, that skeletons are too weak, they can kill even a dog, right? Well then, I'll show you what it means to one-shot an F-rank elite monster. As Mastagang's voice came on, the video showed players battling a skeleton warrior. Huh, you're in there too? After you entered the mortal world, you became an actor. Chen Anxin quickly discovered Gu Yin in the game, as well as the 30-second aura display by Gu Yin. Those 30 seconds almost made Chen Anxin fall off her wheelchair in anger. You actually used ancient martial arts, and you used your full strength. This move is even faster than when you're at your limit. Wouldn't you beat the actors who act opposite you to death? You're still saying you didn't come back because you got into trouble outside? Cough, 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 cough. Master, don't panic. This really is a game. Don't believe me? Look behind you. Decapitation strike. See that? Other players can't kill this thing, even after a year of fighting it. I chopped it down with one axe. Master Gun's voiceover plays again, and the skeleton warrior in the video is decapitated. This is also a special effect. After catching her breath, Chen Anxin asked, puzzled. But judging from your movements and the skeleton's reaction to being hit, it's clear that you used your full strength and that the attack landed squarely. Master, it seems that if I don't let you play the game, I'll be in deep trouble no matter what. Chun Mo sighed and rubbed his forehead, then walked over and took Chen Anxin's smartphone for the elderly from the robotic arm. Master, use facial recognition to unlock my account, and I'll help you book a game. After thinking about it, Chen Anxin realized that the only way to verify whether Chun Mo was lying was to go into the game himself. He shook his head and helped Chun Mo unlock his phone. Next, you need to reserve the game and fill out a questionnaire. Having already performed the operation twice, Chun Mo was even faster this time. Everything was done in just 3 minutes. Buzz! As soon as Chun Mo put the phone back on the robotic arm, a tremendous vibration occurred. Don't be nervous, it's just a text message. Shiri, open the latest message. After giving the order, Chen Anxin leaned closer and read aloud as he looked. Congratulations! You have been granted access to the first closed beta test of Dungeon Alliance, Original Blade Go. Now you can enter the game simply by logging in with a game platform account that matches your personal information. Have fun playing the game. Oh. Chen Mo was somewhat stunned upon hearing this. After he pre-registered for the game, he waited for several days, and there was even a controversy about revoking his eligibility before he was finally selected. How come my mentor got the qualification so soon after just registering for the game? Hey, senior brother, Chun Mo. I received a text message informing me that I've qualified for the first test. Yun Danqing, who was not far away, suddenly raised her phone and shouted to Chen Mo. Chen Montak. To verify the authenticity of the test, Chen Mo immediately opened the official website and checked the number of test qualification slots issued on the homepage. The number of test qualification certificates issued has increased from 30 yesterday to 65, and it keeps jumping up one number at a time. What happened to the game company? The qualification process for the first closed beta test was so strict before. Why are they suddenly issuing test slots so readily, like they're having diarrhea? Chen Mo couldn't help but ask in confusion. Chapter 144, Are You Polite? 1 p.m. The anti-addiction time limits for characters like Milky Little Meow Meow, Faba Uzi, and the Wind Rises have been updated. They gradually appeared in the cafeteria hall. The new character, Milky Little Meow, was a bit bewildered when he saw dozens of new faces in the cafeteria lobby. Did we enter the wrong game? Wait a minute. The senses of sight, hearing, and smell are still so real. No other game can achieve this level. I glanced at the official website. During the 8 hours we were offline, the remaining 69 spots for the first test have all been allocated. Uzi reminded him from the side. That's why there are so many new players. What's going on with this game company? Previously, a maximum of 10 test qualification slots could be issued per day. We've only slept for 8 hours now. All 69 qualifications have been claimed. The mat competitor next to him tilted his head and squinted, looking equally bewildered. Perhaps the conditions have been met. FA touched Uzbekistan's chin and analyzed. First, we took down a Class C shelter. A Class C shelter can easily accommodate 99 players. Secondly, the skeletons that had gathered around the Class C shelter have been cleared away by us. The area within a kilometer radius of a shelter is considered a safe zone. Even new players with no combat ability have plenty of room to maneuver. Finally, the players who made reservations have gained the trust of the game company. The game company believed the new players wouldn't cause trouble, which is why they dared to release all the slots at once. The reasons given by Uzbekistan for this speculation are all reasonable. But he never expected this. Guja was pushed to the limit. She is a tormented witch who roams the forest. Guja felt that he should recruit as many players as possible and develop the business quickly. They may not have had this opportunity to develop. Just post my video from last night on the player forum. The little kitten took a deep breath and said, "Those who saw the video want to join us. Let them contact us on their own initiative." Suddenly, there were 69 more people. We don't have time to find out about them one by one. Uzbekistan nodded in agreement. Our 30 men are enough to fight. We have an advantage in early development. Even if some of these 69 people are reckless players who are trying to cause trouble, it won't affect us. Look at the middle of the new players. Isn't that Brotherja? Matt Ball is raising its hand to remind you, said Matt Ball. The distance is too far, so the health bar isn't showing, but it looks like it should be Brotherja. He was probably doing the work of the old man in the starting village, guiding new players. The little kitten with the milky scent waved its paw, indicating, "Let's join them." Brotherja said he'd take us to clear out the regular skeleton army this afternoon. The group of milky little kittens walked over. Upon getting closer, it became clear that Guja had stopped interacting with the player. Instead, it kept scanning the players with its eyes. Do NPCs now have a private chat mode? I can't help but wonder, said Mad Competition. At that moment, Guja's gaze also swept over them. Daily task, food storage, accept, reject. Daily task, protect the home and property, accept/refuse. After just a quick glance, Guja assigned 2 daily tasks to Little Meow Meow and the others. After learning that it was possible to directly issue quests to players within its field of vision, Guja has already switched to silent mode and is too lazy to talk to the players. Currently, the game is full with 99 players. If you have to chat with every player for a bit before you can post a quest, then you'll have to chat for 1 or 2 hours every day. As for the second daily task, it is protecting the home and communities, which Guja unlocks after the number of online players reaches 50 by spending 50 planning points. Daily routine of protecting the home and property. Mission objective: eliminate 10 alien races of G rank or higher. Task difficulty: G. Quest rewards: 10 experience points, 10 copper coins. Planning rewards: 1 experience point, 1 copper coin, 1 planning point. Daily tasks: refresh automatically at midnight every day, and players can accept them repeatedly. Daily tasks remain at a simple G-level difficulty, but its advantage is that it can be accepted repeatedly without any triggering conditions. Now, each player can provide Guja with 2 planning points per day. In other words, this applies if players can reliably complete 2 daily tasks. Guja can get 198 planning points every day. From this perspective, the planning points obtained from daily tasks are the most stable. Guja no longer needs to hope that any player will have the same good luck as Mastigan and suddenly discover a few special landmarks. After all the daily tasks have been distributed, Guja stopped paying attention to these new players. If it were nighttime, he might warn them not to wander off. But since it's daytime now, let them have their fun. Call everyone to the small cafeteria on the 3rd floor. Once everyone is there, we'll set off. Guja gave a reminder as he passed by the little kitten with the milky scent. Milky Little Meow nodded and immediately sent the message to the platform group. The veteran players in the group all know that Guja will be leading the regular army to farm skeletons this afternoon. Those who had to go to work, school, or had other errands all found various reasons to ask for leave. The 30 veteran players quickly gathered in the small canteen on the 3rd floor. Of course, there were also some new players who were just watching the fun, as well as new players brought along by veteran players who also joined in. For example, next to Guyan were an old man and a young man with the IDs Guichin Chenanshin and Yunma Danqing. This is my junior sister. Yunma Danqing's beautiful appearance made most of the male players present stare in disbelief. Hey sis, can I add you on WeChat? Master was the first to step forward and inquire. Yunma Danqing looked troubled. Guyan glared directly at Master Gang. Hey, do you have any manners? You can ignore them. Seeing Yunma Danqing's embarrassed expression, Chiefing immediately stepped forward and pulled her away. Okowo. Yunma Danqing seemed to have found a savior, obediently nodded, and followed Chiefing to the side. Who is this? Although the little kitten glanced at Yunma Danqing a couple more times, it was Guichan beside Guyan that caught its attention more. This person has an extraordinary presence at first glance. This is my master, Guyan replied. Could you please tell me why your master's eyes are red? Oh, I was so excited after entering the game that I cried. Nonsense. I didn't cry. It's just that the sandstorm in this game was too strong and got into my eyes. Upon hearing this, Gue Chun immediately retorted. Chapter 145. My teacher isn't crazy. Yes, yes, yes. You have sand in your eyes. Knowing that his master valued his reputation, Gu Yin went along with him. However, at the same time, he was also thinking to himself, I don't know who logged into the game just now, but they just started punching on the spot, no matter how hard I tried to stop them. She was crying while hitting him. By the way, your master and junior sister should also have ancient martial arts skills when they enter the game, right? Uzi, standing to the side, said with a smile. Then we've gained 2 more top-tier combatants. Junior sister probably doesn't exist. She's only just started learning in reality. In the game, this would definitely not reach the level of a LV1 skill. As for the master, Guyen looked at Gue Chun and said uncertainly, It took me half an hour to learn ancient boxing and breathing techniques in the game. My master has only just performed 1 set of punches. I don't know how effective it will be. Master, could you please show me your control panel? Guyen leaned closer to Gue Chun and reminded him. Open the menu. Then open your personal attributes, personal status, and skills panel. Just click to share to the public screen. I don't need you to teach me. I know how to share the panel. I played countless games by your age. Gue Chun glanced at Guyan and said irritably. After a series of operations, Gue Chun's information panel appeared on the public screen. ID, returning to dust. Race, human. Level, 10. Occupation, none. Physical condition, 45. Strength, 70. Agility, 40. Spirit, 20. Remaining attribute points, 0. Health points, 100. Spirit value, 95. Stamina, 90. Satiety level, 60. Status none. Skills, Ancient Fist Technique LV 5. Ancient Breathing Technique LV 5. All the players were shocked when they saw Guachin's personal panel on the public chat. Veteran players have at least seen Guyan's personal panel, so they can still maintain their composure. New players can report someone for cheating directly on the game's official website. Why are they all level 1? Your attributes are more than 10 times mine. Modifié. It must have been modified with a cheat engine. Look at you, so ignorant and unsophisticated. Do you think I'm that strong? I haven't even reached 1/10 of what I achieved in my youth. Gue Chun snorted coldly and shook his head. Upon hearing this, Milky Little Meow Meow, Faba Uzi, and the others all turned to look at Guyan. What my master said is true. Guyan nodded and said in a deep voice, I am considered the most talented disciple of my generation. Master's talent is the pinnacle of the entire Chun family. When I was 8 years old, my master had already reached the peak of the 3rd stage of ancient martial arts. It's even possible to break through the limits of modern people and reach the 4th stage of a grandmaster. However, during his duel with a martial arts master who was also at the peak of the 3rd stage, an unexpected incident occurred. What accident? I've been tricked. Guachin scoffed. An old codger who's half a lifetime older than me. They even used technologically modified weapons during the duel. No wonder I couldn't break through. Huh, even if I'm paralyzed. His understanding of ancient martial arts was something that old codger could never hope to match. Guyan strongly agrees with this point. Otherwise, Gue Chun, who is in a wheelchair, wouldn't have been able to take in so many disciples. His research on ancient martial arts has reached the pinnacle. Just by looking and listening, you can tell which stage you are in. Wait, you said earlier that the old man only performed 1 set of punches. The time it takes to complete a set of punches. Will that allow me to level up ancient boxing techniques and ancient breathing techniques to level 5? The little kitten looked at Guyan and asked in confusion. Why did it take you half an hour to reach level 1? This question left Gu Yin speechless. Chinmo's talent is indeed quite good among the younger generation. But in my generation, I would have been expelled and relegated to menial tasks outside the main gate. Gue Chun said lightly. Master, please don't call me by my real name in the game. Gu Yin said with some helplessness. Wait a minute, I'll talk to you guys later. It seems like there's been some news about the gaming pod I ordered through connections. After Gue Chun finished speaking, the character model entered a sluggish standby state. The old man just mentioned a gaming pod? Did I hear that right? The gaming pod that costs tens of thousands. Don't be surprised, Brother Jia, he said. Guyan narrowed his eyes, looking equally puzzled. He didn't understand why his master had ordered the game pod, or why he wanted to order it. Half a minute later, the game characters from Gue Chun came to life again. It's all done. It can be delivered to our mountain tomorrow. Why did you buy a gaming pod, master? Guyen asked instinctively. Of course it's for playing games. Gaming helmets have anti-addiction restrictions, but gaming pods with nutrient solutions don't. What? It's for preparing nutrient solutions? Don't be surprised, Brother Jie. Guei-chun ignored Jie's refusal and instead looked at Guyan with disdain. You've been in the world for half a year now. How come you still don't understand how to play games? Let me explain it to you. Gaming helmets are a common accessory for casual gamers. Gaming pods are what hardcore gamers should use. Does the different configuration mean we play different games? Can the image quality really exceed 100? Guyen asked with some doubt. The gaming experience is the same, but the physical experience is different. The gaming pod is equipped with nutrient solution. When playing games, the whole body is in a dormant state. Playing games with a gaming headset is harmful to both the brain and the body. Playing games in a gaming pod equipped with nutrient solution is not only stress-free for the body, but also has a restorative effect. Therefore, playing games in a gaming pod is the only way to completely eliminate the anti-addiction time limit. Upon hearing this, Brother Jia took a deep breath and said, "But as far as I know, the game pods with nutrient solutions start at least in the six figures. Moreover, the nutritional solution, worth over 10,000 yuan, needs to be replaced and replenished every month. The price of the nutrient solution that needs to be changed once a month could buy a top-of-the-line, most comfortable gaming helmet. Old man, you're so rich. You think I wasted the 40 years before I became disabled because I don't even have this basic foundation?" Guei-chun tilted his head and looked at Brother Jia, saying no. "I didn't mean to look down on the old man. I was just curious." "Don't laugh," Brother Jia replied with a forced smile. Hearing this, the little kitten roughly guessed what had happened to Guei-chun in reality. He went to Guyan's side and asked in a low voice, "Your master is in such a state of reality. How does he maintain such optimism?" "I don't remember very clearly either. I was only 8 years old at the time." Guyen, as if recalling the past, said, "I remember that my master was depressed for a while. During that period, I was irritable and would yell and curse at people. But I don't know why. Suddenly one day, my master became optimistic and cheerful. If the doctor hadn't said there was no problem, my grandmaster is about to order my master to be sent to a mental hospital. Why are we bringing this up again? I've told you so many times. I'm not crazy." Guei-chun frowned and looked at Guyan, saying, "Are you only satisfied if I, you, are the only one who matters?" Chapter 146, Pretending to be a Fool. "Quiet. Is everyone here? We'll set off once everyone's here." Guja interrupted the players' discussion. With 6 skeletons protecting him, Guja walked to the front of the line. As Master watched Guja and the skeletons' retreating figures, he couldn't help but ask in confusion, "Brother Zhe is going to take the skeleton out during the day? Won't his skeleton be affected by the sunlight?" "Probably not. Brother Zhe is a necromancer himself, and he's still lively and energetic under the sun." The little kitten responded, unlike Harlan the Night Demon King, who screamed when the sun shone on him. Guja led the new and old players out of the shelter. The large procession headed towards the area of the Skull Cave. Currently, there are 70 players online. There are 65 people here, and 5 of them have gone off to wander into the forest. Fortunately, it's daytime now, so there's no need to worry about these 5 guys dragging the undead creatures to the shelter. If they were mutated creatures, these guys probably wouldn't have survived that far. Guja looked at the planning map as he, while calculating in his mind, will the new player affect his plan to clear out the regular skeleton army this afternoon? Thinking of this, he turned to look at the new players in his team. These new players are still in awe of witnessing the 100% realistic game world. Wow, the texture of this grass is so realistic. The wind blowing on my face smells like rotting corpses. It's stinky, but it feels so real. Ruins, skeletons, and mutated creatures everywhere. This is what you call the apocalypse. New players, like tourists, kept screaming and shouting in the queue. Judging from the new players' behavior, they probably won't cause any trouble. Guja smacked his lips, but their team should speed things up. If we take into account the speed and stamina of new players, reaching the Skull Cave area in half an hour is absolutely impossible. Guja led the veteran players on a rapid journey. The new player quickly disappeared from sight. Only special new players like Guei-chun and Yin Mo Dan-ching, who was being carried by Guyan, caught up with the group. Upon arriving at the Skull Cave area, Guja came to the ruins of a two-story building that had mostly collapsed. He pointed to the ruins in front of him and said, "What's hidden inside? A skeleton leader, 5-headed skeleton warrior, 20 skeleton soldiers, 10-headed skeleton archers, and 10 skeleton shield guards. I would absolutely not bother them if they were kept at night. But it's daytime now. Does anyone have a way to force them out? Let us do it. We're professionals at demolishing houses." The group of 3, 4, and 5 outside the law came out carrying construction hammers. Huh, what about the aloof diamond block? Isn't he also a construction worker? The little kitten with a milky scent began searching through the crowd. I'm here. The aloof diamond block ran out, clutching a pile of yellow papers in its hand. What's that in your hand? Yellow paper dyed with turmeric, used for drawing talismans. The aloof diamond block pondered and replied, "We are currently lacking cinnabar ink, or black dog blood ink would also be acceptable. With these materials, I can try drawing some talismans." The aloof diamond block hesitated for a moment before asking, can I apply to let the shadow wolf bleed a little to test it out? Those cinnabar and black dog's blood are so hard to find. Believe it or not, I'll bleed you right now. Phoenix Nirvana in the team said irritably. Of the 6 wolf cubs in the shelter, besides the 3 that were given to Guja, there were 3. The other 5 were well cared for by Phoenix Nirvana. Furthermore, 4 of the 5 wolf cubs have already recognized a master and entered the follower interface of Phoenix Rebirth. If it's a cold, aloof diamond block, you can think of it as applying to fight a Phoenix Rebirth. Let's just bleed a little to experiment. It's not like we're going to kill them. The aloof diamond block muttered to itself. What else does Phoenix Nirvana want to say? Bang! A loud bang. The outlaws 3, 4, and 5 have already started demolishing the wall. Don't get distracted. Even during the day, we are facing a rather formidable regular army of skeletons. Concentrate, everyone! Guja shouted a reminder. After saying that, he retreated to the very back of the group, leaving only his 6-headed skeleton to fight on the front lines. For commanders who play RTS games, being able to go to the front lines is already a huge exception. There's no reason to do it yourself. Bang! 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 Heavy blows pounded against the walls of the ruins. Then, with a loud whoosh, the wall that was hit collapsed completely. Wow, these guys are really lucky. I didn't even bother to find out the location of the skeleton commander. I never expected they would smash it out like that. Guja glanced at the planning map, where the closest icon to the players was a skull. Although the skull was also red, its color depth was far different from that of the Witch of Pain, which was a deep, almost purplish red. Clearly, the color depth also represents the monster's level. Damnumans. After being smashed out by a few hammer blows, the skeleton commander instantly erupted in rage. The deathly aura emanating from it spread outwards. This time it didn't even need to mutter anything. The skeleton resurrection skill has already been released, and it's a large-scale resurrection of skeletons. The sound of bones colliding echoed from all directions. When the players realized what was happening, headless skeletons have been resurrected in all directions. Yunma Danqing, who had never seen such a scene before, was a little stunned. Master had already raised the executioner's axe to demonstrate his martial prowess in front of Yunma Danqing. With a single axe stroke, he cleaved the 3 headless skeletons in 2. Good. Isn't that amazing? Such crude martial arts skills. It's as if they have no foundation at all. Yunma Danqing frowned as she spoke. After seeing the inheritors of various ancient cold weapons, then look at Mastigan's axe. Yunma Danqing, who always treats people with courtesy, is now a resident of Bungbu and started complaining. Mastigan. Masto never expected that someone would actually try to show off and pretend to be a fool. And this person was himself. It would be a lot of work to throw all these headless skeletons into the Black Ganges. How can we solve this problem? The little kitten took a deep breath and began to think of a solution. Grandpa Guachin suddenly spoke up. Based on my experience playing games when I was young, if the enemy summons are too troublesome, we usually choose to eliminate the summoner directly. The summoned creatures will disappear along with the summoner who dies. Is this the same game? I think so. The little kitten, lacking experience, could only give a vague answer. That makes things easier. Guachin nodded. Then, his figure disappeared from the group. Chapter 147, One Punch Kills the Boss. While the players were still stunned, Guachin accelerated and rushed to the skeleton commander in just a few breaths. Gu Chen's movement speed left even the Mat esports team completely bewildered. It's even faster than when he activates his skill speed boost plus the active effect of his shoes. This old man is definitely more than just the 40 agility points shown on the panel. He must have other techniques that increased his actual movement speed. Gu Chen rushed to the skeleton commander without stopping for a moment. Using the momentum, he threw a punch straight at the head of the skeleton commander. The skeleton commander hadn't expected this either. How could a 50-year-old middle-aged person move so fast? The fist was about to hit its face, but it didn't even try to stop it. Bang! Snap! The fist made a cracking sound as it struck the skull commander's head. All the players looked over and froze on the spot. The skeleton commander's helmet and skull were actually shattered by Gu Chen's punch. Guja, who was looking at the planning map from the back, narrowed his eyes at the same time. Is this some kind of ghost? What? The boss's skull has just disappeared. This skeleton scared you all so much. I thought it was something powerful, but it couldn't even withstand a single punch. Gu Chen frowned and said with some lingering interest, "Strange. Is it possible to deal such high damage with only 70 points of strength? One punch to instantly kill an F-rank boss?" The little kitten with the milky scent asked, somewhat puzzled. It seems the old man is wearing Guyan's lawn foam boxing gloves. Uzbekistan reminded him. The Stormwind gauntlets increase attack speed, not burst damage. The little kitten took a deep breath and began to analyze. The skeleton commander was shaving greatly in the sunlight. Then, 70 points of strength plus 40 points of agility provide a speed and inertia bonus. So you killed it with one punch? It still feels a bit too exaggerated. It is the third stage of ancient boxing techniques. Guyan, standing to the side, spoke up to explain. The first stage is joint strikes, the second stage is acupoint strikes, and the third stage is transmission force. In the third stage, you can transfer the power of your whole body to your fist when you throw a punch. This martial art technique cannot be used to launch continuous attacks like I did before. In game terms, it reduces attack speed but increases damage. The damage from my master's punch. That's more than what I could achieve in 30 seconds of continuous attacks. This a serious punch. Upon hearing this, Pigwing took a deep breath and said, "Is it possible to get the old man to shave his head? Go ask him. You might get killed by my master a few times in the game, but in real life, he'd curse me out until I'm depressed." Guyan paused for a moment, then replied, "My mentor spends at least 8 hours online every day. Don't underestimate the swear words he's learned. Then forget it. If it's another player who likes to talk, I can engage in a verbal battle with him." Pigwing shook his head repeatedly and said, "Compared to him, your master is truly disabled. What right do I have to criticize him? What has happened here?" At this moment, Guja walked over. He looked at the players and asked. The little kitten with the milky scent pointed in the direction of Gu Chen. With a slightly exaggerated expression, he replied, "The old man took care of that boss. And it was just one punch. One punch, and the boss is dead." Guja knew that Gu Chen was a master of ancient martial arts, which is why he granted him the qualification. But surely ancient martial arts practitioners wouldn't be that freakish? The strength of Guyan before, isn't it just average? Level 1, one punch to kill an F-level boss. If they reach a certain level, that would be terrible. Guja looked at Gu Chen. At this moment, the health bar above his head showed as Guchen.LV15. Guja checked Gu Chen's experience gain and found that he had just gained 20,000 experience points. The 20,000 experience points propelled Gu Chen to level 15, with 500 experience points remaining. One person monopolized all the experience from the F-rank boss, while the other players didn't contribute a single point of damage. Guja muttered to himself, "Master, what's wrong?" Guyan looked at Gu Chen, who was walking back into the group with a worried expression, and couldn't help but ask, "It's nothing, I just don't know which profession to switch to or how to allocate my skill points." After Gu Chen answered, the other players realized that he was already level 15. Wow, taking down an F-rank boss by himself has leveled him up to the top tier. Chinamo, what are the different skill point allocation builds for each class in this game? Can you give me a guide? Gu Chen looked at Guyan and called out, "Master, please stop calling me by my real name in the game." Guyan sighed. "What does it matter? Everyone here already knows." Gu Chen shrugged and continued, "Give me some tips and tricks. There are over 100 professions in the job change interface. My eyes are getting tired of looking at them." "Grandpa, This game is newly launched, and no strategy team has yet made any class analyses. Seeing that Guyan didn't know how to answer, the little kitten helped explain. All the players in our first test were in the early stages and could only explore little by little. When we changed jobs, we didn't know how demanding they were. It was all based on luck. However, there's no need to worry about the profession being too weak. This game will probably allow dual classes or a split skill system to choose a new class. You can just choose a profession related to boxing. I see. Guay-chan nodded and started searching on the job change interface again. Wait, Master, please don't choose the one with the Holy Spirit. All right, I become a priest. Guyan was about to remind Guay-chan not to switch to a class with Holy Light, as it would make him a sitting duck. As a result, his master directly became a priest. Master, why did you choose to become a priest? Guyan rubbed his forehead and asked. Didn't you want me to choose one related to boxing? I played a retro game when I was a kid. The priest within can grow into Blue Fist Saint Envoys. That's incredibly powerful. Guay-chan responded with a smile. Don't worry. Other people switching to classes that carry Holy Light is a version trap, but your master is definitely the version's answer. The little kitten with the milky scent waved its paw, indicating. With your master's extraordinary combat power, coupled with the restraint of Holy Light, what undead creature could possibly defeat him? It seems so. Guyan nodded slightly. Sir, may we ask about your skills and the changes in your four-dimensional attributes? The humble boy, Chicken Too Beautiful, and Pigwings came over and asked. The three of them have decided to form the first strategy team in the game. Create informational and strategy videos for Dungeon Alliance, Original Blade Go, and upload them to various platforms. If they become popular, they'll quit their jobs and become full-time content creators, ups. Without having to struggle for a living, you can spend all day immersed in post-apocalyptic games doing research. For them, it was a dream come true. Chapter 148, The Skeleton King realized something was wrong. After communicating with Guay-chan, the humble boy recorded the clergy's class change data. The four-dimensional attribute bonuses from job change are Constitution +8, Strength +5, Agility +3, and Spirit +5. Furthermore, after allocating all his free attribute points to Strength after the upgrade to Guay-chan, his four-dimensional attributes reached 53, 89, 43, and 25. The attribute bonuses from changing to a priest class are not particularly outstanding. Fortunately, the skills of the priests are very well suited to returning to dust. The priest's level 10 skill is Uppercut Impact, which delivers an uppercut to a close-range target, knocking them into the air. The height of the knockback depends on the skill level and the user's strength. With 89 points of strength attribute from Guay-chan, plus the transmission effect of Ancient Martial Fist. If you throw an uppercut like that, you'll either be smashed to death or fly several meters into the air before falling to your death. The cleric's level 15 skill is Instant Step. Instant Step is a movement skill. Using Instant Step, you can reach any location within a 1-meter radius centered on yourself in 0.1 seconds. The Instant Step ability is boosted by agility and skill level. With 43 points of agility and a level 1 Instant Step, the radius of the area that can be instantly reached has been expanded to 3 meters. In other words, undead creatures within a 3-meter radius of Guay-chan would have their heads suddenly shattered without even realizing what happened. After Guay-chan chose his profession and allocated all his attribute and skill points, the thoughtful expression on his face hadn't stopped. 5 more seconds passed. Guay-chan took out a 2-star gauntlet, the bone-crushing fist, from his backpack and put it on. Although these boxing gloves don't offer any unique advantages to boxing techniques. However, it deals extra damage to hard creatures like skeletons. It's very convenient for killing skeletons. With that, Guay-chan returned the lawn foam gauntlets to Guyan. Where did the old man get the first kill reward for the boss? The little kitten, with its milky scent, realized what was happening and said regretfully, not teaming up with the old man feels like losing $1 billion. The notification sound kept ringing in Guay-chan's mind. All of them were team-up invitations from other players. Without a doubt, Guay-chan is the #1 carry in the entire server. Whoever gets registered can take off. I'm sorry, I can manage with just my 2 apprentices. Guay-chan waved his hand, refusing. He's a veteran player, so of course he knows these players want to follow him and gain experience. The more teammates they have, the less experience their own people have. Master, Please fill up the team with everyone. They've guided me before. Guyan leaned close to Guei Chun and whispered. Moreover, the main theme of this game is to rebuild the glory of humanity. So human players should unite and help each other. Of course, if you encounter players who like to cause trouble, you can just punch them to death. Killing them definitely won't get you kicked out of the game. This game actually encourages players to team up? Guei-Chen paused, then asked in confusion. If PvP isn't encouraged, how can game companies sell game stats to force players to spend money? How will game companies make money? This game has no pay-to-win elements. The little kitten chimed in. We've had the same questions you've had before. This game is free for us. But there may be tests later, and you can only continue playing if you pass them. Therefore, we all agree that we should develop together. All right then. Guei-Chen nodded. You can be arranged by rank, and those with higher ranks can join our team. That way, we can be more efficient. Wait a minute. We don't have to join the team, but remember to include Jagu. The humble boy immediately raised his hand to remind him. If I don't share my experience with Jagu, I'm worried he'll go on strike. Guei-Chen looked puzzled upon hearing this. Isn't Guja an NPC? Why add NPCs? The NPCs in this game can also kill monsters and level up. The NPC Guja has the ability to explore the entire map. He knows exactly where the monsters are and what kind of monsters they are. Guyan offered an explanation. Guei-Chen narrowed his eyes. I heard you guys call him brothers, yeah? I think we should call him Hanging Bro. Do you know how terrifying a full map vision cheat is? In a guild war with thousands of members, as long as one person has access to the map, a 50-50 match can easily turn into a 91-10 victory. Even with the lock head/lock health cheat, it doesn't work in guild battles. You have to unlock the map. You've also experienced guild wars where cheaters were involved? The little kitten couldn't help but ask. When I was young and playing games, the protective features in gaming helmets were not very advanced. Forget about PvP fighting games. Even in simple puzzle games like jumping blocks, there are cheaters. Guei-Chen took a deep breath and said, unlike now, game protection is much more sophisticated. Those who sell cheats or use cheats will be sent straight to jail. The gaming environment is so much better now. At this point, Guei-Chen couldn't help but look at Gujo and smile. Interesting. Players cannot use cheats. The game company will directly assign you NPCs with cheat codes. Is this game really that difficult? Difficult. Extremely difficult. The humble boy nodded and responded very seriously. If the first test has 99 players, and they're all ordinary working people like them in real life, they'll probably send them all in less than 2 weeks. After the teams are formed, players started clearing monsters at full speed. Under Guja's view, ruins were being demolished one after another. There are large numbers of regular skeleton troops in all the ruins. Under the sunlight, they were no match for the players. And then Guei-Chen suddenly appeared. Players can clear out these regular skeleton armies with absolutely no pressure. Of the 385 skeletons remaining in the Skull Cave, 300 were cleared out in one afternoon. Now only 85 remain, scattered in relatively distant, still sturdy ruins. Guja originally planned to finish the job in one go. But by evening, 29 new players who hadn't logged in before also arrived. He was worried that these new players would wander off, so he decided to avoid the troubled area for the time being, with the shelter guarding it. Even if the remaining 85 skeletons gathered together and attacked the house, they wouldn't pose any threat. Inside the Hall of Death, news of the deaths of elite-level undead kept reaching the Soul Imprint. Even the boss-level skeleton commander has already lost one of its members. Even if the Skeleton King were brainless, he would know that something must have gone wrong in the Void Realm. In other words, it finally realized something was wrong. The bone collision. The Skeleton King stood up and stepped out of the necropolis. Then, it took out the soul imprint left to it by the Necromancer Lord. Chapter 149 Million Skeletons. The soul imprint floated in the air, and a large amount of dense death energy emanated from it. The next moment, a rumbling sound rang out. The land throughout the cemetery began to crack and collapse. After the cemetery collapsed, the boundless underground world was exposed. Roar! A sharp, piercing roar came from underground. Several enormous bone dragons, each nearly 100 meters long, rose into the air from the underground world. The Skeleton King looked at the bone dragons and gave a simple command. Finding the Holy Lord. Roar! With a roar, these bone dragons soared into the sky at an astonishing speed. The bone dragon left the Void Realm. The dense death aura from the soul imprint still spread, throughout the entire cemetery. Duh, duh, duh. Then heavy footsteps sounded again. A massive number of skeletons are marching out from the underground world. If Guja glanced at the monster icon statistics on the planning map at this moment, he'll definitely run away as soon as he sees it. The portion of the undead regular army exposed on the map alone numbers in the 6 figures. There are also a large number of regular undead troops in the dark map that have not been included in the statistics. And these skeletons are only under the command of the Skeleton King. Each S-rank boss of the Necromancer race has a large number of minions. For example, the Undying King's ghouls and the Witch of Pain's walking corpses. There are as many as 10 such S-class bosses from the undead race. This does not include the Necromancer lords in other realms. The entire undead race's military strength is at least in the tens of millions. After the skeleton army appeared, the Skeleton King still gave very simple instructions. Go and find the humans. The Skeleton King issued a command, but did not specify the direction. The million-strong army of skeletons left the graveyard and began a thorough search of the entire void. Meanwhile, the Witch of Pain also arrived at the Shrieking Bird's nest where Master had just been. There's the scent of that human here. Could it be that this human was brought here by a whistling bird? Damn it, I wasted so much time in this forest. As the Witch of Pain muttered to herself, she suddenly looked up at the sky. She sensed a strong aura of death. This brainless skeleton actually used a soul imprint. Is the pressure really that high? The Witch of Pain unknowingly used the phrase she had heard from Mastigan. Moreover, she sensed that countless ghouls were running in her direction. The Witch of Pain frowned. Unexpectedly, even the Immortal Corpse King released all of his subordinates. She wondered if she should also summon the zombie servants. But now we haven't even seen a trace of other humans. It is a bit premature to summon the walking corpse servants. Moreover, her zombie servants are slow-moving and not good at searching. Once the location is determined, releasing the zombies will have a better effect. If these ghouls are heading this way, I'll switch to the other side. The Witch of Pain muttered to herself as she watched the ghouls whiz past her. She originally planned to continue heading southeast. Because a ghoul has appeared, the Witch of Pain replanned her route and began searching in the southwest. July 9th, 2333. By the end of the morning, all the skeletons that had emerged from the Skull Cave had been wiped out by the players. In this battle, the experience from 385 F-grade skeletons allowed all 30 veteran players to reach level 10 or above and complete their class change. Even some completely unfamiliar new players came over, gained experience from killing a few skeletons, and leveled up several times. Of the first batch of 10 people, the last to transfer were the outside the law group 3, 4, and 5. They chose the auxiliary profession of item constructor, which would be beneficial for shelter construction. The skill is item creation, combining various materials to generate new items. Clay plus water equals adobe brick. Synthetic stone brick plus iron sheet equals synthetic iron brick. Synthetic stone bricks plus metal equal alloy bricks. In this way, new items are synthesized from various materials. They are currently too low level to be used for crafting bricks. After reaching a higher level, I learned how to analyze equipment structure. They can even combine 2 complete pieces of equipment into a new piece of equipment. Seeing their skills, the other players knew what to expect. There's more gambling going on here. Of the second batch of 20 players, 5 were agriculture-related, and 1 was a wilderness survival expert who were slightly behind. They were the last group to change jobs. 5 players with an agricultural background thought it best to simply choose a farmer profession related to farming. I only realized this after changing jobs. This farming profession is not simple at all. Farmers level 10 skill activation. They never imagined that crops grown using bioactivation techniques would actually move. After trying the skill, eggplants, cucumbers, and cabbages are growing everywhere in the fields. Want to eat these activated crops? We still have to fight them. However, the nutritional value of crops increases significantly after they are activated. Not only does it taste better, but it also enhances the feeling of fullness after eating. It can even increase attribute points. However, it's also possible that the player who is increasing their attribute points had already reached the point of increasing their attribute points through training and then just happened to eat some of these crops. Some players suggested that they simply stop eating these activated plants. Try raising them to be stronger. These crops might even be used as tower defense facilities. The second group of 10 including the last wilderness survival expert, chose the Explorer profession. Explorer level 10 skill, Exploration. The effect of Exploration LV1 is to increase the illuminated area of vision by 50. Furthermore, the area you pass through will remain lit for 1 hour for the Explorer. Explore to max level LV10. Increase the field of vision range by 500 and keep the area you pass through constantly lit for 10 hours. Although it is far from being as good as Gouge's full map hanging. However, having an Explorer in the team greatly reduces the danger when exploring the map. The third batch of 10 included Harlan the Night Demon King, who was not human. The other 9 people all reached level 10 and changed jobs through this battlefield. Like a swordsman, the swordsman originally intended to switch to the swordsman class, but after much hesitation, he chose the support class of blacksmith. Level 10 skill, crafting. As long as you have enough materials, Jian Ruren can craft 1-star equipment on his own. The attributes of equipment depend on the rarity of the materials used and the user's crafting skill level. If the materials are precious enough, not to mention 1-star special effects equipment, he can even forge class-specific weapons. Grayish-blue, a medical student who wanted to meet more cadavers in the game, naturally chose the doctor profession. Level 10 skill, medicine making. Basic life potions and basic spirit potions can be made using special materials from alien races and mutated creatures. Sean initially quite liked the female player, Gray Blue. Now Sean can't help but frown whenever he sees Very Blue. Chapter 150, Are Corpses Powerful? Nonsense. The last 7 members of the third batch of 10 were Gu Yin and others who filled in after the kicking incident. Gu Yin was not so stubborn as to choose to become a priest like his master. He switched to a profession that perfectly suited him, a fighter. Fighter level 10 skill, Rapid Punch. After using the skill, increase the attack speed of the first 5 attacks by 25. Perfectly adapted to the special effects of the Stormwind gauntlets. Every punch generates a gust of wind. In other words, this is the effect that should be achieved when professional weapons and professional skills are combined. After careful consideration, Mr. Onlooker chose the profession of judge. Judge's level 10 skill, Death Sentence. Use the skill to declare a target dead. The spectator, acting as the judge, inflicts 150 damage on the declarant of death within 3 seconds. If the injury is caused by the executioner, this value will double to 300. That's right. This is a profession with bonds. When the executioner, Masters, attacks his target, the onlooker can immediately sentence that target to death. Master Gun's damage is tripled. Moreover, this is a level 1 death sentence. The maximum damage values for a level 10 skill are: Judge deals 600 damage, Executioner deals 1200 damage. The first reaction of all players after learning about this skill was that they couldn't go and PK with Master Gang and Mr. Spectator. A duel cannot be held when both of them are present. The bonus from the professional bond between these two is just too outrageous. After the introduction of the Judge and Executioner class synergies, players began to wonder which other classes could form synergy effects. However, we'll probably only have a general understanding of this after all 69 players have changed their classes. Phoenix Rebirth, a real-life animal tamer. Just when everyone thought he was going to become a beast tamer in the game, he chose a tank class, Heavy Cavalry. Heavy Cavalry level 10 skill, Charge. The skill effect is to increase movement speed by 50 and reduce damage taken by 25 during the charge. However, problems arose after the job change. He discovered that he couldn't use his charge ability. As a heavy cavalryman, no mount. The Phoenix's rebirth, now, can only hope that its 5 Shadow Wolves will grow up quickly. I haven't even boarded the train yet. I'm switching to mechanic. Level 10 skill, Mechanical Manufacturing. Having acquired mechanical manufacturing skills, I started making bicycles for players to use for transportation even before I got on the bus. If the energy problem can be solved, with his mechanical manufacturing skills, he could easily produce an electric car. If this trend continues, he might even establish a war chariot company in this apocalyptic world in the future. I am a god of cookery, a professional chef, skilled in cooking. Beautiful tailor, professional tailor, skilled nail maker. Both players have simple and straightforward skills and classes. You can tell what they do just by looking at their classes. The players' job changes are all relatively normal up to this point. The style only becomes fantastical when it comes to the cool and aloof Diamond Block. He chose a profession, a Taoist priest. It's not a Taoist priest who can heal, summon skeletons, or start with 10 dogs. They're the kind of Taoist priests from Maoshan who exorcise ghosts. Players were surprised that this game was so outlandish, even including a Taoist priest from Maoshan. At the same time, I was also wondering what use the Taoist profession was in this apocalyptic world. It is obvious that there aren't any hopping zombies in this world that Taoist priests can subdue. However, the cold, hard diamond block quickly proved itself to be useful. Taoist level 10 skill, talisman making. Materials needed: yellow paper plus mutated creature blood. The effectiveness of a talisman depends on the material it is made of. The aloof diamond block tried to sneak some shadow wolf blood, but was beaten into a pig's head by Phoenix Nirvana. Phoenix Nirvana still helped him shed a bowl of shadow wolf's blood. Using the runecrafting skill, yellow paper plus shadow wolf's blood equals an invisibility charm. Using the invisibility charm, you can completely conceal your figure and presence for 30 seconds. However, you cannot make any movements during these 30 seconds. It will become visible if it moves. The invisibility talisman is clearly a very useful item. It could even be described as a life-saving artifact. Seeing this, the other players began to actively give the aloof diamond block different mutated creature blood. Let's see if we can create talismans with other effects. When using skills to create these talismans, the cool diamond block was also made using his own real-world techniques. He was very satisfied with the results. As players collectively level up, Guja, who was responsible for providing the monster locations, also leveled up, reaching level 18. After reaching level 18, Guja can allocate some skill points to skeleton enhancement. The skeleton's enhancement level has been increased by 1. His skeleton's 4-dimensional attribute enhancement will increase by 50. This round of guiding players to find monsters yielded pretty good results. In this battlefield, aside from levels, the biggest improvement actually lies in the equipment. 385 skulls. 1155 pieces of 1-star equipment were found. Even if the damage rate is as high as 30%, there will still be 808 pieces remaining. Sell equipment, exchange equipment. The top 30 players all have a full set of 1-star exclusive weapons. If my stats weren't insufficient, I wouldn't be able to wear so much equipment. They can even be armed from head to toe, wearing all the equipment. However, that's precisely why we can't bring so much equipment. This gave new players an opportunity to exploit loopholes. After selling equipment until the balances of super strong and big strong were completely depleted, veteran players can only sell their excess equipment to new players. Use real-world Chinese yuan as the transaction currency for direct transfers. When they first started using Huaxia coins for trading, players didn't dare to be too reckless. They're all a little worried about being kicked out of the game as a studio. After discovering that normal transactions were not affected, the veteran players started selling more freely. Because there is so much equipment, these 1-star equipment items are being sold to new players at a clearance price. One item costs 30 renminbi, which is the price of 2 cups of milk tea. The strategy videos for the 3 characters, Humble Boy, Chicken Too Beautiful, and Pig Wings, have not yet been uploaded. He earns nearly 1,000 yuan a day by selling game equipment. This also made them feel that, with the advantage of being among the first players, quitting their jobs to become full-time gamers was a very promising idea. July 10th, 2333. Weibi and his friends were chasing after cucumbers that had been reactivated and were running around everywhere in the farmland. These cucumbers are fast-growing seedlings that produce fruit in 3 days. However, due to the activation process, they detached from the soil and began to run wild before they were fully mature. Weibi wanted to grab the cucumber and put it back into the soil to grow. Just then, a player shouted in the shelter. Something's happened, everyone. A small team was wiped out in the forest. Many ghouls have appeared in the forest. Extremely powerful. We need to quickly come up with a plan and get together to defend. Clearly, he received a warning message from the players whose groups had been wiped out. Weibi and the others who were catching cucumbers outside exchanged glances. They all burst out laughing. These newcomers are really good at talking nonsense. Now that the sun is shining brightly, will some ghouls come out? Do you think we've never seen a ghoul before? Moreover, now every player has a 1-star weapon. They can be wiped out by a whole ghoul? How bad is this? Chapter 151 has the game designer gone mad? The 5 people on the farmland couldn't help but smile as they listened to the shouts and cries coming from inside the shelter. They all thought that these new players were making a fuss over nothing. Just a ghoul. What could scare them like that? How could they possibly be wiped out? That's absolutely awful. However, a message tagging everyone appeared in the game group. The smiles on their faces vanished instantly. Milky little meow. Everyone, high-ranking ghouls have appeared in the forest, and there are many of them. If you can log in now, please log in to provide support. It seems to be true. Technology and ruthlessness swallowed a mouthful of water. Check the player forums. The squad that was wiped out earlier. The video has already been released. Mechanics and magic served as a reminder. After Waby turned on the video, his previous carefree and smiling demeanor completely disappeared. As he browsed the video, he said in a deep voice, "These ghouls are different from the ones we've seen before. They were wearing equipment. And pay attention to the health bars of these ghouls. Grade D. That's a D-rank ghoul." The two yams frowned when they saw the scene in the video. The ghouls we killed before were completely naked and could only attack with their claws. The grade is only F. This ghoul is now fully equipped. Still a D level. That's 2 major ranks higher. No wonder that player squad was wiped out. This is enough to give us a hard time handling. Not just ghouls. Give you a hemp shank, he replied somewhat nervously. Look behind these ghouls. A corpse puppet that has advanced to the same level as Heron, the Night Demon King. The evolved form of the corpse puppet, a boss-level soul eater. There are even larger, unknown monsters than the soul eater. Has the game designer gone mad? We've only just started to develop. They're going to give us a monster siege. Does this have to be so targeted? Have the game designers gone mad? It's almost here. Guja inside the shelter, looking at the planning map. His brows were furrowed into a deep frown. He was a little confused. Where do these extraordinary and unique monsters come from? He would glance at the overall plan every 2 or 3 hours. Why didn't I notice these things crowding over here? All I can say is that the map master just released is extremely misleading. Whether Master Gun was snatched away by the Screaming Sparrow or captured by the Witch of Pain, the map only showed one narrow straight path. These ghouls did not gather together and walk on this road. They only stay for a few seconds at most, then disappear in a flash. Guja had no idea that a large number of ghouls were searching for them in the darkness of the map. In addition, Guja perfectly missed the time when the Immortal Corpse King and Skeleton King in the cemetery were summoning their troops. This has led to them being caught off guard. Why can't this system have more initiative? There's an anomaly on the map. At least give me a notification. I can't possibly stare at the planning map 24/7. Can I? Guja couldn't help but complain. By this time, there were already quite a few players in the cafeteria hall. In the past, at this time of day, there wouldn't be many people among the 30 veteran players. Of the 30 veteran players, 29 have arrived. Only Heron, the Night Demon King, who was unable to move freely during the day, did not come. The number of new players has reached 66. Guja couldn't help but wonder how they managed to detach themselves from their real-world work and studies. Of course, these are not the main points. The key point is facing the undead creatures that have gathered in the forest. Should he, the main crystal, run away? After all, as long as he doesn't die, the game won't fail. When facing a monster you can't defeat, running away is definitely a good option, as long as Guja finds the next resurrection point that allows players to travel back in time. He can make a comeback. How about we engage in a team fight and try to fight it out? Guja took a deep breath and pondered. Even at noon, we can't beat them. Then I can really make my escape now. Everyone, the game developers probably see that we're doing pretty well, so they're planning to increase our difficulty. The little kitten stood on the table in the middle of the cafeteria and shouted through a megaphone. This loudspeaker was repaired by me using mechanical manufacturing before I even got on the vehicle. I didn't expect it to work so quickly. However, the game planners are actually quite decent. They chose to launch the Monster Siege event for us at noon. If it were nighttime and pitch black, dealing with these incredibly fast-moving ghouls would be really difficult. The little kitten smacked its lips and exclaimed, "Boss, just tell us how to fight this defensive battle. We'll follow your lead." That's right. I'm already getting impatient. I just played games all day, and then this amazing event happened. This is so awesome. New players weren't as worried as Guja when facing the Monster Siege, nor were they as nervous as veteran players. They were mostly excited. They even wished that these monsters would be at the door and start the battle the next second. The more chaotic things are, the more opportunities they have to take advantage of loopholes. The little kitten looked at the new players shouting below and couldn't help but think to itself, "These guys seem to have no idea what's going on. We are not guarding a shelter. What we're protecting is our right to continue playing the game. At this time, Zhuge Liang and Feng Shu, each carrying a large megaphone, walked up to the table in the center. The little kitten introduced itself to the other players. These two are professional-level sand table war simulation players in real life. Didn't someone just ask me to give instructions? Sorry, even if they didn't deal the highest damage. They also held command. Next, let them arrange how we should engage in battle. The little kitten smiled and then stepped down from the table, leaving room for the crouching dragon and the young phoenix to make their moves. Wulong looked at Feng Shu and asked, "Are you sure you want to set up the layout according to the game's rules?" Feng Shu nodded. The units deployed in our sandbox exercises are all ordinary soldiers. The game features different classes and skills. Players cannot be treated as ordinary units when being assigned tasks. Understand now. Wulong then turned to look at the players and said, "Before arranging the strategy, we need to figure out the staffing first. Please divide your players into two camps. Those who have changed jobs and those who haven't." After a burst of noisy footsteps, the players present quickly split into two groups. 29 veteran players who changed jobs, and 66 new players who did not change jobs. Players who have changed jobs will be divided into queues according to their job class. Players who haven't changed jobs should line up according to their skill point allocation and playstyle. Another surge of people appeared. The players were arranged in several columns according to their class roles, such as warrior, archer, and tank. After briefly calculating the number of people, Wulong frowned. Why are there so many marksmen and support roles? There were very few soldiers and tanks in the front row. The Belgian strategy team has already released a video. Should new players prioritize the tank playstyle? Tank-based job advancement. Attribute points are the ones that get added the most. There are 95 people now. There are only 15 players in the front row. If a fight breaks out, wouldn't the front lines be overwhelmed immediately? Chapter 152, There's Not Enough Time. After carefully counting the players' locations, Feng Shu obtained specific data. Tank, 6 people. Soldiers, 9 people. Assassins, 5 people. Mage, 38 people. Shooters, 25 people. Support, 12 people. Looking at this lineup, Zhuge Liang and Peng Tong were both a little dumbfounded. Why are there so few melee players? There are so many mages and archers. I only found out after asking carefully. Playing games is one thing, but many players are still hesitant to engage in close-quarters combat with monsters in a 100% realistic environment. This has led to very few players choosing melee classes. Even though the strategy guide clearly states that the tank class has extremely high attribute values, they don't want to play either. As for why there are so many players choosing the mage path, the reason is simple. First, have faith in the strength of the magic master. No matter what game it is, mages are never particularly weak. Even if it's not T0, it should at least be in a T1 queue. Secondly, there's the point about 100% realism. Who wouldn't want to use supernatural magic in a 100% realistic game? Raise your hand to summon a meteor shower, hands clasped together, freezing the land for thousands of miles. Especially wind-type mages. A wind mage can't possibly be unable to fly. Many players choose the mage class. I just want to create a 100% realistic game. Without using any technology, take off directly from woohoo. Players have their own reasons for choosing their career paths. After asking their questions, the troubled Zhuge Liang and Peng Tong. I also have something to say. What kind of teams did we lead before? An army with a perfect balance of roles, such as soldiers, archers, and logistics personnel. Who are you people? You want us to set it up? Can you set it up? We can't set it up, you know. If this continues, the Class C shelter will be breached. Class C shelters have been breached. The initial shelter was captured again. There are no more shelters left. We can start preparing for the public beta test, which may not be coming for a long time. Have these people actually played games before? Wulong sat on the ground and sighed. If the front row can't hold up, the back row won't have any output environment. Isn't this common sense? Even I, who don't play many games, know this. There are a lot of people who haven't changed jobs yet. A mage without skills. How can we fight this war? There's no other way. We just have to tough it out. Feng Shu smacked his lips and said, "We can't engage in battle outside. Let's try to defend ourselves from the shelter." As Feng Shu spoke, he looked at the line of mages. Actually, it's not too bad. They know they can't use their skills right now, so they've added strength attributes and are wearing skull armor, which makes them barely able to act as tanks. That's not a tank, that's cannon fodder. Wulong shook his head and said, these ghouls' attacks can directly break through the skeleton armor's defense. The squad that was wiped out earlier was crushed as soon as they saw them. They were all killed in less than a minute. It's fortunate that someone inside was constantly recording the screen, otherwise we wouldn't even know what was different about these ghouls. As he spoke, Wulong took a deep breath and shook his head, saying, Sai, we have to fight even if we can't. Fortunately, we still have a shelter to act as a fortress. If we really can only fight abroad, we might as well just disband and run for our lives. At this point, Zhuge Liang looked at Feng Chu and said, send them the locations we marked at the shelter earlier. Feng Chu nodded. He quickly posted a map of the marksman's position on the game forum and made it available to all players. Standing at these vantage points, you can have a good shooting view through the windows. These are all things that Wulong and Feng Chu observed and marked in each room of the shelter over the past few days. Before the watchtowers are built, these positions can ensure that the marksmen have a good environment to deal damage. The armored mage, go and remove your armor. Then switch to any melee weapon and stand guard next to the archer. Wulong took a deep breath and continued. We are facing ghouls. This monster is incredibly fast and has amazing jumping ability. Be prepared for them to rush directly into the building at any time. If this situation really occurs, those of lower rank, go up and deliver them first. Your resurrection time is short. You can use that to stall them. Wait, if we're just staying inside the building, we could just call Harlanite Demon King online. With him protecting the archer, things will be much safer. Feng Chu suddenly thought of this and immediately looked at the little kitten with milky smell, offering his suggestion. The little kitten nodded and immediately sent a voice message to Harlanite Demon King. Get in the game now. If you miss this Monster Siege event, you'll regret it. What? You're afraid of getting burned? You're staying inside the building. You're not going to be in the sun. What are you afraid of getting burned for? It's okay if you really don't want to come. Just don't be envious when we get the event rewards. After only a few words, the adorable little kitten gave an okay sign, indicating that it was all done. The nearby players were all a bit confused. The way he started by inviting someone was quite unique. And he succeeded. Actually, the little kitten knew in its heart that if it told Harlan, the Night Demon King, that the team needed him, knowing this guy's personality, he'll be putting on airs for several minutes. He really didn't want to waste this time. So he simply used this slightly provocative method to provoke Harlan, the Night Demon King. Sure enough, less than a minute after hanging up the voice call, Harlan Night Demon King came online. Wow, everyone's here. This is really a big event. Harlan Night Demon King looked at the cafeteria hall, which was packed with players, with a surprised expression. Then, looking at the baby-smelling kitten, he raised his chin and said, You actually remembered to invite me to this big event. You're not so bad after all, thanks. Didn't you see the group message I tagged everyone in before? The little kitten looked at Harlan Night Demon King's attitude with some confusion. All my groups are muted, and they only show the number of messages. What did you say? It's nothing, that's not important. The little kitten with the milky scent waved its hand and said, With Harlan the Night Demon King around, the archer's safety is guaranteed. I'll also send you some more locations for traps and ambushes. You guys choose the right spots, then I'll tell you how to operate. Just as Wulong was about to continue posting on the game forum, the explorer in the team, who was all chicken-flavored, suddenly jumped up and shouted, Time is running out. Those ghouls are about to leave the forest. They're right where I was fishing 50 minutes ago. It's only 2 kilometers away from here. It seems we can only take positions first and then make fine adjustments later. Wulong took a deep breath and gestured to the little kitten. The little kitten nodded and, holding a megaphone, continued. Everyone, head to the station. You could type any discoveries you make in the public chat. We are all close enough to see the messages on the public screen. We must communicate more. Don't isolate yourself and do your own thing. Chapter 153, It's alright. I'll take action. Knowing that the high-ranking ghouls were not far away, the 96 players quickly took their positions according to the marks made by the Crouching Dragon and the Young Phoenix. Guja couldn't help but marvel at the players' highly efficient execution. All 69 test access slots were given out at once, and surprisingly, not a single player caused trouble. It seems that the previous measures of kicking out a group of people and disqualifying them from applying for future game qualifications have had a significant deterrent effect. Guja looked at the location maps posted by Wulong and Feng Chu on the player forum. Then control your skeleton to take up the designated positions. As for himself, then I went straight back to my room to unpack and clean up my things. That's right. Gouge is still planned to make a run for it if things went wrong. It doesn't matter how the players die. His main crystal absolutely cannot be destroyed. Wulong, let's test this first. Can everyone see the message I post in the public chat? If you can see it, type 1. Milky Flavored Kitten, 1. Senna Uzi, 1. The Humble Boy, 1. 1. 95, 1. S were displayed on the public screen. Wulong. Okay, if everyone can see it, then there's no problem. It smells like chicken all over. Where are those high-level ghouls now? It smells like chicken all over. It's been over an hour since I left that area, and it's already dark on my map. The only bright area on my map now is the road back to the shelter. There are no ghouls there yet. Awkward. Wulong. Find out who's around Brother Zhe and ask him. Milky Little Meow. I just went to Zhiji's room and asked. Those ghouls didn't come directly to our shelter. They're still searching outside. It's a 2-kilometer radius, so it'll probably take them some time to get here. The little kitten didn't tell the other players that Gouge was packing his things. Wulong. If we still have time, I'll quickly explain to you the arrangements we made in the shelter. First, there are traps everywhere. There was a lot of dry grass buried in the large pit to the west of the shelter. 5 embers have been left at your location. According to the official website, ghouls are afraid of fire, so they made a fire pit trap. I hope we can burn some of them. To the north of the shelter was a puddle of water. Activate the system only if you discover that the invading monsters include creatures like skeletons. Players near the water pit hide and stay put. Then there are spike traps and slowing traps in the east and south directions. Standing at the position are our few tanks and soldiers. Make good use of these traps and try to hold them off so that our archer players on the 3rd floor of the building can fire a few more rounds. Oh, and there are also the bioactive plants in the farmland. Pull them all out and let them run wild in the fields. Although it cannot cause harm, it can at least attract ghouls. Waby, hey, is this really okay? They're not fully mature yet. They're still just kids. Wulong. Then how come I heard you say before that although this cabbage is not fully ripe, it tastes really tender? Waby, I'll go pull them out right now. Wulong. Now that we've covered the exterior layout, let's talk about the interior. For all the rooms marked with locations, we prepared 3 things. Rocks, forked poles, and mutated bio-oil. In layman's terms, it consists of large rocks, long-handled weapons with spikes, and oil extracted from the flesh of mutated creatures. I think you all know its uses. Once the ghouls are climbing the wall, the player responsible for protecting the archers can simply throw rocks and mutated bio-oils down below. The ghouls climbed to the 3rd floor window and then used pitchforks to knock them down. When the ghouls enter the building and you need to fight in the rooms and corridors, lower-level players should go and kill them. Use your bodies to create the environment for the marksman to deal damage. Of course, that's the worst-case scenario. It's best to deal with these ghouls before they enter the building. Another commander, Fengshu, typed, "With our current resources, this is all the arrangements we can make. Fortunately, we have a special advantage that we can take advantage of: unlimited respawns in the game. As long as we ensure that this respawn point doesn't fall, we can always hold it thanks to our infinite respawns. Therefore, everyone must make sure that no one dies at the same time. You must leave a few people alive to protect the respawn point." Waby, wait a minute. You only discussed the ghoul invasion. But, judging from the video, the monsters that came this time weren't just ghouls. Behind the ghouls are corpse puppets, soul-devouring demons, and giant unknown monsters, all of which pose significant threats. Zhuge Liang and Fengshu smacked their lips and began to ponder. At this moment, Guichen typed a line of text in the public chat, which made all the players smile knowingly. Guichen, it's all right, I'll take care of it. After the words "return to dust" were typed in the public chat, the players relaxed a lot. They couldn't help but sigh. The old man is still making jokes at this time. He really has a good attitude. However, given the old man's current top-tier combat power among players, he might actually be able to defeat that enormous, unknown monster. Milky Little Meow. Brothers reminded us that those ghouls are less than a kilometer away from us and will soon appear in our field of vision. Uzi, I've seen them. They've entered my firing range. Should I fire now? At this moment, Faba was lying on the highest point of the building, on a platform where only one person could stand. He held up the SSG-08 and observed the ghouls a kilometer away through a high-powered scope. Wulong, just shoot directly. At this distance, with the intelligence of these ghouls, they probably won't even know where the shot came from. Send to Uzi. Okay. Bang. A gunshot rang out from the top of the building. System information immediately appeared on the public chat. The ghoul has already been killed by Faba Uzi. Faba Uzi 1 down. Although these ghouls are D-rank monsters and wear helmets, they can still be killed instantly if you hit their heads. Bang! Another gunshot rang out, but this time there was no system feedback. Uzi, damn it, this ghoul just jumped, and the leg hit didn't kill it, but it still affected its movement speed. Amidst the rang-out gunshots, the ghouls gradually approached the shelter. When the ghouls reached a distance of 500 meters, they have entered the firing range of all the shooters. Wulong immediately typed in the public chat, "All fire. Players outside the building, prepare to activate the traps." Whoosh, 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 bang, bang, bang. The sound of New Year's Day could be heard inside the Class C shelter. Arrows and bullets poured out of the windows on the 3rd floor of the building. They flew towards the horde of ghouls. Chapter 154, I am the god of war guarding the pass. Numerous bullets and arrows embedded themselves in the ghoul's body. However, the screen did not display the message of ghouls being killed that players had expected. This volley of fire only took down 4 ghouls. Of the 25 shooters, not all of them are as accurate as Uzi or the Wind Rises. Many arrows and bullets struck the ghouls' bodies without causing fatal damage. Secondly, there's the equipment these ghouls carry. The ghouls with A-rank strength and A-rank speed were originally all fragile. However, once equipped, they all gained a certain level of tankiness. Only by firing a Uzi sniper bullet can you reliably take down a ghoul with a single shot. Even the piercing crossbow bolts that were caught in the wind could only break through the defense and take away nearly 50% of the target's health. Wulong, let's switch to burning arrows. Fortunately, the archer's first volley was just a test of the ghoul's strength. The second round was when they really got serious. There were 25 archers, 20 of whom were archers and crossbowmen. They all pulled out their flaming arrows and began to knock them. Burning arrow, 80 copper each. 25 shooters, each with 30 guns. If they hadn't conquered the Skull Cave, the players certainly wouldn't have been so extravagant as to buy so much expensive ammunition. We still have to thank the skeletons in the Skull Cave for the equipment. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The arrow, still glowing with fire, flew out and landed among the ghouls. As long as the burning arrow touches the ghouls, even if it can't break through their armor, it can ignite their entire bodies. This is also why players chose burning arrows instead of explosive arrows. No need for explosive damage, just pure ignition. The burning arrows fell, and the high-speed, moving ghouls were instantly engulfed in flames. These people on fire collapsed after running only a few dozen meters. This volley of burning arrows burned 35 ghouls to death. Seeing this, Wulong finally breathed a sigh of relief. Just as the information released on the official website states, the ghoul's weakness is fire. If fire attacks are surprisingly effective, then this battle will be much easier. Wulong, those with firearms should clear out any lone ghouls, archers, and crossbowmen. Continue to fire incendiary arrows into the ghoul horde, ideally igniting 2 ghouls with a single arrow. With the success of the previous volley, the players' confidence soared. They laughed as they strung up the bows and knocked the arrows, but just as they were about to fire, their expressions froze. Corpse in sight. They actually started to consciously dodge. They moved left and right on the flat ground. Difficult to aim at. The players were truly shocked. Just a regular D-rank monster. She can even do snake-like movements. Are you going to play or not? Ugh, so annoying. I hate these kinds of games where you have to guess where they're going. The memory of getting my skill dodged at point-blank range by snake-like movement came flooding back. A mere D-rank monster has such advanced AI that it uses serpentine movements to dodge attacks. Isn't this game a bit too hardcore? It wasn't just new players complaining. Even veteran players were puzzled as they watched the writhing ghouls. In my mind, ghouls are monsters that charge in without thinking. Why are you so clever now? The horde of ghouls constantly dodging left and right. It's no longer a target that can be hit simply by aiming. You have to predict their movements. Moreover, ghouls are extremely fast, and it's not enough to predict their next move. You have to shoot 2 steps ahead to hit them. Such a high level of shooting difficulty. Even when the wind picked up, the Uzi started to miss. As the horde of ghouls drew ever closer, Wulong took a deep breath and typed in the public chat. Archers should switch to regular arrows. The distance is too close, And if we use burning arrows, I'm worried we'll burn down our shelter as well. By the way, players near the fire pit trap should also be careful not to let the ghouls that burn in the fire pit sneak into the shelter. Although the archer's accuracy was not high, he still managed to kill several ghouls through continuous shooting. At this moment, the horde of ghouls finally arrived at the refuge. Fortunately for the players, these ghouls rushed into the shelter from the west. In other words, all the ghouls that charged ahead fell into the traps filled with dry grass. Quick, ignite it! Phoenix Nirvana picked up the fire and threw it into the trap. 5 sparks touched the dry grass and instantly ignited the entire fire pit. The ghouls that fell into the trap were all set ablaze at the same time. As it turned out, Wulong's fear that the burning ghouls would rush into the shelter was unnecessary. The ghouls, one after another, had already trampled their burning companions into the pit, where they could not get out. The fire pit trap has claimed the lives of at least 100 ghouls, but there were simply too many ghouls. The flames from the burning hay were not enough to burn all the ghouls for long. The ghouls that followed trampled over their comrades and continued to charge forward. And at this location, Phoenix Rebirth and others, they were quickly overwhelmed by ghouls. Awoo! Awoo! The 5 shadow wolves on the 3rd floor probably sensed that their master had died, and they began to howl in agony. Stop yelling. Your master was resurrected in just 15 minutes. The little kitten patted the heads of the shadow wolves, signaling them to be quiet. After the ghouls crossed the fire pit trap, they climbed up the wall. They all want to go straight to the 3rd floor and kill the humans who attacked them. At that very moment, boulders and mutated biological oil poured down from the 3rd layer. With just the help of gravity, the boulder falling from the 3rd floor can smash the ghoul's head open. The mutated biological oil also reduced the friction between the ghoul and the wall, causing it to slide down directly. Hey, come and catch me. If you catch me, I'll make you eat your fill. Master rushed out from the south and roared at the ghoul. His clumsy sarcasm actually worked. The ghouls that slid down the wall all chased after him. Master was weaving back and forth among the barricades, tripwires, and caltrips. They successfully got a large number of ghouls to hang on it. Even the ghouls that managed to catch up with Mastigan were instantly killed by him with a single axe blow. With these slowing traps, as long as I don't get surrounded, I'm the guardian god of the pass. Just as Masto had finished ladling the cup, a faster, more agile undead creature suddenly descended from the sky and jumped onto his back. The undead creature extended 2 claws. It pierced straight down from the top of Mastigan's head. With a puff, system information appears on the public screen. Master Gang has already been killed by the corpse puppet. The player with the highest level in the entire server was instantly killed by the corpse puppet. Chapter 155 Materials for the corpse puppet. Master had just discovered his field of vision. From the barricades covered with ghouls. In an instant, it switched to a pure white space awaiting resurrection. He was completely stunned. Could it be that? Have I already hung up? That's impossible. I was just dominating the battlefield. Why did he suddenly die? At that moment, a message mentioning him popped up in the game group. Uzbekistan, Mastigan, there's good news and bad news. The good news is that the one who killed you instantly was a corpse puppet. I shot in the head with 1 bullet. The bad news is the exclusive weapon you obtained was stolen by a few activated cabbages. Master Gang? Master Gang, wait a minute, what's going on? Waby, I once chopped open a live cucumber with an axe right in front of them, so these crops probably remember it. Master Gang, so when they see an axe, they just carry it away and hide it? They're just crops. Does that make sense? Milky little kitten, never mind whether this makes sense or not. Let's get our attention back to the battlefield. More corpse puppets are coming. After you resurrect, Master, come to me. I have a spare 1-star one-handed axe. Take it for now. After the ghouls charged into the fray, a large number of corpse puppets followed. The speed and jumping ability of the corpse puppet are much greater than those of the ghoul. This way you can directly bypass the slowing trap, jump behind Master, and kill him instantly. After arriving at the shelter, these corpse puppets began climbing up the walls. They're on the wall, and they're more than a story high. In a few breaths, they then reached the 3rd level. The sound of shattering glass filled the air. These corpse puppets not only bypassed the walls lubricated with mutated biological oil, but also, and it even managed to dodge the player who was defending with a forked pole. They broke into the room through the window, even though there were no players there. After discovering this, Both Zhuge Liang and Feng Chu regretted it so much that they kept slapping their foreheads. They underestimated the monsters in the game. Apart from the rooms marked with the risk level, the remaining rooms had no protective measures in place, even if it's just boarding up the windows in the other rooms. It shouldn't be that these corpse puppets could break into the building so easily. Milky Little Meow. We can learn from Harlan Knight Demon King that the attribute points of the corpse puppet are at least 1.5 times that of the corpse demon. And this is only a D rank. The corpse puppet wearing the equipment is going to be tough to beat now. Harlan Knight Demon King. You missed something. Once inside the building, they will no longer be affected by sunlight, and their combat power will immediately return to its peak. Milky Kitten, which side are you on? Harlan Knight Demon King. Isn't this just us analyzing the strength of the corpse puppet together? He was killed by the corpse puppet after harvesting a bushel. He was killed by the corpse puppet while serving a gift. Yi Luofeng was killed by the corpse puppet. During the time when the little kitten and Harlan the Night Demon King were talking, player death messages started flooding the screen. However, on the bright side, those killed by the corpse puppets were all new players with low levels. Their resurrection was swift. In 4 or 5 minutes, you can rejoin the battlefield. With these fearless new players, they can go up and use their bodies to create opportunities for other players to deal damage. The corpse puppets that entered the building were quickly recorded as being killed. The corpse puppet was killed by Guyan. The corpse puppet was killed by Mr. Onlooker. The corpse puppet was killed by the Milky Little Kitten. The corpse puppet was killed by Harlan, the Night Demon King. The corpse puppet was killed by the aloof Diamond Block. UK Head Monster. The aloof Diamond Block hid in a corner using an invisibility talisman. He secretly killed a corpse puppet that had already been maimed. This immediately prompted the person in question to complain. What K? I'm just adding damage. We're just a small team. Why bother with all this? As the aloof Diamond Block spoke, it retreated into a corner again, still clutching an invisibility talisman in its hand. If another corpse puppet gets close, he will remain invisible, waiting for an opportunity to strike. After entering the building, the strength of these corpse puppets increased, but also greatly restricted their movement. After killing the corpse puppet, Ulla, Guyan said. A cramped corridor, a small room. All of these prevented them from utilizing their full movement speed. Such a combat environment. If we confront them head-on, our chances of winning are still very high. As a highly mobile assassin, he actually engaged in direct street fighting with the enemy. What a waste of such high attribute values. Harlan, the Night Demon King, couldn't help but complain. These kindreds are really bad. You don't even understand this much of the game. What kind of corpse puppet are you? After discovering that the players were blocking the corpse puppet, Wulong immediately typed in the public chat. Players outside the shelter, keep holding out until we clear out the corpse puppets on the 3rd floor. Then we'll provide immediate support. Warfare in the corridors and passageways. New players use their bodies to delay the corpse puppet. The archers fired a volley, riddling the new player and the corpse puppet with bullets. During the shooter's reload time, a zombie got close. The cute little kitten guarding the marksman player immediately activated Titan's power. Double the size. Constitution attribute X2. Strength attribute X2. 3 minutes of Hulk time. The adorable kitten withstood the attack of 8 corpse puppets. After reloading, another salvo was fired. Several piercing arrows pinned all the corpse puppets to the wall. The resurrected Master Gang, armed with a spare set of equipment, began hacking and slashing wildly in the corridor. While chopping, he shouted, "I'll let you cut me. I'll let you cut me." In addition, there's a bystander adding a death sentence buff to the scene. Even if Master just got a 1-star one-handed axe. These corpse puppets were like paper in front of him, crumbling at the slightest touch. The corpse puppet that rushed into the building looked very fierce, but it was actually dealt with in less than 15 minutes. Of course, if you want to look at KD's record, the situation isn't good for the players, since the output environment is only achieved by having new players act as meat shields. However, this isn't a PvP game, so you don't need to look at the battle record, just the result. As long as you defend, that's enough. Wulong switched to a different batch of energy drinks, while a group rested and recovered their strength. A group continued firing in defense. Those whose mental energy is severely depleted come to me and Feng Chu. We can activate a basic chi gathering array to accelerate the recovery of mental energy. After clearing away the corpse puppets, Wulong immediately began giving instructions. After its phoenix-like rebirth, it hurriedly ran from the cafeteria hall to the 3rd floor. Just then, I saw my 5 shadow wolves digging up the corpse of the corpse puppet. "Hey, are you guys crazy? Don't eat the corpse puppets." Phoenix Nirvana sternly stopped him. But these shadow wolves not only didn't stop, they dug even more vigorously. A moment later, a still-beating heart was carried out by a shadow wolf and placed in front of Phoenix Nirvana. Chapter 156, Can't You Guys Be Human? The way you're looking at me like you're asking for credit, you don't mean you want me to eat it, do you? Oh, whoa. The shadow wolf howled. Phoenix Nirvana frowned and disgustedly reached out to grab its heart. You have obtained the heart of the corpse puppet. The moment the Phoenix rebirth hand touched the heart, a system notification appeared. Huh, this is actually material. The heart of the corpse puppet. Item description. This organ, nourished by the aura of the dead, has advanced to a higher level and possesses powerful regenerative abilities sufficient to repair the rotting flesh of a ghoul. Tip. The heart of a corpse puppet can be used to craft basic health potions and refine equipment. Consuming mutated organisms can enhance their growth. After reviewing the materials, Phoenix Nirvana immediately understood what was going on. The shadow wolf brought the heart to him, hoping he would agree that he could eat it. They disobeyed his orders to dismember the body, but without his orders, they dared not eat anything. Even the beast tamer didn't know about the Phoenix rebirth. Were these shadow wolves trained or not? This situation seems to only occur in the early stages of training border collies. Border collies are very intelligent and may have their own little schemes at first. Could it be that this shadow wolf's intelligence is equivalent to that of a 6 or 8-year-old human? Phoenix Nirvana looked at the shadowy wolf before it, its mouth practically watering. He shook his head and smiled, then issued the command. Eat. Upon receiving the command, the shadow wolf immediately began to show off its power. While the shadow wolf was feeding, the other shadow wolves also dug out the heart from the corpse puppet's remains and carried it to Phoenix Nirvana. They only begin to eat after the phoenix gives the eat command during its rebirth. The 5 shadow wolves, each having consumed 3 corpse puppet hearts, lay contentedly at the feet of Phoenix Nirvana. Is it just my imagination? Why do these shadow wolves seem to have grown bigger after they've eaten? Even if eating this stuff helps with growth, it shouldn't cause this much speed, right? Phoenix Rebirth opened the follower interface to view the changes in the shadow wolf. The 5 shadow wolves' rank ratings have all been upgraded from H to G. The 4-dimensional attributes have also been improved from 3, 1, 1, 1 to 10, 5, 3, 3. Can eating one meal really have such a big impact on the heart? It seems my shadow wolf won't be on the battlefield for long. Phoenix Nirvana smiled, then turned to look at the remains of the corpse puppets in the corridor and passageway. Only 30 corpse puppets have invaded the 3rd floor. Before Phoenix Nirvana could even realize that the puppet's heart was a precious material, Guja has already taken away 20 hearts for his manhwa. Inside the building, only the heart of the corpse puppet remained uncollected. Phoenix Nirvana sighed. It's impossible for your shadow wolf to grow faster by eating the corpse puppet's heart every meal. Thinking of this, Phoenix Nirvana's gaze suddenly fell upon Harlan Knight, Demon King, who was trying on the corpse puppet equipment. The vigilant knight, Demon King Harlan immediately realized that someone was watching him. And it's not just Phoenix Rebirth that's happening. After all, the materials on the corpse puppet are not just the heart. Huh, why are you all staring at me? You're not planning to use me to farm materials, are you? Harlan the Knight, Demon King frowned and said irritably, although I am not human. Can't you guys even be human? The players who were staring at him chuckled and looked in other directions to drink their energy drinks. If I were to actually farm materials, I'd be farming myself as a monster for you guys to kill every day. What kind of nonsense is that? Harlan Knight, Demon King, muttered to himself as he continued to loot equipment from the corpse puppet. None of the equipment like helmets, armor, or shoes are as good as mine. However, the fact that it has claw gloves is a good thing. I'm worried because Super Strong and Big Strong don't have any weapons that ghouls can wear. Harlan Knight, Demon King, put on the claw sheath he had taken from the corpse puppet's claws. At the same time, I checked the properties of the claw armor. Metal claw sleeve. Lethality, 2235. Durability, 60 to 60. Equipment requirements, Strength 8, Agility 6. A 1-star item with no special effects? That's rubbish. Harlan the Knight, Demon King muttered. This is supposed to be a racially exclusive weapon for corpse puppets, but its stats are just too bad. Despite his apparent disdain, Harlan the Night Demon King quickly put both claw gloves on his claws. The metal claw armor's properties are weak, but still better than nothing. After eliminating the corpse puppets, the archers on the third floor can continue to support the area outside the shelter without any pressure. If it's just ghouls, they're relatively easy to deal with using various traps. Master had just gone downstairs and dug about 10 holes in the farmland when he finally unearthed his special weapon. The activated cabbages that had buried him for his weapon ran away from the shelter in fright when they saw him pick up the axe. They just happened to run into the invading ghouls. The activated cabbage and the ghouls engaged in a fierce battle. The cabbage used cabbage leaves to slap the ghoul's thigh repeatedly. The ghoul grabbed a piece of activated cabbage and stuffed it into its mouth. They were chewing with a crunching sound. Ruh! Master Gun's executioner's axe fell. Cut the ghoul in half. It's just a baby bok choy. How could you eat it? Uzi, something big is coming. Everyone get ready. After observing the new information, the person at the top of the building immediately typed in the public chat. Wulong, what monster? Faba Uzi. Looks like the soul eater we killed before, but much larger. They were also wearing equipment from head to toe. Where did these strange monsters come from? Wulong. This batch of monsters, whether they are corpse demons, corpse puppets, soul-devouring demons, or even that unknown monster, are all equipped with full sets of standard gear. Doesn't this look familiar to you? Milky Little Meow Meow. You mean the regular skeleton army in the Skull Cave? Wulong, that's right. Is it possible? The ghouls and soul-devouring ghosts we killed before were just ordinary people among the undead. And this batch is the same as the skeletons in the Skull Cave. They're from the regular army. Phoenix Chick, wait a minute. Does this mean we've already attracted the attention of the necromancers higher-ups? They sent troops to encircle and annihilate us. Wulong, it's possible, but I still hope this is just a monster siege event designed by the game planners. If it really is us who have attracted the attention of the necromancers higher-ups, the difficulty of our next game will be raised directly from normal to hell. Chapter 157, What is Sin? Milky Little Kitten, don't be anxious, everyone. Regardless of what the game difficulty will be later, we all have to get through this monster siege first. Wulong, that's true. What if we can't defend against this monster siege? If the Class C vault and the starting vault are destroyed, the game ends immediately. There's no need to be anxious beforehand. Milky Little Meow, well, it doesn't have to be that pessimistic. Wulong, should we still deal with these high-level soul eaters using the same methods as before? Guei-chun, I'll handle this big guy. After Guei-chan finished typing on the public chat, he walked out of a room on the second floor. Behind him followed the humble boy, Pig Wings, and Chicken Too Beautiful. This is a special operations team consisting of 1 leader and 3 assistants. It's specifically designed to deal with boss-level monsters. Milky Little Meow, Grandpa, don't panic. There's a better way to deal with this soul-eating ghost. Moreover, this method is more conducive to our defense against the monster siege. After seeing the text on the public chat, Guei-chun looked at the 3 support characters behind him with some confusion. Brother Milk Flavor is right. There are indeed better ways to deal with soul eaters, and we don't need to confront them head-on. The humble boy briefly recounted how they had dealt with the ordinary soul eater. Guei-chun listened with awe and wonder. This game is interesting. Even after being transformed into an alien race, you can still keep playing. Guei-chun took a deep breath and said, I always felt something was off about that night Demon King Harlan. So he wasn't human at all. Honestly, when I first saw him, I thought that's what he looks like in real life. What a tragedy. I've always felt sorry for him. The 3-story Harlanite Demon King is trying out metal claw sheaths. I suddenly started feeling unwell all over. Since there's a better way to deal with the soul eater, let's wait for the right moment to act. As Guei-chan spoke, he returned to the room and opened the window to continue observing the situation outside the shelter. This monster siege event is really fun. I wish we could have it every day. The 3 humble boys beside him broke out in a cold sweat. This activity can't be done every day. Wulong, there were players who previously reported to us that they didn't want to be human anymore. Now, please gather in the cafeteria hall on the 1st floor. We'll cover you as you rush towards the soul eater. After Wulong gave instructions on the public chat, 30 players quickly gathered in the dining hall on the 1st floor. Players who don't want to be human make up 30% of the player base. Clearly, most players of this game are still those who prioritize high difficulty. Upon seeing Harlanite Demon King's attributes, their first thought was, I want to transform into a ghoul too. Of course, the two ancient martial arts inheritors, Guyan and Guichun, also greatly stimulated them. Before the Monster Siege event even started, they had already registered online for the Chun family outer disciple recruitment examination. However, between the choice of learning ancient martial arts and not being human, it is obvious that not being human is much easier. Next to the players who didn't want to be human, two tanks, Milky Little Meow and Brother Jia, were arranged to protect them. They must reach the Soul Eaters before they can be transformed into ghouls. Uzi, you can go out now. After opening the door, run 300 meters in the direction of 12 o'clock. You will then encounter Soul Eaters. The hairpin at the top of the building conveyed a new message to Uzi. The door on the first floor opened. 32 players rushed out of the shelter. At the same time, Guyan, Mr. Kank, Mastigan, and others quickly arrived at the main gate to guard it. I'm afraid the remaining ghouls might sneak in during the chaos. After all 32 players left, the gate closed again. Guyan and Mr. Spectator returned to the third floor to continue acting as the archer's guards. Mastigan, meanwhile, continues to act as his guardian in the slow trap zone. Wulong shoot, clear out the pursuing ghouls for them. The three archers unleashed a volley. 2 of the ghouls were shot off. 5 players were shot dead. Even with armored gear and high movement speed, a D-rank ghoul is still difficult to deal with on a wide open plain. However, those who don't want to be human are new players without any armor, and they simply can't withstand the attacks of arrows and bullets. In addition, the skill levels of the 25 shooters varied greatly. So after a volley of fire, more players died at the hands of their own people than ghouls. Wulong, never mind, just tell Milky Little Meow and Brother Jia not to escort them there. Upon seeing this, Wulong quickly typed in the public chat, if they keep shooting, all our men will die. Milky Little Meow and Brother Jia should not escort this group of players to the Soul Eater. Only 22 people remain. Moreover, they're still under attack from ghouls, and there's a high possibility that they will suffer further losses. You lead them to huddle together in defense. I'll unleash this Soul Eater skills first. The little kitten looked at Brother Jia and gestured for him not to. Based on previous experience of killing Soul Eaters, the Soul Eater will not convert humans at the very beginning of the battle. Its ability to transform humans is its ultimate trump card. It's not the kind of player that goes all out from the start. Brother Jin nodded and led the remaining players to retreat into their huddle. Only the little kitten was left to deal with the Soul Eater. Can he handle this alone? This is a high-level Soul Eater. Someone in the player group asked in confusion. Killing him is definitely not enough because the damage isn't sufficient, but forcing out some skills should be achievable. Brother Jia waved his hand, indicating that there was no need to worry. We've already memorized the patterns for bosses like Soul Eater. We are fully aware of every attack move of the Soul Eater. Unless this high-level Soul Eater unleashes a new skill, it won't be so easy to deal with the healer. Without saying a word, Brother Jia used the Guardian's shield to knock away a ghoul. But another player was killed when a ghoul's claw pierced his chest. There are 21 players who don't want to be human. Don't think about killing the ghouls. The important thing is to save your own lives. Even if it only has 10 HP left, just leave it with a breath and wait for the Soul Eater to use its transformation skill. Don't shout, Brother Jia, he reminded him. Meanwhile, the little kitten was locked in a fierce battle with the Soul Eater. The Soul Eater's basic attack and jumping smash were easily dodged by the Milky Little Meow. Even the screaming mental attack was quickly avoided by the adorable kitten by creating distance. Not only did the little kitten remain unharmed, it also smashed the Soul Eater several times with its shield, knocking its health bar to the point of being depleted. Soul Eater, 98, D-rank boss. This is indeed a high-level Soul Eater. Fortunately, the high-level Soul Eater is only faster in attack. If it had new attack methods, I probably would have been dead long ago. The little kitten with a milky scent said with some relief. Given the current tankiness of the D-rank boss, the Milky Little Meow definitely can't withstand the damage. He could only survive by dodging. This is where the importance of a background board becomes apparent. The monster has a slight precast animation. Even a tiny, milky kitten knows how to attack. How could the monster possibly attack him then? Chapter 158, Demolition Office Soul Eater. Unfortunately, I didn't cause any harm. If my shield could take away about 5% of its health in one hit, I can take it to the second stage by myself. Thanks to its backplate advantage, the little kitten is currently unharmed. but he still stared at the Soul Eater with a wary expression. The Soul Eater moved again very quickly. A basic attack after a dash? No, this is a capture animation. He's trying to turn me into a ghoul. After realizing this, the little kitten immediately shouted to the players who were still defending behind it. The Soul Eater has unleashed its ultimate attack. Come and get yourself killed. Upon hearing this, the player who didn't want to be human excitedly rushed towards the Soul Eater. Then, one by one, they were grabbed by the Soul Eater and sucked on. Ultimately, 15 new ghoul players were successfully created. After transforming into ghouls, these players rushed back to the shelter as quickly as possible. The Soul Eaters thought they were launching an attack on humans, but in reality, they defected to the enemy. The ghoul players who returned to the shelter immediately engaged in combat with the invading ghouls. In terms of individual strength, new ghoul players are definitely inferior to high-level ghouls. But these ghoul players have human help. With the cooperation of ghoul players and human players, the remaining high-ranking ghouls around the shelter were quickly cleared out. Is this what it feels like to have power? Not being human is the best choice for me. Wow, I feel like I'm flying when I run. This speed is just too ridiculous. These claws are incredibly powerful. I can actually inflict massive damage on these high-level ghouls. The ordinary one-star weapon I was using before was just a scratch. The players of the Corpse Demon game couldn't help but sigh. Milky little meow. After you clear out the monsters in your shelter, could you give some damage output to this side? Brother Jia, we two tanks won't die for now, but constantly dodging attacks like this is really exhausting. Wulong, you two stand back to back, one to defend against the Soul Eater's attacks, and the other to defend against our arrows and bullets. Milky little kitten, Brother Jia, please don't. After seeing that the adorable kitten and Brother Jia were not in formation, Wulong then issued the order for archers to fire in unison. After several rounds of firing, both the Soul Eater and the Guardian Shield that Brother Jia didn't want were riddled with arrows and bullet holes. Brother Jia, watching his Guardian Shield's durability steadily decrease, couldn't help but complain. Why don't you try aiming at me and shooting? That way my chances of being hit by an arrow or a bullet might be lower. Wulong, if we can hold on for 2 more rounds, this Soul Eater will only have 20 HP left. Uzi, it really is a D-rank Soul Eater. Its tankiness is much higher than the previous one. If it were that Soul Eater from before, I could probably take it down with a few headshots from a sniper rifle. Milky little kitten, can't solve it. Send a Uzi. The damage should be enough, right? A few explosive arrows were enough to kill the Soul Eater. I remember now, this thing has a second stage. Just as Uzi was typing, the Soul Eater had already entered the second phase due to bleeding damage. Its body was riddled with bloody holes from arrows and bullets. Heals at a speed visible to the naked eye. My health dropped to 20, and it immediately recovered to 100. At the same time, its size swelled from more than 4 meters to 7 meters. Both the milky little kitten and Fabi Uzi were stunned when they saw the enormous creature in front of them. What was the second phase of the Soul Eater's attack again? The little kitten with the milky scent recalled to itself. It looks like a tongue. Bang. A loud bang. Brother Jia, don't. You haven't even uttered the word head yet. He was thrown more than 10 meters away by the force of the tongue snap. My Guardian Shield's durability is almost gone. The powerful impact caused Brother Jia's unwanted health bar to drop by a third, but his attention was entirely focused on his Guardian Shield. Just then, the Soul Eater's tongue flicked out again. This time, the tongue snap pierced through the Guardian's Shield, and they directly blew up Brother Jia's unwanted head. Brother Jia, don't get killed by the Soul Eater. System information pops up on the public screen. The news of Brother Jia's unwanted death instantly made the little kitten perk up. As expected, the level difference is still too great. Even though we are tank classes with shields, we can't withstand it and can only dodge. The little kitten took a deep breath and observed the time it took for the Soul Eater's tongue to flick. Now, the attack timing of the Soul Eater was perfectly captured by the milky little meow. But a death message still popped up on the public screen. The little kitten was killed by the Soul Eater. The little kitten stared at the thick, barbed tongue, which seemed to grow larger and larger in its eyes. He only needs to move half a meter to the side to perfectly dodge it. But he couldn't do it. The tongue flick was incredibly fast, faced with an absolute speed difference. Even if you memorize the material, it won't help. The little kitten could only watch helplessly as that tongue exploded blowing its own head off. After taking down the two tank players, the Soul Eater leaped a few times and arrived at the shelter. Bang! 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 The tongue popped out repeatedly, creating several large holes in the third floor of the building. An archer hiding behind a wall was pierced through by a tongue and died instantly. The new players in charge of protection had never seen anything like this before. Many people witnessed the second phase of the Soul Eater's rampage and slaughter. He simply hid and logged off, disengaging from the battle. They all gave the same reason. The cabinet suddenly moved, and I don't want to play anymore. These guys, didn't they know what kind of game this was before they even signed up? What were they afraid of? Wulong frowned and complained as he watched people keep logging off in the team. Wulong, don't worry. The Soul Eater will automatically lose health in the second phase. We just need to hold on. Wulong recalled the information about the Soul Eater released on the official website and immediately typed in the public chat to reassure the players. Zhang San, the lawless one. I understand the logic, but in this amount of time, it should be able to demolish our entire building. Li Si from Fanyi. If our engineering team could raise a few of these things, we wouldn't need to use explosives for demolition. We could just let them stick out their tongues. Fei Lai Wang Wu. Sigh. All the wall repairs we did these past few days have been for nothing. Chapter 159 Teleportation. Looking at the replies on the public screen, Wulong also felt a bit of a headache. With the speed at which the Soul Eater can demolish a wall by flicking its tongue once, it can create a huge hole. Before its health is completely depleted, this Class C shelter will definitely be destroyed beyond habitation. So here's the question. If the building they are in no longer meets the requirements to be a shelter, will the respawn point here still be retained? The answer is obvious. No. Respawn points are created along with the shelters. The shelters no longer exist. How could there possibly be a respawn point? Wulong's initial idea was that the resurrection point would only disappear when all the players died. The way the respawn point disappeared is most likely because the monsters forcibly demolished the shelter. We can't wait any longer. We have to get the old man to take action. Wulong was about to type @Guichun in the public chat. Suddenly, with a click, the glass on the second floor shattered. A figure rushed toward the Soul Eater at an astonishing speed. The figure was shrouded in a wind shield and had been given a berserk buff. Who else could it be but Guichun? Returning Dusk grants 89 points of strength and 43 points of agility. The berserk buff is increased by 20 to each level. That is 106.8 strength and 51.6 agility. In addition, there's the lethality of the 2-star gauntlets. And the third stage of ancient martial arts, which involves transmitting the power of the whole body to the fist. His punch. Even a D-rank boss like the Soul Eater couldn't withstand it. Perhaps sensing the threat posed by Guichun, the soul-devouring ghost attacked him the moment he landed. The tongue shot out with great force, almost grazing Guichun's cheek. He barely landed and hadn't even gotten his footing yet, and he still managed to dodge the attack. What kind of incredible agility is that? Players who witnessed this scene couldn't help but marvel. However, what surprised them even more was yet to come. As Guichun charged toward the soul-devouring ghost, he flicked his tongue out 8 times. Each time, Guichun subtly shifted to the side and dodged it. Minimized movement speed loss by dodging with minimal effort. The soul-eating demon was completely under Guichun's control. As a successor of ancient martial arts, Guichun has a high level of skill and movement techniques. Moreover, Guichun is also a veteran gamer. He had also read the official information about Soul Eater. He had memorized it. Unlike the adorable kitten, Guichun's own movement and agility attributes allow him to easily dodge attacks. That old man's movement technique is amazing. Matt Sports smacked his lips and exclaimed, "If I had that kind of agility, I'd dare say I'm the #1 assassin in the entire server. Neither monsters nor players could stop me from getting close. But why do I have a feeling that the old man is in danger?" Not far from the mat competition, Zhang San, the outlaw, said with some concern, "The old man is too close to the Soul Eater right now, less than 3 meters away. The tongue that sticks out can be reached in an instant. No matter how amazing the old man's agility is, he can't possibly dodge bullets at face-to-face distance. Can't dodge it? Have you forgotten what skills the old man has?" Mat competition looked at Zhang San, who was outside the law, with a question mark on his face. At a distance of less than 3 meters, trying to dodge the Soul Eater's flick tongue is indeed like dodging a bullet at face-to-face. But Guichen doesn't need to rely on agility to dodge. At the very moment the Soul Eater's tongue flew out, Guichen's figure vanished from the spot. When it reappeared, it was already behind the Soul Eater. Then came a powerful uppercut that sent the Soul Eater flying several meters away. It's a teleportation technique. One player with the ID Brother Boss shouted it out. Clearly, he is a veteran Heroes player. This is the old man's movement skill, instant step, teleporting instantly to the target over a short distance. The way the old man used it really gave it a bit of a teleportation effect. Matt Sports smacked his lips and exclaimed, I made up my mind. When the second class is available, I'll choose the cleric. This blink skill is just too overpowered. Don't rush. Maybe your own profession or other professions will also have movement skills. This is a reminder from Zhang San, who is outside the law. Gue Chun blasted the Soul Eater several meters away with an uppercut, then quickly followed up and continued to attack. The second phase of the Soul Eater primarily consists of ranged attacks, including tongue flicks. Once you get close, you'll naturally stick to it until it's dead. After catching up with the Soul Eater who had been blasted away, Gue Chun directly channeled all his power into his fist and unleashed a serious punch that slammed into the Soul Eater's head. The Soul Eater's helmet shattered instantly, and its head gushed blood like a bursting beef ball. Even though the soul-eating demon is in such a terrible state, Gue Chun still hasn't stopped. He discovered that the punch only reduced the Soul Eater's health by 35. We are far from solving it. This giant monster cannot target acupoints or joints. Gue Chun simply switched to full-speed Euler mode. Smash all your fists into the face of the Soul Eater. Bang! 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 With each punch, the ground beneath the Soul Eater's head caved in. Gue Chun only stopped attacking when the Soul Eater's health bar was completely depleted. After dealing with the soul-devouring ghost, Gue Chun stood aside and wiped the blood off his hands. Then he took out a can of energy drink from his backpack and drank it. Phew, this is quite tiring. As Gue Chun drank his beverage, several ghouls watched him from his side. But these ghouls didn't dare to come forward at all. Even D-rank ghouls possess a certain level of intelligence. They knew that the human before them was someone they couldn't afford to offend. Their leader, the Soul Eater, had his head smashed open by a punch. If they go up there, aren't they just throwing their lives away? As Gue Chun drank his energy drink, he glanced at the ghouls. The ghouls trembled at the glare and ran away without looking back. He single-handedly killed the second stage of the Soul Eater and scared away a D-rank ghoul with just one look. That old man is too fierce. I'll go visit the tourist attractions of the Chun family's ancient martial arts clan as soon as I log off. I must pay my respects to the old man. I must become an outer disciple of the Chun family ancient martial arts. If I can't, I'll send my son to do it, and then have him enter the game and guide me when he turns 18. After Gue Chun dealt with the Soul Eater, cheers and laughter erupted inside the shelter. However, before the players could rejoice for long, Uzi, who was observing from the top, brought bad news. Faba Uzi, I'm sorry to be the spoilsport, but it's not time for us to relax yet. The unknown monster that appeared in the video is coming from the 9 o'clock position. It's 800 meters from our shelter. Chapter 160. Is no one seriously injured? Faba Uzi. From my perspective, this unknown monster is enormous, standing 5 meters tall and 3 meters wide, covered in green bumps. Such a model, just by standing there without launching an attack, can inflict powerful psychological damage on players with trypophobia. It's still far away. Let me fire a shot first to test the waters. Bang! A gunshot rang out from the top. Continue sharing information in the public chat with Uzi. The monster is called Glutton, a C-rank elite monster. It moves slowly but is extremely tough. My headshot only took away 5 points of health. One more thing to note is that after I knocked off the green bump on its head, a lot of green juice flowed out of the bump. The grass withered instantly after the juices flowed onto it. It is evident that these green sap substances are extremely corrosive. Melee players should stay away from this monster. It's a Pyrrhic victory. Wulong, Guichun, old man, come back. This kind of monster can only be dealt with by the archers. Guichun, no rush. Let me take a look first. If I can solve it, I will. If I really can't, I'll come back. The glutton moved slowly, taking more than 10 minutes to cover the 800-meter distance. When the glutton appeared in front of Guei-chun frowned after just one glance. This monster, covered in green bumps, was so ugly that it made Guei-chun feel physically disgusted. Even if this thing just stands there and lets me hit it, I wouldn't want to lift a finger. Guei-chun squinted and muttered to himself. At this moment, the glutton also noticed Guei-chun and slowly turned to face him. Then, the abdomen began to twitch violently. With a glug sound, a large amount of green juice gushed out of its mouth. Upon seeing this, Guei-chun quickly dodged. The spot where he had been standing was now covered in a highly corrosive green sap, making a sizzling sound. Returning to dust. Guei-chun. This big fat guy is yours to handle. After typing this message in the public chat, Guei-chun immediately returned to the shelter building. He was truly disgusted by gluttons. Guei-chun looked at the humble boy and the others who had greeted him and couldn't help but complain. Do you even know which monster designer created this monster? I'd love to go and have a chat with him myself, even though I'm in a wheelchair. The humble boy and the others shook their heads. Aside from the pre-registration qualifications and the monster information released, the game's official website offers no other information. Players believe that because the game has only just begun its first test, the game company's core development team has not yet made an appearance. After the later tests, the development team might release some version preview videos. Wulong. Although this monster is a C-rank elite monster, its only attack method is acid corrosion, so it doesn't pose much of a threat to us in the shelter. Moreover, its slow movement speed makes it an easy target for marksman players. Shooter players can just focus fire and riddle it with bullets. Wulong gave the instruction to free fire. The barrage of comments fell from the third floor. The slow-moving glutton was soon riddled with arrows and riddled with bullet holes. They shot like that for 10 minutes. Players have discovered a problem. Their output seems a bit insufficient. After 10 minutes of focused fire, the glutton's health was only reduced by 20. If this continues, even if we run out of arrows and bullets, we probably still won't be able to take down this glutton. The wind is picking up. This monster is too tanky. I think it's necessary to use explosive arrows or burning arrows. Sustained damage is very important. Master Gang. Indeed, in survival games I played before, you had to keep using Molotov cocktails to keep tanks on fire the whole time, otherwise it would take a very long time. Wulong. Then let's switch to burning arrows. The rest of you, get ready to put out the fire in the shelter. After the archer switches to flame arrows and burning arrows for attack, it immediately set the gluttonous person ablaze. The rate at which gluttons lose health is also significantly faster. Just when the players thought things were looking promising, one of the glutton's actions left the players completely dumbfounded. The glutton grabbed a ghoul's corpse from the ground and swallowed it whole. Then, in the player's field of vision, its health bar regenerates at a rate of 1 every 10 seconds. It recovered 5% of its health by swallowing a ghoul. Moreover, this health regeneration speed can be stacked. As long as gluttons keep eating, it won't be long. Its health bar will return to 100. Players now finally know why this monster is called Glutton. She can really eat. With such high tankiness, eating corpses can even restore health. How do I kill it? Leader. Hey, does anyone have items like Moralanomican or Death Sentence? Its healing is so exaggerated, we need to apply a severe injury debuff to it. Brother Jia, do you think this is League of Legends? Where did you get the grievous wound equipment? Humble boy. Wait, I think I actually saw a piece of equipment that looks like a Death Sentence at Super Strong's place. I remember now. It's called Death Sentence, a 2-star special effect item. The special effect is to reduce the amount of treatment. Chicken is too beautiful. Seriously, is this game sewn up like this? Humble boy, how can you call this a seam? We should use the penguin term to call it borrowing. Wulong, who's closest to Chao Zhuang and the others, by the Death Sentence, and then help the shooters carry some ammunition. The expenses will be reimbursed when the defensive battle is over. Milky little meow, I'll do it. After I revive, I'll buy regular 1-star equipment from De Zhuang and bring you death sentences and ammunition. After typing in the public chat, Milky little meow quickly found Super Strong and bought the death sentence. Death sentence. Lethality, 35-45. Durability, 55-55. Equipment requirements, Strength 10, Agility 8. Special, Declaration of Death. After attacking the target, it will apply a declaration of death to the target. Declaring death will reduce the effectiveness of treatment and life recovery by 50%. No wonder no one would buy it as a 2-star weapon. Its damage is just too low. After glancing at the equipment stats, the little kitten shook its head and muttered. However, the special effect is quite powerful. When you slash the glutton with this longsword, its healing effect from eating corpses is halved. After obtaining the severe wounding sword, the little kitten returned to the zhuang's side to help the archer carry ammunition. Just then, Guja walked in through the corridor with 6 skeletons. The little kitten glanced over and saw that Guja's 6 skulls were all carrying large and small bags of luggage. Brother Zha, what's wrong with you? Guja gave an awkward laugh and replied, I told you, I'm just going downstairs for a stroll. Do you believe me? Chapter 161, The Great Escape. I don't believe you. I don't believe you at all. Hearing Guja's question, the little kitten immediately shook its head. Those who were even slightly mentally sound. Nobody would believe you'd be wandering around at this time. And looking at you like this, clearly, even his own backpack wasn't big enough to hold everything. Let the skeleton carry the luggage. Even the 3 fires following behind the skeleton were carrying a bag. 6 skulls, a shadow wolf, carrying big bags and small packages. Are you going to wander around with me? Okay, to be honest, I'm getting ready to run away. Guja shrugged. He went to the cafeteria lobby, intending to run away with these NPCs. Unexpectedly, I encountered a cute, cuddly kitten. Are you really going to run away? Brother Zha, there's no need to run. We bought the severe wound sword and replenished our ammunition. That glutton outside is easy to deal with. The little kitten asked with some confusion. And we also have Mr. Guechan, a human-shaped supermodel. Even if a few more D-rank bosses come, we have nothing to fear. I'm not afraid of a few D-rank bosses. What if there were thousands of D-rank bosses? Guja shrugged and asked. The little kitten was stumped by the question. While asking the questions, Guja glanced at the planning map again. The monster icon above is already showing a 6-digit number, and there are countless question mark icons. It can be determined that it is at least a high-ranking undead of D rank or above. More importantly, the direction these monster icons are moving in. Without exception, they were all in the shelters where they were staying. A massive army is pressing in. If he doesn't run away now, he'll never have another chance. Brother Zha, what did you mean by the thousands of D-level bosses you just mentioned? The little kitten with a milky scent took a deep breath and asked, Is it really necessary to go this far for a monster siege event? Upon hearing this, Guja fell into deep thought. He was hesitating whether to tell the players and let them profit along with him. After all, it's better to keep the players here and drag things out. That should at least buy him a few hours. But if he's the only one who manages to escape with the NPCs, it's such a waste to have so many supplies left here. Supplies? Guja finally realized what was going on. Etc. If we abandon these supplies, even if I find a new respawn point, even with 99 players, there's no way they can survive. In the case of extreme shortage of supplies, it's estimated that the players will have to fight each other over a bite to eat. No, we need the players to help me move the supplies. Guja organized his thoughts in his mind. In the simplest terms, she shared the information she had learned with the little kitten. After hearing this, the little kitten was completely stunned. He paused for a while before speaking. An army of over 100,000 ghouls. Brother Zha, are you sure? Are you sure you didn't see wrong? If there had been even the slightest possibility of misjudging, I wouldn't be in this situation now. Guja took a deep breath and said. The little kitten frowned, paused for a few seconds, and then burst out cursing. Has the game designer lost their mind? We, the players in the first test, have only played for a few days. They launched an invasion of over 100,000 ghouls. How are we supposed to defend this? Guja, stop talking nonsense and get people arranged right away. Some gathered supplies and fled, while others stayed behind to hold off the army of ghouls. Guja quickly changed the subject. These ghouls came from the Palace of Death in the northwest and searched all the way to the southeast. We cannot flee southeast. If we continue southeast, we will be surrounded and annihilated by them sooner or later. To the north lies the stronghold of the undead. You can't go to the northwest or the northeast. In that case, we can only head southwest. Oh, and you also need to arrange for some people. While fleeing southwest, they went ahead to explore. I need to know about the outside world as soon as possible. The little kitten nodded solemnly. Then, using astonishing speed, he typed the information he had obtained from Guja and relayed it to the other players. After the news spread that an army of 100,000 ghouls is about to arrive, player groups and forums are in an uproar. There are those who have a beta test qualification and those who don't have a beta test qualification but are interested in the game. They all started to become active in player groups and player forums. They discuss the most. Is there something seriously wrong with the people at this game company? If you don't torture the players, are you feeling unwell? 10 player comments. 9 comments are criticizing the planner. There's one more thing I haven't mentioned yet. They were automatically identified as paid trolls hired by the game company. Guja was both amused and annoyed by the comments. People say my youth is back. This is the old man has traveled back in time. The feeling of being scolded as a planner before time travel. You're back. After learning that they had to abandon the Class C shelter and flee with their supplies. The remaining players from the first test have all logged in. It makes sense that it's not online yet at this time. The next time you log into the game, you'll find yourself in a monster's lair instead of a human shelter. After logging in, all the players began collecting and organizing their resources. Then give the supplies to players with high-strength attributes and larger backpack carrying capacity. After a brief player meeting, 20 players were left behind to hold off the ghoul army at the sea level shelter. These players are all the lowest level and have the shortest respawn time. Since staying means certain death anyway, it's better to revive a few more times and prolong the time. Staying behind to face the army of ghouls undoubtedly requires immense courage. Who can give you this courage? After collective consultation among the players, these 20 players will each receive a 1-star exclusive weapon in the future. It was these 1-star special weapons that gave them the courage to stay. Once everything was ready, all the players rushed out of the shelter. A massive exodus to the southwest has begun. Fortunately, the number of ghouls that first discovered them was not large. All the players left the shelter and engaged in another battle. In the end, only one glutton remained, slowly following behind them. The glutton moves too slowly and its attacks are easy to dodge. Players felt it was unnecessary to spend a lot of ammunition to deal with it at this critical juncture. The player group headed southwest, the second fastest movement speed in mat racing. And then there were the explorers, all of whom smelled like chicken, who were the first to go out and explore the map. After confirming that there is no general danger in the direction, another 10 players rode off on the bicycles I hadn't yet boarded. Even Guja's 6-headed skeleton participated in the map exploration. The dark areas on the map were quickly lit up. Apart from some previously unseen mutated creatures, no undead creatures were found. Guja and the players all breathed a sigh of relief. If they were invaded by ghouls at night, it would lead to a great escape. We don't know how many obstacles we will encounter along the way. Even ordinary undead may even guide regular undead. This fleeing group probably wouldn't have even gone a kilometer before being surrounded by the army of ghouls. Chapter 162, The Resurrection Point has fallen. During the daytime, and with many players being sent out to explore the map, the escape team traveled for 2 hours without encountering any danger. Even on the road, they had the leisure to kill a few mutated creatures to increase their meat reserves. After traveling for another hour, a player discovered a ruin that was still habitable. It's only slightly worse than the initial shelter. The group of 3, 4, and 5 outside the law exchanged a glance. Understanding immediately, they took out the synthetic bricks and began to repair it. After repairing the ruins, a shelter icon has been generated on the map, level G. Guja immediately understood the player's intentions. Virtual Realm. Resurrection Point 3. Settings. Since no new NPCs were added, there was no need to even enable Game Update when setting up new resurrection points. Wulong. We can also leave a few players at Respawn Point 3 to act as scouts and guards. If an army of ghouls arrives in this area, we will know immediately. After discovering the new respawn point, Wulong immediately suggested it in the public chat. Milky Little Meow. Don't we have Brother Zhe, who has a full map cheat? As long as this area is lit up, he can keep an eye on what's happening here. Wulong. I think Shiji's full map cheat also has limitations. He can't continuously obtain information on the map 24 hours a day. Otherwise, we would have run away the moment the army of ghouls attacked. And not like they only started packing supplies when the enemy was at the gates. Upon hearing this, Guja glanced at Wulong with appreciation. As expected of a player with command authority, they're quite clever. Milky Little Meow. The problem is that even if we arrange the players ourselves, we can't watch them 24/7. Players also have anti-addiction measures and time gaps. Wulong. Would it be feasible to arrange for players to take turns on 24-hour shifts? Milky little meow. Playing games is more tiring than going to work. No one will want to do that, right? Go Chun. I'll do it. I'm using a game pod with nutrient solution, which can keep me online for up to 2 weeks. Milky little kitten. Grandpa, you're the pinnacle of our combat power. How can we let you act as a reconnaissance guard? Weibi, don't rush. Actually, we can broaden our horizons. Weibi, along with mechanical and magical and others, suddenly stepped forward, carrying activated cabbages, cucumbers, and other crops. Weibi, the crops that we activate will appear in our planting form. Only when these crops are completely devoid of life will they disappear from the list. We'll throw a few activated crops into the shelter. Whenever death occurs, we'll just let Zhiji glance at them, and the problem will be solved perfectly. Brother investor, this is a great idea. It's like a big tree dropping its sun to maintain visibility. If the sun explodes, it knows someone is coming. Wulong, although I didn't quite understand the example of the big tree losing its sun, judging from Weibi's description, it seems like a good idea. Ultimately, there was a consensus to leave the activated plants behind to serve as reconnaissance and guards. Weibi picked out 3 activated cabbages from his luggage and placed them in Vault 3 with a pile of soil. As they were leaving, the activated cabbages saw that Weibi was about to leave, so they fanned up their cabbage leaves and tightly wrapped them around his calves. Weibi stared blankly at the cabbage on his lap for a moment. After these crops are activated, they become like pets, clinging to people. Put your hands away from the leaves. You'll die even faster if you follow me. You know that? We've all started discussing whether to cook you guys for dinner or make hot pot for our next meal. The activated cabbage seemed to understand and actually let go of the cabbage leaves from the crooked calf. They even took a few steps back in fear. Weibi shook his head helplessly. How can a farmer feel pity for the crops he grows? Before leaving, Weibi said to the few activated cabbages, "There's only one way to avoid being eaten. That means your combat value far exceeds your edible value. Even if you can only take on an ordinary skeleton one-on-one, you can still survive." After placing 3 scout cabbages at spawn point 3, all players continued heading southwest. Along the way, whenever they found ruins that were close to habitable, they did so. The Outlaws 3, 4, and 5 will repair this ruin into a Class G shelter. Guja will also set up a resurrection point on the new G-level shelter as soon as possible. Then it's just a matter of following the standard procedure, placing reconnaissance crops, and moving on. They traveled tirelessly, hoping to get as far away from the army of ghouls as possible before nightfall. And so they continued their journey until dusk. They arrived at the shelter where they could set up an 11th respawn point. However, just when setting the 11th respawn point, a system notification popped up in Guja's mind. The 10 at 10 respawn points are full, and no more respawn points can be set. Upon seeing this system notification, Guja was about to complain a bit. But upon closer reflection, the first test had a maximum of 99 players. 99 players and 10 respawn points aren't enough for you? How many respawn points do we need? However, Guja's disappointment lasted less than 3 seconds before the restrictions on the respawn point were suddenly lifted. Open the respawn point management page again, and the number of respawn points has been reduced from 10 to 10 to 9 to 10. In other words, 1 respawn point has already fallen. When Guja checked the planning points, he found that the Wellency level shelter had indeed been completely occupied by the army of ghouls. These guys are really tough. They held out for an entire afternoon before finally falling. Guja couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. The Class C shelter has fallen. On the bright side, at least the shelter can now have a new respawn point. After the new respawn point 10 is set, all the players who were at the rear of the C-level shelter in Welland chose to resurrect here. Upon discovering this, the players immediately flocked to them to inquire about the situation. You've all probably seen zombie apocalypses in movies and TV shows, right? Looking down from above, there was an endless expanse of zombies. One of the players said with lingering fear, "We experienced this feeling on the 3rd floor of the shelter. We hid, dying in batches, trying to buy as much time as possible." Another player chimed in, "Until the entire 3 floors of the shelter were densely packed with ghouls. We were resurrected and instantly killed with no one alive." The system popped up a notification that the respawn point had fallen. Chapter 163, I admit, there was an element of gambling in it. After listening to the descriptions of these 20 players who were covering the rear, all the players were certain of one thing. That means they definitely won't be able to withstand the invasion of the ghoul army, based on their level of strength, let alone 99 players. That is 999 players. It's absolutely impossible to withstand an army of 100,000 ghouls. Unless, like Guichun, all players have overpowered stats at level 1, to the point of being cheating. Huh, I mean, is there a possibility? Isn't this the plot we were supposed to experience all along? The humble boy suddenly realized this and spoke up to remind him. Otherwise, how could an army of 100,000 corpse demons have rushed over during the first test? The little kitten stroked its chin and muttered. Aside from the game planner suddenly having a mental breakdown, this seems to be the only possibility. If this is part of the plot, what do we do next? Keep running. Pigwings suddenly remembered something and said with slight excitement. By the way, if it's an escape plot, there's usually a countdown. If we get through this period, we'll be fine. After browsing through all the interfaces, Pigwings narrowed his eyes. What a strange countdown. Did the game designers forget to include this in the plan? Could it be because the game is only in its first test, and there are already bugs? It's okay to encounter bugs, as long as each person is compensated with a 2-star exclusive weapon. Let's pretend nothing happened. Want to eat peaches? Chicken 2 Beautiful pouted and said, If you ask me, this plot is meant to let us experience what it felt like when humanity was besieged by alien races. Experience how difficult it is for humans to survive in this apocalyptic world. If we all die in an army of ghouls, then we've passed the level. After our resurrection, we understand even more the importance of unity. You mean we all have to go through a plot-driven death? What if we all die? The game has been reset, and my test access was revoked? The little kitten took a deep breath and asked. That's certainly a possibility. Chicken 2 Beautiful touched her neck, somewhat embarrassed, and said, I admit, there was an element of gambling involved. But given our current situation, even if we keep running, as long as they remain in the Void Realm, they will eventually be dragged out by the army of corpse demons. Moreover, even if we wanted to escape, it would be difficult to continue escaping. Brother Jia just sent a message in the group chat. He had already run to the southwest end of the map. Ahead lay the endless black Ganges. Wait, what did you just say? The little kitten's eyes suddenly lit up, and it looked at Chicken Beauty and asked, The southwest direction is the end. Not this sentence. Has Brother Jia sent you a message? That's not it either. As long as we remain within the Void Realm, we can't escape even if we want to. This is it. The little kitten, with a hint of excitement, said, Since staying in the virtual realm will inevitably lead to arrest sooner or later, why don't we leave here? Let's try a different map. Once we cross this black Ganges River, it must be a different map. Huh, you can do that. Chicken 2 Beautiful was a little stunned. You can't survive on this map. Should I switch directly to another map? Did the game company allow us, the test beta testers, to play like this? On the contrary, I think that's exactly what the game company wants. The little kitten with a milky flavor said confidently, When encountering problems that cannot be solved, try to think about the question setter's thought process from a different perspective. The game developers have now pushed us to this point. What is he thinking? He wants us dead. Pig Wings muttered. Don't interrupt. Milky Little Meow rolled her eyes at Pig Wing and continued. You know, we're in this position now. But Brother Zhe, this newbie guide NPC, has been leading us all the way. Not far away is the Black Ganges River, from which one can leave the Void Realm. What does that mean? This means the game company wants us to escape the virtual world, explore and experience more of the game world. Guja, who was among the players, was stunned. Did he mean that? He really just wanted to stay away from the regular Necromancer army. The players nodded in agreement as they listened to the analysis from the little kitten. Suddenly, everything made sense. A massive army of 100,000 undead suddenly appeared and drove them away. Then he was taken to the edge of the virtual world by the newbie guide NPC Guja. This doesn't mean letting them spread to other realms. Could mean something else? We now understand the game company's intentions. So here's the question. How do we cross the Black Ganges? Faba Uzbekistan took a deep breath and began to think. Let's paddle across with the raft. The little kitten thought for a moment and replied. We can't build those large warships, so we have to make do with a raft to survive. Are the rafts reliable? The Black Ganges River has no land in sight. We don't know how far we have to sail to reach another realm. At least 16 kilometers or more. A bystander suddenly spoke up in response. How could you? It was calculated using the Pythagorean theorem. If it's 16 kilometers, then we'll build a larger, more stable raft. Anyway, we don't lack food. We won't starve even if we drift at sea for 10 days or half a month. The little kitten continued. Is it possible that those large, more stable rafts could have a name, like a boat? Pig Wings muttered. Is it possible for us to know you're not mute, even if you don't speak? Milky Little Meow glared at Pig Wing. We can't build warships, but we should have some hope for large wooden ships. Zhang San, the outlaw, pulled a very sturdy wooden plank from his backpack and said, "This is a sticky wooden board, like synthetic stone bricks, and is a product of skill. It is several times stronger than ordinary wooden boards and can be perfectly spliced together when placed together. These are building materials that we discovered using the item construction skill. The recipe is clay plus wood planks plus any type of colloid." The little kitten took the two sticky wooden boards and simply put them together. To his surprise, the two adhesive wooden boards were completely joined together, with no trace of splicing. Furthermore, each adhesive plank has 60 points of durability. Stacking them together can double their durability. This material is more than enough to make large wooden boats. Chapter 164 Warship Blueprints. Your current inventory of adhesive wood panels. The distance to building a wooden boat that can carry 99 players plus 6 NPCs is still far. How much more is needed? The little kitten asked excitedly. Milk Flavor Boss, and don't forget my 5 Shadow Wolves. We also have quite a few bioactive plants here. I don't remember to write down, Sana. Milky Little Kitten. 105 people plus 6 Shadow Wolves, plus a bunch of activated plants, plus some supplies that can't fit in the backpack. How much adhesive plank would be needed to build a ship with such a large carrying capacity? The little kitten, taking into account everyone's needs, asked again. To be honest, we don't know either. Zhang San, the outlaw, gave an awkward smile. Because we don't know how to build ships at all. We can only try piecing together the sticky planks to resemble a boat. We have no idea how many adhesive planks are needed or what the final result will be. And it's also because you're not professionals in this area. The little kitten took a deep breath and nodded. Then, he asked a question in the public chat. Is anyone in the shipbuilding industry in real life? The question was posted, but no one responded for a long time. Guja, one of the players, sighed and rubbed his forehead. Oh no, so many spots available. He didn't choose any shipbuilding or navigation-type players at all. Mainly, he didn't expect that. So, soon we're going to cross the Black Ganges. Isn't this still during the land war? I could try to draw a blueprint of an ancient wooden boat. Mr. Onlooker suddenly raised his hand and said, "You even know how to do this?" The little kitten, with its milky scent, squinted and asked, "Knows a little bit." Mr. Onlooker nodded slightly and replied, "If all else fails, I can ask my former teacher to draw with me. When will the blueprints be ready? It's just night now. If I log off now and go find the teacher, I should be able to finish it by tomorrow morning." Mr. Spectator, the fate of our first test players rests in your hands. After saying that, the little kitten suddenly realized it might have been engaging in some kind of moral blackmail, so it added, "Of course, don't feel too much pressure. It's just a game. If we take back your qualification, that's fine. You can play it again when the game is officially released. Do you know that saying that puts even more pressure on me?" Mr. Onlooker shook his head and said, "If there's nothing else, I'll log off and go draw some diagrams." Wait, could the blueprints for this large wooden ship be designed to be more combat-oriented, preferably with strongholds that are easy to defend and difficult to attack? "I suggest we do it," said Uzbekistan. "Are you worried about the mutated creatures in the Black Ganges?" The little kitten immediately understood the purpose of sending Uzi. Fabi Uzi nodded and said, "Although it's just a river, it won't cause a tsunami or giant waves to capsize us. But along a stretch of road longer than 16 kilometers, large mutated creatures might suddenly leap out of the river. For example, what if a giant octopus that looks like Cthulhu suddenly appears?" Pigwings chimed in. "Stop talking. I think my sanity is starting to drop." The humble boy quickly waved his hand, signaling Pigwing to shut up. "So you're going to build those ancient warships? The Black Pearl? The Going Merry?" Mr. Onlooker took a deep breath and said, "In that case, the blueprints will become much more complicated. I kept bothering the teacher, trying to get it done within 2 days. You should also prepare the materials as soon as possible. Not just adhesive boards. Materials for making parts, such as oars and mass, are also needed." After Mr. Onlooker finished speaking, he looked at the crowd and waited a few seconds. After confirming that there was really nothing else, I logged off. The materials for the adhesive boards are clay, wood, and colloids. Clay and wooden boards are easy to find. Where did the colloid come from? After Mr. Onlooker logged off, Little Meow Meow looked at Zhang San, who was outside the law, and asked, "Colloids are present in the mutant organisms currently discovered, including two-headed fish, six-headed bullfrogs, whistling birds, and giant chickens. The amount of glue needed for each sticky wooden board isn't much. Catching at least 50 mutated creatures should be enough." Zhang San, who was outside the law, responded, "If mutated organisms have colloids in their bodies, what about the alien races?" The little kitten looked at the ghoul players in the group of players as it spoke, and Harlan, the night demon king, who has evolved into a corpse puppet. "Don't go too far. We've already had a tough time getting here under the scorching sun. Are you still thinking of farming materials on us?" Harlan, the night demon king, shouted irritably. "Exactly. I probably wouldn't want to be in the sun for a month in real life. Exploitation of ghouls is forbidden. Ghouls' lives are precious too. A ghost's life is precious. A ghost's life is precious. A ghost's life is precious." Stop shouting. My ZZQ PTSD is about to flare up. The little kitten squinted its eyes and frowned. "We've actually dug up the bodies of ghouls and corpse puppets as well. No adhesive was found that could be used to make glued wood boards. This thing can only be obtained from mutated creatures." Zhang San's words completely dissuaded Milky Little Meow from her idea of farming ghoul materials. "Then let's group them according to level and attribute value." After thinking for a moment, the little kitten with the milky scent made the arrangements. Those with low level and low strength attribute, as clay group members, go explore the map and bring back clay. Those with a certain level and high strength are assigned to a logging team to cut down trees and bring back timber. Those with higher levels and attributes naturally belong to the colloid group, tasked with hunting mutated creatures. Not only can they collect colloids, but they can also increase their food reserves. After the little kitten finished speaking, the players began to form groups according to the plan. 2 players who had changed jobs were assigned to guard both the clay team and the logging team. Units that mine resources must be protected. Experienced players understand this. "Huh, what about my job?" Go-Chen watched as the other players busied themselves, while he alone had nothing to do, and asked with some confusion, "If you won't assign me to the colloid group, at least make me a lumberjack." Is the old man's internet connection stuck? Upon hearing this, Fabiuzi asked with some confusion, "You guys don't understand this meme? There's a generation gap." Go-Chen sighed. "Grandpa, you're not idle. Your task is the most important." The little kitten with milky flavor explained from the side, "You need to eliminate all threats around this shelter. We must have a safe shipbuilding environment. What if we're halfway through building the ship? A wave of undead or mutated creatures came and destroyed the ship. How much time are we wasting? The arduous task of eliminating threats and protecting this place. This task can only be completed by someone like you who is online 24/7. Chapter 165 Warship Launch, Part 2, July 12th. That is 2 days later. Mr. Onlooker brought back the blueprints for an ancient warship that he and his teacher had drawn together. During this time, players did their best to collect shipbuilding materials. I thought that was more than enough. But when all the players saw the warship blueprints, they were all stunned. The warship blueprints brought by Mr. Onlooker. The ship is 120 meters long and 40 meters wide, and they want to build a 15-meter-high building on top of it. Each floor also has walls specifically for defense and arrow slits for shooting. The amount of materials used for these ship towers alone is enormous. Such a large ship. We also need to use extra planks to create battle bays and strengthen the ship's protection. Let's put the materials aside for now. Even if there were enough materials, such a large warship could not be built in just a few days. If players don't have superhuman physical attributes, they won't be able to easily and perfectly piece together the sticky wooden planks. If such a warship were to be built purely by hand, the testing period would probably be over by the time the ship's basic structure is completed. This is not what you said. Do you need blueprints for stable, sturdy warships? Faced with the players' questions, Mr. Spectator explained with a smile. This is stable enough. Sturdy enough, isn't it? This is a blueprint that my teacher and I made based on the ancient naval battle vessel, the Chilu Bolin ship. It is said that such a large warship could carry more than 1,500 soldiers in ancient naval battles. A warship of this size is an invincible vessel on the Black Ganges. To be invincible, you have to create it first. The little kitten with a milky scent said irritably, "Do you think we can build this warship before the army of ghouls finds us? Of course it can't be made." Mr. Onlooker nodded in agreement. "With such a large scale, even if we have the skills to manufacture it, it would take at least a month. And you?" So my teacher and I scaled down this drawing to the same size. As Mr. Onlooker spoke, he posted another batch of warship blueprints on player forums and player groups. After being shrunk tenfold, the warships were reduced from carrying 1,500 people to carrying only 150 people. Although many defensive structures and arrow slits have been reduced, it still possesses a certain degree of combat capability. Why don't you just show the scaled-down image? The little kitten with a milky scent frowned. "I was just worried that you might not trust the warship blueprints I brought." Mr. Onlooker shrugged and then explained, "I'll just show you the blueprints for this youth version warship. You'll probably think it's a bit weak. But let me tell you first, these are blueprints for large warships used in ancient naval battles involving hundreds of thousands of ships. Then they released the youth version. Doesn't it still sound amazing? The moment I saw your first batch of warship blueprints, I'm already getting ready to find new games to play." The little kitten with a milky scent said irritably, "Next time you give me information, could you please give me the whole thing at once? Don't leave me hanging like this." Okay. Next time for sure. I'll definitely do it next time." Mr. Onlooker gave an okay sign and smiled. July 19th. After a week of working in shifts around the clock, the players finally built the youth version of the Qilu Bolin ship. Even the youth version of the warships took players a lot of effort to complete. All the trees around Respawn Point have been cleared. Players can use the clay they bring back from outside, along with bricks, to rebuild a shelter. The worst off were the mutated creatures in the surrounding area, who were trying to synthesize a special colloid that could make sticky wooden boards. The mutated creatures around the Respawn Point have reached the point of extinction. It's the kind of thing where if they find a small mutant ant, they'll dig 3 feet into the ground and wipe out your entire anthill. Players have been very proactive in collecting materials. They were even more dedicated to shipbuilding. Everyone staying in the temporary shipyard is risking being logged off at the last minute to trigger the anti-addiction system. You have to exhaust both your physical and mental energy. Sean's energy drinks even sold out. Fortunately, the NPC shop's inventory is refreshed once a week. Otherwise, players wouldn't be able to refill their energy drinks. Some details about the interior of the warships are still missing. The onlooker stood on the warship and observed carefully. For example, our living quarters and kitchen are not yet fully equipped. After all, we'll be floating on the river for a long time, so we need these things. The little kitten nodded and continued. "It should be there, but it doesn't need to be too elaborate. After all, this is a game. If you really feel uncomfortable, just log off and take a break." For lodging, each person can simply hang a net on the beam to sleep on. A kitchen only needs a stove for cooking. For everything else that wasn't done, keep it simple just like this. What about the restroom? Even though it's a game, we still need to take care of that. Aren't we facing the river? According to statistics, out of the 99 players in the first test, there were 10 female players. Do you want them to also face the river? Well, let's get 2 bathrooms then. The little kitten touched its neck, looking a little embarrassed, and said, "Although there's a censorship function on the gaming helmet, even if you accidentally bump into it, you can only see a thick mosaic. But it's really inappropriate to have female players facing the river. If we finish some minor repairs to the interior of the warship in the next couple of days, it will be ready for launch and testing." Mr. Spectator posted a map marker in the game group and said, "The water level at that point is the deepest, and there are no reefs nearby. When the time comes, we can simply tow the warships over. Fortunately, we're all incredibly strong. Otherwise, even with the sticky planks used as a base for the cart, it wouldn't have been easy to move that warship over there." July 20th, 8 p.m. All 99 players from the first test were online. After 2 more days of adding details, the youth version of the Qilu Bolin ship has been fully completed. Next, it will be time for the ship to be launched and tested. Shouldn't we give this warship a name before we launch it? The humble boy suggested. The White Pearl? The Platinum Lily? The 100,000 miles of cloudy sky? Pig Wing counted on his fingers as he spoke. Can't you be a little more creative? Stop copying penguins all the time. Chicken 2 beautiful pouted and said, "If I don't draw on others' ideas, I can't come up with anything." After holding it in for several seconds, Pig Wing shook his head. "It's just a temporary vessel. It'll be abandoned soon. Why bother giving it a name? The little kitten smacked its lips and muttered something. Big Boss Milk Flavor, please don't say that. It can't hear you. Chicken 2, Beautiful, immediately signaled to Milky Little Meow to be quiet. I can somewhat understand your attitude towards the Shadow Wolf. It's just a warship. Before the little kitten could utter the word already, Chicken Beauty rushed forward and covered his mouth. Don't mind this guy's personality, Milk Flavor Master. The humble boy separated the two, saying with a hint of apology. He believes everything has a soul. In reality, when his car breaks down, he'll talk to it for ages. Milky Little Kitten. If we absolutely must give this warship a name, let's just call it the Great Escape then. Uzi, standing to the side, suggested. It'll be used to commemorate this great escape. All the players listened and couldn't help but ponder. The Great Escape? It doesn't seem like a good name. At this moment, Pig Wing raised his hand. To commemorate this event, why not just call it the Corpse Army The Vault Falls, or Let's Run Away Together? Let's go with the Great Escape. It's a perfect name. That's right. Looking back at the game's history, we were the first crew members of the Great Escape. No more changes. No more changes. It's the Great Escape now. Spurred by Pig Wings, the youth version of the warship was quickly given a name, the Great Escape. Now that we have a name, can we finally get in the water? The adorable kitten beckoned the players to get moving. There are 99 players, most of whom are participating in the warship launching ceremony. However, just to be on the safe side, the players still arranged a patrol team to patrol the area. Ensure the warship is not attacked by suddenly appearing mutated creatures or undead. Once the Great Escape reaches the Black Ganges, the only thing players need to worry about is the mutated creatures underwater. What's so strange? I was playing a game today and my eyelids just won't stop twitching. Master Gang, from the patrol team, curled his lip and said, "Could something bad be about to happen? I'm a 50-year-old man, and I'm not as superstitious as you, especially in a game." Guachin waved his hand and smiled. "Don't worry, we've searched the entire kilometer radius, and there isn't a single non-player creature that can move. I still feel like something's not right." Masters just took a deep breath and said, "I felt a very familiar presence getting closer and closer to me. This feeling makes me feel uncomfortable all over." Master thought for a moment and said, "It's the final moment before the warships are launched, so we can't afford to make any mistakes. Sir, I'll take 2 men and expand the patrol area to scout outside. Okay, let's come back soon. I reckon it won't be long before we have to get on the ship." Guachin waved his hand and said. Master nodded, then specifically named Guyen and all chicken flavor to take away. The highest level player on the entire server, Mastigan, and the ancient martial arts master, Guyan. There's also exploration LV3, which increases the map view by 150, and it's all chicken flavored. Although it was only a 3-person team, their reconnaissance and combat capabilities were remarkable. Unless you encounter a top-tier undead creature, you will be in no danger. The 3 of them ventured further out into the outer perimeter of the shelter. They also encountered many undead creatures, but they were all ordinary skeletons of the lowest rank. It seems your worries are somewhat unnecessary. After smashing a skull with a single punch, Guyan said, "We are now 2 kilometers away from the shelter and have not found any threatening creatures. If we venture any further out, they'll have to wait for us to return before they can set sail. Shall we go back now?" Masto frowned, but that unsettling feeling was growing stronger and stronger. "I know what you're talking about." It smelled entirely of chicken, so I quickly pinged a location on the map several times. There was a monster icon approaching them. Guyen and Masto just took a look. It turns out to be a glutton who came all the way from a Class C shelter. This guy is really persistent. After spotting the glutton in the distance, Guyan muttered to himself. I sent the message back to the game group and asked them to bring the severe wound sword over, and also to bring a team of archers. If there's only one glutton, we can draw its aggro and then have the archers shoot it. We can take it down quickly. Don't call any other players over. They'll just be easy prey. Master quickly stopped Guyen, just because he found it behind the glutton. A familiar petite figure also appeared. I knew I'd made the right choice following this fat guy. A silvery laugh came from behind the glutton. Once it has identified a target, it will relentlessly pursue it until it is defeated. You humans, you didn't expect this, did you? This is... Guyen turned to look at Mastigan. Yes. Masters just nodded. That's the one. It all smelled like chicken, and it looked at Mastigan. Yes, that's the one. Masto nodded again. Are you planning to call for backup? Master took a deep breath and asked, "We've stopped calling them. We've already informed them of the situation here and told them to set sail immediately." Guyen took a deep breath and replied, "Let's wait until they set up a respawn point over there. Then the three of us can respawn there. Actually, there's no rush. Our 10 resurrection points here haven't fallen yet, so we can continue to resurrect in the virtual world and play around with them." Masto just said, "You're just reluctant to part with your special weapon, aren't you?" Guyen directly exposed the truth. "De Zhuang's equipment refreshed my executioner's exclusive weapon, and I can't replenish it." Master Gang answered honestly. "Then let's save some money and buy a 2-star one from Chaozhuang. It all tastes like chicken," he replied. "Hey, have you guys finished talking?" The Witch of Pain emerged from the darkness. "Damn it, why are humans no longer afraid of me? Can't they show me some respect?" The moment the Witch of Pain stepped out and saw Master Gun, her expression froze. "Surprise! Oh my god!" Master just burst out laughing and shouted, "I can feel your presence, but I still can't believe it really is you. Why didn't you die?" The Witch of Pain first frowned and asked. Then she laughed again, albeit with a hint of mania. "I'm so glad you're not dead. Come back with me and be my toy. This time, I won't let anyone kill you. What did I tell you? Don't be fooled by how cute this little lowly model is." Master looked at the two people beside him, then drew circles on his temples with his fingers. "But there's a problem here. All right, now watch my movements carefully and don't blink, then do it with me." As soon as Master finished speaking, he raised the executioner's axe and chopped it down on his own head. Chapter 166. What exactly did the human chieftain do? With a sound, the executioner's axe was embedded directly into Mastigan's skull. The blood spurting from the head smeared Guyen and his body, making them smell like chicken, turning them into bloody messes. Master Gang was killed by Master Gang. While Guyen and Quan Shiji Wei were still confused, a system message popped up on the public screen. Master's all-out attack instantly killed himself. Guyen and Quan Shiji Wei saw Masto so decisively take care of himself. He immediately recalled his previous description of his experience in the Hall of Death. Falling into the hands of the Witch of Pain, even dying, is difficult. Being unable to die means you can't revive and restart the game. It's like being imprisoned in the game. This is almost the same as banning the account. When Master brought these messages back, players even speculated whether this was another special way for the official to ban accounts. After realizing the seriousness of the situation, he smelled like chicken, pulled out a sharp knife he always carried, and stabbed it directly into his neck. His artery was cut open, and Guyen's face was covered in blood. His health bar, which was full of chicken flavor, was quickly emptied, and his death message popped up on the public screen. It's all chicken flavor, and it's completely overwhelmed by the taste of chicken. The two people beside him had already entered the resurrection space, while Guyen was stuck in place, feeling awkward. His weapon wasn't exactly a good tool for suicide. He can't punch himself with all his might, nor can he yell aura at himself for 30 seconds. The Witch of Pain could have arrested him long ago if he had smashed himself to death with his fists. Guyen squatted down to pick up the small knife that smelled strongly of chicken, but found that he could no longer move. Upon closer inspection, his limbs were shrouded in black mist. The deathly aura released by the Witch of Pain imprisoned him. I remember that most people 500 years ago were afraid of death and lived a life of fear. You are very different. The Witch of Pain walked step by step toward lonely words. Is it because the Holy Lord behind you, who protects your souls, can help you rebuild your physical bodies? So you are completely unafraid of death. The Witch of Pain made this judgment based on the fact that her previous evil intentions could not extract Mastigan's soul, and also on Mastigan's resurrection. Only that powerful human being, so powerful that even evil thoughts fear him, possesses such means. By the way, you humans prefer to call the Holy Lord of your tribe Patriarch. The Witch of Pain chuckled softly, her voice trembling slightly as she spoke. So what if a new patriarch is born among you? We were able to kill your chieftain once. That way, there could be a second time, a third time. You humans will never be able to rise above yourselves in this realm. The Witch of Pain spoke to herself. Guyen frowned directly, his face turning into a question mark. What Holy Lord? What kind of clan leader? What are you talking about? We're just a group of ordinary survivors. This is after Masto has just been resurrected. Then did Dihua, a company name, take over? It must be said, the AI in this game is really good. It even has a cosmetic function. Moreover, why does this guy seem to exude a sense of timidity as he speaks? Are human chieftains really that powerful? 500 years have passed. How could it leave such a deep shadow in the hearts of these alien races? Regardless of what this guy thinks, while you can still use breathing techniques, give it a try. This is something you wouldn't even dare to dream of in real life. Guyen muttered to himself. The next moment, his health bar plummeted. Puff! A mouthful of blood spurted from his mouth. So, the reverse breathing technique really can kill you by destroying your meridians? Guyen was killed by Guyen. As soon as Guyen finished speaking, his health bar was emptied. It's faster to die than to stab yourself in the neck with a knife. What a strange method of suicide. The Witch of Pain narrowed her eyes and muttered something. She wasn't in a hurry. Judging from the glutton's movements, there must still be humans heading southwest. She followed the gluttons and managed to grab one or two toys for herself. The Witch of Pain was not worried that the human chieftain would intervene. Given humanity's current strength, for a human chieftain to dare to take action would be tantamount to courting death. This is much easier than killing the human chieftain 500 years ago. After Mastagang, Guyan, and Quan Shijui died, they kept urging the players who were testing the boat to just drive it away. Moreover, they immediately activated the recording function on their gaming headsets the moment they saw the Witch of Pain. I recorded the true appearance of this S-Class boss and sent it to the game group and game forum. This was something that Mastagan, who was too panicked at the time, failed to do. Knowing that the S-Class boss was less than 2 kilometers away, all the players went crazy and started loading supplies onto the ship. If we don't set sail now, this boat won't be able to leave. They had no interest in knowing whether this youthful version of the Great Escape could withstand a single blow from an S-Class boss. There wasn't even the slightest thought of trying it. Even before some of the prey at respawn point could be loaded onto the ship, the Great Escape had already sailed away from the riverbank. Half an hour later, the Glutton and the Witch of Pain arrived at the launch point of the Great Escape. At this point, the Great Escape, traveling at full speed, was already nearly 15 kilometers away from the riverbank. The Witch of Pain frowned as she looked at the Glutton. If this guy were even just a little bit faster. It shouldn't be that we can only see tiny shadows of warships at a distance now. Black mist and deathly aura began to spread. It floated up, dragging the body of the Witch of Pain. The Witch of Pain wanted to continue her pursuit. Just then, there was a sudden plop. The straightforward Glutton jumped straight into the Black Ganges. He swam in an awkward posture. Even if it's facing the Black Ganges, it will still hunt down and kill the humans who attacked it. However, the Glutton sank less than 10 meters into the Black Ganges. The Immortal Corpse King's subordinates are just as idiotic as him. How dare you touch this river? The Witch of Pain shook her head, her eyes filled with apprehension as she looked at the Black Ganges. The human chieftain from 500 years ago perished in the Black Ganges. Since that war in which the holy lords of various races besieged and annihilated the human patriarchs, all alien races will suffer powerful soul corruption if they are completely immersed in the black hung water. Even the Holy Lord, spending a long time in the Black Ganges, can also cause considerable harm. The Holy Lords of various races were also unable to find the cause. But it is certain that the human chieftain used his last bit of power when he was dying and cast a powerful spell on the Black Ganges. This question has been circulating among all the different races in this world. Before the human chieftain died, what exactly did they do to the Black Ganges? The Glutton's immediate sinking to the bottom also calmed the Witch of Pain. She can fly by releasing death energy. That's true, but it also comes at a certain cost. If, during flight, the death energy becomes insufficient to sustain her continued flight, then, given the vastness of the Black Ganges, such a thing could very well happen. We can only wait for the Holy Lord to return. They requested her permission to summon either a bone dragon or a gargoyle, which then flew over. We must wipe them all out before they become a threat. The Witch of Pain took a deep breath, turned around, and quickly moved towards the Temple of Death. Chapter 167, Reaching the Shore. The Black Ganges connects more than 100 different realms, large and small. Each realm has different races. The fall of the human race's chieftain 500 years ago directly affected the entire Black Ganges River Basin. Any alien race that participated in the annihilation of humanity would be subjected to a soul attack from the Black Ganges. Other creatures, and even some alien races that remain neutral towards humans. As long as there is no human blood on their hands or in their mouths, everything will be fine. On the illusory waters of the Black Ganges, the Great Escape was sailing steadily. On the deck of the Great Escape, a cute little kitten is using a high-powered Uzi SSG-08 scope to observe. I watched for a full half-hour before finally letting out a sigh of relief, making sure the Witch of Pain wasn't chasing after me. We made the right bet. Escaping the Void Realm by ship is the best option. Even a top-tier undead boss wouldn't dare jump into the Black Ganges so casually. The little kitten with a milky scent said with a smile, "What exactly are the components of this black, constant water? They don't even dare to touch an S-class boss?" Uzbekistan asked with some doubt. "I suspect there's a periodic table inside. It contains all sorts of elements." Pigwings chimed in. "Then why are we all right?" Uzbekistan asked again. "Then I don't know. Is it possible that the Black Ganges was designed to protect us players?" Pigwing thought for a moment and said, "After all, this game is so difficult, it's normal to set up some player protection measures. If all alien races are water-soluble, then we might as well build a sea fortress." The humble boy had an idea and suggested with slight excitement. "Build a shelter on the Black Ganges. Wouldn't that be absolutely safe?" "The idea is good." The little kitten with a milky scent shook its head and said, "But to build a refuge out of thin air on a river, with our current capabilities, it is absolutely impossible." When the Great Escape was being built, they had already explored the depth of this river. It's at least 500 meters. Moreover, this is just a rough estimate. The true depth is unfathomable. To build a refuge in such deep water, even real-world construction teams wouldn't be enough. We also need to bring in those engineering machines that are worth hundreds of millions in the real world. I agree with that. Zhang San, standing to the side, nodded and said, "Building shelters on the river is no longer a matter of manpower. It's because our technology tree hasn't reached that level yet. It's estimated that the world won't have this kind of technological capability until at least the midterm. We haven't even finished the initial exploration phase, so don't even think about such high-difficulty operations. In reality, it's impossible to build floating shelters. Finding an island would be the same." Uzi stroked his chin and pondered. "It's still safer than building a home in the territory of a foreign race. Find an island on the river? Listen to what you're saying." The little kitten squinted its eyes and looked at the Uzi. "Is it strange? We've been sailing on the Ganges for hundreds of kilometers without seeing any land. Can you really call this thing a river?" Uzbekistan countered. "Maybe the river in this game world is this wide. Once we reach the seas of this world, the scenery should be completely different." The little kitten waved its hand, no longer arguing with Uzi about the issue. After confirming again that there were no undead pursuers, he walked to the captain's cabin and looked at a player with the ID Starry Sky and the Sea. "How is the Great Escape going?" The Starry Sky and the vast ocean gave a thumbs-up gesture and said, "The Great Escape is operating normally. However, many players couldn't stand the ship's rocking and got seasick, so they logged off. In reality, the vast universe is not something that only maritime professionals can understand. But coming from a wealthy family, he had taken many sea voyages. Through exposure and his own interest, he accumulated a great deal of theoretical knowledge about navigation. After learning this information, the milky little meow meow appointed him as the vice captain, allowing him to practice in the game. Only 50 people are online now." Upon hearing this, the little kitten glanced at the number of online players and immediately frowned. "We'll have to log off a few hours later to refresh the anti-addiction system. What if an underwater mutant organism invades at this time?" The little kitten with the milky scent couldn't help but worry. "Don't worry, several players including myself, Guichun, Guyan, Yuma Danxing, and Shurfeng use game pods with nutrient solutions to log into the game, and we're online 24/7. Starry Sky and the Sea waved his hand and said, "If we can't hold out, I'll bombard you all in the group chat immediately." After the construction of the Great Escape, Milky Little Meow and others felt that the new players were quite reliable. The group chat for the first test has reached 99 members. Then keep in touch at all times, and if anything happens, tag everyone in the group to send a message. Features like pop-ups and shake-to-show functions can be released freely. The little kitten nodded and said, "I don't want to log on the next day and find myself floating in a river." "No problem." As the little kitten left the captain's cabin, it couldn't help but mutter to itself, "Are there already so many game pop players? This makes me want to get one too." Unlike some voice actors who have turned themselves into celebrities through voice acting, he is not like some others. but as a CV with top-notch professional skills. The little kitten might feel a pang of regret, but spending a lot of money on a gaming pod isn't a big problem. Since we've already decided to play this game long-term, buying a game pod is something we should consider. The little kitten immediately found a Uzi, and the two discussed the purchase of a game pod together. The number of players who can stay online 24/7 is continuously increasing. July 21st. After confirming that the undead near respawn point had withdrawn, the Great Escape returned and picked up the resurrected Mastigan, Guyan, and the three who were all chicken-flavored. Fortunately, the Witch of Pain was not interested in their equipment. They even retrieved the exclusive weapons that had been destroyed outside. In the first test, 99 players escaped the virtual world, and not one was left behind. August 1st. The Great Escape has been sailing on the Black Ganges for 10 days. During this period, not a single day was it that all 99 players were present. No way. Sailing days are so boring. This isn't the Caribbean. Every now and then a pirate ship will come and fight you. Logically speaking, if you're defending against mutated underwater creatures, the time on the ship shouldn't be boring. But players made a frustrating discovery. Those that dared to approach their warships were all small fish, like the two-headed fish. Even when the mutated giant octopus resembling kelp and the giant kuin from the classic of mountains and seas appeared, they kept their distance from them. It's like avoiding a demon. Players believe that this is due to restrictions imposed by the game company. Otherwise, their warships would have been capsized by King long ago. Guja, who was in charge of the planning, was equally bewildered when he discovered this situation. Why don't these mutated creatures attack them? Was it done by the system? If the system had this ability, it would be invincible. In short, the Great Escape sailed peacefully for 10 days without any exciting events occurring. Players also call the 0.13 Great Escape version the idle and unproductive version. Fortunately, after 10 days of sailing, they finally spotted land under high magnification. The Great Escape can dock now. Chapter 168 Blood Realm. August 1st, 9 a.m. The Great Escape dropped its anchor and came to a steady stop on the riverbank. Players who learned of this news logged on one after another. They were so excited they wanted to jump off the boat and end this grassy version. However, the little kitten blocked their way and showed no intention of lowering the ladder. I know you're in a hurry, and I'm in a hurry too, but neither of us can rush things. The little kitten looked at everyone, then grabbed a megaphone and shouted loudly. Look at the map. Our path ahead is completely dark. What if we all disembark and encounter even fiercer alien races? I drifted on the Black Ganges for half a month, and then I died when I finally reached the shore. Can you accept this? I just can't accept it. Hearing the words of the adorable kitten, the players gradually calmed down. Indeed, none of them could be certain that the situation in this realm was better than that in the Void Realm. More dangerous alien races have appeared. This is highly likely. The chaotic deck quickly quieted down. The little kitten took a deep breath and continued. I think it would be best if we sent a 10-person team down to explore the map first. After this 10-person team has explored part of the map, we'll send more people down. Of course, I'm referring to players who have changed jobs. Those who haven't changed jobs should stay on the ship and be ready to set sail at any time. Once we've unlocked respawn points on this map, you can all join me in exploring this map. Players who changed jobs all nodded in agreement. Players who haven't changed jobs are somewhat reluctant. After half a month, I was finally able to get ashore and play games. Do we still have to wait for the results? The little kitten said this simply because it thought so. For players who haven't changed jobs, staying on the warship is the best option. As a regular player, they are really weak since none of their 4 attributes have been boosted by job advancement. Moreover, it lacks any support skills. Players who haven't changed jobs can lend a hand when fighting F-rank and G-rank monsters. But what if you encounter a high-ranking ghoul like the one that invaded the shelter before? They can only serve as cannon fodder, sacrificing their lives to create opportunities for their teammates to deal damage. But under the current conditions, it's no longer acceptable to just throw your life away like that. After they die, they can only be resurrected at the resurrection point in the virtual world. They couldn't even keep up with the main group. So, Milky Little Meow said that these players who haven't changed jobs will have to wait until the respawn points are opened on the new map before they can come down to participate in activities. We'll have to wait until we have a foothold here, at least until then. As the little kitten spoke, its gaze swept across the players, selecting the first group of players to disembark and explore the map. after successfully defending the Class C shelter against a wave of ghouls. The number of players who have changed jobs has reached 50. Most of the players who change jobs early, like the Milky Kitten group, have reached level 15 and acquire their second skill. Although Gouja did not actively hunt monsters, he still leveled up to level 19 by sharing experience with other players. His current skills are Skeleton Revival LV6, Skeleton Enhancement LV7, and Exclusive Weapon +2. The 6 skeletons survived and all reached level 16. Gouja still allocated all the attribute points for upgrading the skeleton to strength. 6-headed skulls. The 4-dimensional attributes enhanced by skills and equipment are 35, 89.25, 36.75, 35. Furthermore, all of these skeletons are equipped with 1-star weapons and armor. Although the individual combat strength of the skeleton is not as high as that of Guichan. But Gouja, looking at the map and controlling his skeleton squad in battle, was definitely stronger than the squads of players who had changed classes. Moreover, Gouja, who is about to reach level 20, has 2 skills to choose from. The first skill, Skeleton Ascension. In simple terms, Gouja's newly resurrected skeleton has a certain probability of possessing different professions. What he revived was no longer an ordinary skeleton. Instead, there are special skeletons such as skeleton warriors, skeleton archers, and skeleton mages. Furthermore, the higher the level of the skeleton's ascension, the higher the base attributes of the special skeleton that is resurrected will be. Skeleton teams are no longer all frontline units. They can have multiple roles. The second skill, Skeleton Domination. For each level up, the number of skeletons that can be revived increases by 5, excluding any equipment bonuses. With maxed out Skeleton Mastery and maxed out Skeleton Revival, Gouja can have 60 skeletons. In addition, Gouja has other summoning skills after reaching a higher level. The number of minions he summons will be incredibly large. The goal of sitting in the shelter and playing an RTS game directly on the map seems easy to achieve. Gouja smiled as he browsed his skill panel. At that moment, the sound of the ship's ladder being lowered could be heard on the deck. Gouja turned his head to look. The 10 players selected by the Milky Little Meow have disembarked and split up to explore the map. On his planned map, 10 illuminated roads in the darkness stretched longer and longer. Where is this? The Blood Realm. Gouja glanced at the map icon, which was marked with the words Blood Realm. Then the alien races here must be vampires, blood demons, or something like that, right? Gouja and the other players waited on the boat for the players who had explored the map to return. 1 hour later, the 10 people on the map began to retreat. It took another hour. They finally got back onto the deck. What's going on? The little kitten looked at the 10 unharmed people and asked. There was nothing on the road. I walked. There are no alien races or mutated creatures. All that could be seen in the distance were some tall walls. Jian Ruin replied, I originally wanted to explore what was behind those high walls again. But looking at a mountain makes a horse run itself to death. I estimated it would take several hours to get there, so I turned back. My situation is the same as Jian Ruin's. There were no alien races or mutated creatures on the road. After exploring for a certain distance, all that could be seen was a row of tall walls. Don't raise your hand, Brother Jia, he replied. Are the others the same? The little kitten with a milky scent looked at everyone and asked. Of the remaining 8 people, 7 nodded. There were some new discoveries only in the mat competition area. When the mat esports player noticed that everyone was looking at him, he took the initiative to speak up. I started out just like you, with nothing on the road. We could only see the high walls that were very far away from us. But I moved relatively fast. They walked a little further on. Over there, I saw a large Western-style manor. Moreover, it doesn't resemble an abandoned shelter in the virtual world at all. This large estate is clearly well-maintained. I knocked on the gate of the large manor, but no one answered. I was planning to climb over the wall and get in, but thinking that there might be people inside and that I might be considered hostile if I used the VPN, I just kept waiting. Then, I could see your icons are all going back on the map. So I came back with them. Actually, if you find something, you don't need to rush back. Just let us know in the group. The little kitten with a milky flavor muttered to itself. But it's good that you're back. Let's rearrange things. 2 teams went down. One team heads towards the high walls you mentioned, while the other goes towards the large estate. Leave the exclusive weapon on the ship, and just bring some regular 1-star equipment and supplies. Be prepared to spend the night outside. Chapter 169 Welcome to the City of Blood. The two exploration teams were rearranged. The teams, led by Milky Little Meow and Faba Uzi respectively, headed to the high wall. Guay Chun and Guyan led the team to the large manor. Although they're called an exploration team, their combat strength is already at the top level among players. If they all have problems, players who remain on the warships need not hesitate at all. You can set sail directly to the next realm. Because it's a map that has already been explored, everyone increased their pace. After 3 hours of full-speed travel, the exploration team, consisting of the adorable kitten and the wielding Uzi, finally arrived at the foot of the high wall. At this moment, their map displays as Blood Realm, City of Blood. "Welcome to the City of Blood." "Pig Wings," suddenly shouted. "Are you the infamous Pig Wing?" The adorable little kitten surprisingly used a voiceover tone to match. "After being stuck in the grass for half a month, we finally made it ashore, and the little kitten is quite excited. These are the high walls of the City of Blood. We need to follow the walls to find the entrance to the City of Blood." Faba Uzbekistan remained relatively calm. He glanced at the seemingly endless high wall and offered his advice. "Wait a minute. Boss Uzbekistan, you're not planning to go into the city, are you?" The humble boy quickly waved and said, "This is a city-state of a foreign race. If we enter the city, wouldn't that be like lambs entering a tiger's den? We will have to face the alien races in this realm sooner or later." Uzbekis took a deep breath and explained, "In that case, it's better to contact them sooner. If it's a relatively easy to deal with foreign race, we can then consider settling down in this area. If it's an alien race that's even more difficult to deal with in the Void Realm undead, then let's return to the warship and find the island we discussed earlier." After Faba Uzi finished speaking, all the players in the team looked at the cute little cat. Ultimately, the decision rests with the team leader. The little kitten thought for a moment and nodded. "I agree with Uzbekistan's point of view. Whether we stay or not depends on the strength of the alien races in this realm. If they're too strong, we'll run away." As before, the sea-level shelter, which had finally started to develop, had to be completely abandoned due to an alien invasion. That would be the most hurtful. The mention of the abandoned Class C shelter resonated with all the players present. There's no need to even discuss the overall construction of the shelter. They put a lot of effort into just their private room in that Class C shelter. In the end, everything was gone. They don't want to experience that feeling of being confiscated and driven away again. The players all agreed to enter the City of Blood and make contact with the alien race there beforehand. The exploration team began walking along the high wall. It took a full hour to walk. They finally discovered the entrance to the high wall. At the same time, the map coordinates also changed. They are now in the Blood Realm, Blood City, Southgate. The exploration team carefully walked to the Southgate entrance. They were already prepared to fight the foreign guards here. Upon closer inspection, the humble boy immediately exclaimed in surprise, "It's a person!" At the city gate, there were 2 guards carrying long silver swords. In terms of appearance, they are completely indistinguishable from humans. "Keep your voice down." The little kitten quickly covered the humble boy's mouth and switched to the team's voice chat to say, "Have you forgotten the game's world background? Humans went extinct hundreds of years ago. Aside from us players, there are only a very few survivors. How could any human possibly establish a city-state? Look at the icons on the map. The icons for these 2 people are monsters." Uzbekistan also reminded him, "It really is a monster icon." The humble boy glanced at the map, and his previous excitement instantly subsided. He sighed and said, "I thought I'd found my people, but it turns out we're still aliens. Should we go over there? What if they see us and attack us immediately?" Pig Wings asked. "Go." The little kitten took a deep breath and replied, "Let's first assess the strength of their defenses. If a single guard at the city gate could wipe us all out, I can't even imagine how strong their elite monsters and boss monsters are." The group of 10 walked towards the south gate. Their consciousness was already in their backpacks, ready to pull out weapons and fight at any moment. Just as they were about to pass through the city gate. At the city gate, the guard sitting at the long table called out to them, "Wait a minute, we've been recognized. Get ready to attack." Milk-flavored Little Meow Meow reminded us in the team voice chat, "Why are you in such a hurry? Register." The guard in front of the long table pointed to the record book on the table and said, Milky Little Meow and the others were all dumbfounded. "What? You don't know you need to register your family and name to enter the city?" The guard gave a contemptuous smile. "Judging from your clothes, you don't seem to be from around here. Are you here for the first time in Blood City? Yes, this is my first time here. The little kitten nodded quickly. Write down your family name and your own name here. The little kitten with a milky scent glanced at the record book and thought to itself, oh no, I don't know how to write the language of this world. It should convert automatically, just like languages do. The little kitten nervously picked up a pen and started writing on it. He was thinking of Chinese language, but what his pen drew was a crooked, apocalyptic script. Phew, thank goodness. The little kitten breathed a sigh of relief. After registering, he returned the logbook to the guard. Family, the fourth calamity. Name, Milky Little Kitten. The guard's expression immediately darkened upon seeing the two strings of information. Do you know what the consequences are if you fill out the entry information in the wrong way and get caught? You and your entire family will be punished by the City of Blood. I swear, the information I filled in is absolutely true. The little kitten responded very sincerely. You are also from the fourth calamity family? The guard looked at Fabiuzi and the others. They all nodded. They're probably a remote exile family. Let's let them pass quickly. A caravan is coming in. The guards turned around and urged him on. The guards who were registering the procession looked at the line outside the city gate and immediately frowned. It's Matthew's Chamber of Commerce that delayed them, which is terrible. The guards who were registering quickly handed the register to Fabiuzi and the others. Register your information and then go into the city. Don't waste time. Chapter 170, this alien race, is following a technological path, urged on by the guards. The group of little Milky Meow quickly passed through the city gate. They entered the City of Blood, still somewhat dazed. How? You got in so easily? What about the anticipated major battle? They were just a hair's breadth away from pulling their weapons out of their backpacks. Strange. Can't these guards tell that we are human? The humble boy asked in the team voice chat. Maybe our levels are too low, so we can't tell the difference between us. The little kitten thought for a moment and replied. After all, we look almost identical. Put yourself in their shoes. What if several oddly dressed kind people appeared in front of you? You wouldn't associate it with other races that were wiped out centuries ago, would you? In this respect, the game is quite logical. Faba Uzbekistan nodded and said, they all look humanoid, and they attack us the moment they see us. Does that mean these alien races all have the ability to see true sight? Guys, we've successfully infiltrated Blood City. What's next? Pigwings interrupted and asked. Investigate information about the Blood Realm, as well as the combat strength and distribution of the alien races within it. Then, taking all factors into account, we can determine how much living space we have in this region. That way we can determine whether or not we should settle down here. After thinking for a moment, the little kitten replied, like the virtual world, it's fair to say there's absolutely no room for us to live. The undead are everywhere on the map. The arrival of the undead army is a foregone conclusion. It's only a matter of time. We now need to find a place where we can truly survive and develop steadily to settle down. Based on the current exploration images, the non-Han peoples here mostly gather in the city. The number of alien races in the wild is relatively small. If this information can be confirmed, we should be able to develop in the Blood Realm for a very long time. Then now, after listening to everyone, Pigwing was still a little unsure about what to do next. Didn't I say it was to gather information? The little kitten with a milky flavor was speechless. In movies and TV shows, where do you usually gather information? It looks like a restaurant or tavern, a place to eat. Pigwing thought for a moment and replied. When the main characters in movies and TV shows eat in those kinds of places, they can always overhear some key information from the next table. That's right. I think game writers are probably no exception. The little kitten nodded. To get more information, you have to go to a crowded tavern. Then let's find a tavern to stay in first. Uzbekistan continued. That way, at least we'll have somewhere to hide when it gets dark. Uzbekis, it seems like we don't have to worry so much about it getting dark here. Pigwings reminded him. Oh yeah, no undead have come out since it's dark here. Why should I worry about that? Faba Uzbekistan looked at the crowd on the street and realized what was happening. The aftereffects of spending too much time in the virtual world. After the exploration team summarized the current situation and posted it in the group chat, they wandered around the City of Blood. The art style of Blood City is very different from that of the Void Realm. The virtual world was filled with ruins and wreckage, a scene of despair and apocalypse. The City of Blood, with its intact buildings and bustling streets, is a testament to this. It's full of the lively atmosphere of everyday life. even though the players know that these are all alien races. But watching the crowds coming and going on the street really eased my depressed mood. The exploration team was walking down the street, expecting their outfits to attract attention from passersby. But the residents here only glanced at them before turning away indifferently and returning to their own affairs. Whether it's passersby or shopkeepers along the street, everyone seems to have a lot to do. This fast-paced life, the way people curl up, this has led players to begin to have doubts. Did I log out of the game? This feels just like a real first-tier city. As the players were walking along, Brother Jia suddenly pointed to a shop nearby and exclaimed in surprise. Can I believe my eyes? There are appliance stores here. Could it be that the alien races in this realm are tech-savvy? Although Brother Jia was excited, he knew that the second half of his sentence could only be said in the team voice chat. Wow, it really is. The little kitten looked in the direction that Brother Jia was pointing. This shop has everything. Lights, TVs, air conditioners, refrigerators, and more. Actually, when I walked over, I found some electrical appliances in some shops, but they were all very old-fashioned ones. Faba, Uzbekistan, took a deep breath and said, it's like a product of the 1980s or 90s, more than 300 years ago. Can alien races really pursue a technological path? Is that even reasonable? Brother Jia couldn't help but mutter to himself. Humanoid aliens also have needs for quality of life, and where there are needs, there's a possibility of alien Einsteins and alien Eddies emerging. Uzbekistan continued. With long-term development, it is still possible. Hey, look, the TVs in this electronics store are in color. The commercials playing inside were so poorly made, and the actors' acting was absolutely awful. Pig Wings suddenly had a bold idea. I feel like if we film TV series and movies featuring other ethnic groups here, it will definitely be a huge hit. By earning tens of millions of gold coins from them, we could buy 5-star equipment wholesale from now on. Cultural invasion of another world, right? Should we film something like Game of Thrones or Breaking Bad for them to watch? The little kitten with the milky scent shook its head and said, let's make sure we can survive in this other world first. Then we can think about making films about other races. Found it. There's a tavern up ahead. The humble boy pointed to a sign in front of him and said. All the players looked over and, without exception, had a blank stare. This is because the sign, when translated into Chinese, reads Xian Guest House for lodging and dining. This is so down to earth. Are we really still in the game? I feel like I'm back in my rural hometown. It's so hard to find a guest house in your rural area these days. Players started discussing it in the team voice chat, each contributing a sentence. Everyone, behave normally. Our team communication is too obvious if we stay here. The little kitten with a milky scent reminded me. As he spoke, he led his team into the Xin guest house. Food or hotel? After the little kitten with a milky scent entered, a middle-aged woman came over to greet it. This middle-aged woman had some wrinkles on her face, but she has a beautiful appearance and a graceful figure. It fully meets the standards that Pig Wing mentioned. When Pig Wing saw the proprietress, his eyes widened in disbelief. Boss lady, do you need a boss for your shop? Pig Wing spoke first. The humble boy behind him suddenly pulled him back and shouted in the team's voice chat. Can you control yourself a little? We haven't even managed to win over Emily on the ship yet, and now you're going after even alien races? If I can't be a scumbag in real life, why can't I be one in the game either? Pig Wing said irritably. Let's check into our accommodation first, then have a meal. The little kitten took a deep breath and began to communicate normally with the proprietress. Judging from your attire, you're probably not from Blood City, are you? The proprietress asked with a playful smile. Even among the exiles from elsewhere, few are as fair-skinned and clean as you. It makes me want to taste what your blood tastes like. Chapter 171, Key Information. Upon hearing this, the little kitten and the others in the front row narrowed their eyes instantly. Could it be that this proprietress is of very high rank? They've already seen through their human identities, just as they were about to draw their weapons. Suddenly, Pig Wing from the back row rolled up his sleeves and rushed to the front. Come on, drink mine, drink mine. I have tons of blood. Pig Wing seemed determined to get the boss lady to suck him a couple of times. Seeing this, the proprietress immediately took half a step back, looking disgusted, and said, I was just joking because you're outsiders, drinking blood from the same kind. But it takes at least a month to recover from the discomfort. Moreover, Blood City is home to all sorts of people, including some from other realms. no matter where you come from, as long as they don't cause trouble, and it can bring development to the City of Blood. We welcome everyone. The proprietress took a breath and walked to the counter, saying, "The room specifications and corresponding prices are written on the board at the back. There are 10 of you. How many rooms do you need?" The players were all stunned when they looked at the price list. The fees charged by this guest house were neither gold nor silver. It was blood. A standard room contains 10 gray bags of blood. Premium room, 5 blue bags of blood. A luxurious room, and a yellow bag of blood. "Can I pay with gold or silver coins?" "It smells like milk," the little kitten asked. "It depends on the quality. Sometimes we just accept it." As the proprietress responded, she reached out her hand. "The currency is in my backpack. Take it out." "I can't come up with it." The proprietress narrowed her eyes and said, "You guys aren't planning to stay at the hotel for free, are you? Foreign exiles. Haven't you heard about the consequences of causing trouble in Blood City?" We do have gold coins, but we can't take them out," the little kitten with the milky scent said with a bit of headache. "In-game currency has never had a physical form. Why do we need to give physical items to trade with these alien NPCs? Is it possible that currencies from different regions are not interchangeable?" Uzi reminded them in the team voice chat. "Gold, silver, and bronze. These kinds of game currencies aren't interchangeable? That can't be right." The little kitten frowned and said, "Different realms require different game currencies? How chaotic must the currency system be in this game? Are the game designers getting too complacent? We can't use this game currency now, and we definitely can't give them our lifeblood either. So we can only..." As he pondered this, Faba Uzi pulled out a large number of two-headed fish from his backpack. Moreover, they were all extremely fresh, having not been dead for long. "Can these be used to pay for the hotel?" Uzi asked. "Your family lives near the river?" The proprietress took a deep breath and said, "I can have the people at the shop extract blood from you. However, we will charge a handling fee of 25. Also, I want to remind you, the blood of the two-headed fish is the lowest grade of gray bag blood. These two-headed fish you gave me, I'm afraid you couldn't even squeeze blood out of a single gray bag in an ordinary room. Don't worry, we may lack everything, but we'll make sure you have plenty of fish." Faba Uzi looked at the other players around him. The other players immediately understood. He kept pretending to pull out one two-headed fish after another from his backpack. They didn't stop until they had piled up a small mountain of two-headed fish on the shop's counter. "Is that enough? If not, we have plenty more." Uzi continued. "Enough. Enough. It's overflowing." The proprietress immediately instructed the staff to take the fish to the kitchen. She went along to help as well. During this 2-week grass growing season, the thing players do most on the boat is fish. The two-headed fish they caught filled the warehouse. "Most of the supplies in my backpack are this stuff." Just as Uzbekistan said, "Everything is lacking. Only fish. You can have as much as you want." "Uzbekistan, have we been scammed? They help us extract our blood and charge a 25% handling fee. This is way too expensive." The humble boy muttered to himself. "Our attire makes us look like outsiders. We only feel at ease when she swindles our money." Uzbekistan took a deep breath and said, "They won't rip us off. Then we need to worry that she might be trying to get something else from us." Half an hour passed. The proprietress came out from the kitchen. After wiping her hands with a tissue, she said, "Your two-headed fish yielded a total of 150 bags of blood. A handling fee was collected for 37 bags. The remaining 0.5 bags will be treated as a discount for our first business transaction. I'll waive the cost for you. You still have 113 gray bags of blood. Should we use all gray bags or switch to blue or yellow bags? What is the conversion ratio?" The little kitten with the milky scent asked instinctively. "You don't even know this?" The proprietress frowned and explained. 1 yellow bag equals 10 blue bags equals 100 gray bags. Wow, that luxury room must cost 100 gray bags. That's expensive." The little kitten took a deep breath and said, "Could you tell me the differences between the different rooms?" Uzi, who was standing to the side, asked a question. "What's the difference between the rooms?" The proprietress was getting a little impatient. "It's just about living in better accommodations and eating better food. Luxury 3-bedroom, 1 living room, includes bathtub, includes 3 meals a day. Then we'll just have a deluxe room." Uzi continued. The little kitten nodded in agreement. "All 10 people are in a luxury room, so they can look after each other." The proprietress took out a key with a door number on it and handed it to the little kitten. "The deluxe room is upstairs, room 404. The food will be brought up to you later." but there are only 3 servings. If the 10 of you want extra food, you'll need to pay for additional blood bags. No need for extra food. We brought our own. The little kitten waved its hand, then took the key and the remaining 13 gray bags. This blood bag contains only 50 milliliters. We gave the proprietress several hundred two-headed fish. Only 150 bags of blood were extracted? I don't believe that. The humble boy glanced at the blood bag. He immediately started complaining in the team voice chat. It's a bit too dark. The little kitten at the front responded. However, that's not the point. Didn't any of you grasp the key information the landlady just mentioned? What key information? I asked the humble boy. Deluxe room, 3 bedrooms, 1 living room with bathtub. Uzbekistan continued. So what? It should have a bathtub. Tub. Could it be that the alien races of this realm don't dissolve upon contact with water? The humble boy finally realized what was happening. Chapter 172, the relationship between vampires and undead. It will not dissolve in water. Does that mean the game's blackwater protection is useless? The humble boy frowned and said, in that case, even if we build sea fortresses, so even alien races can invade. Don't rush. We can't be sure yet that the bathtub contains black, constant water. It could be some other water source, or it might not even be water at all. The little kitten with a milky scent waved its hand and said, let's go inside and take a look first. The group of 10 walked up to the 4th floor. During this period, they didn't see a single customer other than themselves. This made them feel, this is a ripoff, and it's the kind that's famous. The plan to gather information from other alien races here has fallen through. The little kitten with a milky scent took a deep breath and said, aren't the proprietress and her employees still here? Pigwing volunteered. All I need to do is successfully win over the landlady. This information about the blood realm. Is there anything we can't ask? Upon hearing this, everyone glanced at Pigwing. They all shook their heads and sighed in unison. Let's settle down first and think of other ways to get information. If all else fails, you can pay the landlady here to buy some information. She's the kind of person who's very particular about blood bags. Her employees are also a channel. Great idea. The players chatted as they walked, but none of them responded to Pigwings' words. Do you really have that little faith in me? Pigwings muttered to himself as he watched the players' retreating figures. The 2 weeks we spent together on the ship, you haven't even managed to raise Emily's favorability. How can you expect us to have confidence in you? The humble boy beside him shrugged. That's right, and I've noticed you're even more of a sycophant in the game than in real life. Chicken 2, beautiful nodded and echoed. Given your circumstances, one-sided attempts to please are unlikely to be effective in reality. This is the apocalypse. My makes right. Combat prowess is the most important asset for attracting the opposite sex. How can you possibly gain favorability if you only know how to fawn over someone? Pigwings. Pigwings became somewhat withdrawn after being hurt by the humble boy and the beautiful chicken. As expected, the more familiar you are with someone, the better. The deeper the knife is plunged. Once things settle down, I'm going to level up quickly. Wrong. From now on, I will use all my time to work out and improve my physical attributes. In reality, I also want to go to the Chun family to learn ancient martial arts, bringing ancient martial arts skills into the game. Pigwing gritted his teeth and made up his mind. Your motivation to improve is also quite pure. The humble boy shook his head and walked into room 404. Hey, this room is nice. The humble boy looked around, somewhat surprised, and said, TV, air conditioning, soft sofa, and a plush mattress in the big bed. If this were in the virtual world, I wouldn't even dare to dream of living in a room like this. TSK, this is much more luxurious than Zhiji's room in the Class C shelter. Chicken is too beautiful, she exclaimed. Given the level of development of this alien race, this probably doesn't meet the standards of a luxury room. The little kitten with a milky flavor muttered. I still feel like we've been taken advantage of. Boss, we've already spent all our blood bags, so let's not think about it anymore. Without saying a word, Brother Jia started operating the machine in the room. Turn on all the available appliances, including the air conditioner and the television. The bathtub was also filled with water. When the water was boiling, he was a little worried that blood might come out. After discovering that the water was normal, he felt relieved and sat on the sofa to watch TV. Sitting on the sofa with the air conditioning on, watching TV, it really feels like I'm back in reality. It would be even better with an iced cola. Don't laugh, Brother Jia, he said. We don't have ice cola, but would you like chilled blood plasma? Uzi, who had been searching the room, took out a bottle of blood plasma from the small refrigerator. The processed blood also indicated that a lot of additives had been added. Good heavens, the technology and ruthlessness of the vampires. As for the price, one bottle costs 10 blue bags, which is equivalent to a day's rent in our city. So expensive. What kind of blood is this? Brother Jia, don't squint, he asked. We certainly can't tell the difference, but other races should be able to, otherwise they wouldn't be able to use blood bags as a common currency. Uzbekistan responded. Uzi put the blood vial back in the small refrigerator and walked to the sofa. What's on TV? The Undead Heroes is currently showing a scene where vampires tear the undead apart. Brother Jia, don't answer. Vampires tearing apart undead? Upon hearing this, the players present immediately gathered around to watch. Are vampires and undead enemies? That's great. At least we don't have to worry about the undead joining forces with the vampires here to wipe us out. Don't oversimplify things. What if the vampires alone are enough to deal with us? Chill. Keep your voices down. Focus on the TV. Maybe we'll find the information we need. The little kitten with a milky scent reminded me. The group of 10 people watched the undead hero with great concentration. Just as the protagonist was about to achieve victory, the necromancer lord descended and suppressed him. The TV series ended at this point, and commercials began. The players present collectively sang traditional Chinese songs. Although the actors' acting skills were terrible, they still had the ability to fit the plot. Even Uzi couldn't help but complain. The ads here. We watch ads too. There's a lot of information in them. The little kitten with a milky scent reminded me again. Just then, there was a knock on the door. The waiter brought over 3 set meals. Please enjoy your meal. The waiter said just 3 words and then left the room. The proprietress waited for the waiter at the top of the stairs on the 4th floor. What's the situation inside? It is very likely that they were exiles from remote areas. They all sat around the television, watching intently. I'm still watching The Undead Hero. I can even watch this kind of show. I probably didn't have the means to before. The waiters even felt a little sympathetic. Boss lady, would you like to add a few more dishes for them for free? After all, we've already... Let's not add it. Just say it's an event where they give you 10 free set meals a day. The proprietress thought for a moment and said, and be sure to tell them, the more family members they bring, the bigger the discounts will be. Okay. The waiter was stunned for a moment, thinking that the proprietress had suddenly become kind-hearted, but it turned out that she was planning to play the long game. Inside room 404. The players sat around 3 dishes of food, and after each person tasted a bite, they all put on masks of pain. It can be confirmed that all food is processed from blood. After vomiting for a while, the little kitten nodded. Actually, we shouldn't have used our knives and forks after smelling a strong stench of blood. Even someone as mentally resilient as Faba Uzbekistan was feeling extremely uncomfortable at this moment. Mainly, they didn't know what kind of blood they were ingesting. If it's pig's blood, sheep's blood, or duck's blood, that's all fine. These are all dishes that you would normally order in real life. But if it's mutated rat blood or cockroach blood, just thinking about it, they felt a surge of energy rising up from their stomachs. Not long after, the waiter knocked on the door again and brought in 7 new set meals. Don't be nervous. This is an in-store promotion. It's free. Chapter 173, Taking Leave to Work in the Game. Strangeness. I told them these were complimentary Daotsan, set meals, offered as part of an in-store promotion. Why is everyone looking at me like I want to kill them? The waiter walked out of the room, looking completely bewildered. Put them all away. Take it back to the Night Demon King and those ghoul players in Harlan. The ghoul's sense of taste should be different. The little kitten with a milky scent gestured. After clearing the table, the little kitten with milky flavor used the high-powered scope it had taken for the sniper rifle to observe the street. Besides currency being a blood bag and food being blood, this really feels like a human city. The little kitten with the milky scent took a deep breath and began to ponder. Even if figures like Einstein, Vatty, and Eddie emerge from this alien race, causing the technology tree to advance rapidly. But their behavioral logic shouldn't be so human-like. Our understanding of this realm is still too limited. You need to go out and interact with more different races. Get more information. Uzbekistan continued. We can go to the History Museum. The information we need must be there. Brother Jia, don't point at the commercials on TV. It just so happens that the History and Culture Festival is being held these 2 days. Admission tickets are 20% off. You can get in for just 20 blue bags. This alien race even has a History and Culture Festival. The little kitten with the milky scent narrowed its eyes and said, "But the problem now is that we don't have enough blood bags. We only have 13 gray bags. Even if only one person enters, there are still 187 gray bags needed. What if we sold all the two-headed fish in our backpacks?" Uzi asked. Given the shady practices of this store, it probably won't be enough. The little kitten pondered for a moment, then shook its head. "We can't go back and bring more two-headed fish. We were able to pass through the city gate smoothly today. It's obvious that there's an important person behind them in a hurry. That's when the guard urged us to enter the city. Should we try selling our own blood?" Pig Wings realized this and excitedly reminded him. Things are valued because they are rare. Human blood. This is absolutely the rarest thing in the world. Our blood will surely be in yellow bags. One person can only have a maximum of 400 milliliters drawn. That's 8 yellow bags. There are 10 of us. That's 80 yellow bags. I mean, you're brainless and full of tricks, making movies 1 minute and selling your blood the next. Upon hearing this, the little kitten rolled its eyes. Won't this method work? Let me put it this way. If our blood is only worth blue bags, I'm going to start bleeding myself now. It's precisely because it's so rare that we can't sell our own blood. The little kitten pouted and explained. What would happen if such rare human blood were to circulate in the market? We will immediately be targeted by the alien race that will harvest our blood. If it's just a low-level business, then it's fine. I'm afraid our blood might end up in the hands of the higher-ups of the alien race. Then they would face an encirclement and annihilation by foreign tribes. It seems like that might actually be the script. Pig Wing awkwardly touched his neck. No fish can be transported, and no blood can be sold. The humble boy took a deep breath and said, "So, we're stuck on the progress because we don't have enough money. Although we hate to admit it, we're stuck here because we don't have the money." The little kitten with milky flavor shrugged. "If you ask me, this game should have a microtransaction feature." The humble boy continued. "There's no such thing as being stuck on progress that can't be solved by spending money. If so, then I'll place a few more orders. If we decide to go to the History Museum, that leaves only one last option." After thinking for a moment, Faba Uzbekistan said, "What road? Work to earn a living." Uzbekis walked over to the television and pointed to the job advertisement playing on it. Matthew's Chamber of Commerce is recruiting transport workers. No age or gender restrictions. All you need is a combat power rating of E or higher. Those with combat capability certificates are exempt from testing. If you don't have a combat power certificate, someone will test you and help you get one free of charge. Most importantly, this job is paid per order. We get paid once we complete a shipment. The price is also written above. E-level combat power, capable of accepting transport orders up to E-level. The price is 5 yellow bags. 5 yellow bags. Go for it. The pay is high. Pig Wings responded immediately. Regarding the matter of me taking time off to play games and then having to work in the game again, the humble boy sighed. There's nothing we can do. We're stuck on the progress, so we have to go work to earn blood bags. The little kitten with milky flavor shrugged. Tomorrow morning, let's go to Matthew's Chamber of Commerce. I wonder if we can pass the E-level combat power assessment. Another exploration team, including Gue, Chun, and Guyan, arrived at the manor gate early. They knocked on the door for half an hour. The door was finally opened. A young woman dressed as a maid walked towards them at a leisurely pace. After the maid performed a maid's curtsy, she said, "The manor is currently undergoing a major cleaning, and we're a bit overwhelmed with work. It was our negligence that we didn't come out to greet you immediately. Please forgive us. Please come inside, dear guests. Our host instructed us to treat our guests, who have come from afar, with the utmost hospitality. This little girl is quite polite. Not bad." Gue Chun smiled and entered the manor. "Dear madam, please forgive our intrusion." The onlooker gave the maid a very elegant, gentlemanly bow. The aloof, diamond-studded man stared intently at the maid from the back of the line. After 2 minutes, he nodded and said, "Okay, no demonic aura, not a female demon. What female monster? This is a woman wearing white stockings." Masto raised an eyebrow and stepped forward, saying, "Hey sis, could you leave me your contact information? Don't delay things." Gue Chun turned around and glared at Mastigan. Master immediately became obedient. Guei-chun is considered by players to be the #1 player in the entire server, the pinnacle of combat power. Even the highest-ranking Mastigan would have to admit defeat. The group followed the maid into the manor. Senior brother, what are you thinking about? You also think that maid is pretty? Yuma Danxing noticed that Guyan was in a daze, so she waved her hand in front of him and asked, "If you like white stockings." Huh? What did you say, a maid? Guyan said in a daze. I just have a little doubt. Why did the owner of this grand estate know we had come from so far away? Chapter 174 should suit your human tastes. Saying that they are guests who have come from afar is probably just a polite way of putting it. Yuma Danxing thought for a moment and then answered, "That's all we can hope for." Guyan nodded slightly and said, "By the way, what did you just say about white stockings?" "What white stockings?" "I was just asking what you were thinking." Yunma Danxing pretended not to understand and quickened her pace to catch up with the group in front. The exploration team was led by the maid to a building in the manor, specifically a restaurant used for dining. They were led to sit down at a long, Western-style table. The 10 people looked at each other, somewhat at a loss. "Do you invite me to dinner as soon as we meet, and then discuss business over the meal?" Master squinted and muttered, "Could the owner of this manor be a player from China?" "Impossible. I've been a player since the game launched. I've never heard of this game having any previous tests." Matt's Esports waved his hand and said, "Is it possible that it's the kind of game that's logged in beforehand?" Mastigan pondered. "Log into the game early, accumulate resources, and you'll be invincible when the game launches." "What you're describing sounds vaguely familiar to me." Wabai tilted his head and continued, "I remember now. Isn't this the novel I read before?" "Wow, you're a fan of this kind of novel too." Masto immediately became excited. "Recommend a few books for me to read." Cough, cough. Let's all be serious and stop talking about things that don't exist. Guei-chun coughed lightly twice, reminding him, "You guys don't really think this game will have time-traveling characters, do you?" "What if?" Master shrugged and muttered something under his breath. The sound of footsteps, tap, 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 echoed from outside the restaurant. The players looked in the direction of the sound and saw a line of maids walking in. Each of them was carrying a Western-style plate with a lid on it. After placing the plates in front of the players one by one, they left. "Hey, what are you doing? You don't really want to eat it, do you?" Matt Sports noticed that Master had just lifted the lid of his plate and frowned, asking. Little Meow Meow and the others said that the food here is made with the blood of some unknown creature. You dare to try it. But to me, it just looks like an ordinary steak. Master looked at the food on the plate in front of him, took a deep breath, and said, "Processing blood into steak? Once this alien race's technology level is advanced enough, they'll be able to make molecular gastronomy." The other players also lifted the lids off their plates. Without exception, all of them were medium-rare steaks. There was no strong smell of blood, only the aroma of charred meat wafting from the plate. Even so, they dared not touch the knife and fork. "Eat up, everyone. This is our Blood City, a 6th-grade mutated steak. It's not a blood product. Even if we have an upset stomach, we'll still eat it from time to time." Just then, a sound came from outside the restaurant. As the voices rang out, a middle-aged man slowly walked in. The appearance of the middle-aged man immediately attracted the attention of all the players present. Judging from the way he spoke and the manner in which he walked in, without a doubt, he must be the owner of this grand estate. "Yeah, this a 6th-grade mutant steak tastes amazing." Upon hearing what the middle-aged man said, Masto immediately cut a piece of beef with his knife and fork and ate it. His lingering enjoyment clearly showed that he was thoroughly satisfied with the delicious food. Seeing this, the other players also started eating. Without exception, they all gave the mutated steak in front of them a very high rating. At this moment, the middle-aged man also sat down at the main table. He casually uttered a sentence that nearly choked all the players on the spot. "This kind of food is quite palatable to you humans, isn't it?" Cough, 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 cough. Water. Quick, give me some water. Don't be so nervous. If I really want to do something to you, you can't resist. The middle-aged man waved his hand and laughed. "I can sense that your blood energy is not very strong." Masto, who was closer, had just stood up and patted the middle-aged man on the shoulder. Perhaps they couldn't sense the murderous intent, or they had absolute confidence in themselves. The middle-aged man did not make any move to avoid or dodge. And it was with that one move that Master slapped the middle-aged man's health bar. "Hossman will rank a boss. This guy is right. He could kill us easily. There's no need for him to treat us to a meal." Master smacked his lips and said. After saying that, he returned to his seat and enjoyed his steak. His series of actions left the other players speechless. You're really carefree. Hossman was patted, but instead of being displeased, he looked at Mastigan with curiosity. Just by tapping me, he can sense the strength of my blood energy. Do humans nowadays possess such an ability? Hossman stroked his chin, puzzled. I think we should stop beating around the bush and just tell me your purpose. Goetchen took a deep breath and said. He was thinking that if he was going to die, he should die sooner rather than later. He can also be resurrected in the virtual world to experience the ultimate game difficulty. Maybe you can even kill some undead and gain some experience points. My purpose is simply to help you. Hossman shrugged and replied. Or rather, it's simply a desire to help humanity. At this point, Hossman suddenly let out a deep sigh. I really didn't expect that any human could survive the siege by alien races 500 years ago. Now we can return to this land that originally belonged to humankind. I'd like to ask you, how exactly do you know we're human? Guyan raised his hand and said. Milky Little Meow and the others blended into Blood City without being discovered. As soon as they entered the manor owner called them. We must figure out what flaws they've revealed so that we can better disguise our identities later. Although the blood energy of humans and vampires is very similar, there are still some subtle differences. Hossman suddenly laughed and replied. As for why I can distinguish them so clearly. After all, I was human for 39 years before transforming into a vampire. Chapter 175 Origin of the Vampire Clan. I lived as a human for 39 years. How can I not know the difference between human blood and vampire blood? Hossman's words shocked the players. This middle-aged man was actually a human who transformed into a vampire. So, is that why he wants to help humanity? Could it be that he's like those ghoul players from Harlan Knight Demon King? Just a superficial vampire? Is it really on the side of humanity? Look at your surprised faces. Presumably, the history of the human extermination war from 500 years ago has not been preserved. Hossman paused, then continued in a measured tone. Actually, there were no vampires in this world originally. The earliest vampires were all transformed from humans. The vampires of today are also descendants of these humans. Is it because of a war to exterminate people? Goetchen took a deep breath and asked. That's right. Hossman seemed to be recalling some unpleasant memories, and his expression became dejected. 500 years ago, news of the clan chief's death in battle reached all the human cities. Everyone realized that they were about to face a deadly siege by the alien race. Our ancient city, now known as the City of Blood, used other methods to evade the alien invasion. If you can't beat them, join them? Goetchen continued. You could say that. Hossman paused, then continued. Our ancient city has preserved many ancient relics. Among them were items capable of transforming humans into vampires. Could this ancient relic be a stone demon mask? Matt Ballerina, he asked, squinting. He suddenly felt like the world lines were converging. No. Hossman shook his head and replied. This can transform a person into a vampire. It is the fang of an ancient, mutated giant python. The fangs contain a cursed power that can transform people into a blood-sucking race. It's just a snake fang. The mat-based athletes looked disappointed. Back then, in order to escape the encirclement and annihilation of the alien races, the lord of our ancient city strongly urged us to transform into vampires. As long as they are transformed into vampires, they could survive the siege. Furthermore, he was the first to attempt it himself. He bore the curse on the fangs and successfully transformed into a vampire. Then I realized that human strength is limited, but after becoming a vampire, one's power is limitless. Matt Ball Sports chimed in. Power? After transforming into a vampire, my power is indeed several times greater than before. The city lord himself possessed extraordinary combat power, and after transforming into a vampire, he became invincible. If we use the current combat power rating system to categorize them, the city lord at that time could be said to have jumped from rank A to rank S. Hossman sighed again as he finished speaking. Although an S-rank city lord is inferior to a clan leader, but there was still a glimmer of hope that they could escape the encirclement and annihilation by leading the residents. But what we never expected was, instead of leading us to escape, the city lord brought us disaster first. After transforming into a vampire, the lord's thirst for blood instantly clouded his judgment. His wife and children who accompanied him during the conversion ceremony, were all drained dry by him. Even the guards suffered tens of thousands of deaths. How was that resolved? Masto just raised his hand and asked. Based on your description, this one city lord could easily defeat everyone in your entire city. It's a strange way of describing it, but it's not wrong. The city lord alone is enough to wipe us all out. Hossman took a deep breath and continued. The turning point came with the Black Ganges. When we fled to the Black Ganges, the city lord also landed there. The moment the city lord's body was immersed in the Black Ganges, he seemed to have suffered some kind of shock, and his whole body began to tremble violently. A short while later, he started muttering things like, "I deserve to die. I'm a sinner." Then, in full view of us, he committed suicide. From that moment on, we knew that the Black Ganges was aggressive towards other races. Even if the city lord is like this, would you still dare to transform into vampires? Guachin squinted and asked. We had no choice. Hossman closed his eyes and said in a deep voice, either perish in the encirclement and annihilation by the alien race, or transform into a vampire and try to retain a shred of humanity to survive. Fortunately, we already know the function of black constant water. Each of us undergoes a transformation afterward, immersing ourselves in the black constant water. The moment one transforms into a vampire, one suffers a powerful blow to their mental state. It's like there's a voice in my head. It guides and commands you to maintain your humanity and stay clear-headed. We transformed into vampires, even though we still crave blood. But we can still retain our rationality as human beings. We don't need to drink human blood. We can survive simply by drinking the blood of mutated creatures. Is this the origin of vampires? Goei-chun thought for a moment and said, actually, I'm more concerned about the current attitude of vampires towards humans. As a first-generation vampire, I am definitely kind to people. Even now, we still believe that our essence is human. But after all, 500 years have passed, and the vampire clan has multiplied for more than 30 generations. If vampires knew you were human, their first thought would probably be to drink your blood. The city lord once said that human blood is the ultimate delicacy in this world. Wait a minute, didn't any of you first-generation vampires succumb to the temptation and drink human blood? Goei-chun asked again. But after drinking human blood, they all suffered a complete mental breakdown, just like the city lord without exception. That's what Hossman replied. After Hossman answered the question, the entire restaurant fell silent, except for the sound of knives and forks cutting steaks. Hossman assumed that these humans were processing the information he had given them. In reality, the players switched to in-team voice chat for discussion. Can we now be certain that the vampires are on our side? Can we rely on the vampires for development? Master just asked, you're really letting it go in one ear and out the other. Didn't this NPC say that only the first generation are on our side? The descendants of the vampires will definitely want to suck our blood? Guyin said irritably. But according to him, vampires will suffer a mental breakdown if they drink human blood, which is a protective mechanism for us. Clearly, the game company just gave us a friendly alien race to reduce the game's difficulty. Masto then continued. We still need to let the vampires drink our blood to determine if there is such a protection mechanism. Before a resurrection point is set up in this realm, let's not try it. Matt Competition suggested. Have you all overlooked a very important point? Goei-chan took a deep breath and said, is it possible that this vampire NPC named Hossman is lying to us? We thought he was a friendly NPC, so we called the other players over, and they were all wiped out. An NPC that can deceive players? The game developers can't really be that incompetent. Let's use this kind of underworld setting. Master frowned. Chapter 176, Towards the Stars and the Abyss. Hard to say. Which game have you seen? Half a month after the server opened. Were the players driven out of the map by monsters? It all tasted like chicken. He pursed his lips and said, I feel that the game's design. They're capable of anything. Therefore, it's better if we're cautious. After all, this is an NPC from another race. We can't believe everything he says. Goei-chan thought for a moment and suggested, let's not reveal too much information to him yet. How he got through it and how many people did it are not going to go into details. If he asks, we'll just give him a few random answers. Besides, didn't little Meow Meow say she was planning to go to the Vampire History Museum? We'll coordinate the information with them then. We'll know whether what Hossman said is true or false. After the players communicated in the team voice chat for a few minutes, Hossman asked, By the way, may I ask which realm you came from? Since our entire group transformed into vampires, no humans have appeared in this realm for 500 years. Really, not a single human survived. Upon hearing this, Masters couldn't help but ask a question. Hossman shook his head and sighed. After we transformed into vampires, an alien army descended upon this realm. After a century-long search, they finally left. It is impossible for any human to escape their encirclement. After they left, we, the first generation of vampires, also hoped to find human survivors. But unfortunately, no matter how hard they searched, all they could find were their remains. So he's certain that we came from another realm. Guyen suddenly realized and said in the team voice chat, "No wonder you said you came from afar. He's asking us where we're from now. What should we say?" Master just asked. It's partly true and partly made up. Guay-chin took a deep breath and looked at Hossman in response. We don't even know what our area is called. All we know is that as far back as we can remember, we have lived in a dilapidated shelter. 2 weeks ago, a powerful monster has invaded our shelter. In order to survive, we had no choice but to flee that place. Fortunately, these monsters cannot enter the Black Ganges. We drifted here on a raft down the Black Ganges. The claims about returning to dust are mostly true. Aside from a few details that cannot be examined in detail, its credibility is extremely high. Hossman simply nodded upon hearing this. The players didn't know whether he actually believed it or not. Since we're already here, let's stay here for now. After catching his breath, Hossman continued. Afterwards, you chose to stay and develop your careers here. Let's return to the realm you were in before. I will do everything I can to help you. After he finished speaking, Hossman clapped his hands. The same group of maids from before came in again. Are the guest rooms you arranged ready? Everything is ready, sir. The head maid responded. Let's go, I'll lead the way. We can talk about anything else tomorrow after you've rested. Hossman got up and led the players toward the guest rooms. I don't want to wear the school uniform. I don't want to go to Digu Academy. The environment there is just not right for me. On the way to the guest room, a little girl suddenly rushed out noisily. Seeing this, Hossman frowned and reprimanded sharply. Catherine, be mindful of your manners in front of guests. Catherine was taken aback by the call. She turned to look at the players, a puzzled expression on her face. Strange outfits, but they all look pretty, especially these two ladies. They're so beautiful. Catherine's gaze finally settled on Yunma Danxing and Kaifengel. Both Yunma Danxing and Kaifengel were praised so much that they couldn't help but smile. This child is very polite. Excuse me, everyone, this is my youngest daughter, Catherine. Hossman looked at the player with a slightly apologetic expression and explained. My other children have all settled down elsewhere. Only the youngest daughter stayed at home and refused to go out. All I do is stay in my room watching TV all day. I'm going to become a useless person. It's strange, I have a strong sense of déjà vu. It's like someone else has said that to me before. Master narrowed his eyes and said, Catherine, what did I tell you? Mind your manners. Greet the guests. Hossman glared at Catherine again. Catherine was startled by the glare and quickly said, Good afternoon, older brother and sister. Hello, Catherine. Yuma Danxing and Chiefing waved and smiled. Catherine, hello, towards the stars and the abyss. It tastes all like chicken. He thought for a moment and replied sincerely. Catherine. Oh, so you are one too. The players next to him, all of whom smelled of chicken, immediately turned to look at him. It's just my catchphrase, don't worry about it. The chicken-smelling air seemed to be waving at Catherine, who looked puzzled, as it explained. Seeing that the whole thing was all about chicken flavor and making jokes, Guay-chin couldn't resist joining in the fun. Are Catherine's 4 bags of powder and Damon here too? Guay-chin's words elicited only a bewildered look from all the players. Does anyone know? What is the old man saying? Returning to dust. It's the generation gap again. Father, can I not go to Digu Academy? I don't want to have to take a 2-hour tram ride to school every day. After greeting everyone, Catherine looked at Hossman and made a request. If you don't go this year, you'll be too old to be admitted. Hossman frowned and said, What are you doing holed up in the manor all day? How many times have you watched those TV dramas? Is it even interesting? Am I too old? Is this academy that's strict about age restrictions? Guay-chin looked at Catherine, who looked like a 12 or 13-year-old girl, and muttered to himself. She will turn 51 at the end of this year. The admission age for the Gu Academy is 18 to 50. If this drags on any longer, she won't even be eligible for hospital admission. Hossman shouted irritably. Gu-Chun listened to Hossman's words. I almost spat out a mouthful of blood, even though I'm 50 years old. This little girl is the same age as him, but I already know the blood magic taught at Daegu Academy. As Catherine spoke, she extended her right hand, spreading it out flat. A tiny bead of blood appeared on her palm. Immediately afterwards, the small blood bead gradually condensed into a sharp blood cone. With a wave of her hand, Catherine sent the blood cone shooting out at an astonishing speed. The players looked in the direction the blood cone had been fired. Surprisingly, the blood cone pierced through the nearly 1 meter thick outer wall of the manor. The penetrating power of this blood cone is even stronger than a bullet. Masters exclaimed in surprise in the team voice chat. As he spoke, he walked over to Catherine and gently patted her on the shoulder. Catherine's health bar pops up. Catherine will, dear Uncommon. Chapter 177 Guja starts to spread the fruit. This little girl's combat power rating is actually D-level, with an innocent and harmless appearance. They could easily kill us. Masters took a deep breath and said in the team voice chat, You still call her a little girl? He's the same age as the old man. The strong chicken flavor served as a reminder. Returning to dust. Brother, why did you pat me? Catherine looked at Master Gun with curiosity. He tapped you because he saw that you could condense a blood cone in order to sense the strength of your blood energy. Hossman offered an explanation from the side. Isn't it only powerful individuals like Father, who are at least A rank, who can sense the blood energy intensity of others? Catherine looked at Master Gun with a surprised expression. Brother, you could do that too. That's amazing. You'd better stop calling me brother. Masto was a little embarrassed. Actually, according to the lifespan of our vampires, proportionally speaking, Catherine is much younger than you. Hossman explained. Father, look, I've already mastered blood magic. Does this mean I don't have to go to Daegu Academy anymore? Catherine then steered the conversation back to the topic. Hossman paused, then turned to the head maid and made a gesture. The head maid quickly brought a yellow blood bag and handed it to Hossman. Drink it. It took 1/5 of your blood energy to condense a blood cone. If you use it again, you'll go into shock due to excessive blood loss. Hossman took a deep breath and handed the yellow bag to Catherine. Catherine opened the blood bag and drank it. The slight furrow in his brow finally relaxed. Her pale face regained its color. It's only a tiny cone of blood that's causing you so much discomfort. If you don't go to college, how will you be able to protect yourself in the future? Hossman looked at Catherine and shook his head. The youngest daughter, they've been spoiled rotten. He was forcibly sent to Daegu Academy at the age of 18. It wouldn't be that you're 50 now. He condensed a blood cone, which made him pale. Seeing that Catherine wanted to say something, Hossman, with a stern face, said coldly, There's no room for discussion on this. Tomorrow morning, you need to change into your school uniform and go to Daegu Academy. I'll have the head maid pick you up and drop you off every day, so don't even think about running away. Hossman waved his hand, signaling the head maid to take Catherine back. We already agreed to let you commute, but now you don't want to go anymore, really. After Catherine was taken away by the head maid, Hossman regained his previous composure. I'm sorry, I made a fool of myself in front of everyone. That blood cone, just now. Master pointed to the manor's outer wall that had been shot through. Vampires possess abilities such as high-speed movement, immense strength, and blood attacks. That blood cone is the most basic type of blood attack. Hossman explained, when a vampire uses any ability, they need to consume their own blood energy. The more powerful a vampire is, the less blood energy they consume when using their abilities, and the greater their destructive power. If it were me who condensed the blood cone. As Hossman said this, he raised his index finger. A blood cone, as large as a spear, instantly condensed in the air. The blood cone transformed into a bloody shadow and flew out. Boom! The outer wall of the manor that Catherine had previously shot was pierced through by this giant blood cone, leaving a large hole. The blood cone that pierced through the outer wall continued flying at an undiminished speed. If there are several more high walls behind it, it will certainly not escape the fate of being penetrated. It only takes 1/1000th of my blood energy to condense such a blood cone. My good-for-nothing little daughter, on the other hand, has to expend 1/5 of her vital energy. Even compared to students from other colleges, Catherine is far inferior to me. This is why I didn't study elementary blood magic and the foundations of blood magic. Can we learn these blood spells? Master asked somewhat enviously. This is a skill that allows you to casually throw bullets and shells. You can certainly learn it, but you won't be able to apply it unless we also transform into vampires. That's right. Unfortunately, even if you want to convert them, you can't. After our first generation of vampires transformed, the curse on those fangs was diluted and reduced to almost nothing. Another 500 years passed, and the fangs became ordinary ornaments, now housed in the Blood City's History Museum. When we humans transform into vampires, can't you just take a bite and that's it? Do you want me dead? Hossman squinted at Mastigan. Oh, I forgot about that. By the way, I heard that people like us are called exiles. What does that mean? Gue Chun continued to investigate based on the information summarized by Milky Little Meow and the others. Did you encounter other vampires on the way? Hossman took a deep breath and said, Fortunately, only we first-generation vampires can sense the strength of other people's blood energy from a distance and identify that you are human. As for why you are called exiles outside, it is because in these 500 years, Blood City has experienced many changes of city lords, and many families have been exiled. Over time, the vampires living outside Blood City were all called exiles. I am no exception. But don't get me wrong, I didn't choose the wrong side when I was plotting to usurp the throne. I exiled myself and chose to live outside. Life in Blood City moves too fast. It's not suitable for an old person like me. Upon hearing this, Gue Chun and the others exchanged glances. Everything Hossman said, it all seems to match the information that Milky Little Meow and the others gathered in Blood City. Could it be that what he said before was also entirely true? Let's stay here and continue gathering information. Gue Chun suggested in the team voice chat. Once we are completely certain that what Hossman said is true, we can have Gu Zhe and the others come over to build a shelter and set up a resurrection point. Both exploration teams that went out to explore the map had their own findings. The other players on the Great Escape were not idle either. They came down in batches to light up the map near the warships. We can't go too far, so we'll start from the Great Escape and slowly expand outwards. At least when enemies attack, they can see monster icons on the map instead of them suddenly appearing from the darkness. Gu Zhe, the game planner, has been quite relaxed lately. After being raided and driven away by the army of ghouls, he became more at peace. Floating on the Black Ganges, players can earn 99 planning points by turning in the fish they catch as part of their daily tasks. In just half a month, his planning points increased to 1,500 points solely from daily task rewards. There isn't enough space to grow grain. Otherwise, start both daily tasks at the same time. He must have over 3,000 planning points now. With this project's daily income, they could stay afloat for 6 months. He can even create 5-star combat-type NPCs. He wasn't in a hurry at all. In fact, you could say he just started right away. Chapter 178 Blood Chi, 3 Stages. Gu Zhe had previously thought about developing quickly because he was worried that his combat power would increase too slowly. When they were discovered by the undead army, they were unable to resist. Then, his fears came true. Now that he has been driven out of the Void Realm by the army of the undead, Gu Zhe is no longer in a hurry. Surely the undead wouldn't go all the way to the Black Ganges to wipe him out. After determining that the Black Ganges River possesses anti-heterogeneity, Gu Zhe really wanted to stay on the ship forever. Not to mention the first 6 months of testing, he could even stick to the second and third tests. Given enough time, he might even be able to summon epic, legendary, or mythical level combat NPCs, let alone 5-star NPCs. Unfortunately, while Gu Zhe was willing to open up the market and play it safe, the players weren't. Who would stick to playing a game where you can only fish from a boat? Without players turning in quests, Gu Zhe won't gain any planning points. The idea of carving out a niche for oneself is naturally untenable. Gu Zhe still has to venture ashore with the players. Fortunately, Gu Zhe, who had a project income of half a month, had some room to maneuver. When he really needs to go ashore to develop his career, he can improve his self-protection ability according to the situation. The next day, Blood City, Matthew's Merchant Guild. After checking out of the hotel, the exploration team, including Milky Little Meow and Fabi Yuzi, arrived here early in the morning. They must find work at Matthew's Chamber of Commerce. Otherwise, with only 13 gray bags left, they would be left to wander the streets. They turned this game into a homeless simulator. There's a notice here. If you want to apply for a transportation worker position, go through this portal. Milk-flavored Little Meow pointed to one of the gates of Matthew's Chamber of Commerce and said, "Hey, Milk Flavor Boss, something seems off about the Matthew Merchant Guild. After observing the entrance for a while, the humble boy said in the team voice chat, "There are far too few people signing up," and as I walked over, I overheard a few vampires talking about how only those who aren't afraid of death would go to Matthew's trading company. "Are we afraid of dying?" "It smells like milk," the little kitten asked. "I'm not afraid of dying, but it would take too much time to be resurrected here." The humble boy responded, "That settles it." The little kitten with a milky scent led the way towards the entrance, saying as it went, "We need to make this quick buck, go to the History Museum to get a clear picture of this area, and find a place to settle down so we can focus our energy on upgrading and building." After entering the gate, the player team arrived at the registration window. Besides them, there were only a few scattered vampires here. Judging from their appearance and behavior, these vampires are quite similar to street thugs in real life. Only street urchins came to Matthew's Chamber of Commerce to apply for jobs. This reveals some problems. Even the little kitten with the milky scent couldn't help but start to wonder. Could it be that the Matthew Chamber of Commerce is really not a place for normal people to go? Applying for a transport job, right? Please fill in your family and name. The staff at the window looked at the little kitten at the head of the group and handed it a record book. The milk-flavored Little Meow form was filled out according to the previous entry into the city. Family, the fourth calamity. Name, Milky Little Meow Meow. The staff member glanced at it and immediately frowned. "We are exiles from a rather remote area." The little kitten wanted to explain a few more words, but was stopped by a staff member. "Our Matthew Chamber of Commerce doesn't care about your background, as long as you can do the job well. If you mess up the job, even if you're related to the city lord, you can't escape responsibility. Wait over there, we'll arrange for you all to undergo a combined combat strength assessment shortly." After the staff member finished speaking, he waved for the little kitten to move aside so that the people behind could register and fill in their information. The little kitten with the milky scent frowned and walked away from the window. This staff member has a certain street smarts about him. It complements the Vampire Street hustlers who signed up. Just what is the background of this Matthew Chamber of Commerce? They're saying that even if someone is a relative of the city lord, they can't escape responsibility if things go wrong. Their power surpasses even that of the city lord of Blood City. The little kitten with the milky scent couldn't help but ponder it. The staff of Social Style emphasize efficiency in their work. The group of players completed the registration process in less than 3 minutes. You will first follow me to test your blood energy strength. After the blood energy strength test, we will arrange practical tests based on your individual situation. One of the staff members came out from behind the counter and gestured for the job applicants to come inside with him. The group walked down the corridor and came to a room. There was a prominent sign on the door of the room, blood gas test. "I feel like I'm in a hospital for a physical exam." Pig Wings pursed his lips and muttered to himself. After the staff opened the door, everyone went inside. The Vampire Street thugs were clearly not new to this kind of place. They remained remarkably calm. The players, on the other hand, acted completely like they'd never seen anything like it before, looking around curiously. This blood energy testing room is empty except for a blood-red crystal that is over 1 meter tall in the middle. This blood-red crystal should be used to test the strength of our blood energy. After observing for a while, Milky Little Meow said in the team voice chat, "Aren't vampires supposed to be tech-savvy? Why do they need magic crystals to test blood energy strength?" The humble boy took a deep breath and said, "I thought they would give us a CT scan or draw blood or something. We should be thankful it wasn't a blood test. A blood test will be a real hassle." Uzbekistan continued, "I don't believe that they can't tell that we are human when they test our blood. First up, Adam Wayne, come up and test your blood energy." The staff member looked at the record book and registered. Adam Wayne, whose name was called, walked to the blood-red crystal and placed his hands on it. As his hands touched the blood-red crystal, it began to glow faintly. "Blood chi level 3. Suddenly, someone shouted from the crowd behind, immediately attracting everyone's attention. The one who spoke was naturally Pig Wing, who tried his best to let others know that he was not mute. "If you continue to talk and disrupt the test, I'll have to ask you to leave Matthew's trading company." The staff member frowned as he looked at Pig Wings. I'm not going to say anything more. Pig Wings waved his hands repeatedly. At this moment, the faint light on the blood-red crystal gradually dissipated, returning to its previous appearance. The staff took out a handheld device and placed it on the blood-red crystal. After reading the data, the staff announced, Adam Wayne, blood chi strength, grade E. You can then choose to conduct a practical test. If you pass the practical test, our Matthew Chamber of Commerce will help you obtain an E-level combat power certificate. We can issue you an F-level combat capability certificate without conducting any real-world combat tests. Chapter 179, He's Really Become a Wage Earner. No need, I have an E-level combat power certificate. Adam Wayne took out a certificate and handed it to the staff. The staff member took it, glanced at it, and nodded, saying, "You could go directly to the employee registration room at the right entrance of the lobby to register as a member of the Matthew Chamber of Commerce. Welcome to the company." After Adam Wayne left, the staff member looked at the others and said, "Those with a combat power certificate of a level or above can directly go to register as employees after their blood energy strength is tested. I don't need to repeat it again, right?" Everyone nodded. The staff of the Matthew Chamber of Commerce, who are so openly lazy, are quite unique. Pigwings couldn't help but mutter to himself. Of course, this time he learned his lesson. Even if they want to talk, they will only do so in the team's voice chat. The blood energy strength tests of the next 4 vampires were all at level E, and they all came to apply with valid certificates. From registration to onboarding, the entire process took no more than 10 minutes. After the Vampire Street thugs finished their walk, it was the player team's turn to conduct the test. The next little kitten with a milky scent. The staff looked at the list and became hesitant to read the names aloud. "It's me." The little kitten raised its hand and walked step by step toward the crimson crystal. Hopefully, this crimson crystal won't detect that we're human. The little kitten took a deep breath and placed its hands on the blood-red crystal. The crimson crystal shone as it had before, but this time it was much more dazzling. The staff member looked slightly surprised, and after reading the information on the blood-red crystal with a handheld device, said, "Blood energy level, grade D. Do you have a combat capability certificate?" The little kitten with a milky scent shook its head. "Should we conduct a real-world test, or should we directly process your E-level combat power certificate?" "Just apply for an E-level combat power certificate." The little kitten thought for a moment and then answered. At the same time, he reminded the other players in the team voice chat. "Let's all choose not to conduct actual combat tests. Combat exposes too much of our weaknesses, and the possibility of injury and bleeding is also very high." But the information we got from Grandpa Guichin and the others is that basically only the first generation of vampires can distinguish the differences in human blood. Pigwings chimed in. "But that's on the premise that the NPC named Hossman didn't lie." The little kitten responded. "Let's not take any risks on our end. Let's play it safe and investigate the information thoroughly before making any decisions. Go to the employee registration room. They will help you register and give you a combat power certificate." The staff waved, signaling the little kitten to leave. Then, looking at the list, he continued shouting, "Next, shall we fire an Uzi?" The staff member narrowed his eyes. Continue looking at the people behind the Uzbek. "Humble boy, Pigwings, chicken too beautiful, Zhang San outside the law, brother, Jia don't want to. Damn it, where did all these people come from? Their names are all so strange. The fourth calamity. It was a family I had never heard of before. Let's report this information. It cannot be ruled out that they might be an alien race from the dark spirit realm. There are many dark spirits there that look like humans." The staff member was lost in thought, but outwardly he continued to do his job diligently. Soon, the blood energy strength test for all 10 players is complete. Only the cute little kitten and brother Jia don't want it. It's a tank class with extremely high 4-dimensional attributes, and its HP strength has reached E level. The remaining 8 people only had a blood energy level of E. Everyone chose not to undergo actual combat testing and directly obtain combat capability certificates. That is, 2 E-level combat power certificates and 8 F-level combat power certificates. After completing employee registration, the staff explained to them, employees with an E-level combat capability certificate receive a monthly base salary of 5 yellow bags and must take on 5 F-level or higher transport missions per month. Employees with an F-level combat capability certificate receive a monthly base salary of 2 yellow bags and are required to take on 2 F-level or higher transport missions per month. When there are no transport missions, you do not need to go to the Chamber of Commerce. You are completely free. However, it's important to know that if you fail to meet your monthly transportation targets, a portion of your base salary will be deducted. Those who fail to meet their targets will be advised to resign. Of course, if you exceed your targets, you will receive additional salary. Listening to the staff's introduction, the 3 of them, Humble Boy, Chicken Too Beautiful, and Pig Wings were completely speechless. They had previously thought they were going to work at Matthew's Chamber of Commerce. This is equivalent to completing an NPC's task and then receiving the task reward. I never imagined that working would actually become working. After get off work, I play as a part-time transport worker in the game, and I'm paid with blood bags. Not only them, but even the little kitten and the fabulous Uzi were somewhat bewildered at this moment. I bought a gaming pod that can be online 24/7. Just for this? Wait a minute. There's only a blood bag reward, no experience points. Pig Wings raised his hand and asked. Upon hearing this, the other players all showed expressions of sudden realization. Ever since the Great Escape, they've felt like something's missing. Oh, it's experience points. They haven't gained experience points to level up in a long time. Experience points? You'll naturally gain experience as you complete more transportation targets. The staff member was also a bit confused by the question, and it took several seconds before they responded. It seems there's no way to level up by killing monsters in the short term. Milk-flavored Little Meow Meow said in the team voice chat. How about we find some lone vampires and give them? After thinking for a moment, Faba Uzbekistan said, they're displayed as monster icons, and killing them should be done by someone with experience. Let's first determine the relationship between the vampires and us players. If they're enemies, then we can kill them at will. In a neutral relationship, watch the killing. If you want a friendly relationship, don't push away your only ally. The little kitten responded. To accept a transport mission, go to the mission hall. Turn left at the reception hall and walk straight to the end. Seeing that the 10 people remained motionless in the staff room, the staff member pointed outside and said, New. The little kitten nodded, gave the other players a look, and then they all walked towards the quest lobby. The mission lobby was not as deserted as the reception lobby. Many employees of the Matthew Chamber of Commerce select transportation jobs here. The appearance of the milky little kitten and others immediately attracted the attention of the other employees. Milky Little Meow and the others didn't care and went straight to the reception desk to inquire about the process of accepting the transportation mission. The transportation tasks are posted on the bulletin board. We just need to find a task we like and then submit an application. The little kitten looked at the notice board and said, on the bulletin board, the highest level is Class B transportation missions, and the lowest level is Class F. To work together, let's accept the F-Class transport mission. How about this one? Pigwing pointed to an F-Class transport mission on the bulletin board and said, we need 10 people to transport a batch of grain to Stone Village outside Blood City. We currently have 0 people. We'll leave once we have enough. This is perfect for us. Chapter 1, 80 Special Transportation Mission. Don't rush. There seems to be a problem with this transport mission. Yuzi keenly noticed that the vampires around them were looking at them strangely. The lowest level task is listed in the middle. There shouldn't be any unacceptable tasks. Moreover, I noticed that the vampires who had previously selected missions here were all consciously avoiding this particular list. If this isn't enough to explain the problem, look at the pay for these transport missions. Other F-level transport missions only reward 1 yellow bag, but this one rewards 2 yellow bags. The price is doubled. After observing for a while, the little kitten exclaimed in surprise. The price has doubled, so has the difficulty. With our capabilities, we should be able to handle it. The humble boy continued. If only it were that simple. Uzi took a deep breath and continued scanning the mission information on the bulletin board. There are only 3 to 5 spots left for other F-level missions. It would be too risky for the 10 of us to split up and go to other transport teams. We'd better stick together. It seems like this is the only transportation mission we can choose. The little kitten with the milky scent muttered to itself. Then let's take this mission. There are 10 of us, so the reward is 20 yellow bags. Pigwing smiled and said, after we finish this job, we can find a more reliable hotel or inn, which will keep us comfortable in Blood City for a while. The little kitten nodded slightly and looked at the other players. After confirming that none of the players in the team had any objections, he led the team to the counter to process the mission application. Are you sure you want to apply for this mission? The staff member glanced at their application forms and couldn't help but ask a question. Sure. Are you really sure? The staff member asked again. Is there a problem? Are there any special requirements? Seeing the staff's attitude, the little kitten frowned. The task details are fine. All we need to do is transport this batch of grain to Stone Village. However, the chance of encountering malicious exiles along this route is as high as 90%. Malicious exiles? Robbers? Does that mean there's a 90% or higher chance we'll be robbed on this trip? No, that's right. The staff members seemed a little embarrassed when they answered. No wonder no one is taking on the missions. The price has doubled, but there's a 90% or higher chance of being robbed. If things go wrong, you could lose your life on the way. The little kitten took a deep breath and looked at the other players behind it. Should we still accept this mission? Answer it. Why aren't you answering it? Pigwings suddenly became excited and responded in the team voice chat. Think about it carefully. Aren't malicious exiles also vampires? They're vampires. They're monsters. We'll gain experience by killing them. Milk Flavor Master was previously worried that vampires and humans had a friendly relationship. Therefore, we will not take action against them for the time being. But when the vampires come to steal from us, we have no trouble killing them. This mission was practically tailor-made for us. The game company had already planned for us. It was indeed a bit of a coincidence. Fabi nodded. He was somewhat convinced by Pigwing's words. Then I will submit our application form. The little kitten handed 10 application forms to the staff. The staff were all a bit confused. They had already been informed that this route was dangerous. Why didn't they back down, but instead became even more proactive? Forget it. This isn't something she should be worrying about. Just do your job well. Because there were no other competitors for this transport mission, the player team was able to accept it smoothly. Soon, they were taken by staff to the Matthew Chamber of Commerce's granary. Workers drove transport vehicles out of the grain warehouse. The transport vehicle has 3 compartments, 2.5 compartments for grain, half a compartment for batteries, and an electric locomotive at the front for traction. Although the design is somewhat unique. But this is indeed a transportation vehicle of the electrical age. It's so ugly, I even think that real old people's cars look better now. Pigwing couldn't help but complain about the bizarre design of the transport vehicle. It would be good if there were electric transport vehicles. I was worried that we would have to pull the grain by hand. The little kitten smacked its lips. Seeing the two talking about this, Fabi suddenly remembered that I was still on the warship and hadn't boarded the vehicle yet. My level 15 skill, which I haven't gotten on the bus yet, is energy granting. To endow mechanically manufactured products with various kinetic energies. Vampires now have things like batteries. Then he can mass-produce electric vehicles. A small car might be a bit difficult, but an electric motorcycle would definitely be no problem. Exploring the Blood Realm will be so much easier from now on. That's true. Even if we can't settle down in the Blood Realm, we must get our hands on their battery manufacturing technology. The little kitten with the milky scent suddenly realized. Relying solely on the Phoenix Rebirth method to tame mutated creatures as mounts would take far too long. Those shadow wolves could only carry the unarmed mastigant on their backs. If I were to go up there, they wouldn't be able to move at all. After completing this mission, let's head straight to the vampire's car dealership or battery shop. The players chatted in the team voice chat for several minutes, only to find that no accompanying staff members had come over. The little kitten couldn't help but ask around, only to find out that there were no other staff members accompanying them. Once the grain is in their hands, they just need to transport it to Stone Village. The staff also revealed that other F-level missions would have at least one guide. However, with a 90% or higher chance of encountering malicious exiles on this transport mission, no guide dares to accompany the vehicle. The guide only earns a meager salary of 1 yellow bag a month, and you expect him to risk his life? That's impossible. Fortunately, with the help of the little kitten's persistent communication, the situation was resolved. Matthew's Chamber of Commerce provided him with a very detailed map. The instructions were clearly marked, from the Matthew Chamber of Commerce exit to the West Gate, then which direction to take and which landmarks to pass along the way. Unless someone is extremely bad at directions, a transport worker can definitely deliver the grain to its destination by following the map. There are only 10 of us, which is actually not bad. This way, we can use our abilities freely if we encounter danger. The adorable kitten waved to the other players, indicating, if there are vampires in the team, we'll have to argue with them about where all our skills come from. By the way, who wants to drive this deformed transport trolley? I'd rather not. I feel like this thing would be quite difficult to drive, and I'm afraid it will affect my driving feel in real life. I'll handle it. I've operated all kinds of armored vehicles. What's so difficult about driving a tram with a rather unique design? As he spoke, Faba Uzbekistan sat down in the front carriage. After all the other players were seated, he stepped on the electric switch. With a loud clang, one wall of the grain warehouse was knocked down by the transport tram. Chapter 181 Kill the Holy Mother first in the apocalypse. The players boarded the transport tram and left Blood City, traveling steadily towards Stone Village. Of course, the driver sitting in the front of the car had changed. From a hare, Uzi was replaced with a humble boy. On his first day at work, Faba Uzbekistan damaged a wall while driving a trolley and had his base salary of 3 yellow bags deducted. Let him drive the transport tram for a few more days. He has to work to pay for blood bags himself. The trolley ran smoothly for 3 hours without any incidents. Even a humble boy couldn't help but yawn and said, "We're only 1 kilometer away from our destination. Looks like we're one of the remaining 10. Originally, the chance of encountering malicious exiles was 90%, but after you said that, something is definitely going to happen to us within the next kilometer." Upon hearing this, the little kitten couldn't help but complain. Sure enough, just 500 meters from Stone Village, a sky full of blood cones rained down. The blood spike pierced the transport tram, spilling grain all over the ground. However, the vampires who were robbing the train deliberately avoided the compartments containing batteries, thus preventing a direct explosion. The players who were prepared immediately took out their protective gear for cover, and there were no casualties. "Why did you stand up like that out of nowhere?" The little kitten glanced at the humble boy, somewhat speechless. "Don't panic. According to the information from Grandpa Guachin, these vampires need to consume their own blood energy to use the blood spike. They can't use it indefinitely," Uzbekistan reminded him. Sure enough, after the first round of blood cones rained down from the sky, there was no further response. At that moment, footsteps sounded from all directions. When the players looked at the map, there are nearly 20 vampire icons on the map moving towards the transport tram. Clearly, they have been lying in ambush here for quite some time. "Once we're within firing range, we'll counterattack," the little kitten with a milky scent reminded me. "Boss, should we hold back or go all out?" The humble boy couldn't help but ask. "Look at the holes pierced by the blood spikes on the transport truck. Did they hold back? Just kill them all." The slightly angry, baby-faced kitten started yelling in the team voice chat. Besides, 10 meters, 5 meters, 2 meters, shooting, bio. Gunfire erupted. The players each grabbed a USP pistol with a silencer and started firing wildly. As one of the most basic firearms, the USP pistol has very low equipment requirements. This is a weapon that even a level 1 new character can equip. After players have developed their skills significantly, in addition to weapons that suit their class, every player, whether they're a warrior, mage, or support, carries a USP pistol in their inventory to supplement their damage output. Furthermore, players don't need to worry about running out of ammo, because NPC shops like the Zhuangs will refresh their stock when they run out. Nowadays, every player has a USP pistol. Its firepower is explosive. As the gunshot rang out, the vampires who surrounded them lay scattered on the ground like harvested wheat. The battle begins quickly and ends even faster. Players fired in unison in less than a minute. Those ambushing vampires were basically all killed. That's it. Pigwing kicked the vampire corpse on the ground and scoffed. "With combat power like this, you dare to come out and commit murder for money? You weakling who can't even withstand bullets. Huh. These vampires are rated F in combat strength. They're not wearing protective gear, and their physical bodies are not as strong as those mutated creatures. Hitting their head or heart will empty their health bar." The little kitten thought for a moment and then said, "Can alien races be this weak?" The humble boy muttered to himself. It's not that they were too weak, it's just that they hadn't even had a chance to use their abilities before we shot them dead. After thinking for a moment, the little kitten said, "They should still have the ability to move at high speed and burst with strength after consuming their blood energy, but they just didn't have the chance to use it. Big Brother Milk Flavor, I have an E-rank vampire here. His health bar is down to 1/5. He's not dead." Chicken Time May waved towards the direction of the milky little kitten. "Huh, she's a female vampire. She has delicate features and a great figure. She could easily debut in a talent show in real life." Chicken Beauty looked at the vampire on the ground from afar, somewhat surprised. "Did you see any less attractive vampires in the City of Blood?" The little kitten with a milky scent came over and said, "These vampires have been designed by the game company to be almost like elves. The area is full of handsome men and beautiful women, and they all have incredibly long lifespans. Besides, don't be fooled by how attractive this female vampire is. It must be at least 200 or 300 years old. All right, Hearing what the little kitten said, Chicken Beauty's interest immediately dwindled by half. I'll finish her off. An E-rank vampire should have significantly more experience points. Pigwing raised his USP pistol and aimed it at the female vampire's head. Hey, don't get so close. Just as Pigwing was about to fire, the female vampire suddenly attacked. He threw a punch with astonishing speed, aiming straight for his head. This is an attack that consumes your health. If you hit Pigwing, even if Pigwing is wearing a helmet, he will lose half his life. However, before her fist could even touch Pigwing, a crisp clang sounded from her own head. The female vampire was knocked unconscious by the little kitten's shield. Hey, don't you guys ever check the monster's status? The little kitten with the milky flavor pouted and said, This monster doesn't have a stun debuff on its health bar. This guy is just pretending to be dizzy. She's just waiting for us to come and deliver the fatal blow. Now look at her health bar. Has the dizziness debuff icon appeared? Oh really? Pigwings took a deep breath and said, The milk flavor master is still the most delicate. I never usually notice so many things. Now we can safely last hit the enemy, right? We caught one alive, so let's keep him. The little kitten thought for a moment and then said, Milk-flavored boss, kill the saintly saint first in the apocalypse. Moreover, the game's censorship is so well done. Even if you capture a female vampire, there's nothing you can do about it. Pigwing spoke up. I should have let that female vampire kill you with one punch. What's on my mind? No, you're just eager to kill her for experience points, aren't you? The little kitten rolled its eyes and said, We're so short on information right now. If we capture a vampire, shouldn't we give him a good interrogation? Chapter 182, You Really Learn Something. Once the female vampire's stun debuff was confirmed to be stable, the little kitten walked up to the delivery truck and inspected it. The engine and battery compartment are mostly undamaged. It seems these vampires intend to rob us and then continue using us. These locations were deliberately avoided when releasing the blood cones. The little kitten muttered to itself, then turned back to look at the grain-laden carriage. The grain wagons were riddled with holes, and the grain had spilled all over the ground. The train carriages were originally loaded with wheat and corn. There were also various powders of unknown origin. Don't vampires only drink blood? Still eating this stuff? The little kitten squinted its eyes and asked in confusion. It looks like pig feed. The grain that vampires talk about should be used to feed poultry. Then the vampires drink their blood. I speculated, said Faba Uzbekistan. This vehicle cannot be driven for the time being. It's only 500 meters away. If we drive it to the stone village ahead, the cargo compartment will be completely exposed. The little kitten thought for a moment and said, I'll go ahead and find the people from Stone Village. They should have their own vehicles. I'll ask them to drive over and transport the grain. As for this side, as she spoke, the little kitten pulled out a prop rope from her backpack. This thing is called a steel core rope. It cost me 60 silver to buy a 1-star item. Its durability is 150 points, which is higher than that of synthetic bricks. Even an E-rank vampire wouldn't be able to break free so easily. Use this to tie her up. I'll do it. I'll do it. I practiced tying people up. Pigwings eagerly raised his hand. You've practiced kidnapping specifically? What do you do in real life? The milky little kitten looked warily at Pigwing. I'm just an ordinary working person. When I said I had practiced tying people up, I was just referring to fancy tying techniques. It doesn't mean I have evil intentions. Pigwings quickly explained. The little kitten let out a woof and handed the steel core rope to Pigwing. Then, in full view of everyone, Pigwing tied up the female vampire. After tying, the male players present all had strange expressions. This tying method looks familiar. I feel like I've seen it somewhere before. You call this having no evil thoughts. Isn't your binding evil enough? Seeing this, the little kitten with milky flavor called out in an annoyed tone. After the female vampire was tied up with ropes, the protruding parts are very prominent, and the tightened parts are very tight. I don't know how effective tying someone up will be, but the entertainment value is definitely off the charts. You wouldn't guess it. He looks honest and kind. Not only do you like it, but you're also involved in the BDSM community? Uzbekis couldn't help but shake his head. No wonder he's a 12-year premium member of Pixiv. Even the humble boy couldn't help but start clapping. We were just observing, but you really learned something. You flatter me. You flatter me. Pigwings felt no shame whatsoever. He even gave himself a thumbs up next to the bound female vampire. To be honest, I appreciate your honesty. Unlike some people who appear to be innocent, boyish. Behind the scenes, there are hundreds of terabytes of seeds for gaming headsets. The little kitten took a deep breath and said, "But you've almost reached your limit. If gaming helmet and gaming platform companies find out that we're circumventing censorship and skirting the edges, it'll be quite embarrassing. Our accounts are all going to be banned. Don't worry, Milk Flavor Master. I have experience in this area, and I know how to handle it. It definitely won't get blocked." Pig Wings waved his hand. Milky Little Kitten. The little kitten didn't want to say anything more, shook its head, and walked towards Stone Village. About half an hour, the little kitten and the villagers driving the vehicle approached the transport truck. It's already been made clear that they will simply transport the grain from the carriages, and then our mission will be complete. Milk-flavored Little Meow Meow reported to the other players. "What's wrong with these villagers?" Uzi gave the little kitten a meaningful look, then asked in the team voice chat. Although they were very nice to us on the surface, the disgust in their eyes was impossible to hide. "I don't know either." The little kitten took a deep breath and replied. "At first they thought I was just an exile from the outside world, and they were very kind to me. Then I revealed my identity and purpose, and they practically had 'I want to kill me' written all over their faces. It seems that the Matthew Chamber of Commerce isn't very popular. Let's not worry about all that. Just get into the yellow bag." "Sister Rebecca." While the players were talking, a little girl rushed out from among the villagers and shouted loudly behind the players. The players were all stunned for a moment. "What, Rebecca? Are any of them named Rebecca?" He turned around and saw the female vampire's health bar before he realized what was happening. "Rebecca Lynn, rank E, common, 35. The little girl was calling out to the female vampire. "Rebecca isn't a bad person. Why are you tying her up?" The little girl glared angrily at the players. If it weren't for the adults beside her stopping her, she would have already thrown a punch. "Don't touch her. If you loosen the bandages you've put on her, they won't be effective in stopping the bleeding and allowing blood to flow back." Pig Wing, who was next to Rebecca, reached out to stop her. "Sister Rebecca isn't a bad person." With tears welling in her eyes, the little girl repeated the sentence. "Not a bad person." Pig Wings snorted coldly and said, "If we didn't have some skills, we would be lying on the ground, feeling cold and helpless right now. They'll steal your food too. If they're not bad people, then what are? You, all of you are the bad ones." The little girl tried to say something, but her parents covered her mouth and pulled her away. "Excuse me, gentlemen of the Matthew Chamber of Commerce. This child is seeing so many dead people for the first time. He's terrified and talking nonsense." The village chief of Stone Village quickly stepped forward and said, "We'll add 5 more bags to the price we agreed on before, as an apology." As the village chief spoke, he waved to the people behind him. The man walked over carrying a box. The village chief opened the chest in front of all the players. Inside were neatly arranged yellow bags of blood, a total of 10 bags. Soon, someone brought over 5 more yellow bags and put them inside. There are 15 bags in total. "Dear transporters, please take a look." The village chief handed the box to the little kitten. The players were all a little embarrassed at this moment. It is obvious that this is not their payment of 2 yellow bags each. It was actually a transportation kickback that Stone Village gave them. This kickback is quite substantial. Why do I have this feeling of playing the villain? The little kitten, with its squinted eyes, muttered in the team voice chat. He thought about it for a while. Then, he smoothly put away the box of yellow blood and handed it to Fabiuzi. Chapter 183, I Deserve to Die. The other players were completely bewildered by the little kitten's actions. How did he actually end up playing a villain? Do we really accept the kickbacks from Stone Village? If we don't accept it, there will be big problems. The little kitten simply said one sentence and then offered no further explanation. Transporter, this Rebecca was from our village before she became a malicious exile. The village chief glanced at Rebecca, then looked at the little kitten and said, "Can we take her away? Our Stone Village is willing to redeem her for 50 yellow bags. Can money and blood bags solve this?" Upon hearing this, the little kitten flew into a rage and said, "These malicious exiles almost killed us. Our lives don't matter. What they almost ruined was the reputation of Matthew's Chamber of Commerce. To redeem her, 50 yellow bags? 500 yellow bags? I might consider it. 500 yellow bags? Our village can only scrape together 50 yellow bags at most." Upon hearing the little kitten's outrageous demands, the village chief completely lost his composure and lost all composure. He looked troubled and asked pleadingly, "Sir, could you please make an exception? From now on, As long as you are in charge of transporting our stone village's grain, can we get 5 more yellow bags, or even 10 more yellow bags, until we collect all 500 yellow bags? The little kitten frowned as it looked at the gray-haired village chief's attitude. He knew that if he didn't take some drastic measures, I know I won't be able to keep up the act any longer. He stepped forward, kicked the village chief to the ground, and said coldly, "Old man, are you crazy? I'm considering the 500 yellow bags I mentioned, if paid in full up front. You want to pay in installments, right? That's okay. 5,000 yellow bags, 100 yellow bags at a time," and I agreed. 5,000 yellow bags? Upon hearing this, the village chief's eyes completely lost hope. Even if their village didn't eat or drink for a whole year, they couldn't raise that many yellow bags. Even though I know that the milk flavor boss is acting here, I still really want to punch him. The humble boy couldn't help but say in the team voice chat, "I wish I could move the sights of my USP pistol onto that milky-smelling guy's head. This villain is just too infuriating." "Chicken is too beautiful," chimed in. "Ugh, why did I yell at that little girl? I deserve to die." Pig Wings has risen. We dumped all the remaining grain from the carriage onto the ground and started our return journey. The little kitten with the milky scent maintained its stern face and said coldly, "You want to redeem the malicious exiles who attacked our Matthew Chamber of Commerce? Don't you know your own limitations?" Splash! The grain inside the carriage was scattered all over the floor. The players shoved Rebecca into the carriage, then turned the train around and headed towards Blood City. During this time, many villagers gritted their teeth and clenched their fists, their thoughts of taking action almost bursting out of their heads. But seeing the Matthew Chamber of Commerce logo on the transport truck felt like a bucket of cold water had been poured over them, forcibly cooling them down. They could only watch the transport truck drive further and further away, their faces and hearts overwhelmed with despair. After determining the area outside Stone Village, the players on the transport vehicle all breathed a sigh of relief. Watching the adorable little kitten put on such a performance, they all felt as if a huge rock was pressing down on their hearts, and they dared not even breathe. The one who felt most relieved was, of course, the little kitten herself. As soon as he left Stone Village, he let out a long breath, and cold sweat broke out on his forehead. If I hadn't done voice acting for villainous characters, I would have really moved to Bung Boo. The little kitten with a milky scent wiped the sweat from its forehead with a towel and said, "Damn it, none of the villainous characters I voiced have ever bullied the elderly or children. I want to know what would happen if you didn't act." I asked the humble boy, "If you don't perform, you can't integrate into the big environment of the Matthew Chamber of Commerce. Both Stone Village and Matthew's Chamber of Commerce will think we have a problem." Upon closer inspection, it was discovered that we are human. GG. The little kitten with milky flavor took a deep breath and said, "Even if the possibility is not very high, we cannot take the risk. Should we hand this female vampire over to Matthew's Trading Company?" The humble boy asked again, "Let's get some useful information first, and then submit it to the Chamber of Commerce. That way, we can gain more of their trust." The little kitten turned its head to look at Rebecca, who was tied up tightly, and immediately frowned. "Oh no." The little kitten took a deep breath and called out to Rebecca, "Hey, stop pretending to be dead. Do you think we don't know if you're awake or not? The dizziness debuff is gone, yet he's still here with his eyes tightly shut." The other players were also taken aback upon hearing this. At this moment, Rebecca's health bar, not only were the negative debuffs, such as bleeding and dizziness, gone, but even the health was restored to 65. The only treatment we did before was to remove the bullet and apply a recovery item, bandage. This vampire's regenerative abilities are just too strong. "Are you really human?" Rebecca opened her eyes, and the first thing she asked was this crucial question. They heard it, just as I suspected. The little kitten sighed and replied, "If I say yes, would you believe me? If I say no, will you believe me? How could you know that I knew you were awake and was just saying it to you on purpose?" After saying that, the little kitten couldn't help but smile. In this situation, the best option is to become a riddle solver. I wasn't sure before, but now that you're telling me this, I'm 100% sure what you just said is true. Rebecca paused for a moment before responding. He did talk a bit too much. Uzi nodded slightly. The little kitten glared at Uzi. "Which side are you on anyway? I've only ever read about humans in history books. I never imagined I'd actually see it today." Rebecca couldn't help but laugh. "Hey, you're tied up right now. Can't you be serious for once?" The adorable kitten held up an unloaded pistol and aimed it at Rebecca. then use Cantonese accent in Mandarin. Our department has really, really bad people. Rebecca stared at the dark muzzle of the gun, felt the pain in her body, and flinched in fear. But the thought that these people in front of him were human immediately dispelled his fear. She raised her chin and asked, "Is this some kind of magical weapon?" "It's amazing." The little kittens and their friends exchanged glances, their faces showing confusion. Is this female vampire too carefree? Or is there something wrong with her brain? The bullet didn't hit his head. "We just killed so many of your comrades. Don't you feel any hatred at all?" The little kitten couldn't help but ask. "They are truly malicious exiles. Those who were tricked into coming here to rob me deserve to die." Rebecca suddenly thought of something and said excitedly, "You must have known all along. Otherwise, you wouldn't have killed them all and spared only me." Chapter 184, Three-Party Information Integration. You survived because it wasn't a Uzi that shot you. Rather, it was these guys who were really good with their guns. The little kitten glanced at the humble boy, the beautiful chicken, and the pig's wings. If they had even a little bit of marksmanship, they wouldn't have been able to expend a whole magazine of bullets without taking down Rebecca. Let's get down to business and try to get some useful information out of her. Uzi gave the little kitten a meaningful look and reminded it in the team voice chat. The little kitten nodded. "You said that all those we killed before were malicious exiles. So what about you? What does it mean to lure them in and then rob them of their order? Do you think someone who does this kind of work outside would be so easily fooled by you?" "Of course I am not a malicious exile. I have an E-level combat power certificate, and I have a proper job." Rebecca suddenly laughed as she said this. "As for your question about why malicious exiles are so easily fooled, I am now even more certain that you're not a vampire from this realm. Because the malicious exiles outside Blood City are just that stupid. To be precise, malicious exiles are a bunch of idiots who only know how to use force and will never use their brains if they can avoid it. They generally possess combat strength of F level or even E level or higher. But they only like to use force to plunder other people's resources. Doing anything else to earn blood bags would seem to go against their nature. It's impossible for me to work. It's impossible for me to work in this lifetime. I can only make a living by robbing other vampires." Pigwings chimed in. "That's roughly the idea." Rebecca nodded. "Is it possible that this is the nature of vampires?" The little kitten stroked its chin and muttered. "They only feel comfortable doing things like looting and fighting. Like the first ancient city lord who transformed into a vampire?" Faba, Uzbekistan, took a deep breath and said, "Could it be that the vampires have reverted to their ancestral forms after more than 30 generations of reproduction? Will all future vampires develop in this direction? That won't happen." Rebecca continued. "In the Daegu Academy of Blood City, scholars have studied why such bloodthirsty vampires as the Malice Exiles were born. The conclusion is that these vampires did not come into contact with the black Hung Shui immediately after birth. The longer this period lasts, the stronger the bloodthirsty nature becomes. The kind of damage that can't be fixed later on. So, we still have to use black Hung Shui to suppress the bloodthirsty nature of vampires, just like history describes." The little kitten with the milky scent took a deep breath and said with some worry, "What if black Hung Shui becomes ineffective one day? Will the vampires become an evil race just like other alien races?" "Not necessarily. Since the black Ganges has the effect of suppressing bloodlust, other items may also have this effect." Faba, Uzbekistan, shook his head and said, "It's impossible to painstakingly arrange for a non-human race to be friendly to humans and then betray them. One day, a vampire with whom we had a very good relationship suddenly wiped us all out. With a plot like this, the planners wouldn't even need to work in the future. They could make a fortune just by selling razor blades. The only hope is that the planner can act like a decent person." The little kitten nodded. "What are you talking about?" Rebecca, standing to the side, looked completely bewildered. "That's none of your business. By the way, how did you trick these malicious exiles into robbing people around here?" The little kitten with the milky scent then asked. "Just tell me there are transport vehicles here, and the transport personnel aren't very strong. With their combat capabilities, they could easily succeed." Rebecca replied, "That's it? You think they'll believe you just because you told them?" "At first I didn't believe it. Then I got into a fight with the leader of this group. After I beat up their boss, he said that what I said still had credibility." Rebecca continued, "Of course, according to the normal procedure, if I beat up their leader, they would gang up on me to avenge their leader. Fortunately, I had prepared in advance and told them the route information of their mortal enemies in the wild, which was another group of malicious exiles. They successfully intercepted the goods belonging to the malicious exiles. I officially became their guide. Knowing so many routes, I'm a little curious about what your real job is. The little kitten, with its squinted eyes, said. He's a guide. Rebecca replied. Over the past 100 years, I led countless people to the northern forest and the western lake, and they brought them back safely. I know all the routes to the west and north by heart. She's indeed nearly 200 years old. Upon hearing this, the players couldn't help but mutter to themselves. So your main job is a tour guide, and your side job is a robber? Little Kitten with milky flavor chimed in. I guess so, but I only double-cross people. I never robbed ordinary people of their goods. Using malicious exiles to rob the Matthew Merchant Guild is also called double-crossing. Is the Matthew Chamber of Commerce also a criminal organization? You are humans who have just arrived here, so you don't know. When the topic turned to the Matthew Chamber of Commerce, Rebecca's tone became somber. The Matthew Merchant Guild controls 80% of the resources in the entire Blood Realm. Goods from various places were transferred between them. The price will be much higher. Isn't that how merchants operate? They sell goods from one place to another, so the price has to go up. Otherwise, how would they make money? Pig Wing asked with some confusion. What if the price increases 100-fold? Rebecca paused, then continued. The batch of feed you transported before was purchased by the Matthew Merchant Guild from the farms of the Western Lake. Just those 2 carts of grain were purchased for 1 yellow bag and sold to Stone Village for 80 yellow bags. And this was the previous price. Now, the price of grain in those 2 wagons has risen to 150 yellow bags. The village's poultry and livestock have been reduced by half. It wasn't until the village chief suddenly asked to borrow blood bags that I realized the Matthew Merchant Guild had gone even further. Good heavens, isn't this just a capitalist from the Blood Realm? And a monopolistic one at that. The exploitation is too ruthless. Pig Wings exclaimed in surprise. The little kitten and the hairy Uzi exchanged a glance. The same problem remains. They couldn't be sure whether Rebecca was telling the truth or not. If the Matthew Chamber of Commerce is really as she described, then even its employees are taking kickbacks in various ways. The phrase double-crossing is the most fitting description. It doesn't matter if you doubt me now. Just stay in the Blood Realm for a few more days, and you'll clearly see just how shady and hated the Matthew Merchant Guild really is. Rebecca, seeing the adorable little kitten and the fabulous Uzi, guessed what they were thinking and offered to add to the list. Whether what you're saying is true or false, we'll verify it slowly. The little kitten took a deep breath and pondered. Since you've been a tour guide for over 100 years, you should be very familiar with the history of vampires, right? Of course. I know all the major events that have happened in the past 500 years, from the birth of our first generation of vampires. Rebecca's eyes lit up when she talked about her expertise. I even know a little about the history of the era when humanity was the most powerful in the world. Those materials were unearthed from archaeological sites. They are very valuable. We don't need to know that much. Just tell me about the origins of the vampires. It smells like milk, said the little kitten. Rebecca nodded and then began to describe. A moment later, Rebecca finished her introduction. The group of milky little meow meow started the team voice chat mode. It matches the information given by Grandpa Gui-chan perfectly. It's so accurate that even its testimonies can't match it this precisely. The little kitten with a milky scent took a deep breath and said, Can we now be certain that at least the first generation of vampires were friendly to us? After returning to the city, let's go to the History Museum, just to be on the safe side, since we've already made plans. Faba Uzi said in a deep voice. If the information from Hausman, Rebecca, and the History Museum is consistent, then we can be 100% certain that they are telling the truth. Then what about Rebecca? Regardless of whether she believes we are human or not, we can't hand her over to the Matthew Merchant Guild. I asked the humble boy. Whoever kidnapped them should be responsible. The little kitten with milky flavor looked at Pig Wing and raised an eyebrow. No way. Although Rebecca is pretty and has a great figure, I'm more fond of Ah. Pig Wings responded immediately. This goddess-level woman wouldn't even acknowledge you in real life, and you're actually looking down on her in a game? The humble boy curled his lip and said, You need to understand that no matter how beautiful your wife is in the game, she's fake, not real. Don't get carried away and become obsessed. So the Taoist priest with 15 dogs, who could roam freely throughout the entire region, is just a lie? The humble boy. Does anyone else know about your part-time job? The little kitten with the milky scent looked at Rebecca and asked, "No, I've only done 3 jobs so far. This is the 3rd time that only you and the people of Stone Village know my true identity." The first 2 times you robbed other malicious exiles, weren't they? Rebecca nodded. "That's no problem. You don't need to clear your identity. It's already clean." The little kitten looked at Pigwing and gestured. "Remove the tortoise-shell bindings from her body." "Huh, this fancy way of tying up even has a name." Pigwings was shocked. "You're so skilled at tying it. How could you not know? You know these things aren't covered in the main tutorials. Either they're already tied up from the beginning, or they start after they're already tied up." The cuddly kitten, "Shut up." The little kitten decided not to say anything more to this guy. Let's talk about it in more depth. The gaming platform has definitely determined that they are being lewd. The group returned to Matthew's Chamber of Commerce before nightfall. Milky Little Meow was responsible for turning in the task at the task hall and received 20 yellow bags as salary. The staff were somewhat surprised when the electric transport vehicle was returned. What was surprising was not that they would be robbed, but that they returned unharmed. Mingming's combat strength is rated as 8F level and 2E level. How did they manage to withstand attacks from malicious exiles? There was a little incident when I handed in the task again. The head of the mission hall found Milky Little Meow Meow and asked him a hand over the kickback of Stone Village, 8 yellow bags. In other words, the person in charge had exactly 8 yellow bags, and the transport workers had exactly 2 yellow bags. It's estimated that this supervisor will also have to hand over a portion to his superior. The key point is that this is still an F-level transport mission. For more advanced transport missions, the target is not an impoverished village, but a city with some assets. The kickbacks they received probably exceeded the total wages of the transport workers. The Matthew Chamber of Commerce is utterly rotten. After leaving the mission hall, the milky little kitten gave its own evaluation. They don't even need to stay in the blood realm for many days. What I saw and heard on that one day was enough to prove that what Rebecca said was true. Matthew's guild is the biggest black in the blood world. It's 6 p.m. now, and the History Museum closes at 9 p.m. I'd better go straight to the History Museum and not waste another day. Fable looked at the players and suggested, "Go find a hotel, book a room, and send me the coordinates after you're done. By the way, it would be best to wear the employee uniforms that Matthew's Chamber of Commerce gave us before. That way, we won't be taken advantage of and fleeced." The little kitten nodded, indicating that it would do, as Uzi said. Following the information provided by Rebecca, Uzbekistan went to the History Museum alone. The rest of the group changed their clothes at Matthew's Chamber of Commerce and then found a decent-looking place to stay in the city center. The translated text of this address is no longer XX Guest House. It is the Four Seasons Radiance Hotel. After entering the room and booking a room, the players realized that they had been ripped off. Previously, a deluxe room in the guest house required 1 yellow bag of blood. Now, high-end hotels offer deluxe rooms for just 50 gray bags of blood. The guest house's room rate was twice as expensive as a high-end hotel. If I ever have the chance, I will definitely go back and settle accounts with that store. The hotel receptionist saw that Little Meow Meow and the others were wearing Matthew Chamber of Commerce employee uniforms. They got another 50% discount on the house price. With just 25 bags of blood, they can live in a luxury room. Upon arriving at the room, the player discovered that only the deluxe room in this hotel could truly be called luxurious. It has 3 bedrooms, 1 living room, and 2 bathrooms, and each room is twice the size of the previous guest house. The furniture and appliances are all complete, and they are all the latest models from Blood City. The players felt even more comfortable in the hotel's luxury rooms than in real life. Wow, I actually don't want to leave anymore. I just want to be a laborer in this city of blood. This accommodation is so comfortable. If the diet in Blood City were even slightly more human-friendly, I would be willing to stay. I'm different. As long as the game platforms and gaming headset companies remove the censorship mechanisms, I can stay in Blood City until I die. Does anyone remember that this game was originally conceived as a post-apocalyptic survival game? It feels like we've turned this into an apocalyptic gaming experience. To enjoy life, you need to have the ability. It's the same in any world. The little kitten, hearing what the players were saying, smiled and said, "The message has been sent back from Uzbekistan." The information he obtained at the History Museum was consistent with what Hosman and Rebecca had described. In other words, we can settle down in the Blood Realm now. Chapter 185, How to Play in the Blood Realm version. The information from Hausman, Rebecca, and the History Museum matches perfectly. This also confirms that, at least in the first generation of vampires, the game was completely player-friendly, protected by the strongest first-generation vampire. Even if the descendants of vampires want to cause trouble, they'd better think twice. Now, players can also make judgments. The Blood Realm is the most suitable area for humans to settle down and develop. It would be incredibly difficult to find another alien race that treats humans so kindly. Milky Little Meow quickly shared this information with the players. Knowing they could finally settle down and make a home, all the players became excited. Players took turns guarding the warship, while the rest of the players disembarked and began exploring the entire map to find a suitable place to build their base. The exploration team in the manor immediately felt much more at ease with Hausman at this moment. So these really are our own people. Milk Flavor Master, what about us? The humble boy raised his hand and asked. We're going to meet up with the other players. Should we continue exploring the City of Bleeding? We're not going anywhere. The little kitten thought for a moment and said, there are many supplies we need in the City of Blood. Stone and metal for building shelters. Furniture and appliances that enhance quality of life. And the battery technology they developed. There are even many pieces of equipment and props that you can't buy from Zhuang or Zhuang. We could buy all of these in Blood City. But this is all money. Pig Wings chimed in. We need a lot, but we can't afford it. It's still best to collect trash outside. A sure thing. Picking up trash is indeed a good thing. However, the benefits are only available in realms where no technology has been developed. The little kitten took a deep breath and continued. The undead creatures of the Void Realm don't need resources for development at all. They just need to absorb the aura of death every day. Therefore, the virtual world is full of useful resources for us to pick up. This is different. More than 90% of the useful resources in the wild have already been harvested. Scooping for trash in the Blood Realm. What I found was truly worthless trash. Does this mean that the rules are different in the Blood Realm? The humble boy pondered. The benefits of exploring the map are far less than those in the virtual world. We even discovered Blood City, Stone Village, and the Great Manor, but we didn't get any exploration rewards. In the Blood Realm, the only way to obtain useful resources is by purchasing them with blood bags. To earn blood bags, you need to take on transport missions. The theme of the Blood Realm version isn't just about working, is it? I've actually thought about how to play in the Blood Realm. The little kitten continued. The first way to play is the one you described. The income earned from working is used to purchase resources. The gameplay of earning rewards by completing tasks is timeless. All games operate on this principle. The second is to intercept and kill malicious exiles in the wild. Not only can you gain resources, but you can also gain experience points from killing monsters. I believe this way of playing yields higher returns than completing tasks. But relatively speaking, it is also more dangerous. They could very well be killed by malicious exiles. The third option is to become a malicious exile yourself. Loot everything, good or bad. However, this way of playing is not recommended. After all, vampires are a friendly race to us. If we humans act as malicious exiles, we might drive the vampires to the opposite side. The first and second methods are more reliable. At least we are on the right side. The humble boy thought for a moment and said, the third way of playing could easily ruin our entire human camp. Hey, wait a minute. Pigwings seemed to have realized a crucial point, and he jumped to his feet. We humans cannot use a third way of playing, but Harlan the Night Demon King and his allies can. They represent the undead race. This will only worsen the relationship between the vampires and the undead, causing them to fight. We can tell from the TV series The Undead Hero that we watched before. Vampires and undead are inherently enemies. Furthermore, our conflicts have intensified. That would probably kick off a massive battle between the vampires and the undead. We human players can take advantage of the chaos and make a fortune. If the vampires are completely the opposite side, this strategy is feasible. The little kitten paused, then shook its head and said, the problem is that some of the vampires are their own people. Letting them confront the undead prematurely will not only harm their own people, but may also affect us. After all, the resurrected ghouls will also come from our resurrection point. Most importantly, are you sure we could take advantage of the chaos of a race war? Instead of being wiped out by unknown area of effect damage in a racial war? And what if the vampires lose? The vampires lost the racial war. Our only safe haven is gone too. Pig Wings. Still the same old story. full of clever ideas but not thoughtful enough. The little kitten with the milky scent shook its head. If the vampires and the undead are already enemies, does that mean ghoul players will be completely out of meta? They can't move around in the blood realm at all. The humble boy frowned and said this. It seems like we really should just stop letting them choose to restart with humans. The little kitten took a deep breath and said, that's probably unlikely, since Harlan Knight Demon King is almost level 20 now. Several other ghoul players are close to level 10 and have advanced to become ghoul puppets. In addition, there aren't many monsters to level up with here. If we restart, they simply won't be able to catch up. The humble boy shook his head. You guys are just overcomplicating things. The chicken, who was standing to the side, waved her hand and said, if a ghoul player wants to operate in the blood realm, they should choose to restart as a human. If you don't want to restart, then just keep playing in the virtual world. There are still 3 resurrection points in the void realm that have not been destroyed by the undead. Players can simply die and continue playing from there. They are not as conspicuous as humans. That's their main battlefield. That's right. We even have resurrection points in the virtual world. Upon hearing this, the little kitten with the milky scent suddenly realized. Once a resurrection point appears in the blood realm, we can use the resurrection point as a teleportation anchor. Teleport back to the void realm. It's like entering a necromancer instance. This also solves the problem of too few monsters here, making it impossible to grind and level up. The only thing to be careful about is not to lure the undead to the respawn point. Otherwise, the 3 remaining resurrection points would also be destroyed by the undead. Milky Little Meow shared the content of her conversations with the players in the group chat. This immediately garnered a great deal of resentment from the players of the Corpse Demon faction. But there's nothing I can do. In the territory of the vampires, the undead have no room to maneuver. Once the players have developed their presence in the blood realm, powerful enough to protect the ghoul players, it will be better to let them log in again. Oh no, if the undead can't move around in the blood realm, what will happen to Brothersha? What if he's mistaken for an undead and beaten to death? Pigwings said with some concern. Chapter 186, version 0.14 update. It can't be that bad, can it? The humble boy took a deep breath and muttered. Before becoming a necromancer, it was a 100% pure human. Changing your class to a necromancer simply means gaining necromancy-based skills. Their bodies did not undergo the transformation that Harlan the Knight Demon King and the others did. You shouldn't be considered an undead creature. Hopefully, Brothers's activities in the blood realm will not be affected. The little kitten smacked its lips and replied, if Brothersha can't get ashore, we will receive exploration rewards and trigger special quests that reward skill books in the future. That would all be very troublesome. The time that follows. The exploration team in Blood City continued to work for Matthew's Merchant Guild, earning blood bags through their work. The manor's exploration team searches for resources in the vicinity of the manor. The human players on the warships are exploring the blood realm extensively, searching for a place to build a base. After 2 days, it arrived at August 3rd. Players are at several alternative base locations. They chose an abandoned warehouse, the closest to the manor, to build their home. This location is in the southeast direction of the manor, only 2 kilometers away. It used to be a gathering place for malicious exiles. It was later casually cleared away by Hausman, who chose to live abroad. Although Hausman was not afraid of malicious exiles, but having such a neighbor is still quite unpleasant. To avoid unnecessary trouble later, Hausman took action. The player's final choice of this base location was quite straightforward. It was all to curry favor with Hausman, a first-generation vampire. This is a vampire with combat power as high as an A-level boss. Compared to the resources nearby other bases, it's clearly more appealing to rely on Hausman. After determining the location for building the house, all human players gathered here with the resources they had collected. They outside the Law Trio, along with some players with building abilities. They quickly built a makeshift Class F shelter using the synthetic stone bricks they had brought. Amidst the anticipation of all players, the Blood Realm's resurrection point has finally appeared in this F-class shelter. The map shows Blood Realm Resurrection Point 1, including the remaining 3 resurrection points in the Void Realm. Players now have 4 respawn points to allow for error. After the respawn point successfully appears, the ghoul players, led by Harlan Knight Demon King, decisively handed over their equipment to other players for safekeeping. Then, by committing suicide, he was hung back at the resurrection point in the virtual world. Since they can't move freely in the blood realm, they might as well go back to the void realm to play games sooner. If you focus on grinding monsters and leveling up during this period, you might even surpass the top tier in level. However, returning to the virtual world and continuing to play the game inhumanly requires extremely strong mental fortitude. Some players who played ghouls decided to choose humans and restarted the game. Only 10 of the ghoul players returned to the void, which just made up a small team. On the bright side, at least they don't have to worry about uneven experience distribution when leveling up. As for the other human players, they naturally focused on developing their shelters. Make the shelter bigger and stronger. Upgrade your shelter. It is worth mentioning that the moment Guja arrived at the F-level shelter and created a respawn point, an interactive question mark immediately lit up above his head. The rewards for exploring the Blood Realm are now available to claim. Neither Guja nor the players expected this. Claim your exploration rewards. There's a prerequisite. You need to have a resurrection point in this realm. After you can claim the exploration rewards, Blood City, Grand Manor, and Stone Village are all listed as important landmarks. However, the criteria for awarding exploration rewards have changed here. The reward for exploring the Void Realm is 0.01, which equals 500 experience points and 5 silver coins. The reward for exploring the Blood Realm is 1 point equal to 500 experience points and 5 silver coins. After some thought, the players understood why different standards existed. The reason still stems from the difference in map size. In the Blood Realm, just the Blood City alone directly increased the exploration progress by 5. The Netherworld's Palace of the Dead, the Grey Castle, and the Cemetery. The main bases of these undead races have only been explored to a level of 0.5. If exploration rewards are calculated based on map proportions, the size of the Void Realm could be 10 times that of the Blood Realm. After successfully creating a resurrection point, the players now have a foothold in the Blood Realm. Once they got going, they became much bolder. After all, there's no need to be too afraid of dying. Those who are timid can go to work in the City of Blood. Those with the guts will go out into the wild to hunt down malicious exiles. Without thinking, I recklessly rode the crudely made electric bike that I hadn't even gotten on yet, heading to the northern forest to search for mutated creatures. The date is August 7th. Thanks to the players' efforts, the Blood Realm Sanctuary has been upgraded from Grade F to Grade E, the building that was hastily erected earlier. It has also been expanded to accommodate 99 players respawning at the same time without feeling crowded. The shelter is surrounded by a variety of living plants that grow everywhere. It was at this time that the long-awaited version update notification appeared on the players' public chat. After all the players logged off, inside the shelter, Guja looked at the new NPC radiating holy light and exhaled a deep breath. These 2,000 planning points are really hard to come by. The new NPC in front of him was a 3-star combat NPC that Guja had created after much deliberation by putting all his planning points into it. Stephen Burton. Stephen Burton. Rank combat power rating, B rank boss. Class, Paladin. Weapon, Hammer of Retribution. Skills, Lay on Hands, Divine Protection, Divine Shock, Divine Blast, Retribution. Background system random. Holy Light Church Paladins who have been living in seclusion in the Blood Realm will join the player upon their arrival. Guja's reason for choosing to create such a combat-type NPC is also very simple. It's because he not only has offensive capabilities, but also healing and shielding abilities, which can keep him alive. Only combat-type NPCs like this are suitable for protecting this home. It would be even better if Stephen had a resurrection spell in his skill list. The Holy Light Church's possession of resurrection magic is somewhat reasonable, isn't it? Guja guessed that the NPC's level was not high enough to have such exaggerated skills. After all, Stephen is only a 3-star NPC. There are also 4-star, 5-star, and even epic and legendary titles. Guja also took this opportunity too. I browsed through the planning points required to create NPCs of different levels. 1 star, 100 planning points. 2 stars, 500 planning points. Samsung, 1,000 planning points. 4 stars, 2,500 planning points. 5 stars, 5,000 planning points. Epic, 100,000 planning points. Legend has it that there are 250,000 planning points. Myth, 500,000 planning points. This is the creation price for a functional NPC. For combat type NPCs, all costs are doubled. Fortunately, Combat type. NPCs can select a target to protect. It's impossible for a shady merchant NPC like Dazhuang to exist. Guja simply accepted the doubled price as payment for the bodyguards. With Steven standing beside him holding the hammer of punishment, Guja felt a strong sense of security. Suddenly, a flash of light appeared. Guja was enveloped in a layer of divine protection. Huh? Why are you putting a shield on me now? Chapter 187, I actually saved the undead. Guja looked at the golden light emanating from his body and was a little confused for a moment. For no reason at all. What kind of shield are you going to put on me? There are no enemies here. Isn't this just a waste of mana? Just as Guja was about to correct Steven's behavior, the sound of glass shattering rang out. Several blood-red spikes shot in from outside the shelter. The blood cone pierced through the glass. It pierced straight into the sacred guardian of Guja and Steven. However, these blood spikes did not cause them any harm at all. The moment I came into contact with the divine guardian, these blood cones were then dissolved into blood by the holy light. The shelter has been invaded? Guja realized what was happening and immediately checked the planning map. At this point, the planning map is surrounded by a large number of red icons. This must be the malicious exile that players are talking about. Unexpectedly, the players actually predicted it. These guys will launch an invasion sooner or later. Guja couldn't help but mutter to himself. Whether working in the Blood City as a transporter, they still hunt in the wild, intercepting and killing other malicious exiles. This will attract the hatred of some vampires. The players had anticipated being targeted by vampires and even being approached by them, and they had made considerable preparations. It was unexpected that these vampires would choose this particular time. All players were logged off due to a game update. Guja then focused all his attention on creating NPCs. This caught them completely off guard. Damn, they really know how to pick their timing. These guys must be a bunch of timing geniuses. Guja couldn't help but complain. After a wave of blood cone shots, a large number of malicious exiles entered the shelter through the broken windows. They were quite surprised to see that Guja and Steven were unharmed. The leading vampire thought to himself that these two might be tough opponents, and it was best not to provoke them. They are prone to losing their temper due to their bloodlust. But they wouldn't be foolish enough to provoke someone they clearly can't afford to mess with and get themselves killed. This place will henceforth belong to our family's burial ground. You can leave your supplies behind and then depart. The leader, a vampire named Nelly Rubin, stepped forward and spoke. Guja did not respond immediately. He was looking at the statistics on the planning map. 123 F level, 20 level, and 1D level are all ordinary level. They're not high-ranking, but there are just too many of them. Guja frowned and pondered, especially those blood cones, whose lethality is comparable to a bullet. Without Steven's divine protection, it would have all pierced me. Even if I don't die, I'll have many more holes in my body. Or should I just make a run for it? Wait until the players log in before trying to get revenge? Just as Guja hesitated, Steven gave him a look that said, "Whatever, I'll take care of it. They are weak and pose no threat to us." Steven said softly. Guja suddenly realized, seeing the large number of people on the other side, I almost forgot about Steven's combat strength rating. Steven is a B-level boss. The difference in levels is so great. The difference in numbers alone cannot bridge the gap. You two aren't plotting how to rebel, are you? Nelly watched Guja and Steven talking and laughed loudly. I admit that you are quite good at blocking the blood cones, but you're at most E-level or C-level combat power. You know, we have over 100 brothers, and we've even killed B-level enemies. I advise you not to engage in futile resistance. This guy seems to be panicking a bit. Guja narrowed his eyes and muttered to himself. If you've really killed B-level enemies, you would have just taken action already. Why are you telling us so much? My divine protection lasts for 3 minutes. The second release will take 1 minute. Protect yourself during the time when you are not under divine protection. After Steven reminded him, he raised the punitive hammer in his hand. A beam of holy light descended from the sky and struck Nelly. The holy light vanished, and the spot where Nelly had stood was completely empty. Not even ashes remained. Steven's punishment. Let the leader of this group of malicious exiles, Nelly, a D-rank combatant, was instantly vaporized. The other malicious exiles were dumbfounded. Where's the boss? A flash of light. The person is gone. What did you do to my boss? One of the malicious exiles questioned loudly. Steven wouldn't say another word to them. continue using the face-rolling keyboard technique to unleash skills. The Holy Shock's mental attack caused many malicious exiles to become dizzy and suffer significant brain damage. The powerful impact of Holy Shock blasted the malicious exile into two dimensions, a direct dimensional reduction attack. Punishment, on the other hand, completely erases the existence of a malicious exile from this world. With all three attack skills on cooldown, Stephen began manually clearing them. The Hammer of Punishment will instantly kill any target it hits. After one round of attacks by Stephen then eliminated 20 of these malicious, invading exiles. Seeing Stephen was like seeing a god of death. The other malicious exiles present were terrified and scattered. We can't afford to mess with them. We can't afford to mess with them. Unfortunately, Stephen, being a priest, wasn't very fast. Even if a malicious exile uses blood energy to speed up their escape, it is not easy to catch them, even if their level is much higher. At this point, it was Guja's turn to come into play. After confirming that you were protected by divine protection, Guja activated RTS game mode and sent out the skeletons hidden in the warehouse. By fully opening the map and deploying skeletons to effectively block them, these malicious exiles have no way to avoid them. The most important thing is the combat power of these skeletons. It possesses extremely high attribute values. In addition, every skeleton is fully equipped. The actual combat power of these skeletons, every single one, is close to C grade. The skeletons can easily kill these malicious exiles who are only E rank or F rank. These malicious exiles also realized that they could not continue to escape in such a scattered manner. After being defeated one by one, even if some of them manage to escape, their family strength will be almost completely depleted. They not only failed to secure the shelter, but even their living space in the wild will be much smaller. In other words, even if they escaped, they wouldn't survive without destroying their family. It's better to go all in now, in case we manage to take down this building. Their losses are somewhat recoverable. The remaining malicious exiles quickly gathered together. They once again gathered a rain of blood cones and charged towards the skeletons, chasing them. Skeletons are pure undead creatures and could never be protected by divine protection. Looking at the blood-red cone rain in the sky, Guja didn't know if the skeleton could withstand the impact force, which is like a bullet. Blood-red cones rained down, just as the blood cone was about to touch the skeleton's bones. Just like before when these blood cones rushed towards the Holy Guardian, they all melted away. What skill did you use? Guja looked at Stephen and asked. Stephen looked puzzled as well. He didn't do anything. Damn it, I actually saved a group of undead. Hosman suddenly appeared inside the shelter. He looked at Guja's six-headed skull and his brows furrowed tightly. Chapter 188 New World Background Information. How could there be undead in the Blood Realm? Didn't we set up a blood barrier in the sky to prevent bone dragons from entering the realm? Hosman couldn't quite understand how these skeletons had crossed the Black Ganges to get here. But this is not the time to concern ourselves with these things. Let's deal with these malicious exiles first. Hosman looked at the remaining malicious exiles in the shelter, with a slight raise of both hands. These malicious exiles have all been imprisoned. Immediately afterwards, large amounts of blood were flowing from their 5 orifices. Under Hosman's control, these malicious exiles were literally drained of their blood. Is this the strength of an A-rank boss? This is way too simple and brutal. Guja knew of the existence of this person, Hosman. Fortunately, this is the first generation of vampires that is friendly to humans. Otherwise, this is the only way to separate blood from the blood draw. He ran away without even looking back. They drained and absorbed the blood of these malicious exiles. Hosman slowly turned around and looked at Guja and Stephen. Necromancer, it's your turn now. Hosman took a deep breath and said coldly, Be careful, he has murderous intent. Stephen quickly raised his hammer and swung it down at Hosman. Hosman sensed the danger, released his blood energy to accelerate, and dodged it with a sideways movement. He can dodge a punishment that falls from the sky. That's the speed of light. Guja exclaimed in surprise. Are they humans from the Holy Light Church? Would humans from the Holy Light Church help the undead? This time, it was Horsman's turn to be stunned. Whenever the Holy Light Church and the undead clan meet, a battle is inevitable. The kind of fight to the death. How come you're standing together now, as teammates? This completely overturned his worldview. Old man, Feel it again carefully. Am I a necromancer or a human? Guja suppressed his death aura and temporarily severed his connection with the skeleton. Huh, how could that be? This time, Hosman was able to accurately sense that Guja possessed human blood energy. He's human, so how can he also be a necromancer? Hosman pondered for a moment. The next moment, his eyes began to redden. Why is this old man crying? Guja was completely stunned. I'm not a necromancer, so there's no need for me to cry, right? What are your performance requirements? Do we have to kill a certain number of undead every year? I understand everything. With a slight sob in his voice, Hosman recounted. You must be like us, forced to offer your soul to the undead in order to survive, which is why you have the abilities of a necromancer. The reason why those humans were able to survive was entirely due to the protection of half-human, half-dead beings like you. We transform into vampires simply to survive. You willingly offer your souls to the dead, just to preserve the last spark of humanity. Compared to you, we are so insignificant. This old man has such a vivid imagination. Upon hearing this, Guja squinted at Hosman. You must have had a hard time being undead for 500 years. Hosman wiped his slightly moist eyes and looked at Guja, asking a question. It's all right, I guess. Guja stood there awkwardly, unsure how to respond. By the way, where have all the humans here gone? I can't feel any life force at all. Hosman asked with some confusion. Could it be that they have already? You're not dead, you're still alive. Don't think like that. Guja quickly responded. They'll be back soon. How did you know these malicious exiles would invade this place? Your construction here already attracted the attention of many malicious exiles. Hosman took a deep breath and replied, I have negotiated with the larger families of malicious exiles. They knew this was my property, so they didn't dare to set their sights on it. But I never expected that such a foolish little family would actually dare to invade this place. I was thinking before, with your strength, you can easily deal with this small family. But I suddenly sensed that the blood and energy of the humans here were decreasing rapidly. I was a little worried, so I came over to check. Then they discovered that they were targeting both of you. Guja was touched upon hearing this. This Hosman, they really have been taking care of them all along. There's danger. He really might come. Could you please relocate your skeleton to another location? If they stay in front of me any longer, I'm afraid I won't be able to resist tearing them apart. Hosman looked at Guja's skull, his brows furrowed. The skeleton aroused his physical disgust. May I ask what exactly happened between the vampires and the undead? How could there be such a deep hatred between them? After Guja left the Skull Squad, he couldn't help but ask. You do not know? Hosman was somewhat surprised. It is also possible that offering one's soul to the dead could result in aftereffects such as amnesia. When humanity was at its most powerful, humans were present in all realms. Hosman took a deep breath and slowly said, Small realms like the Blood Realm were developed entirely by humankind. The virtual world was originally called the human world, which was the main realm of humankind. Humans in the virtual world make up 90% of all humans. As for the undead race, they were just a small alien race numbering only 100 or so on a mass grave. And it was this little alien race. However, it possesses the ability to absorb human souls, the ability to transform the human soul. When the various alien races united to wage a war of extermination, this small alien race transformed all the humans who died in battle into their own kind. The nearly 10 million skeletons in the virtual world today are basically transformed from the human bones of that time. The weakest of the undead races of the time, by using the corpses of us humans, rose to become one of the most powerful races. Furthermore, they have occupied our human territory and renamed it the Void. We only received news from the human world after our first generation of vampires had all completed their transformation. In the first 100 years, we fought countless wars with the undead. But without exception, they all ended in crushing defeat for us. There are far too many undead. It's not something we can fight against. If it weren't for the Black Ganges separating the undead army, our blood realm will be invaded and occupied by the undead. The city lord at the time decided that we should put aside our hatred for the time being and focus on developing our own strength. Anyway, given our vampire lifespan, we can afford to wait. One day, we will return to the virtual world and reclaim what belongs to us. Chapter 189 Characters, Events, and Missions. Guja was stunned by what Hosman said. The strongest race in this world is actually humans. The Void Realm, a realm nearly 10 times larger than the Blood Realm, also belonged to humanity 500 years ago. So, is it because humans are too powerful that alien races united to wage a war to exterminate humans? Guja couldn't help but ponder it. Could it be that his transmigration point is in the virtual world? So you want him to reclaim the territory that belongs to humanity? His system could have been done by the human chieftain. Is it over? At this moment, NPCs such as Dazhuang, Chaozhuang, and Sean came out from the inner room of the shelter. Accompanying them were Rebecca and 6 shadow wolves, including 3 fire. It's over if it weren't for Hosman coming over. Their final counterattack will cause us some trouble. Guja looked at the NPCs and nodded. Dazhuang and Chaozhuang are both functional NPCs in the shop. Guja configured the NPCs in the NPC management system to not participate in any combat. If they encounter danger, their first choice will definitely be to hide, rather than go out and fight. After all, they can't really help much. If they die, Guja will have to spend half of the planning points he used to create them to revive them, which is a huge loss. I feel like these humans have some kind of special energy about them. Osman looked at Dazhuang and the others and pondered. It's somewhat like the spatial energy of the Void Worm. I sensed a bit of it on those humans before, especially on these few. Perhaps it's been over 500 years since humans began to mutate. While casually brushing it off, Guja muttered to himself. Players only have backpacks with storage space, while NPC shops are connected to the system space. So how could the spatial energy not be obvious? As for why Guja knew these things, it was because he had once considered targeting NPC shops. Guja pondered. Each NPC shop has nearly 10,000 items. If they get killed, wouldn't that be a huge explosion? Then, the system said that all the products were stored there. If an NPC dies, the items in the shop will not drop. This dispelled Guja's idea of using these NPCs to farm equipment. If there's nothing else, I'll take my leave now. Hosman looked at the wreckage scattered throughout the shelter and said, I will release the news that we have eliminated these malicious exiles. In the future, regardless of large malicious exile families, even a brainless little family like that won't bother you anymore. This is troublesome. Guja was very grateful to Hosman, a local from the apocalypse who took the initiative to look after them. If you ever need anything in the future, feel free to ask me for help. My estate isn't far away. The continuation of humanity rests in your hands. Hosman gave Guja one last look with reverence before leaving the shelter. Guja could only awkwardly scratch his neck on the spot. He also couldn't explain why he hadn't actually protected the human race for 500 years. He's a new time traveler who arrived this year. After Hosman left, Guja stood there stunned. A new system notification popped up in his mind. Character event quests are now available, and players who complete them will receive generous rewards from the developers. Character event quests can be activated. Hosman while 1,000 planning points. It seems that there are some things that Hosman can't do on his own and needs help from others. Guja looked at the system notification in his mind and muttered to himself. We should be able to offer to help. However, there will be no task rewards. Let's accumulate some planning points and unlock this system task. System, what are the conditions for triggering a character event quest? Guja couldn't help but ask. He had also been in contact with Rebecca Lim before. Knowing the humans had descended upon the Blood Realm, she was enthusiastically invited and abducted by the players. Guja and Rebecca also discussed some things about the Blood Realm. However, the character event quest was not triggered. Character-based event quests can only be triggered when an event occurs involving a character. The system's answer left Guja speechless. This led to his question. He seems to have a low IQ. Let's add character events and quests to the update announcement as well. Guja quickly changed the subject to make himself less awkward. After confirming the release, a new version 0.14 update announcement has appeared on the game's official website. Version 0.14 update announcement. Dear survivors, the game Dungeon Alliance Original Blade Go will undergo server-wide maintenance starting at 12 o'clock on August 7th, 2333. After maintenance, version 0.14 will be released. Downtime, 12 to 1300 hours. Update content. New NPC added, Stephen Bolton. New task, character event task. NPC introduction. Stephen Bolton, a human survivor and a paladin of the Holy Light Church. He lived in anonymity as an exile in the Blood Realm. After discovering that humans from the Void Realm had landed in the Blood Realm, he immediately contacted Guja and applied to join. With the addition of a powerful paladin, the shelter's defensive capabilities have been raised to a new level. Character events and quests. Every NPC in this world has an independent development path. There are many events involving NPCs that require the player's help to complete. By completing NPC events, players will receive experience points, in-game currency, and equipment, depending on the difficulty of the event. Players are encouraged to explore on their own to discover the specific characters, events, and missions that will be available. The 1-hour update time passed quickly. As soon as the players logged in, they immediately went to Steven to observe the functions of a new NPC. A Samsung NPC. Does he sell anything? A 3-star NPC should sell 3-star equipment, right? This is clearly an NPC fighting to defend a base. How could it possibly sell equipment? Are you stupid? I understand the logic, but I just don't understand why all the windows of the shelter are broken and there are more than 100 vampire corpses lying here. Is it possible that the game company set this up to test the strength of a new NPC, but forgot to clean up the testing tools? You know what? It actually works. If we give everyone 100 gold, we'll just pretend nothing happened. The players were discussing it amongst themselves. Guja was not present to guide the players. He had more important things to do. After using skeletons to block some of the invading malicious exiles, he finally reached level 20. There are level 20 skills that offer a huge boost that you can learn. Chapter 190 Life is short. At level 20, a necromancer can learn either skeleton ascension or skeleton domination. Skeleton ascension grants newly resurrected skeletons a class, boosts their 4 main attributes, and grants them skills. Skeleton domination directly increases the maximum number of skeletons by 5. If Guja had to choose between these 2 skills, he would be torn to death. Fortunately, the skill trees in Dungeon Fighter Online, Original Blade Go, are not mutually exclusive. As long as you have enough skill points, you can unlock all the skills in all branches. Therefore, Guja could have learned both skills at level 21 without any hesitation. After a moment's consideration, Guja chose to add the skeleton mastery skill first. His skeleton limit has been increased from 6 to 11. Combat strength has genuinely increased. Once you reach level 21, learn the skeleton spirit ascension skill as well. He will have 11 skeletons of different professions. Then refresh a few more times to get 4 or 5 skeleton shield guards. Form a shield wall with skeleton shield guards. These vampire blood spikes are not that much of a threat. When Guja added skill points and increased the number of skeletons to 11, players engage in various dialogues with the NPCs. They wanted to try triggering the character event quests mentioned in the version update announcement. Unfortunately, no matter how much I talked, nothing came of it. Character-based events and quests can only be triggered and accepted after Guja, the game planner, has started them. After creating a 3-star NPC in All Iron, his current planning point is 0. We can only wait a few days to collect the planning points for daily tasks. Only then can players start the quest. August 13th. 6 days have passed. Guja relied on the 2 daily tasks completed by the players. I've finally accumulated 1188 planning points. On days when no special events occur, daily tasks are his main source of planning points. Unfortunately, to unlock the 3rd daily task, you need 500 players and 5,000 planning points. This requirement can only be met during the 2nd test. After the planning points reach 1,000, Guja found an excuse to go to Hossman's manor with the players. Upon arriving at the manor, they happened to run into Catherine Will, who was returning from a holiday at Digu Academy. I chatted with Catherine for a few minutes. Guja was surprised to find that Catherine's character event quest had also been triggered. The system displays the following at this time. Character event quests can be activated. Hossman will 1,000 planning points. Catherine will 100 planning points. The requirements to unlock Catherine's character event quests are only 1/10 of those for her father. Having brought 1188 planning points, Guja naturally chose to activate them all. After the character event quest is activated, both Hossman and Catherine became inexplicably more talkative. Catherine, whose combat strength was only rated D, did not notice anything unusual. Hossman, an A-level boss, frowned. He sensed that he was being affected by some unknown energy. He lived for over 500 years. Never before has it been like today. She has such a strong urge to confide in others. He longed to tell these humans about his troubles. Let them help you solve the problem. Damn it, even the malice of the undead. It also cannot create mental interference that I cannot completely resist. Could it be an S-rank, soul-type weapon? Hossman couldn't help but mutter to himself. If such a powerful S-class character appeared by my side, you should be able to sense it yourself. The current situation is that we can't even see a trace of the other party. However, he was constantly influenced by the other party's abilities. This shows that the strength of this soul-type expert has far exceeded his understanding. With such powerful abilities, you could easily make me commit suicide. Why do I have to confide in you? Is this some kind of twisted sense of humor from a supreme being? Hossman frowned. Even if he knows his thinking is being influenced, there's nothing he can do about it. He could only tell the players exactly what he had wanted to do for many years. That is, eliminate the Matthew Chamber of Commerce. The founder of the Matthew Chamber of Commerce was Peyton Matthew. Peyton Matthew, a first-generation vampire, is one of Hossman's friends. Hossman also contributed significantly to the establishment and development of the Matthew Chamber of Commerce. The Matthew Chamber of Commerce was founded simply to facilitate the flow of goods with minimal profits to be made. All of this changed after the last war between vampires and undead 400 years ago. The vampires forcibly entered the Void Realm, but most of them were killed in the ensuing battle. Among them was Peyton Matthew, the founder of the Matthew Chamber of Commerce. The death of Peyton Matthew dealt a heavy blow to the entire Matthew family. This also affected Matthew's Chamber of Commerce. Various chambers of commerce emerged one after another. They seized market share from Matthew's Chamber of Commerce across various industries. Moreover, they made a fortune. The Matthew family, which was already on a downward spiral, began to face survival difficulties. Faced with pressure from other families and the need to survive, Derek Matthews, the second generation of the Matthew family, has completely erupted. He utilized Peyton Matthews' first-generation vampire connections. They killed all the high-ranking members of other chambers of commerce. There was no business competition, just pure force to eliminate them. He forcibly brought Matthew's Chamber of Commerce back. Among those who took action to eliminate other Chamber of Commerce leaders was Hossman. Hossman hadn't expected it either. I thought I was just helping my old friend's descendant. However, they did not expect that they would be supporting a capitalist system that would exploit all vampire civilians. It's possible that Peyton Matthews' death affected Derek Matthews. This gave him ideas similar to life is short, so do evil while you can. After the Matthew Chamber of Commerce was revitalized, Derek Matthews has finally revealed his true colors. He united all the major families in Blood City to control the resources of the entire Blood Realm. The price of resources available to large families has been reduced by more than 80% compared to before. However, commoner vampires have to spend dozens of times more than before. As beneficiaries, the large families naturally supported Matthew's Chamber of Commerce. They also didn't care about the lives of other commoner vampires. After 400 years of development, the influence of Matthew's Chamber of Commerce is deeply entrenched. The vampires of the large family were extremely relaxed. Commoner vampires, on the other hand, fight tooth and nail for survival. They live a life where they can't survive without taking advantage of others. Hossman, unable to bear witnessing such scenes, chose to leave Blood City and move to a manor in the wilderness. Hossman's long-cherished wish was to eliminate the Matthew Chamber of Commerce. Let the Blood Realm return to its normal, proper development. Chapter 191 S-Rank Mission. Hossman's wish had been buried in his heart for nearly 400 years. Today, due to some unknown mental interference, I have revealed everything to these humans before me. After he finished speaking, he could clearly feel that the spiritual influence had disappeared. Just like the powerful soul-type expert behind this only needed him to state that he needed help. Does this powerful figure believe that these humans can help me? Thinking of this, Hossman couldn't help but shake his head and smile bitterly. The Matthew Chamber of Commerce is backed not only by Derek Matthew, but also by many other powerful families. Behind those large families, there are basically first-generation vampires who are still alive. Neither their combat strength nor their financial resources are something that Hossman alone can contend with. Otherwise, he wouldn't have kept this matter to himself for so long. Now, add these humans whose blood and chi strength is ridiculously weak. What difference could there be? After hearing Hossman recount the events and characters in his mind, the task panel has also refreshed with the latest tasks. The Horseman While Affair, a business storm. Mission requirements. Eliminate the Matthew Chamber of Commerce, or support another Chamber of Commerce to seize the market share from the Matthew Chamber of Commerce. Task difficulty, S. Task rewards. Rewards are distributed based on the completion rate of the task, with 5 tiers: 10, 25, 50, 80, and 100. Mission completion 10. 10,000 experience points, 100 gold coins, and a 1-star class weapon selection chest. Mission completion 25. 50,000 experience points, 500 gold coins, and a 2-star class weapon selection chest. Mission completion 50%. 100,000 experience points, 1,000 gold coins, and a 3-star common weapon selection chest. Mission completion 80%. 125,000 experience points, 7,500 gold coins, and a 3-star class weapon selection chest. 100% mission completion. 200,000 experience points, 20,000 gold coins, a 4-star class weapon selection chest, a 4-star defense selection chest, and a 4-star accessory selection chest. Planner rewards. Player task rewards are 10 times the number of participants. Planner points are awarded based on completion rate. 100 points, 500 points, 1,000 points, 1,250 points, and 2,000 points respectively. After browsing the mission information, all the players showed expressions of surprise and delight. The rewards for this mission are incredibly generous. Complete this task to a score of 100. The average person's salary has skyrocketed by more than 10 levels, as expected of an S-rank difficulty mission. However, after carefully considering how to complete this task, the players' excitement vanished instantly, because they realized they simply can't complete this task. The Matthew Chamber of Commerce boasts over 400 years of accumulated experience, the greatest capital in the blood world. How could they possibly defeat them with just 99 players? Even if some of them are business geniuses with exceptional operational skills, they still wouldn't know where to start. Once the Matthew Chamber of Commerce realizes you are a threat, they will simply use force to eliminate your businesses, and you will have no way to stop them. In this world, without the protection of combat forces, everything is in vain. Players gradually realize that. This task is no less difficult than tell them to go and kill the Necromancer Lord right now. S-rank missions aren't that easy to complete. The little kitten smacked its lips and looked at the player beside it, saying, "Fortunately, this task also offers rewards as long as a certain level of completion is achieved, so let's aim for a completion rate of 10. Faba Yuzi nodded in agreement. I just asked in the group. This task is neither an individual nor a team task. It is a player faction task that belongs to players. Everyone can participate. Then all we need to do is get all the players involved to participate in activities that increase the mission completion rate. For example, it smells like milk, the little kitten asked. For example, establishing a new chamber of commerce. This should increase the mission completion rate. Uzbekis pondered. But this is also the most difficult part. Under the monopoly of the Matthew Chamber of Commerce, it's impossible for any merchant or customer to dare to do business with a new Chamber of Commerce. No one can withstand a Matthew Chamber of Commerce's retaliation. What about those underground trading guilds that don't operate openly? The little kitten took a deep breath and said, "This is something we can give a try. Let's start on a smaller scale. Improving the task completion rate by 1 or 2 percentage points would be great." Was Noadet. By the way, are there any experts in this field among our players from the first test? As the little kitten asked the question, it was also searching its memory. Soon, an image of a man who was only 1 year older than Guei-chan, but looked like he was over 60 years old appeared in their minds. Serve the gift. Milk-flavored little meow meow and Uzi said at the same time. Serving the gods is like starting from scratch and gradually building a company into a publicly listed company. The little kitten took a deep breath and recalled. I was shocked when I saw the profile information he edited in the personal group. Then I checked on Baidu, and it was indeed completely true. This guy is the real pro among our players. With his abilities, holding a chamber of commerce is really a waste of his talents. Uzbekistan nodded. After all you've said, is this big shot willing to open a trading guild in the game? I finally retired and had some time to play a game, but now I have to relive the process of starting from scratch in the game. The humble boy couldn't help but mutter to himself. We can only ask and see. The little kitten took a deep breath and responded. Besides holding chambers of commerce meetings, increasing the task completion rate, there's another activity that will definitely increase the task completion rate. Faba Uzbekistan smiled. raised an eyebrow, and continued. Our players now have as many as 30 porters in Matthew's Chamber of Commerce. We, the 30 of us, will continue to strive and climb the ranks in the Matthew Chamber of Commerce. Although it's impossible for him to climb to a position that could influence the entire Matthew Chamber of Commerce. But after rising to a higher position, they deliberately sabotage things from within. This should at least increase our target by a few percentage points. This is good, even without intentionally causing trouble. Being an undercover agent for our players' guild wouldn't be bad. The little kitten with the milky scent also laughed. In that case, we transport workers can't operate freely and can only do one transport task a week. We have to get involved with these local vampires. These are the only two things I can think of that can increase the task completion rate at the moment. We will also take note of which behaviors increase the task completion rate, then write it down and continue to amplify the impact of these actions. Uzbekistan continued. By the way, besides Hosman, a character event quest was triggered here. His daughter, Catherine, also has character event quests. In comparison, Catherine's character-related events and quests are much simpler. The humble boy offered a reminder. What are the mission requirements? It seems like making it to the quarterfinals is considered a success. Chapter 192 Battle. That's a day without any training. Making it to the quarterfinals counts as a success? What does that mean? The little kitten, with its milky scent, squinted and asked. That's how the mission title is written. The humble boy shrugged and said, You'll find out once you open your quest list, select character event quests, and then select Catherine will to accept the quest. Following the prompts, the little kitten accepted the character event quest for Catherine Will. Reaching the quarterfinals is considered success. The Catherine Weir Incident. Mission objective. Help Catherine Will reach the top 8 in the freshman competition at Digu Academy. Task difficulty, D. Mission rewards. 1,000 experience points, 10 gold coins, and a 2-star common weapon selection chest. A competition for freshmen. The little kitten took a deep breath and recalled. I remember Catherine was nearing the age limit for new student registration. With her first-generation vampire talent and age advantage, her participation in the freshman competition was pure bullying. Logically speaking, making it to the quarterfinals should have been a breeze for her, so why would it be a D-level difficulty level? As far as I know, Catherine is a shut-in. He spends his days holed up in the manor watching fantastic dramas and reading fantastic books. He doesn't practice combat, even for a single day. Uzbekistan took a deep breath and continued. So even though she has talent and the advantage of age, it's possible for them to crash out midway through the competition and end up in the round of 16 or even the round of 32. So, to complete our mission, we need to help her train in combat skills. The little kitten pondered for a moment and muttered, We don't have any vampires among our players, so how are we supposed to teach her? Doesn't she have an A-level boss father? Wouldn't it be easier to have her dad teach her? Do you think someone of her father's level needs any fighting skills? Uzi asked. That's right. It's like a master teaching a beginner. Bronze-level players might not even understand it, let alone absorb it. The little kitten nodded and continued. Let's make it simple and let her practice with us every day. We will make adjustments based on her performance in actual combat. That's the only way. Uzbekistan agreed. After Guja activated the 2 character event quests, besides doing daily quests and leveling up, all players, the rest of my energy was focused on character events and missions. One reason is that the rewards for these 2 character-related events are very generous. Another reason is that, apart from these 2 character-related events and tasks, they have no other specific tasks to do. This is also why some players can get used to completely open-world games. There are no linear tasks, only step-by-step guidance. These types of players are easily confused and have no idea what to do next. Now that the character events and quests have appeared, I'm naturally fully committed to them. First is Hosman's S-Class mission. Serving the gifts made them completely resistant to starting their own trading company from scratch in the game. On the contrary, he felt that this was a new challenge for him. He has defeated all sorts of opponents in reality, but has yet to face a super high-level AI NPC. This is like a top chess player facing AlphaGo. Extremely challenging. The Grace Chamber of Commerce, which was to be founded by those who served Grace, began operating underground. He began to roam the gray areas of the Blood Realm, and after experiencing several deaths, he gained some understanding of these gray areas. In fact, the underground merchant guild in the Blood Realm has always existed, and it existed for a very long time. After all, no matter how powerful the Matthew Chamber of Commerce is, it only controls about 80% of the resources that are publicly known. There are also 20 resources circulating in the gray area. Goods in the gray area are very cheap. However, engaging in transactions in the gray area not only means not being able to guarantee the quality of goods, but also carries the risk of being arrested. The one in charge of the arrest. It wasn't just the Matthew Chamber of Commerce's inspectors who were involved. Even the Blood City's official enforcers got involved. In order to obtain more information, the servant of Grace, who had been involved in multiple transactions, was arrested several times. This also made him complain. He just wanted to buy some daily necessities. It's like doing DP business in the real world. Trading more than 1,000 grams of daily necessities will result in a death sentence. The Matthew Chamber of Commerce has already achieved this level of control over supplies. However, after figuring out the gray areas of the blood realm, my faith in serving the gifts has also increased significantly. The chambers of commerce and businessmen in the gray area both fear and dread the Matthew Chamber of Commerce. But at the same time, they also desperately wanted to overthrow the rule of Matthew's Chamber of Commerce. Unlike Hossman, they're speaking out for the commoner vampires. They wanted to overthrow the Matthew Chamber of Commerce simply to get a bigger share of the profits. With the Matthew Merchant Guild pressing in here, greedy businessmen can't get greedy. It is precisely these profit-driven businessmen who are better able to unite. As long as the profits are big enough to make them take the risk, they even dare to rip off Matthew's Chamber of Commerce. While the Grace Chamber of Commerce is developing in a gray area, Milky Little Meow and others are also striving in the Matthew Chamber of Commerce. They earn the appreciation of higher-ups by completing at least one delivery task per day. The higher-ups even started giving them access to some important resource transport orders. Those are supplies that only core employees are allowed to transport. If this continues, players will soon be able to climb to positions where they can effectively cause trouble. Hossman's S-Class mission is underway. Players also didn't miss out on Catherine's D-Rank mission. Through continuous practice, players have figured out Catherine's abilities. By consuming blood and chi, Catherine can possess 3 abilities: high-speed movement, power amplification, and blood condensation. This can be considered the most basic skill for vampires who possess combat abilities. However, because they had not undergone combat training, Catherine consumed a tremendous amount of blood energy using these combat abilities. That's roughly it. For other vampires, 1 point of mana equals 1 point of damage. Catherine, 10 points of mana equals 1 point of damage. This is also a unique talent of Catherine's first-generation vampire descendant. Even without being deliberately enhanced, her blood aura concentration is several times that of other vampires. Replace them with other vampires who have never been trained. Even if you deplete your blood energy, you won't be able to condense a blood cone the size of a toothpick. Catherine is Lando. With a conversion rate of 10 mana to 1 point of damage, she can also give you access to a variety of skills. What kind of vampire Naruto setting is this? After figuring out Catherine's information, the players couldn't help but start complaining. Chapter 193, War is about to begin. 2 chapters combined. Players can't teach Catherine how to improve things like mana and damage conversion rate. They can only teach Catherine how to use her skills more effectively. For example, the blood cone. Do not release your attack when your opponent is fully prepared. Especially vampires, a race with high-speed movement. Release the blood cone in front of you. It can be said that, even if the opponent's grandmother comes, I can easily dodge her. The timing of releasing the blood cone. It's best to choose a situation where your opponent is unable to move, even if they are on guard against you. The first is the state of being controlled. If you have control skills, it's best to control first, then output. This is the most stable. Catherine currently only possesses the 3 basic vampire skills. But as a second-generation bloodline, she might be able to comprehend the same imprisonment ability as her father. Therefore, it is important to instill the theory that control takes precedence. In addition to control and output, it also helps to catch opponents while they are airborne and during the recovery time of their attacks. The freshman competition at Digu Academy has freshmen whose combat power level is F or C. There will be no existence higher than Class C. Such a level of combat power does not have the ability to operate after being suspended in the air. In other words, once the target is suspended in mid-air, it becomes a sitting duck that cannot be dodged at all. Seize this point to launch the blood cone. Unless you bookmark it yourself, it's guaranteed to hit. Then comes the attack recovery animation. This is purely game vocabulary. It's a bit complicated for players to explain this to Catherine. Players could only give examples to Catherine one by one. Raise your hand to release the blood spike, and then lower your hand after releasing it. This is the attack's recovery animation. After throwing a punch, retracting, or lowering the hand is also called the attack recovery animation. The pause after swinging the sword, and then sheathing it is still the attack's recovery animation. All in all, any pause that occurs after an attack can be considered an attack recovery animation. A target that is in the aftermath of an attack is unable to perform any other actions. If Catherine can seize the opponent's brief recovery time to launch an attack, the chance of hitting will increase significantly. The same applies to the use of rapid movement and strength enhancement. Just choose the best time to use it, especially for characters like Catherine whose skills have extremely high mana costs. Be careful when using skills. Besides the timing of skill release, players also taught Catherine how to time her skill cooldowns and how to bait out her opponent's skills. It completely uses the PvP mindset from games to teach Catherine how to fight. To ensure the mission is completed 100%, Guei-chun and Guyan also taught her ancient boxing techniques. Although Catherine couldn't master the breathing techniques, she could still grasp some of the basics of the ancient martial arts, and it was somewhat similar in form. In addition, her four-dimensional attributes were already quite high. So even if the ancient boxing technique only resembled the form, its destructive power was still astonishing. Even if she can't use skills due to excessive mana consumption, she can still have some combat ability using ancient fist techniques. Catherine, who started as a novice who lost all 10 battles against players, has grown into someone who can easily defeat ordinary players. The progress can be described as rapid. This is actually how second-generation bloodlines should behave. Of course, for players like Guei-chan and Guyan who have built-in cheat codes, she is still easily defeated. August 20th, another week has passed in the blink of an eye. After a week, the progress of the Hausman character event mission finally showed some signs of improvement, increasing from 0 to 1. This 1-point increase was earned by the Grace Merchant Guild after they eliminated a group of exiles who wanted to double-cross them in the gray area, thus gaining a little reputation. In 1 week, there was only a 1% progress increase. This shows just how difficult it is to complete an S-level character event mission. As for those traders working for Matthew's Chamber of Commerce, there's nothing they can do at this point. After spending a week scheming with other vampires, they managed to secure a deal to transport relatively important supplies and gain some trust. To climb to a position where one can play a significant role, one not only needs to gain the trust of the higher-ups in the Matthew Chamber of Commerce, but also needs to improve one's own capabilities. You need to get at least a B-level or A-level combat power certificate. If we can get a big B-level or even A-level order, then try to mess it up. The Matthew Chamber of Commerce will definitely be significantly affected. In just 1 week, the freshman competition at Daegu Academy entered the round of 16-8. In previous matches, Catherine had won easily in all of them. Catherine usually chooses a suitable time to unleash one of her 3 basic skills and eliminates her opponent. At this moment, Hausman led the Manor team to the Daegu Academy freshman competition 16-8 competition venue. Guja and several other players mingled among them to watch the match. Why did you insist on watching the round of 16 instead of the final? Hausman looked at the players who had blended into the group and asked in confusion. Although Catherine's opponent in the round of 16 was also a D-level fighter. But with Catherine's current combat abilities, she has a chance to defeat even a C-rank opponent. There's absolutely no chance of a D-rank fighter winning against her. This was a match with no suspense whatsoever. The players smiled at Hausman's questions and didn't say anything more. They can't just say that all they need is for Catherine to make it to the quarterfinals. The task requires that reaching the top 8 constitutes a success. The players waited at the competition venue for half an hour. Catherine's match has finally arrived. The match screen at the stadium shows Catherine will versus Reed Porter. Both of them are players with D-level combat power certificates. Most viewers believed it should be a closely contested match. But players know that Catherine can easily crush Reed Porter on the other side right now. Earlier today, Catherine played a warm-up match with the players. After Catherine's health bar was depleted, it has been marked as a D-rank boss. 1 week. Jumped 2 major levels from D-rank, normal, to D-rank, boss. Players couldn't help but marvel at how incredibly talented Catherine was, being a second-generation bloodline. If only she had spent less time at home and more time on combat training over the past 50 years. She's probably a C rank boss or even a B rank boss now. On the other hand, Reed Pete, who also had a D-level combat power certificate. But at only 18 years old, his fighting strength could never surpass that of Catherine. The players came to watch the match not because they were worried that Catherine would lose. They just wanted to see Catherine advance, so they could claim the mission rewards immediately. Okay, as the referee signals. The match on the field has already begun. Reed fired a blood spike first. It missed. Catherine easily dodged it. As a popular streamer, Mastagang has also been invited to be a guest commentator for games like League of Legends. So, having experience in this area, he watched the competition and immediately stepped in as a guest performer. Reed's blood spike missed its mark. Keep releasing the blood spikes. 1, 2, 3. Catherine still managed to evade her. Reed seems a bit anxious. Releasing the blood cone skill in this way makes it very difficult to hit the opponent. It only consumes your own health in vain. It seems that Reed's previous opponents were not very strong. I was a bit stunned to encounter a player like Catherine who could easily dodge the blood cone. After Reed depleted a large amount of his health, it was Catherine's turn to attack. Let's see how Catherine plans to make her move. Catherine also stood still. She seems to be waiting for Reed to recover his health and his skills to cool down. Catherine is far too confident in her own fighting ability. Faced with Catherine's provocative behavior of showing off her expression, Reed couldn't hold back anymore. Ignoring the depletion of his own energy, he activated his movement speed and power boost, charging towards Catherine. But all of this seemed to be within Catherine's expectations. Catherine easily dodged Reed's accelerating punch with a sidestep. While Reed was in the recovery phase after his punch, Catherine delivered a powerful uppercut, sending Reed flying out of the ring. Reed landed. GG. The match is over. Reed made a very irrational move this time. He got carried away by just one provocation from Catherine. Accelerate at full speed and auto-attack. They left themselves absolutely no room for maneuver. Let Catherine seize the opportunity and end the match with one punch. Your commentary has a really good feel to it. The little kitten looked at Master Gang, gave him a thumbs up, and said, "Wow, this is such a boring match, but I'm actually enjoying it with your commentary. You're so professional." Uzbekistan responded with a smile. After all, I've commentated on several matches before, and I've memorized the commentary scripts. I can't forget them. Master just chuckled in response. I won't watch the rest of the matches without your commentary. Their battles aren't as exciting as our player versus player PvP. The humble boy took a deep breath and said, I'll get the organizers to give me a 2-star exclusive weapon, and then I'll cover all the remaining matches. Master shook his head and waved his hand, saying, Let's hurry up and claim our mission rewards. Then go find malicious exiles and mutated creatures to grind experience. I am now only 10 experience points away from level 25. You'll have a level 25 skill soon. That's right, watching this match is a complete waste of time. If it weren't for Brother Zhe wanting to visit Digu Academy, we wouldn't have come along. The humble boy looked at the highlighted question mark above Guzha's head, leaned closer, and selected to submit the task. Mission rewards: 1,000 experience points, 10 gold coins, and a 2-star common weapon selection chest. The mission rewards seem a bit lacking compared to the S-level missions. But upon closer reflection, the rewards for this mission are far better than those in the virtual world, especially for players who joined later. After a surge in experience points and in-game currency, everyone can also get a 2-star selectable weapon. Even if it's not a special weapon, it's still better than the 1-star weapons they have. Players collect their mission rewards, and Guzha also receives his planner's salary. For player faction missions like this, the planning salary he receives is multiplied by the number of participants. In other words, apart from the 10 ghoul players who roam freely in the virtual world, each of the 89 players in the Blood Realm can bring him planning salary. That is, experience points x 8,900, 89 gold coins. This surge of experience points caused his experience bar to jump significantly, and he was only 5 experience points away from reaching level 21 and unlocking 2 level 20 skills. Unfortunately, the reward of 100 planning points cannot be doubled based on the number of participating players. Otherwise, with just this one D-level mission, he could get 8,900 planning points and take off like a rocket. We've toured Digu Academy and watched the competition. Now we can go back. Guzha stood up and called to the players to prepare to return to the shelter. But when he turned to look at the players, he found that they were all stunned. Was it discussed in the team voice chat? Guja muttered to himself. But now that all the mission rewards have been distributed, what's there to discuss? It's just a 2-star common weapon chest. There's no need to investigate it in detail. After waiting for almost a minute, the players then came to their senses. Their relaxed demeanor while watching the game transformed into one of tense anxiety. Something terrible has happened, brothers. The humble boy spoke in a slightly trembling voice. What's wrong? Guja asked. Our war is about to begin. Master's shout immediately drew the attention of the other vampires in the audience. Guja immediately waved his hand, signaling Master Gang to keep his voice down. No matter what happened, calm down and get out of here first. They are, after all, human beings, so it's best if they don't flaunt themselves too much in public. They left Blood City with Hossman's manor party. Guja and the players boarded the electric transport vehicle and returned to the shelter. Inside the carriage, Guja looked at Master and asked, What's this about you saying we're going to war? It means war is about to break out. Literally, Master responded somewhat excitedly. Guja frowned upon hearing this. I still don't quite understand what this guy is trying to say. Let me explain. The little kitten, standing to the side, took a deep breath and slowly said, That's right, brother. We have some channels to know what is happening in the virtual world right now. Just now, news came from the Void Realm that the entire Undead Legion had been mobilized and assembled. If it weren't for the need to start a war, I can't think of any reason why the undead would suddenly do this. Upon hearing this, Guja took a deep breath. He immediately opened the planning map and moved to the area in the virtual world that had already been lit up. That map, it's all covered in a dense array of moving monster icons. This is still during the daytime. The undead race has suddenly put up such a large formation. It's clear they're about to launch a major attack. Could it be that a racial war between the vampires and the undead is about to break out? Guja narrowed his eyes and muttered to himself. But there was still one thing he couldn't understand. What was the necromancer's motive for doing this? A full-scale war with the vampires. Just to kill these few dozen humans? That can't be true. Wait, how are these undead crossing the river? Aren't the undead unable to reach the blood realm? Guja asked again. The necromancers have flying creatures such as bone dragons, dark dragons, gargoyles, and obsidian birds, which can transport undead creatures here in batches. The little kitten took a deep breath and said, And according to the information we have obtained, the Skeleton King seems to have been here for several days. They're already riding their bone dragons this way. Chapter 194, Even among holy lords, there are differences. Blood City, Lord's Castle, Council Hall. A middle-aged vampire, dressed simply and with an ordinary appearance, was working at his desk. On the table is a summary of recent events in Blood City. This middle-aged vampire is none other than Daegu Wardpeace, the 10th Lord of Blood City. He was the founder of the Daegu Academy, the Dean of Daegu Academy, the vampire lord mentioned by the alien race. S-Class Necromancer, the only vampire clan with the ability to create a blood canopy. If we were to list all the titles he has received over the past 500 years, it is 5 times longer than the Dragon Mother from another world. Daegu, who was reviewing the various incidents in Blood City, suddenly paused, his expression blank. The next moment, his figure disappeared from the room. Over the City of Blood, a thick cloud of blood mist was flying out at an alarming speed. If you look closely, the shape of a human figure can be vaguely discerned within the blood mist. Lord Daegu of the City of Blood passed through the blood restriction set up by the Blood Realm and sped into the sky. Necromancer, cease your actions. Blood mist hovered in the air, and Daegu's figure appeared within it. If you go any further and touch the blood forbidden zone, you probably won't be able to return to the Void Realm. Ruh! The intense wind pressure lashed against Daegu's face. A skeletal dragon burst out of the clouds and flew straight down. It's the Skeleton King and his bone dragon. No wonder there was such a thick aura of death. Daegu frowned. As one of the strongest S-rank under the Necromancer Lord, his sudden appearance above the Blood Realm suggests he has ill intentions. After flying around once, the bone dragon stopped in front of Daegu. The Skeleton King looked at Daegu and slowly said, Your Blood Realm has humans. Daegu. Daegu narrowed his eyes, his brows furrowing even more, because he couldn't understand a word the skeleton was saying. Because Master had just entered the Hall of Death. Now, all high-ranking undead tacitly acknowledge that humans are able to communicate with them freely. And as a former human, Digu should also be included in this category. Right, the translator. Digu pulled a device the size of a cell phone from his pocket. It contains research on the language of the undead over the past 400 years. At this moment, Digu also realized that the skeleton opposite him probably hadn't understood what he had said earlier. So I repeated the previous warning into the translator. After the translator sends the sentence, the range of motion of the Skeleton King and the Bone Dragon has clearly changed. It seems that the development of this translator has truly been a success. Digu exhaled a breath of stale air. Fortunately, the vampires have followed a technology path for the past 500 years. Otherwise, we wouldn't even know what the undead are saying. You have humans here. Hand over the humans. The Skeleton King repeated it as well. Humans. We are humans. Digu paused, then replied coldly. If you're so capable, capture us all and raise the blood realm to the ground. You are not human. You are vampires. The Skeleton King's incredibly straightforward words left Digu stunned for 2 seconds. Digu also realized what was happening. It seems really unnecessary to get emotionally involved with a skeleton. After the Skeleton King finished speaking, he controlled the Bone Dragon to continue forward, less than 100 meters away from contacting the blood-forbidden zone. With a thought, Digu conjured a wall of blood in front of the Bone Dragon. A loud bang. The Bone Dragon crashed into a solid object and fell more than 100 meters before regaining its balance. Despite such a massive impact, the blood wall showed not a single crack. A few seconds later, the Skeleton King, riding his Bone Dragon, returned to Digu's presence. You should know that you are no match for our holy lord. Faced with the Skeleton King's threat, Digu chuckled. I know that. There are also differences between holy rulers. But the one standing before me now is not your necromancer lord. It was just an S-rank skeleton. I've killed a few like you before. It's very simple. The Skeleton King's bones creaked twice, but it showed no fear. Or perhaps it simply doesn't feel fear at all. Its lower jawbone twitched up and down again. Hand over the humans. As soon as the Skeleton King finished speaking, the Bone Dragon charged toward the Blood Realm even faster. You're asking for it. Digu, who already harbored immense hatred for the undead, had reached his limit of patience. He stretched his right hand outwards. His blood and energy surged and churned throughout his body. Thick blood energy gradually condensed in his hand into a blood-red giant sword over 100 meters long. He gripped the greatsword tightly and casually swung it towards the Bone Dragon and the Skeleton King. The sound of bones cracking rang out. The Bone Dragon and the Skeleton King's bodies were cleaved in two. It fell straight into the Black Ganges. How could this happen? The Skeleton King, who had fallen into the Black Ganges, actually uttered a voice filled with doubt. It remembered that the vampire lord from hundreds of years ago was only on par with these S-class beings. How could they be cut down from the sky with just one sword strike? The flames of souls in the eyes of the Bone Dragon and the Skeleton King gradually died out under the intense curse of the Black Ganges. The Lord of Blood City, Digu, instantly killed the S-rank boss Skeleton King and its mount, the Bone Dragon, with a single sword strike. There are also differences between holy rulers. But the gap between me and her, it was smoothed out a century ago. Digu looked at the bones sinking to the bottom of the Black Ganges and took a deep breath. Then, he transformed into a cloud of blood mist once more and rapidly returned to the city lord's fortress. Upon returning to the city's main castle, Digu immediately activated the communication response device, a feature unique to the first generation of vampires. In an instant, the leaders of all the cities and towns in the Blood Realm rushed to Blood City at top speed. This also includes Hossman of the large estate. With the combat power of the first generation of vampires, it wouldn't take too long to reach the City of Blood from any location in the Blood Realm. From the activation of the communication response device to the gathering of all the first generation vampires, less than half an hour had passed. Inside the council hall of the city, Lord's Castle, the 50 surviving first-generation vampires have gathered here. There was only one exception, Derek Matthew, who was a second-generation bloodline. If any player could see their health bars, they would be astonished. These 50 first-generation vampires were all at least A-level. Even the weakest is an A-level elite. There are 20 people in the S-class. There are as many as 10 S-class bosses. As for first-generation vampires below grade A, It had already died from depletion of its blood and energy. You called us here because of the necromantic aura outside the blood realm, didn't you? Derek Matthews, seated to the right of the head of the table, looked at Digu and asked. That's right. Digu nodded. Then he recounted in detail the whole process from meeting the Skeleton King to killing it. After Digu finished speaking, the other first-generation vampires in the council hall remained calm. Only Hossman muttered in surprise. Humans, how could humans possibly appear in our blood realm? Stop pretending. Derek glanced sideways at Hossman and said softly, we S-class members were already aware of these humans landing in the blood realm. Even if you're only at level A, you can still sense it at this close range. By the way, there are quite a few humans mixed in with my guild now. The Gift Merchant Guild, an underground exchange, was also created by humankind. These guys are getting close to you again. Tell me, what are they trying to do? Chapter 195, what do their lives or deaths have to do with us? As the greatest capital for the Blood World's more than 400 years of development, how could Derek Matthew not know which vampires wanted to kill him? Which forces want to replace Matthew's Chamber of Commerce? If he didn't even know such basic information, his Matthew Chamber of Commerce would have collapsed long ago. An enemy like Hossman, who was very well hidden. Actually, he was already on Derek's watch list 400 years ago. As for the gray area of the Blood Realm, the 20 goods transactions. Actually, it was Derek who deliberately let it out in order to maintain stability. Even some of the core members of the gray area are high-ranking members of the Matthew Chamber of Commerce. As long as Derek has the idea, he can completely control the supply trade in the Gray Zone 20. The Matthew Chamber of Commerce's arrests of gray area traders are purely a staged event. You knew all of this? Hossman realized this, and his brows immediately furrowed. Then why? You want to ask me why I haven't taken any action? Derek shrugged and laughed. If we don't give these ordinary people some hope, how can they better create value for me? Enough with the irrelevant topics. Digu glanced at Derek and gestured. Derek shrugged and didn't respond further. Digu took a deep breath and continued. I have gathered you all here to inform you that Blood City will soon enter war mode. At that time, I will evacuate all the residents of Blood City to your area. Only combat personnel remained in Blood City as the first line of defense in the war against the undead, guarding the Blood Realm. The other first-generation vampires nodded in agreement, offering no objections. Even the Skeleton King was killed by Digu's sword. The undead couldn't just sit idly by. Race war is bound to break out again. Should we also send war resources to Blood City? Lord of Tree Castle, located in the northern forest, asked John Seno. I could do that too. All the war resources can be put here. We just need to make sure our logistics are fine. Roe Baker, the owner of the island in the heart of the Western Lake, continued. The other first-generation vampires also responded, saying they could send all their resources to Blood City. Oh, look at how you've arranged it. If Blood City cannot be defended, wouldn't the cities behind be completely powerless to resist? Derek snorted coldly. His expression seemed to mock the stupidity of the other vampires. Derek is right. There's no need to use all resources to strengthen Blood City. Digu nodded in agreement. The current war situation in Blood City. It was merely the first line of defense used to test the enemy's combat strength. If we can't hold out, we'll retreat to the rear cities. The Blood Realm is no longer like it was 400 years ago, where it could only fight with the Blood City as its backer. Most importantly, this war with the undead will undoubtedly be a protracted one. Digu took a deep breath and continued. The undead race dares not send its full force to land in the Blood Realm as it did 400 years ago. Without the human race, to keep them in check, the various alien races are no longer as united as they used to be. In fact, many races have disappeared over the past few centuries due to wars between different races. If the undead dare to send all their troops to land in the Blood Realm at this critical juncture, other alien races will definitely take advantage of the situation and invade them. They can only transport the undead in batches. There's something I don't understand. The undead suddenly launched such a large-scale attack. Is it really all for these few dozen humans who logged into the Blood Realm? Hossman voiced the doubt that had been lingering in his mind. Why can't it be like this? Derek looked at Hossman with a slightly disdainful gaze and asked in return, does the Blood Realm have other resources that the undead race covet? Then why is that? Are the undead going to exterminate humanity? After thinking for a moment, Hossman answered his own question. Is it because you're afraid? Hey, you're not using all your brain power on dealing with me, are you? It's not entirely useless. Derek's words of praise sounded incredibly sarcastic to Hossman. Derek didn't care about Hossman's feelings and said with a smile, "Humans, on average, have the lowest physical strength among all races. The earliest humans, and even other races, saw it as bread. But as time went on, some humans gradually began to resonate with unknown energies in the air. They can use unknown energy to enhance their physical strength. Top-tier energy resonators. It can even convert energy into elements such as fire, water, and ice. Later on, humans were even able to use unknown energies to elevate their souls. The utilization of unknown energy has freed humanity from the fate of merely being bread. Although those who resonate with energy are extremely rare among humans. Only 1 out of 100,000 people can achieve this. However, as long as one is an energy resonance user, one can possess combat power of at least B level. An energy affinity individual, like a human patriarch, can even annihilate a holy lord from another race. Based on the human population, even if one possesses only 1 in 10,000 energy resonance, that's enough to put them at the top of the world. This is all history from the old world. We know it all. Hossman frowned and interrupted. Since you know that, why can't you understand why the undead race wants to exterminate humans? You mean the necromancers are worried about the emergence of energy resonators among the human survivors, or even energy affinities like their chief? The chances are small, but that doesn't mean it's completely impossible. The necromancers must never allow humanity to produce a second energy affinity individual. If humanity were to have another chieftain, or even a being more powerful than the chieftain, which race do you think will be the first to be purged by humanity? How could the undead not be afraid? So, even if they storm into our blood realm and start a war with us, the undead must also exterminate all of humanity. Derek took a deep breath and muttered, "Actually, it's for the better development of our vampire clan. My suggestion is to simply hand these humans over. What do their lives or deaths have to do with us?" Chapter 196, A Mere Feud for Killing One's Father. Derek's words immediately drew angry glares from all the first-generation vampires present. This also includes the vampire lord, Digu, who has always been very tolerant of him. The first generation of vampires were transformed from humans, even if the body is no longer human. But deep down, I still feel like I'm human. They still maintain their stance as human beings. But Derek's vampire descendants are different. They were vampires from birth. Moreover, this occurred after a war of extermination of people. Such vampire descendants obtain their understanding of humanity solely from written records. They don't have that strong sense of belonging to humanity. To protect humanity, but at the expense of vampires? Derek would definitely think it wasn't worth it. So he subconsciously uttered the statement, "What do humans have to do with us?" Derek's words were like touching the sore spot of all the first-generation vampires. The blood energy of all the first-generation vampires surged unconsciously. Hand over the humans? Are we going to make them experience the same kind of annihilation that happened 500 years ago? John, the rather hot-tempered lord of Tree Fortress, was already pointing his finger at Derek and yelling at him. "Peyton Matthew died too young. I didn't teach you. You virgin properly. Your Chamber of Commerce exploits the common people. We turn a blind eye. Now they're even abandoning humanity? Without humans, where would vampires come from? They don't even acknowledge their bloodline origins anymore. That is your origin, not mine." Derek sneered and said, "Since humanity has already perished, it should accept its fate of extinction. Don't worry about a few dozen bugs. They destroyed the foundation that our vampire clan had painstakingly built up over 400 years. Also, don't mention my father. You're not worthy to." Boom! Hearing Derek say that, John could no longer hold back. His blood was boiling, and he was about to make a move. But the next moment, he found himself unable to move. His whole body was restrained. The same applies to Derek. Blood imprisonment is a vampire ability that can only be successfully used when there is a significant difference in combat power. Hossman had used this method once before to deal with a class in malicious exile. But both John and Derek possess the combat power of an S-class boss. They can be directly imprisoned using blood chi imprisonment. No one but the vampire lord, Digu, could have done it. I called you here to prepare you for the battle against the undead, not to have you fight amongst yourselves. Digu glanced coldly at John and Derek, absorbed their burst of blood energy, and then release the restraints binding them. You can all leave now. We'll let you know once we've discussed a plan. But John wanted to say something, but Diga glared at him and shut him up. Derek, on the other hand, obediently left the council chamber first. No matter how arrogant he was, he knew that Diga's words could not be disobeyed. There may be a difference in strength between vampires. There is absolutely no way to resist. Other races' S-rank bosses might have a chance to retaliate against Diga. As a vampire, Derek's blood energy abilities would actually become an asset to Diga, just like the blood and chi imprisonment that just happened. In reality, it was Diga who controlled John and Derek's own blood and energy, binding them. If Diga wanted to kill them, it would be even simpler. Just absorb their blood essence directly, or let their blood essence backfire. After John and Derek left, Luo Wei, the owner of the island in the middle of the lake, couldn't help but ask, Diga, aren't you being too lenient with this guy? If it weren't for your protection, would his Matthew Chamber of Commerce have so many powerful families supporting it? Without you behind me, just as Matthew's Chamber of Commerce was beginning to gain momentum, it was wiped out by numerous powerful forces. Upon hearing this, Diga took a deep breath and said, You all know, I bear responsibility for Peyton Matthews' death. In addition, the situation was extremely turbulent at the time. I failed to take good care of Peyton's descendants. It almost led to the complete annihilation of the Matthew family. All right. This reason has been around for hundreds of years. You've said it over 1,000 times. Luo Wei picked at his ear, somewhat impatiently saying, That might be why you helped Derek in the first place. But the fact that things continued to go smoothly afterward was probably because the Matthew Chamber of Commerce had a more positive than negative impact. Luo Wei looked at Diga, raised an eyebrow, and continued. The vampires are still safe and sound because of us. But we can't go any further to reach your level. This means that our vitality will eventually dry up. You worry that after we are buried, our vampire clan's fighting strength will collapse. Just then you discovered, under intense pressure from the Matthew Chamber of Commerce, for commoner vampires to survive and thrive, they must do everything in their power to improve their combat strength. This has led to the emergence of many commoner vampires who are A rank or even S rank or higher. That's why Derek is so arrogant now. Upon hearing this, Diga remained silent for a long while. He exhaled a deep breath before slowly speaking. Since you already know, why ask any more questions? In the golden age of humankind, such actions will make one a sinner in the annals of history. But in this current environment, the only way to preserve the vampire race is through natural selection. And now, he's even willing to abandon humanity's last remaining spark, which has crossed our bottom line. Luo Wei pursed his lips and continued. He won't be allowed to do whatever he wants. Diga thought for a moment, then looked at Hassman. Go and communicate with those humans and ask them to move to the island in the middle of the Western Lake. If these undead can get there, our entire vampire clan will probably be wiped out. Hassman nodded. Originally, I wanted to let these humans develop freely in the Blood Realm. This will make it easier for them to integrate. In the end, we still have to protect them. Hopefully they won't be too reserved. Diga sighed. What about Derek? Luo Wei paused, then pondered. I'm very worried that he will take matters into his own hands and eliminate these humans. Don't worry, he'll know the consequences of doing so. Diga waved his hand, indicating that it was nothing to worry about. If his warnings are ineffective, he's been the Holy Lord of the Vampire Clan for nothing all these years. Actually, based on my understanding of him, he most likely won't take action himself. However, it's highly likely they'll join forces with the undead and expose humanity's location. Hassman, standing to the side, thought for a moment and muttered. All he wanted to do was preserve the vampire clan. If humanity is wiped out, the undead would then cease their pursuit. By helping the undead exterminate humanity, he would have achieved his goal. You need to understand, his father died at the hands of the undead. How could he possibly cooperate with the undead? Diga shook his head, disagreeing with Hassman's statement. Hassman pondered for a moment, then imitate the sarcastic expression that Derek often makes. Then, in Derek's tone, he said coldly, How could a mere feud over the murder of my father possibly affect my great cause? Chapter 197, Only a fool would go to the island in the middle of the lake. A mere feud for killing one's father? Hassman's words stunned everyone present. What surprised them was not how blasphemous the statement was. What surprised them was, it's quite possible that Derek would actually say that. even if Derek really does team up with the undead and expose the humans' location. If the undead want to harm these humans right under our noses, they have to go through us first. Your worries are unnecessary. Digu waved his hand to indicate that there was no need to worry. But in his heart, he had already planned to arrange several more layers of protection for humanity. The chances of Derek being the mole are slim, but it's not impossible. In the following time, this is a standard strategic deployment. The first generation of vampires quickly and skillfully began planning. In fact, they had been preparing for this day for 400 years. They think about it every single day. What would it be like if the undead attacked? They had all considered what would happen if the vampires lost the war. How to escape the siege of the undead. Which realm would offer a chance to continue living? To prevent vampires from also participating in the course of human history as much as possible. Be prepared for danger in times of peace. In the vampire clan, this technique has been used to its fullest extent. The vampires are devising a strategy. The players in the shelter are also eagerly awaiting the arrival of the undead. They chose to run away earlier because they only had 99 players. They were no match for an army of millions or tens of millions of undead. The only option is a strategic retreat. But things are different now. They gained an ally, with the entire vampire clan helping them. After learning about the origins of vampires, players know that they could never find another ally like the vampires. If even the vampires can't protect the Blood Realm, then their situation will become even more difficult from now on. Maybe this is the last chance. This is the last life in the game. The battle to protect the Blood Realm has failed. Reset if the game fails. All players' qualifications from the first closed beta test have been revoked. All the players have devoted themselves wholeheartedly to this war. After intensive construction. In addition, Hossman's vampire servants helped him. The shelters where the players live have been upgraded from Grade E to Grade C, after utilizing steel and metal materials. The protective capabilities of a sea-level shelter in the Blood Realm far surpass those of a sea-level shelter in the Void Realm. The area surrounding the shelter has also realized the ideas I had previously had in the virtual world. A 10-meter-high wall was built, along with several watchtowers. In other words, the shelter's area is not large enough. Otherwise, this shelter would definitely be classified as a B-level shelter. In addition to building defensive facilities for the shelters, the traps set up by players are also incredibly diverse. Frozen snow caves, fiery furnaces, wind blade passages, explosive rune houses. Any trap the players could imagine was built all around the shelter. 10 kilometers away, the players began to place warning signs to tell other vampires that there were traps there and not to step into them. Vampires below rank D who enter the trap will almost certainly die. In addition, there's also the active plant battle group, trained by Weibi and others. They have planted thousands of living plants. These activated plants undergo combat training daily within the shelter. Knowing that they wouldn't end up on the dinner table as long as they trained, these active plants cooperated very well. Although the combat power rating of each activated plant will not exceed F level after training. However, its advantage lies in its large quantity and low cost. One potato can grow in hundreds. When the undead invade, active plant battle groups can also play a significant strategic role, while the players awaited the arrival of war. Suddenly, a loud boom rang out. The explosive symbol house outside the shelter has been detonated. The players rushed out with their weapons, but they found that it was Hossman, covered in dust and dirt, who came out of the explosive symbol room. Old man, didn't I tell you already? This talisman can explode. Don't peel it off carelessly. The little kitten frowned as it looked at the dark-faced Hossman. After the two sides became familiar with each other, the players were no longer as respectful when speaking to these locals. Hossman didn't mind. On the contrary, he felt it made them feel more comfortable. You told me you were going to use vampire blood to make explosive talismans, and I didn't believe you. I never thought you guys would actually pull it off. As Hossman spoke, black smoke billowed from his mouth. I never expected that the combination of vampire blood and my talisman-making skills would have such an effect. The aloof diamond block, leaning against a long spear, smiled and said, "The energy in your blood is practically gunpowder. Unfortunately, currently only the blood of E-level malicious exiles can be used to make talismans. The higher-level blood I drew on the talisman exploded as soon as I applied it. I guess it must be because my talisman-making level is not high enough. This is also caused by insufficient material quality of the talisman paper. If both of these levels are raised, use some more of the Blood Clan Holy Lord's blood to draw talismans. I should be able to create 2 mushroom clouds in the Necromancer army. You even want the blood of the Blood Clan's Holy Lord. Audacious doesn't even begin to describe you. Upon hearing this, Hossman couldn't help but shake his head and say, I'll give you some of my blood energy. Your body will be directly devoured by my blood energy. They even wanted to use Di-Gu's blood to draw talismans. You're practically asking for it. Once my talisman making level and talisman material level are up, my own combat strength can also be improved. By then, perhaps I'll be able to withstand your blood and energy's erosion. The cold, aloof diamond block remains determined to create the mushroom cloud talisman. If you meet the Vampire Lord, you absolutely must make an appointment with him for some blood. Old man, according to our information, Di-Gu has issued a war preparation order, and the entire Blood Realm has entered a state of war. The major families of Blood City have all begun to retreat northwest, and you still have time to come here? The little kitten asked in confusion. You're a first-generation vampire. You shouldn't have been left without a mission, right? My mission is you, Hossman said with a smile. Di-Gu asked me to move you to the island in the middle of the Western Lake. There are layers of guards there, which will absolutely protect your safety. I came here first to let you pack your things. My convoy will pick you up at this time tomorrow to take you to the island in the middle of the lake. You mean we should leave the front lines and hide in the rear to avoid fighting? The little kitten with the milky scent frowned and asked. That's right. This way you won't have to worry about the undead coming to cause trouble for you. As he spoke, Hossman's smile widened. You shouldn't object to this arrangement, right? No way. I'd rather die than go. Finally, I can participate in the big battlefield. Should we retreat to the back? How could that be? The little kitten with a milky scent waved its hands repeatedly. Yes, this is a racial war between vampires and undead. How can we not participate? Uzbekistan also said he was determined to stay here. Damn it, this battlefield is such a good place to gain experience. And you won't let me participate? Do you believe I'll bang my head against your knee and die? Pig Wings directly revealed his true thoughts. Participating in such a battlefield, you can easily gain a lot of experience. Only a fool would go to the rear to avoid the war. Chapter 198, You Might Not Believe It. Hossman was completely bewildered by the player's words. Not leaving? Why don't you leave? The undead army is about to invade. Wouldn't it be better to retreat to a safe area in the rear and avoid fighting? Or is it that these humans don't know? Are these undead here to kill them? Moreover, the reasons these humans wanted to stay were strange. Want to gain experience on the battlefield? Combat experience? He's dead. What use is combat experience now? Aren't you afraid of dying? After a few seconds of stunned silence, Hossman asked, You might not believe it, but we're really not afraid of death. The little kitten with a milky scent waved its hand and said, Let us stay here. We all want to stay on the battlefield. Seeing the player's persistence, Hossman thought for a moment and then said, If you act like this, don't blame me for saying something harsh. With your combat strength, whether we stay here or not will have absolutely no impact on the course of the battle. The undead army crushes your shelter. They probably don't even know what happened. You weak humans, they will only needlessly throw away their lives. Do you understand? Hey, old man, stop nagging. We have to stay here. Men must fight. Pig Wings interjected. The other players nodded in agreement with Pig Wings. Why won't you listen to reason, you bunch of bastards? Hossman got angry and started yelling at the players. You'll die if you stay here. You really will die. A bunch of idiots. The problem is, we really can't die. The little kitten smacked its lips and said, Even if I tell you, you probably still won't believe it. Actually, even if we die, we can come back to life. Fart. Even vampires of my caliber cannot be resurrected. Even Di-Gu had to preserve his blood core to prevent it from being destroyed. And it takes a tremendous amount of effort to achieve this. You humans with such low blood energy are telling me you can come back to life after you die? Do you really think I'm old and easy to fool? Hossman grew angrier and angrier, even showing an urge to kidnap all the players. Old man, we really aren't leaving. Leaving here would be equivalent to losing 100 million for us. Pig Wings said to Hossman very seriously. Even if you forcibly take us away, we will find a way to sneak over after the war starts. Are you all really planning to stay here and fight the undead army? Hossman paused, then asked, still unwilling to give up. Not all of them, right? The little kitten looked at the people inside the shelter and replied, "Among us, there are those who are not good at fighting, and those who do not like fighting. They should be willing to go with you to that island in the middle of the lake." The milky little kitten naturally refers to NPCs such as Guja, Dezhuang, and Chaozhuang, and players like Zhang San from Outside the Law and Y by who tend to build shelters. Players like them level up simply to better build and farm. Whether they participate in such a large-scale battle or not is actually irrelevant to them. Old man, wait for us a moment. We'll write down a list of who's going and who's staying. The little kitten gestured for Hossman to go into the shelter and rest first. And I serve him a delicious set meal that I, the god of cookery, made with my skills. Of course, this is considered a spray package for Hossman. Besides NPCs like Zhigu, Dezhuang, and Chaozhuang, 5 other agricultural players, including the Outside the Law 345 group and Weibi, also went to the island in the middle of the lake. Oh, and tell them to bring all the materials. They can find a location on the island in the middle of the lake to build a shelter and increase respawn points. Then, the phoenix will rise from the ashes and take the shadow wolf with it. We can't let the shadow wolf we've raised with such care be sacrificed on the battlefield. They are dead and cannot be brought back to life. Then there are players like I haven't got on the bus yet, I'm not a food god, Beautiful Taylor, Twilight, I'm not human anymore, and Starry Sea. The little kitten looked at the summarized evacuation list, took a deep breath, and said, "There are actually quite a few players who like to handle logistics. The proportion is almost 1/5. Wait, Zhaji can't go. If Zhaji goes, who's going to help us with the defense missions?" Pig Wings raised his hand to remind him. This kind of monster invasion incident has occurred. Zhagu usually farms the Defend the Vault mission. Given the strength of the undead army, the defense mission that comes up this time will definitely be S rank. It might even surpass S class. The reward for completing this will be absolutely phenomenal. Guja, who was not far away, heard the players' conversation and tilted his head with a question mark on his face. Goodness, so you just focused on completing tasks and don't care if I live or die, huh? Upon hearing this, the little kitten with the milky scent also showed a speechless expression. Then go and make him stay. The little kitten with a milky scent muttered softly. I wouldn't dare make such a request to him. Losing all of an NPC's favorability is a minor issue. The main reason is that I don't want to have to constantly worry about a skeleton coming along and killing me while I'm resting in a shelter. No, it can't be that bad. Pig Wings paused for a moment, then whispered, "You've been a player since the server launched, and you've been hanging out with Brotherja for so many days, you should know his temper. Have any of those who try to frame him ever had a good ending?" The little kitten with the milky scent raised an eyebrow and said. Pig Wing recalled the past events and couldn't help but shudder. When he made such a request to Guja, he not only had to worry about being killed by the skeleton, but also about the possibility of losing his account. After thinking it through, he immediately abandoned the idea of letting Guja stay. After the list was finalized, Milky Little Meow told the players to pack their bags. At the same time, the list of those leaving the shelter was also given to Hossman. Are you sure you're only evacuating this many people? Hossman glanced at the list, took a deep breath, and asked. Confirmed. The rest of US will hold this place to the death. The little kitten nodded. Oh well. Hossman sighed and said, I will arrange for a vampire army with combat strength of at least sea level to protect you. We'll do our best to increase your chances of survival. No. Hossman's words elicited a huge reaction from all the players present. Whatever you do, don't send troops to garrison the area. With our combat strength, we'll only be a burden to these vampire armies. That's right. Don't send troops. Let us fight our own battles. It's better to have them protect the evacuees than to send troops to guard us. That's what the players say. What I'm thinking about is, don't send anyone to steal our experience points. A vampire army of C rank or higher is stationed here. We're going to let them take all the experience. The players had barely finished speaking when, as Hossman looked at them, his eyes began to well up with tears again. The next moment, tears streamed down his face. Humans are so. If we all had such noble character as you 500 years ago, perhaps humanity still has a glimmer of hope. As Hossman spoke, he stared intently at the players. It was as if they wanted to memorize the appearance of every single one of them. Hey, old man, stop getting sentimental. I told you we won't die. The little kitten with a milky scent frowned and shooed Hossman away. Also, this is a trap diagram. When the delivery trucks arrive tomorrow, make sure they don't fall into all the traps we've set. Those took us a lot of effort to set up. Haasman, holding the blueprints, kept turning back every few steps. He paused for 2 seconds, as if making a final decision. Then, bursting forth with blood energy, they soared into the sky and left the shelter. Chapter 199, Blood Restriction Broken. The convoy arranged by Haasman arrived as scheduled the next day. After packing their luggage, the players boarded the vehicles, ready to evacuate. Soon only combat personnel remained inside the shelter. Inside the train carriage, the players discovered that those who had evacuated with them. Also present were Haasman's daughter, Catherine, and the servants employed by the estate. But the owner of the estate, Haasman, was nowhere to be seen. Only after asking Catherine did I learn that. The first generation of vampires has gathered in Blood City. They will use Blood City as their first line of defense. Hold back the undead army's attack. Time passed day by day as preparations continued. On September 1st, the transport convoy finally arrived at the island in the center of the Western Lake. The slow speed is not due to insufficient power in the electric transport vehicle developed by the vampires. Instead, it was at the request of the players that, after driving a certain distance, you'll find an abandoned building that no one is occupying. They would stay and repair the abandoned building into an F-class shelter. One more shelter means one more respawn point. It also allows for a higher margin of error. Even when they reached the island in the middle of the lake, the players also immediately contacted the management and support staff. Find an uninhabited building and build your own shelter. A new 10th respawn point has been created in the test. There are 3 resurrection points left in the Void Realm. 7 new resurrection points have been opened in the Blood Realm. After the war began, one of the respawn points on the front lines has fallen. There was a second, a third, and so on, until the 7th one on the island in the middle of the lake. Players' endurance in this war is at its maximum. When even the island in the middle of the lake, surrounded by black, stagnant water, fell, there's no need for the players to resist any longer. On the front lines, at the classy shelter, all the players were at full strength and found their positions. They have received the message. Today, the Lord of the Dead has already set off from the Void Realm and is heading towards the Blood Realm. At the speed of the Necromancer Lord, it should take less than a day to reach the Blood Realm. No matter what the Necromancer Lord does next, players must be fully prepared. Yeah, I finally got the streaming rights for this game. Suddenly, Master Gang's exclamation rang out in the team voice chat. The players were stunned for a moment upon hearing this. These days, Masto has been unable to stream while playing games. Players almost forgot that this guy is also a big streamer. Sure, can you even apply for live streaming permissions for games that are 18+? Master Gang, you're the top player on the Tiger platform, right? Pigwings chimed in. Stop making baseless accusations. What's the top player on the Tiger platform? I'm the #1 streamer on all the live streaming platforms. Masters had just let out his signature, haha, and was boasting. Of course, players who know him will already know that these words shouldn't be taken seriously. How did you manage to get live streaming access for this kind of game? The little kitten with the milky flavor asked curiously. If you broadcast something bloody, violent, and full of corpses and remains, won't your live stream get banned? Of course there are ways to achieve harmony. Masto responded with a smile. The triple control of game platforms, game pod platforms, and game live streaming platforms ensures a harmonious live streaming experience. Blood must be green. Anything that can't be viewed will be blurred out. As for why I was able to obtain live streaming privileges. Actually, from the day I registered for the first closed beta test of this game, they've already applied to the platform to stream this game. I've been playing for almost a month, and I still haven't been granted live streaming privileges. The game has been generating a lot of buzz lately, especially with the upcoming race war. With such a large amount of traffic, live streaming platforms won't let it go. Then, with the help of senior executives at Tiger Platform, I was able to get the approval to stream these 18+ games. By the way, my superiors also reminded me that my access could be revoked at any time. I estimate that once the race war ends and the traffic drops, I won't be able to stream this game anymore. Okay, I won't say any more to you guys. I'm going to start a live stream. I'll switch to in-game voice chat once the battle begins. Master just finished a series of operations. Finally, I was able to project the gameplay footage of Dungeon Alliance, Original Blade Go into my live stream. Hey, are the sound and picture both fine? Masters was watching his split-screen live stream and interacting with his viewers. It's stuck. If it's lagging, switch to Huawei. Huawei won't lag. Pineapple is fine, and pineapple doesn't cause any problems. Gongzi, Yale, you finally started streaming this game. Gather, gather, gather. Gongzi, Gangshin, you're the only one on the entire platform with live streaming privileges. You truly are Tiger King. Master's smile widened as he looked at the comments on the split screen. While I played games before, I couldn't see the comments or feedback in the chat, and I always felt like something was missing, leaving me feeling empty. The return of those familiar comments made me feel instantly better. Want me to show you my skills? Don't panic. The undead army could arrive at any moment. I need to make sure I'm in top condition. Master continued interacting with the comments section. You're asking me who this person next to me is? You mean Mr. Onlooker? His profession and mine are intertwined and complementary. So we always teamed up. The wind is picking up on the watchtower. You haven't made a mistake. Former professional players of survival games. Yes, it's the one that got screwed over by the Contract God Club. Yes, it's the club that couldn't survive this year and is about to disband. You ask me, why are Tae, Wang-O, and Light-Yu not qualified for the first test? How would I know? Maybe their cooking skills aren't up to par. Thank you, Tae, for the Tiger number 1. Thanks to the hook for the Tiger number 1. Thank you, Leitio, for the Tiger number 1. Even though you gave gifts. But I still have to say, you guys are terrible. Hee 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 hee. During the time that Master was interacting with his fans, suddenly, layers of crimson light burst forth above the Blood Realm. The snap sound reached the ears of all creatures within the Blood Realm. At the same time, a strange female voice came from the sky. Most vampires cannot understand this voice. The players, however, understood perfectly. Is this the blood-forbidden zone that you spent 400 years setting up? How could it break so easily with just a light touch? As the sound came, a huge humanoid figure emerged from the clouds. At first glance, the players. There was only one word in my mind. That is big. Chapter 200 Coach, I want to pilot a Gundam. The figure emerging from the clouds is 6 meters tall, but her figure is that of a graceful woman. Ant waist, square shoulders, long legs, golden ratio. Especially that abrupt location. The players looked over. My mind was completely occupied by the word big. Even female players like Kaifengel and Yunma Danshin couldn't help but mutter to themselves. This monster has such a perfect figure. Perhaps this could only happen in a world like a game where characters can be created. When viewers saw this scene in Mastigan's live stream, the chat was flooded with comments. There are huge trucks. What is that huge vehicle? It's a Gundam. Coach, I want to pilot a Gundam. Gongzi, fly up and take a look. We need a close-up. Exactly. How can we analyze the boss's weaknesses from such a distance? Looking at the screen full of comments, Masto couldn't help but complain. How am I supposed to fly up there? Even if I could fly, I wouldn't dare. It's easy to figure that out with a little thought. Who is it that can shatter the blood restriction with a single poke? This is the Lord of the Dead. Am I supposed to fly up there and die? Just as Masters was speaking, the live stream feed changed. The images seen by the audience are no longer as clear as before. There were even many mosaics covering the key parts. Clearly, under the 3-tiered control measures, this provocative scene was censored. Yar, Gongzi, please remove the mosaic. Nothing was leaked. Why are you censoring it? Are you crazy? If you don't remove the mosaic, I'm unfollowing. Mosaic? There's no mosaic. Master looked up and confirmed that he could clearly see the Gundam in the sky above. As soon as Master said that, the screen was filled with accusations that he was hoarding the benefits. Okay, I understand. The live stream had a relatively small amount of visual censorship. In the game, mosaic only appears when the content is too revealing. I was forced to eat this all by myself. As Masters was speaking, he chuckled twice, which only made the comments section even angrier. When will this game have its second closed beta test? I need a Game Pass. Anyone have a beta test account? Sell it to me. I have connections to transfer identity information. I guarantee I won't get caught. Such torture? The atmosphere in Master's live stream immediately became lively because of the appearance of the Necromancer Lord. When other players encountered the Necromancer Lord, they discussed it endlessly in the game's voice chat. Many players even jokingly shouted that they wanted to defect to the enemy. We swear to protect the Lord of the Dead. With the Lord of the Dead looking like that, what kind of person is he? They were just excited for a moment. I've forgotten why they were given access to the first test of this game. Fortunately, Guja did not use the system to infiltrate the players' game voices at this time. Otherwise, it's very likely because of these few jokes, they shut down their accounts. While the players were having various discussions, the Blood Clan Lord Digu had already flown into the sky to confront the Necromancer Lord. Digu, who is the same size as a human, flies opposite the Necromancer Lord, creating a strong contrast. It's like a Gundam versus an ordinary human being. Seeing this, the player's confidence plummeted. However, the next moment, a crimson hue appeared on the horizon. The crimson color spread through the air, and the color gets darker and darker. This crimson hue gradually transformed into a vast blood-red curtain that enveloped the Lord of the Dead. The Lord of the Dead frowned as he looked at the churning blood around him. She didn't expect that. Digu unleashed his ultimate technique the moment he appeared. So you've reached this stage. No wonder you dared to kill the Skeleton King. The Lord of the Dead took a deep breath and said coldly. Her enormous body was now revealed as white bones corroded by the bloody aura of the blood-soaked sky. It's extremely explicit and graphic. However, Digu, who was opposite her, did not look too good at the moment. The blood curtain technique, Digu's ultimate move, consumes a huge amount of resources. Digu's immediate attack upon meeting the Spirit Lord was intended to catch him off guard. Unexpectedly, only a portion of the Necromancer Lord's flesh has been destroyed without causing him any greater harm. After the blood-covered curtain of light lasted for 30 seconds, Digu withdrew the ability. If this continues, he will be at a great disadvantage when facing the Necromancer Lord. What a pity. If it were 400 years ago, someone with your abilities might have been able to melt my bones as well. The Necromancer Lord's face, now only half-skinned, twitched. She split her jaw and laughed. Over the years, you don't think you're the only one who has improved, do you? Let me show you the power of bones after they've ascended to spirit form. As the Lord of the Dead spoke, he reached into his own abdomen. With a crack, 2 ribs were pulled out. The Necromancer Lord, wielding his twin ribs, vanished from his spot in the next instant. In the blink of an eye, she was in front of Digu, and 2 ribs came crashing down on him. Thump! The ribs that were about to fall seemed to have encountered some kind of material that resisted them, and were directly neutralized. The Lord of the Dead was stunned for a moment. Upon closer inspection, it was discovered that Digu was surrounded by layers of blood energy. These vital energies are not usually visible, but when a strong attack comes, they will instantly condense and become a solid barrier. Even after being attacked, Digu did not remain idle. With a thought, the surrounding blood energy immediately rushed towards the Necromancer Saintess and entangled her. This process was extremely fast. In the blink of an eye, the Necromancer Lord was enveloped in congealed blood. Digu clenched his raised right fist tightly. The blood enveloping the Necromancer Lord began to contract rapidly. The immense pressure seemed poised to crush the Necromancer Lord into dust. However, this state lasted for a minute, and the Necromancer Lord's figure, covered in blood, remained unchanged. The 2 sides are deadlocked. Players watching below. I don't know when, but I started eating popcorn made with corn, bio-oil, and sugar. This seems to be a blood-based version of absolute defense and blood burial. Digu, aka I love goo blood shadow. Pigwing said, crunch crunch, as he ate popcorn. I feel like Digu is going to win. The Necromancer was enveloped in blood. If it keeps struggling to break free, it will eventually be crushed into powder by the blood. Uzbekistan continued. I think it's risky. The little kitten with milky flavor took a deep breath and said, have you ever seen Gaara and Kimamaro's duel? If Kimamaro hadn't died on his own, Gaara would have been killed by a bone. If Toku's blood essence is similar to Gaara's sand, the Necromancer Lord, being a pure physical attacker, is a perfect counter to him. Huh, you've seen such an old anime too. Pigwings was somewhat surprised to hear this. Have you forgotten that I'm a voice actor in real life? Watching retro anime and imitating the voice acting of predecessors. But that's one of the things we're tested on. Milky Little Meow glanced at Pigwing and said, while the players were talking, something unexpected actually happened in the sky, enveloping the blood of the Necromancer Lord. Cracks are starting to appear. A bone spur broke free of the blood bindings and shot towards Digu. The bone spur, accompanied by a spiraling gale, pierced directly through the blood barrier and plunged into Digu's heart.